Gacha Kingdom, Beishan City's first high school. Class 3, 7, of the senior year. Have you all heard? Our class's school beauty, Su Yao, has contracted a golden bloodline Qingfeng butterfly. Golden bloodline? It's really true that people can make you mad. My dad spent hundreds of thousands of summer coins to hire a monster hunter, and all we got was a bronze bloodline beast. With a Qingfeng butterfly to rely on, Su Yao definitely has no problem getting into the beast-tamer university. So envious. That's right, unlike us. If we can't get into the beast-tamer university, we'll have to go to those trash universities like Qingbei. Beast-tamer? Qingfeng butterfly? What are they talking about? Is this a new anime or something? And Qingbei University is a trash university? These guys must have gone crazy from the pressure of senior year. Suze groggily opened his eyes, realizing he had somehow fallen asleep on his school desk. As soon as he woke up, he heard his familiar classmates talking about things he couldn't understand. Class, quiet down. In half a month, it will be the Beast Tamer entrance exam. You all must seize the last chance to contract a beast and become a beast tamer. Only then will you be eligible to apply to Beast Tamer University, otherwise, you'll have to settle for an ordinary university. As your teacher, there's only so much I can teach you. I hope everyone can give a satisfactory answer in the entrance exam. Class dismissed. On the podium, Mr. Xiao, the homeroom teacher for Class 3, senior year, spoke passionately. But his eyes kept glancing towards Suze's direction in the corner of the class. The reason was simple. Suze was the best student in the entire grade for cultural subjects. It was truly a pity that, until now, Suze had failed to contract any beast and become a beast tamer. And Suze, feeling the stare, was completely confused. Beast Tamer University? Beast Tamer entrance exam? What are they talking about? Why is the teacher talking about this? Shouldn't the entrance exam focus on language, English, math, physics, chemistry, and biology? Did I just take a nap and the world changed? He then realized, with increasing panic, that the book he had left on his desk, 5 years of college entrance exams, 3 years of simulations, had somehow transformed into 5 years of breeding, 3 years of beast taming. There was also basic theories of beast tamers. How to train monsters. Breeding monsters and postpartum care. Even the comic book he had hidden in his drawer had become the Beast-Eared Girl Evaluation Guide. After flipping through a few pages out of curiosity, Suze quickly blushed and hid it away with care. This is crazy, too crazy. Realizing something was seriously wrong with this world, Suze grabbed his deskmate, Wang Zi, who was leisurely eating sunflower seeds during class. Wang Zi, nicknamed Wang Fatty, was a chubby but not unattractive guy who gave off a clumsy and cute vibe. Fatty, what's wrong with Mr. Xiao? Is something going on? The broad-hearted, chubby Wang Zi turned his head and replied, I've told you many times, call me Wang Zi, not Fatty. Always calling me Fatty, you're ruining my rich second-generation charm. He then glanced at Mr. Xiao on the podium, whose eyes kept drifting toward Suze, and continued, isn't this normal? In our Beast Tamer focus class, everyone except you has already become a Beast Tamer and is qualified to apply to Beast Tamer University. Of course Mr. Xiao keeps looking at you. I don't know what bad karma you accumulated in your past life, but not a single beast seems to care about you. Upon hearing this, Suze was instantly upset. Damn, if no beasts care about me, do they care about you? Wang Zi proudly patted his chest, which made even the girls feel inferior, and said, sorry, I already successfully contracted a beast last night and became a proud beast tamer. Suze immediately lost his composure. This chubby guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, who spends all his time watching action movies and learning various fancy moves. Can I really become a beast tamer? No, wait, what exactly is a beast tamer? Seeing Suze's confused expression, which didn't seem to be faked, Wang Zi, though puzzled in his heart, still patiently explained to Suze. And as Wang Zi spoke, another set of memories, not originally belonging to Suze, slowly began to merge with his original ones. It turns out he really did travel to another world. Suze was no longer on Earth but in a parallel world, Blue Star. And here, it was a world where people tamed beasts. Blue Star didn't differ much from the Earth Suze knew, the only difference being the presence of demon beasts, an extraordinary species with intelligence. And against them, the beast tamers who form contracts with these beasts to fight. The original Suze had mental power far beyond ordinary people, which, in theory, should have made him an excellent beast tamer. But for some unknown reason, his compatibility with demon beasts was 0. He could only form a contract when his compatibility with a demon beast reached 50, so that the contract wouldn't backfire on him. Suze had tried countless times, but his compatibility with almost all demon beasts was 0. No demon beast was willing to get close to him, so there was no talk of forming a contract. The Beast Tamer exams for the Great Summer Kingdom were just around the corner, as important as the college entrance exams in China. Because resources were limited, only beast tamers who entered beast tamer universities would receive priority training from the state. If Suze couldn't complete a contract and become a beast tamer before that, he wouldn't even have the qualification to apply to the beast tamer university. He would have to go and take the exams for regular universities like Qingbei, which were considered garbage universities in this world. But Suze had his own reason to absolutely get into the beast tamer university. Seeing Suze fall silent, apparently overwhelmed by the memories, Wang Zi thought he had been hit hard and comforted him. Don't worry too much. Worst case, you can spend more money to hire demon beast hunters to catch a few beasts for you. This sort of thing, spending a little money isn't shameful. Try more times, you'll succeed eventually. Suze, hearing this, looked at him suspiciously. Why are you so familiar with this? Could it be? The fat guy was frank and openly admitted, that's right. My dad spent a lot of money hiring demon beast hunters to help me become a beast tamer. We caught dozens of demon beasts one after another before I finally found one with a 95% compatibility, a silver bloodline demon beast. With it, passing the beast tamer exam will be no problem. Demon beasts in this world were classified by their bloodlines into iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond. The higher the bloodline of a demon beast, the stronger its combat power at the same level, and the higher its level limit. The upper limit of iron bloodline beasts was only level 10, barely stronger than wild animals. With each increase in bloodline, the level limit of a demon beast would rise by 20 levels. Above level 90 was the exclusive domain of diamond bloodline beasts, with a maximum level of 100. A human beast tamer must also have corresponding mental power to fully unleash the demon beast's strength. Currently, there were fewer than 10 level 100 beast tamers worldwide, and even the powerful Great Summer Kingdom only had 2. Even catching the lowest level iron bloodline demon beasts would cost tens of thousands of summer coins for a demon beast hunter. This price was far beyond what Suze could afford on his own. Damn capitalists. Suze could only grit his teeth and curse. Seeing this, the fat guy laughed wickedly and said, Little Zay, remember this, the evil is not capital itself, but the lack of capital. Just as Suze was about to continue cursing capitalists, a pleasant, mechanical female voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Foreign soul energy absorbed from the host body, system activated. Chapter 2, Give My Egg a Kiss. Suze was stunned. Is this his golden finger finally here? But what does foreign soul energy mean? Could it be referring to his soul power from another world? Because it was only after his soul crossed over that the system was activated? Before he could think any further, he heard the system continue speaking. This system is the Divine Gacha System. The host can use the gacha machine once a day to draw beast eggs, and the number of chances can be accumulated. After the beast egg successfully hatches, it will automatically form a contract with the host. Extra beast eggs can be recycled by the system to increase the chance of obtaining a high bloodline egg next time. Alternatively, they can be consumed to raise the host's beast mastery level or transferred and sold through a blood bond. The system activates for the first time and grants the host a beginner's 10 consecutive draws. Do you want to use it? Use it, Suze said without hesitation. Suddenly, a huge gacha machine appeared in Suze's mind space. Inside the machine, countless beast eggs lay peacefully, classified by their color and material to indicate their level. Most of them were bronze and silver level beast eggs, though there were also some golden, platinum, and diamond level beast eggs, but they were rare. There were even some special colored beast eggs, the level of which was unknown. Black iron beast eggs didn't even seem qualified to enter the gacha machine. Above the gacha machine, a number 10 was displayed. The moment Suze chose the 10 consecutive draws, the number reset to 0. The gacha machine started to operate. After who knows how many spins, a bronze-colored beast egg rolled out, and then entered the system's inventory. One by one, the beast eggs continued to roll out. Most of them were bronze level, totaling 6, and there were 3 silver level beast eggs. Although only 1 egg remained, Suze was already satisfied. After all, most people would contract bronze or silver bloodline beasts to participate in the Beast Master exam, and some even hoped to rely on black iron beasts to take a chance. Just as the last beast egg rolled out, it emitted a brilliant golden light. No way, did I get something good? This can't be the guaranteed drop for 10 consecutive draws, right? A golden beast egg rolled out of the gacha machine and automatically entered Suze's inventory. Suze chose to take the item out, and a golden egg instantly appeared in his hand. What the heck? Did you pull that out from your pants? It's so shiny. Wang Zi, standing beside him, stared at the golden egg in Suze's hand, surprised. But the egg's glow was merely a system representation of the rarity level of the beast egg to help the host differentiate them. After taking it out of the system for a while, it turned into an ordinary beast egg with light blue spots. This is real. So, as long as I hatch it, I can become a beast master? Suze said with excitement. But, how do I hatch the egg? At that moment, a prompt box, visible only to Suze, popped up on the beast egg in his hand. Golden egg hatching condition, requires stimulation from a kiss from a beautiful woman. The higher her looks, the stronger the beast's power once hatched. Suze immediately looked speechless. This egg is kind of inappropriate. But he still carefully searched for someone who met the requirements. The higher the looks, the better? Then that's definitely you, Su Yao. Suze looked ahead at the school beauty Su Yao, who was admired by countless young hearts. She was tall and graceful, with delicate, snow-white skin, and her face was as exquisite as if a god had personally sculpted her into a porcelain doll. When it came to looks, Su Yao, as the school beauty, definitely had no problem. And given their relationship, such a small request shouldn't be rejected, right? As the rest of the class packed up, preparing to go home. But they hadn't left yet. Suze shouted loudly, Su Yao, come help me, give this egg a kiss. Instantly, the noisy classroom became completely silent. Su Yao, with a flushed face, turned back in confusion and looked at him. But surprisingly, she didn't seem too angry. However, the boys in the class were different. They all turned to look at Suze with unfriendly eyes. Seeing the situation turning bad, Wang Zi quickly pulled at Suze's shirt hem. Damn, big brother, what the hell was that wolfish remark? You're desecrating the goddess. These guys in the class will tear you apart, and you don't even have a beast tamer. The fat guy sighed as if resigned to his fate. Forget it, luckily I'm already a beast tamer. I'll help you block them later. You should run quickly. Suze realized the ambiguity in his earlier words and quickly tried to raise the golden egg in his hand to explain. Wait, you guys don't think? But those eager to show off their licking dog behavior didn't give Suze a chance to explain. A gust of wind blade suddenly flew toward Suze, not very strong, but it could definitely leave a mark. Standing in front of Suze, Wang Zi suddenly said, Damn. Want to sneak attack my brother? Fat cat. A silver summoning magic array appeared behind Wang Zi, and then a leopard cat, 1 meter long, with flames wrapping around its body, walked out of the array. This was beast summoning, the most basic skill of a beast tamer, a skill that any beast tamer could perform. Normally, beasts live in the beast tamer's beast space, but during combat, they can be summoned instantly. The flame leopard cat was Wang Zi's beast, a young demon beast with a silver bloodline, level 7. Wang Zi's current mental power level was also 7, just enough to fully unleash the power of his beast without worrying about backlash. The flame leopard cat first shot an annoyed look at its master, Wang Zi, as if it resented the name Fat Cat, then spat a flame that destroyed the incoming wind blade. The person who launched the attack was Lin He, Su Yao's pursuer, and a classmate of Suze. He was tall and thin, with slightly messy hair, and deep, sinister eyes. A half-human-sized gray wolf, pressing its upper body down, took an attacking stance, surrounded by sharp wind blades. It was also a beast with a silver bloodline, but level 8 Shuafeng wolf. A higher level made the flame leopard cat hesitant to fight. Seeing this, Wang Zi immediately said, Fat cat, give me some face in front of my brother. After we go home, I'll let you eat a whole tuna, the whole thing. The flame leopard cat's eyes immediately lit up, and it elegantly took a step forward, facing off with the Shuafeng wolf. Both beasts had the same bloodline level, so they were equally matched in momentum, but because the flame leopard cat was a level lower, it was at a slight disadvantage. At this moment, Wang Zi said sharply, Lin He, you actually used your beast to attack an ordinary person. This seriously violates the Beast Tamer Management Manual. Aren't you afraid of being disqualified from the exam? Other pursuers of Su Yao, seeing Lin He steal the spotlight, were about to try and show off in front of the class flower, but at Wang Zi's words, they immediately dared not move. The Beast Tamer Management Manual was a regulation established by the Great Xia Beast Tamer Association to restrain beast tamers, and anyone who violated it would be pursued and punished by the Great Xia Spiritual Guard Army. But Lin He didn't care at all. Fat bastard, my brother is about to join the Great Xia Spiritual Guard Army. You think you can scare me? He continued to mock. I thought Suze's mental power test was the best in the school. I thought he was already a beast tamer. Who would have known that he turned out to be so useless now, huh? At this moment, a gentle breeze carrying a hint of fragrance and scales swept through, causing the two beasts, who were in a fierce confrontation, to lower their heads and submit instantly. It turned out that Su Yao had summoned her golden grade beast, the Qingfeng butterfly, to stop the fight. Su Yao, you don't need to do it yourself. Let me teach this guy, who spoke lightly of you, a lesson, Lin He said, as if seeking credit. But what greeted him was Su Yao's cold and unfriendly gaze, and the wings of the Qingfeng butterfly facing him, as if ready to strike at any moment. This made Lin He feel a chill in his heart. He remembered the rumors he had heard before that Suze and Su Yao were childhood sweethearts. However, during the 3 years of high school, even though they were in the same class, the two of them barely spoke a word to each other. The rumor quickly became just a joke. At this moment, Suze spoke up, Su Yao, don't mind him, come over and help me. Su Yao immediately jogged over to Suze's side, asking, Suze, bro, are you alright? As for helping, well, I. Her cheeks flushed red. How could she kiss Suze's egg with so many people watching? But to her surprise, Suze shook his head, raised the egg in his hand, and said, I'm fine. What I meant was a bit ambiguous. I wanted you to kiss the egg, not. Suyao realized her misunderstanding, her face even redder, and quickly bent down to kiss the beast egg, leaving a faint lip mark. Is this your beast egg? I kissed it, now what? Suyao asked curiously, knowing that Suze never did anything meaningless. Soon after she kissed it, the beast egg began to tremble violently. Moments later, a crack appeared in the eggshell, and Suyao leaned in to look. She saw a soft pink turtle head emerge from the egg, and it opened its mouth, spitting out a pure stream of water. The water flowed in an arc, landing on Suyao's face, causing a gasp from the crowd. This scene made Linhee, who was standing nearby, feel a surge of anger and frustration. Chapter 3, The Bet. This just hatched turtle is your beast? Have you become a beast master? Wang Zi asked as Suyao wiped her face with a handkerchief and walked over to Suze. Since newly hatched beasts automatically recognize their master with a certain probability, no one found this particularly strange. The turtle had now completely crawled out of the eggshell and climbed up Suze's arm, resting on his shoulder. It was only about the size of a palm. Its shell had many intricate patterns that, upon a glance, would make one feel dizzy. But it seemed incomplete, lacking a natural sense of balance and harmony. Due to the system's influence, the newly hatched turtle had automatically signed a contract with Suze. It affectionately nudged Suze's cheek with its rounded head while resting on his shoulder. That's right, this is my first beast, and now I'm a beast master. Suze said excitedly. Wang Zi and Suyao seemed to be infected by his excitement and shared in his happiness. Strange, what kind of monster is this turtle? I can't even recognize it. Suyao, now having wiped her face dry, walked over and curiously observed the turtle on Suze's shoulder. Though there were countless types of monsters in the world, the most common subject they studied at school was how to identify the species, rank, and danger level of monsters. Suyao was an outstanding student in this subject, yet she still couldn't identify the species or lineage of this turtle. Perhaps because it had hatched after her kiss, the little turtle was very affectionate toward her. This made Suyao's beast, the Qingfeng butterfly, extremely jealous and upset, but it didn't attack due to its hesitation. Because she was connected to her beast by heart, Suyao was able to guess that this beast was certainly not simple. At the same time, in Suze's eyes, the panel of his first contracted beast appeared. Species, Phantom Turtle, Bloodline, Golden, Upgradable, Level, 10, Skills, Water Jet, Water Prison, Minor Healing, Talent Skill, Phantom Shield. Even for a Golden Bloodline beast, its level at birth ranges from level 7 to level 10. Just like Suyao's Green Phoenix Butterfly, which was only level 8 when it first broke out of its cocoon, it had only reached level 10 after a period of growth. The fact that the Phantom Turtle was born at level 10 also represented the system's acknowledgement of Suyao's appearance, since the system had stated that the stronger the appearance of the one kissing, the stronger the beast's power. Although Suze had never been able to contract a beast before, he had never given up on training his spiritual power. With his extraordinary talent in spiritual power, his beast master level had already reached level 10 long ago. This was the limit level before humans could contract beasts. Any further breakthroughs required the aid of the beast's power, which was why Suze had always been unable to break through. Years of accumulation meant that even now, after contracting a beast, Suze would find it much harder than ordinary people to break through the level 10 barrier, needing external help. Just then, Linhee spoke up. How ridiculous, daring to call yourself a beast master after contracting a turtle you found somewhere. Fine, since you're also a beast master, I won't be violating the beast master's handbook. Wang Zi immediately said, everyone saw it, my brother's beast only recognized him as its master after you attacked it. So, when you attacked, he was still just an ordinary person. But at that moment, Suze interrupted him, that's right, Linhee's attack on me doesn't count as violating the beast master's handbook. As far as I know, initiating a probing attack on another beast master is considered a duel. I think that's what Linhee actually meant, right? Wang Zi was puzzled. In his memory, Suze had always been a scheming person. Why was he now defending the person who had attacked him? There must be something suspicious going on. But Linhee coldly snorted, yes, I did challenge you, but you, a trash who just became a beast master, dare to fight me? Ha! However, Suze wasn't angry. Seeing that his opponent had fallen into his trap, he smiled and said, it's just a duel. No one's going to die, so why would I be afraid? But since it's a duel, it needs something to make it interesting. How about, we wager your spiritual crystal? The spiritual crystal was a one-time gem that could refine spiritual power, and it was extremely expensive. Suze needed the power of the spiritual crystal to break through the level 10 barrier, but with his current wealth, he could never afford it. However, in order to achieve good results in the upcoming Beast Master entrance exam, the school had prepared a spiritual crystal for a few of the most promising students, including Linhee. Before Su Yao contracted the green phoenix butterfly and became the most talented senior in Beishan City this year, there were actually 2 or 3 people competing for this spot, and Lin He was one of them. You think you can have the spiritual crystal? Lin He raised his eyebrows dismissively at Su Zhe. It's not that I don't want to agree, but since it's a wager, you need to put up something of equal value, right? Otherwise, I don't want to waste time with you. Before Su Zhe could speak, Wang Zi immediately took out a jade green, pigeon egg-sized, perfectly round gem from his pocket. It's just a spiritual crystal, what's so impressive about it? I've got one too. Xiao Zhe, take it and wager with him. Fatty, are you sure you want to help me wager? If we lose, I won't have the money to pay you back. Stop talking nonsense. I'm not short on money. This little thing, the tempering spirit orb, I play with it like marbles at home. Wang Zi waved his hand grandly. But in reality, the price of the tempering spirit orb was expensive, though that was secondary. The main issue was that it was hard to find. Most of the tempering spirit orbs were controlled by the government, used to train talented beastmasters and supply the Great Xia's spirit guard. The only reason North Mountain High could offer a few as prizes for students was because they had applied to the government and bought them. There were very few tempering spirit orbs circulating on the market. This particular tempering spirit orb was the result of Wang Zi's father putting in a great deal of effort to acquire it, just this one piece. If his father found out he casually took it out to help someone gamble, he'd definitely get a good beating. But Wang Zi believed that, based on what he knew of Su Zhe, he would never act recklessly. Since he dared to challenge with a bet, he must be at least 98% sure of winning. On the other side, Su Yao saw Wang Zi take out the tempering spirit orb to help with the gamble, so she reluctantly pushed the item she had originally planned to take out back into her pocket. Opposite them, Lin He's eyes sparkled as he looked at the tempering spirit orb in Wang Zi's hand. If he won this one and added it to his own, he was confident that he and his beast would break through to level 10 before the Beastmaster exam. By then, except for Su Yao, he would be the strongest contestant this year. Alright, since there's a fool willing to put up the stake for you, I'll accept your challenge. Let's meet on the school's arena. Chapter 4, Trying to Cheat? Xiao Zhe, do you really have confidence? You know, before Su Yao contracted the green phoenix butterfly, this guy was the top talent in our school. On the way to the arena specially prepared for beastmasters to fight, Wang Zi seemed even more nervous than Su Zhe and spoke up. Su Zhe, seeing this, smiled and said, "Why are you so anxious? It's me fighting him, not you." Wang Zi immediately made a miserable face and replied, "But I'm the one betting with him. Isn't that your little marble? I was just bragging. If I lose it, my dad might break both my legs, maybe even 3. Don't worry, neither your tempering spirit orb nor your precious third leg will be in trouble, I promise." Su Zhe patted his chest confidently. Wang Zi then looked at the little turtle that had just hatched on Su Zhe's shoulder and hesitantly nodded, "I hope so." Soon, everyone arrived at the arena. Apart from the few directly involved, many students had gathered to watch the excitement. After all, gambling with a tempering spirit orb as a stake was a rare sight. In terms of money, it could easily be considered a bet worth tens of thousands. The key point was that although it had a price, it was impossible to find a place that sold tempering spirit orbs outside. The arena at North Mountain High School was built entirely out of wood, but not just any wood. It was ironwood, a plant-type monster that was fairly common. Its attack power was low, but its defense was exceptional. Even attacks from monsters 10 levels higher would have a hard time leaving a mark on the trunk of the ironwood. Generally, a 10-year-old ironwood was the maximum for a black iron level monster at level 10, but there were rumors of golden level tree kings and platinum level tree emperors that had grown for thousands of years. Of course, a normal high school wouldn't use such high-grade ironwood. The arena was mostly built with regular black iron level ironwood, with critical areas reinforced with bronze level ironwood. It looked somewhat old, as if it had rarely been used. After all, this was just an ordinary high school, not a specialized Beastmaster university. Lin He had already walked up to the arena from the other side, his Shuafeng wolf proudly following him with its head held high, looking just as arrogant as its owner. "Why aren't you coming up? Are you scared?" Lin He taunted, beckoning to Su Zhe. Su Zhe walked up with a smile on his face. The Zuling turtle had always concealed its aura, and with its rare bloodline as a beast, no one, except for Su Yao, had noticed its extraordinary nature. Many onlookers, who had been curious about who would fight Lin He, were instead greeted by Su Zhe, the so-called genius who had never managed to become a beast tamer. TCH, has he lost his mind? I remember he's not even a beast tamer, and now he dares to challenge Lin He? Since it's a duel, he must have become a beast tamer by now, right? Yeah, look at that turtle on his shoulder. It must be his beast companion. A tiny little turtle? What can it do? Make soup? Ha ha ha. It seemed that no one, from the opponents to the audience, believed in Su Zhe. On the stage, Lin He was thoroughly enjoying the attention and praise he was getting. "Come on, I'll let you attack first," Lin He said, seemingly generous. But Su Zhe only raised his hand and motioned with a single finger. Humph, since you're looking for death, I'll grant your wish. Shuafeng Wolf, Storm Slash. With a wolf's howl, a wind blade wrapped around the Shuafeng Wolf shot out. It was far more powerful than the wind blade used earlier against Su Zhe. Hundreds of wind blades combined to form a small tornado, charging straight at Su Zhe. The wind blade used by Shuafeng Wolf earlier was a low-level black iron skill, but now the Storm Slash was the highest-level silver skill it could master. If you beg for mercy now and give me the purified mind pearl, I'll spare you. But Su Zhe showed no sign of fear, neither dodging nor resisting. He stood still, until he was completely engulfed by the Storm Slash. This only made Lin He more anxious. After all, he didn't want to kill Su Zhe. Bastard, are you seeking death? He was about to dismiss the Storm Slash and send Wang Zi to save him when he saw a faint blue light shimmering in the center of the storm. I told you, is your beast so weak that it's just polishing my shield? As the storm cleared, Su Zhe emerged unscathed. Around his body was a faint blue shield, adorned with mysterious patterns. Upon closer inspection, it looked somewhat like a turtle shell. Zuling Shield, a unique skill of the Zuling turtle. It's passed down through its bloodline and grows stronger with its increasing power. Only high-quality bloodline beasts of gold rank or above have the potential to inherit such a talent. Other beasts, besides their inherent low-level abilities, can only learn new skills through skill books. The Storm Slash didn't even leave a scratch on the Zuling Shield. This was because, in terms of bloodline, level, and skill rank, the Zuling turtle completely outclassed the Shuafeng Wolf. But Lin He still didn't seem to realize the situation. So your turtle really is a defensive beast? You plan to waste time with me and settle for a draw? He didn't seem to believe that a beast with such strong defense could also have formidable offensive power. But soon, he would realize how wrong he was. Waste time? You think too highly of yourself. Su Zhe finally showed his disdain. Zuling Turtle, Water Gun. A sharp stream of water shot out from the Zuling Turtle's mouth, far from the gentle spray that had touched Su Yao's face earlier. The water stream stretched like a spear, directly sending the Shuafeng Wolf flying, crashing into Lin He behind it. Both man and wolf were knocked back by the force of the water, continuously swept away until the water gun's power was exhausted and it finally stopped. At this point, Lin He had been knocked off the stage, lying on the ground, gasping for air. Water kept flooding his nose and mouth, making him look utterly miserable. His beast, the Storm Wolf, fared even worse. Due to facing the blasting water cannon directly, it had already fainted. The turn of events came so quickly. Just moments ago, Lin He had been invincible, but now he and his beast lay on the ground, like two dead dogs. Alright, you lost. Hand over the enlightenment bead, said Su Zhe, walking over to Lin He, who was lying on the ground. He had controlled the spirit shell turtle with care, otherwise, the water cannon could have attacked Lin He directly, piercing his fragile body. After all, he didn't have the tough physique of a beast. Your turtle, what kind of beast is it? Lin He struggled to lift his head, looking up at Su Zhe with deep unwillingness. The spirit shell turtle, a level 10 golden beast. So, losing to me is not unjust, Su Zhe answered calmly. Another golden level. Why does a useless person like you, who can't even form a contract with a beast, get the favor of a golden beast at the last moment? It's not fair. It's not fair. Lin He suddenly shouted hysterically. If Su Yao had stolen his title of the #1 genius in North City by contracting a golden level beast, Lin He could comfort himself by telling himself she was the woman he liked. But now, Su Zhe had surpassed him with his beast, something Lin He could not accept. Yet, he hadn't considered that Su Zhe had already reached level 10 as a beast master, which allowed him to control the spirit shell turtle with ease. This talent had already far surpassed Lin He, who was still just an 8th level beast master. Useless, you're just useless. You are, and you always will be. The enlightenment bead is mine. I won't give it to you. I absolutely won't give it to you. Lin He cursed, as if he had lost his mind. But Su Zhe was no saint. It was impossible for him to stay calm after being called useless so many times. He lifted Lin He's right hand, and with a scream from Lin He, he snapped 3 of his fingers, then took the tightly clenched enlightenment bead from his hand. Want to back out? If you gamble, you have to lose like a man. Being a cheat is not good, Su Zhe said, taking the enlightenment bead and leaving the arena. Damn, you're amazing. Quietly contracted a beast with a golden bloodline. People like you really make me feel useless. As soon as Su Zhe got off the stage, Wang Zi immediately came up and threw his arm around his neck. His tone wasn't one of jealousy, but filled with admiration and excitement that Su Zhe had finally made a name for himself. Su Yao was also walking up, but she seemed much more composed. She simply whispered, "Congratulations." "Careful, fatso, with your weight around my neck, it'll snap in no time," Su Zhe said, repeatedly patting Wang Zi's arm, feeling like he was almost carrying all his weight. After Wang Zi let go, he looked at Su Zhe's spirit shell turtle and Su Yao's golden phoenix butterfly, both were enviable golden-level beasts. Then he glanced at his own flaming leopard cat, its eyes almost saying, "Look at you, now look at them." The flaming leopard cat wasn't kind, immediately leaping gracefully and using its claws to give Wang Zi a slap across the face. It wasn't until Wang Zi promised to get a tuna that the cat licked its paw and raised its head, stopping its antics. Su Zhe smiled and stepped forward, using the spirit shell turtle's minor healing skill to treat Wang Zi's face. The flaming leopard cat's jealous behavior was a sign of their high bond. Though it was only a silver-level beast, it would still have a bright future. Besides the two of them, many people Su Zhe didn't know also gathered around. As expected of the genius from the mental power test. "I knew he was extraordinary," someone commented. "When he does not speak, he suddenly astonishes everyone." "That's right, I believed in him from the very start." "Su Zhe, do you have a girlfriend?" "I'm really good at taking care of things." It took a great effort for them to break free from the crowd. If they had been a moment slower, they might have lost their dignity. On the other side, Lin He had inhaled water and suffered great pain, fainting for a long time before a kind soul helped him up and sent him to the infirmary. "Phew, these guys, why have they never been so enthusiastic before?" Su Zhe said, panting. "They're not enthusiastic about you, it's about your beast," Wang Zi said with a clear understanding. He continued, "I heard from my dad that before our family became rich, we once tried to borrow 100 yuan to buy food but found we had no acquaintances at all. Later, when we had money, distant relatives suddenly appeared out of nowhere, like bamboo shoots after rain. Don't worry, I can tell who is truly sincere with me." "That's good. My dad's driver is here to pick me up. I'm leaving first." "Good brother, good luck with the Beastmaster University entrance exam." "Goodbye, good luck." With their beasts, as long as nothing unusual happens, they could both easily get into the Beastmaster University. So after a casual goodbye, Wang Zi whispered in his ear, "Don't blame me for not having the driver take you home today. This is a chance for you and Su Da's campus flower to be alone. You should seize the opportunity." Then he hopped into the stretched limo and drove away. This guy. No need for Wang Zi to remind him. After he left, Su Zhe immediately turned to Su Yao behind him and said, "Would you like to go home together?" "Ha? Okay." Su Yao seemed a little surprised, but eventually agreed. The two walked in silence. Su Zhe racked his brain but couldn't figure out how to start a conversation. Finally, Su Yao spoke up, "Su Zhe, we haven't walked home like this together in a long time." The rumors that circulated in the school were not wrong. Su Zhe and Su Yao were indeed childhood sweethearts, and their relationship had been so close that their parents even arranged a marriage for them when they were little. But everything changed when they turned 12. In this world, Su Zhe's parents and Su Yao's parents were researchers at one of the 5 great Beastmaster universities of the Great Xia Empire, the Qinglong Beastmaster University. Because of an accident during a secret research project, Su Zhe's parents and Su Yao's mother went missing, with only Su Yao's father, Su Yiming, surviving. No one ever revealed the cause of the accident to the families of the victims, and that was why Su Zhe had to get into the Beastmaster University. Only by entering Qinglong Beastmaster University, getting closer to, or even directly participating in that research, could he find out what his parents had been researching and what caused their disappearance. The accident made the young Su Zhe believe that Su Yiming was responsible for his parents' death, and since then, his relationship with Su Yao had turned cold. But Su Zhe had been very young back then, and by the time he grew up, the belief had already taken root in his heart, stubbornly suspecting Su Yiming. Now, as a transmigrator, Su Zhe didn't think Su Yiming was particularly suspicious from his own perspective. Because this failed experiment had brought no benefit to Su Yiming, instead, it had limited his career, and he hadn't been promoted for many years. Moreover, Su Yiming's beloved wife had also died in that accident, and he had never remarried. So, Su Zhe, now as a transmigrator, planned to rebuild his relationship with Su Yao. After all, in his original world, their relationship had been very special, one that could truly be called close. "After all these years, I figured it out. I shouldn't have doubted Uncle Su without any evidence. Help me apologize to him. Since that accident, I don't know if it's out of guilt or some other reason, Su Yiming has been avoiding Su Zhe, making it impossible for him to even have a chance to meet and say something. And this is one of the reasons that made Su Zhe think Su Yiming felt guilty, which led him to suspect him." But Su Yao explained, "Su Zhe, you don't need to apologize. My dad said that regarding the accident back then. He believes you have the right to know the truth, but it involves something very serious. Even if he dies, he cannot reveal a single detail to the outside. Is this the reason why Uncle Su has been avoiding me?" "Yes, my dad said that every time he sees you, he feels guilty for hiding the truth from you, but there's nothing he can do. In that case, I'll get into the Qinglong Beastmaster University by myself and step by step improve my value to get closer to the truth of that incident," Su Zhe said, clenching his fist. Having inherited all the feelings and memories of the original owner, Suze naturally inherited this mission as well. Suyao also echoed, "I believe in you, Suze. You can definitely do it." Then, as if she remembered something, she asked, "By the way, Suze, are you free this Sunday?" At this point, Suze returned to his usual playful attitude, shaking his head and saying, "A week, isn't that a bit too long? I'm afraid my waist won't handle it. How about we change it to another day?" Suyao? Then, blushing, she said, "What are you talking about? I'm asking if you're free. I just became a Beastmaster, and I need to register at the Beastmaster Association to qualify for the Beastmaster exam. I haven't registered yet, so I wanted to ask you to come with me. Are you going?" "Yes, definitely. This Sunday, right?" "No problem." It was already Friday today, so Sunday was just the day after tomorrow. As they were talking, they both walked toward an old apartment building. Suyao reached the third floor and then walked to the door of room 302, waving her hand to Suze. "I'll go home now. See you the day after tomorrow. See you the day after tomorrow." Suze followed his memory and went up one more floor, arriving in front of room 402. He took out his key and pushed the door open. This entire building was provided by Qinglong Beastmaster University for professors and researchers. As compensation for the accident, young Suze had not only received a large sum of compensation but also the permanent right to live in this unit. Over the years, most of the compensation money had been spent, but luckily, he still had this unit to prevent him from being homeless. Suze turned on the lights in the room, illuminating the dim space. The house, about 60 or 70 square meters, had a not too big living room, kitchen, and bathroom, with 2 bedrooms remaining. For Suze living alone, it was already enough. Because there weren't too many pieces of furniture or clutter, the room looked quite tidy. The living room only had an old TV and a small sofa, just enough for one person to lie on. Suze casually threw his backpack to the side and sat on the worn-out sofa, frowning. In the original world, his parents were just ordinary researchers at an average university, but in this world, they had a relatively high status, though they didn't end up well. Where did my parents go in this world? Chapter 6, Beastmaster Association. 2 days later. Early on Sunday morning, Suze was eating a huge boiled egg with both hands, enjoying it with relish. In the past 2 days, he had used the God-level gacha system twice again, but unfortunately, luck was not on his side, and both times he only got the lowest level bronze Beastmaster eggs. With his current spiritual power, he could only have one beast, and only after breaking through level 10 and greatly improving his spiritual power could he contract a second one. This was because Suze had a strong talent. For others, they would need to break through level 20 before they could get a second beast. So, the extra low-level Beastmaster eggs obtained from the system. Suze couldn't hatch the contract. He could choose to sell them and earn a great deal of wealth, or let the system recycle them to increase the chances of getting a better one next time, or, like now, boil them and eat them. But if he sold them, it would be difficult to explain how he got so many Beastmaster eggs. If someone with bad intentions targeted him, he might end up like a chicken, locked up and forced to lay eggs every day. As for system recycling, there was a dedicated progress bar. A silver-grade Beastmaster egg could increase this progress by 1%, while a bronze-grade egg could only increase it by 1,000th, meaning it would take time to accumulate. But once the progress was fully accumulated, the next egg would definitely be platinum-grade or higher, which was incredibly rare. So, Suze chose to recycle all his silver-grade Beastmaster eggs, while keeping the bronze-grade eggs to eat. Beastmasters could increase their mental power level by eating beast eggs, and Beastmasters themselves could also increase their strength level. As expected, beast eggs taste better than regular eggs, even when simply boiled. Then Suze furrowed his brow, "But if this system keeps making me hatch an egg and then boil it every day, it feels like I'm a hen that has been practicing laying eggs for 2.5 years. After finishing a boiled beast egg, Suze felt his breakthrough barrier at level 10 loosen just a little. 2 days ago, when he returned home, he immediately used the essence speed he won from the gambling fight, but even then, he was still a step away from breaking through level 10. Years of accumulation had made his breakthrough barriers incredibly thick. Even the essence speed couldn't fully refine it, he could only rely on eating beast eggs to gradually shake it loose. It's almost time. I should go meet with Suyao. When he reached downstairs, Suyao had just left her house as well. She had taken off her school uniform and was wearing a cool, casual outfit, with light makeup, which made her already exquisite face look even more flawless. This left Suze quite confused. The Beastmaster Association uses testing crystals to measure the level of both Beastmasters and their beasts. It wouldn't matter how beautiful she dressed. When he raised this question, as expected, Suyao gave him a scornful look. The Beastmaster Association was the organization in charge of managing Beastmasters in Dacia, equally important as the Beastmaster University, which trained them. But unlike the 5 Beastmaster universities in the country, the Beastmaster Association had branches in every major city. Suzhou City, Beishan, had both a Beastmaster Association and a Beastmaster University as its key facilities. The Beishan Beastmaster Association was located in the bustling downtown area, and its tallest and most magnificent building was easily noticeable. In front of the building stood a statue of a man sitting on the back of a flood dragon. The statue was incredibly lifelike, as if it could come to life at any moment. The mane behind his head and the man's hair were meticulously detailed, making it look vivid and imposing. Dragon Tamer Xiao Qiang, the strongest Beastmaster to come out of Beishan, the pride of Qinglong Beastmaster University. His level reached 100, and in the whole country, only 2 Beastmasters had achieved level 100, he was one of them. His beast, the Azure Cloud Flood Dragon, had dragon blood, making it one of the best among diamond-level beasts. Suzhou looked up at the statue and said, "A flood dragon with dragon blood is already diamond level. Seems like diamond is far from the ultimate level for beast blood." Diamond-level beast blood had already reached the highest tier of bloodlines discovered in the world, with a level cap of 100. It was also because of the limit of beast blood that the highest level for Beastmasters was also capped at 100. Suzhou recalled his own God-level gacha system. Some special eggs are even rarer than diamond-level ones. Perhaps, they are the demon beasts above diamond-level bloodlines, the true divine beasts. Suzhou couldn't help but feel excited about the potential of the system. "What are you daydreaming about? Hurry and go to the association for testing, they'll be off work soon," Su Yao urged from the side. Only then did Suzhou leave under the statue. The statue, though imposing, had long been a familiar sight for the people living in this city. They had grown used to its presence and no longer felt it was anything special. The Beast Tamer Association is a place dedicated to serving beast tamers. It specializes in the sale, capture, skill learning, and upgrading of demon beasts, among other things, including the Beast Tamer test we're taking today. Su Yao continued, "Those who pass the test will receive a badge from the association, and that's when they are recognized as official beast tamers by the country. They will also receive corresponding monthly benefits based on their level." The association had vast spaces, divided into different areas. There was a trading area, where demon beast hunters who registered with the association sold the beasts they had captured. A healing area, where injured beasts could receive free treatment from the association. Of course, if the injury was serious and required medication, it had to be bought. There was even a breeding area. The stronger the demon beast, the harder it was to produce offspring, so specialized people assisted to increase the success rate. And many other areas, everything you could think of. Suzhou and Su Yao were heading towards the testing area in the public section. There, 5 testing platforms were set up, each for conducting the tests. On each platform was a crystal the size of a human head and a cockpit that looked like an open eggshell. The 2 of them walked up to an operating desk. To conduct the test, one only needed to press their hand on the crystal, which would reveal their spiritual power level, while the beast would be tested in the cockpit. The final beast tamer level was determined by the lower of the 2 values. For example, if a demon beast tested at level 10 but the spiritual power was only level 8, the beast tamer would still be considered a level 8 tamer. The same applied in reverse. However, in actual combat, the one with the higher level would definitely have the advantage. Additionally, if the demon beast's level exceeds the tamer's spiritual power by 5 levels or more, there is a risk of losing control, and the Beast Tamer Association will issue a warning. In severe cases, the association may force the dissolution of the contract between them to prevent tragedy. The Beast Tamer test is completely free, a public service. With the Beast Tamer entrance exam coming soon, many people wanted to take a final chance, so there was a long line in front of the test platforms. Suzhou stood behind Su Yao and waited for a long time before it was finally her turn. Moments later, a mechanical electronic voice sounded, "Spiritual power level 10, gold level 10 demon beast, the Qingfeng butterfly." The association immediately became lively. A gold level demon beast? Her future is limitless. That's right, her first demon beast is gold level. It's possible she could later contract a diamond level beast. It's said that Lord Xiaochang did the same thing back in the day. My god. Under the eager gaze of everyone, Su Yao slowly turned and stepped down from the platform. Her beauty also sparked a new round of discussions. Your turn. Su Yao whispered as she stepped down and walked beside Suzhou. Suzhou nodded lightly and was about to walk toward the test platform. Suddenly, the noise outside the Beast Tamer Association grew louder. A frantic voice shouted as it rushed in, "Everyone move. This person is an assassin from Fusong." Ahead of him, a small, thin figure sprinted toward the awakening platform, shouting in broken Daxia dialect, "With you? You want to kill me? I'll kill a Daxia genius right in front of you. Little girl, I just saw you contract a gold-level demon beast? Kikik, you look quite good, but unfortunately, you'll soon be gone." The Fusong assassin was chased into the association at that moment. User is working on translating a Chinese story into impactful English with a focus on direct translations, simple language, and emotional engagement. Just in time, I saw Suya walking down the test platform, and the crowd gasped in amazement. His identity had already been exposed. Even though the Great Xia spirit guard chasing behind him couldn't do anything to him, when the stronger warriors of Great Xia arrived, his death was certain. So, while being hunted, he deliberately ran into the Beastmaster Association. He wanted to kill a genius of Great Xia as a burial offering, to weaken the future power of Great Xia, even if it meant giving his life. The crowd only felt a gust of wind rush past them, and before they could react, the person had already arrived in front of Su Yao. Qi Kek, die. He was fully covered in silver-white armor, and the gauntlet on his right hand extended into a short sword, aimed straight at Su Yao's throat. But only a dull clang was heard as Su Zhe stood in front of Su Yao, a light blue shield of energy firmly blocking the strike. It was the talent skill of the spirit turtle, the spirit shield. Even though the difference in level was vast, the thick shield of light was pierced halfway through, but it still solidly blocked the strike. Because of Su Zhe's intervention, the Great Xia spirit guard behind him finally caught up. The attack had failed, so the Fuso Dark Guard had no choice but to retreat to the side. Tisk, it's actually a talent skill? Another one of those who have contracted a golden beast master. At this point, the Great Xia spirit guard had already blocked the crowd's path. He looked to be just in his 20s, wearing light armor and holding a bright silver spear, focusing entirely on his opponent. The weapon in his hand was transformed from his beast, a technique known as Beastmaster Weapon Transformation. It could turn the contracted beast into a special weapon, depending on the beast's characteristics. For example, if Su Zhe's contracted spirit turtle were to undergo weaponization, it would definitely turn into a shield. And the silver armor used by that Fuso Dark Guard also relied on a similar Beastmaster skill, called Beast Armor Transformation. Unlike Beast Weapon Transformation, which creates different weapons based on the beast, Beast Armor Transformation uniformly turns the beast into a full-body armor. The difference was that Beast Armor Transformation could enhance the Beastmaster's abilities in all areas, like attack power, defense, and speed. Whereas Beast Weapon Transformation was a one-sided enhancement of a single ability, with a much greater increase. For high-level Beastmasters with many beasts, using different Beast Weapon Transformations to complete a set of Beast Armor and weapons was the proper way to approach things. Because the Fuso Dark Guard was stronger than the Great Xia Spirit Guard, in order to counter the opponent, he chose a Beast Weapon Transformation that specialized in attack power. He vigilantly eyed the enemy before speaking, "You can't escape now. You thought you could sneak in while the high-level Beastmasters are all clearing the Beastmaster exam site. When they return, it will be your death." Everyone could feel several strong presences rapidly approaching from afar. But the Fuso Dark Guard, already determined to die, said fearlessly, "So what? I'm going to kill you now and bring these two little geniuses along as my burial offerings." He lunged forward, using his beast armor to hard block the spirit guard's bright silver spear, his attacks relentless, and he even dragged Su Zhe and Su Yao into his attack range. "Our level difference is at least a dozen levels." Su Zhe quickly leaned down and whispered a few words in Su Yao's ear. At this moment, feeling the increasingly close powerful aura, the Fuso Dark Guard had fully erupted with strength. "You will all die together." The Lingwei army also had a grave expression. He no longer retreated but instead braced for the attack, the shining silver spear in his hand unwaveringly thrust forward. "Da Xia Lingwei, let the dead be first. Kill." Just as the two attacks were about to collide, Su Yao's Qingfeng butterfly began to flap its wings beside them, sending a refreshing wind mixed with paralyzing powder straight at the Fuso Dark Guard, penetrating his mouth, nose, and wounds. Even if it was just a moment of paralysis, it still allowed Su Zhe to find several holes created by the spear in his body. Though the wounds were shallow, they were bleeding. "Void Spirit Turtle, shoot the water gun." A stream of high-pressure water immediately shot out, while the Fuso Dark Guard was facing the Lingwei army's life-threatening strike. "It's just a stream of water, at most it can wash away the blood on me. What threat could it pose to someone wearing beast armor?" So he paid it no mind. Finally, the two attacks met. Because of that brief moment of paralysis, while the Lingwei army was severely injured, he did not sustain any fatal wounds. The Fuso Dark Guard was merely left with one disabled arm, yet he still retained the fighting strength to approach Su Zhe and Su Yao. He did not forget to mock, "That poison powder actually had some effect just now, but is your water stream a joke? It might be good for splashing around but has no killing power at all." Faced with the approaching Fuso Dark Guard, Su Zhe looked relaxed and said, "The power of a purely shooting water gun is indeed not enough, but do you know? Powerful water pressure can be used to launch some things." The Fuso Dark Guard suddenly stopped in his tracks, a grim look on his face as he lowered his head. On his chest, there was the most dangerous injury left from the battle with the Lingwei army, located at the gunshot wound on his chest. Although it pierced through the beast armor, it only penetrated less than an inch into the flesh, not lethal. But now, a sharp dagger was embedded in it, with more than half of the blade deeply inserted. In disbelief, he muttered, "When did you? Just now, that water gun you ignored hid this dagger." Although the water flow is weak and hard to hurt people, a blade pushed by water flow is different. Even if it can't pierce the armor, getting into flesh is still easy. The Fuso Dark Guard took a deep breath. So what, even if I have only a breath left, I can still easily kill you. Hearing this, Suze laughed directly. It's already this time and you're still being tough. If you could really kill me, would you still be standing there motionless? The tail of the Qingfeng butterfly contains deadly poison, a powder that can kill even golden-level monster beasts, a unique skill of the Qingfeng butterfly, and my dagger is smeared with this poison. Just now, he had fiercely scraped the tail of the Qingfeng butterfly with the dagger. Then he used the water flow to shoot it out, directly hitting the injury at the opponent's heart. The Fuso Dark Guard had long been affected by the poison, and now he was nothing more than a corpse that could still speak a few words. Sure enough, after a few words, he stared with unwilling eyes and fell down without a breath. To deceive my Disya, do you even qualify? Chapter 8 Reward. Did we really win? Su Yao said, somewhat unable to believe it. After all, the level difference between them and the Fuso Dark Guard was huge. Although she knew this was related to the Fuso Dark Guard being severely injured during the fight with the Lingwei army. If he were in perfect condition, even if they used many methods, it would be impossible to break through the defense and let the poison take effect. Cough, cough. I am Wang Cheng from the 7th team of the 3rd Division of the Disya Lingwei Army's Eastern Corps. Thank you for saving my life. The injured soldier from the Great Summer Spirit Guard limped over and said. His entire body was covered in blood, and he was coughing blood as he spoke, showing how seriously he had been hurt. The bright silver spear he once held had turned into a long snake with turquoise eyes and silver scales, most of its scales fallen off, its tongue flickering weakly. Not at all. If it weren't for Brother Wang Cheng standing in front of us, we would have died at the hands of this Fusang person long ago. Su Zhe quickly went over to support him. Su Yao also echoed, that's right, we should be thanking Brother Wang Cheng for saving our lives. But Wang Cheng immediately said with a serious tone, the Great Summer Spirit Guard must prioritize the fallen. The moment we joined the Great Summer Spirit Guard, this phrase became our iron discipline. As members of the Great Summer Spirit Guard, we must always stand in front of ordinary citizens, so there's no need to thank me for something like this. After coughing up more blood, he continued, you have killed the Fusang assassins that infiltrated our country, this is a great achievement. When the leaders return, I will help you request a reward. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 elderly men with white hair suddenly appeared in the hall of the Beast Master Association. They hovered in mid-air, their powerful presence instantly overwhelming the entire place. One of the elderly men shouted, which fool dares to make trouble in my association? Do you want to die? He was the president of the Beishan City Beast Master Association, known as the white-haired angry lion, Yu Xinghua. Despite his old age, his temper was formidable, far exceeding that of an average young person. Beside him was Guo Lingshan, the captain of the 3rd team of the Great Summer Spirit Guard's Eastern Brigade. The 3 strongest figures in Beishan City were now gathered, except for the president of the Qinglong Beast University, who had to manage the venue for the Beast Master entrance exam and could not return with them. When Guo Lingshan returned, he saw the severely injured Wang Cheng and immediately asked, I remember you are a member of the 7th team, right? Tell me what happened here. Wang Cheng hurriedly recounted everything that had happened. What? 2 young gold-level Beast Masters showed up here? They even killed the Fusang assassins who were far stronger than them? The 2 looked at Su Zhe and Su Yao in astonishment. They were shocked not only by Su Zhe and Su Yao's talent but also by the fact that 2 newly appointed Beast Masters could actually counterkill a Fusang assassin. Or rather, it was more fitting to describe their current feelings as excitement. Yu Xinghua asked, looking at your age, are you here to test your Beast Master level and participate in this year's entrance exam? Su Zhe looked up at the 2 standing in midair and said, we are graduates of Beishan City No. 1 High School this year. We have met Captain Guo and President Yu. Flying is an ability that can only be mastered at level 60 or above. Of course, some flying-type beasts that transform into beast armor come with wings, granting beast masters the right to enter the sky ahead of time. The 2 then realized that flying in the air made it hard to talk with people below, so they landed on the ground. Yu Xinghua was very pleased as he sized up Su Zhe and said, no need to be so formal, just call me Old Yu and him Old Guo. Then he continued with growing satisfaction, not bad, really not bad. Yu Xinghua personally conducted Su Zhe's incomplete test and then took off 2 badges from the testing platform and gave them to the 2 to wear. After completing all this, Guo Lingshan stepped forward and said, alright, Old Yu has finished his tasks here, it's my turn now. You courageously used your wisdom to kill the Fusang assassins, this not only saved your lives. I also saved the soldiers of the Great Summer Spiritual Guard and other citizens. So, in the name of the commander of the 3rd Squad of the Eastern Corps of the Great Summer Spiritual Guard, I award you. He then took out 2 beads the size of eggs and handed them to the 2 people. Both in size and quality, they surpassed what Su Zhe won from Linhe. These were top-quality enhancement beads exclusively for the military, rarely seen in the outside world, belonging to the type that you couldn't buy even if you wanted to. Suze and Su Yao exchanged a glance and excitedly bent down to thank him. Thank you, Captain Gua. They initially only planned to save their own lives, but they didn't expect to receive such a great reward. Guo Linshan smiled and shook his head. There's no need to thank me, this is what you deserve. I look forward to the day you join the Great Summer Spiritual Guard. Students who graduate from the Beast Control University will be integrated into the national system, with the Great Summer Spiritual Guard being a major recruitment source, taking in a considerable number of graduates each year. Some exceptionally talented individuals even work part-time in the Spiritual Guard while still attending school. Of course, not everyone can join the Spiritual Guard. Strength is one aspect, but they focus more on character and the courage to sacrifice for the fallen. After this, Guo Linshan and Yu Xinghuo would need to busy themselves dealing with the destruction caused by the Fuso covert agents in the city. After receiving the badge and enhancement beads, Su Zhe and Su Yao also left the Beast Control Association. Yu Xinghuo was busy cleaning up the mess in the association hall caused by the fighting, while Guo Linshan stepped out of the association. Wang Chang followed behind Guo Linshan and said, "Report, Captain. The number of Fuso covert agents appearing in the city this time is overwhelming. The spiritual guard left in the city can only split up to capture them. I tracked them down during the capture process to the Beast Control Association." Guo Linshan paused, furrowing his brow. Those guys from Fuso come to create trouble every year during our Great Summer Beast Control College entrance examination, but it seems this year the scale is particularly large. He also found it strange. There are still about 10 days until the Beast Control entrance examination. Why have these Fuso covert agents exposed themselves so early? Wang Chang said, perhaps, they didn't want to expose themselves, rather, they were seen through by our people and thus had to reveal their identities? Guo Linshan shook his head. You just graduated and joined the Spiritual Guard not long ago. It's understandable to think that way since you have little experience with Fuso covert agents. These guys might lack in other abilities, but when it comes to stealth, they are unrivaled in the world. If they truly wanted to hide, it wouldn't be so easy to find them. He then looked into the distance and cautioned, this time, the venue environment selected for the Beast Control entrance examination by the higher-ups is quite harsh, and there are so many outstanding students, we must not allow any accidents. Notify everyone, concentrate all forces to protect the examination venue on the day of the Beast Control entrance examination. I will go borrow some people from Olju, he has many experts under his command. Plus, with the principal and teachers from the Blue Dragon Beast Control University, we absolutely cannot afford any mistakes. Yes, sir. Wang Chang saluted and quickly retreated to spread the message. But even with such a concentration of forces, Guo Linshan still felt something was overlooked, and he felt a little unease in his heart. Chapter 9, Breakthrough and Big Prize. After leaving the Beast Control Association, Su Zhe and Su Yao returned to their homes. They needed time to refine the unexpected enhancement beads and further strengthen themselves before the Beast Control entrance examination. Both of them had already refined one enhancement bead before, so refining the second one felt like a piece of cake. However, the enhancement bead obtained from Guo Linshan was of higher quality and larger, so the refining time required was longer. Su Zhe spent just a night refining the first enhancement bead, but this second bead took him a full day and night. By the time the sun was high in the sky the next day, Su Zhe finally fully refined this mind-refining pearl. But the good news is, with the help of the high-quality mind-refining pearl, Su Zhe successfully broke through to level 10. In that moment of breakthrough, the mental power he had accumulated over the years surged forward, forcefully pushing his level up several steps. Before this, although he couldn't break through, the cultivated mental power still existed, just stored within his body. This mental power accumulated before the barrier made the originally simple breakthrough extremely difficult. So Su Zhe needed to rely on the power of the mind-refining pearl, along with the beast eggs he had eaten in the past 2 days, to burst through the barrier. Once the barrier was broken, the excess power would not simply vanish. Several forces intertwined, allowing Su Zhe's momentum to continue climbing. Level 11, Level 12. Level 15, Level 16. Su Zhe had rapidly ascended 6 levels, stopping only at level 16. This was still under Su Zhe's deliberate control during the breakthrough. He had initially planned to stop at level 15 and transfer the excess power to the Spirit Tortoise, to avoid a large gap in their levels. But in the end, both of their strengths unified at level 16, showing just how powerful his accumulated mental power and the mind-refining pearl were. Jumping too many levels at once, I need to adapt before I can fully utilize my strength, Su Zhe said, opening his eyes and exhaling a breath of foul air. The sudden surge of massive mental power made him feel a bit dizzy. In comparison, the Spirit Tortoise, which also rose 6 levels, merely appeared slightly larger, with a shell that was a bit darker, looking no worse for wear. After all, for magical beasts, leveling up is just a normal part of growth. However, in a natural environment, the growth of magical beasts is very slow. It aims to teach a lesson to the human who dares to compete for the master's favor. Then, the illusory Spirit Tortoise rested on top of Su Zhe's head, revealing a bit of its aura, and the green phoenix butterfly wilted. With the same bloodline, a difference of 4 levels is a world apart. Su Yao couldn't help but remind, Brother Suze, if your beast's level is much higher than your beast master level, it can be dangerous. You must be careful. She thought Suze had mainly given the power of the quenching mind bead to the illusory spirit tortoise, which was why it had leveled up so much. Suze smiled and said, thank you for your kind intentions, but I'm at the same level as the illusory spirit tortoise now, so it's not dangerous. Same level? Su Yao was a bit confused. This meant Suze was now an undisputed level 16 beast master. Just 3 or 4 days ago, he wasn't even a beast master. This speed of improvement was unparalleled. This couldn't help but fill Su Yao with a sense of urgency, as if she would be left far behind in an instant. So after that day, Su Yao didn't come looking for Suze, seemingly content to meditate and practice in her own room. 10 days later, on the morning of the Beast Master entrance exam. Finally accumulating enough to draw 10 times, Suze entered the system space early in the morning. In the system space, the gumball machine, which had been silent for 10 days, resumed operation. Suze eagerly watched as a vast number of beast eggs flipped inside. Just like before, after spinning many times, a bronze egg rolled out first, followed by a silver egg. But Suze remained unmoved. He was looking for the appearance of that streak of golden light. Thus he continued to wait, and by the time the 8th egg rolled out, they were all bronze or silver level. Suze gradually began to feel disappointed. At that moment, as the 9th egg rolled out, a flash of golden light suddenly appeared. Suze instantly perked up. It's here, the 9th one has got to be it. My luck isn't too bad. Sure enough, a golden egg rolled out with a thud. Just as Suze was about to exit the system, no longer looking at the last egg. A dazzling light, blindingly bright, erupted from the gumball machine's exit, and a gorgeous, shining beast egg slowly rolled out and collided with the golden egg in front of it. Suze was stunned. The previously satisfying golden egg suddenly seemed less appealing. The grand prize, this is the damn grand prize. What is a golden egg? I knew that cheerful boy wouldn't have bad luck. Because that egg was a diamond egg, representing the potential to break through to the maximum level of 100 for diamond-class beasts. Chapter 10, Strict Hatching Conditions. A diamond-class beast is currently known as the strongest bloodline level, capable of reaching the maximum level of 100. Suze hurriedly took the diamond egg out of the system, excited. Once the dazzling brilliance of the diamond faded, Suze held a beast egg the size of a human head, entwined with 3 fiery red patterns. The diamond egg's hatching conditions should be stricter, right? Suze nervously checked the hatching conditions for the diamond-class beast egg in his hand. Diamond egg hatching conditions: absorb a large amount of heat for incubation in a high-temperature environment. The more heat absorbed, the stronger the hatching beast. High temperature? Suze frowned. He didn't know what conditions the system considered high temperature. Putting the egg into boiling water would likely not work. Forget it, let me check the hatching conditions for the golden egg. If it's the same as before, I'll find Su Yao for help. Suze put the diamond egg back into the system space and took out the golden egg. The beast eggs obtained from the system can be stored in the system space before hatching. After they hatch into beasts, they can only be stored in the beast space. Unfortunately, the conditions for hatching golden eggs of the same level are not the same. Hatching conditions for golden eggs: absorb precious metal gold for incubation. The more gold absorbed, the stronger the beast that hatches. One of these 2 golden eggs is greedy, and the other is lecherous. Suze complained helplessly. For him, the hatching conditions for this golden egg are, in a way, even more difficult than those for a diamond egg. If it really doesn't work, I can sell a few monster beast eggs. A silver-level monster beast egg can sell for at least several million xia coins. That should be enough to buy gold. But Suze still had concerns. After all, his current strength could not be called strong, only fairly weak. Monster beast eggs are precious items. If he sells just 1 or 2, it's fine. But over time, someone would definitely set their sights on him. By then, it would be like being captured and taken home, ending up laying eggs every day. Just when Suze was feeling conflicted, someone suddenly knocked on his door. When he opened the door, he found Su Yao standing outside, dressed in a capable outfit. Is there something? Something? Did you forget about the Beast Master College entrance exam today? We agreed to go together. Su Yao said in disbelief, seemingly unable to believe that Suze could forget such an important matter. Only then did Suze widen his eyes and remember. He had been so dizzy with joy from drawing a diamond-level beast egg that he almost forgot the most important thing today. He hurriedly said, wait a moment, I'll go change my clothes. Su Yao nodded and said, move a bit faster. Luckily, we don't have to rush. Have you seen the exam site in the east? It was just announced a couple of days ago, not far from our Beishar city in the Tianyun volcano area. Suze had indeed overlooked this matter over the past couple of days, and he just learned about the exam site from Su Yao. Today, for Beast Master universities are conducting exams at the same time, with only the Western Baihu Beast Master University being delayed for a few days due to some accidents while clearing the exam site. Unlike the previous life's college entrance exams where schools were chosen based on scores. Disya only has 5 Beastmaster universities in total, and generally, examinees participate in the exams for the corresponding university nearby. After all, there aren't many people qualified to become Beastmasters, so the number of participants in the Beastmaster entrance exam is far fewer than that of ordinary entrance exams before crossing over. It allows all examinees in the corresponding area to gather at one exam site for a unified selection. The exam site chosen by the Qinglong Beastmaster University is Tianyun Volcano, gathering all examinees at the foot of the volcano for the exam. Pass, and you advance, but failed, you are eliminated. Tianyun Volcano? Su Zhe muttered the name, and his eyes lit up. Tianyun Volcano is a level 7 supervolcano. The volcanic eruption index can be used to classify the eruption level of a volcano. Just like the magnitude of an earthquake, the higher the volcanic eruption index, the greater the energy released by the volcano. Each increase of 1 unit in the volcanic eruption index nearly increases the release of energy by 1 order of magnitude, making the eruption power 10 times greater than the previous level. And the maximum level is only 8. Levels 5 to 6 are strong volcanoes, while 7 to 8 are supervolcanoes. The power of a level 7 volcanic eruption is equivalent to a level 9.8 earthquake, which can cause a year without summer. And Tianyun Volcano once had an eruption as high as level 7, but is now in a dormant period. It might have accumulated energy equivalent to a level 5 strong volcano, and is still some time away from the next eruption. So holding exams in the Tianyun volcano area is absolutely safe, as long as one isn't foolish enough to climb into the volcano crater. But there will always be people who want to take risks. If I could throw the egg into the volcano crater, it would definitely hatch. Although Su Zhe did not know what kind of heat was needed to hatch this diamond egg, the volcano was definitely the largest heat source he could find right now. He hurriedly changed his clothes and went out with Su Yao, heading towards Tianyun Volcano. Although Tianyun Volcano is not far from Beishan City, it would probably take a whole day on foot. So they prepared special flying beasts in the city center, which were large monstrous beasts capable of carrying many people, although not fast, with levels around 20 or 30. These were free for beast masters participating in the exam. Su Zhe and Su Yao happened to catch a griffin that was about to take off. The griffin was only a bronze-level beast, and besides its large size and ability to fly, it had no other special traits. There were more than 20 people sitting on its back, but it still seemed very relaxed. Everyone, hold on tight. We are taking off. The Beastmaster at the griffin's head shouted loudly. Not everyone graduated from the Beastmaster University and joined the Spirit Guard. Many like him, with limited talent, were overlooked by the military. So they joined other industries, using the power of beasts to make life easier. The technology in this world was not that advanced, but with the help of monstrous beasts, people enjoyed a quality of life that was not inferior. The griffin flapped its wings, and everyone was lifted into the air, then flew towards the Tianyun volcano area. A faint air shield surrounded them, preventing the airflow from blowing them down, at the cost of slightly reducing the griffin's speed. As they got closer to the volcanic area, the temperature in the air slowly began to rise. By the time the griffin started to descend, Su Zhe felt a slight sweat forming. At this time, many people had already arrived. Looking down from above, it was a sea of heads, dark and crowded. Occasionally, a few shiny spots caught the light under the sun. As soon as he landed, he saw the huge figure of Wang Zi standing out clearly. Wang Zi also spotted him and came over. Noticing Su Yao beside Su Zhe, he winked at him and nudged him with his shoulder. You little guy, I didn't notice before, you were quite impressive. Already paired up, huh? Before Su Zhe could respond, he heard a cold, gritting teeth snort. He looked up, and to his dismay, it was Lin He, the one whose finger he had broken, still in a cast. However, after a cold snort, he wisely walked away without causing trouble. Otherwise, with Su Zhe's level already at 16, he might have dropped Lin He's jaw and put him in a cast too. Chapter 11, The Beastmaster Entrance Examination begins. Seems like this kid knows how to keep his distance. I've refined the thought-purifying pearl these days and concentrated on hard training, rising 2 levels in a short time. Now I'm a level 9 Beastmaster. If that kid causes trouble again, just leave it to me. Wang Zi said confidently. With the power of the thought-purifying pearl, he had risen 2 levels. Being a level 9 Beastmaster was already quite good based on past exam scores. Generally speaking, breaking through level 10 means you can try for the top spot. It's rare to see a Beastmaster like Su Yao breaking through to level 12 with just 2 thought-purifying pearls. If it weren't for the unexpected emergence of Su Zhe this year, she would have likely been the top student in the eastern region. And since Lin He's thought-purifying pearl was won by Su Zhe, in these past 10 days, if he relied on his own training, he would max out at level 9. This was why Wang Zi had the courage to challenge him. Seeing Lin He retreat, he asked Su Zhe about his experience riding the griffin with some disinterest. It's not much different from riding a plane, at most the view is more expansive. Wang Zi immediately felt it was dull. So ordinary? I thought when I break through to level 20 and can contract a second beast, I would. Let my father get me a flying beast too. Suze asked curiously, aren't you riding a griffin? He remembered that when he looked down from the sky, he didn't see a single road. He certainly couldn't have walked here, right? No, my dad insisted on sending me to the exam. He gets dizzy on the griffin, so in the end, the driver drove us here. Wang Zi pointed to a nearby long luxury car covered in mud. The mud on the car was just a small matter. However, this kind of car was definitely not designed for crossing mountain roads, and it was probably already damaged beyond repair. TSK, this is what being rich is like. Such an expensive car is already ruined. How about I sell the beast egg to them? Next to the car stood a plump middle-aged man, Wang Zi's father, Wang Gui, and from his figure, it was clear that Wang Zi was definitely his biological child. He was chatting with a man in military uniform with a smile on his face. While the man looked impatient, it was Guo Linshan, the captain of the Daxia Spirit Guard. Due to the threat of the Fusang Dark Guards, he led nearly all the Daxia Spirit Guards in Beishan City to ensure the safety of the beast-controlling exam site. Of course, Suze could not know about these arrangements. He only saw an acquaintance and thought about going over to say hello. After all, if it weren't for the quenching beads rewarded by Guo Linshan, he didn't know when he would break through the level 10 barrier. At this moment, Guo Linshan also saw him. He immediately changed his previously impatient expression and walked over. This left Wang Gui behind, utterly astonished. He had flattered and complimented for so long, wanting to secure a good path for his son after graduation. But this Captain Guo had never given him a good face. Why was he suddenly all smiles? He followed Guo Linshan's gaze and quickly saw Suze's figure. Hey! Isn't that my little chubby son's good friend? What's his relationship with Captain Guo? Wang Gui had once suspected whether Suze, this poor kid who got along well with his son, was after money. But after spending some time together, he gradually changed his view. At that time, Suze had no power, no money, and he was still struggling to become a beast master. This made Wang Gui wish deep down that his son would build good relationships with those who had power or wealth. But now, unexpectedly, the person he didn't think much of actually got a smile from someone he wanted to curry favor with. Hello, Captain Guo. Hello, Uncle Wang. Suze smiled and greeted the two. Guo Linshan stepped forward and looked him up and down, his eyes shining. With his strength, he could see through Suze, who wasn't very good at hiding, and he nodded repeatedly, saying, not bad, really not bad. It seems the top student in the East this year already has a candidate. Wang Gui understood in his heart. He didn't expect Guo Linshan to have such a high opinion of Suze. Although he had heard his son mention recently that Suze had contracted a gold-level beast, making a splash immediately. But not only Suze had contracted a gold-level beast, there was also Suyao in Beishan City alone, and there were hundreds of cities in the entire eastern region. There were probably no less than 10 geniuses who had contracted gold-level beasts, yet he was already certain that Suze was the top student? As Wang Gui was pondering, Guo Linshan, who had never given him a good face, now smiled and asked, Uncle Wang? Suze, do you know him? That's right, Uncle Wang is the father of my good friend. He has always taken good care of me. Wang Gui immediately took the opportunity and pointed at Wang Zi behind Suze, saying, that's right, that's my son. Their relationship is very good, almost inseparable. Oh, I see. Guo Linshan glanced at Wang Zi. Thinking of your son's body shape, he can barely fit into one pair of pants, yet he wants to squeeze into the same pair with someone else? But he still said, that's not bad. Keep working hard, and you can also join our great Xia Spirit Guard in the future. Wang Gui immediately beamed with joy, constantly praising Wang Zi for being his son, having such good vision. The crowd didn't get to exchange many words before the Beast Master College entrance examination was about to begin. Guo Linshan left first to arrange work. Suze and the others also began to line up. They pinned their Beast Master badges on their chests and, after verifying their exam qualifications, waited one by one at the entrance of the examination room. However, because the two had been holed up at home these days and hadn't gone out, their Beast Master badges hadn't been updated in time. There was only a complete ring of 10 stars on it, representing a level 10 Beast Master. Not bad, you are both level 10 Beast Masters now. I was still thinking of showing off a bit, Wang Zi said with a smile. Suze and Suyao didn't mention their real levels to avoid dampening his spirits. The examination area was completely covered by a closed formation, and at the entrance of the formation, a teacher from the Qinglong Beast Master University shouted loudly, the content of this exam is very simple, it is to hunt monsters. We live in this world where we coexist with monster beasts. The innate conditions of the beast tribe are already better than ours. They have stronger strength, faster speed, and tougher defenses. A long time ago, when the monster beasts first descended, humans were merely their food, and that is when we beast masters came into being. But even today, humanity still faces the threat of monster beasts, so the most important ability for a beast master is hunting monsters. We have already placed 10,000 monster beasts with fragments of enrollment tokens inside the formation area in advance. 10 fragments make one enrollment token. The more enrollment token fragments you collect, the higher your score will be, and there will be extra rewards. The crowd instantly exchanged glances, and Suze was also constantly amazed. Although the Beastmaster College entrance examination had significantly fewer candidates than ordinary college entrance examinations in the past, nearly 100,000 candidates gathered here, accounting for 1/5 of the nation. According to the rules, there could at most be only 1,000 spots. Moreover, some would strive to collect fragments for extra rewards. In reality, only about 500 or 600 people would be able to secure a spot, so the competition was intense. The formation is activated, and the Beastmaster College entrance examination now begins. With the teacher's command, the candidates immediately entered one after another. Along with the candidates also entered the Great Xia Spirit Guard. They would ensure the candidates' safety and prevent cheating. But they could not act freely, they could only intervene to save someone when life was at stake. Outside the area, there were formations maintained by the president and students of Qinglong Beastmaster University. After all candidates entered, the formation would seal the exam area to prevent outsiders from entering during the Beastmaster College entrance examination. Meanwhile, in the shadows, strong people from the Beastmaster Association led by Yu Xinghua were present. They were not only there to ensure the candidates' safety but also to set traps to eliminate any infiltrating Fuso Dark Guards. But this time, Fuso's preparations exceeded everyone's expectations. Chapter 12, Dark Guard Invasion. As soon as Suze entered the formation, he felt waves of heat hitting his face. He looked back. As the last person entered, the formation had closed, only a blurry light screen visible. The heat from the volcano was thus trapped in this formation, unable to escape. Hiss, it's so hot here. Wang Zi, who feared heat the most due to his body size, immediately wiped sweat from his forehead upon entering the formation. Of course it's hot, look what's ahead. Following the direction pointed by Suze, everyone saw a tall mountain without a peak. Due to the climate, although there are many trees here, they are all sparse coniferous forests, so they do not obstruct their view. One can clearly see thick black smoke rising from the mountain's peak, and the heat waves make the air around the peak ripple like water. Guliolu. Wang Zi swallowed and said somewhat timidly, this volcano won't suddenly erupt, will it? We're stuck in this broken formation and won't be able to run away. Su Yao saw this and comforted him, don't worry, volcanoes have eruption cycles. During the dormant period, they accumulate energy for the next eruption. Tianyun volcano is currently in a dormant period and is far from its last eruption cycle, so it won't erupt so easily. Wang Zi patted his chest, which made even girls envious, and said, since the great school beauty Su said so, I am relieved. Then he turned to the people around who had already started moving and hurriedly said, they've already started. We need to go hunt demons too, or else we won't get the enrollment tokens. At this moment, Suze calmly smiled and said, what's the rush? It takes 10 fragments to form one enrollment token, which means the three of us need to find at least 30 demon beasts, even with non-repeating fragments. Considering the duplicates, we'll probably have to kill over 100 demon beasts. That's too much trouble. Wang Zi asked in confusion, then what do you want to do? Suze waved his hand, of course, we wait until others gather enough and then borrow from them. Isn't that a bit unethical? Not at all, trust me, many people think like this. After all, people like to take the easy way out. Also because everyone had their own hidden motives, once entering the formation, everyone quickly scattered to avoid being targeted by others, at most pairing with a few familiar faces. In a moment, only Suze and his two companions were left around. Suyao looked at Suze and asked, where do we go next? Suze pointed at the volcano and said, let's go check it out. Since the examination group specifically chose the Tianyun volcano area as the test site, there must be a reason. We should go see the volcano. Suyao nodded in agreement, otherwise, she couldn't understand why this place was chosen. Wang Zi hesitated for a moment, but in the end gritted his teeth and followed. Shortly after everyone left to search for demon beasts, a hole suddenly appeared at a location far from the formation entrance, like molten glass. A group of mysterious figures in black cloaks, shrouded in shadows, slipped into the formation, and the last person had a strange copper mirror in hand. The mirror sparkled with dazzling light, and it was under this light that the formation quietly opened, so much that the principal and teachers maintaining the formation didn't notice. After entering, he immediately put away the copper mirror, and with the light of the mirror gone, the formation resumed operation, sealing the gap. Then they conversed in Fusang language. The formations of Xia country are nothing special. Alright, everyone, don't be too careless. We broke through the formation just by using the power of the 8-foot mirror. Now we have to rely on ourselves to bypass the Xia spirit guards inside the formation. Don't worry, Captain. In other areas, our Fusang Dark Guards may not be as good as Xia Spirit Guards, but when it comes to stealth, they definitely are no match for us. Then the group concealed themselves in the shadows, approaching Tianyun volcano like ghosts. Ha! Outside the formation, Su Yiming, a teacher from Qinglong Beastmaster University who was maintaining the formation, suddenly uttered a soft sound. What's wrong, Teacher Su? Su Yiming replied, just now, I seem to feel some disruption in the part of the formation I'm responsible for. But now it's fine, maybe it's just an illusion. The teacher shook his head and intended to let it go, but at the center of the formation, a middle-aged man, calm yet imposing, opened his eyes and said, illusion? The Beast Master exam is a national matter, how can it be treated so casually? Teacher Su, how many mistakes have already been made because of your carelessness? Quickly contact the Beast Master Association and have them check if there's anything suspicious outside the formation. Su Yiming immediately lowered his head in fear, admitting his mistake. Yes, principal. The middle-aged man was Xiao Su, the principal of the Qinglong Beast Master University, who had not shown himself previously. He was also the youngest among the three great powers of Beishan City, and the one with the best talent. After that unexpected incident, he took the initiative to replace the dismissed former principal, which was actually a bit of a waste of his talent. Once he arranged for someone to investigate the surroundings of the formation, he closed his eyes again, focusing on maintaining the formation. Wait for me. I can't stand this broken place. I start sweating as soon as I move. Soon, they understood the reason for choosing the volcano as the exam site for the Beast Master exam. Wang Zi's flame leopard cat had just unleashed a fire blade that split a fully red scorpion in two. Perhaps influenced by its master, in just a dozen days, the flame leopard cat had quickly gained several rounds of weight. Its originally slim and light body now appeared somewhat bulky, losing its elegance. Su Zhe saw this and said, Wang Zi, why does your pig suddenly have fur? Wang Zi walked over to the scorpion's corpse and replied, you're the pig, flame is at most a fat cat. Su Yao also advised, but cat-form demon beasts excel in agile movements, too heavy a body will affect their strength. It's better to pay attention. Wang Zi immediately smiled and said, I'll definitely pay attention to what the beautiful school flower Su says, but it's true that flame can really eat a lot. I guess that's why we're so compatible. Saying that, he found a broken token from the scorpion's body, then took out a dried fish from his pocket and tossed it to Flame as a reward. The flame leopard cat quickly devoured the fish and affectionately rubbed against Wang Zi's pant leg, a stark contrast to when it had scratched his face before. This is already the fifth demon beast, how is it that we've only found one fragment? Wang Zi said, shaking off the slime on his token. Su Zhe thought for a moment and said, when we came in, that teacher made it clear that they released 10,000 demon beasts with tokens, but that doesn't mean there are only 10,000 in this area. The Tianyun volcano covers a vast area, and the fire property energy released around the volcano makes it a natural gathering place for fire-type demon beasts. The number exceeds tens of thousands. These demon beasts naturally approach the volcano to absorb fire energy, and the stronger the demon beast, the closer it will be to the volcano. If I'm guessing correctly, it's impossible to gather a full set of enrollment tokens in the volcano's outskirts. The key parts must be hidden in the bodies of powerful demon beasts, which live near the volcano. Let's head to the foot of the mountain and wait. Of course, this was merely an excuse Su Zhe found. He secretly wanted to see if he could go to the volcano's mouth to drop the diamond egg for hatching. However, his deduction wasn't wrong. The closer they were to the volcano, the greater the chance that the demon beasts would carry enrollment token fragments. Before long, Wang Zi had already collected 5 or 6 fragments, though 2 of them were duplicates. Ha! The fragments are glowing again, right ahead. Enrollment token fragments have a mutual attraction and indication effect. It's hard to say whether it's for the convenience of students collecting fragments, or to make the ones with fragments have nowhere to hide and only fight each other. Although Su Zhe didn't intend to actively hunt beasts to collect fragments, since they were in front of him, he didn't mind taking them as well. But just as a few people went around a tree blocking their view, they saw a pig-like beast that had been eviscerated in Linhe, covered in blood, waiting for them. There was also a person standing next to him, wearing a simple set of Great Xiao's Spirit Guard light armor. You really made me wait. Linhe wiped the blood off his hands and said with a cruel smile. Chapter 13, Beastmaster Weaponization. Linhe? You dare to come looking for trouble again, isn't the lesson you learned last time enough? This time, it's my turn to take you down. Wang Zi immediately stepped forward, eager to challenge. Last time, he and the flame leopard cat were heavily beaten, and he had not been happy about it ever since. Now that his strength had greatly increased, he naturally wanted to teach Linhe a lesson. The flame leopard cat bared its teeth at the Shuafeng wolf, and then, burped. You fat deadweight, what makes you think you can fight me? Linhe suddenly tore open his outer garment, revealing a Beastmaster badge pinned to his chest. The badge had 2 rings of stars, the first ring had 10 full stars, while the second only had 1. Level 11 Beastmaster? Wang Zi gasped, then quietly took a few steps back to hide behind Su Zhe and Su Yao. He's too tough, I can't handle him, it's up to you now. He was only a level 9 Beastmaster, while both Su Zhe and Su Yao wore level 10 badges. Moreover, along the way, Wang Zi had witnessed Su Zhe and Su Yao handle beasts easily, proving they were definitely stronger than level 10. But Su Zhe was not paying attention to the crazily provocative Linhe. Instead, he looked at the young man beside him. He appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old, with a face resembling Lin He's by at least 70 or 80%, dressed in the standard light armor of the Great Xia Spirit Guard. He tentatively asked, Lin He, do you want to fight me in front of the Great Xia Spirit Guard? Lin He laughed at this, arrogantly pointing at the young man and said, so what? This is my brother, Lin Jiang. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiang shot him a glare, then looked at Suzai's level 10 Beast Master badge and asked, is this the kid who broke your finger? Although he appeared to be one level lower than his brother Lin He, it was said he had contracted a golden level beast, allowing him to completely bridge or even surpass that minor level gap. Plus, having contracted a golden level beast as his first beast meant he shouldn't logically be hostile. However, since his brother's finger had been broken by the other party, he could not turn a blind eye. So Lin Jiang took a step forward and said, stop talking, to help you get revenge, I specifically requested to be in charge of their defense. But in 10 minutes, it will be my turn to change shifts. After I teach him a lesson, I will take you to find the beasts. The exam is still more important. Lin He bit his teeth in dissatisfaction and finally said, brother, be a bit rougher. It's best if you break one of his legs and an arm or something. Lin Jiang hesitated for a long time, then finally nodded. A strong bull surrounded by lightning slowly walked out of his beast space, then transformed in his hands into a silver short stick, with both ends continuously releasing intertwined arcs of lightning. Suzai's expression turned serious as he looked at the weapon transformed from the beast in Lin Jiang's hands. A level 20 Beast Master, this was one of the recruitment criteria for the Great Xia Spirit Guard, which meant Lin Jiang was at least a level 20 Beast Master. Moreover, beast weaponization and armorization were courses offered at the Beast Master University. Suzai had no connections to learn, and thus the gap in strength between the two widened further. Lightning Strike. A dazzling bolt of lightning shot out from the short stick in his hand, rushing straight toward Suzai. The speed of the lightning left Suzai no time to dodge. Fortunately, the Void Spirit Turtle on his shoulder actively triggered the Void Spirit Shield to block in front of him. Suzai exerted all his strength to maintain the Void Spirit Shield against the lightning attack, but moments later his expression changed slightly. He muttered softly, it seems, it's not that strong, right? Beside him, Lin He watched Suzai being struck by lightning with great excitement, eagerly anticipating the moment when he would see him fall, covered in smoke. I will break your fingers one by one. No, I will crush them one by one. But as the lightning disappeared, Lin He prepared to run over in excitement, only to find that the light shield in front of Suzai remained solid. His face twisted in anger as he questioned, bro, what's going on? Did you hold back? Lin Jiang shot him a glare, shaking his head gravely, shut up. His badge level is inaccurate, he is not a level 10 but a level 16 Beastmaster. Level 16? Lin He gaped, momentarily stunned. Impossible, this can't be true. He just became a Beastmaster a few days ago, how could he have risen so fast? Lin He said, struggling to accept it. I get it. He must have used a refined thought pearl to upgrade his beast ahead, this is a shady path, and he'll be backlashed eventually. Ha, it won't be long before his uncontrollable beast will eat him as food. But Lin Jiang frowned, looking at Suzai's ease in controlling his beasts and did not agree with Lin He's viewpoint. However, he was also in a difficult position now. Suzai then released the Void Spirit Shield and looked at Lin Jiang, saying, you're not yet at level 20, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to take that attack so easily. You're just a reserve Great Xia Spirit Guard? Lin Jiang did not deny it and replied, that's right, I'm still a level 19 Beastmaster, one step short of becoming a full Great Xia Spirit Guard, but it's enough to deal with you. This time, to deal with the Fuso Shadow Guards, all Spirit Guards in Beishan City were called to action, including the reserves like them. Otherwise, the Tianyun volcano area is too large, and it would be impossible to set up all defenses. At this moment, Suzai finally understood why Lin He's refined thought pearl, which he had won, allowed him to break through to level 11 in such a short time. As a member of the reserve Spirit Guard, Lin Jiang must have been issued a refined thought pearl to help him break through smoothly. And he chose to give that refined thought pearl to Lin He. The military-grade refined thought pearl that Suzai and Su Yao had experienced was far superior to the ones distributed by the school, allowing him to leap from 8th level Beastmaster to 11th level. This was good news for Suzai and the others. Every 10 levels of Beastmaster represents a qualitative change, so as Lin Jiang was still not at level 20, the gap in levels could be entirely compensated by their bloodline. Lin Jiang's beast was also silver level, he was not without a chance to win. But Suzai's thoughts seemed to have been seen through by Lin Jiang as he said, do you think I can be at ease just because I haven't broken through to level 20? You are too naive. Holding the thunder short stick, with lightning flickering at his feet, he quickly moved to stand before Suzai, swinging his stick to strike Suzai's quickly raised Void Spirit Shield. The light curtain immediately trembled violently, almost shattering. Behind Suzai, he was also attacked by the partial lightning that leaked through, his expression twisted to the extreme. Kid, now you know, right? There's not just a level gap between us, but a gap in skills as well. Lin Jiang's beast tool was originally specialized for attack. Even if the level is only 19, in pure attack, he absolutely possesses strength beyond level 20. Beautiful. Brother, smash his turtle shell and let me see how wonderful his expression is. Lin He cheered upon seeing Su Zhe's painful and twisted expression after the light shield appeared. Su Yao intended to step forward to help, but was blocked by the Shua Foam Wolf controlled by Lin He with a swift move. Behind the Shua Foam Wolf, Lin He beamed with an uncontainable smile, saying, Su Yao, where do you think you are going? Su Yao looked at him with disgust and said, get out of my way. I won't. What can you do to me? Get lost. Before Lin He could finish his words, the Shua Foam Wolf in front of him was casually knocked away by the Qing Foam Butterfly from behind Su Yao, crashing heavily into him, and then both were sent flying out again. This scene was strikingly similar to him being blasted away by Su Zhe with the water gun earlier. Your strength, this is impossible. Lin He spat out a mouthful of blood. He originally thought that with the high-quality refining bead given by his brother, he could close the level gap with Su Yao, with only the beast mastery bloodline difference left to consider. Blocking her for a moment shouldn't be a problem. But the moment he was attacked, he realized he was wrong. The level gap between him and Su Yao not only hadn't narrowed but had actually grown larger. This unexpected change also made Lin Jiang give up on continuing to attack Su Zhe. He came to Lin He's side and helped him up. Brother, are you okay? Su Yao also took the opportunity to approach Su Zhe. This time is different from before. Even if we join forces, we won't be his match. I'll hold him off. You take Wang Zi and run first, and find other Xia spirit guards to come back and expose him. But Su Yao disregarded the warning and, supporting the electrified Su Zhe, leaned close to his ear and said, I'm not going. Don't you remember? My dad is a teacher at the Beastmaster University. He taught me the technique of beast weaponization. Chapter 14, The True Spirit Shield. So you can perform beast weaponization? Su Zhe looked at Su Yao with anticipation. But Su Yao awkwardly shook her head, saying, this. Although my dad taught me, this technique requires a high level of mental strength, and I just contracted the Qing Foam Butterfly not long ago, so I haven't succeeded yet. Then she quickly added, but once I refine 2 refining beads to break through to level 13, my mental strength should be enough, right? Su Yao herself wasn't very confident. But Su Zhe gritted his teeth and said, forget it, it's better to try than not at all. Tell me the method, whether we live or die, we have to give it a shot. Su Yao hurriedly told Su Zhe the beast weaponization method. The method was not complicated, it could be explained in just a few sentences. In simple terms, it involves using mental strength to communicate with one's beast through the beast contract, establishing a connection, then controlling it to transform and merge into armor or weapons. But the difficulty lies in the transformation and merging process. A slight misstep can be extremely painful for the beast and will lead to a fierce resistance, resulting in failure. My dad said that even at the Beastmaster University, students must practice for a long time and try many times to skillfully control the techniques of beast weaponization and armor transformation. In this situation, time is just too limited. While he goes to take care of Lin He, let's run, right? Before Su Yao could finish her words, she saw a golden light flickering on the body of the spirit turtle in Su Zhe's hand, and a moment later, it transformed into a golden shield. You succeeded just like that? Su Yao said incredulously. She had trained her mental strength since childhood, but after becoming a beast master, she had never succeeded in beast weaponization before. Su Zhe scratched his head and said, it seems, it's not as difficult as you said. Upon hearing this, Su Yao appeared quite disheartened. The 2 most important factors for successfully performing beast weaponization are strong mental strength and intimacy with the beast. Su Zhe himself possessed a supernatural mental talent, and after crossing over, the souls of 2 lifetimes merged into one, making his abilities even greater than before. Moreover, whether it was because he formed a contract with the spirit turtle through the system, their closeness was also very high. It was precisely because he met both of these requirements that Su Zhe successfully performed beast weaponization with just 1 attempt. On the other side, Lin Jiang breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that his brother Lin He was not in life-threatening danger. Just as he turned around, he happened to see Su Zhe successfully complete beast weaponization. You learned beast weaponization so quickly? That's impossible. Back when I was at Beast Handling University, I spent a whole 6 months mastering it, and that speed was already above average in school. He hasn't even passed the Beast Handling College entrance exam, how could he? If before he targeted Su Zhe just because he had injured his younger brother and broken his finger, now he felt a mix of surprise, envy, jealousy, and fear, and more emotions. Fortunately, his beast weaponization is defensive specialization, not attack specialization. Plus, he just learned how to weaponize, and it will take him some time to master it. I need to take this chance to eliminate him. Facing a genius of Su Zhe's caliber, befriending them immediately was the right choice. But now it was clearly too late, and Lin He's feelings for Su Zhe were deep-seated. So to prevent future retaliation, the best choice was to cripple him here. Lin Jiang tightened his grip on the short stick in his hand, and the phantom of the Thunder Bull reappeared behind him. Raging Thunder Bull, a silver-level beast, currently stuck at level 19, just like his own level. The appearance of the phantom meant that the power of the thunder stick weaponized from his beast was at its peak, ready to end Suze in one blow. Thunder flash. The short stick, barely half a meter long, suddenly extended to more than 10 meters. He still stood in place, but the thunder stick was already above Suze's head. It was a long stick entirely made of lightning, swinging down fiercely with Lin Jiang's arm. Suze quickly raised the turtle shell-like shield above his head. The shield weaponized from the spirit turtle was the real spirit shield, far sturdier than using a skill. The long stick smashed down brutally. Suze barely caught it, but he was already kneeling on one knee, the violent thunder making his hair stand on end. But just for a moment, he forced himself to stand up again. Lin Jiang's full-force strike was ultimately blocked by the spirit shield. The phantom stick made of lightning quickly disappeared after being blocked, and Lin Jiang stared blankly at the half-meter-long stick left in his hand. Muttering, "Impossible. This doesn't make any sense." He couldn't believe that his all-out strike was effortlessly received by Suze without any harm. At this time, Suze twisted his shoulder, recovering from the numbness caused by the electric shock, and said, "Your attack is over, so isn't it my turn now?" Lin Jiang looked up at Suze, gritting his teeth, and said, "Even if my attack can't do anything to you, your beast weaponization is defensive. Attacking me won't hurt at all." Suze smiled and said, "That's true, so I plan to use your own power to attack you." Lin Jiang still didn't understand what Suze meant until he saw the shield in Suze's hand starting to flicker with lightning. All returned. This was the new ability of the weaponized spirit shield, which could absorb and store all attacks that it blocked. The beast tamer could choose the right moment to release all attacks returned, but only one attack could be stored at the same time. After releasing, there would be a cooldown period before another attack could be absorbed. Suze had just absorbed Lin Jiang's attack and was now returning it all at him while he was weak. Lightning shot out from the shield, like a lightning snake striking straight at Lin Jiang. In a critical moment, he quickly released the beast-taming artifact of the Thunder Bull to block in front of him. As soon as the Thunder Bull regained its form, it mooed affectionately at its master, only to be struck by the lightning right on its body. Fortunately, as a lightning attribute beast, it had a very high resistance to lightning. Though it was painful, it wasn't fatal, and Lin Jiang, who was hiding behind it, was the same. "After being shocked for so long, it's time for me to shock back," Suze said excitedly upon seeing this. From the moment he faced off against Lin Jiang, he had been passively enduring the attacks and shocks, and now he had finally turned the tables. When the shield released all of its stored power, the Thunder Bull's body collapsed, filling the air with the smell of grilled steak. Lin Jiang decisively recalled the Thunder Bull into the beast space, then rushed to Lin He's side and lifted him, saying, "Let's go." The two quickly escaped, disappearing into the jungle with a few leaps. How could they get away? Aren't we going to chase? Especially that Lin Jiang, how dare he act against the rules as a great Xia spirit guardian? Even the reserve team can't let this slide. Wang Zi exclaimed angrily. But he saw Suze, utterly exhausted, plop down on the ground, and the void spirit turtle in his hands had already exited its beast-taming state, its limbs all retracted into its shell, becoming a turtle with its head tucked in. "You can chase if you want, his beast still has combat power, but my void spirit turtle just overloaded from absorbing attacks and now needs some time to recover, chasing after you to fight him." Wang Zi immediately shrank his neck. "Then I'll let them go." Suze also breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily Lin Jiang was scared in the end and chose to run, otherwise, the outcome would have been uncertain. Chapter 15, The Guide Party. Seeing that no one was chasing from behind, Lin Jiang finally set Lin He down and gasped for air. "Brother! Why are we running away?" Lin He said unwillingly. Lin Jiang replied irritably, "Why should we stay? Are we going to fight them?" "Brother, you're not afraid, are you? He can't use that ability again so soon. We still have time to go back." Before Lin He could finish his words, Lin Jiang grabbed his collar and lifted him. "Can you guarantee that kid has no other tricks?" "Ha! If you can, I'll go back with you. Don't forget, our most important thing today is the exam, not helping you take revenge. Your score matters for both of our futures, it can't be gambled away." Not long ago, Lin Jiang learned that Lin He lost the school-issued refining beads in a gamble, so he decisively gave his own refining beads meant for promotion to his brother. But Lin Jiang was not without his own considerations. Military-grade refining beads could help Lin He break through to a higher level, allowing him to achieve a better score in the beast-taming exam. And as long as he entered the top 10, the worst reward would still be high-quality refining beads, which are better than military-grade. So he was actually making an exchange with Lin He, using his refining beads to help him level up and earn rewards, hoping to take the rewards and smoothly break through level 20 to join the Great Xia Spirit Guard. But if they continued to waste time with Suze, all of that could go to waste. Seeing Lin He silent, he comforted him, "Brother, you need to understand that the beast-taming exam is the most important thing right now. That kid can wait until you become a powerful beast master to seek revenge on him." However, he was internally anxious. Since Suze could be promoted to a level 16 beast master in such a short time, he might soon surpass him. They missed this opportunity today. Will there really be a chance for revenge later? I'm afraid that by then, it will be Suze coming to take revenge on them, right? As Lin Jiang's thoughts raced, he suddenly heard soft footsteps behind him. Who is it? He thought it was Suze who had caught up, and quickly turned around. But what appeared before his eyes was a group of mysterious people dressed in black hooded coats. Lin Jiang was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized their identity and hurriedly took out a signal flare from his pocket, ready to shoot it off. However, one of the black-clothed figures swiftly subdued him and snatched the signal flare away. This was partly because he had been injured after the full return from Suze, otherwise, he should have been able to launch the signal flare before being captured. Lin He was also easily subdued, and when he heard the name of the Fuso Dark Guard, his legs went weak with fear. Lin Jiang was pressed down on the ground, his right cheek tightly against the ground, still trying to remain calm as he said, "You are the Fuso Dark Guard? Let me go. Our Daxia Spirit Guard in Beishan City is all in formation, waiting for you to walk into our trap. Why don't you surrender quickly?" A bluffing Daxia person, your life is in our hands now. Do you still have the right to threaten us? The Fuso Dark Guard holding Lin Jiang mocked in heavily accented Daxia. The leader of this group of Fuso Dark Guards squatted down before Lin Jiang to confirm something. You just said that all of Beishan City's Daxia Spirit Guard is here, is that true? Of course it's true. Are you scared? Lin Jiang thought he saw a glimmer of hope and shouted loudly, the weakly. But the captain only laughed happily, good, good. It seems our prior inducement worked, they really have concentrated all their defensive forces here for this exam. The mission is already half successful, next, we just need to take them. Lin Jiang's face changed instantly, he realized he had just said the wrong thing. You little cub from Daxia, I ask you, how is your defense set up? How can we bypass it and reach the volcano? But this time, Lin Jiang learned his lesson and tightly shut his mouth, refusing to say a word. Captain, since this little cub is unwilling to talk, let's just kill him. Even if we have to fight our way through, we can certainly use our lives to send you to the volcanic crater. The so-called captain of the Fuso Dark Guard side, it must be so. I've long heard that the Daxia Spirit Guard is disciplined and acts as a shield for the people, and their reputation is well deserved. Saying this, he gestured to his subordinates to kill Lin Jiang and Lin He. At that moment, Lin He's cries rang out, please let me go. I can help convince him. Then turning to Lin Jiang, he said, brother, just say it, I don't want to die, I really don't want to die. Anyway, you're still not a Daxia Spirit Guard, you're just a reserve member, it doesn't matter that. If the number of people is complete, then we will receive our new defense area, and we can choose for ourselves. Lin Jiang discovered the direction of Suze and the others, and during the next gathering, he chose the defense area in front of the three, which happened to be just right. So if I don't let you go, then when we find out one is missing during the gathering, you'll immediately start searching, right? That's right. If you want to approach the volcano without triggering an alarm, you must not kill me. The captain of the Shadow Guard immediately signaled his men to let go. Since that was the case, Lin Jiang indeed could not die. But then he said, since your defense is completely irregular, and you don't know how to bypass others to reach the volcano, what significance is there in keeping you alive? Lin Jiang immediately replied, but I know when the gathering will happen and where the gathering point is. As soon as I receive the news, it means others will also rush to the gathering point, and then you just need to bypass the gathering point and run toward the volcano. The captain of the Shadow Guard happily patted Lin Jiang's shoulder, good, very good. Once you receive the news, tell us where the gathering point is, and we'll immediately let you go. Before Lin Jiang could be happy, he heard the captain continue, but to prevent you from playing tricks, I have to keep him here. Then the captain pulled Lin He to his side, and Lin Jiang stretched out his hand but ultimately gave up. Captain, since my brother and I are cooperating so well with you, could you fulfill a small request of mine? After Lin Jiang explained everything, Lin He seemed much less afraid, even smiling at the captain of the Fuso Shadow Guard. You captives want to negotiate terms with us. One Fuso Shadow Guard was about to angrily reprimand him, but was persuaded back by a gesture from the captain. He asked with great interest, speak, what conditions do you want? Lin He cautiously said, I want you to help me kill someone. It's not a big person, just an ordinary examinee in this exam. The captain immediately clapped and laughed, interesting, really interesting. No problem, I agree to help you kill an examinee. What he did not say was, as long as the plan went smoothly, all the examinees here must die. Chapter 16 The Final Signal Flare. After repelling Lin Jiang, Suze, and the others took a short rest before they set off again. The Void Spirit Turtle remained in a dormant state, still not awake. Although it is said that powerful beast masters do not need to rely on the power of their beasts, and can change the color of the heavens and earth with their own mental strength, causing mountains to collapse. For low-level beast masters like Suze, losing their beast means they are not much stronger than ordinary people, making it very dangerous in this place filled with monster beasts. Little Zizi, don't worry. Before your little turtle wakes up from its nap, your safety will be my responsibility. Wang Zi promised, patting his chest. He and Su Yao walked in front and behind, protecting Su Zhe in the middle. Although Wang Zi was a bit unreliable, Su Yao's strength was still trustworthy. As long as they didn't encounter a big summer spirit guard like Lin Jiang who lacked awareness, there shouldn't be any problems. They walked further, and the Tianyun volcano seemed to be just in front of them, with heat waves getting stronger and stronger. But as the saying goes, looking at the mountain can tire a horse to death. Even though it looked close, there was still a considerable distance to go. At this point, Wang Zi was already soaked in sweat, and his whole body seemed to have dehydrated and thinned out a bit. Su Zhe even suspected that if they got any closer to the volcano, Wang Zi's fat might be completely squeezed out. It wasn't just him, Su Yao and Su Zhe were also suffering. Wang Zi gasped for breath and said, little Zizi, we have indeed noticed that the deeper we go, the stronger the monster beasts become, and each one carries fragments. But now we have gathered almost all the fragments, there's no need to continue deeper, right? Just like you all said, we can borrow the rest from someone else, can't we? Su Zhe said, at this point, I won't hide it from you anymore. I am going to the volcano not just to collect fragments but also because I have important things to do, so I must go deeper. This matter has nothing to do with you, I can manage the rest of the journey alone. Wang Zi asked, how far do you plan to go? Until I reach the crater. Oh come on, you aren't planning to learn to swim naked in the crater, are you? Su Yao, wiping the sweat from her forehead, said, your beast is currently in hibernation, so I can't possibly leave you behind. It's just the crater, I happen to want to see it too. Wang Zi had a sorrowful face, you two are like a couple, and I, the single dog, am left out. Forget it, to avoid anyone saying I'm ungrateful, I'll join too. I can't believe that they can actually fry me. Guliolu. At that moment, the phantom turtle on Su Zhe's shoulder suddenly made a sound, and then slowly stretched its limbs and head out of its shell, stretching its body. Finally awake. Su Zhe also sighed in relief. Water prison technique. This was originally a skill used to trap others, but now Su Zhe used it on the three of them. 3 spheres of water appeared out of thin air, encasing them. The cool water instantly enveloped their bodies, isolating them from the heat and replenishing their moisture. Then, just before suffocation, Su Zhe cancelled the water prison. Refreshing. Wang Zi took a deep breath. Su Yao's expression also improved quite a bit, but then she noticed her clothes were all soaked and a bit revealing. Fortunately, the surrounding temperature was still high, and soon the moisture on her clothes evaporated. The three took a short break, preparing to set off again. Suddenly, intense sounds of fighting and curses in another language came from not far away. The three opened their eyes wide, something's happening ahead. Has the Fusang's secret guards infiltrated? A little while ago, Lin Jiang, captured by the Fusang secret guards, anxiously awaited the news of the gathering. Several impatient Fusang's secret guards couldn't wait and threatened him multiple times. Finally, Lin Jiang suddenly stood up from the ground, with an excited smile on his face, and his wristband was glowing. There's news. It's a gathering message from Captain Guo Linshan. Then why aren't you looking quickly? Lin Jiang, jolted, hurriedly looked at the message. Then he looked up and said, this time the gathering point is in the East 30 area. If you want to go to the volcano, you need to head north, there won't be any problems. One of the secret guards twisted Lin Jiang's wrist to check for himself, making him grimace in pain. Then he turned to the captain and said, the message is fine, he isn't lying. The secret guard captain said, great, then we will keep our promise and let you go first, but your brother must stay behind to prevent you from pulling tricks. No problem, after I leave, you all wait a while before setting off, until most people reach the gathering point. The little cubs of the Great Xia don't need to tell me this. Then they loosened their restraint on Lin Jiang, and he glanced back at his controlled brother a few times before quickly heading toward the gathering point. But at that moment, Lin He didn't feel any danger at all, still repeatedly emphasizing, my brother has gone to cooperate with you, you must keep your promise. Don't worry. At Tianyun Volcano, East 30 area. To facilitate defense, the Great Xia Spirit Guard divided the southeast, southwest, northwest, and northeast directions of Tianyun Volcano into 100 areas each. The volcano in the middle also had 50 areas, making a total of 550 people. It doesn't seem like many, but the Great Xia Spirit Guard is made up of the elite among the elite. The entire Eastern 3rd Division, along with the reserve team, barely managed to gather this many people. In previous years, the Beast's exam certainly did not require this many defenders, but this year was an exception due to the blatant threats from the Fuso's Dark Guards. As soon as Lin Jiang arrived at Area 30, he was stopped by someone who asked, Lin Jiang, I just heard some intense fighting sounds coming from your area. What happened? With such an arrogant tone, one might think he was already a full-fledged spirit guard. But in reality, he was also a reserve member like Lin Jiang, just that he had taken the essence speed and leveled up to 20, only one last oath away from becoming a full spirit guard. None of your business. Lin Jiang replied harshly, then walked into the team. Humph, a guy who hasn't broken through yet dares to act so cocky. I'll wait to see you get kicked out of the reserve team. After no one else arrived, the captain of the 3rd Division, Guo Linshan, started counting. 548, 549. One person is missing? Guo Linshan's face changed. This was an emergency situation that could interrupt the exam and put them on high alert. Just then, someone shouted, "Report, Captain." Sun Hao from North Area 57 suddenly had a stomach issue right before receiving the news. He asked me to check in first and said he would be here soon. Hearing this, Guo Linshan breathed a sigh of relief, but then snorted coldly, "No organization, no discipline. I will teach this guy a lesson." What he didn't notice was that Lin Jiang, hearing this, was sweating profusely. North Area 57, that's exactly where the Fuso Dark Guards are heading toward the volcano. I hope they don't run into each other. But what people fear most often happens. Just as he felt extremely uneasy, in the northern sky, a signal flare suddenly exploded, brilliantly bright. Chapter 17, The Gap Between People. It's a signal flare. There's an emergency. Those spirit guards of the Great Xia, whom Guo Linshan called undisciplined, suddenly moved in perfect harmony, their faces resolute as they awaited Guo Linshan's orders. Even the reserves were the same. But if one looked closely, they would find one person consistently lagging half a beat, sweat covering his face. Reserve team, inform all students that the exam is over and gather at the entrance of the formation. Everyone else, come with me to North Area 57. Guo Linshan commanded loudly. Yes. Everyone moved in unison. The reserve team quickly separated from the group, then scattered to search for students across the examination venue. Fortunately, they had a special way to locate the students, and that was the Beast Master badge. This was also one of the reasons why candidates were required to wear the badge. The others followed Guo Linshan directly to North Area 57. They were all Beast Masters above level 20, although they could not fly, they had mastered the technique of Beast Armor, which increased their speed under the aid of the armor, allowing them to quickly arrive at North Area 57. The first to arrive was naturally the strongest, Guo Linshan, who flew in the air, and he immediately saw Sun Hao lying on the ground with two familiar figures beside him. The two were Su Yao and Wang Zi. The three of them looked quite disheveled, Sun Hao's arms empty, while Wang Zi held an already fired signal flare, but Su Zhe was nowhere to be seen. What are you doing here? What happened? Where is Su Zhe? Guo Linshan furrowed his brow while checking on the unconscious Sun Hao, as the three of them should not have separated in the first place. Fortunately, although Sun Hao had lost both arms and was in a dire state, his life was preserved. Su Yao, still somewhat shaken, said, "We were near Su Zhe when we heard fierce fighting sounds coming from this direction, and when we got there, we happened to see a group of guys in black attacking our spirit guardian brother." At this time, other members of the Great Xia Spirit Guard gradually arrived, and hearing their accounts and seeing their comrade's tragic condition, their expressions were filled with pain yet also a hint of determination. "It must be those damn Fusang Shadow Guards, they must have found some way to infiltrate us." Su Yao continued, "Those people are very strong, our spirit guardian brother was completely overpowered, and we hid nearby, too scared to make a sound. Moreover, those people seemed to know ahead of time where our spirit guardian brother hid the signal flare, they immediately knocked it out of his hands. Fortunately, they seemed to be in a hurry, after launching a deadly attack from a distance, they turned and left." Su Zhe seized this moment to stand in front of the spirit guardian brother and used his beast mastery skill to block the residual power of the attack. At that time, our spirit guardian brother was already seriously injured, but he still held on and guided us to launch the signal flare. After that, Su Zhe went after them alone. Actually, the scene at that time was far more tragic than Su Yao described. Those black-clad individuals not only accurately knocked down the hidden signal flare but, when they didn't kill Sun Hao right away, decisively chose to sever his hands to prevent any chance of survival. Then they left behind a persistent damage skill resembling a tornado blade, wanting to torture Sun Hao slowly to death, as if they were in a hurry. Su Zhe only appeared to block the remaining power of the skill when they left, he couldn't handle the full force of that skill. Then he used the light healing skill of the Phantom Tortoise with all his strength to heal Sun Hao's injuries, saving his life. After that, he told Su Yao and the others to wait for the Great Xia Spirit Guard to arrive while he continued alone toward the volcano, as if he were chasing after those Fusang Shadow Guards. Guo Linshan frowned and said, "This is crazy, with his strength, even if he catches up, what can he do?" He thought Su Zhe wanted to go alone to stop the Fusang Shadow Guards. While he admired his spirit, he couldn't help but worry about Su Zhe's safety. But he doesn't fear sacrifice. To die for the fallen, this kid is simply a born Great Xia Spirit Guard. Little did he know, Su Zhe was just eager to hurry to the volcano to hatch the egg, finding a suitable reason to do so. Even he didn't realize his destination coincided with that of the Fusang Shadow Guards. Su Yao continued, "By the way, if I'm not mistaken, one of the candidates for this exam named Lin He was caught by that group of black-clad people and was acting with them." Lin He? Guo Linshan felt the name seemed somewhat familiar. Someone beside him reminded, "Captain, there's a guy in the reserve team named Lin Jiang, he is Lin He's older brother." Lin Jiang. Lin He. It seems that the enemy acted decisively at the first moment we gathered and accurately located where we put the signal flare, which now has a reasonable explanation. Clearly, he had already guessed there was something wrong with Lin Jiang. If he had admired Su Zhe before, now he looked down on the Lin brothers. But stopping the Fusang Shadow Guards conspiracy was the top priority. As for Lin Jiang, he could be dealt with later by military law. Humph. Sometimes the gap between people is even larger than that between people and dogs. Guo Linshan snorted coldly. Although we are at a disadvantage now, they made a big mistake by capturing the candidates to act together. Sure enough, they quickly detected Lin He's badge moving rapidly and getting closer to the volcano. Guo Linshan then noticed that the position of Su Zhe's badge is also on the road leading towards the volcano. This kid won't get into trouble, right? Guo Linshan increasingly admired Su Zhe and hoped nothing unexpected would happen to him. These bastards from Fusang really want to take action against the volcano. You few, first take these two kids back. The rest, set off with me. Everyone quickly rushed towards the volcano, while a few were left behind to take Su Zhe and the others back to the entrance of the formation. On the way, the two kept looking back anxiously, worried about Su Zhe's safety, but they also knew that with their own strength, going back would only cause trouble. Don't worry, Captain Guo has brought so many people over there, those Fusang people are just a few, it won't be a problem. Hopefully. Captain, just now a little brat helped the Dasha Spirit Guard block the last attack and saved him. Why didn't you let me go kill them all? Near Tianyun Volcano, a Fusang Dark Guard couldn't help but ask. Although they were in a hurry at that time, they were much higher in rank than Su Zhe, so they clearly remembered what happened at the moment they left. We encountered that Dasha Spirit Guard by accident, we lost some time. If everything hadn't gone smoothly afterward, I would have doubted that kid was calculating us while ignoring his brother's safety. And sometimes, one wounded person can hold back more people for longer than a dead one, so there's no need to waste time for a trivial little brat. But Captain, that little brat mastered beast artifact transformation at this age and even blocked my attack. Even if it was just the aftermath, it shows his beast should be at the gold level. Keeping such a genius is truly a disaster. The captain said indifferently, you remember, as long as our plan succeeds, no matter how talented he is, it means nothing. Yes, Captain. At that moment, Lin He, who had been held by the Dark Guard captain, began to squirm. He turned back excitedly and said, is the person you just mentioned tall and skinny, looks quite okay, and turned into a shield after beast artifact transformation? The captain didn't answer immediately but raised an eyebrow and asked, you can understand our language? Lin He replied, I've been interested in Fusang culture since I was a child, so I've self-studied some. Upon hearing this, the captain seemed very pleased. Good. By the way, you were right, that person is indeed as you described. Lin He immediately distorted his expression and said, that's him, Su Zhe. Captain, you promised me to help kill him. Why did you let him go just now? It seemed he forgot that his life was still in the other's hands. You bastard, do you dare to speak to our captain like that? Clearly, it was your brother who pointed out the problem with the path, and now you still want us to help. Before he could finish his sentence, he was stopped by the captain's hand. Hey, you can't say that, although there was a slight hiccup, if it weren't for those brothers, we wouldn't have been so smooth. Then he let Lin He down and said, the promise I made to you will naturally be fulfilled, but don't you think it would be more interesting if you killed him yourself? But he is much stronger than I am. Captain, do you mean you can help me? Lin He realized the implication in his words and said expectantly. Of course, come, look here. He took out the 8-foot mirror that had broken the formation and sent them inside, letting Lin He gaze at it. Bright beams of light began to drill into his eyes, causing his gaze to gradually become vacant. Chapter 18, Red Crystal Core. That group of Fusang Dark Guards seemed to have just gone towards Tianyun Volcano. What are these guys planning? Su Zhe felt increasingly uneasy. He feared that only by quickly hatching the diamond-level monster in his hands could he feel a bit at ease. After all, a monster of this level, even in its young stage, has a strength of 30 or 40 levels, and with the pressure of its bloodline level, it can even defeat a 50-level golden monster. Then he hurriedly quickened his pace, running towards the volcano. Just as he finally arrived at the foot of Tianyun Volcano and prepared to climb, fierce sounds of fighting suddenly came from halfway up the mountain ahead. What happened again? Su Zhe murmured. He stood at the foot of the mountain and looked up, seeing that the Fusang covert guards had been intercepted again, but this time they were not going to get past so easily. For in front of them were more than a dozen elite strongmen from the Beast Master Association, led by Yu Xinghua. Finally, we've blocked you, little devils coming from Fusang. Yu Xinghua said from the front of the interception team. The reason they moved faster than the Dasha Spirit Guards was that they had already been on the outer perimeter of the formation. After Su Yiming noticed that there was a problem with the formation, the principal of Beastmaster University, Xiao Su, ordered someone to inform the Beastmaster Association to conduct a thorough search on the outer perimeter of the formation. Sure enough, they found traces of someone hiding there, so they immediately gathered everyone together. Just then, a request for support came from inside the formation, so they opened a gap in the formation based on the message and rushed towards Tianyun volcano from nearby. I didn't expect that to deal with us. Not only Guo Linshan was dispatched, but also Yu Xinghua. With Xiao Su maintaining the formation, the three great masters of Beishan City have gathered here today, the covert guard captain said with a smile. He did not appear fearful or disturbed by the strength of the enemy, on the contrary, he seemed somewhat excited. Yu Xinghua arrived out of breath and said, Captain Yano Takashi of the 5th team of Fusang's covert guards personally came out. We must take this seriously. But what about your inseparable deputy? He isn't at home waiting to take your place, is he? She has more important tasks, so you don't need to worry about her. Everyone, get ready to break through. Yano Takashi shouted loudly. Yano Takashi, who has been in charge of the 5th team for years, has been responsible for disrupting the normal conduct of the Dacia Beast Master entrance exam, making him a seasoned opponent. Both sides have had their victories and defeats, and many talented candidates have indeed been harmed by them. But previously it was just small skirmishes. This time, bringing over an entire elite team is indeed the first. The Fusang covert guards excel in stealth, tracking, and assassination, and are not good at direct breakthrough combat. However, the Beast Master Association is not a military organization like the Dacia Spirit Guards, and their numbers are much fewer, so they do not lack the opportunity to break through and rush up the mountain. Yu Xinghua and his team only needed to hold back the Fusang covert guards while waiting for the Dacia Spirit Guards behind them to catch up. This was a race against time. As Yano Takashi and Yu Xinghua flew up into the sky in perfect harmony, those left on the ground also summoned their beasts and started fighting. Beast Masters over level 60 not only gain the ability to fly, but their combat power also undergoes a transformation. Therefore, generally, battles at this level take place in the air to avoid harming their own side with the aftermath of the fight. In battles of this level, Lin He seemed like a rootless floating weed. He shouted loudly, "Don't hit me, don't hit me. I'm a candidate taken by these Fusang people, please save me." The Beast Master Association indeed learned from their communication with the Dacia Spirit Guards that a candidate had been taken. So he intentionally let his attacks avoid Lin He, further making him run towards the direction of the mountain peak behind him. Lin He carefully passed through the center of the battle, arriving at the back of the Beast Master Association. But he still felt it wasn't safe enough, continuing to run toward the mountain peak. Everyone thought he was just scared and didn't find it strange. But Su Zhe, standing at the foot of the mountain, saw clearly that Lin He had already left the battlefield far behind and was still sprinting toward the peak, showing no signs of slowing down. This guy definitely has something weird going on. Although he didn't know what Lin He was up to, the Tianyun volcano was crucial for Su Zhe's egg hatching project, and he didn't want any accidents to happen. However, the battlefield in front of him completely blocked the way up the mountain. If Lin He wanted to go up, he would have to pass through the battlefield on the Fusang side, which was like looking for death. Just when he was at a loss, a sound of air braking came from behind him. He looked up and saw Guo Linshan hurrying over, standing in the air and saying seriously, "You brat, you really are here. This battlefield is no longer something you can get involved in, hurry back." Since the team leader Guo Linshan appeared, it meant that the other Dacia Spirit Guards were not far away from here. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Su Zhe heard the dense, heavy footsteps. Then a group of people ran past him in perfect unison, charging out of the foot of the mountain with bloodlust toward the battlefield halfway up the mountain. "Fusang's bastards! Dare to hurt my brothers, then leave your lives here. You go back, we are here." Guo Linshan reminded him at last before flying toward the battlefield in the sky. "Okay." Su Zhe nodded heavily in agreement. At this moment, Yu Xinghua in the air finally let out a sigh of relief. Though his level was on par with Yano Takashi, he was getting older, and after a long battle, he would feel somewhat powerless. With Guo Linshan joining, it immediately turned the situation around. On the ground, the powerful Beast Master Association, which had been on the verge of collapse, fully suppressed the Fusang Dark Guards with the addition of the Dacia Spirit Guards. "Ha, little bastards, it seems your plan is going to fail." Yu Xinhua laughed loudly as he looked down at the battlefield situation. Meanwhile, Yano Takashi, who was struggling under the siege of the two, secretly glanced toward the mountain peak and said, "Who knows?" This glance went unnoticed by the two. At the foot of the mountain, Su Zhe naturally did not really leave. Taking advantage of the moment when the Fusang Dark Guards were fully suppressed, he quickly began to run toward the mountain peak. To make himself faster, he even let the spirit turtle lie on his back to shoot a water gun, using the reaction force to propel himself forward. The Dacia Spirit Guards, who had taken the initiative in the battlefield, knew that this was a candidate the captain was paying special attention to, so they didn't block him and even actively cleared the way. This allowed Su Zhe to smoothly reach the mountain peak. The intense heat forced him to constantly have the spirit turtle adjust its nozzle to spray water on him. Even though he was soaked, the water would evaporate almost instantly in the high temperature. Upon reaching the top, Su Zhe saw Lin He's figure. He stood next to the volcano, enduring the scorching heat, but unlike him who could constantly cool down, his clothes had already burned to tattered remnants. His whole body was severely burned, covered with blisters and had a hue like cooked meat. But he seemed to feel no pain, holding a strange copper mirror in his hand, the mirror directing a red crystal-like object toward the volcano. He also sensed Suze, who was chasing from behind, and turned his head. Facing the lava, almost every part of his face was damaged beyond recognition. The flesh and skin were rotten through and falling off, even showing the bones. The burst eyeballs should also have lost all sight. Being alive in this state was already a miracle, but he still knew that the person behind him was Suze. You came, but you were about to die, you almost die, the dry throat made an inhuman hoarse sound. At this moment, the bronze mirror in his hand also completely spat that thing out. It was a red crystal core the size of a human head, falling straight down into the blood-red molten lava below. Chapter 19 8-Foot Mirror Imitation. After the red crystal core was swallowed by the lava, the volcano became calm in an instant. But in the next moment, the ground shook violently. The lava began a fierce roar, the violent sound circling in everyone's ears. Not only at the foot of the mountain, even Su Yao and Wang Zi, who had already reached the formation gate and were about to leave, also felt the strong shaking. The volcano is not really going to erupt, right? Wang Zi stared wide-eyed and looked at Su Yao to ask. It should not. Tianyun volcano is far from reaching an eruption cycle. Before Su Yao could finish speaking, she saw the distant crater suddenly splash out some lava, and the shaking of the ground became even stronger. My cursed mouth, it really erupted. And those students who were still confused and did not know why the exam had ended also instantly fell into chaos. Volcano, a volcano. The volcano is going to erupt. Everyone run. People rushed toward the narrow formation exit, pushing and shoving each other to escape for their lives. But there were simply too many examinees and the exit was too narrow, so they could not escape at all in a short time. Everyone complained, why at a time like this, the exam is cancelled, but this broken formation is still not removed? Isn't it just to prevent us from cheating? And Wang Zi and Su Yao, who were at the very end of the line, looked back from time to time, but they never saw that figure return. At this moment, Suze by the crater narrowly avoided several splashes of magma from the crater. What exactly did you do? Suze rushed to the crater under the wrap of a water ball and looked at the crystal core swallowed by lava and asked. I just added a piece of firewood to this volcano. Lin, he said in a stuttering way. Suze did not plan to ask anything from his Walking Dead-like state. But since it was only making the volcano erupt early, maybe he had a way to stop it. He took out the diamond-level monster beast egg from the system space. The 3 fiery red patterns on the egg became more and more bright after feeling the high heat around the volcano, like 3 flame ribbons wrapping around the egg. Then Suze lifted the monster beast egg above the crater and threw it down. But it was just like throwing a small stone into the sea. He could only watch it be swallowed by the lava, without stirring any waves at all. The earth was still trembling, the magma was still surging. Lin he also laughed at the side. Ha, ha, at a time like this, you throw an egg down, do you want to grill it? Suze did not pay attention to him, he believed that even if it looked like there was no effect now. But as the diamond-level monster beast egg hatched, the heat it needed would also become more and more, and it would surely be able to make the volcano calm down. And the 3 people fighting in the sky changed their faces greatly the moment they felt the changes of the volcano below. But the difference was that Yano Ryuichi showed a proud look of planned success, while Guo Linshan and Yu Xinghua looked like facing a great enemy. There seems to be someone by the crater. One is Suze. Who is the other? Guo Linshan looked toward the crater behind him and said. It is Lin He. Before you came, we rescued Lin He, who was kidnapped by the Dark Guard. After that he seemed to have gone up the mountain. Guo Linshan glared angrily at the already subdued Yen Yi Longdao. What have you done? Yen Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, He, with your country's tight defenses, we naturally can only rely on your own people to get close to the volcano. As for what we've done, I merely helped your country ignite the Tianyun volcano, just a level 80 fire attribute platinum demon beast crystal core, and we paid a considerable price for it. Yen Yi clearly understood that Disya would certainly guard against them approaching the volcano, perhaps only the people of Disya had that possibility. So at the moment he used the power of the 8-foot mirror to control Lin He. He had already thought it through. He planned to use everyone to cover Lin He, who was under control, to complete the task, even placing the 8-foot mirror on him. At this moment, Guo Linshan and his companion had already changed their expressions dramatically. A level 80 crystal core, you really are willing to go that far? They couldn't help but look towards the volcano behind them, and Yen Yi seized this opportunity to beckon. Suddenly, the 8-foot mirror, which had been floating in the air beside the volcano after completing its task, transformed into a stream of light and rapidly fell into Yen Yi's hands. At the moment the bronze mirror left, Lin He instantly seemed to lose the strength that supported his barely living state. He let out a heart-wrenching scream, then fell into the lava in front of him. Apart from a fleeting whiff of burnt flesh, not even a handful of ash was left behind. Not good. Guo Linshan and Yu Xinghua quickly turned back to grab the returning bronze mirror, but in the end, they were a step too slow. The 8-foot mirror landed in Yan Ye's hands, then burst forth with brilliant light that repelled the two of them. That's the 8-foot mirror? You even brought back the artifact that suppresses the national luck? Guo Linshan was very puzzled. Even if they succeeded in completely sabotaging the Qilong Beast Master University's Beast Master examination this time. But Dixia still had 4 other Beast Master Universities. It was impossible for Dixia's younger generation of Beast Masters to be cut off like this, and there was even the risk of leaving the artifact in Dixia. Was this really worth it for Fusong? Or did they actually have other motives? Guo Linshan had no time for deep thought and was forced to retreat repeatedly by the divine light shot from the 8-foot mirror in Yenya's hands. He crossed his arms in front of his chest to resist the biting divine light, but soon the Beast Master armor on his arms was completely dissolved. Having lived longer and seen more, Yu Xinghua immediately said, "This is definitely not the real 8-foot mirror. If it were, we would have died long ago, we couldn't have held it off at all." Yan Yi did not hide it and stated, "That's right. With my power, I cannot yet use the real artifact, the 8-foot mirror. This is merely a replica, but it's enough to deal with you." Although it was only a replica, it had infused a significant amount of the original 8-foot mirror's power, even temporarily losing its divine light. So it could exert about 50 to 60% of its power, otherwise, it wouldn't be able to suppress the level 80 Demon Beast Crystal Core's power. However, it could only use the power and could not replenish it, so after breaking the formation and consuming the energy to suppress the crystal core, it could now only exert about 30 to 40% of its power. The reason it became so troublesome was to prevent the 8-foot mirror from falling into Dixia's hands. Yan Yi then turned the mirror's surface against the ground, helping his subordinates break free from the joint suppression of Dixia's spiritual guards and the Beast Master Association. "Our mission is complete, everyone begin to retreat, as many as you can." The Fusang Dark Guards immediately took this opportunity to swiftly detach from the battlefield, quickly running toward the foot of the mountain. After issuing the command, Yano Takashi held up the imitation 8-foot mirror while cautiously watching Guo Linshan and his companions slowly retreat. After all, it was a consumable item, so he didn't plan to use the power of the 8-foot mirror to kill the two before him. Guo Linshan did not choose to chase after them, but instead said, "Old Master Yu, I need you and the Beastmaster Association to stop those people. Because of the reinforcement of the formation, they can only leave through the exit, but the candidates have not fully evacuated yet, we need to ensure their safety." Yu Xinghua said, "No problem, I will definitely not let these kids get into trouble, but what about you?" He was naturally referring to Guo Linshan and the Dixia spirit guards on the ground below, all of whom were looking up with serious expressions, waiting for his orders. Guo Linshan said solemnly, "We need to find a way to stop the volcanic eruption. Once the Tianyun volcano erupts under the catalyzation of an 80-level monster crystal core, nearby cities, including Beishur, will not be spared. As the Dixia spirit guards, we absolutely cannot allow this to happen." Yu Xinghua then looked up at the formation overhead, which had been reinforced like a giant bull, and said, "You might be underestimating this kid's ruthlessness. This formation doesn't look to me like it was merely prepared to prevent candidates from cheating." Chapter 20, Dixia Spirit Guards, for the Fallen First. Guo Linshan also looked up at the formation and said, "If this formation set up by Xiaosu truly has the power to stop the eruption of the Tianyun volcano, I wouldn't complain even if I were trapped here. However, if even the Fuso Dark Guards can infiltrate without being detected, I can't be assured by this formation, so we must go stop the volcanic eruption. Time is of the essence, let's set off." Guo Linshan turned to everyone and said, "We need a suicide squad now. Those who have joined the Dixia Spirit Guards, step forward." All the Dixia Spirit Guards immediately stood up in unison, not intimidated by the term suicide squad, or rather, they were fearless in the face of death. "Very good, I trust everyone still remembers the oath we took back then. Dixia Spirit Guards, for the Fallen First. Behind the Spirit Guards are the countless lights of Dixia. When danger comes, we will definitely die in front of everyone. The bodies of the Dixia Spirit Guards are the last protection for the people of Dixia. So today, even if we have to use our bodies to block it, we will extinguish this volcano." Any fancy declarations were unnecessary, for the moment they became Dixia Spirit Guards, they had already sworn an oath. He turned to face the Dixia Spirit Guards below and raised his arm to call out, "Dixia Spirit Guards, for the Fallen First." The crowd echoed loudly, "Dixia Spirit Guards, for the Fallen First." No one hesitated and they all followed in Guo Linshan's footsteps. Yu Xinghua watched them move forward in unison without hesitation and involuntarily said, "Such determination, it seems that my initial refusal to be recognized by the Dixia Spirit Guards was indeed justified." Then he also shouted, "But our Beastmaster Association cannot be left behind. Let's show those guys that Dixia's territory is not a place they can come and go as they please." Then he led his people, chasing after the Fuso Dark Guards towards the exit of the formation. When Guo Linshan arrived at the mountain peak, he saw Suze completely wrapped in a water sphere, occasionally stretching his head out of the water sphere to breathe before diving back in before the water evaporated completely. But despite this desperate situation, Su Zhe did not choose to descend, which deeply touched Guo Linshan. Child, human strength is difficult to shake the power of heaven, and moreover, you are too weak to stop the eruption of the volcano. Leave this to me, you should go down first. Su Zhe listened, confused, not knowing what he meant. Guo Linshan used his power to open a barrier, isolating the heat outside, and Su Zhe finally managed to break free from the water ball. He said, Captain Guo, I can't fly. If the volcano erupts, there's no way I can escape at my speed. If you can stop it from erupting, then I wouldn't need to run, so I think there's no need to go down the mountain. Although the system said that once the monster egg hatches, it will automatically sign a contract with Su Zhe, he was still worried about unexpected events. After all, this was a diamond-level monster. If someone else found it, he would be heartbroken, so he absolutely could not go down the mountain. Instead, it made Guo Linshan admire him even more. What if we can't stop the volcano from erupting? Among so many people, the one I would regret losing the most is you. Over the years, Guo Linshan participated in dozens of Beastmaster entrance exams and had seen countless candidates. But Su Zhe's talent was among the best. Even rarer was his patriotism and love for the people. While they were talking, the rest of the Great Xia spirit guards climbed to the top of the mountain and spread around the volcano's mouth. Guo Linshan ordered, alright, now we need to see if we can calm this angry giant down. Water and ice attribute beast masters, step forward. Immediately, 1 to 200 people stepped out of the ranks. Under Guo Linshan's command, they controlled the power of their beasts, trying to imprudently use human strength to fight against the natural disaster. But the lava in the volcano seemed to have a life of its own, appearing very displeased with being cooled by water and cold air. The surging lava directly pushed back the cold air and water from the beasts, then fell back into the volcano by itself. This scene stunned Guo Linshan. Strange, why does the lava look so unusual? Did those guys from Fusan do something else? If he had looked beside him at that moment, he would have seen Su Zhe looking guilty. Because he had seen very clearly just now that there was a bright red egg in the lava controlling the rebound of the lava before it fell back. Does it already have the ability to control lava before it fully hatches? It must be resisting because it felt the temperature of the lava drop, affecting its hatching, Su Zhe speculated in his heart. Seeing that water and ice were ineffective, Guo Linshan ordered the earth attribute beast masters to step forward, himself included, wanting to seal the volcano with earth. But the effect was minimal. Even after being sealed for a moment, the volcano could still erupt with even greater power. Feeling the ground beneath them slowly rising, along with that violent power. In despair, Guo Linshan couldn't help but curse, damn it, even if I have to fill it with my body, I will seal this volcano today. While the Great Xia spirit guards were contemplating how to stop the volcano from erupting, Yano Takashi led the fleeing Fusang dark guards to randomly find an edge of a formation. Compared to when they came in, he had lost more than half of his men. Now he wanted to use the 8-foot mirror in his hand to break the formation like before. But perhaps because the 8-foot mirror was a replica, its power had decreased, and the formation continued to operate normally, he was not successful. Yano Takashi raised his head in frustration, cursing at no one in particular. Then, with a gloomy face, he led his subordinates toward the exit of the formation, saying, the 8-foot mirror can't open the formation anymore, we can only leave through the exit. He also knew that because of the time wasted, the Great Xia would surely have set up guards at the exit to prevent their escape. But when he reached the exit, he couldn't hide his excitement. Olju, why are only you and these little kids here? Where are Guo Linshan and his Great Xia spirit guards? Yu Xinghua scoffed coldly, we have enough to deal with your ragtag remnants. Shinono Takashi seemed to sense something as he turned to mockingly glance in the direction of the volcano. He doesn't think he can stop the volcanic eruption, does he? Ah, simply foolish. Is this the so-called #1 military force in the world, the Great Xia Spirit Guards? It seems nothing more than that, led by such foolish people. Hearing this, Yu Xinghua let out a cold snort and flew towards Shinono Takashi. You faithless, bottomless devils cannot understand this spirit, but this is the reason why my Great Xia Spirit Guards can be the #1 military force in the world. He wore golden Beastmaster armor, with a chestplate depicting a roaring lion. His flowing white hair resembled both flames and the mane of a lion. As soon as the two clashed, Shinono Takashi felt something was off. Yu Xinghua's moves became bold and powerful compared to before, showcasing a fierce strength, as if he had returned to the peak of his youth. Olju, have you burned your own life force? Aren't you afraid you'll lose your life while fighting? Shinono Takashi exclaimed in shock. Yu Xinghua laughed carelessly. The biggest regret in my youth was not being able to join the Great Xia Spirit Guards. Today just happens to be my chance to experience the feeling of being the first to fall. While desperately resisting Yu Xinghua's assault, Shinono Takashi cursed angrily, crazy. You Great Xia people are all crazy. Chapter 21, The Closed Formation. Facing the fully unleashed Yu Xinghua, Shinono Takashi could only rely on the remaining power of his imitation 8-foot mirror to contend against him. On the ground, because of their numerical advantage, the Fusang shadows began to push toward the formation's exit. Fortunately, most of the candidates had nearly evacuated, from the original 100,000 candidates, only about 5,000 remained. Su Yao and Wang Zi were among them, positioned at the end of the line, ready to leave last. While most people were urgently escaping under the threat of the Fusang shadows, they still occasionally turned back to watch the battlefield slowly advancing before them. Even the Beastmaster Association and the Fusang people are starting to withdraw. Why hasn't Brother Su returned yet? Su Yao said anxiously. Wang Zi comforted her from the side. It's okay, the Great Xia spirit guards haven't returned either. Perhaps Su Zhe is with the spirit guards. Their captain seems to think highly of Su Zhe, so you don't need to worry. I hope so. Like them, Lin Jiang, who was distracted organizing the candidates' evacuation from the Spirit Guard reserve team, looked back. He didn't see Lin He among the Fusang shadows, muttering, did Xiao He not stay with them? Was he released? Or maybe. Lin Jiang knew the second scenario was more likely. After all, no one would take an unrelated burden while escaping. Just then, with another violent tremor of the ground, a commotion suddenly erupted at the formation's exit. Is it my imagination, or is the entrance shrinking? Is it about to close? Wait, we haven't gotten out yet. The news of the formation about to close instantly shook the strong members of the Beastmaster Association. After all, they were not the Great Xia Spirit Guards. And the Fusang Shadows seized this opportunity, driven by the will to survive, erupting with astonishing power, breaking through the defense line. Then they got entangled with the candidates and the preparatory Spirit Guards who had not yet retreated from the entrance of the formation. Su Yao and Wang Zi were no exception, and because they were at the end of the team, they were the first to meet the enemy. In just one encounter, Su Yao and Wang Zi were each thrown out, holding their injured spirit beasts. Fortunately, due to multiple battles, this group of Fusang Dark Guards was now covered in wounds and exhausted. Although the candidates were far inferior in strength, their sheer numbers managed to hold them back. The people from the Beastmaster Association took advantage of this opportunity to reinforce their position, and they had solidified their resolve. They shouted, the remaining candidates, hurry and retreat. Get as many of you out as possible, leave this to us. But accompanied by violent tremors, the formation's closure sped up again. As the entrance shrank to only allow one person through, nearly 1,000 candidates were still inside the formation. The exit is about to completely close. The candidates crowded at the exit fought desperately for that last spot. It was uncertain who finally managed to slip through. With the complete sealing of the formation, a dead silence fell over the scene. Even the fighting parties paused temporarily. In the air, Takano Ryu used the 8-foot mirror to block Yushingawa's attack once more and said, it seems you have been abandoned, come to die with me, huh? As he laughed, the ground trembled violently, and a loud roar came from the volcano. People leaned against each other in despair. It's over. Outside the formation, Su Yiming rushed in panic to Principal Xiao Su, who was preparing to close the formation, to question him. Principal, there are still many candidates who haven't come out, including Captain Guo's Spirit Guard Corps and the Beastmasters led by Elder Yu. Is it really appropriate to close the formation like this? Xiao Su glanced at him and said, this formation should have been closed long ago. I have given Guo Linshan and the others plenty of time, but they still couldn't stop the eruption of Tianyun volcano. This formation is the last line of defense meant to protect all the nearby cities. If we don't close the formation, even if they all make it out, what good would it do? Unless they are beast masters above level 50, who can fly, otherwise, they would still die in the face of the erupting volcano. Su Yiming knew he was right and that he alone had little power to influence the situation. He could only silently pray that his daughter Su Yao and the son of his deceased friend, Su Zhe, had successfully evacuated. After all, there were nearly 100,000 candidates this time, and because he had to stay to maintain the formation, he had no way of knowing if Su Zhe and Su Yao had made it out. That boy Su Zhe has always been clever and cautious, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so wary of me since childhood. Su Yiming smiled bitterly. He must have sensed the danger early and escaped with Yao Yao. At that moment, near the volcano, Su Zhe unexpectedly sneezed. He mumbled, strange, how can I catch a cold in such a hot place? In front of Su Zhe, Guo Linshan had tried every method but failed. Everyone, now is the time for us to fulfill our earlier vows. As the Great Xia Spirit Guards, we must stand in front of the ordinary citizens of Great Xia, using our bodies to shield them from pain and harm. This is the meaning of being the first to die. Su Zhe didn't understand what he meant, just watching as all the Great Xia Spirit Guards marched forward towards the volcano, leaving him behind. They endured the unbearable heat at the volcano, suffering from the scorching lava on their bodies. Using the purest spiritual power of beast masters to seal off the volcano. Trying to suppress the energy inside the volcano. Hundreds of beast masters concentrated their mental power together, as if it had become substantial. Su Zhe vaguely saw a translucent barrier covering the volcano's mouth. As they continued to step forward, the protective shield made of mental power also shrank and condensed, becoming more solid. But at the same time, they were getting closer and closer to the volcano, with Guo Lingshan only a step away from falling into the lava. Su Zhe wanted to remind them, but judging from their expressions, even if they fell into the magma, it wouldn't stop their steps. Fortunately, it seemed that the volcano had truly submitted this time, gradually stabilizing, and the bubbling magma inside slowly calmed down. Whew! Have we finally succeeded? Guo Lingshan breathed a sigh of relief. He was not afraid of death, but he feared meaningless death. Even if they had to fill the volcano's gap with their bodies to stop an eruption, he would be willing. What he feared was that sacrificing their lives would still have no effect. Suddenly, a powerful force surged again inside the volcano, and the raging magma slammed violently against the barrier formed by their mental power, wave after wave, quickly creating cracks. Guo Lingshan led the Xia Lingwei to move forward, wanting to use their bodies to fill the cracks. But with an overwhelming force coming, it completely shattered their mental barrier. Not good. Everyone spurted out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. It's over, everything is finished, we still failed. The volcano became completely active, and feeling the trembling earth beneath him, Guo Lingshan looked up with dimmed eyes at the colorful barrier above and said, "Now it's up to you, you must hold on." At the same time, the volcano, free from restraint, shook violently, causing the ground nearby to continuously tremble. Both those inside and outside the formation felt the intense shaking beneath their feet. People couldn't help but look towards the volcano, fearfully watching this natural force that was about to take their lives. Xiao Su also stood serious and ready, preparing to face the impact of the volcanic eruption against the barrier. Only Su Zhe appeared calm, and this unflinching demeanor in the face of the impending volcanic collapse greatly impressed Guo Lingshan, constantly reflecting on how unfortunate it was. Yano Takashi looked on with great anticipation at the hell on earth that was about to be born from his own hands. Ha, let everyone perish. People visibly saw the volcano reaching its limit, and the scorching lava seemed ready to erupt violently, raising everyone's hearts to their throats. Finally, a fierce breath burst forth from the volcano, accompanied by a thunderous roar. This was the scorching gas from inside the volcano. It was the prelude to the death eruption of the volcano. Typically, magma should follow the volcanic gas and surge forth. People's faces turned ashen, expressions filled with fear and anxiety as they waited, wanting to witness their own demise. But what was puzzling was that, after waiting for a long time, the volcano seemed to gradually calm down. The earth also stopped trembling. What's going on? Can a volcano be a dud? People looked bewildered, feeling that after waiting anxiously for so long, it was like they had been tricked, leaving their hearts feeling empty, but a non-erupting volcano was overall a good thing. Guo Lingshan beside the volcano also looked confused. He had already prepared to be the first to greet death and had upheld his initial vow. But just when his heroic spirit and boiling blood were ready to meet death, he was left waiting. It suddenly stopped coming. Guo Lingshan was momentarily confused, not understanding what he had been fighting for all this time. Even the cruel smile on Yano Takashi's face froze. This feeling was like having taken laxatives and, after holding it in for a long time, finding no restroom, preparing to give up and soil himself, only to realize it was just a fart, a false alarm. And Yano Takashi was the one who had given the laxatives. At this moment, he must feel like he bought fake medicine. Just as everyone let out a sigh of relief, a flash of fiery red light suddenly shot out. Like a shooting star flying against the sky, it struck the light curtain of the formation. The formation held for just a moment before being completely shattered by the flash of light. A phoenix, completely golden red and surrounded by flames, with long trailing feathers, spread its shape joyfully in the air, letting out a bright cry. Chapter 22, I Am Your Father. Everyone stared at the phoenix soaring into the sky, their faces full of astonishment. Outside the formation, Xiao Su initially felt uneasy because the formation was broken, but he soon became deeply captivated by the phoenix's figure. Someone cried out, "Is that a phoenix? There's actually a phoenix in the Tianyun volcano?" But Su Yiming, with trembling hands, pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose, almost poking himself in the eye, and excitedly said, "No, this isn't a phoenix. I remember seeing this kind of beast in a book at the school library, the golden feathered phoenix. A diamond-level beast with the bloodline of a divine phoenix, it is a powerful beast on par with the dragon tamer Shaoshang's contract beast, the emerald cloud Xiao dragon." But then, he strangely added, "However, judging by its size, this should still be a juvenile phoenix. It shouldn't have the strength to break through the formation set by all our teachers." At this moment, Xiao Su sat up, his eyes blazing, and said, "This is not surprising. Beasts like it, flowing with the bloodline of divine beasts, are very vulnerable to other beings' covetousness when they just hatched and are very weak. So they absorb and gather powerful strength even before hatching, allowing them to possess a brief surge of power to confront formidable enemies right after birth. This is also why stronger beasts take longer to hatch, and coincidentally, to trigger a volcanic eruption, that group of guys from the Fusang Secret Guard released an 80-level beast core." Xiao Su understood well that neither the 80-level beast core nor the power of the volcano could break through the formation he had personally set up with his team. However, the golden feathered phoenix could unify and absorb the power of both, shattering his formation in one blow. But others noticed the hidden message in Xiao Su's words. The diamond-level beast, the golden-feathered phoenix, is a newly hatched beast. The reason why beast tamers who can contract diamond-level beasts are rare is partly because their combat abilities are so strong that they are difficult to capture. On the other hand, it's because their bloodlines are noble, making it hard for them to recognize humans for signing contracts. Currently, there are only 2 ways to sign a contract with diamond-level beasts. One is through bloodline advancement. It is said that the dragon tamer Xiaoshang's emerald cloud Xiao dragon was not originally a diamond-level beast, but rather a golden-level blue-scale golden pattern python. During a fierce battle, the severely injured blue-scale golden pattern python awakened the ancient Xiao dragon bloodline within it, then shed its skin 9 times to become the emerald cloud Xiao dragon. However, this opportunity is rare in happenstance. Currently, Xiaoshang is the only known case. Others use another method, relying on the bonding instinct of beasts upon hatching. The so-called bonding instinct means that highly sentient beasts will recognize the first creature they see upon hatching as their parents, thus greatly increasing the likelihood of a beast tamer signing a contract with them. Of course, this method may not necessarily succeed. After all, demon beasts are not like humans. Many demon beasts do not even have the concept of familial bonds, and some have an instinct to kill as soon as they open their eyes. Among them, the hatching obsession of avian demon beasts is the most obvious, and their success rate is the highest. And now, the golden-feathered phoenix bird in front of them is a diamond-level demon beast that has just hatched, and their eyes have become as fiery as Xiaosu's. But they also know that with strong ones like Xiaosu, Guo Linshan, Yu Xinghua, and even Yasuno Takashi from Fusang present, it's not their turn at all. Within the formation that was gradually collapsing, Yasuno Takashi, who was originally frustrated by the failure of his mission, now looked up to the sky excitedly. So it turns out it was because this demon beast absorbed all the heat in the volcano that caused my mission to fail. This demon beast hatched because of the crystal core I provided. It should belong to our country of Fusang. Yu Xinghua at this moment also stopped burning his own life, and he looked significantly older than before, gasping for breath as he said, don't talk nonsense, this demon beast appeared in our Great Xia territory, what does it have to do with your Fusang? Poof. The 2 of them flew up to chase after the phoenix bird in the sky, and in the distance, there was a stream of light heading towards the phoenix bird, faster even though it was further away. At this moment, Guo Linshan, who was closest to the golden-feathered phoenix bird at the volcano's mouth, did not act at all. Because he did not realize what was happening, he only knew that the volcano not erupting was the best situation. At this time, he guessed that it was this firebird that had been competing with him in intelligence and courage in the lava. Now, lying on the ground and looking up at it, he was filled with anger. What are these 3 guys doing? Do they also want to beat this bird? Guo Linshan looked at those flying towards the firebird, confused. Until Yu Xinghua flew over his head and shouted, Captain Guo, why are you still dazed? This is a newly born diamond-level demon beast, we must not let that guy from Fusang contract it. Guo Linshan suddenly jolted, and in one swift motion, he jumped up from the ground. Damn it, a diamond-level demon beast? How could there be a demon beast of this level in Tianyun volcano? Guo Linshan was confused but still flew up to chase. In the sky, 4 figures transformed into streams of light intertwined in battle. Yu Xinghua knew that he was already old, and even if he did successfully contract a diamond-level demon beast, it would be a waste. So he intended not to compete but to obstruct Yasuno Takashi instead. Guo Linshan was the closest, but his beast was of the earth element, the heaviest and least adept at flying. Thus, the one closest was actually Xiaosu, who had come from far away. He had already reached the phoenix bird, feeling its scorching heat and his own racing heartbeat. Once the contract was successful, he would have the chance to become the 3rd level 100 power in Great Xia. At this moment, the golden-feathered phoenix bird stretched out its body in the air, emitting loud cries to celebrate its birth into this world. Then it looked curiously at the strange human in front of it, who appeared excited but tried to maintain a friendly smile. Good. I am your daddy, come and sign a contract with me, Xiaosu said cautiously with a kind smile on his face. But the golden-feathered phoenix bird, upon hearing his words, suddenly widened its eyes in anger, flames rising around it, and said in a clear, melodious young voice, Pa. Want to take advantage of me? I am your mother. Go to hell. It fiercely pecked at Xiaosu, who stood dumbfounded and was pecked without resistance. He was not surprised that a diamond-level demon beast could talk. Can a newly hatched demon beast scold people? What he didn't know was that a newly hatched demon beast indeed could not scold people, their spirit was like a newborn, a blank slate. But due to the system's reason, the golden feather phoenix bird signed a contract with Su Zhe as soon as it was born. Then, part of Su Zhe's memories and mental power stained this blank slate like ink. The golden feather phoenix bird spat out a fiery line that forced Xiaosu to retreat and interrupt his thoughts. She was still in the protective state of her recent birth, and with the power of an 80-level demon beast core in the volcano, Xiaosu didn't dare to resist head-on. Then the golden feather phoenix bird spat out flames to push back Yen Yilong, who was holding an 8-foot mirror and wanted to trap her inside, and Guo Linshan, who had just sluggishly flown up without understanding the situation. Then she dove downwards. Not good, the golden feather phoenix bird wants to escape. Xiao Su shouted as he chased after her. Although he had just tried to use the hatching sentiment to directly sign a contract and failed, as long as he captured the golden feather phoenix bird, he could still have a chance to try again. However, upon landing at the top of the volcano, the golden feather phoenix bird did not run away but circled around a tall, thin figure at the peak, constantly observing him and flying in circles around him. That person was Su Zhe. He stretched out his right hand towards the golden feather phoenix bird, holding his palm flat, and the bird turned its head and slightly bowed, gently leaning against his palm. A diamond-patterned array appeared beneath Su Zhe's feet. It was the contract array. The few people in the air had just landed, looking at Su Zhe with a face full of disbelief. He signed a contract with a diamond-level demon beast? Chapter 23, Demon Disaster in Beast Tide. Surging flames erupted from the contract array, surrounding Su Zhe and the golden feather phoenix bird. But this flame did not make Su Zhe feel any burning pain. Instead, it felt warm. Accompanying the flames was a massive force surging into Su Zhe's body through the Beastmaster contract, helping him rapidly increase his mental power. Yan Yilong was the first to jump out and said, "This is impossible. Even a newly hatched diamond-level demon beast is at least level 50, how could he possibly establish a contract with his mental power? You little brat from the Great Xia, tell me. What tricks did you use?" Yan Yilong pressed on, but at this moment, Yu Shanghuo and Guo Linshan also stood in front of Su Zhe. "Humph, what do you want? Don't forget whose territory this is." Guo Linshan said coldly. Yu Shanghuo, unwilling to be outdone, said, "Little devil, I advise you not to think too much, we haven't finished our fight yet." Yan Yilong finally woke up to his situation, realizing he was surrounded by three equally powerful opponents. Especially the Xiao Su behind him made him feel deep and unfathomable, causing chills to run down his spine. Calming down, Yan Yilong quietly stepped back, then flew up to prepare to escape. "You little brat, don't think about running." Yu Shanghuo was still chasing closely behind him. But only Yu Shanghuo chased Yan Yilong. After all, he had no interest in the golden feather phoenix bird while others did. Xiao Su was still staring blankly at the golden feather phoenix bird in Su Zhe, his expression full of struggle and distortion. President of Beastmaster University, this seemed like a high position, but in reality, it was just a retirement job. And Xiao Su's strength was stronger than both Guo Linshan and Yu Shanghuo, and he was even younger, clearly having greater prospects, yet he had actively chosen to become the president of Qinglong Beastmaster University 6 years ago. It was all because of a vague legend, a legend about ordinary beastmasters advancing to become diamond-level beastmasters, yet 6 years had passed, and he found nothing. But now, there is a ready diamond-level monster beast right in front of him, how could he not be moved? Guo Linshan noticed the situation was a bit delicate and decisively stepped forward, blocking between Su Zhe and Xiao Su. He said, "Principal Xiao, your school has indeed recruited a fine talent this year. Now, he has even contracted a young diamond-level monster beast. Shouldn't you personally come to cultivate him?" Guo Linshan could see that Xiao Su could not let go of this diamond-level monster beast, but his words clearly stood by Su Zhe's side. At this moment, Xiao Su calmed down and shifted his gaze from Su Zhe to Guo Linshan. He spoke, "Captain Guo, what you say is not quite right. This candidate is indeed excellent, but the examination is not over yet, so we cannot say he is a student of Qinglong Beastmasters University. Also, a diamond-level monster beast is not necessarily a good thing for him. As we all know, the lowest level of diamond-level monster beasts is above level 50, and he seems to be under level 20, right? The level gap is too large, and there is also the risk of being backfired by the monster beast's mental power." Xiao Su's eyes narrowed slightly, looking very dangerous as he said, "According to the regulations in the Beastmasters Management Manual, in this situation, the Beastmasters Association has the right to forcibly terminate the contract. Moreover, when faced with obstruction, the Xia Lingwei needs to assist in the capture. And as the principal of the Beastmasters University, I have the obligation to assist as well. Captain Guo won't forget that, right?" Guo Linshan's face looked a bit grim, but he still said, "Of course I won't forget. But the manual also has clear requirements on this. Only when it is confirmed that the other party cannot control the monster beast and poses a risk of losing control can the Beastmasters Association intervene to forcibly terminate the original contract. Otherwise, we just need to observe closely, and Principal Xiao should not forget this either." "That is natural." Then he quietly waited at the side. In his view, Su Zhe's mental power was only a bit over a dozen levels, and generally speaking, monster beasts that are 5 levels higher already carry the risk of losing control. The diamond-level monster beast was dozens of levels above Su Zhe. Even if he was lucky enough to sign the contract, he would not be able to control it at all. Once there were signs of losing control, he would step in to forcibly help the candidate in front of him terminate the beast contract. Xiao Su looked at the flames gradually calming in front of him, and the figure of one person and one bird began to emerge from the flames. He said, "Captain Guo seems to think that I am targeting this candidate only for this diamond-level beast? I admit, there is indeed a bit of selfishness, but Captain Guo should not be unaware. Although forcibly terminating the contract under external interference carries great risks, in the worst-case scenario, it could render someone an idiot. However, if he causes a disaster due to losing control, not only would he endanger his own life but also pose a danger to other people in Beishan City. I am also helping him. I am also taking responsibility for all the citizens in Beishan City, Xiao Su said firmly. The so-called disaster refers to the two great calamities of beast masters, alongside beast tides. Beast tides, as the name implies, are waves formed by monster beasts. When the number of monsters in a gathering place exceeds a certain limit, in order to compete for living space, the monster beasts will launch an attack on human cities. Such small-scale beast tides occur every once in a while and are not highly dangerous, even becoming a key assessment for students at Beast Masters University. But occasionally, large-scale beast tides might erupt, with thousands of monster beasts rushing in like a flood, a terrifying force capable of destroying a country. And compared to beast tides, disasters are not as terrifying. It refers to monster beasts contracted by beast masters breaking free from their bindings for some reason. In terms of scale, the scale of the monster disaster seemed much smaller than the beast tide, looking less worrisome. However, generally speaking, most of the beasts in the beast tide are low-level, while the destructive power of the monster disaster depends on the level of the beast master. In the history of Dacia, there was once a level 90 beast master who forcibly raised his beast to level 100, which ultimately led to a loss of control, resulting in him being devoured by his own beast on the spot, followed by widespread destruction. A rampaging level 100 beast caused huge casualties in Dacia, and it was only resolved by the lone level 100 war god at that time. At this moment, Suze finally completed receiving the power transmitted from the Golden Feather Phoenix, pushing his level to 23, while another beast, the Void Spirit Turtle, maintained the same level. Yet, even so, there remained a significant level gap between Suze and the Golden Feather Phoenix. He checked the panel of the Golden Feather Phoenix and found that she was a full 58 levels. Race, Golden Feather Phoenix, Divine Beast Phoenix Bloodline. Bloodline, Diamond level, can be advanced. Level, 58. Skills, Death Fireline, Sunflame, Bathing in Fire. Talent skills, Phoenix Fire, Nirvana, 3 times. 3 opportunities for Nirvana. Could it be related to her tail feathers? Suze's gaze fell upon the 3 magnificent golden tail feathers behind the Golden Feather Phoenix. Sensing Suze's gaze, the Golden Feather Phoenix immediately cast a cautious glance at him, then quickly avoided his view as if trying to dodge a wolf in sheep's clothing. Suze then realized that, although the Golden Feather Phoenix had signed a contract with him because of the system, perhaps due to the immense level difference, she was not as close to him as the Void Spirit Turtle. The displeased look from the Golden Feather Phoenix was quickly caught by Xiao Su, who thought to himself, as expected, and immediately gathered strength in his hands. Seeing this, Guo Linshan sighed, Suze, this kid, after all, is not blessed enough to handle a diamond-level beast. Chapter 24, Gilded Double Wings. Just as Xiao Su prepared to take action, Guo Linshan stopped him, saying, Wait a moment. What is it, Captain Guo? You, who fear nothing, the captain of the Dacia Spirit Guard, now want to break the rules for a boy? Xiao Su questioned sternly. However, Guo Linshan shook his head, that's not what I mean. Principal Xiao, why don't you wait a bit longer? I see Suze hasn't lost control over his beast yet. Xiao Su chuckled lightly, Captain Guo, what nonsense are you saying? With such a significant level difference between them, how could it be possible? But before Xiao Su could finish his sentence, he fell silent, and his expression froze in place. Because in front of him, the figure of the Golden Feather Phoenix had vanished, replaced by a pair of crimson wings edged in gold that materialized behind Suze, gleaming brilliantly. Beast transformation. He can actually completely control the Golden Feather Phoenix? Being able to manipulate a beast for transformation indicates a high degree of control over it. At least in the absence of external force, there shouldn't be an immediate loss of control. At this moment, Suze unfurled his wings, with golden red flames swirling beneath them. These gilded wings were a flying weapon formed after the transformation of the Golden Feather Phoenix, allowing Suze to have flight abilities while using the Golden Feather Phoenix's skills. Even when Suze becomes a level 60 beast master capable of flying on his own, the gilded double wings would greatly enhance his flight speed. Eager to experience the thrill of flight, Suze immediately activated his wings. As the gilded wings flapped, brilliant golden flames erupted, accelerating his flight and also serving as a means of attack. Accompanied by an excited cheer, he was sent into the sky under the backdrop of golden flames. At first, Suze felt very unnatural, flying awkwardly in the sky, and occasionally plummeting down unexpectedly, causing him to scream in fright. But it didn't take long for Suze to get used to flying. After all, his flying ability was not a biological instinct but a skill provided by the golden wings behind him, which only needed to be activated to fly. Yo-ho! Suze soared freely in the sky, a feeling of freedom that no airplane or griffin ride could compare to. This was the true feeling of conquering the sky, making Suze unable to help but shout with joy. As he joyfully looked down, he happened to see Guo Linshan and another middle-aged man standing on the mountaintop, looking up at him. Su Zhe didn't recognize the other person, but since he could stand with Guo Linshan, his status couldn't be lower. Just as he wanted to land and greet them, he found that the golden wings were behaving uncontrollably. He was already in front of the two, yet it accelerated again, taking him higher amidst their surprised exclamations. The accelerated airflow made Su Zhe's expression change unpredictably, like a plastic bag blown by the wind, as he stammered, "What are you doing? Hurry, take me down?" In his mental world, a reply echoed back, "Why should I listen to you, a weak human?" The voice was crisp and pleasant, yet very arrogant. This was because the difference in rank between him and the Golden Feather Phoenix was too great, and the innate pride brought by the divine beast bloodline made her unwilling to obey a weak human. Fortunately, down below, Xiaosu didn't notice Su Zhe's current state, thinking it was just a display of his newly acquired flying ability. Otherwise, he would surely suspect Su Zhe was losing control. In reality, because of the system contract, there was a strong constraint far beyond an ordinary contract, so the Golden Feather Phoenix could only create some mischief and not follow commands, still quite far from losing control. Watching Su Zhe fly higher and higher, Guo Linshan was now all smiles, looking as if he was the one with a diamond-level beast contract. "Principal Xiao, since Su Zhe has already made the Golden Feather Phoenix into a beast tool, I think there's no need to forcibly terminate the contract." Xiaosu also lifted his head, although his face looked grim. He took a deep breath and said, "Of course, but we still need to observe closely. After all, if the Golden Feather Phoenix loses control, aside from the three of us, no one else can handle it. Fortunately, as a student of beast-taming university, I can keep an eye on his every move at school." Guo Linshan's expression changed slightly as he looked at Xiaosu. "Didn't you just say that Su Zhe doesn't count as a student of beast-taming university? Why the sudden change?" Xiaosu replied, "I have just witnessed the talent of this candidate named Su Zhe. Entering beast-taming university is definitely not a problem, and as the principal, I still have the privilege to decide on this." "Is Principal Xiao really only focused on Su Zhe's talent?" Guo Linshan asked meaningfully. Xiaosu didn't hide it. "Of course, it's not just that. The difference in rank between him and his beast is so significant, which always remains a hidden danger. If the Golden Feather Phoenix loses control, apart from you and me and Yu Xinghua, no one else in Beishan City can suppress it. Captain Guo and President Yu both hold important positions, so they surely can't keep an eye on it every day. Therefore, this task will fall to someone like me, who has a casual position, right?" Guo Linshan knew every word he said was indeed true and reasonable, yet he still couldn't relax, so he said, "Principal Xiao representing Qinglong Beast-Taming University for enrollment should definitely be no problem. I just felt that Su Zhe's aura seems to have broken through to level 20. I think it should be no problem to recruit him into the Disya Spirit Guards, right?" "Of course, there's no problem. It's just that in the past, students would usually start interning with the Spirit Guards close to graduation. The coursework in the first and second years is quite intense, so Su Zhe probably won't have much time to follow Captain Guo on missions. That's alright. As long as Su Zhe can check in once a week, President Yu and I will also come to the school to see him from time to time." On the mountaintop, the two were at odds, and Guo Linshan even brought up Yu Xinghua, who also highly appreciated Su Zhe, representing the interests of both parties, which made Xiaosu relent. At that moment, Su Zhe finally regained control over his golden wings in the sky. However, he no longer wanted to fly back and greet anyone. After soaring high before everyone, returning now would feel very awkward. That direction, it seems to be the original formation's exit? Did a fight break out with the Fusang Dark Guards? Su Zhe said as he looked down at the chaotic battle below. I wonder how Su Yao and the others are doing. They should have escaped, right? Feeling a bit uneasy, Su Zhe accelerated towards that direction. His judgment was not wrong, below was indeed the original formation's exit. With the formation broken, there were now no barriers hindering the Fusang Dark Guards' escape. They could leave from any position. As long as they got into the forest, the Dark Guards, with their superb stealth skills, had a high chance of escaping. But the Fusang Dark Guards did not feel joy from the sudden change. Instead, they sensed a scorching aura coming from above them. It was Su Zhe with his golden wings. However, at that moment, Su Zhe did not pay attention to them. Instead, he focused on a familiar figure stained with blood behind the crowd. That figure was so distinct that he could see it clearly even from the air, but Su Zhe had no mood to tease now. Because his best and only friend had been badly injured while he was away. Chapter 25, A Violent Slaughter. As the formation was about to close, the Fusang Dark Guards, driven by their will to survive, unleashed incredible power and broke through the defenses. They then became entangled with the candidates and prospective spirit guards who had yet to escape from the formation entrance. Su Yao and Wang Zi, being at the end of the line, were the first to confront the enemy, and within one exchange, both were critically injured. Su Yao's originally fair skin turned pale due to excessive blood loss, which was heartbreaking to see. But Wang Zi's injuries were even more severe. His body was covered in bright red blood, and his eyes were tightly closed, losing consciousness. The most serious was the blazing leopard cat lying in his arms, which had shielded Wang Zi from a fatal blow at a critical moment. However, the death of the beast still greatly affected Wang Zi's spirit, causing him to faint immediately. The bond between a beast and its master is tied by a contract, linking their souls, so the death of a beast can affect the master's soul. In serious cases, it can even turn a person into a fool. Fortunately, Wang Zi only fainted and hadn't reached that point. Because when facing death, the blazing leopard cat actively nullified the contract, minimizing the damage to Wang Zi. You finally came back. Wang Zi and I have been waiting for you. Su Yao forced a smile as she looked at Su Zhe in front of her. But Su Zhe was already flying in the air, suppressing his anger, and said, "Give me a little more time. I'll be right back." He then turned around to face the Fusang Dark Guards behind him. They sensed something was wrong and desperately tried to escape. But, flying is faster than running. Su Zhe dove quickly and soon caught up with a Fusang Spirit Guardian, unleashing a scorching line of deadly fire from his wings, instantly reducing him to ashes amidst screams. 1, 2, 3. These Fusang Dark Guards, who had just rejoiced over the destruction of the formation, now turned to charcoal one by one amidst wails. There was no mercy for them. After all, if Su Zhe hadn't cast the beast egg, the erupting Tianyun volcano would have covered several nearby cities. By then, millions of people from Great Xiao would have turned to ash like they are now. But for the greater good, Su Zhe spared a few lives, burning only their legs so they couldn't escape. Soon, Su Zhe caught up with the last person, who was the strongest and the first to realize something was wrong and started to flee. But he was ultimately pulled out by Su Zhe from the hiding shade of trees, like an eagle soaring in the sky using its claws to catch a mouse hiding in a dark, damp cave. Strangely, this Fusang Dark Guard did not beg for mercy. Instead, he said with immense regret, "It's you, the captain's judgment was indeed wrong, we should have taken more time to kill you." At this moment, Su Zhe also recognized that the Dark Guard before him was the one who had injured the Great Xia Spirit Guardian, Sun Hao. He had sensed the hiding Su Zhe and his companions, but Yen Yilong thought that merely 3 examinees posed no threat and would waste time, so he let them go. Unexpectedly, they all ended up dying at Su Zhe's hands. Upon hearing this, Su Zhe realized that he had indeed been exposed at the time. He broke out in a cold sweat and said, "What a pity that you let me live. It's too late to think about killing me now." Then, a line of deadly fire shot out, completely enveloping him and reducing him to ashes. Su Zhe vividly remembered his brutal act of killing the Great Xia Spirit Guardian, and there was no need to leave him alive. But this was not the end. The real mastermind was now entangled with the remnants of fire above Su Zhe's head. Su Zhe flapped his wings, ready to soar upwards. Just as he was about to take flight, the gilded wings were once again influenced by the consciousness of the golden-feathered phoenix, attempting to break free from his control. Because Su Zhe was currently using the power of the golden-feathered phoenix, if it were just to deal with those weak humans, she wouldn't mind at all and would gladly cooperate to turn them into ash. But now, the enemy Su Zhe wanted to face was a stronger being above her level, which meant consuming the power she had accumulated during her hatching, so she was unwilling. Thus, Su Zhe had no choice but to hover in the air, but he coldly threatened as if talking to himself, "You were just born and still a child, so I won't hold the previous matter against you. But if you cause trouble again, I will not hesitate to sacrifice a diamond-level beast to wipe you out using our contract." The consciousness of the golden-feathered phoenix and the gilded wings struggled for a moment before choosing to compromise. Through the contract, she was connected to Su Zhe's soul and could sense his current feelings, thus believing that Su Zhe could follow through on his words. Regaining control, Su Zhe, surrounded by golden flames, charged straight towards Yen Yilong, causing him to feel uneasy. Yen Yilong had just seized an opportunity to counterattack using the remaining power of the fire, but before he could fully gain the upper hand, he felt a chilling sense of crisis coming from behind him. He could only muster all the remaining power of the replica 8-foot mirror to set up a defense behind him while he continued to maintain pressure against the remnants of fire head-on. But he clearly overestimated the remaining power of the 8-foot mirror, or rather underestimated Su Zhe. The golden flames on him were one of the golden feather phoenix's innate abilities, the phoenix fire. The flames from the divine beast phoenix could perfectly burn away the remaining divine power in the replica 8-foot mirror. The 8-foot mirror only held on for a moment, then shattered into sparkling fragments, falling down like rain, and then the golden flames instantly surrounded Yen Yilong. Yu Shenghuo retreated to avoid the intense heat of the flames, only able to vaguely see 2 figures fighting within the flames, but the high temperature of the phoenix fire made him too afraid to approach. "This kid won't be in danger, right?" Xiao Su and Guo Linshan flew over together at this moment, and the former said, "No, that is the phoenix fire, the flames from a divine beast. Even if we go in to help him, we would get burned too." Then he also spoke with some surprise, "This kind of powerful phoenix fire, the golden feather phoenix must have consumed its life-saving power to boost it. How did he reach such a level of control over the beast?" Little did he know, the golden feather phoenix only obeyed because it was under threat of death. At this moment, Guo Linshan also saw a figure gradually falling in the sea of fire, unable to help but exclaim, "Su Zhe, leave him alive, I still need to interrogate him for more information." But as soon as the words fell, Su Zhe had already extinguished the phoenix fire, walking out holding a charred corpse. "Is this too late to say?" Su Zhe shook his head, "It's not too late, I didn't kill him, he poisoned himself." In the sea of fire, Yen Yilong, realizing he could not escape, bit through the poison pouch hidden in his teeth. It was unknown what kind of beast's poison it was, but even someone like him, a high-level beast master, died in an instant. Su Zhe had no time to pry it out. After tossing Yen Yilong's body to Yu Shenghua, Su Zhe wanted to return as he promised Su Yao. "Wait for me, I'll be back soon." But he hadn't flown far when he suddenly lost consciousness and fell down. The Golden Feather Phoenix was on a much higher level than Su Zhe, calling upon her power consumed a lot of mental energy, and Su Zhe lost consciousness from exhaustion. Seeing this, Guo Linshan was about to fly over to rescue him when he saw Su Zhe's wings behind him turn into a stream of light, then transform into a phoenix, carrying him on her back, safely landing on the ground. But as soon as they landed, the Golden Feather Phoenix disdainfully shook Su Zhe off her back. This scene made Xiao Su raise his eyebrows. It seems Su Zhe and the Golden Feather Phoenix don't seem very close either. Chapter 26, Secret. At the original exit of the formation, the Great Xia spirit guards who retreated from the volcano and the teachers rushing over from outside were tending to the injured. The healing medicine carried by the Great Xia spirit guards was surprisingly effective. Moreover, many wood and water attribute beasts also had healing abilities. But, for someone like Wang Zi, whose spirit was damaged due to his beast's death, they were helpless. Su Yiming anxiously found his daughter Su Yao among the injured, and upon seeing her safe, he finally sighed in relief. Then, looking at her weak state after being hurt, he felt a surge of heartache. "Come, I'll take you to find the healing teacher at school, let her help you heal." But Su Yao refused him. "Dad, wait a moment, I promised Su Zhe I would wait for him to return." Su Zhe? Where did he go? Su Yiming realized he hadn't seen Su Zhe at all. He went to hunt down the Fusang Dark Guard, seeking revenge for Wang Zi. Su Yao recalled the heroic scene of Su Zhe calling forth flames to burn the Fusang Dark Guard and felt a surge of affection, but also some worry, afraid that the distance between them was growing further apart. Su Yiming found it hard to believe and said, "He went to chase the Fuso Shadow Guards? This is simply ridiculous, they are as renowned as the Great Xia Spirit Guards. How could Su Zhe possibly?" Before Su Yiming could finish, he felt a shadow above him. Looking up, he saw a giant phoenix carrying a small figure slowly descending. As soon as it landed, it flicked its head and tossed the person in front of Su Yao. Then it transformed into a girl who was about 12 or 13 years old, wearing a luxurious gold and red outfit, her long hair black with strands of red, cascading down to her bare ankles. She looked delicate and beautiful, her skin whiter than snow, her exquisite features resembling a porcelain doll. With her head held high, her pure white neck was exposed, resembling a proud white swan. But in reality, she was a small phoenix even prouder than a swan. She was the transformation of the Golden Feather Phoenix. Powerful demon beasts can transform into human forms, and bloodline demon beasts like her can do so as soon as they are born. The Golden Feather Phoenix walked over with a slightly unsteady gait, still not quite familiar with it, and said to Su Yao, "This guy's last thought before he fainted was to come back to see you and fulfill his promise. I helped him fulfill it. Remember to tell him when he wakes up not to threaten me lightly anymore, my power is very precious." By the end, her tone even sounded a bit aggrieved. Then she made a sad face and voluntarily opened Su Zhe's beast controlling space, diving inside to take out the sleeping void spirit turtle, tossing it aside. As a proud phoenix, she didn't want to live with a turtle. The void spirit turtle, when it was dropped to the ground, slowly poked its head out of its shell, looking around with a confused face. Firstly, it hadn't done anything to anyone. At this moment, Su Yiming also understood why Su Zhe could chase the Fuso Shadow Guards, so the one who ended up binding the Golden Feather Phoenix was Su Zhe. I wonder what Principal Xiao is feeling right now. Before Su Yiming could finish, he fell silent again because following closely behind the Golden Feather Phoenix, Xiao Su and the other two flew back. "Dad, what happened to Su Zhe? He looks fine, but why is he unconscious?" Su Yao tugged at Su Yiming's sleeve, asking with concern. Su Yiming immediately felt a sense of his daughter growing up but still lowered his hand from his mouth and said, "He's fine, it's just that his mental energy was overly exhausted." At his current, he's already level 23? Ahem, at his current level 23, he's still not capable of controlling the diamond-level Golden Feather Phoenix. It's normal for him to faint from mental energy exhaustion. He just needs to rest for a while. Only then did Su Yao feel relieved. The three who had returned immediately got busy with their own tasks. After all, they were left with a mess after the Fuso Shadow Guards disrupted the beast-controlling college entrance examination. Guo Linshan immediately summoned all the Great Xia Spirit Guards to start counting the numbers. This time, they also suffered considerable casualties, but it was still within an acceptable range. He first noted down the list of the deceased, and the country would provide sufficient compensation for their families. Although the dead cannot be brought back to life, at least it can ensure that those alive are taken care of. As for the injured, whether they needed to retire or transfer to civilian positions would depend on the situation. Sun Hao definitely could not continue fighting on the front lines. Next was to clear the ranks. Even reservists had to follow the discipline of the Great Xia Spirit Guards. However, Lin Jiang, who needed to be cleared, was currently not in the ranks. Where is Lin Jiang? He has suspicions of colluding with the enemy, and anyone who knows and does not report is considered an accomplice. Guo Linshan shouted loudly. Immediately, someone stepped forward and said, "Report, Captain, the last time I saw Lin Jiang, he. What happened to him? Hurry up and tell me." He was the last one to escape when the evacuation formation was about to close. This was undoubtedly a shameful thing. A cowardly person who leaked military secrets was able to enter the Great Xia Spirit Guard. Even if he was just a reserve, it was enough to say that there was serious negligence in the review. Guo Linshan's face turned ashen. "Go find him back immediately, and deal with him according to military law." "Yes." On the other side, Xiao Su was discussing with several senior professors at the school about what to do with the Beastmaster College entrance exam. Canceling was impossible. As for postponing, due to the formation, there weren't many injuries, only a few among the last 5,000 were hurt, so it seemed unnecessary. They only needed to recruit the worthy injured candidates among the injured, and the rest could continue the exam. In the end, they reached a conclusion, which Xiao Su announced: "As Beast Masters, we will face various emergencies in the future, so even though this exam was suddenly disrupted by the Fusang Dark Guards, it will still take place this afternoon." Immediately, the crowd was filled with complaints. After all, many people were injured, and whether they could pass became uncertain. Xiao Su added, "Moreover, in order to reward the brave performances of some candidates in the face of the enemy, they will not have to participate in the upcoming exam. We will directly admit them and apply the highest teaching standards." Then he read out a list, including Su Zhe and Su Yao. As for Wang Zi, he had already sobered up, tightly hugging the flame leopard cat in great sorrow. Having lost his beast, he should no longer have the qualification to take the exam, but Xiao Su still reserved an opportunity for him. As long as he can find a contract with a bronze level or higher monster before the afternoon exam ends, he can be directly admitted. Wang Zi's father rushed over and immediately contacted monster hunters by phone, willing to pay any price to quickly help his son find a suitable monster. It seemed that the impact brought by the Fusang Dark Guards had receded, the Beastmaster College entrance exam was about to return to normal, and the three of them, having solved their problems, met in the air to monitor the exam. Xiao Su spoke first. "This side's problem seems to have been dealt with, don't you too, Captain Guo and President Yu, need to hurry back? I heard that there seems to be an issue with the Beastmaster Association?" Yu Xinghua replied, "You don't have to worry about the association's troubles, Principal Xiao. However, this group of little devils has gone to great lengths, even using a high-level crystal core to blow up the Tianyun volcano to delay us. It seems their final goal is to uncover the secret of your Qinglong Beastmaster University, right?" Xiao Su quietly sighed, then looked in the direction of the school. "Yes, a secret that even I, the principal, do not know about. I don't need to worry about it." Guo Linshan also nodded. True, who would have thought he was still at the school? Then he looked at Xiao Su strangely. With him around, wasn't Xiao Su's position very awkward? Just as the volcano caused the ground to tremble for the first time, the people living in Beishir City could feel the obvious tremor beneath their feet. They had been discussing what the results of this year's Beastmaster College entrance exam would be, but suddenly scattered in panic, shouting, "Earthquake? Everyone run!" In the midst of the chaos, there were also a number of strong individuals maintaining order among the crowd. While in the shadows of the streets, some sensed the trembling of the earth and began their actions. This is the sound of a volcanic eruption. Team leader Yano Takashi has successfully kept all the Great Xia Spirit Guards occupied. Now it's our turn. Avoid panic that leads to trampling and unnecessary casualties. Even though the experts from the Beastmaster Association, Beastmaster University, and the Great Xia Spirit Guard have all been attracted away by our earlier arrangements, there are still quite a few strong individuals in Beishan City. The Great Xia truly cannot be underestimated, a woman whispered in Fusang language from the shadows. Deputy Captain Shizuko, what should we do now? Follow the original plan. Captain Yano Takashi has taken a huge risk to complete the key step of the plan, we cannot let it all go to waste. She then took out a long object wrapped in cloth from behind and handed it over, saying, "Take this with you." One person beside her took it and said, "But Deputy Captain Shizuko, without it, what will you do if you encounter an unexpected situation?" The woman named Shizuko replied, "Don't worry, with those three old guys gone, no one in Beishan City can stop me. Besides, without it, you probably won't be able to hold them off for long." Alright, enough chatter. Once the volcano completely erupts, it won't be long before it affects this place, we need to hurry. Yes. The group quickly split into two teams, hiding in the shadows as they left. One team consisted only of the deputy captain, while the other team had dozens of people. They swiftly moved out of the shadows and had vanished into another dark area before anyone could spot them. In Beishan City's Beastmaster Association, a faint formation gradually rose, stabilizing the area, causing the buildings and people within to stop shaking. Because Yu Shanghua had nearly dispatched all the strong individuals from the association, only a few stewards remained, arranging for the evacuation of personnel and the safekeeping of valuable items. They were trying their best to take the panicking crowd into the formation. This shaking doesn't feel like an earthquake, it feels more like the noise of Tianyun volcano erupting, said a steward named Zhao Jin, while directing citizens into the formation for shelter. Steward Zhao, don't scare me, isn't Tianyun volcano still in a dormant period? And this formation can withstand earthquake tremors, but it can't withstand lava. I hope I'm wrong about that. At that moment, a commotion spread through the crowd, quickly turning into a surge of panic as people pushed forward. The protective formation of the Beastmaster Association began to vibrate violently and, in an instant, shattered under a flashing sword light. Zhao Jin's eyes widened in shock. The person capable of breaking the formation with a single strike must possess terrifying strength. Unconsciously, he clutched a token in his sleeve and shouted, "What's going on?" Someone squeezed through with difficulty and said, "Steward Zhao, someone is destroying our formation." Who is it? From what they said while communicating, they should be Fusang people. Fusang people, are they the Dark Guards? Is the destruction of the Beastmaster entrance exam just a cover? Their true purpose is, in fact, the Beastmaster Association? The Beastmaster Association stored various essential items for many Beastmasters in Great Xia, including various grades of essence beads and beast eggs with different bloodlines, among other things. Most of these belonged to the Association and the Spirit Guards, while others were kept by different Beastmasters waiting for sale or auction. But these details weren't even the most important. The most crucial thing was that it was the largest Beastmaster Association among a few nearby cities. Beishan City's Beastmaster Association housed detailed information on hundreds of thousands of Beastmasters in the city. For ordinary people, this information might not matter much, but for enemy nations, it was top-secret information that absolutely must not fall into their hands. Quickly contact the President and Captain Gua, and it's best to get some of the Great Xia Spirit Guards back as soon as possible. He also could not guarantee which side the Beastmaster Association and the Beastmaster Examination belonged to, which was truly the purpose of the Fuso Dark Guards. It is also possible that this side is just a diversion, so he could only request some of the Great Summer Spirit Guards to return. But unfortunately, as soon as they contacted that side, they learned that the Fuso Dark Guards had activated the Skycloud volcano. Whether it was the Great Summer Spirit Guards, the Beastmaster Association, or even the teachers from the Beastmaster University, they could not return in a short time. In fact, if they could not stop the volcanic eruption, they might never return in this lifetime. Since the President and the others cannot return for now, we can only hold our ground. Zhao Jin did not spread the news of the impending eruption of the Skycloud volcano. Now the ground's tremors had gradually calmed down, and people had finally managed to calm themselves. He did not want to cause further panic. Fortunately, there were not many Fuso Dark Guards in front of them, only about a few dozen. On their side, there were still over 100 people with combat power above level 20, although none exceeded level 30, and many of their beast companions leaned towards support and healing attributes. But once the news spread, more masters would come to the city. Even if these Fuso Dark Guards were elite, they could still be fought. The only problem was not knowing what means the other side had used to break through the defenses of the Beastmaster Association in one move, so they needed to be on guard at all times. Everyone, charge with me. As long as we hold them off until help arrives, we will be fine. Zhao Jin led the charge, but after all his long time in a desk job, not only was his body lacking in exercise, but his beast companion had even gained a few pounds. Fortunately, the beast armor transformation was not affected by the size of the beast, otherwise, he might not even be able to wear the armor. After the first exchange, they actually seemed to be evenly matched against the Fuso Dark Guards. Even Zhao Jin found it hard to believe. These Fuso Dark Guards did not seem that formidable. He could hold his own one-on-one. It seemed that with just 2 more people, they could completely defeat them. This gave a shock of energy to the staff of the Beastmaster Association, as most of them had come to the association after not being chosen by the Great Summer Spirit Guards. Now, if they could defeat the Fuso Dark Guards, who were equal in reputation to the Great Summer Spirit Guards, it might show that they were not that inferior. However, they did not know that these Fuso Dark Guards had not used their full strength at all because their goal was to attract more strong fighters. But if they got serious, the other side might not come. Sure enough, as more people joined the battle, everyone quickly noticed something unusual. How could the resilience of these Fuso Dark Guards be so strong, barely able to be dealt with? However, the Fuso Dark Guards were also under tremendous pressure from being surrounded. After a while, they were surrounded by hundreds of people, and with more people unable to join from the outside, they had managed to hold back nearly 1,000 battle-capable beast masters. It seems, we are about to reach our limit. One Fuso Dark Guard reached for the bundle behind him. It's time to take care of you. These foolish Great Summer folks. A cruel smile appeared on his face, and with a shake of his wrist, a sword radiating divine light suddenly appeared in his hand. With an effortless sweep, he severed many weapons from the hands of the people, instantly injuring their beasts and forcing everyone back. People looked at each other in uncertainty. These Fuso bastards, did they bring their divine artifact, the Amakusa sword? Everyone, retreat. But it was ultimately too late. A sword light flashed again, and immediately countless blood marks appeared on people's chests, with blood spraying out. Zhao Jin was among them, but fortunately, he had chosen a relatively conservative beast armor transformation, so his injuries were not serious. The Dark Guard from Fusang was very dissatisfied and said, "Tisk, not a single one died. It seems that a lot of power from the Heavenly Cluster Cloud Sword was consumed to break the formation just now. But that's okay, my next sword will finish you all." In fact, he also knew that what he held was just a fake. The previous sword strike, alongside the one used to break the formation, had already consumed a lot of power, and now he was just bluffing to buy more time. But when the vice-captain's mission was complete and they retreated, he would definitely deliver the final sword strike, leaving the Daxia people with a beautiful memory. A cruel smile appeared on his face, and he eagerly anticipated how many Daxia people he could bring down with his full power then. At this moment, Zhao Jin, who had been charging at the forefront, decisively retreated and quickly ran back. This scene was also captured by the Dark Guard from Fusang, who mocked, "Is this the Daxia people? They rush to the front when they have the advantage in numbers, but the moment things go wrong, they choose to run away." Zhao Jin did not respond to him but ran all the way to the statue of the dragon tamer, Xiao Chang, before finally breathing a sigh of relief. He said, "Run away? I hope you don't end up running away in fear later." Then he placed the object he was holding onto the statue. "Pretentious Daxia people, what kind of ridiculous war god is this? Isn't it just a statue? Ha ha." As soon as the Fusang Dark Guard's voice fell, they saw the statue suddenly burst forth with dazzling light and then open its eyes. Chapter 28, Daxia's Backup, the Squad Annihilation. The stone statue came to life, now indistinguishable from a living person. Xiao Chang's every hair moved gently in the breeze, and every scale of the Azure Cloud Dragon shimmered with brilliant light. The Azure Cloud Dragon gracefully coiled around Xiao Chang, like a spoiled child, resting its majestic dragon head on his shoulder. Is Lord Xiao Chang manifesting? Manifesting? Lord Xiao Chang is not dead yet, this must be an avatar he left behind. This was a backup plan from the Beast-Tamer Association, a trump card that Yu Shenghu entrusted to his most trusted Zhao Jin before leaving. As the saying goes, the older, the wiser, he certainly would not leave himself without any defensive power. With Xiao Chang's avatar in charge, the Beast-Tamer Association would be the safest place. After the living form of Xiao Chang surveyed the surroundings, he instantly understood why he had been awakened. He could even speak, saying, "No wonder I sensed the power of a divine artifact, it turns out to be a copy of the Heavenly Cluster Cloud Sword, but even a genuine one barely broke in my hands." It was a very dark day for Fusang. With the Azure Cloud Dragon, Xiao Chang had yet to become a level 100 war god, but he was already the brightest new star in Daxia and a significant threat to Fusang. So they carefully planned an assassination attempt against Xiao Chang. At that time, Fusang's only level 100 war god wore the true divine artifact, the Heavenly Cluster Cloud Sword, to ambush Xiao Chang, who was yet to reach level 100, thinking it would be a guaranteed kill. But Xiao Chang broke through to level 100 during the battle, turning the tables and killing the Fusang war god, who was claimed to be the reincarnation of Susanoo, in the skies over Fusang Island, causing their blood and that of their destined beasts to rain down over the entire island. He even nearly broke the Fusang divine artifact, the Heavenly Cluster Cloud Sword, which had been passed down for thousands of years. Fortunately, at a critical moment, the resonance of Fusang's 3 divine artifacts allowed it to be preserved. Injured Xiao Chang also did not choose to take risks. From then on, Fusang's position in the world plummeted, completely becoming a vassal of the strong nation of the other end of the world, the United States. And Xiao Chang became the deepest shadow in the hearts of all Fusang people who were baptized by blood rain. Including at this moment, the Fusang Shadow Guard holding the imitation sword of the Heavenly Cloud, his hands were trembling uncontrollably. Clearly, facing the shadow in his heart, one of the great gods of war, Xiao Chang, was very tense, but still pretended to be calm and said, "That's right, the sword in my hand is indeed a fake divine sword, but aren't you just an avatar?" Xiao Chang's face moved slightly, smiling as if he were alive, appearing no different than a real person. "What you said makes sense. In that case, this will be a fair battle. Do you need to draw your sword first? Oof, just a mere statue, how arrogant." Despite saying this, the Fusang Shadow Guard still took the lead and launched an attack, pouring all his strength into the imitation sword of the Heavenly Cloud. "Die for me." In that instant, a bloodthirsty and cruel smile appeared on his face. The reason was simple, the sword light did not fly toward Xiao Chang's avatar, nor did it target any of the Beast Masters. Instead, it shot straight towards the ordinary civilian populace hiding in the Beast Master Association's formation. "Ha ha ha, let's see if you will save these people or hunt us down." He had no courage to fight, only thinking about fleeing quickly while Xiao Chang rescued the civilians. But Xiao Chang's expression did not change at all, as if he had already guessed this would happen. "People of Fusang, you are indeed the same rotten bastards as always." Then the Azure Cloud Dragon coiled on his shoulder instantly transformed into a shining Qinglong halberd, casually lifted, and with its first strike shattered the sword light. The Qinglong halberd, wrapped in the shattered sword light, continued unabated, sweeping all the fleeing Fusang Shadow Guards into a sharp tornado. In an instant, they turned into countless fragments. However, unlike before, Xiao Chang did not let the filthy blood of the Fusang shadow guards turn into a blood rain, but after rolling them up, he casually tossed them into a nearby non-recyclable trash bin as if throwing garbage. After completing all of this, he looked up towards the direction of the Azure Dragon Beast Master University, muttering to himself, "It seems they do not need my help, and it's just right, it can help save some strength for this avatar." Then he stood back in place, seemingly considering what posture he was in when he just awakened. But he never remembered. In the end, he struck a pose he thought was cool, riding on the soaring dragon and transforming back into a statue again. Everything happened too quickly. Until this moment, everyone present finally reacted. Then they began to worship Xiao Chang's statue as if paying homage to a deity. At the same time, Jingsu, who was alone, also arrived at the Azure Dragon Beast Master Academy. After confirming repeatedly with the map in her hand, she walked into a dilapidated courtyard. Beside the courtyard was a greenhouse, exuding a very unpleasant smell, the stench of monster excrement overwhelming. This was the place where the Azure Dragon Beast Master University kept low-level monsters. Although only beast masters could enter here, some experiments by the school and live combat from students required living monsters. So they would keep some low-level monsters, and any monster that died during dissection experiments or combats would also be sent to the cafeteria for additional meals. According to that guy, he is very familiar with every place in the school, except here. The secret we need to explore should also be here. She searched carefully in the courtyard. She had searched everywhere, but there was still no gain. Time was becoming increasingly urgent. She did not know why the volcano had not yet erupted, but it should be soon. At the moment when Jingzi felt a bit anxious, she caught a glimpse of the feeding trough in the nearby breeding shed. The feeding trough that had been used all along usually accumulated a lot of dirt underneath. Even the trough for feeding the monsters was no exception. However, the trough she was looking at had a ring of hardened dirt on the outside, but this dirt had a circle of fine cracks on it. It was as if this trough was often lifted up and down by someone. Jingxi's eyes brightened immediately as she felt her way over. She wasn't afraid of dirt and carefully searched the trough, and some monsters trying to protect their food were directly swept away by her beast, a black snake coiled around her arm. After a moment, she really found a depression on the trough. After pressing down hard, one end of the trough slowly lifted, revealing a passage underneath. Jingxi couldn't help but smile at once, but quickly composed herself and hurried inside. After walking down dozens of steps, she arrived at a deep corridor, with a rustling sound coming from the other end of the corridor. She immediately became alert. Hiding in the shadows and quietly approaching the source of the sound, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a messy old man with unkempt white hair and a balding head, holding a broom and sweeping. The rustling sound was from the broom scraping the floor. She didn't want to waste time with unnecessary trouble, so she hid in the shadows and quietly went around him without raising his suspicion. Jingxi continued to run down the corridor and soon reached its end. A round platform unexpectedly appeared before her, but Jingxi didn't find it strange at all. An object that shone like a golden wine cup was placed on the platform. As she approached it, she found that it held a glass of bright red liquid, like fresh blood. I did it! This is the secret of Xiao Chang's Azure Scale Snake evolving into the Azure Cloud Flood Dragon. What bloodline revival? That's complete nonsense. The Azure Scale Snake doesn't have any dragon bloodline. It acquired dragon blood through experiments at the Azure Dragon Beast Master University, and this is dragon blood, the true essence of a divine beast. She excitedly lifted the golden cup along with the dragon blood carefully, and just at the moment the cup left the platform. The platform suddenly sank heavily, and at the same time, the entire corridor began to shake violently and collapse. Seeing this, Jingxi immediately began to run back at high speed. As for the old man sweeping, he was nowhere to be seen. Maybe he ran away right away, Jingxi thought. Fortunately, her greatest pride was her speed, and the speed of the underground passage collapsing couldn't catch up with her. She directly ran all the way to the surface, and only then did the passage below collapse with a thunderous roar, causing the entire breeding shed to shake violently, but it no longer posed a threat to Jingxi's life. Until this moment, she couldn't believe that she had really succeeded. Could it really be this simple? She felt that the process seemed too smooth, too dreamlike. A dream? At this thought, Jingxi suddenly froze. She looked around. She hadn't heard the sound of the volcano rumbling for a long time. After causing such a commotion at the Azure Dragon Beast Master University, she didn't see anyone coming. Even those noisy monsters were silent at this time, and she no longer smelled the unpleasant odors. The whole world became silent, without wind or waves, a world that seemed absolutely still except for her. At this moment, Jingxi, pale-faced, suddenly loosened her grip on the golden wine cup that she had been holding tightly. A wine glass fell to the ground and bounced back up, instantly spilling bright red liquid that eerily stained the entire world. Yeah, in such a secret place, how could they arrange for a common messy old man to clean up? So it turns out I've been in a dream since then? In the still red world, no one answered her. At the same time, a scruffy old man with white hair and a balding head, holding a wine jug in one hand and a broom in the other, looked down at the sleeping woman and revealed a chilling smile, appearing very lewd. He reached out towards the woman's upper body and picked up the sleeping black snake resting on her shoulder. He squeezed its gallbladder forcefully, tilted his head back and swallowed it, then immediately took a swig of wine, his Adam's apple rolling as he swallowed. The demon beast black snake, after its gallbladder was used as a drink, was casually tossed aside. The old man let out a content burp and said, "Such a pretty little girl, it's truly a pity. Nightmares, no need to torment her anymore, let's completely end her dream." As soon as the words left his mouth, the old man's shadow suddenly sprang into action. It lifted off the ground, came in front of the woman, facing her, and then one arm transformed into a sharp-blown thorn that fiercely stabbed into her forehead. At the same time, the red world in the dream began to shatter and collapse in pieces. At this moment, Jingzi had already slumped to the ground, her face ashen, but seeing the collapsing world, she revealed a trace of relief. Accompanied by violent twitching of Jingzi's limbs in the real world, moments later, she permanently lost her breath. The 5th Squad of the Fusang Secret Guards was originally formed to infiltrate the Great Xia for terrorist attacks. If there were too many people, it would be inconvenient to hide, so although they were a squad, the numbers were small, with each member being elite. But by this time, the 5th Squad of Fusang Secret Guards was completely annihilated. Chapter 29, So Good. Hiss, my head hurts so much. Suze groggily woke up from bed, and the first thing he saw upon opening his eyes was the familiar ceiling. This is my home? Shouldn't I be at Tianyun Volcano? How did I get back? Suze raised his hand to rub his aching temples, only to discover an 4 drip on his hand, with a bottle of glucose hanging by the bedside, delivering liquid to him. As Suze lay in bed, confused, a charming little face slowly entered his view, facing him silently. That face was so delicate, tenderly white, with features perfect like a masterpiece. I'm hungry. The small face with red lips spoke softly. Suze suddenly jolted up. How could such a little girl appear in his house? Due to the sudden motion, the little girl didn't have time to dodge, and their foreheads bumped hard against each other. The little girl immediately covered her forehead and moved aside, her eyes red and teary as she said, "Wah, you're a bad person. Not only did you threaten me to steal my power, but now you hit me." Suze also raised his hand to rub his head, feeling an extra pain from that bump, with a large red mark on his forehead. At this moment, Suze's brain finally caught up, pointing at the little girl and saying, "It's you. That golden-feathered phoenix. Don't pretend, how could my head hurt from your hardness?" The little girl, transformed from the golden-feathered phoenix, lowered her hand from her forehead, revealing that her pristine white forehead had no trace of the bump at all, and a sly smile appeared on her exquisite little face. "Humph, it wasn't me who bumped into you, it was you who crashed into me. Also, don't call me by my race name, I have a name, it's Qingyi, Feng Qingyi." High-level bloodline demon beasts themselves have heritages like human families, and they can pass down part of their memories through bloodlines, so Suze wasn't surprised that the golden-feathered phoenix had its own name. He rubbed his forehead and sat up, saying, "Feng Qingyi, how did I end up at home? How long have I been asleep?" Feng Qingyi tapped her chin, looked around, and said, "So this is your home? It's so small and shabby. As for the time, a whole day has passed." A whole day? After Suze fainted, he was sent home not long after. As for the door, this is a unit from Beastmaster University, so it's only reasonable they kept a key, right? Then doesn't that mean the college entrance exam for Qinglong Beastmaster University has already ended? Did I miss the exam? Suze said, a bit frustrated. But this question was something Feng Qingyi couldn't answer either. After all, she was just a bird and had been in Suze's Beastmaster space all this time. She only lost control of the space when she felt Suze's spirit starting to revive and was about to wake up. "You did miss the exam, but you've already been guaranteed admission." Su Yao's cheerful voice rang out at the door. The spare key to Suze's house was given to Su Yao by Beastmaster University, since she lived just downstairs, allowing her to check on his condition from time to time. And to help change his glucose, to prevent Suze from starving while he was fainted in bed. Su Yao said happily, "Brother Suze, you're awake." By the way, Su Yao, what do you mean I've been guaranteed admission?" Su Yao immediately summarized what happened while Suze was fainted. "So you've also been guaranteed admission to Qinglong Beastmaster University?" Suze asked with a smile. Su Yao replied happily, "That's right. And maybe we can continue to be classmates." Suze continued to ask, "What about Wang Zi? Is he doing well?" Su Yao's smile suddenly stiffened, then she helplessly said, "Uncle Wang has tried his best. He spent a lot of money to help Wang Zi look for a beast, but he just lost his beast and his spirit is very weak, making it difficult to attract a beast contract. In the end, he still couldn't successfully contract a beast by the time the Beastmaster College entrance exam ended, losing the qualification to participate." Suze sighed helplessly at these words. If he didn't have the system helping him, he would be no different from Wang Zi now. Unable to contract a beast, unable to take the entrance exam. Wait, the system. Suze suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Wang Zi was indeed weakened in spirit due to losing his beast, and it should be very difficult for him to contract the next beast. However, the beast eggs produced by his system don't care about this. As long as they can hatch, they can be contracted. And right now, he just happens to have a golden level beast egg suitable for him. Su Zhe immediately sat up from bed and was about to go find Wang Zi, but his legs weakened and he almost fell to his knees. Thankfully, Su Yao was there to support him in time. Feng Qingyi couldn't help but laugh at the sight. This made Su Yao furrow her brows. Brother Su Zhe, although you've contracted a particularly powerful beast, it seems a bit lacking in training. Could this be dangerous? Su Zhe's legs were weak because his spirit was still very weak. It's hard to recover from such exhaustion in just one day of rest. Xu Yao's inner play was not over. She stared in shock as Suzy threw the monster beast egg into the boiling water and casually covered the pot. Brother Suzy, what are you doing? That's a monster beast egg? Suzy replied nonchalantly, yeah, I know. The monster beast egg helps a lot in recovering spirit power, and it's especially delicious when made into fried eggs or fried rice. It's a pity I was dizzy all day, and the leftovers at home are 2 days old, so I can't make you fried rice. I can only make you boiled eggs instead. But don't worry, a monster beast egg is still a monster beast egg. Even boiled, it will be especially tasty. Xu Yao was about to collapse. Is this what she cared about? This is a monster beast egg, one of the treasures most sought after by beast masters, meant for figuring out how to cook it deliciously? Half an hour later, Suzy skillfully fished the egg out, peeled it, and cut it into 3 pieces, since Feng Qingyi had been drooling beside him for a long time. Even knowing it was actually a bird, Suzy could not resist as he watched her looking at him with that eager little face. As Suzy and Feng Qingyi began to eat the monster beast egg, Feng Qingyi even happily revealed a pair of small wings fluttering behind her. Xu Yao looked at the plate in front of her. Even though there was only a third of the portion, it was still a sufficient boiled egg, and she tried a bite. Wow, it's really fragrant. Chapter 30, Transferring the Monster Beast Egg. After Feng Qingyi was full, she asked Suzy to open the beast master space and fly back. She still had a lot of accumulated power in her body, after all, from absorbing a level 80 monster beast crystal core. This power would slowly dissipate until it completely disappeared after successfully hatching, helping her through the initial weak period. During this time, whatever she could refine would be what she could keep. In the beast master space, power loss could be minimized to the greatest extent. Xu Yao also quickly returned home after eating the monster beast egg because she felt a surge of power rapidly increasing her spirit power and needed to meditate and digest it quickly. Suzy, being at a higher level and having eaten monster beast eggs frequently these days, had already gotten used to it. Not long after, he finished digesting the power from the monster beast egg, stood up from the ground, and no longer felt weak and powerless. He took out his phone and dialed Wang Zi's number. Fatty, what are you doing? Dealing with a major life event, do not disturb. Then came a sudden loud sound of release. On the other end of the line, Wang Zi looked quite dispirited. He was squatting on the toilet with one hand casting plaster and the other holding his phone, a nearly burnt-out cigarette in his mouth. Suzy continued, come out tonight for a drink. My brother has good news to tell you. What good news could there be? Wang Zi said dejectedly, but he did not refuse. True, we need to celebrate for you and Miss Su. I'll take care of the arrangements. I guarantee it will be as lively as a wedding. Suzy knew he had misunderstood and quickly said, no, she can't come today. She just finished eating one of my eggs and is heading back to digest it. It's just me, let's meet at the usual place. You, what wolfish words did you say again? I seriously suspect that Miss Su has to endure pressure for you every day, suffering like a beaten dog. What do you want from me, being all mysterious? Suzy whispered, this is about letting you continue being a beast master. Are you serious? Wang Zi suddenly jumped up from the toilet, followed by an anguished howl that startled Suzy on the other end of the line. What's wrong with you? Why are you screaming like that? Did you push too hard and cause a hemorrhoid bleed? Wang Zi trembled, don't mention it. I got so excited I opened my mouth, the cigarette but fell right into my lap and burned me. In the face of such an embarrassing situation, even Suzy could only remain silent. Half a day later he replied, you really know how to behave, and you did not forget to let your own brother also take one puff. Wang Zi? At night, Su Zhe came as promised to a barbecue shop beside Beishan City No. 1 High School, and walked straight inside into a small private room. Wang Zi was already here waiting for him. His right hand was in plaster, his left hand was working hard grabbing skewers, eating until his mouth was full of oil. Brother has been in a bad mood recently and it affected my appetite. It was still your one phone call that made me cheer up again, so I did not wait for you and started eating first. Su Zhe said with a laugh and cry, did only your appetite cheer up? You trust me this much? You should know uncle asked so many people to help you and none of them had a way. Wang Zi looked at Su Zhe seriously and said, we have been brothers for so many years, we never lied to each other, so I trust you. This instead made Su Zhe feel a bit guilty, because in some meaning, the Su Zhe who truly shared his heart with Wang Zi was already gone. He immediately took out from the bag he carried with him a demon beast egg the size of a basketball, covered with golden scales, and put it on the table. Since you trust me, I will not hide anything. The key that can let you continue to become a beast tamer is it. At this time Wang Zi was also attracted by the demon beast egg. He looked at the egg and then looked at Suze, not wanting to hit the other side's enthusiasm. Because the method of contracting a just hatched demon beast, he had already tried it before, and it had no effect at all. But this was after all Suze's kind intention, so he still showed a smile. He echoed, okay, then I will borrow your good words, but this year's exam has already ended. I am afraid I have to wait until next year to be your junior. Suze shook his head and said, no need. This year the Western White Tiger Beast Tamer University met a high-ranked demon beast while clearing the site. The exam was delayed by 1 week. There are still a few days left now. You rushing to take that exam is still in time. Wang Zi froze for a moment. He did not expect Suze to think for him so carefully, but could he really still become a beast tamer? Wang Zi looked at the demon beast egg that Suze took out, feeling unable to decide. At this time Suze seemed to remember something, took out a knife and in Wang Zi's shocked eyes cut his finger, dripping the blood onto the demon beast egg. What are you doing? Ah! Wang Zi quickly pulled back his hand wanting to put it into his mouth to suck a few times to stop the bleeding, but because he had just eaten extremely spicy barbecue, the finger just went into his mouth and there was another scream. Suze answered, nothing, this is just the procedure to hand this egg over to you. Every system-produced demon beast egg belonged to Suze. Even if others hatched it, it would automatically sign a contract with Suze. Only after he first removed all relationships, then let other people bind through dripping blood, the later hatched demon beast would sign a contract with other people. Suze at this time also sat down. While eating barbecue he said, after you go home remember to put this egg together with a large amount of gold. If there is none at home you can let uncle buy some more. Wang Zi said, this is not a problem, my family has a vault. My dad always felt gold is the most value-keeping, so most of my family's property was exchanged into gold and put in the vault. After going back I will also lock it into the vault. Vault? Suze looked at the demon beast egg placed on the table. Its hatching condition is absorbing a large amount of gold to hatch, the more the better. Putting it in the vault is without doubt the best method. The problem is, hoping that in Uncle Wang's eyes, his son will be more important than gold. Wang Zi then asked about the price of the demon beast egg. After all, this kind of thing is very expensive, and Suze's family condition is also not good. But Suze only said, today this barbecue meal you treat. That's enough. Wang Zi could only helplessly shake his head, revealing a smile. After finishing the barbecue, the two left with their arms around each other's shoulders. Upon returning home, Wang Zi immediately went to his father for the key to the vault, placing the golden scaled egg inside. He didn't think this egg could solve his problems, but it symbolized his precious friendship. By the time Suze and Su Yao enter Beastmaster University, I guess I will drift further away from them. After all, from now on, we won't belong to the same world anymore. With a sigh, Wang Zi locked the vault door, not noticing that the gold closest to the golden scaled egg had already melted into gold water, absorbed by it. Chapter 31, Golden Scaled Pig. In the vault, gold continuously melted into gold water, flowing toward the golden scaled egg, which absorbed it. When there was no more gold nearby for it to affect, the golden scaled egg would actively roll on the ground to a new spot to continue absorbing gold. And so, a whole night passed, countless gold pieces were absorbed, and finally, the egg began to crack, with pieces of shell falling off. The next day, Wang Zi appeared even more despondent, causing his father, Wang Gui, to furrow his brows in concern. Why are you frowning all day? Can't you live if you don't become a beast master? Wang Gui scolded. Since you can't get into Beastmaster University, there's no need for us to bother with a garbage school like Qingbei. Your dad will give you some startup funds to start a business. Once you make something of yourself in the business world, it won't be any worse than being a beastmaster. Wang Zi didn't respond. Even in a world of beastmasters, those who did business still had an advantage. It's rare for an ordinary person like Wang Gui to become a big entrepreneur, but Wang Zi had little confidence in his business acumen. But this was Wang Zi's dilemma. If he couldn't achieve anything as a beastmaster, he would have to return to inherit his father's wealth. Even without a business mind, he couldn't waste it all away, which was so annoying. Wang Gui then pulled out the key to the vault and said, however, our family's cash flow has been running low lately, so we need to get some gold from the vault as startup funds. To help Wang Zi become a beastmaster again, Wang Gui had spent quite a bit of money in the last few days. This included hiring beast hunters to capture magical beasts, as well as bringing in experts to help Wang Zi heal his mental wounds. The two of them made their way to the vault, and just as Wang Gui took out the key to open it, they heard faint rustling sounds coming from inside. How can there be sounds in the vault? Xiao Zi, did you remember to lock it when you left yesterday? Wang Gui immediately turned to question his son anxiously. This vault contained most of their family's wealth. If something happened, it wouldn't lead to bankruptcy, but it would seriously shake their foundation. I should have locked it, right? Wang Zi stammered, even he wasn't too sure. Seeing this, Wang Gui hurriedly tried to open the door with the key, but due to his anxiety, he fumbled several times before finally getting it right and twisting it to unlock the door. As soon as he opened the door, the two rushed in only to have their faces drop immediately. The iron rack that had been used to hold the gold was all skewed, and more importantly, the gold bars were all missing. Though it was just a quick glance, Wang Gui could see that at least half of his gold was gone. "You little rascal, what on earth did you do yesterday?" Seeing his father about to explode with rage, Wang Zi glanced around nervously and replied, "I just put in a magical beast egg, and by the way, where is my egg?" Wang Zi was about to search in the vault when he saw a golden, round shape struggling to squeeze out from under a fallen iron rack. "What is that?" The father and son immediately became tense. They were no longer beast masters, and in this world overrun by monster beasts, it was very dangerous. Then, the two saw a small, golden, round pig, half a meter high, half a meter long, and even half a meter wide, happily running over to Wang Zi's feet and affectionately rubbing against his pant leg. The pig had no fur on its body, but instead had fine golden scales, which was very similar to the beast egg that Su Zhe had sent to Wang Zi. "This is a monster beast? Su Zhe's egg hatched overnight? Wait, little one, don't tell me you turned my vault into this mess?" Wang Zi picked up the little pig and said, pulling out half a gold bar from its mouth. The little pig looked reluctantly at the gold bar, saliva dripping from its mouth, but it didn't snatch it. Instead, it showed great affection toward Wang Zi. And at the moment Wang Zi touched the golden pig, a brilliant contract array appeared under his feet. Wang Zi froze for a moment, then turned to his father with an excited expression. "Dad, did you see that? It's a contract array. I'm a beast master again. Su Zhe didn't lie to me, the egg he gave me really is the key to me becoming a beast master again." Wang Gui also looked at everything in front of him in disbelief, especially the golden little pig in Wang Zi's hands, so focused that he even forgot to count the half of the gold that had disappeared from the vault. "You just said this monster beast was from Su Zhe?" Wang Zi replied, "Yeah, when he gave it to me, it was just an egg, and then it hatched overnight." "What's the matter? How is that possible? How is that possible? Such a rare and precious monster beast, and he just gave it to you?" Seeing his father's oddly excited reaction, Wang Zi asked in confusion, "Dad, I didn't even recognize this little pig after studying for years in high school." "How did you recognize it?" Wang Gui replied seriously, "That's because you didn't pay attention in class. You know I'm not a beast master, so I don't understand monster beasts much. But there's one monster beast I've always been interested in, called the golden scaled pig." "You mean this is a golden scaled pig? It looks round and soft, not much of a fighter. Does it have some special trait?" Wang Zi asked curiously, lifting the golden pig in his hand. "Of course. The golden scaled pig is extremely rare. Legend says it feeds on gold bricks and drinks gold liquid. When it matures, it has the ability to turn stones into gold and find treasures in minerals. It's a type of monster beast that requires a huge initial investment but has an even greater return." Wang Zi suddenly realized, no wonder so much gold disappeared from the vault, it must have eaten it all. "But if it has such a big appetite, won't our family be unable to afford it? After all, it consumed half of their family's gold in one night, how long would the remaining gold last?" But Wang Gui continued, "That was probably just to hatch. Normally, it doesn't need so much. And that's not the main point. The main point is that the golden scaled pig is a real, top-tier golden grade monster beast." "Golden grade?" Wang Zi froze, unable to believe that Su Zhe had sent him a golden grade monster beast for the price of a barbecue. Monster beast eggs of this grade are priceless and impossible to find. Wang Gui also sighed, "I always thought Su Zhe had received our family's favor, but now it seems the opposite. We're the ones who've received his favor." Wang Zi then remembered what Su Zhe had said the day before and spoke up, "Dad, I heard the Western White Tiger Beast Master University has postponed its exam, and their Beast Master entrance exam won't be held for several more days. I want to go somewhere to take the exam." Wang Gui finally reacted from his earlier surprise and said, "What, you don't want to wait another year? Once you get there, you won't come back to see your friends very often." Wang Zi firmly said, "I don't want to wait that long anymore. That guy's talent is frightening. I'm afraid that if a year passes, I won't even be able to catch up with him." Wang Gui smiled with great satisfaction. "Good, having ambition is a good thing. It would be even better if you decided to lose some weight along the way. Dad also supports you. Anyway, the startup funds I prepared for you have already been eaten up by your beast, so consider it as my investment. Since I started my business, I have never lost an investment. I hope you won't disappoint me this time." Before leaving the vault, Wang Gui took out some gold. After all, until the golden scale pig grows big enough to turn stone into gold and make food for itself, it needs to be fed with gold. If it were someone else, even if they had a contract, they probably couldn't afford to raise it. To prevent any accidents, Wang Zi directly booked a flight for that day, and he would leave that night to prepare for the exam. In the night of Beishan City, in a hidden corner of a house, under dim light, two figures were quietly scheming something. One of them, speaking in poor Daxia language, whispered furiously, "Xiao Jun, there is a problem with the information you gave us. As the principal, why didn't you tell us that there is a master hiding in the Qinglong Beast University?" On his other side, under the dim light, Xiao Su's face appeared hazy. Chapter 32, Dream Demon. Mr. Tianzhong, I think you should be a bit more polite. After all, we are in a partnership now, not a superior-subordinate relationship. Please do not speak to me in an accusatory tone. Xiao Su said unceremoniously. The person in front of him was named Tianzhong Katsuya, a big figure in the Fusang Shadow Guards. Even Yano Takashi was merely a squad leader, while Tianzhong Katsuya was his direct superior, the commander of the 4th Squad of the Fusang Shadow Guards. In terms of status and strength, he should be a notch above Xiao Su. However, faced with his sudden outburst of pressure, Xiao Su showed no signs of panic other than his hair dancing in the wind. Seeing this, Tianzhong Katsuya's anger instantly vanished. It was unclear whether he was genuinely angry or just testing Xiao Su. He quickly changed to a smiling face, like a master of disguise. Xiao Jun has such strength yet willingly remains hidden in a small beast university. You must have grand ambitions. Unfortunately, this failure in our collaboration must also be something you do not wish to see. So I believe I have the right to ask you for a reasonable explanation. Seeing the other party being courteous, Xiao Su's expression softened, and he replied, I know you suspect that I set up a trap this time, as the entire 5th Squad of the Fusang Shadow Guards was completely wiped out in Daxia. This hasn't happened in a long time. The last time your country suffered such heavy losses was during the siege of Shaochang, so I can understand your dissatisfaction. Then he changed his tone, saying, however, the appearance of that old fellow was also beyond my expectations. Although I have been sitting in this principal position for 6 years, the previous principal, that old fellow, ran things for several decades. When it comes down to it, I am just an outsider, otherwise, why would I need to collaborate with you to explore the secrets of this school? Tianzhong Katsuya stared into his eyes, as if assessing whether he was lying, and then spoke, Are you saying that the master is the former principal of the Qinglong Beast University? And you are not even aware of his presence there? Xiao Su replied, That's right, it could only be him. After the old principal was dismissed, he vanished without a trace, and I never expected he was hiding right under my nose. That's true. After all, this project was entirely handled by him, and he was likely dismissed because of it. He probably won't let it go easily. Tianzhong Kiki said, So if we solve this old coot, we can uncover the secrets of Qinglong Beast University? Xiao Su glanced at him disdainfully and said, Old coot? It seems your Fuso Dark Guard's intelligence work is quite lacking. Let me remind you, the old principal had a very famous title in your Fuso. He was called the Dream Demon. Tianzhong Kiki's face changed dramatically upon hearing this title, the Dream Demon? He is that Dream Demon? The teacher of Dragon Master Shaochang? Xiao Su coldly chuckled at his panicked expression and said, That's right. Do you still think you can easily deal with this old guy now? Beast masters who have titles are extremely rare, they are usually powerful beings or have done something sensational to gain others' recognition. And the title of Dream Demon came from the latter. He was once Shaochang's teacher and also a guardian. After Shaochang's green-scaled snake advanced to become the Green Cloud Dragon, he faced repeated assassination attempts from various countries, with Fuso being the most intense. All these attacks were blocked by the old principal, who did not yet have the title of Dream Demon at that time. He thus temporarily abandoned his role as principal to focus on protecting Shaochang. Because of this reason, the Fuso Dark Guards did not investigate his identity as a principal, mistakenly thinking he was just a guardian assigned to Shaochang. The incident that earned him the title of Dream Demon was an active strike to intimidate Fuso. In one night, he made 5 cities in Fuso fall asleep, and they never woke up again. You could say that before Shaochang showered Fuso with blood rain, the Dream Demon was their deepest psychological shadow. Many people propped their eyelids with bamboo sticks at night, even piercing themselves and bleeding, fearing that if they fell into a deep sleep, they would never see tomorrow's sun again. Not long after this, his student Shaochang brought them a new psychological shadow with another blood rain. Xiao Su continued, Now you understand, right? Unless your top captain takes at least one genuine artifact, don't even think about breaking into the place where the secret lies. And once you start fighting, the scene will undoubtedly be earth-shattering. By the time Shaochang arrives, even if you win, none of you will be able to leave. Tianzhong Kiki realized Xiao Su was right and took a deep breath, who it seems this has become an impossible task. However, since you invited me late at night, Xiao Jun, it must not merely be to discuss how to abandon this matter, right? Xiao Su smiled and said, Of course, I merely meant to say that through this reconnaissance, we've realized this route is quite difficult to traverse. So why don't we take another path? Tianzhong Kiki's forehead twitched slightly, realizing Xiao Su might actually have guessed the existence of the Dream Demon, even if he didn't know for sure. That's why he referred to this as a reconnaissance, using the lives of all members of the Fuso Dark Guard's 5th Squad to chart this route. He suppressed his rising anger, puzzled. Another path? If there was an easier route, we would have taken it already. Xiao Jun means. Xiao Su replied, because this is a newly emerged path discovered from a student named Suze. Oh? I've heard of this person too. It's said he has contracted a diamond-level monster, right? He is very likely to become the next Dragon Master Xiao Chang. The country of Fusang has now prepared to implement an assassination plan against him. Xiao Su chuckled lightly. You can't even bear to take a true artifact off the island, yet an old man can't be dealt with? I find it hard to believe your assassination plan can succeed. Tianzhong Kisi was about to get angry, but Xiao Su raised his hand to stop him and continued, Mr. Tianzhong, please don't rush. Also tell your leaders not to hurry in taking action against Suze. After Tianzhong Kisi sat back in his seat, he asked, Xiao, give me a reason to allow this huge threat to grow. Otherwise, I find it hard not to doubt your position. Xiao Su leaned back in his chair and said, the golden feather phoenix has the bloodline of the divine beast, the phoenix, even among diamond-level monsters, it is one of the best. So we should solve it before it grows, shouldn't we? Xiao Su shook his finger and said, no, this means that as long as it is given a chance, the phoenix bloodline within it can be activated to the extent you need. Tianzhong Kisi's eyes lit up, then he shook his head and said, no, activating the divine beast bloodline is not as easy as you say. If the great Xia nation could easily do it, it would have already become the most powerful country in the world. You are right, but indeed some have done it, haven't they? They even became the nightmare in your hearts. Tianzhong Kisi said with a grim expression, he is just an example and doesn't prove anything. Xiao Su interrupted him again, what I can tell you is that this kid has an extraordinary status among the dream demons. Only on him can you reenact what happened to Xiao Chang back then. Tianzhong Kisi looked hesitant. After thinking for a long time, he said, I will report what you said to the higher-ups. As for the outcome, let's wait for my notice. Xiao Su shrugged and said, I don't mind, but I hope you can make a decision quickly. Because, we are not the only ones eyeing that kid. If the golden feather phoenix falls into the hands of those big families, it won't be easy to deal with. Tianzhong Kisi nodded, then vanished from the spot, melting into his own shadow like snowflakes. Leaving Xiao Su alone, tapping his fingers lightly on the table under the dim light. Beneath where he was tapping, there were two personal files in the drawer of the table. A man's and a woman's ID photos were attached, both looking to be in their 30s. The man wore glasses, had an average appearance, and looked a bit reserved. In comparison, the woman appeared much more capable, with short hair and a quite pleasing face. Both of their files were stamped prominently with the word missing. Chapter 33 Enrollment. In front of Qinglong Beast-Taming University, many people gathered with large bags and suitcases. Besides the students, there were also their parents, who couldn't hide their joyful smiles. However, at the entrance of Qingbei University, it was different. The parents were unwilling to show their faces, couldn't afford to lose face. Suze and Suyao were just the two of them. Suze's parents were missing, and Suyao's father was busy with research, so they could only come together. At this moment, Suze stood in the crowd, a smile appearing on his face as he looked at the message on his phone. Next to him, Suyao elbowed him and said, What are you laughing at? We are about to register. I'm reading a message from Wang Zi. This guy ran away last night to Baihu Beast-Taming University and will be taking their beast-taming exam in a couple of days. Suyao turned back with curiosity. Did his issue get resolved? Suze responded non-committally, perhaps. Suyao was about to ask something more, but the teacher in charge of registration had already called her name. Suyao. She immediately turned around, raised her hand high above her head, and said, Teacher, I'm here. The teacher smiled and looked at her, saying, Very good, you are old Su's daughter, right? I used to hold you in my arms when you were little. I didn't expect you to grow up so fast. You are quite popular, many teachers want to take you as their student, but who can outdo your father? Go report to teacher Su Yiming. Suyao immediately sweetly replied, Okay, teacher. Beastmaster University is different from ordinary universities. The teaching method is more like a traditional apprenticeship system. After enrolling, everyone does not study in separate classes but instead follows a mentor to become their student. And since mentors are not omnipotent, the school also offers many public courses for students to choose from. Additionally, the school has a credit requirement. Each student must complete a specified number of credits each academic year. Not long after Suyao, it was Suze's turn, but when the teacher called out his name, he frowned. Next, Suze. Your situation is a bit complicated. You haven't been assigned a mentor yet. However, the principal has instructed me to take you to his office when you report. Principal? Suze was taken aback. Could it be that the principal wanted to take him as a student? The other students waiting to report gasped when they heard Suze's name. Is he Suze? The guy who wiped out a team of Fusang Dark Guards single-handedly? He is so handsome, I really love him. What? You're not kidding me, right? That's the Fusang Dark Guard. How could someone like us, just becoming a beast master, handle that? You don't know this. It said that the recent turbulence at Tianyun volcano was actually due to the hatching of a diamond-level monster, and that monster recognized its master as the first person it saw, which is Suze. Oh my, a diamond-level monster, his luck is just too good. Who says otherwise? I'm really envious. But there were also some discordant voices among them. Just lucky, if it were me standing there at that time, I could definitely make a contract too. There's such a big gap between him and the beast, isn't there a high risk of losing control? Why doesn't the association forcibly dissolve his contract? Probably a connection. I can see from Captain Gua's look at him that it's not right. Logically, a genius who contracted a diamond-level monster should be kept strictly confidential to prevent assassination. However, those who witnessed Suze contracting the monster were not many. Only Guo Linshan, Yu Xinghua, and Xiao Su were present. But in a fit of rage, he used the power of the beast openly and killed a team of Fusang Dark Guards, including the squad leader, Yano Takashi. Afterward, the golden feathered phoenix even transformed into a human form. At this point, anyone who had learned beast master knowledge in high school would guess that Suze had contracted a powerful diamond-level beast. Only such a level of monster could possess such strong power even in its youth. Even if they wanted to help him hide, it was impossible. They could only send people to secretly protect him. During this time, staff checking the water meter, electric meter, and gas meter continuously visited Suze's home, but they didn't seem very professional. Suze also knew that they were actually the Dasha spirit guards sent by Guo Linshan to protect him. What are you daydreaming about? Don't you know where the principal's office is? I'll take you there. Suyao smiled, took Suze's hand, and expertly walked into the school gates. Beastmaster University doesn't look much different from ordinary universities. It has libraries, activity rooms, teaching buildings, playgrounds, and other facilities complete. But besides that, there is also a huge outdoor arena and several small arenas. After all, unlike ordinary universities that focus only on academic subjects, Beastmaster University mainly teaches practical combat courses. The campus covers a large area, and the two of them have run breathlessly to the front of the Qinglong statue located in the center of the campus. The statue is as high as 10 floors, with scales the size of basketballs and dragon whiskers as thick as arms. Many people are gathered below the statue, exploring it, seemingly aware that it hides the avatar of the dragon tamer, Xiao Chang. They want to see if this bigger and more majestic statue at school hides any secrets, and just a few days ago, even more people were around it. But they have never made any significant discoveries, and now there are few who still hold any interest. Behind the statue is the place Suze needs to go, the office building of Qinglong Animal Taming University. There are 18 floors, equal in height to the statue. The principal's office is on the top floor, the 18th, while Su Yao is going to the 10th floor to see her father. After Su Yao got off the elevator on the 10th floor, Suze followed the signs and found the principal's office alone. The door is not locked. He gently knocked and, after hearing a response from inside, pushed the door open and walked in. The room is very spacious, with a huge redwood desk, a tea table, a set of sofas, and a bookcase. There are also hanging scrolls on the wall with famous quotes written in bold strokes that Suze cannot recognize. In the room, there are two people. One middle-aged man sits behind the desk, dressed in formal attire, looking meticulous. The other man is a messy old man in cleaning clothes, holding a stainless steel flask, reeking of alcohol, leaning against the chair with his legs crossed. The middle-aged man behind the desk looks at Suze and smiles, saying, "Suze, you're here. Find a place to sit." Suze replies, "Okay," and sits down on the sofa, feeling a bit shy. He immediately recognizes that the middle-aged man is the same person who stood next to Guo Linshan on the volcano that day. Due to Feng Qingyi's interruption, he didn't have the chance to greet him during their first meeting. Suze feels a little anxious, hoping he doesn't leave a bad first impression. At this moment, Xiao Su walks out from behind the desk with a big smile. "Let me introduce myself, I am your principal, Xiao Su. I won't keep you in suspense. The reason I called you here is to personally introduce you to a teacher given your unique situation." Then, under Suze's surprised gaze, Xiao Su points to the messy old man, who is pouring the last few drops of alcohol from the flask into his mouth. Chapter 34, Teacher. The messy old man lifts the flask and pours it into his mouth, then glances inside the flask a couple of times, confirming there are no drops left before he reluctantly puts it away. Then he leans back comfortably against the chair, tilting his head back, but notices that both Xiao Su and Suze are looking at him. It seems he just realizes that Xiao Su was referring to him, pointing at his drinking nose in shock. "Teach him? Me? Principal Xiao, have you made a mistake? There are so many teachers in our school skilled in teaching, breeding monsters, and even horseback fighting. I'm just a part-time pig feeder and cleaner at the school. How can I teach people? This absolutely cannot happen." Actually, Suze thinks the same way. As he walked here, the teachers he saw, including those at the entrance responsible for recruitment, were all dressed splendidly and looked impressive. Only this old man in front of him not only looks dirty but also seems to be an alcoholic, giving off a very unreliable vibe. Moreover, he has just enrolled and already has two beasts. One was gold level, the other was even diamond level. Such talent is hard to find, even with a lantern. Xiao Su, as the principal, is so careless about himself, looking for someone like this to be his mentor. This makes Su Zhe suspect. Could it really be because he didn't greet him? Is he really that small-minded? Even so, you should at least discuss with that old man in advance and have him change out of those cleaning clothes. He doesn't look anything like a teacher now, just thinking I'm a fool. Su Zhe couldn't help but complain in his heart. But Xiao Su still smiled and said, Teacher Lin, she is being humble. By the way, your name is really worth pondering. It combines to make a word that means dream. I didn't notice it before. The old drunkard casually touched his ruddy nose and said, I'm just a janitor at the school, feeding the livestock. It's normal for the principal not to notice me. Su Zhe glanced at the old man named Lin Shi, feeling that this name paired with his current appearance was somewhat disgraceful. Then Xiao Su changed the subject, saying, What you just said is correct. Our Qinglong Beast Master University indeed has strong faculty. However, as you know the child's situation, apart from you and me, very few in the school are qualified to guide him. This statement made Su Zhe whiten his eyes. What does this mean? The principal's words seem to imply that the old man is also someone of the same rank? Could it be that he's a figure like a sweeping monk? Su Zhe guessed in his heart. At this moment, the old drunkard continued, Principal, you really flatter me. How can I compare to you? Besides, I will retire in a year. This university lasts 4 years, and I can't teach this kid. Xiao Su continued to smile and said, Old Lin, don't worry, the most difficult graduation requirement this kid has already met when he entered school. As for cultural classes, beast masters don't place much importance on them. A little effort to finish them within a year won't delay your retirement. Beast Master University, like an ordinary university, is a 4-year system that can extend to 6 years. Besides fulfilling the required credits, students must also meet the hard requirement of level 20 as a beast master to graduate. Those who fail to meet graduation conditions within 6 years can only receive a certificate of incomplete studies, which many official organizations related to beast masters do not recognize, forcing them to compete for jobs with ordinary people. Those who graduate smoothly can join official organizations and continue to upgrade their levels. The old drunkard wanted to say more, but Xiao Su added, By the way, Old Lin, I remembered something. I really like this exceptionally talented student Su Zhe, so I looked into him carefully. I found out that his parents were once teachers here, but unfortunately, they had an accident before my tenure. I wonder if you know them, Old Lin? Xiao Su sighed and continued, Poor child, what can he do without his parents to rely on? You know, this diamond-level monster has not only attracted attention from outsiders, but many of our own people as well. This sentence startled Su Zhe, making it sound like many people were keeping an eye on him. Indeed, just like Xiao Chang, who made a contract with a diamond-level beast at a young age. He survived countless assassination attempts from other countries to grow up. There's no reason for him to develop securely. But what does it mean to be targeted by his own people? Su Zhe secretly glanced at Xiao Su, recalling that day when only he had been fixated on the golden feather phoenix. But this shouldn't refer to him. Could it be that someone else is watching me? Su Zhe thought to himself. Lin Shi's expression finally changed as well. The day's drunkenness faded for a moment as she stared intensely at the smiling Xiao Su. In the end, she turned back into the look of a drunkard, collapsing onto the chair and saying, Since the principal isn't afraid of misleading students, why should I be afraid? But if I'm going to be a mentor, I expect to get paid more. That's not too much to ask, right? Xiao Su continued to wear a broad smile, No problem. As long as your original salary stays the same, I'll add the mentor's salary on top. Great. That's settled then. Let's go, kid, we need to check in with the old man first. Lin Shi swayed as she stood up from the chair and called to Su Zhe, who was deep in thought. Su Zhe was jolted from his musings and replied, Sure. He hadn't missed what they discussed. Su Zhe sensed some hidden motives. The reason the drunken old man Lin Shi was willing to change his mind and become his mentor was that Xiao Su mentioned his parents. Su Zhe could clearly feel Lin Shi's change in emotion at that moment. Could it be that this seemingly unpredictable old man knew something about his parents' disappearance? Thinking of this made Su Zhe's heart feel restless. One important reason he wanted to get into Qinglong Beast Master University was to uncover the truth of what happened back then, to find out why his parents disappeared, and ideally to bring them back. Now it seemed, on the very first day of reporting, there was already a clue presented to him. It was a good sign. Watching the swaying old man walk ahead, Su Zhe was just about to ask what he knew. But he saw the old man just stepped out of the principal's office and bent down less than 2 meters from the door, followed by a violent retching sound, instantly filling the hallway with the stench of cheap alcohol. It really feels much better to vomit it out. This fake liquor really gets to you. Once I get my double salary, I'll have money to buy good liquor. Kid, I owe you one for this. As he said this, he leaned towards Su Zhe. However, smelling the strong stench of alcohol on him and seeing the stains on his chest and his dirty clothes, Su Zhe couldn't help but take a step back to avoid him. The old man shot him an annoyed glance. Am I not going to be your teacher soon? Can't you help me a little? Saying this, he took big strides towards the elevator. It was hard to tell if it was because he had just thrown up all the alcohol, or if he had been faking it, but now the old man's steps showed no signs of swaying. Suze hurriedly followed, holding his nose as he endured the smell of alcohol and sourness as they slowly descended in the same elevator. Only the cleaning lady passing by shouted angrily at the puddle of mess on the ground. Chapter 35, Did you fall into the sewage pit? After leaving the administrative building, the old man and the young man walked along the wide tree-lined path on campus, where dappled sunlight scattered over them, giving off both a warm and silent feeling. Unable to resist breaking the somewhat awkward silence, Suze asked, "Teacher, where are we going?" Lin Shi hummed a nameless tune while shaking his head and answered, "Where else could we go? Of course, we're heading to my place, to feed the livestock. I mean, to my office." Suze questioned, "Office? Aren't the teachers' offices all in the administrative building?" The old man revealed his missing front teeth as he grinned, "That little rundown office? You can't even stretch your legs in there, it's nothing compared to my territory." Hearing this, Suze instantly became curious. Although this old man was dressed in dirty sanitation worker clothes, he seemed to command respect even from the principal. With what was just said, could it really be that he is a hidden big shot, with a special office area at school? This curiosity lasted until he led Suze to a remote corner of the campus, to a breeding greenhouse. Before even entering the greenhouse, the stench of animal waste was continuously invading Suze's nostrils, making him frown repeatedly. "Teacher, is this the place you usually work?" "That's right, how about it? Isn't this much bigger than those offices in the administrative building?" The other party was indeed not wrong, not to mention this greenhouse, even the nearby lounge was larger than the principal's office. When including the greenhouse, it was even comparable to the footprint of the entire administrative building. But the problem was that in such a large space, there were hardly any places for people to rest. The greenhouse was sectioned off like a pig farm into more than 10 fenced areas, breeding many different types of low-level monster beasts. Most of them were black iron-level monster beasts, which, to put it simply, were just animals mixed with some monster bloodlines. They couldn't really compete with ordinary animals in strength, but it was said that their flavor and taste had improved a lot because of it. But Suze was not interested in eating them. He recalled something Xiao Su had mentioned in the office and asked, "Teacher Lin Shi, do you know my parents?" Lin Shi did not answer. Instead, he handed a bucket of already mixed feed to Suze, saying, "The principal suddenly called me over, and my feeding work is still not done. If this feed clumps up in a while, it will be hard to feed." Desiring an answer, Suze immediately took the feed bucket and said, "No problem, leave it all to me." Saying this, he lifted the bucket, holding his nose against the smell in the greenhouse, and walked in, pouring it into a nearby trough. However, the monster beast that looked like a scaled black pig only took one bite before wagging its tail and wiggling its plump body away. Seeing this, Lin Shi immediately shouted from the side, "Hey! What are you doing? I've already fed this scaled pig, can't you see how its belly is bulging with scales? Feeding it more would be like trying to choke it." His voice sounded urgent, yet he had not moved at all. Instead, he dragged over a reclining chair and lay back on it leisurely, watching Suze with a gradually dazed look, as if lost in some memories. Suze quickly stopped his movements, thought for a while, and poured the remaining half bucket of feed into a nearby trough in front of another kind of monster beast that resembled a goat but had 3 horns. As a result, this monster beast behaved even more absurdly. It only sniffed the feed and then went crazy, ramming its horns against the fence. Seeing this, Suze dodged while feeling puzzled. What is wrong with these creatures? Seeing food and still bumping into the walls, have the raised monster beasts had their mouths spoiled? Lin Shi seemed to pull out a small wine flask from somewhere, pouring wine into his mouth while saying, "This feed has added the bone meal of the 3-horned goat. You use this to feed it, huh? It's no wonder it bumps into the wall. You should feed it to the purple dogs nearby, they love bones more." Thinking about it from their perspective, Suze understood the behavior of the 3-horned goat. He pinched his nose with one hand and scooped up the feed that he had just poured into the trough with the other, placing it all into the trough of the purple dogs. Seeing the big dog with purple long fur eating eagerly, he finally sighed in relief. He didn't expect that just feeding would involve so much trouble. Indeed, monster beasts are much harder to keep than ordinary animals. You should know, even if you put crushed stones in the mouths of domestic fat pigs, they can chew them like crispy pot stickers. The feed bucket was placed in front of the break room, and after wiping the sweat off his face, he realized that some feed had splashed onto his face at some point. He hurriedly wiped it off. Lin Shi, seeing this, seemed quite happy and said, "It looks just like you." Suze asked curiously, "Looks like what?" Lin Shi replied, "Who else could it look like?" "Of course, it looks like your dad." Suze immediately got excited. "Teacher, do you really know my dad? What's so strange about that? I've been working here for so many years." Back then, Su Lin was just a young hothead, and when he first came to work here, the previous principal arranged for him to take care of some low-level beasts for a while. He then seemed to fall into memories and added with a smile, "Just like you, both of you were clumsy." It was the first time Suze had heard someone talk about how his parents were at work, and he couldn't help but smile. Why did the previous principal make things difficult for my dad? She was taken aback. Why do you think it was making things difficult? Making my dad feed these low-level beasts, isn't that making things difficult? She laughed. Could it also be that he valued him? Just like how he values you now. But Suze furrowed his brows. He felt that he was indeed being made to suffer now. But he still asked, what happened later? Later? Later he got promoted, became a researcher at the school, met your mom, and got married and had kids. At this point, he sighed and said with endless regret, it's just a pity, such a young age and there was an accident. Suze hurriedly pressed, do you know what the accident was? What really happened back then? She stood up and shook his head, how would I know about the researchers' matters? I'm only responsible for managing the breeding and hygiene in this area. If it didn't happen right under my nose, how could I know what happened? Suze still unwillingly asked, then, have you heard anyone mention anything? She walked into the break room with his hands behind his back and said, no, I'm just an old man, who would tell me these things? He then casually dismissed him, alright, kid, today is just registration, you can go home now. Tomorrow starts the official classes. Seeing this, Suze still felt that he knew what had happened back then. He wanted to ask more, but She had already closed the break room door tightly, leaving him no choice but to give up. However, Suze had made up his mind that he must dig out some news from this place, even if he had to keep helping to feed those low-level beasts. Suze was in a very good mood. On his first day at school, he discovered clues about the past event. But there was also something bad. When he met up with Su Yao to go home, she distanced herself from him, making it rare for him to be looked down upon. Brother Suze, where did you go after we separated? Why, do you smell so bad? Smelling that odor, Su Yao even suspected that after they parted, he had fallen into a dung pit. Chapter 36, Pecked by Birds. Early in the morning, Suze picked out an egg from several bronze-colored beast eggs in front of him and tossed it into boiling water. Perhaps the earlier 10 draws had won both a gold and a diamond-level beast egg, exhausting all of Suze's recent luck. He had just used up all the gacha chances he had saved over the past few days, and not to mention gold level, he didn't even see a silver-level beast egg, only collecting a few bronze beast eggs. Suze thought for a moment and took out another beast egg to put in the pot. If others saw the scene, they would probably feel heartbroken and unable to breathe. But to Suze, it didn't matter, because beast eggs were the thing he had the most of. After all, he was like a diligent hen, laying an egg every day. Once both beast eggs were boiled, Suze pulled them out and led them out the door. Because he lived in the staff dormitory of Qinglong Beast Master University, it was particularly close to the school, so there was no need for him to stay on campus. Su Yao had the same treatment. As soon as Suze stepped out, he saw her waiting for him at the corner of the stairs. So slow, I've been waiting for a while now, she said with a hint of a pout. Suze replied, have you eaten? I cooked an egg for you, it took a little time. I have eaten, but it's just one egg. Eating one isn't a problem, but I've outgrown my growth years, so does eating a chicken egg still help? Su Yao looked at the large, boiled beast egg that Suze took out, momentarily lost for words. Although the last time Suze had boiled a monster egg for her healing left a deep impression, she never expected that it could also be used for breakfast. Isn't this too extravagant? Suze didn't say anything. He handed the egg to Su Yao, then took out another one, which he cracked on the stair railing and started peeling. He reminded Su Yao, what are you dazing for? Hurry up and eat. This is a good thing that can keep you energetic all day and increase your mental power at the same speed as meditation without actually meditating. Looking at the 2 already boiled beast eggs in their hands, for some reason, Su Yao felt somewhat numb. Suze, seeing her expression, smugly said, it's a pity there's no more stock now, we will try the taste of a diamond-level monster egg together another day. What should have been an unconvincing statement to others somehow made Su Yao nod unknowingly. A monster egg the size of a human head, not to mention Su Yao, who had already had breakfast, even hungry Suze wouldn't be able to eat one in a single meal. So Suze called out Feng Qingyi from the beast space, handed her the peeled egg, and he shared the same beast egg with Su Yao. Feng Qingyi rolled her eyes at Suze but didn't refuse to reach out and take the monster egg. The Beast Master's beast space had an exceptionally abundant spiritual energy, which is one reason why contracted monsters level up faster than wild ones. Monsters can survive in the beast space relying only on spiritual energy, and Feng Qingyi generally doesn't look down on ordinary food. However, the monster egg was different. For her, a diamond level, it was also a rare food. The abundant pure power contained in it was a significant nourishment for newborn monsters, and Feng Qingyi didn't expect that this inexplicably cheap master could bring out so many at once. Although she was forced into a contract by the system, she was unaware of its existence due to her disadvantaged position. She could only vaguely sense that the contract binding her had a very powerful constraint. Suze watched the satisfied expression on Feng Qingyi, and out of a sudden impulse, he reached out to pat her head. After all, in his impression, pets like cats and dogs would have their favorability increased through head pats, surely birds would be no exception, right? However, just as Suzai's hand was about to land, brushing against a feather-like strand of hair, Feng Qingyi's expression suddenly changed, dodging Suzai's claws. Then she transformed into a phoenix and pecked Suzai fiercely before using her sharp claws to grab the beast egg and flew back into the beast space. Suyao rushed over as she saw this. Suzai's right hand was already reddened, with a small cut bleeding. "Brother Suzai, what just happened? Why did your beast suddenly attack you? Is there any danger?" Suyao asked worriedly. As someone close to Suzai, she knows that there is a significant gap in status between Suzai and the golden feathered phoenix. This situation is actually quite dangerous, and although the golden feathered phoenix just pecked Suzai's hand, it's hard to guarantee that it won't be a sign of things getting out of control. "It's okay, she's just throwing a little tantrum, she can't really make a big deal out of it," Suzai said while letting the spiritual tortoise, which had been kicked out of the beast space, heal his wounds with a light treatment. He knew that due to the system's reasons, the golden feathered phoenix couldn't really lose control, but her disobedience was quite troubling for him. After all, if this continued, Suzai wouldn't be able to rely on her powers safely during battles. How can I build a good relationship with her? Suzai pondered, feeling a bit distressed. So far, it seems that Feng Qingyi has only shown interest in the beast eggs. Should he really feed her all the remaining beast eggs? Suzai felt uneasy, not just because he was reluctant to part with them. He also thought that if Feng Qingyi became accustomed to this, then for someone like Suzai, who had to get an egg every day, he might not be able to keep up. As he walked to the school gate, Suzai still couldn't think of a good solution. "Brother Suzai, I'm going to find my dad first, see you after school." After parting at the school gate, the two walked towards their respective mentors. In fact, except for Suzai, all the new students were headed to the administrative building, only he was going to the breeding shed. After smelling that familiar, pungent odor, it wasn't long before Suzai saw Linshi, who was leisurely lounging in a rocking chair. While pouring liquor into his mouth, he said, "Kid, you finally made it. Go feed the blue crane over there, it's been squawking since early morning and giving me a headache." This time, Suzai played smart. To prevent his clothes from being soaked in the smell from the breeding shed, he first changed into an old outfit he had brought in the lounge, and then picked up the iron bucket full of grain. After weighing the bucket in his hand, he said, "Did you feed them all, so they wouldn't bother you?" Linshi smiled proudly, saying, If that were the case, you'd have nothing to do, would you? I figured it out now, just lying here lets me earn double the wages, I should have agreed to this much earlier." Hearing this, Suzai glanced back at him, feeling a bit shaken. He quickly turned his head, repeatedly convincing himself in his heart, he's a hidden expert, that's right, he definitely is. Chapter 37, Trying to Tame. The blue crane, as the name suggests, is a kind of blue crane bird, but it is very large, standing taller than a person. Its beak is as long as an arm and looks quite intimidating. Fortunately, this beast is herbivorous and has a rather gentle temperament. After Suzai poured the grain from the iron bucket into the feeding trough, most of the blue cranes stopped their squawking and marched over to eat, just like farm chickens and ducks. Only the largest blue crane flapped its wings and even kicked over a nearby iron bucket, using its beak to peck at Suzai. Clang! A sound like metal colliding echoed. But it was actually the sound of the bird's beak hitting a turtle shell-like shield, as Suzai timely transformed the spiritual tortoise to block its attack. The fierce impact made the blue crane slightly dizzy, shaking its head a few times. "Oh, this blue crane actually dares to attack the feeder. Looks like it's time for extra meals today. The old man here has some food to enjoy." After getting up from the rocking chair, Linshi first washed his hands by the faucet, and then approached the irritable blue crane empty-handed. Suzai watched from the side, feeling anxious and fearing that it would peck him to pieces. Especially when he saw Linshi reach out his hand towards the blue crane's head. He tightened the virtual spirit shield in his hand, ready to defend against any attacks. After all, he still remembered that when he just wanted to touch Feng Qingyi's head, she had pecked him hard. Being a bird, the Qingha might not be much better than Feng Qingyi. But to Suzai's surprise, under his tense gaze, Linshi's hand easily reached the top of the Qingha's head. Avoiding a few long, beautiful feathers, she gently stroked along its fur. In no time, the Qingha began to close its eyes, affectionately rubbing against Linshi's palm. Changing from its earlier attacking state, it now looked very docile. "Lin Laoshi, how did you do it? Why did it become so well-behaved after just a few strokes?" Linshi continued stroking, smiling as she said, "It's simple, these magical beasts are not much different from cats and dogs, they really like human touch, and a couple of strokes can tame them." Then she gestured at the Qingha's neck and mumbled, "Such a long neck, it would be great to boil it for a drink later." Suzai continued to ask, "No offense, teacher, but I also have a bird-type magical beast, but when I wanted to touch it today, it pecked me hard without even getting close." "Why were you fine?" Linshi retracted her palm and looked at him, saying, "Though not all bird-type magical beasts respond to this, most of them do." "In your case, did you touch its crown feathers?" Suzai asked in confusion, "Crown feathers? What is that?" Lin Shi placed her hand behind her back, pretending to be a teacher as she said, "Since you are now my student, I will teach you this special knowledge. This magical beast, while having many similar habits to ordinary animals, is not entirely the same. They tend to be prouder. Just like bird-type magical beasts, aside from some sensitive areas that no one would be foolish enough to touch, there are 3 major points to avoid." What are the 3 major points? Crown feathers, tail feathers, and flight feathers. These refer to the longer, more colorful feathers on their head, tail, and wings. Although these feathers might serve the same purpose as others, bird-type magical beasts consider them treasures that should not be touched casually, not even by their masters. Su Zhe recalled that when he wanted to touch Feng Qingyi's head today, he felt the texture of her feather-like hair. He thought it was something like a silly tuft. Now it seemed that was indeed Feng Qingyi's crown feathers. It appeared that Feng Qingyi's long skirt and sleeves after transforming corresponded to the tail feathers and flight feathers, which should also not be touched casually. Su Zhe thought it would end here, but Lin Shi continued, "Just avoiding these parts is not enough. Remember, when you stroke them, you also have to follow the direction of their feathers. If you mess them up, the magical beast will get angry. Your hands should be clean, only then can you touch them comfortably." Su Zhe nodded, firmly committing it to memory. After completing a series of tasks in the breeding shed, Su Zhe quietly sneaked into a nearby deserted area. Lin Shi, having earned the Qingyi's trust with just a few strokes, took it out of the shed, followed by a piercing crane call. Before long, Lin Shi came out, wiping blood from her hands, saying, boil water, boil water. A magical beast that attacks a person cannot be kept, that's the rule, not that I want it. Don't blame me. Hey! Where's that kid? At this moment, Su Zhe had changed his clothes and was hiding not far away, carefully washing his hands before summoning Feng Qingyi from the beast-taming space. The moment she appeared, she frowned and said, "Where is this? Why does it smell so bad?" Then she noticed the malicious look on Su Zhe's face and said, "What do you want? Don't think I will be afraid of you just because you are the master. If it comes to worst, we can both perish." Su Zhe didn't say a word. Instead, like in the morning, he stretched out his right hand, trying to tame her as Lin Shi had said. Feng Qingyi glanced at his right hand, seemingly trying to see if he was hiding something, like a blade or a pill, but there was nothing, only a faint fragrance. This was a small change Su Zhe made after considering Lin Shi's words. In his view, the more noble-blooded golden feather phoenix should be more discerning. Just having clean hands wasn't enough, so he picked some fresh flowers and rubbed them in his hands repeatedly before rinsing them off, leaving only a light, non-intrusive fragrance. In the harsh smell of this greenhouse, this hint of fragrance became particularly precious. Sure enough, smelling this fragrance that made her feel much more comfortable, Feng Qingyi did not avoid Su Zhe's hand, she just hadn't relaxed her guard yet. Su Zhe cleverly avoided her few stray hairs and gently stroked her head, following the direction of her hair. Feng Qingyi was startled. This indescribable feeling made her uneasy, but she did not reject it. Even, there was some longing. After all, she had never experienced a parent's care and touch since she hatched. And Su Zhe's hand gently stroking her head gave her a bit of comfort. She unconsciously closed her eyes and lowered her head, relaxing her guard. As Su Zhe watched her revealing a smooth, pure neck like a white jade pillar after lowering her head, he became curious. Feng Qingyi now looked no different from an ordinary girl. For human females, a good relationship could allow a head pat, but touching the neck would not be acceptable. But according to Lin Shi, for demon beasts, this seemed to be a place that could be touched. After all, just a moment ago, Lin Shi was thinking about how to drink while stroking the neck of the azure crane. But Feng Qingyi was in human form now. Would that work? Su Zhe curiously reached out his hand. As soon as he touched her, he felt Feng Qingyi's body shudder, but she did not flinch or reject. The touch was icy and very delicate and smooth, really like stroking a piece of fine, soft white jade. But soon, this cool jade suddenly became warm. Su Zhe looked down and found Feng Qingyi's cheeks were flushed, her eyes glistening as she looked at him, making him momentarily at a loss. At this moment, Lin Shi came over from around the corner of the wall and said, "Kid, come help me pluck some feathers." "What the heck, who is this girl? What are you two doing here?" Chapter 38, All Efforts Ruined. Su Zhe hurriedly withdrew his hand and said, "Teacher, let me explain, she actually is." Before he could finish, Lin Shi interrupted him, saying, "No need to explain, I've been there. I understand. When I was young, I also sneaked into a small grove with several female classmates." Then he rubbed the beard on his chin and leaned closer to Su Zhe's ear, saying, "But such a perfect one is rare, you better cherish her. Just right, since she's here, let's have her join us for some chicken, crane." Looking up, he found that only Su Zhe was left. Hey? Where did she go? She probably left. Lin Shi frowned and looked around, saying, "How can she just disappear like that? Is there a hole in my greenhouse? She comes and goes like a ghost." After walking around, he found no gaps and scratched his head as he returned. But in fact, Feng Qingyi had opened her beast master space and slipped in the moment Su Zhe turned around, which is why she vanished in an instant. Forget it, we can only blame her for lacking good fortune. I can't be called stingy. Then he said to Suze, according to school rules, we can only keep a small part of that crane, the rest must be sent to the cafeteria. With one less person, we can eat a bit more. The taste of this crane is truly delicious, hurry up and help me process it. With Suze's help, they ultimately kept just one crane leg and the long neck that Linshi had been longing for, while the rest was set aside to be sent to the school cafeteria for the students' meals. Goodness, this neck is almost as long as I am. Let's braise it and drink it with some wine. As he spoke, he skillfully took out various seasoning packets and directly set up a large pot in the break room to start braising it. From his actions, it was clear he had done this before, showing he was quite the habitual offender. However, smelling the fragrant spices overpowering the pungent scent from the greenhouse, Suze swallowed hard and chose to go along with it. Generally, duck necks are braised for 40 minutes to an hour, but this crane neck, being much longer and thicker, needed a full 2 hours before it was taken out of the pot. While it was hot, they cut it into small pieces, and Linshi couldn't wait to grab a piece and shove it into his mouth, even letting out a yelp from the heat but unwilling to spit it out. Suze also tried a piece. Compared to the ordinary braised duck neck sold in the market, this one had much more meat, with a firmer and springier texture, rich and juicy. Just this meal made Suze feel he had absolutely made the right choice in selecting this teacher, not to mention he had indeed learned a lot. He even managed to use what he learned to get closer to the Jin Yufeng bird, which was a big gain. Moreover, with Linshi, an elder at the Qinglong Beast Master University, Suze would be able to learn even more of the information he wanted to know. As he tore at the meat with his teeth, he asked, "Teacher, you know my parents, right? Do you know what happened to them back then?" Linshi paused in reaching for the braised neck, took a few swigs of the liquor beside him, and replied, "How would I know? Your parents were the most outstanding and youngest researchers at the school at the time, while I was just a livestock keeper." Suze, not giving up, said, "But that day you were talking to Principal Xiao Su." Before he could finish, Linshi interrupted him, "All right, stop dawdling, are you full? If you are full, you should go to class." "Class?" Suze was taken aback, "Am I not in class with you right now? This is the cultural class required by the school. Xiao Su wants you to finish the cultural courses within a year, so your schedule is quite tight. Originally, I should have chosen courses with you yesterday, but I forgot. But don't worry, the courses I've picked for you are definitely practical and won't be boring." Suze looked at him, feeling a bit skeptical in his heart. Then Linshi pulled out a piece of paper with greasy hands from behind him and said, "This is your schedule. Let's see, you don't have many classes today, just 2. But in 10 minutes, the first class starts, so you need to move quickly. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Suze hurriedly grabbed the paper from his hands and stood up in a rush. Then he realized his worries were correct. The first class Linshi helped him choose was actually called Beastmaster Breeding and Postpartum Care. However, Suze didn't have time to argue with him because this class was located at the other end of the school, which made it quite difficult to reach in just 10 minutes. Watching him dash out, Linshi revealed a gentle smile and softly said, "So eager, huh? Your dad used to love this class the most back in the day." Then his expression instantly turned serious. "Xiao Su, I know you want this child to come to me, but do we really have to involve him?" Perhaps because of what happened earlier, while Suze ran until he had no strength left, Feng Qingyi took the initiative to crawl out of the Beast Master space. "As your master, it's quite embarrassing for you to be this slow. Let me help you." Then Suze felt a surge of power within him, and his speed instantly increased several times. This was the first time he had not forced Feng Qingyi's power through a contract, but instead, she actively transmitted it to him. Clearly, the increase in intimacy made Feng Qingyi no longer resist him. With her help, Suze finally made it to the classroom before the lesson started. He didn't want to leave a bad impression with the teacher by being late for the first class. As soon as the man and bird took their seats, they attracted the attention of the entire classroom. To be precise, it was Feng Qingyi who drew all the gazes. Although Suze's looks were already outstanding among humans, he still paled in comparison to a transformed beast. If it weren't for the timely ringing of the class bell, many would have approached to chat, as they had no idea about the human-bird divergence between him and Feng Qingyi. On the podium, a young woman with black-framed glasses and a full figure introduced herself. "All right, students, I am your teacher for this course. My name is Chen Xin, and you can call me Teacher Chen." On the sidelines, Feng Qingyi also showed great interest. "So this is a human classroom? Interesting. We beasts inherit knowledge through bloodlines and practical combat. I want to see what human education is like." After a brief introduction, Teacher Chen said, "We will study beast breeding. The first step is to understand the gender of your beasts. Everyone, summon your beasts, and I will teach you how to distinguish between different types of beasts." As the contract array's light shone brighter, one beast after another was identified. Suze glanced at Feng Qingyi beside him and found her staring with a flushed face at everything happening. Indeed, for her, being a beast as well, the scene must be quite stimulating. But I shouldn't need to examine Feng Qingyi's gender, right? Suze thought. After all, she had transformed into a lowly girl. His gaze caught Feng Qingyi's, and with a flushed face, she glared at him fiercely. If you dare to treat me like this, even if the contract erases me, I won't let you go. Then she turned and fled back to the... Where is your beast? Let me help you take a look. Even as a teacher, she had never seen a diamond-level beast before. In the history of the Azure Dragon Beast University, a diamond-level beast had only appeared once, creating the renowned dragon tamer, Xiao Chang. At that time, she had not yet come to teach here, which had become a regret in Chen Xian's heart. You must know that the artificial breeding and cultivation of diamond-level beasts has always been a blank field. After all, many people go their whole lives without ever seeing a diamond-level beast. And now, such an opportunity lay before her. Perhaps, she would have the chance to fill this gap and be remembered in history. Thinking of this, Chen Xian couldn't help but feel excited, her heavy breathing causing her ample bosom to rise and fall. But unfortunately, due to the recent misunderstanding, Feng Qingyi had already returned to the beast space in isolation. So Su Zhe could only reluctantly settle for the virtual spirit turtle, which had been kicked out of the beast space by Feng Qingyi and was now stuck in his backpack. Su Zhe was also curious about what the turtle's gender was. After all, turtles are not like other animals, and Su Zhe didn't know where to start to tell the gender. Teacher, this is my beast, could you help me see if it is male or female? Su Zhe handed over the virtual spirit turtle, which had already grown to the size of an A4 paper. Quick, look. Is that a diamond-level beast? Did I not hear that it was a phoenix? How, is it a turtle? It looks totally not imposing. Is this really a diamond-level beast? Could it be a bluff? Chen Xian's smile stiffened on her face. Although the virtual spirit turtle was very rare, so much so that no other students recognized it. As a teacher, she recognized it at a glance, and clearly knew that this was actually a gold-level beast, not the diamond-level beast she had hoped for. Teacher Chen? Does my beast have a problem? Su Zhe asked as he looked at the dazed Chen Xian. Chen Xian came back to her senses and said, No. It's just, you should have another beast, right? A diamond-level beast. She widened her eyes and leaned forward to inquire, her chest almost knocking into him in excitement. Su Zhe hurriedly dodged the oncoming mass and said, and no, that's right. Then why don't you let it out? Su Zhe sighed, feeling a bit helpless. Sorry, teacher, I can't call her out right now. In fact, if Su Zhe chose to forcibly summon her, Feng Qingyi couldn't escape and would be pulled out of the beast space by the contract. However, he was currently in a critical stage of building a good relationship with her. Having just had a small misunderstanding, Su Zhe didn't want to force her and lower their intimacy. Moreover, this wasn't particularly important, he already knew Feng Qingyi's gender. It was just that to others, it seemed to imply something else. Sure enough, what diamond-level beast? It's all just boasting. But I was there that day, I witnessed everything with my own eyes. So he just can't casually use the beast's power. After all, there's such a level difference that maybe summoning it would just eat him as the master, so that's why he dares not summon it. The crowd suddenly realized, nodding repeatedly. Makes sense. I heard he just had good luck, happening to be nearby when the diamond-level beast hatched, and that's how he made the contract. In other words, if I had been there at the time. At this thought, everyone felt a mixture of envy and jealousy. Chen Xian also had this speculation, so she didn't force Su Zhe to continue summoning the beast. After all, if it were to be summoned uncontrollably, she wouldn't be able to handle it. She could only pick up the virtual spirit turtle and examine it carefully, saying, "This is a male turtle, it seems like it has just hatched not long ago. Not yet sexually mature, what a pity, unable to conduct breeding experiments." Although not as attractive as breeding diamond-level beast, it was enough to pique her interest. Su Zhe saw this and continued to ask, "Teacher, how did you determine its gender and whether it is sexually mature?" Chen Xian also returned to her usual teaching state, pacing to the podium while saying, "This is a good question. Students can easily determine the gender of cat and dog-like beasts, but for turtles, birds, fish, and snakes, it is hard to figure out. So in this first class, I will teach you how to identify various types of beasts." Taking Su Zhe's virtual spirit turtle as an example, there are 4 key points to distinguish between male and female turtles. The first is to look at the tail. Female turtles have thin and short tails, with the cloaca located at the edge of the shell. Male turtles have thick and long tails, with the cloaca outside the edge of the shell. The second point is to look at the shell. Male turtles usually have longer shells, while female turtles generally have rounder shells. This difference may be due to female turtles consuming more food or being able to store more turtle eggs. The third point is to look at the plastron. Male turtles' plastrons are concave, meaning they are not flat, and the area near the tail dips inward. Female turtles have flat plastrons, and some turtles raised in warmer conditions even have convex plastrons. This structure of the turtle's plastron facilitates mating. The male turtle mounts on top, and the concave plastron fits perfectly with the female turtle's shell. At this point, Chen Xian also drew a simple diagram on the blackboard. It's roughly like this. Everyone below was in an uproar. It was difficult for Fengqingyi, who had just poked her head out from the beast space, to look at the drawing on the blackboard, and she instantly retreated back inside. She was a juvenile bird and couldn't bear to see this. The last point is to look at the front claw's nails, but this applies to sufficiently large adult turtle-like beasts. The nails of male turtles look relatively long, while female turtles are shorter. Male turtles often fight with other male turtles to defend their territory and compete for mates, so they use their front claws more often, resulting in longer nails compared to female turtles. Suze looked down at his virtual spirit turtle's short, pink nails and realized why it had been immediately identified as an immature beast fresh out of its shell. After that, Chen Xian introduced the identification methods for snakes, birds, and other beasts. For birds, generally, the males have longer tail feathers, while the shorter ones are females, as males need to show off to attract the attention of females. Suze recalled Fengqingyi's phoenix bird form and confirmed again that she wasn't a cross-dressing man. Plus, with Chen Xian's vivid illustrations and her playful gestures throughout the class, Suze remained enchanted until the end of the lesson. Chapter 40, I Was Tricked. After class, Suze immediately returned to the breeding shed, finding Lin Shi lazily sunbathing on a chair. He had just strengthened his bond with Fengqingyi using the methods taught by Lin Shi, so when problems arose, Lin Shi was the first person he thought of. How do I get along with bird-like beasts? Lin Shi took down the folding fan he had been using to shield his face from the sun and repeated Suze's question. How would I know about these things? Before Lin Shi could finish, Suze interrupted, just tell me everything you know, and I'll handle all the work from now on. You just need to lie around and collect 2 salaries every day. Hey, how can I be so shameless? Although he said that, he straightened up in his chair. Cough, a bit thirsty. Suze quickly handed over the teapot. How does this thing quench thirst? I want to drink wine, that's the best thing for quenching thirst. Suze walked into Lin Shi's room and after rummaging through the messy room, found his stainless steel flask. Lin Shi took a lovely sip and said, taking my wine to please me doesn't count. I'll definitely bring a good bottle of wine tomorrow. Alright, it's a promise. Only then did Lin Shi put down the flask, lift her head, and say, you asked the right person, I've raised monsters for so many years and know their habits very well. For example, with bird-type monsters, there are many ways to build a good relationship with them. Suze immediately perked up and listened carefully. First, it's the petting method I taught you before. This actually mimics the actions of birds, they politely groom each other to keep their feathers neat, clean, and smooth. You can gently stroke them in the direction of their feathers with your hand to act as a companion, and this will make them feel comfortable. Especially helping them groom areas they can't reach, like the head, neck, and cheeks. Suze nodded frequently, he remembered that when he stroked Fengqingyi's face, she acted particularly affectionate. What else? Don't rush me. Lin Shi took another sip of wine and continued, the second point is feeding. Raising monsters is not much different from raising pets, if they are well fed, your relationship will improve. However, these birds are a bit different from other monsters, you need to hold their favorite food in your hand and feed it to them personally for the best effect. Suze recalled that Fengqingyi often came out of the beast space when he was cooking monster eggs to eat. It seemed that the food issue was already resolved, now, the problem was to feed it to her personally. Lastly, birds love cleanliness. So you should take them to bathe often, and the water should be cleaner is better. After the bath, you can personally wipe their feathers to half dry with a towel, this is also a good way to bond with them. Suze paused for a moment. While the first 2 points made sense, he was skeptical about this last one. After all, Fengqingyi mostly took on human form, helping her bathe in that form. Suze thought and felt a bit excited. Alright, I've told you everything you asked for, now go help me work. After feeding those guys, you still need to go to class, you have to finish 4 years of study in 1 year, and the courses are tight. Suze smiled, this amount of coursework was nothing to him. After all, the previous world was much more competitive than this one. As he fed the bird-type monsters, Suze tried the methods Lin Shi had just mentioned and found that they indeed worked well. And it was not just effective for a specific type of bird, it worked for all flying monsters. However, whether it would be effective for those in human form remained uncertain. As Suze summarized his recent experiences and left, he was heading to a practical class next. The playground at Beast-Taming University is very different from an ordinary university, there are no soccer fields or basketball courts, but various sizes of arenas instead. He was going to one of the smaller arenas on the edge, where many people had already gathered, waiting for the practical class to start. Brother Suze? You're here too. In the crowd, Su Yao, who was being annoyingly bothered by those around her, immediately spotted Suze walking over. Immediately liberated, he greeted him. The instructor of the practical class, Zhang Jian, was a muscular man, and in the first lesson, he needed to understand everyone's practical abilities. So he had the students pair up for sparring. Then the problem arose, no one wanted to team up with Suze. Even after the previous class, when the word spread that Suze was unable to summon the diamond-level monster, still no one dared to verify the truth of that news. Only one person wanted to team up with Suze, but he didn't want to fight, so he directly declined. The teacher on the ring seemed a bit troubled as he watched the scene. Fortunately, there was an odd number of students in this class, leaving Suze as the one extra. In that case, Suze, you can team up with the teacher. We'll demonstrate for the other students first. Suze did not refuse. Given his current level, teaming up with the others felt a bit like an adult bullying a child. He also wanted to see just how strong the teachers at this school were. Once Suze stepped onto the ring and prepared his stance, the teacher, Zhang Jian, suddenly shouted, "Wait a moment." Then, scratching his head and feeling a bit embarrassed, he said, "Ahem, the teacher knows your strength, so I hope you will go easy on me later." Generally speaking, in teacher-student sparring, the teacher should hold back, but Suze was clearly an exception. Unlike Chen Xin, who only taught theory, he was practical. Therefore, he was there at the Tianyun volcano that day, witnessing Suze set fire to the Fusang Dark Guards. Even thinking about it now made his throat go dry. He did not feel he could withstand more heat than those guards. "Don't worry, teacher, no problem," Suze replied, patting his chest. After all, it wasn't a life-and-death battle. He wouldn't forcefully use the power of Fengqingyi, which would also be a huge drain on his mental energy. So, accompanied by a flash of golden light, the phantom tortoise appeared on the stage. Zhang Jian then breathed a sigh of relief and summoned his own beast, a silver-grade black leopard. After transforming, he wore black gauntlets, and as he swung his arms, gusts of wind whipped around. "You better be careful." Saying this, he threw a punch. The transformed phantom shield barely blocked this blow. Seeing the fleeting smile on his opponent's face that did not match his clumsy appearance, Suze realized he had been tricked. His opponent was coming at him for real. Chapter 41, Fluctuating Tides. "Who on earth are you?" Suze asked as he struggled to defend against the attack with the phantom shield. Zhang Jian's moves were deadly, all aimed at Suze's vital points, clearly beyond the realm of ordinary sparring. Suze even suspected that the reason why there was an odd number of students in this class was intentional on his part. Everything was to make him face off against Zhang Jian. But Suze couldn't remember when he had offended a teacher from the Beast Master University. The people he had wronged were few, most of them had turned to ashes at the Tianyun volcano. Trying to test him, Suze asked, "Are you also a Fusang Dark Guard? I didn't expect you to have infiltrated the school." But Zhang Jian continued to clench his teeth, wielding his gauntlets to strike with sharp wind attacks, giving no answer. The others watching from below had noticed something was off with this fight from the start, especially when Suze called out that the opponent was a Fusang Dark Guard. Suyao leaped up, trying to rush onto the ring to help. But she was stopped by a thin protective shield outside the ring. After all, Zhang Jian was a schoolteacher, and he had the right to activate the protective shields on these small rings. This was originally meant to ensure that the real combat exam in the arena would not be disturbed. It wasn't that strong, but it was enough to stop students like them. "Damn it! Brother Suze, hold on. I'll go call for help." She hurriedly sprinted toward the direction of the administration building, having no choice but to find other teachers to assist. Hearing her words, Zhang Jian, realizing time was tight, increased the force of his subordinates once again, but still couldn't break through Suze's defense. "This damn shell, why is it so hard?" He didn't have much time left. When the other teachers arrived, it would certainly mean certain death for him. Zhang Jian wasn't looking to kill Suze, he just wanted to severely injure him, cripple him, so he wouldn't deserve to have a diamond-level beast. That was his goal. Originally, when he heard that Suze couldn't summon a diamond-level beast, Zhang Jian felt relieved, thinking his mission had become achievable. But the outside world only knew that Suze was lucky and had contracted a diamond-level beast. They didn't know that his own strength had reached level 23, which was an astonishing achievement at this age. Even Zhang Jian, who was nearly 40, was only just over 30 levels, and his black wind leopard was merely a bronze-level beast. Facing the defensive spirit shield, he couldn't nibble away at it for a while. Yet Suze wasn't in a good position either. The opponent's punches were fierce, penetrating the shield and striking him, causing a drop of blood to escape from the corner of his mouth. Moreover, the wind from the punches was bypassing the spirit shield, continuously slicing at Suze's body. Suze hesitated, wondering whether to forcibly borrow Fengqingyi's power through a contract, just like he had done before with the burning secret agent. But if he did so, it would only worsen his relationship with Fengqingyi. It would become troublesome if she didn't listen in future battles. For now, he could still hold on with the defense of the spirit shield, he just needed to wait for help to arrive. However, the feeling of passively taking hits was indeed unbearable. Just as he was struggling to endure, Suze felt a wisp of flame appear beside him, which soon coiled around his right hand. Along with the flame, a warm power surged into his body. As my lord, being beaten to the point of spitting blood by such a weak human is truly embarrassing. I will lend you a part of my power temporarily, give him a harsh lesson. A smile appeared at the corner of Suze's mouth. It seemed his earlier cultivation of goodwill had indeed worked a bit. He slowly tightened his grip on his right hand, and the phoenix flame instantly rose, enveloping his entire fist. Now, it's my turn to attack. Su Zhe withdrew the spirit shield, giving up his defense. A smile appeared on Zhang Jian's face, thinking that Su Zhe's defense couldn't withstand the attack. Just as he was preparing to press the attack, he saw a flaming fist swinging toward him. Let's see whose fist is more powerful. Zhang Jian hurriedly crossed his fists in defense. He was strongly struck by that fist and was instantly sent flying. The black wind leopard, transformed into a knuckle guard, blocked most of the attack but was directly smashed back to its original form, crashing to the ground, unknown if it was alive or dead, still burning with unquenchable phoenix fire, releasing waves of a meaty scent. Zhang Jian flew straight out, crashing into the energy shield at the edge of the arena. The protective shield held for just a moment before shattering, and Zhang Jian also flew out directly. He brushed past Su Yao, who had called for help, and arrived beside Su Yiming. Su Yiming looked at his former colleague, now unrecognizable, and then at his daughter, who had just described Su Zhe's situation as extremely dangerous. That gaze seemed to ask, who exactly is in danger? He stepped forward to check Zhang Jian's breath. Finding out that the other party was still alive, he finally felt relieved. He couldn't die yet. It was still unclear which force had infiltrated the Qinglong Beastmaster University, and a thorough investigation was necessary. Su Zhe was quickly taken to the school nurse's office, and his injuries were not serious. He only had some external wounds from the punch's wind and minor internal injuries. But while he was receiving treatment, he heard some bad news. Zhang Jian is dead? Su Zhe looked at Su Yao, who had informed him of this news, somewhat confused. His punch had actually been restrained. He had no intention of taking the other's life. He wanted to know who was targeting him so he could respond appropriately in the future. But now, Zhang Jian was still dead. Su Yao replied, that's right, his injuries looked severe, but they were not life-threatening. However, while treating his wounds, Zhang Jian suddenly woke up, grabbed a nearby scalpel, and committed suicide. Suicide, huh? Su Zhe suddenly felt a headache coming on. The decisiveness of the suicide indicated that he was trained by an organized killer. Fusong's secret guards? Or some other organization? No matter what organization it was, Su Zhe knew he had been targeted. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Xiaosu sat upright in his chair behind the desk, asking the shadow beside him, is this your response? A voice from the shadow, indistinguishable in gender, replied, this rough assassination is not our doing. It seems someone else acted first. I warned you before, that kid has not only been targeted by you, many others are after him. You better act quickly. Please rest assured, Captain Tianzhong has conveyed the message to the higher-ups. It won't be long before you get a reply. I hope so. Just as Xiaosu finished speaking, a loud voice broke in, my student was assassinated at school? Xiao Principal, you have a problem with your work. The shadow's voice was interrupted, turning into an ordinary shadow. Outside the office, the cleaning lady glared harshly at the old man who had just made a mess. Looking at the dirty footprints left on the floor she had just mopped, she had no choice but to mop it again. Chapter 42 Bodyguard. Lin Shi sat opposite the desk, staring at Xiaosu with bulging eyes and puffed-up cheeks. He loudly demanded, Xiao kid, give me an explanation. Why is there someone daring enough to assassinate my student in school? What kind of power has such long hands, reaching even here? He slapped the mahogany desk, making a loud noise, and Xiaosu looked at it with a pained expression, then said, Old Lin, don't be anxious. Su Zhe is fine, isn't he? And as for this hand reaching in, I'm really helpless. Humph. Have you found out the opponent's background? Not some small fries from Fusong? Lin Shi snorted coldly. This time, it really isn't them. Xiaosu took out a stack of files from the drawer and placed them on the desk. Lin Shi reached out to take them and began to browse. At this moment, he continued, I quickly retrieved all of Zhang Jian's records after the incident, detailing everything from his birth until his death. It basically rules out any contact with Fusong's secret guards. Actually, he had long known that this matter had nothing to do with Fusong's secret guards. The reason he just questioned the shadow was to test and probe their response. As for who really incited Zhang Jian, Lin Shi slammed the file onto the desk in anger. Jiang family. So it was you. The Jiang family, one of the 4 great families in the imperial capital, only had contact with Zhang Jian according to his records. As an orphan, Zhang Jian had received aid from the Jiang family since childhood. And since the Jiang family would send Zhang Jian, who had such a clear relationship with them, to assassinate Su Zhe, it also reflects their recklessness. As a new family, they have the arrogant capital, even if it relies on others. Are you sure it's them? Lin Shi rarely became serious as he asked. Of course, there is no evidence. Zhang Jian committed suicide without revealing anything, but his bank account recently received a large sum of money. But that could be explained. After all, Zhang Jian has been supported by the Jiang family since he was young. Maybe someone took him as an adopted son and gave him some money, which is reasonable. Lin Shi said angrily, but it's unreasonable that he immediately targeted Su Zhe after receiving the money. The Jiang family, just a family that flatters the powerful. Xiao Su spread his hands helplessly and said, what can we do? Who told them to hold on to such a strong leg? But precisely because of this, they want to have real power of their own. They targeted Su Zhe also because of his diamond-level monster. Their initial goal was not to kill Su Zhe, it should have been to cripple him or let the Jin Yufeng Niao go out of control. That way, the Jiang family would have an excuse. Does the Jiang family deserve a diamond-level monster? As long as I'm here, they can just dream about it. Everyone has their backing. As the only emerging family among the four great families, the Jiang family does not have the deep roots and status like the other families. Yet they are still able to maintain their position among the four great families, precisely because of their close relationship with another level 100 war god in Dixia. Because of this, even the other three families have to be wary of the Jiang family. After all, that one is famously reckless and ruthless. But while others fear the Jiang family, Lin Shi does not, as that level 100 war god is his student. Old Lin, you definitely aren't afraid, but Su Zhe might not be so sure. Before Xiao Su could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Lin Shi. He is also my student now, which means he's that kid's junior. When his junior is in trouble, I don't believe he would ignore it. Moreover, for dealing with ordinary people, I am enough. That's good, that's good. Xiao Su agreed. Alright, now that I know who the mastermind behind is, I should leave. When Lin Shi pushed open the principal's office door, the cleaning lady was still standing at the door with a broom, watching him, confirming he wouldn't throw up again before she picked up her water bucket and dragged the mop away. Lin Shi glanced at the cleaning lady's departing back, then turned his head to look at Xiao Su, who was sitting behind the desk, before shaking his head and leaving. On the other side, Su Zhe, who had just been bandaged in the medical room, saw an unexpected person. Captain Gua? What are you doing here? Su Zhe looked somewhat surprised as he asked. He did not expect that the news of his injury would spread so quickly to the other party's ears, clearly indicating that there were insiders in the Dixia Spirit Guard within the beast-taming university. I heard you were ambushed, so I came to see for myself. Guo Linshan said while looking Su Zhe up and down, confirming he was in good condition. As the captain of the Dixia Spirit Guard, responsible for the safety of the entire Beishir city, showing up to check on Su Zhe when he was not in life-threatening danger clearly showed how much Guo Linshan valued Su Zhe. Then Guo Linshan angrily scolded, how could the teachers in the school be infiltrated by others? How can Xiao Su be the principal? He even promised me that you would be absolutely safe in school. Since your strength has reached the entry standard, why not stop learning those worthless things here and join the Dixia Spirit Guard with me? It would definitely be safer than here. However, Su Zhe shook his head and firmly refused. No, Captain Gua, I still have many things to learn. Let's talk about joining the Spirit Guard after graduation. He hadn't forgotten that his original goal was to investigate the disappearance of his parents at the Qinglong Beast-Taming University. At last, he met the old man Lin Shi, who seemed to understand the beginnings and endings of his past, and Su Zhe was naturally unwilling to give up at this moment. Moreover, he did indeed learn a lot from Lin Shi. Guo Linshan saw his determined attitude and did not press any further. Alright, but I must take responsibility for your safety. Sun Hao, come in. Yes. As soon as Guo Linshan's words fell, another one-armed man walked in from outside the door. Su Zhe remembered him. He was a member of the Great Xia Spirit Guard who was attacked by the Fuso Dark Guards at Tianyun Volcano. Su Zhe had even saved his life. At that time, both of his arms had been severed. Now, his left arm was still bound in thick gauze hanging around his neck, with the exposed part of his arm covered in dense scars. Little brother Su Zhe, I finally see you. You are my savior. If it weren't for you, I would have died long ago. Sun Hao stepped forward enthusiastically. Guo Linshan explained from the side, Sun Hao's arms were both seriously injured. We treated them as quickly as possible, but the other arm ultimately suffered nerve death. In theory, he should have retired directly, but he wouldn't agree, and I can't force him. It just so happens that he is here now to protect your safety, which also counts as repaying his gratitude. I know you have contracted a diamond-level demon beast with strong power, but he has rich experience and can help you identify many hidden dangers. Moreover, his salary, accommodation, and meals will still be provided by the Great Xia Spirit Guard, so you don't need to worry about that. With that said, how could Su Zhe refuse? Just like that, Guo Linshan did not stay long and hurried back to handle official business, leaving Sun Hao to guard Su Zhe's side. The two looked at each other, and for a moment, it felt a bit awkward. Especially when Su Yao came over. Fortunately, Sun Hao gave Su Zhe a reassuring "don't worry, I understand" look before stepping out of the room. He did not completely leave. Su Zhe's keen perception could sense that he was still nearby, protecting him. At least the atmosphere was no longer that awkward. Chapter 43, Help the Bird Take a Bath. That was Sun Hao, right? Why is the Great Xia Spirit Guard here? Su Yao asked curiously, looking outside the door. Su Zhe replied, he is now my bodyguard and will often be around us in the future. Su Yao frowned, thinking, does that mean he will see everything I do with brother Su Zhe in the future? But then she shook her head, blushing, what am I thinking? It's still early. Su Yao helped Su Zhe down from the hospital bed. In fact, his injuries were not severe, and he could walk by himself. However, he wouldn't refuse her help. After all, being close to a beautiful girl felt pretty nice. Because of the earlier incident, all of their classes for the day had ended. In fact, Su Zhe didn't even need to attend the practical class anymore, having directly received a perfect score. When they returned to the downstairs of the unit, Sun Hao came out of the shadows again. Su Zhe couldn't help but remind him, brother Sun, I have arrived home. Sun Hao nodded, I know, starting today, you're my neighbor. What are you still dawdling for? Let's go upstairs. Then he stepped up the stairs first, and after exchanging a glance with Su Yao, Su Zhe followed suit. Soon, Su Zhe saw Sun Hao stop on the same floor, standing in front of the door next to his home. I'm going to live next door to you. If anything happens, remember to call my name loudly, and I promise I will rush over at the first moment. Su Zhe helplessly nodded and saw him struggle to open the door with his only injured arm before walking inside. Su Zhe could only return to his own home, thinking about the person next door who was always watching him. Even if the intention was to protect him, Su Zhe felt uncomfortable all over. Forget it, let's take a shower first. Su Zhe had picked up a strange smell from the teacher and had lost so much blood that he felt uneasy all over. He carefully avoided the wounds on his body, rinsing himself all over with hot water. When he closed his eyes to wash his hair, he did not notice a brilliant light flashing outside the bathroom. As he stepped out of the bathroom wearing only his underwear and wiping the water off his head, he happened to see Feng Qingyi looking around before turning to look at him. Su Zhe was stunned for a moment and quickly shook out the towel in his hands to wrap around himself. He did not want to be misunderstood again. How did you come out of the beast space? First, I declare this is unintentional, I had no idea you were here. But contrary to Su Zhe's expectations, Feng Qingyi, who would blush at animal reproduction on the blackboard in books, gave him a disdainful glance. What are you covering up for? What's so nice about a naked body? Su Zhe was confused, he really couldn't understand the thought process of this beast. Forget it, let's not talk about that. What did you come out for? Feng Qingyi replied, you actually called me out in such a dirty place today, I feel dirty all over. I want to take a bath too. A bath? Su Zhe suddenly remembered what Lin Shi had told him, for bird-type beasts, helping them bathe could also build a good relationship. Su Zhe immediately became interested and said, no problem, do you want me to help you? Feng Qingyi glanced at him warily, and Su Zhe quickly explained, don't misunderstand, I mean you can transform into your phoenix form, and I will help you clean your feathers. But unexpectedly, when Feng Qingyi heard Su Zhe suggest she return to her original form, she became even more alert. Human, you wish? You want me to turn back into my beautiful form, you must have ulterior motives. Su Zhe fully understood now, even though Feng Qingyi looked like a human girl, she was still a bird at heart. Viewing herself and others from a bird's perspective was why she felt her original form was more attractive than her transformed one. However, she had only just hatched not long ago, and her awareness in this area was still immature, so he could teach her gradually in the future. In the end, after Su Zhe helped her adjust the water temperature and filled the bathtub, Feng Qingyi jumped in wearing her crimson dress. Clearly a beautiful human girl on the outside, yet she played in the water like a bird. Su Zhe found it quite interesting to watch from the side. The only regret was that her red dress must be made of feathers, so it had excellent waterproof properties. After getting wet, it did not cling to her body, which made Su Zhe feel a little disappointed. After leaving Feng Qingyi to play in the water, Su Zhe stepped outside and casually closed the bathroom door. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Feng Qingyi turned to glance back, recalling how Su Zhe had just undressed. It seems humans always take off their feathers when they bathe? Doesn't that get dirty? After thinking for a moment, she snapped her fingers, and her crimson dress instantly disappeared, leaving her captivating, milky white body bathing in the water. The feeling of her skin touching the water was like returning to the eggshell that had hatched her, making Feng Qingyi feel incredibly comfortable. No longer splashing water around, she quietly immersed herself like a true human. Su Zhe, hearing the sudden silence in the bathroom, turned back in surprise. The bathroom door that he just closed had already cut off the line of sight. He thought for a moment but did not push the door open again. Instead, he waited outside slowly. Feng Qingyi had soaked in the bath for a long time, only stepping out of the bathtub when the hot water had completely cooled down, feeling somewhat reluctant. However, after losing the function of her feathers, Feng Qingyi looked at the water droplets continuously flowing down her body and felt at a loss for a moment. The first thing she thought of was to use fire to dry herself, but then she remembered how Su Zhe had wiped himself with a towel after showering. Since she had already learned to take off her feathers and bathe like a human, why not learn fully? So she imitated him and picked up the towel that Su Zhe had prepared early and began to wipe her clean body. The rough towel rubbing against her skin surprised her, but she didn't dislike it. After imitating and wiping herself thoroughly, she followed Suze's example and shook the towel open to drape it over her as she walked out. The large towel felt like a bathrobe on her petite body, and fortunately, this way, Suze couldn't see more of her. Why did you come out like this? Suze stared blankly at the scene before him and stammered his question. Feng Qingyi replied, didn't you just do the same? We're not the same, I am male, masculine. You should pull the towel up a bit. Feng Qingyi obediently followed his instructions but ended up pulling it a bit too high. Suze could only tell her to lower it a little bit more. This is troublesome, you don't need this anymore. Saying this, she tossed the towel away. Suze hurriedly covered his eyes, shouting to not look, and then, through the gaps of his fingers, saw that at the moment she tossed the towel away, Feng Qingyi had already put on the red dress again. My feathers are still more comfortable. Suze lowered his hands, letting out a slight, regretful sigh. Looking at her still damp hair, he remembered Lin Shi's teachings. He picked up the towel that had been tossed aside and stepped forward, taking a strand of her hair in his hand. Human, what are you going to do again? Feng Qingyi remembered the scene where she was stroked today, the most out-of-control moment for her. But she did not resist, allowing Suze to help wipe her wet hair. Seeing her blushing and calming down, Suze showed a faint smile. Successfully handled again. Chapter 44, Taming Birds. Suze stared blankly at the red-dressed girl sleeping in his arms, surprised that Feng Qingyi had actually fallen asleep under his comforting. Well, after all, even though he looked like a human girl of 13 or 14, he was actually just a chick that had just hatched. Converted to human years, she could only be considered an infant. So the technique he learned from Lin Shi about adult birds helping chicks groom their feathers easily made her relax and fall asleep. Suze gently withdrew his body, looking at Feng Qingyi, who sprawled across most of the bed, helplessly squeezing into the remaining small half to sleep. The next morning, when Suze slowly woke up, he felt like his whole body was tightly wrapped in ropes. Opening his eyes, he realized that Feng Qingyi was clinging to him like an octopus, her arms and legs clinging tightly to him. After a great effort, he finally escaped her embrace and noticed that Feng Qingyi was still asleep, her red dress looking very messy. After washing up quietly, during the time he was brushing his teeth, he used today's gacha chance. Today's luck is okay, a silver-level monster egg. After collecting it, Suze took out a bronze-level monster egg from the system. But after thinking it over, he decided to seize the moment and take out the recently collected silver-grade monster egg as well. Then he tossed both eggs into a large iron pot filled with boiling water. This was a big iron pot that Suze specially bought to cook monster eggs. After all, just one egg was the size of a human head, and if he was going to cook two at once, he needed a pot big enough. Suze had also tried to make some dishes using the monster eggs, but the extra seasonings ended up ruining the flavor. In the end, he returned to simplicity and found that the simplest boiled egg was the most delicious. About half an hour later, a burst of enticing aroma wafted through the air. Feng Qingyi, who hadn't woken up despite Suze's fussing, suddenly sat up in bed as if a large hand made of fragrance had lifted her. Wow, so fragrant. Then she followed the smell into the kitchen and saw the boiled monster egg, its shell already removed. Just as she was about to pounce on it to eat, Suze grabbed her and said, "Wash up first." Although Suze didn't know if birds had teeth and needed to brush them, since Feng Qingyi was now in human form, he felt it was necessary to hold her to human standards. Moreover, he also wanted to test how obedient Feng Qingyi was to him now. To his surprise, although Feng Qingyi looked quite reluctant as she gazed at the steaming monster egg, she still allowed Suze to lead her into the washroom, where under his guidance, she awkwardly brushed her teeth and washed her face. At that moment, Suze suddenly felt like he was taking care of a child. After hastily finishing her wash, Feng Qingyi became cheerful the moment she tasted the boiled monster egg. This was just like with small children, good food had to be used to coax them. Suze also began to eat his own slightly smaller bronze-grade monster egg. He couldn't help but feel like a parent saving the best food for their child. After they both ate to their fill, Feng Qingyi did not choose to return to the beast servant space as she had before but instead followed Suze out the door. The moment Suze opened the door, Sun Hao synchronously pushed open his own door. Upon seeing Feng Qingyi behind Suze, his eyes instantly widened and he visibly tensed up. His heart raced. Who is this little girl? Why is she at Suze's house? I clearly didn't sense a second person entering last night. Could she have been hiding in the house before? He had been seriously injured and unconscious at that time, so he had not seen Feng Qingyi in her human form and naturally couldn't recognize her. Feng Qingyi sensed the human scrutiny and stared back with her watery big eyes. At that moment, Sun Hao felt an immense pressure crash upon him, causing him to involuntarily retreat and bump against the door. His remaining right hand had already reached for his waist, ready to contact the Dasha spirit guards. At this moment, Suze hurriedly grabbed Feng Qingyi's hand to stop her. It's a misunderstanding, we are all on the same side. Sorry about that, brother Sun, are you alright? Sun Hao didn't immediately lower his guard but cast a suspicious glance at Su Zhe and Feng Qingyi. Seeing that they really had restrained their auras and had no intention of attacking, he finally withdrew his hand. Could she also be a bodyguard sent like me? From the Beast Master Association or the Beast Master University? But thinking of the girl's strength, which was not weaker than Captain Guo's, Sun Hao felt it was unlikely that she was sent by either of those factions. Moreover, it seems like she shares a close bond with little brother Su Zhe. Could it be? Sun Hao's heart suddenly became curious. Because ordinary people might not see a diamond-level beast even once in their life, and few know that they can take on human form, even Beast Master University thinks there's no need to teach about them. So Sun Hao didn't expect that Feng Qingyi was the diamond-level beast contracted by Su Zhe, which was causing a stir everywhere. Su Zhe also worried that emphasizing Feng Qingyi's identity as a beast would create a barrier, so he didn't introduce her to Sun Hao. He only said she would never harm him and would protect Sun Hao together. When they went downstairs, Su Yao was already waiting for them at the corner of the staircase. At the moment she saw Feng Qingyi, Su Yao was first surprised. After all, she had always acted proud and distant from humans. Then she smiled and greeted her, and Feng Qingyi, under Su Zhe's instruction, reluctantly responded. This left Sun Hao wide-eyed in astonishment. I originally thought this would be a battlefield, but now it seems Su Yao doesn't mind at all. She's even happy for Su Zhe, admiring. Truly amazing. Sun Hao admired and gave Su Zhe a thumbs up in his heart, feeling he was truly skillful. But Su Yao naturally wouldn't feel jealous. How could she worry that a bird would compete with her for a man? She was only pleased that Su Zhe had finally tamed the golden-feathered phoenix, as it had always been a hidden danger that could go out of control at any moment, putting Su Zhe at risk. But not long after they set off to school, Su Yao felt something was off. She noticed that Feng Qingyi was not only following Su Zhe but also acting coy, asking him to pet her head. This made Su Yao's heart sound alarms. After all, although Feng Qingyi was a bird, she was now in human form. Adding to this was that in just one night, Feng Qingyi's attitude had undergone a 180-degree change. This made Su Yao suspicious. How exactly did you train the bird? With sticks and whips? Chapter 45, Someone is Coming. As they were about to enter the school, Sun Hao, who had been following them, turned and walked in another direction. Of course, he didn't leave. After all, this was the territory of Beast Master University, and as a member of the Great Xia Spiritual Guard, he couldn't openly appear in front of everyone, so he chose to protect them in the shadows. Feng Qingyi followed all the way until they got close to the breeding area, where she could smell the pungent odor before she let Su Zhe pet her head and returned to the beast space. Su Yao watched all this with a complex expression and finally couldn't help but ask, Brother Su Zhe, how did you manage to make the golden-feathered phoenix so obedient overnight? Su Zhe thought for a moment and said, I didn't do anything. I just gave her a shower. Upon hearing this, Su Yao's pupils immediately dilated. Su Zhe hurriedly explained, don't misunderstand, she washed herself, I just helped her dry off a bit. Wipe her down. Su Yao's shock didn't lessen at all. Don't think too much, it wasn't a full. When Su Zhe was about to pick up the feed bucket to feed the animals, he was stopped by Lin Shi, who was sipping wine nearby. Wait a moment, as your teacher, I haven't given you a teacher's gift yet, so today I will make it up to you. Saying this, he picked up a small black object and threw it towards Su Zhe. Su Zhe put down the iron bucket, hurriedly caught it, and discovered it was a tiny black figurine, about the size of a thumb. He didn't know what it was made of. Holding it in his hand felt like a jelly-like material. At the moment he caught it, it seemed that a small shadow darted out from the figurine and vanished in an instant. Su Zhe blinked, saw nothing, and thought he might have been seeing things. Teacher, I am not a child anymore. Humph. All I can give is this kind of thing. You can take it or leave it. I'll take it. Su Zhe had no choice but to grab the figurine's strap and hang it on his keychain. It fit perfectly. Lin Shi took a sip of wine, not even looking at where Su Zhe placed the figurine, but instead gazed at his shadow. He saw Su Zhe's shadow rippling like water, and then a small tentacle extended from the shadow, waving towards Lin Shi, as if greeting him. When Su Zhe followed Lin Shi's gaze, his shadow had returned to normal, showing nothing unusual. Alright, you've received your teacher's gift, why are you still standing there? Get to work. To learn about his parents, Su Zhe could only lift the iron bucket and start feeding the animals. After a busy half-day and quickly finishing his work, Su Zhe once again pestered Lin Shi, who was dozing off in the warm sunlight. Teacher, tell me about my parents. He had just looked at the schedule for today. Since he no longer needed to attend practical classes, he had freed up a lot of time. So today, Lin Shi could not use yesterday's method to send him away. Lin Shi looked at Su Zhe, who was filled with determination, as if he was about to say something, when suddenly, Sun Hao walked in. He first greeted Lin Shi. Although he didn't know the other person's identity, respect for elders and caring for the young was a traditional virtue. Then he quickly approached Su Zhe. Su Zhe, little brother, when you are done here, please come with me to the headquarters of the Daxia Spiritual Guard in Beishir City. Is something wrong? If it's not important, I'd like to wait a bit, Su Zhe said reluctantly. Sun Hao continued to persuade, the captain just used an emergency contact to notify me, so it shouldn't be a small matter. Su Zhe helplessly glanced at Lin Shi, who shrugged, indicating it had nothing to do with him, it was purely coincidence, and he ultimately chose to compromise. Alright, I'll go with you. After all, Lin Shi was right there and couldn't run away, he looked quite healthy too. As long as he was willing to speak about what he knew, it didn't matter if it was sooner or later. However, he was suddenly requested to meet by Guo Linshan, who was responsible for the safety of Beishir City and several surrounding cities. It made him wonder what the urgent matter was. Not long after Su Zhe left, Lin Shi, who seemed to be dozing off in the chair, suddenly raised an eyebrow. No wonder that kid Guo called someone away, surely they arrived? There are quite a few, but they are just a bunch of worthless fish, let me see what you want to do. At that moment, at the entrance of Qinglong Beast-Taming University, Xiao Su stood there with a broad smile, welcoming a group of people. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a goat beard, who walked proudly at the front of the line, head held high. Beside him were two other middle-aged men, standing only half a step away from him. This means their status is basically equal, but this time the one in charge is the bearded man in the middle. Xiao Su stepped forward and said, Principal Jiang Chen, what brings you here today? The bearded man, Jiang Chen, returned a salute to Xiao Su, then with a smile that didn't reach his eyes said, I heard that your school has signed a contract with a diamond-level demon beast this year, and I came specially to see it. I also want to remind Principal Xiao not to let so-called talent cloud his judgment. Most ordinary families who contract diamond-level demon beasts at this age are simply lucky. If an accident occurs and it leads to a loss of control, I believe Principal Xiao wouldn't want such a beast disaster to happen on a campus he is responsible for, right? If something like this occurs, it would be your negligence, so our task is to determine whether this person has the ability to control a diamond-level demon beast. We cannot let treasures be tarnished, nor can we, like Principal Xiao, indulge in danger without concern. Jiang Chen held himself high, resembling a leader inspecting the work of subordinates. Xiao Su nodded repeatedly and said, Deputy Principal Jiang is right. By the way, may I ask who these two are? He appeared to be smiling and flattering, but in fact, he had added a word to the title, revealing the other's identity as Deputy Principal. Sure enough, Jiang Chen's face visibly turned cold because of this. He was indeed just the Deputy Principal of the Imperial Capital Beastmaster University, but since the Imperial Capital Beastmaster University is a level higher than the other 4 Beastmaster Universities named after the 4 sacred beasts, the Deputy Principal has a status equal to that of Principal Xiao Su. Even so, no one likes to be called Deputy. He coldly introduced, to my right is Vice President Chen Zhe of the Imperial Capital Beastmaster Association, and to my left is Captain Jiang Tianlong of the 4th Team of the Imperial Capital Legion of the Great Xia Spirit Guards. Xiao Su nodded in understanding, I see, Vice President Chen Zhe, Captain Jiang Tianlong, and Deputy Principal Jiang Chen. I have brewed tea in my office, let's discuss things there. Upon hearing this, the 3 men's faces all turned cold in perfect synchronization. Chapter 46, The Hemp Tree Enters. Humph, no need for tea, where is that kid named Su Zhe? Jiang Chen snorted coldly. Xiao Su continued to smile, unfortunately, he is not at school right now, so how about you 3 have some tea while you wait? Jiang Chen scoffed, not at school? Isn't it class time right now? How come he just happens to be out of school? Principal Xiao Su, are you hiding him on purpose? If you're deliberately obstructing our mission, don't blame me for being rude. Xiao Su quickly waved his hands, how could that be? Deputy Principal Jiang is overthinking. I will do my utmost to cooperate with you all in completing the task, so we can happily resolve the matter together. However, not long ago, Captain Guo Linshan of the Great Xia Spirit Guards called Su Zhe away, claiming it was for something important. It's not that I'm hiding him. If you have patience, you can wait in my office for tea, I believe he will return from the Great Xia Spirit Guards shortly, after all, he is still a student of our Qinglong Beastmaster University, and Captain Guo has no reason to keep him for too long. Seeing that Xiao Su didn't appear to be lying, Jiang Chen and the others' gaze focused on the youngest Jiang Tianlong beside them, who is also the deputy captain of the Great Xia Spirit Guards. It should be his turn to go ask for him. Feeling the gazes, the young and reckless Jiang Tianlong chuckled, expressing disdain, I thought it was someone important, turns out it is that old guy Guo Linshan. At his age, he finally scraped together to become the captain of the Eastern Military Corps. Rest assured, I will lead the team myself. He definitely won't dare to refuse handing over the person. Although both are captains, the Imperial Capital Army is composed entirely of the best, so naturally, their positions are considered half a rank higher than those of other armies at the same level. Since you say so, Tianlong, I feel more at ease. Among the 3 of them, Jiang Chen and Jiang Tianlong are both from the Jiang family, one of the 4 great families of the Imperial Capital, while Chen Zhe is someone who has clung to the Jiang family's power. So among these 3, who seem to have nearly equal status, Chen Zhe is actually the lowest in rank. Moreover, Jiang Tianlong, being younger, is one of the new generation geniuses of the Jiang family. Although Jiang Chen has a higher generation, he is a marginal figure in the family. Thus, he has to flatter Jiang Tianlong, who is of a much lower generation than him, at every turn. This can also be seen from their respective positions. As an outsider, Chen Zhe was placed in the Beastmaster Association, which holds little real power. Jiang Chen went to the imperial capital Beastmaster University, which, while lucrative, is not a promising place. And Jiang Tianlong entered the core power of the Great Xia Nation, the Great Xia Spiritual Guards, which is a real position of power. Are you really not going to stay for a cup of tea? Seeing the three turning to leave, Xiaosu quickly spoke up to keep them. Jiang Chen turned back and coldly said, "You should drink the tea yourself, Principal Xiaosu. After all, if we find out that Su Zhe's contract has great risks, you won't bear a small responsibility. This tea is just for you to calm your nerves." The three set off again, cleverly switching positions, with Jiang Tianlong leading the way and the other two slightly behind. Watching the three gradually fade into the distance, Xiaosu's face slowly grew colder. Guo Linshan knew they were coming for talents, so he called Su Zhe away. But I wonder if he knows how thoroughly the other side is prepared, with representatives sent from all three factions. The Jiang family's influence is getting longer. As he spoke, he turned and walked back to his office. There was no need for him to worry about Su Zhe. After all, Guo Linshan values him so highly, he will surely do everything possible to protect him. Even if Guo Linshan and Yu Xinghua couldn't handle it, there was still Lin Shi. That old man has a terrible temper and a support force that is just as strong as the Jiang family. If the Jiang family really wants to act recklessly, they might not gain any benefits. Thinking of this, Xiaosu returned to the front of his office door. Not yet entering, he noticed that the door, which he had originally closed, was now slightly ajar, leaving him momentarily stunned before revealing a hint of a smile. When he pushed the door open, he found that the ant who always loitered in front of his door and was responsible for cleaning the top floor of the administration building was inside. Upon seeing Xiaosu, she immediately performed a very standard 90-degree bow. A black space expanded around her as the center, quickly enveloping the entire office. Xiaosu did not take any defensive action because he did not sense any killing intent. The black space merely blocked all external perception of this office. In this space, she was no longer the appearance of an ant but transformed into a radiant young beauty dressed in a traditional kimono. She bent again and said, "Mr. Xiao, although we have communicated in secret several times and with your intelligence, you should have long guessed my identity, but this is still the first time we meet in our true identities. Nice to meet you. Let me introduce myself. I am the aide to Captain Tianzhong, Shicheng Yoshiko." Xiaosu also bowed in return and said, "Miss Shicheng, you are too modest. Your ability to conceal your presence is truly top-notch. I only had suspicions but could not confirm. I also had no idea your beauty was so captivating. Wearing such a face to do dirty and tiring work is truly a waste of talent." Shicheng Meizi smiled and said, "Everything is for His Majesty the Emperor." Xiaosu saw that she had no intention of continuing the small talk, so he got straight to the point. "Alright, since Miss Shicheng has voluntarily revealed her identity, does it mean that you have made a decision? You should know that someone has already taken action faster than you. One of the four great families of the Daxia Empire, the Jiang family, has already looked for Su Zhe." Shicheng Meizi immediately became serious and said, "I am here for that reason. The higher-ups in the island country have discussed it and decided to adopt your opinion to look for a breakthrough through this young man, Su Zhe. If he can truly activate the bloodline of the Golden Feather Phoenix, we won't have to take risks to explore the unknown." Xiaosu also smiled and said, "It's good that you can understand. Trust me, that kid will definitely surprise you." Shicheng Meizi nodded noncommittally and then asked, "So are we to protect him from the Jiang family's harmful actions?" This time, to complete the task, we have mobilized all forces infiltrating Daxia. As long as that person does not interfere, we can definitely keep him safe from the Jiang family's hands. But Xiaosu shook his head. "No, you not only should not help him, but you also need to continue executing your assassination plan. Just be careful not to actually kill him." Chapter 47, Joining the Team. Su Zhe, under Sun Hao's lead, arrived at the headquarters of the Daxia Spirit Guard in Beishir City. It wasn't located within the city but was stationed outside in a place similar to a military camp. As soon as they got closer, Su Zhe felt several sharp gazes locked onto him, making the hairs on his body rise involuntarily. Once Sun Hao revealed his identity, the feeling of being stared at disappeared. After all, this is the territory of the Daxia Spirit Guard, so the defenses will be quite strict. "It's fine now, follow me to the captain," Sun Hao said as he walked ahead guiding the way. Su Zhe followed behind Sun Hao, his eyes continuously scanning around, as if looking for something. The buildings here were generally neat and square, with pure white walls that showed few footprints, lacking any decorations. Some important buildings had guards at the door, watching the passing people closely. When Su Zhe looked a bit too much, he was glared at in return. Feeling his offense, Su Zhe hurriedly looked away, lowering his head and refraining from gazing around. Soon, Sun Hao brought him to the front of Guo Linshan's office and stopped. While walking with his head down, Su Zhe almost bumped into his back without paying attention. Sun Hao knocked on the door, and after hearing Guo Linshan's reply, he stepped aside to let Su Zhe enter first. "Xiao brother Su Zhe, you're here. Come, sit down." Guo Linshan greeted Su Zhe with a smile and pulled him to sit down. The warmth made Su Zhe feel somewhat uncomfortable. Then he prepared to close the door and leave. After all, Guo Linshan wanted to see Su Zhe, not him. But Guo Linshan called him back. "Wait, don't rush to leave. Go call everyone who was free to gather in the hall." Sun Hao said in surprise, "Everyone? Captain, you don't intend to discuss important matters with Brother Su alone? It's not anything important. It's something you all experienced before. Go call them." "Understood." Sun Hao nodded, suspecting Guo Linshan's reason for calling Su Zhe. After Sun Hao left, Su Zhe couldn't help but ask, "Captain Guo, did you call me here for something urgent?" Guo Linshan nodded and smiled, saying, "Yes, but it's not an urgent matter, it's a good thing." He reached under the table and pulled out an exquisite badge and a set of light uniforms. "This is?" Su Zhe seemed to understand why Guo Linshan called him over. "That's right, my application to the higher-ups has been approved. As long as you agree, you can join the third team of the Eastern Corps of the Daxia Spirit Guard right away. Even though you're just an ordinary member now, I believe your abilities won't be limited to this. I'm getting older, and if I don't break through soon, I won't have much time left before I retire. But you're different. With your talent, you'll surely enter the core leadership of the Daxia Spirit Guard in the future." Guo Linshan's eyes shone brightly as he spoke, as if he could already see that scene. To him, the Daxia Spirit Guard still had the resolve of the fallen, but the higher-ups were slowly getting caught up in power struggles. The four great families held many positions in the upper echelons, forming cliques and subtly competing against each other. There was an urgent need for someone like Su Zhe, a purely selfless individual, to bring vitality to the stagnant upper ranks and awaken their original intentions. Su Zhe, a bit troubled, said, "Thank you, Captain Guo, for your kindness, but, you know I'm still just a freshman at Beastmaster University, I won't graduate for a while, so I'm afraid I can't join the Daxia Spirit Guard, right?" Guo Linshan shook his head and said, "Actually, joining the Daxia Spirit Guard doesn't have any educational requirements, only that your beast level is above 20 and that there is a very strict mental exam, both of which I have personally confirmed you have no problem with. It's just that the graduation requirement at Beastmaster University is also a beast level of 20, and most people generally look for jobs and join the Daxia Spirit Guard after completing their studies, which leads to this misunderstanding. In fact, every year, there are excellent students who join the Daxia Spirit Guard before graduating. We won't assign them any tasks until they've completed their studies, and during this period, they will receive all the benefits. So even if you're just a freshman, it's not a problem, it's just a few more years as a nominal member of the Daxia Spirit Guard." Hearing this, Su Zhe's eyes suddenly lit up. If he didn't have to do anything and just got paid, why not? Just like that old man Lin Shi, going there every day, directing me at work while collecting double pay. But he still had some doubts about how Guo Linshan was so sure about his temperament. I clearly haven't interacted with him much. However, he had a very good impression of the Daxia Spirit Guard, who were willing to use their bodies to fill in for the Tianyun volcano in the face of danger. Joining wasn't out of the question. Su Zhe took the badge engraved with the Daxia Dragon Sparrow and the uniform from Guo Linshan's hands. Seeing this, Guo Linshan smiled and said, "Good, now only the last step is left. After the oath, you will be a member of the Daxia Spirit Guard, not a reserve member, but an official member." He looked very excited that Su Zhe agreed to join, pushed open the office door, and quickly walked ahead, while Su Zhe, holding the uniform, followed closely behind. Before long, the two arrived at a spacious red hall, and Su Zhe was already breathing a bit harder, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Many people had already gathered in the hall, all notified by Sun Hao just now. Some of them looked very familiar to Su Zhe, he had seen them before at Tianyun Volcano. He even saw Yu Xinghua, who did not belong to the Daxia Spirit Guard, standing aside, wondering what Guo Linshan's purpose was in inviting him. Is it just to witness? The once slightly noisy hall instantly fell silent the moment Guo Linshan appeared. Guo Linshan said with great satisfaction, "I think you all know that gathering everyone in this hall is only for one thing, that is the team oath you all experienced back then. In the past, dozens of qualified individuals from the preparatory team would take the oath together in this hall. But today, only one person is to read this glorious oath." Guo Linshan did not waste any more words and directly let Su Zhe come to the stage. In front of him, a flag slowly rose, depicting a simple line-drawn Great Xia Dragon Sparrow guarding countless stars behind it. Those star-shaped patterns symbolize every ordinary family in Great Xia, while the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow represents the Great Xia Spirit Guard and is also the symbol of the Great Xia Empire, a guardian beast. This flag represents the core belief of the Great Xia Spirit Guard, the most important sentence in the oath. Su Zhe held the oath in his hand and slowly, firmly read, "I swear, as a member of the Great Xia Spirit Guard, to sacrifice for the first fallen. I will defend the countless lights behind me to the death." Chapter 48, Uninvited Guest. As soon as Su Zhe solemnly finished all the oaths, he officially joined the Great Xia Spirit Guard. Guo Linshan smiled and welcomed Zhu Xinghua, who had been waiting beside him. Before they could say anything, they heard someone rushing over. Captain! Captain, someone is coming outside. Guo Linshan said somewhat displeased. Who? How can the location of the Great Xia Spirit Guard let others in casually? But, Captain, the leader among them is also from the Great Xia Spirit Guard, and seems to be a squad leader. Squad leader? Guo Linshan frowned. He had indeed received word that the Zhang family had sent someone to pressure the president of Qinglong Beastmaster University, Xiao Su. And they had also called for help from both the Great Xia Spirit Guard and the Beastmaster Association. That is why he called Su Zhe to the Great Xia Spirit Guard, to complete the oath as soon as possible. Only in this way could he justly protect Su Zhe. After all, the Great Xia Spirit Guard, as the core military group of the Xia Kingdom, could only conduct internal reviews regardless of what happened, avoiding interference from other forces as much as possible. Just like Lin Jiang before, although he did not complete the oath and was merely a preparatory team member, he was still sent to a military court, and he would likely spend the rest of his life in prison. Additionally, to prevent any accidents, he had asked Yu Xinghua to come along to ensure Su Zhe's safety. Let them in, Guo Linshan said in a deep voice. As a fellow squad leader, he could not refuse the other party at the door. Outside the camp, Zhang Tianlong and the other two, who originally planned to stride in directly, had their faces darken as they were stopped. They kept pressuring the guarding Great Xia Spirit Guard mentally. Just as he was about to give in, Guo Linshan's order finally came through, and he stepped aside to let the three pass. Oomph, blocking dogs! Zhang Tianlong scolded as he walked past, his released mental power showing no restraint. After all three passed, the guarding Great Xia Spirit Guard had blood seeping from the corners of his eyes and mouth. But he simply lifted his sleeve to wipe it and continued to perform his duty at the door. Soon, Zhang Tianlong approached Guo Linshan and saw Su Zhe behind him. Although there was still some distance between them, he had memorized Su Zhe's appearance before coming to complete his task, so he could accurately judge. He sneered and said, Captain Guo, you have quite the air of authority. If my colleagues want to see you, they will be turned away at the door. Guo Linshan replied expressionlessly, this is not my home, it is the camp of the Great Xia Spirit Guard, so it naturally needs to be strictly guarded. After all, it could be someone killed by the dark guards of Fusong, disguised to spy for information. Zhang Tianlong's forehead was pulsating with veins, he could no longer care about anything else. He shouted loudly, Guo Linshan, what is your purpose in hiding that unstable Beastmaster University student in the Great Xia Spirit Guard? Aren't you afraid of a monster disaster happening in the camp of the Great Xia Spirit Guard? Guo Linshan looked at the agitated Zhang Tianlong and sneered, what are you talking about? I don't know. Just as Zhang Tianlong was about to continue scolding, Zhang Chen timely stepped in and said, Captain Guo, Su Zhe is still a student, he does not belong to your Great Xia Spirit Guard. You should hand him over. Guo Linshan glanced at him and asked, who are you? Zhang Chen, Vice President of the Imperial Beastmaster University. At the last three words, he stuttered a bit, as he had just been called that and felt a bit angry, now having to announce it himself during his introduction, especially since he was not the president. Guo Linshan noticed this and, realizing the other's temperament, deliberately elongated his tone and said, so you are a vice president. Zhang Chen felt a surge of frustration in his chest, why did people from Beishan always have to be so irritating? Sure enough, once he left the capital, everywhere else was filled with tricky folks. Zhang Chen took a deep breath and continued, I am indeed just the vice president of the Imperial Beastmaster University, but the 5 Beastmaster Universities are interconnected. I can also manage students from other schools. Captain Guo, please hand him over. Guo Linshan smiled and said, what you keep trying to say is that Su Zhe has nothing to do with our Great Xia Spirit Guard, and you want me to not meddle, right? But unfortunately, he has just completed the oath ceremony and is now a formal member of my Eastern Army's 3rd team. He is my subordinate, why can't I manage him? Zhang Tianlong questioned, this is impossible, he is just a newly enrolled freshman. How could he join the Great Xia Spirit Guard? You are lying? In the face of the doubt, Guo Linshan simply threw a document in their faces. It clearly stated the approval for Su Zhe to join the Great Xia Spirit Guard, decided by the high-level leaders of the Eastern Army, with a seal that left no room for doubt. However, they were not going to give up easily, Zhang Tianlong said, since you don't know what tricks you played to make him join the Great Xia Spirit Guard, then it's easy. According to the regulations of the Great Xia Spirit Guard, for team members who may pose a risk of losing control, measures need to be taken to contain them, and if necessary, to forcibly terminate contracts and confiscate any beasts. I am not wrong, right? Captain Guo, if you don't want to violate regulations, you should hand him over. After terminating his contract and confiscating the beast, everything will naturally end. But Guo Linshan shook his head and said, there is indeed such a regulation, but it also clearly states that these measures will only be taken against members confirmed to pose a risk of losing control. And Su Zhe does not pose a risk of losing control, he can completely control his beast. This has been personally confirmed by the president of the Beast Master Association, Yu Xinghua. At this moment, Yu Xinghua also stepped forward and nodded, confirming Guo Linshan's words. Hearing this, Zhang Tianlong and the others sneered. Do you think we will believe that? The risk of losing control arises with a 5-level difference between spirit rank and beast. That boy has at least a 20 or 30 level difference from the diamond level beast, and you dare say there is no risk? The fact is like this. Do you think an old man like me would lie? Yu Xinghua said, puffing his cheeks and glaring. After he burned his life battling Yin Yilong, he was supposed to become weaker and more aged. But at a critical moment, he welcomed a small breakthrough that injected a bit of vitality back into his exhausted body. Now he looked indeed older on the outside, but his spirit was very lively. Words can be false, but seeing is believing. This time, we even have the vice president of the Imperial Beast Master Association here. Chenzhe, it's your turn. Chapter 49, Test. Chenzhe walked up anxiously beside them. Although he was the oldest, he held the lowest position. He thought he was just coming along to mix in and that it had nothing to do with him. He didn't expect it would actually be his turn now. Chenzhe? It's you, huh? What, don't you trust me, old man? Yu Shenghua said, looking at Chenzhe. Clearly they knew each other. Chenzhe said with a smiling face, Brother you're joking. Of course, your words are trustworthy, but we are here on a mission and need to confirm it ourselves. I hope you won't make it hard for us. Yu Shenghua snorted coldly, but he couldn't lose his temper in front of Chenzhe, who was smiling cheerfully. He and Guo Linshan exchanged glances and nodded to each other. Finally, Guo Linshan said, Alright, since you insist on testing, we will agree to it. But as my subordinate faces such suspicion, it shows distrust towards me and Elder Yu. So after Su Zhe successfully passes the test, you must immediately leave and provide compensation. Zhang Chen was just about to retort when Zhang Tianlong stepped in first, saying, No problem. Compensation is nothing, you can ask for as much as you want. At this point, if he spoke against it, it would hurt Zhang Tianlong's pride, so he could only sigh and silently accept it. Zhang Tianlong was not foolish either, he added, but if you really failed in your duties, not only will you face punishment, but it also means you're unworthy of possessing that diamond-grade monster, and I demand you surrender it. In fact, it would be handed over to the Zhang family. Guo Linshan didn't answer immediately. Instead, he called Su Zhe over. Because in his view, the monster was Su Zhe's personal property and could not be used as a wager. Su Zhe had already heard their conversation from behind and just nodded to Guo Linshan to show his agreement when he reached him. Seeing Su Zhe walk up, Zhang Tianlong revealed a sinister smile and said, You're that lucky little guy, right? But I want to tell you that luck alone won't do, you need strength too. He was indeed very happy because among the younger generation in the Zhang family, there were indeed those more talented than him. However, unfortunately, they currently had no available monster slots. However, he was facing a breakthrough now, and after the breakthrough, he would have enough spiritual power to form a new monster slot. So once this diamond-grade monster fell into the Zhang family, it was likely to become his monster. Facing his provocation, Su Zhe looked him up and down and said, I admit my luck is pretty good, but some people are full of themselves and end up finding out they have neither luck nor strength. Now that's truly sad. Zhang Tianlong knew Su Zhe was mocking him with his words, and just as he was about to get angry, he saw Guo Linshan and Yu Shenghua standing beside Su Zhe like door gods and swallowed his anger. Especially Yu Shenghua, though he was elderly, after gaining his breakthrough once more, he was now the strongest among them. Whether there is luck or not, let's see if you can pass the test first. Under Zhang Tianlong's eye signal, Chenzhe stepped forward to begin the intimacy test between Su Zhe and his monster. The first test, the most basic one, is to be able to summon a beast. If one cannot even dare to summon a beast, then everything said is meaningless. Chenzhe said with a smile. According to the information they received, Su Zhe could not control the diamond-level monster and did not dare to summon it even when they arranged for someone to secretly attack him, trapping him in danger. Sure enough, Su Zhe showed no intention of opening the beast space to summon a beast. Instead, he waved his hand to the side. This left the few people confused, just as they were about to approach Su Zhe to stop his futile struggle when a fiery red figure appeared like the wind from afar, landing in Su Zhe's arms. Guo Linshan's nerves instantly tensed, and the light of the summoning formation began to glow beneath his feet. He looked at the unfamiliar figure, thinking someone had infiltrated, but Su Zhe waved his hand to signal him to calm down. Because this fiery red figure was none other than Feng Qingyi. She no longer hid in the beast space all day but wandered around Su Zhe in human form, looking at various new things and occasionally coming back to Su Zhe to seek affection. Even the military camp of the Great Summer Spirit Guard could not stop her, which was why Su Zhe was looking around when he entered, searching for Feng Qingyi. If she had not actively revealed herself now, no one would have discovered her. Sorry, Captain Guo, her curiosity is quite strong, I couldn't keep her from wandering around the camp, Su Zhe said. As the vice-captain of the Great Summer Spirit Guard, Guo Linshan had not only not seen a pig run but had also seen pigs run. Thus, he quickly guessed that this beautiful girl, who did not look like a human, was indeed not human. He retracted his hostility and also put away the summoning formation. But there was still someone who was not convinced. Zhang Tianlong stood by with a dark face, saying, "Does this little girl who doesn't know where she came from dare to impersonate a monster in human form?" Before Su Zhe could speak, Feng Qingyi had already answered with her actions. The fluttering red dress behind her transformed into fiery feathers that shot towards Zhang Tianlong. The intense heat was daunting, yet it followed him closely like a relentless pest. Zhang Tianlong was forced to summon his own beast, a pure white Pegasus with wings on its back. With the power of the monster, he finally blocked Feng Qingyi's fiery feathers. This confirmed Feng Qingyi's identity, and as he looked at her, his gaze grew even more intense. Such powerful strength, yet she is merely a juvenile monster. Is this what a diamond-level monster is like? However, seeing Feng Qingyi and Su Zhe's close interaction caused him to frown. Zhang Jian's test information turned out to be wrong. Not only could Su Zhe summon diamond-level monsters without backlash, but their relationship was also quite intimate. The three of them exchanged glances, sensing the situation was tricky. Chen Zhe continued, "Such powerful strength indeed confirms she is a diamond-level monster. However, just being able to summon her is not enough, we need to see you can command her power." Before he finished speaking, he saw Feng Qingyi obediently turn into a streak of flame light after Su Zhe patted her head, landing behind Su Zhe to transform into a pair of wings. Does this count as being able to use the beast's power? Su Zhe gently floated off the ground, looking down at the three and asking. Chapter 50, Zhang Family. The three were speechless. Being able to achieve beast transformation proved a high level of control over the beast, eliminating the danger of losing control. Zhang Tianlong, unwilling to accept, said, "Impossible. This is impossible. How could anyone at such a lower level control the proud power of a diamond-level monster?" Guo Linshan glanced at him and spoke with a tone of relief, "Don't doubt others if you can't do it yourself. Remember, there are many more geniuses in the world than you." His words were actually a form of self-mockery. After all, Zhang Tianlong was so young yet held the same position as him, a team leader in the Great Xia Spirit Guard, indicating that his talent was much better. Zhang Tianlong could still climb higher step by step, while he was already old and would stop here in this lifetime. However, to Zhang Tianlong's ears, this sounded like a mockery of his arrogance. He looked at Su Zhe in the air and snorted coldly, "Humph. Good. Very good. You've passed the test, let's go." "Wait a moment." Guo Linshan stopped the few people who were about to leave. "What about the promised apology gift? You aren't planning to go back on your word, are you?" Zhang Tianlong suppressed his anger and said, "Just write down what you want and send it over. We're staying at the Zhang family's hotel in the city center." Then he was the first to leave, feeling immense humiliation here, which was truly hard to bear. The other two followed closely behind him, and it wasn't until they were far away from the Great Xia Spirit Guard camp that the speed of the three slowed down. "Tianlong, what should we do now? The task is incomplete. If we go back to the imperial capital now, the old man." Zhang Chen couldn't help but shiver at the thought. The old man he referred to was naturally the highest-ranking ancestor in the Zhang family. Hearing Zhang Chen mention the old man, Zhang Tianlong was forcibly pulled back from his anger. "The family only tasked us with bringing back the diamond-grade demon beast, and there were no restrictions on the method. Since the obvious method just failed, why not try other means?" The three nodded in agreement with this suggestion, but they had yet to determine what specific method to use, so they planned to rest first and discuss later. As one of the four major families in the imperial capital, the Zhang family's influence and reach naturally extended beyond the Great Xia imperial capital city. In Beishan City, they also had their own enterprises, including the luxurious hotel where they were staying, located in the city center. On the way back, Zhang Chen told them to go ahead, while he went in another direction. Not long after, the scene he encountered was completely different from what the other two saw. On one side was the most luxurious hotel in the city center, and on the other side was a very old and worn-out old town. The tangled mess of wires and the stray cats and dogs rummaging through trash bins represented the true state of this place. Soon he found a shabby old house following the address in his hand. Looking through the open rusty iron gate, he immediately saw a plain-looking woman, dressed simply, washing vegetables. Her expression was numb, neither happy nor sad, just moving mechanically. Beside her, a child sat on the ground crying loudly, repeatedly shouting, "I want Dad," but the woman showed no intention of comforting him. When she finished washing the vegetables and turned around, she saw the elderly Zhang Chen standing behind her. She looked at him and asked tentatively, "Hello, sir, you are?" Zhang Chen smiled and replied, "Oh, I'm a family member of your husband, Zhang Jian." Indeed, this simple house was Zhang Jian's home. It was hard to imagine that he, a beast master of not low rank and also a teacher at the Beast Master University, a golden job, would live here. Moreover, upon hearing Zhang Chen's answer, the woman did not show the slightest bit of happiness. Instead, a trace of fear appeared on her blank face. She forced herself to remain calm and said, "You. What are you doing here? Zhang Jian is no longer here, and we have no money to give gifts to the elders at home." That's right, the reason they lived here is that Zhang Jian had to send gifts to so-called family members every year. This is the Zhang family, one of the 4 great families. To satisfy them, the gifts naturally couldn't be cheap. The salary of a beast-tamer university teacher is indeed high, but it's nothing compared to these families. But Zhang Jian still had to send them, because without the Zhang family, he would have starved to death on the roadside, let alone become a beast-tamer and work at the beast-tamer university. So, this favor, he needed to repay with his life. This was the Zhang family's requirement of him. Zhang Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm not here to collect gifts from you, on the contrary, I'm here to help you. Zhang Jian is gone, and you, as orphans and widows, must be living a hard life, right? In this world, an ordinary person like you could be eaten by a monster at any time. So..." Zhang Chen suddenly bent down and picked up the child who was still crying beside him. Perhaps sensing the suffocating aura around him, the child suddenly quieted down. "I want to take this child away, just like I nurtured Zhang Jian back then. He will receive the best education, become a respected beast tamer, and then we'll arrange a good job for him. What do you think? Isn't it great?" But the woman's expression suddenly turned panicked as she tried to grab her child. "No, we don't need this, living like this is fine. I beg you, put the child down, please." But no matter how she cried, Zhang Chen had no intention of putting down the child. Instead, he said, "Don't worry, we have left you some money. After all, our Jiang family is a charitable family." The woman suddenly became hysterical, unable to stand straight under Zhang Chen's pressure, but she still desperately clutched his clothes. "Let him go. You promised, you told Zhang Jian. As long as he listened to you and carried out tasks, you would let us go, let the child go." Zhang Chen finally stopped hiding his emotions, and with a ruthless expression, he said, "Yes. We promised him. But what about the outcome? He didn't complete the task at all, the information he discovered turned out to be false. So, the conditions we agreed upon are naturally all voided." Hearing this, the woman could no longer hold back her tears. "I beg you, don't take my child away, don't let the child have the same fate as his father." But she couldn't stop Zhang Chen's footsteps, her arm kicked away, watching helplessly as her child was carried out the door. Chapter 51, The List. After leaving the Zhang family, Zhang Chen carried Zhang Jian's child on his shoulder and returned to the hotel in the city center. The young child was forcibly separated from his mother and had long lost his voice in crying. His cries annoyed Zhang Chen, and under the mental strain, he fainted. After leaving the old town, Zhang Chen took a few deep breaths of fresh air. The smell there was just too unbearable, oppressive, damp, a stench of garbage fermenting. If it weren't for completing the mission, these things shouldn't have appeared in his world. Thinking of this, he tightened his grip on the child's hand a little more. The child's arm had dark bruises from the grip, and even in his sleep, he frowned slightly because of the pain. I hope you're not useless like your father. If I had known he was so worthless, the family shouldn't have wasted resources on cultivating him." When he returned to the hotel room, he saw Zhang Tianlong and Chen Zhe both frowning at a note. They both looked up at Zhang Chen, who had just returned from outside, along with the child he brought back. Neither of the two had any surprise on their faces, it was clear they both knew what Zhang Chen had done. Zhang Tianlong frowned and said, "You're back, huh? I really don't understand what those old guys in the family are thinking. Why do they keep raising children of outsiders generation after generation? They are useless and waste our family's resources." Hearing his words, Chen Zhe looked a bit awkward. Though he was not an orphan like Zhang Jian raised by the Zhang family, his current status was also greatly supported by the resources from the Zhang family. Seeing this, Zhang Chen immediately stopped Zhang Tianlong, who was about to say more, and explained, "Young Master Tianlong, we shouldn't speak like that. After all, our Zhang family is still young and our foundation cannot compare with the other 3 families that have followed the Daxia royal family since the founding of the country. That's why our ancestor allowed outsiders to join the Zhang family, to recruit talents. According to our ancestors' words, even if they don't share the Zhang surname, they are still family. Moreover, that great person was born from this, which shows that our ancestors' method is effective." When mentioning that great person, even the proud Zhang Tianlong showed a look of awe. Yet he still said, "That great person is indeed powerful, it's hard to imagine he came from a humble background. But he is just an exception, with his talent, he would become a person of great attention anywhere, and cannot be seen as a representative." Zhang Chen echoed, "Young Master Tianlong is right, but according to our ancestors' meaning, those supported by the Zhang family are all Zhang family members, there is no need to reject them so much." While speaking, he secretly glanced at Chen Zhe beside him. Realizing Zhang Tianlong's gaze, he quickly stopped speaking, aware that he had just misspoken. Chen Zhe also cast a grateful look at Zhang Chen. "Alright, let's stop talking about this. What were young Master Tianlong and President Chen just looking at?" At this, Zhang Tianlong's anger flared up again, that old thing Guo Linshan actually sent over the item list. Zhang Chen smiled wryly and said, "Young Master Tianlong, after all, this is something we agreed to, if we go back on our word it could affect our Zhang family's dignity." Zhang Tianlong snorted coldly, I know that, and I never thought of backing out. But that old guy Guo Linshan actually took this opportunity to ask for an exorbitant amount. Zhang Chen stepped forward and picked up the note that Zhang Tianlong had just slammed onto the table, wanting to see what Guo Linshan had asked for that made him so angry. 50 military-grade spirit enhancement beads, the quantity is a bit much, but it's still acceptable. 1 golden-level beast egg? Does Guo Linshan really want to contract another beast? This old guy's potential should be exhausted by now. When he saw the third item, he instantly understood why Zhang Tianlong was so angry and why Guo Linshan demanded a new golden-level beast egg. 1 crystal core of a level 70 or above Earth-type beast? This old guy is not only asking for a lot, but also has great ambitions. Zhang Tianlong, still angry, said, exactly, this old guy's beast is also a golden-level Earth beast. He probably wants the level 70 Earth beast's core because he was stimulated by Yoshimawa's breakthrough, wanting to help his own beast break the bloodline shackles. Using the power from the beast's breakthrough could possibly allow Guo Linshan to break through as well. Though the upper limit for a golden-level beast is level 70, the number of beasts that can truly reach this limit is very few. During their growth, beasts will exhaust their bloodline and potential due to various reasons, thus being trapped at a level for their entire lives, unable to advance. This is the bloodline's shackles. At this time, external power is needed to help the monster beast complete the bloodline's deficiencies and break through the shackles. Clearly, Guo Linshan has this plan. Although he has already applied to the upper level of the Dasha Spirit Guard for a crystal core, he is still waiting for a reply. After all, the upper-level Dasha Spirit Guard, which governs the entire country, tends to allocate resources to younger individuals with higher status and talent. For a team leader like him, he is nothing at all, age is even more deadly. Rather than hoping that the upper level will agree to his application, it would be better to try extorting the Zhang family. After all, for a big family, a level 70 monster beast crystal core is not much at all. Although Guo Linshan doesn't think he can actually obtain it, he just added the monster beast crystal core in a spirit of giving it a try. Moreover, with this level 70 monster beast crystal core as a backdrop, the first 2 items that were originally a bit excessive don't seem like much anymore. However, what he did not expect was that Zhang Chen, after looking at the list, was first surprised by Guo Linshan's bold demands. Then, after a moment of thought, he told Zhang Tianlong, young Master Tianlong, I think we can agree to him. Zhang Tianlong looked at him in surprise and said, although going back on our promise damages the Zhang family's dignity, being extorted casually would also make the Zhang family look weak, you should know this, Principal Zhang Chen. So? I'm very curious why you would agree so decisively. Zhang Chen smiled with a hint of mischief and said, young Master Tianlong, you can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. After Guo Linshan humiliated you like this today, aren't you angry? Thinking of Guo Linshan's sarcastic words that he found unappealing, Zhang Tianlong's previously subsided anger flared up again. Of course I am angry, but that was on his turf. Could you replace me to take revenge? Zhang Chen leaned close to Zhang Tianlong's ear and said, not only can we take revenge, but we might also be able to accomplish the family's mission as well. As he spoke, he whispered his plan into Zhang Tianlong's ear. Although Chen Zhe had not participated at all, the two did not hide anything from him. Listening to their plan, Chen Zhe felt a chill in his heart, and his hand gripping the teacup began to shake. Is this what a big family is like? They don't care about the lives of ordinary people at all? Looking at Zhang Tianlong dressed in the uniform representing the Dasha Spirit Guard and recalling the oath he made when he joined, he felt an immense irony. Chapter 52, Crazy Woman. The next day, Su Zhe looked at the golden capsule in his hand with some surprise. After so many days, he finally got something again. Although he had a diamond-level monster beast now, he had somewhat stopped valuing the golden-level monster beasts. But in the eyes of ordinary people, this was still a rare high-level monster beast that is hard to come by. Even Guo Linshan, who is the team leader of the Dasha Spirit Guard, only has one golden-level monster beast, another one he had is a pitiful bronze level. He was stuck at the level cap of 30, so Guo Linshan basically never summoned it in battle. However, now, Su Zhe was conflicted about whether to cook this egg and feed it to the birds. He wasn't just trying to build a good relationship with Feng Qingyi. Su Zhe had long discovered that the monster beast egg, a food rich in energy, has an effect on monster beasts equivalent to the effect of a honing bead on beast masters. In recent days, Feng Qingyi had eaten quite a few monster beast eggs, and along with her constantly digesting the power of that level 80 crystal core, her level had now risen to 60, which also raised Su Zhe's spiritual power by a few levels. Now his two monster beasts, the golden feather phoenix bird is level 60, and the mirage turtle is level 25. Su Zhe's mental strength level is also level 25. If this golden level monster egg is given to Feng Qingyi, it would likely raise her level at least one more time, and Su Zhe and the void spirit tortoise could also level up together. But in the end, he couldn't bear to use it, so he put the golden level monster egg back into the system space and exchanged it for a bronze level monster egg. It's too extravagant to eat a golden level monster egg, I'm a bit reluctant. There's no rush for upgrades. After having breakfast, the three of them and the bird made their usual way to school. But just as they were about to enter the school, a mad woman with unkempt hair suddenly rushed out from the side and pounced on Suze. Sun Hao reacted immediately, pushing Suze behind him and using his remaining arm to restrain the woman. The woman, ignoring the pain in her arm, looked at Suze with desperate eyes. "You are Suze, right? I saw your photo from my husband. Please, help me." Suze looked her over carefully, confirmed that he didn't know this woman, and curiously asked, "Who are you, and why does your husband have my photo?" The woman's gaze flickered as she stammered, "Who I am isn't important, my husband is Zhang Jian." Zhang Jian? Suze recalled him. It was the Beast Master University teacher who had tried to assassinate him a couple of days ago. Sun Hao also realized what was happening and gripped the woman's arm tighter. If it weren't for not feeling the unique mental fluctuations of a Beast Master from the woman, he might have summoned his beast. However, Suze could sense that the woman was not here to assassinate him like her husband but instead seemed to be in need of his help. Suze spoke, "Brother Sun Hao, let her go. If you continue to hold her so tightly, her arm is going to break." Sun Hao hesitated and didn't immediately release her. Suze continued, "Brother Sun Hao must also feel that she isn't a beast master. Besides, my beast is right here beside me, what can she do to me?" Sun Hao glanced at Fengqingyi, who was leaning beside Suze, now aware that this incredibly beautiful little girl was actually the transformed form of a diamond-level monster. With her there, it was indeed impossible for an ordinary person to harm Suze, so he finally let go of Suze. As soon as Sun Hao released her, the woman rolled and crawled to Suze's feet. "Please, help me, save my child." She was not a beast master and only knew that controlling her husband's Jiang family was very formidable, but she didn't realize how much power the Jiang family really had. The reason she sought out Suze was that she felt that since the Jiang family was trying every means to deal with him, Suze must have the strength to resist them. Suze was confused by her and first helped her up from the ground before speaking slowly. The woman explained everything she knew, and although her information was limited and her narration a bit messy, Suze still understood the situation clearly. "The Jiang family? So they have been targeting me all along? I thought it was the people from Fusan, but I didn't expect the ones who struck first were our own people." Sun Hao also realized the seriousness of the situation and explained to Suze, "The Jiang family, although a new family, has a large power, forcefully turning the originally 3 major families in the capital into 4. But as a Beastmaster family, what matters most isn't how many industries you have or how much money you earn each year, the most important thing is the number of high-level Beastmasters. In this regard, the Jiang family has always been inferior to the other 3 families with deep roots, and they fall short in top-level combat power. I think this is why they have their eyes on you. After all, top-level combat power mainly refers to strong diamond-level monster beast masters." Suze recalled the 3 people from the imperial capital who had troubled him yesterday, and it seemed that 2 of them had the surname Jiang. It appeared to be the so-called Jiang family, who had not given up. Moreover, from what Zhang Jian's wife just described, the person who took his child was likely Jiang Chen, the vice principal from the imperial capital. Suze did not want to sit idly by, and after a moment of thought, he said, "Now that we have our sister-in-law to testify that the Jiang family wants to harm me, can we report them? Let the Jiang family think twice before plotting against me again." Sun Hao shook his head and said, "Don't think too much, the evidence is insufficient. Relying solely on one person's word is definitely not enough. Otherwise, Jiang Chen wouldn't just take the child and leave no witnesses, it's precisely because they are fearless. Moreover, disputes between beast tamers are usually handled by the Great Xia Spirit Guards, and when it involves the Jiang family, it requires higher-ups to intervene. Do you know how many people from the Jiang family are in the upper echelons? In the end, it would be who is here to sue the official. So, is there no way to get the child back?" Suze said unwillingly. Sun Hao still shook his head. The Jiang family is not simply sponsoring orphans to go to school, they take the orphans as adopted children, making them so-called outsiders of the Jiang family. So in a certain sense, Zhang Jian's child is also a member of the Jiang family. Suze scratched his head in frustration, feeling helpless, and could only let Su Yao help the woman who looked completely hopeless into the school gate to rest a bit. Since her child was taken away yesterday, she hadn't closed her eyes, and she was finally sent to the rest area of the breeding zone managed by Lin Shi nearby. "Oh, good disciple, are you helping me find a partner? You really understand. Though she looks a bit dirty, she has youth on her side, not bad." Lin Shi said nearby with a smirk while drinking. Suze said, "Teacher, you should consider your age, do you still have the strength? No more jokes. Let her rest here, I will go find the principal." After all, Zhang Jian was once a teacher at the Qinglong Beast Tamer University. As the principal, Xiao Su should stand up for his former subordinate, right? Moreover, the Jiang family wouldn't be foolish enough to offend a principal of a Beast Tamer University over an ordinary child. Chapter 53, Searching for People. After Suze left, no matter how tired the woman was, she could not fall asleep. She struggled to get out of bed, but her exhausted body nearly caused her to roll off. Lin Shi, seeing this, quickly supported her back down with surprising speed for his age, saying, "I say, little sister, your body can endure this, just rest well." But the woman shook her head, insisting on getting up. Lin Shi had no choice but to sigh and gently tap her forehead with his hand. The woman suddenly froze, her eyes gradually losing focus and closing. In the end, her arms lost strength, and her body fell back, entering a dreamland. Lin Shi withdrew his hand and said calmly, "Your spirit has already reached its limit, just sleep peacefully." Just as Lin Shi was about to turn back, he was surprised to see the woman struggling on the bed, using her hands and feet. He lightly raised his hand, and his shadow crawled up from the ground, like a flattened black figure drifting to the woman. It extended a black hand resembling long fingers and grabbed at the air in front of the woman. Wisps of purplish-black murky images were pulled out and then swallowed by the shadow with its hollow mouth. The shadow displayed a satisfied expression on its black cut paper-like face and then returned to Lin Shi's feet. Meanwhile, the woman stopped struggling and peacefully fell asleep. Nightmare Lord, a platinum-level psychic beast. Possesses the ability to control dreams and illusions. Feeding on human dreams, both extreme nightmares and beautiful dreams are its favorite food. Clearly, the woman's dream belonged to the latter, which is why it made it so intoxicated. Lin Shi also closed his eyes, digesting this nightmare along with his beast. After a long while, he opened his eyes, looking into the distance, a hint of killing intent appearing in his usually lazy gaze. The Jiang family, jumping around too much will only lead to a bad ending. Meanwhile, Su Zhe arrived at the top floor of the administration building, but he could not find Principal Xiao Su as he had hoped. He casually stopped a cleaning lady nearby and asked, "Auntie, do you know why the principal isn't in his office?" The cleaning lady stuck her mop into the ground and wiped the sweat from her forehead, replying, "I know, the principal won't be here this week. If you want to see him, come back next week." "Wait, Auntie, where did the principal go?" Su Zhe was persistent in his questioning. "I'm just a cleaner. How would I know all that? I heard he seems to have gone to the capital city and won't be back for at least a week." With that, she picked up the mop again. Lift your feet, I haven't finished mopping yet, or it'll get dirty again." Su Zhe could only give up and ultimately found Su Yiming, who was teaching a class, to learn that Xiao Su had been called to a meeting at the Imperial Beast University. Not just him, other principals from several Beast Master universities had also received invitations to attend this so-called academic exchange meeting. The main agenda was to finalize the time, place, and rewards for this year's five-school competition. Su Zhe thought for a moment, although Principal Xiao Su isn't here now, with Captain Guo and Elder Yu, it should be enough to persuade them to return the child. He first went to the Beast Master Guild, but coincidentally, Yu Xinghua was also not there. It was said he was invited to host an auction held by the Beast Master Guild in another city. With no other choice, he had to let Sun Hao lead him to find the final person, Guo Linshan. Since he was now considered an official member of the Dasha Spirit Guards, this time at the camp's entrance, Su Zhe only felt that gaze sweep over him, not fixated like last time. Following his memory, Su Zhe walked toward Guo Linshan's office. If he wasn't there either, he would truly have no way out. But fortunately, as Su Zhe was approaching Guo Linshan's office, he saw him coming out with a face full of smiles. "Little brother Su Zhe, what brings you here? I was just about to look for you." Seeing his excited expression, Su Zhe curiously asked, "Captain Guo, what has you so happy?" "Ha, a windfall fell from the sky, how could I not be happy? Did you find money or win the lottery?" "Haha, neither. I got compensation from someone." Guo Linshan couldn't hide his joy as he said, "Remember that kid from the Jiang family who made promises yesterday? I only wanted to test the waters, but unexpectedly, just a day later, they actually sent me the things." At this point, he couldn't help but exclaim, "There's one thing in there that I had applied to the Legion headquarters for several days without any news. They prepared it in just one night. TSK, this is what a big family is like." Then, as if remembering something, he stuffed a tightly sealed military green iron box into Su Zhe's hands. "This is your share, 50 military-grade mind-refining beads. According to the rules, being able to get these all comes thanks to you, and they should all belong to you. But there's one thing in there that is really important to me, so even though I feel embarrassed, I still shamelessly kept it. As for the one golden-grade beast egg, that was personally added by Elder Yu. He seemed to want to use it as the final highlight at the auction in the second half of the year, but now he didn't seem to be around." Su Zhe did not hesitate to take the iron box and said, "Captain Guo, you're being too polite. I have enough of these tempered beads." After Guo Linshan handed the items to Su Zhe, he asked, "By the way, little brother Su Zhe, did you come to find me for something?" Only then did Su Zhe hurriedly tell Guo Linshan everything that had happened with the Zhang family. After the old man listened to his account, he immediately became furious. "I suspected the Zhang family before, but I didn't expect them to be so reckless. What's the difference between this and kidnapping and trafficking? Let's go, we need to find those guys." Saying this, he lifted Su Zhe into the air with one hand and flew toward the city center. After the initial surprise, Su Zhe began to carefully sense the principle of Guo Linshan's flight. Unlike riding a beast or using a flying-type beast armor, this sensation felt more like completely breaking free from the constraints of gravity, simply needing to consume energy to accelerate in the air. This also made Su Zhe realize that perhaps with the explosive power of his golden wings, he could exceed Guo Linshan's speed in a short time. However, if the flying time extended, he would definitely be caught up. Because the opposite's consumption would be much less than that of his brute force flying. Soon, the two arrived at the Zhang family's hotel. Chapter 54, Getting the Child Back. As soon as they landed, Guo Linshan led Su Zhe into the hotel. The hotel was very grand, with brilliantly decorated interiors, incredibly luxurious. The doorman behind them blocked them multiple times with a humble tone. He braced himself and said, "Sir, please wait a moment, we are a members-only hotel. If you are looking for someone, let me inform you. If you continue to go inside, I will get into trouble." The doorman had a miserable face. After all, the two had just fallen from the sky. He couldn't provoke them, but he also couldn't violate the series of rules set by the Zhang family. Fortunately, at that moment, a familiar voice yelled from upstairs, "What's happening down there? It's a mess." The doorman immediately replied in fear, "I'm sorry, Lord Jiang Chen, it's these two beast masters who insist on coming in. I just can't stop them." "Oh? Who dares to invade my Jiang family's territory?" Jiang Chen came down the stairs and saw Guo Linshan and Su Zhe blocking the door. "So it's Captain Guo. What's the matter? Are you not satisfied after taking so many things?" Jiang Chen frowned and said. Guo Linshan coldly snorted and questioned, "I didn't come for this today. I heard that your Jiang family had Zhang Jian secretly attack brother Su Zhe, and now you are forcibly taking his child away?" Jiang Chen shook his head and replied, "Captain Guo, you can eat recklessly, but you can't speak recklessly. Zhang Jian is indeed a child adopted by our Jiang family, but everyone knows that our Jiang family is a philanthropic family and adopts many children every year. However, the paths they choose in the future are their own choices. We cannot blame their wrongdoings on the Jiang family, as it would disappoint our ancestors who are passionate about charity." Guo Linshan shouted, "Stop wasting words, Zhang Jian's wife can testify. You forcibly took his child, do you dare to let me search?" Jiang Chen then explained, "That crazy woman's words aren't trustworthy. As for the child, I did take him. Zhang Jian is the adopted son of our Jiang family elder, so naturally, his child is also a Jiang family member. The elder wanted to see his grandson, so what's wrong with me bringing him back? Moreover, given the current economic situation of the Zhang family, I also don't think I can afford the child's upbringing. It's better to leave her with the Jiang family. But if she doesn't want to, then she can just come back." Guo Linshan also knew that just relying on one side's words couldn't do anything to the Jiang family, but since he had already agreed to bring the child back, he didn't say anything more. "Sorry, Captain Guo, please wait here so our hotel staff doesn't have a hard time," Jiang Chen said, then turned and went back upstairs. At the corner of the stairs, Jiang Tianlong and Chen Zhe were there, with Chen Zhe holding the sleeping child, Zhang Jian. Since Jiang Chen snatched him away yesterday, Jiang Tianlong had used his mental power to attack the 7 or 8-year-old child because of the annoying crying, putting him in a deep sleep until now. During that time, he hadn't even given the child a drop of water to drink. The child's lips had already dried and cracked, showing a crimson color. When Jiang Chen took the child from Chen Zhe, Jiang Tianlong grabbed his hand and said, "Do we really have to listen to him? When have we, the Jiang family, ever suffered like this?" Jiang Chen advised, "Young Master Tianlong, small patience leads to great plans. Since we've already made arrangements, let him be pleased for a while, he won't be jumping around for long anyway." Thinking of their plans, Jiang Tianlong then released his hand, revealing a hint of a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. Soon, Jiang Chen came down with the child and casually threw him to Guo Linshan. "Catch him, I won't take responsibility for anything that happens." Guo Linshan caught the child but found he was motionless, quickly checking for breath. Still alive, it seems he's just fainted. He gently stimulated the child with his mental power to awaken him from his faint. As soon as the child opened his eyes, he opened his dry, peeling mouth and weakly begged, "Water, I want to drink water." Guo Linshan hurriedly said, "Water, quickly bring this child some water." But Jiang Chen didn't move. Without his order, even the doorman didn't dare to act. It was Su Zhe who summoned the spirit turtle and used it to create a small stream of pure water, sending it to the child's mouth. He drank greedily until he choked and coughed. "Drink slowly, child, what's your name?" Zhang Zian the child replied softly. "That's a really nice name, how about we go home with Grandpa, and I'll take you to your mom." "Okay," Zhang Zian replied softly. Though he was young, he was very perceptive. He could sense that this seemingly fierce old man was not a bad person, truly here to help him, and the brother who gave him water was a handsome good guy. On the contrary, it was that kind and gentle old man with the white beard from yesterday who had ill intentions. Guo Linshan's appearance indeed looked severe and even a bit fierce. After all, he had to intimidate those troublemakers in the spirit guard team. But now he was trying to speak softly, making Su Zhe feel very awkward. "Alright, come on to Grandpa's back, Grandpa will take you home." Zhang Zian immediately climbed onto Guo Lingshan's back. He immediately soared into the air, flying towards Qinglong Beastmaster University, where Zhang Zian's mother was resting. Leaving Su Zhe standing there in a state of confusion. Wait, are you just going to leave me here after bringing me? If you like children so much, you might as well have one yourself. I believe Captain Guo, your stamina must be as strong as ever. After silently complaining in his heart, Su Zhe felt the uneasy gaze behind him and suddenly remembered that these Jiang family members were still keeping an eye on his beast. He hurriedly called out in his heart. In just an instant, Feng Qingyi, who had just been unsure where to play, appeared next to Su Zhe, holding a string of fried silkworm pupae. Truly, she deserved to be a bird. As for the money to buy things, it was given to her by Su Zhe. Just like raising a child, giving her some pocket money meant she could go out to play. Su Zhe said to Feng Qingyi, "Hurry, catch up to that old man ahead." Feng Qingyi nodded, and swallowed all the silkworm pupae in one bite. Then, looking at Guo Lingshan's posture, she came to Su Zhe's side, wrapping her arms around his waist, and spread her fiery red wings to fly up. She originally wanted to carry Su Zhe on her back, but then her wings couldn't open, so she had to change her position. Su Zhe quickly adapted to this flying style. Although the speed was not as fast as the golden wings after beast mastery, the experience was much more comfortable. As long as he tilted his head back, he could rest on a pair of small, soft things, which was quite comfortable. Chapter 55, Trap. Inside Qinglong Beastmaster University, Zhang Jian's wife excitedly hugged her child, crying uncontrollably. After taking a nap, she had regained some spirit. Upon hearing that her child had been found, she quickly tidied her disheveled appearance, fearing she would scare the child. Thank you all." One hand held the child as she kept bowing to everyone in gratitude, while the other hand took out some crumpled bills from her pocket. "My husband left us this little bit of money, and if you don't mind." Guo Lingshan quickly pushed her hand back, saying, "What are you talking about? Our Great Xia spirit guards are here to serve the common people of Great Xia." The woman looked at Su Zhe again, tears in her eyes, and suddenly knelt down with her child with a thud. "Little brother, our family won't forget your kindness. Despite how my husband treated you, you still don't hold it against us. I don't know how to express my gratitude." Su Zhe hurriedly helped her up, shaking his head repeatedly. "It's just a matter of fairness. It's Zhang's family that plotted against me, not you." The woman who stood up wanted to say something more but heard her child crying out for food. Since yesterday, he hadn't eaten anything at all. Su Zhe had only given him water and brought no food. The woman immediately felt heartbroken, apologetically glancing at everyone before heading home with her child. "Be good, when we get home, mommy will make delicious food for you. Today, we'll have braised pork, okay?" "Okay." Zhang Zian nodded with a smile, holding on to his mother. Su Zhe noticed that Guo Lingshan had been watching the child leave for a while. Thinking about how he had comforted the child just now, he seemed to really like kids, but Su Zhe had never heard of him having any. Su Zhe stood beside him, following his gaze and casually said, "This child is very obedient. Despite experiencing such things, he still doesn't cry or complain and comforts his mother. He is indeed very likable. Why not adopt him as a godson? It's quite pitiful to lose a father at such a young age." Guo Lingshan was stunned for a moment but didn't reply immediately. "No rush, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future." "Alright, Su Zhe, little brother, I have to head back first. The team still needs me to hold the fort." With that, he flew off toward the outskirts of the city. Su Zhe looked up enviously at him flying freely, not knowing when he would reach that level. After returning home, Su Zhe sat cross-legged on the bed and took out the iron box Guo Lingshan had given him. He opened the latch on top, revealing neatly arranged refining beads inside. Su Zhe casually picked one up. The color was very pure, without a trace of impurities. It was of superior quality even among military-grade refining beads. "The goods look quite pure, let me test it." Saying this, he closed his eyes, adjusted his breath, and began to absorb the power from the refining bead. The power in the refining bead continuously tempered his mental strength. Every time a strand of spiritual power passed through the bead, it became even more solid and pure. When Su Zhe exhausted the power of a refining bead, he felt that he was close to another breakthrough. This kind of pure refining bead was not only quick to enhance spiritual power levels, but also did not require worrying about impurities contaminating the spiritual power needing to be eliminated through meditation. By the time Su Zhe opened his eyes from meditation, it was already the latter half of the night. Just as he was about to grab another bead to strive for a breakthrough, he saw Feng Qingyi eagerly staring at the iron box in his hand. "Do you know how to use this?" Feng Qingyi nodded with certainty, so Su Zhe let her take one as well. Then he saw her swallow the refining bead whole like a bird gulping down a glass bead. "Wait, you're not supposed to use it like that." Before Su Zhe could stop her, he felt a surge of power from the other side of the contract. Feng Qingyi was truly refining the power of the refining bead, but she was using a method different from humans, a simple and crude devouring technique unique to beasts, and she was refining it much faster than Su Zhe. Since the beast-taming contract was a two-way contract, any boost in strength on either side would also uplift the other side. So Suze placed the iron box between him and Fengqingyi, allowing whoever refined first to take another one. This meant they could refine together and meditate together, speeding up the process much more than Suze doing it alone. Unfortunately, the void spirit turtle could not transform, and its intelligence had not awakened, otherwise, Suze's cultivation speed would have improved by several degrees. When the latter half of the night ended and the sky brightened, Suze had successfully broken through to level 25 and stepped into the mid-level of 26. During this time, Suze had only refined 2 refining beads, while Fengqingyi had swallowed 7 or 8. However, her level was too high, and breaking through level 60 was another hurdle, so even after swallowing so many refining beads, there were still no signs of a breakthrough. But there were still plenty of refining beads left, so helping Fengqingyi to break through was not a problem at all. Suze simply took a 2-day leave, preparing to refine all the refining beads before discussing anything else. After all, now that he was being targeted by the Jiang family, the pressure was multiplying. Moreover, among the 3 great powerhouses of Beishir City, Shaosu and Yuxinghua were both absent. Although the reasons for their absence sounded reasonable, Suze felt that it was a bit too coincidental at such a critical moment. So he could only try his best to strengthen his power. Being able to protect himself was the most important thing. At the same time, while Suze was concentrating on refining the refining beads. In the Daxia Spirit Guard camp, in a secret room underground known only to the captain, Guo Linshan was sitting cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. Beside him was a smaller-sized armored rock rhinoceros. Between them was a soil-colored, round crystal nucleus large enough to be embraced by a person, continuously releasing soil-colored energy that was being absorbed by the armored rock rhinoceros. This was the level 70 Earth attribute beast crystal nucleus he had requested from the Jiang family. He had originally thought the Jiang family would not pay any attention to his request, but unexpectedly, it had been delivered overnight. It should be noted that the highest level among those 3 was only level 67 Jiang Chen, but because Jiang Tianlong's beast was a rare platinum-level beast, the strongest in combat should be Jiang Tianlong. However, they were easily able to provide a level 70 beast crystal nucleus, demonstrating the Jiang family's substantial strength. While Linshan's level was the same as that of his beast, at level 68, the upper limit for a golden-level beast was level 70, but due to the armored rock rhinoceros having suffered many injuries on the battlefield, he lost the original bloodline and therefore could never break through. Guo Linshan needed the beast crystal core to help his beast complete its bloodline defects, achieving a breakthrough to the ultimate level of 70. As for the 2 levels difference, it didn't matter much. Generally, risks rise only after surpassing 5 levels. After breaking this deadlock, Guo Linshan believed that he could raise his level to 70 during his lifetime. Guo Linshan's thoughts were quite beautiful, and the armored rock rhinoceros, as he expected, successfully broke through to level 69 after absorbing a small part of the crystal core's power. The level barrier that troubled both man and beast for a long time was finally broken, and a hint of joy appeared on Guo Linshan's face. What he didn't notice was that within the yellow energy absorbed by the armored rock rhinoceros, there was a faint trace of blood red that gradually crept up to its eyes. Chapter 56, Beast Disaster. 2 days quickly passed, and during these 2 days, Suze and Fengqingyi actually consumed all 50 military-grade essence-quenching pearls. Such expenditure would seem extremely extravagant to outsiders, but it was precisely through extravagance that Fengqingyi not only broke through the threshold of level 60 but also steadily advanced to level 62. Suze's level was lower, so his improvement was even more dramatic, directly touching the bottleneck of level 30. Of course, just like drugs can build resistance, the essence-quenching pearls were not for unlimited use. Suze could clearly feel that the last 10 essence-quenching pearls had very poor effects, with the last one changing nothing at all when Fengqingyi popped it into her mouth like a candy. Forget it, this is reasonable. Otherwise, wouldn't those big families easily stack up a 100-level powerhouse? You need to know that these 50 essence-quenching pearls were casually taken out by 2 or 3 people from the Jiang family, indicating that 50 essence-quenching pearls were practically nothing. I haven't eaten for 2 days, I'm starving. I'll cook an egg to eat first. Suze said, rubbing his belly. Hearing this, Fengqingyi immediately looked at Suze with shining eyes. Don't worry, I'll cook one for you too. Suze replied with a smile. Then Suze awkwardly realized that he had been eating eggs rather dramatically lately, making him, who usually laid 1 egg a day for 2.5 years, somewhat unable to keep up. Now, the only stock in the system was a single bronze-level beast egg. Fortunately, I haven't used the gacha draws in these 3 days, just right to turn a few fresh eggs to eat. Suze entered the system space and started a single draw. The first draw was the most ordinary bronze egg, which made Suze curl his lips in indifference. The second draw flashed a hint of white light, and a silver-level beast egg rolled out. For an average person, contracting a silver-level beast egg would already be enough to secure a good life, even allowing entry to the Great Xia Spiritual Guard. But for Suze, it just meant the taste was better than the bronze-level egg. The third draw, another white light, and Suze shook his head disinterestedly. He hadn't expected much from single draws anyway. But then he felt something was off, although it was still white light. Why did this one seem even more dazzling and brilliant? Then he saw an egg rolling down, colliding against the silver-level beast egg in front of it, and compared to the two, he could tell they were different. What is this? Suze took the egg out from the system and carefully examined it. Platinum? This is a platinum-level beast egg? Suze immediately excitedly began checking. Indeed, it's correct. Platinum egg hatching conditions requires incubation in a supergravity environment. The stronger the gravity, the more powerful the hatched beast. Although Suze didn't know where this supergravity environment was, but the platinum-level monster egg itself was already enough to attract attention. Feng Qingyi leaned over to look at the monster egg in Suze's hand, drooling. We should eat this egg today, slurp. Suze quickly took the egg back into the system when he saw her expression, and Feng Qingyi lunged forward but missed. Stop, we can't eat this egg, it's too precious. Let's eat another one. Saying that, he took out a silver egg and a bronze egg. The silver egg was for Feng Qingyi, while he would be fine with just the bronze egg. Feng Qingyi pouted a bit, clearly not happy, but she didn't continue to make things difficult for Suze. Soon, the two eggs were boiled and ready. Although they were still delicious, perhaps because of the recent stimulation from the platinum egg, Feng Qingyi felt that the silver egg didn't taste as good as it used to. And as Suze watched Feng Qingyi stuff the boiled egg into her mouth bite by bite, an odd thought suddenly popped into his mind. Since Feng Qingyi's diamond egg and the other monster eggs came from the system, could the eggs they were eating now be considered sisters to hers? Even Suze himself chuckled at the thought. Feng Qingyi, curious, glanced at him. Though it was a rather nonsensical thought, it made Suze start to wonder. Where exactly did the monster eggs in the system come from? Or rather, where did the system itself come from? Suze couldn't figure it out, but he just had a feeling that it couldn't be explained by simply calling it a traveler's exclusive cheat. Not long after Suze had finished his meal, he sharply heard the sounds of disturbance coming from outside the house. He frowned and took Feng Qingyi with him as he walked out. What puzzled him even more was that, as usual, Sun Hao would have accompanied him, but today his house was completely silent. Not at home? Could it be that he thought it was safe for me to stay at home these past couple of days and left? Suze shook his head, feeling it was unlikely. Maybe he encountered something more important. Suze didn't think he was the most important thing in anyone's life. There were always things with higher priorities. When he arrived downstairs, he found the outside in complete chaos. People were rushing from one side of the city to the other, and they were frequently complaining. A few days ago it was an earthquake, now it's a high-level monster disaster. What is going on in North City? Stop complaining and just run. If we wait any longer, it'll be too late. Even the Daxia Spirit Guard can't stop it. Monster disaster? Suze suddenly realized that the direction people were running was toward the camp of the Daxia Spirit Guard. That should have been the safest place. What on earth was happening? Even Captain Gui can't handle the monster disaster? Could it be that a platinum-level monster above level 70 has gone berserk? But North City doesn't have such high-level monsters or beastmasters, does it? A growing sense of unease filled Suze as he began running against the crowd, heading towards the source of the disturbance. As the crowd grew thicker and Suze struggled to make progress, each time he took 2 steps forward, he was pushed 3 steps back. Just as he was about to call Feng Qingyi to fly him over, he saw a familiar figure in the crowd. Suze quickly called out, "Brother Sun? What are you doing here? What's happening at the camp?" Sun Hao finally let out a sigh of relief when he saw him and said, "Just in time, I was about to look for you. Come, help me." Suze saw how anxious he was, but both of them couldn't get through the crowd. So, they decided to have Feng Qingyi transform into her golden wings, and Suze grabbed Sun Hao's single arm as they both flew toward the camp. On the way, Suze asked Sun Hao what exactly had happened. Sun Hao only said one sentence: Captain Gui's beast went out of control in the camp, causing a beast disaster, and the Daxia Spirit Guard suffered heavy casualties. Chapter 57 The Cause. Out of control? What happened? Suze asked in astonishment. He had just seen Guo Linshan a few days ago, and he was fine. How could his beast suddenly go out of control? Sun Hao replied, "I don't know either. I heard from other team members that the captain said he was going to enter closed-door training for a few days after he returned last time. But on the 3rd day, an accident happened and it went out of control. The captain was the first to be affected and was seriously injured. We other team members also suffered heavy losses while trying to stop the rampaging beast." Sun Hao's words carried a touch of sorrow. Then he rallied and said, "Captain Gui's beast is very powerful, and we cannot restrain it at all. Now that Principal Xiao Su and Chairman Yixinghua are not here, I thought for a long time and realized that only your diamond-level beast can stop it, so I hurried back to find you." Suze nodded without hesitation. He had originally planned to go and help. The speed of the golden-winged beast was pushed to its limits, and soon Suze saw the massive rampaging magical beast ahead. A gigantic armored rock rhinoceros, it looked like a huge rhinoceros wearing heavy rock armor. It continuously thrusts its single horn to throw rocks controlled from the layers of rock, hurling them violently. The remaining Disya spirit guards gritted their teeth and used their own bodies to push the rocks back, protecting the ordinary people still evacuating behind them. But their camp had been destroyed, leaving only ruins, and many Disya spirit guards lay among the debris, their fates unknown. At the very front of the rampaging armored rock rhinoceros, Guolinshan was covered in blood, wearing a somewhat crude bronze beast armor. Although he had lost the support of his strongest beast, he still stood at the very front. The armor on him was from his first beast, a bronze-level magical beast. His talent was not considered good, he barely passed the beast examination and spent 5 years breaking through to level 20 before graduating from Beast University. After that, he joined the Disya Spirit Guards and earned many military achievements, which led to him being awarded a golden-level beast, the current armored rock rhinoceros. The bronze-level magical beast had been retired in Guolinshan's beast space after reaching its bloodline limit of level 30, but now it had to fight again. Due to the significant level difference, Guolinshan chose to utilize beast armor, amplifying the beast's power with his own mental strength. However, the level difference was just too great. After blocking a huge rock flying towards the crowd, Guolinshan also spat out a mouthful of blood and his breath became weak. Seeing this, Su Zhe did not rush into battle immediately. Instead, he first landed with Sun Hao, then rescued Guolinshan. After all, this was his beast, and he was definitely aware of its abilities and weaknesses. To know oneself and to know the enemy is to win 100 battles. Captain Gua, what exactly happened? After placing Guolinshan in a safe place, Su Zhe asked. Guolinshan didn't answer immediately. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand and looked at Su Zhe in surprise. What are you doing here? It's dangerous, you should leave. But Su Zhe firmly shook his head. Captain Gua, don't forget that I am also a part of the Disya Spirit Guards now, and I have sworn an oath to protect the fallen, so I cannot leave. And who else can stop it from causing chaos besides me? By the time the Disya Spirit Guards from other cities arrive, it will already be too late. Guolinshan was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, and then could only shake his head in appreciation. He said angrily, you just joined the Great Xia Spirit Guard and have such awareness, but that kid Zhang Tianlong has already become a team leader and still ignores the lives of the people for his own selfish desires. Su Zhe immediately guessed that this incident was related to the Zhang family, but he still asked confusedly, Captain Gua, how did Zhang Tianlong make your beast go out of control? Guolinshan sighed and revealed his plan to use the beast crystals he obtained from the Zhang family to help his beast breakthrough. It was going smoothly before, but then something was off. He hid a trace of killing intent in the beast crystal he gave me. In the 2 days, the armored rock rhinoceros continually absorbed the power from the crystal while its spirit was increasingly eroded by the killing intent. Ultimately, this trace of killing intent completely polluted the armored rock rhinoceros's mind, turning it into a ferocious beast that broke free from the beast contract, causing a disaster. As he spoke at last, he looked sorrowfully at the still-destroying armored rock rhinoceros in front of him. For decades, in Guolinshan's heart, it had long ceased to be just a beast, but rather a partner and the best friend. But now, his best friend had gone mad, almost killing him. The root cause of all this was the Zhang family. Su Zhe was equally shocked. The refining of the purifying thought beads he had done these past few days was also from the Zhang family. Although he had thoroughly checked them before refining and confirmed they were pure purifying thought beads. But hearing Guolinshan's experience now made him worry whether the purifying thought beads had hidden dangers as well. Seeing Su Zhe's slightly flustered look, Guolinshan knew what he was worried about and comforted him. The crystal was too large, and the energy more complicated, so I couldn't detect that trace of killing intent hidden deep inside. But the purifying thought beads are different. They are not only small in size but also purer in power, making them hard to tamper with. Guolinshan spoke with frustration. This time, they are targeting me. However, Su Zhe didn't fully agree with Guolinshan's view, because just at this critical moment, Xiao Su and Yu Xinghua had been sent away, making him feel increasingly that it couldn't merely be a coincidence. The Zhang family seemed to be targeting Guolinshan but was also forcing him to take action now. In fact, the Zhang family hadn't tampered with the purifying thought beads because they thought it unnecessary. They believed that Guolinshan would keep them to distribute to the members of the Great Xia Spirit Guard. They didn't know he had handed them all to Su Zhe, or else they wouldn't have needed to go through such great lengths. Su Zhe glanced around. Although he didn't notice anything unusual, his intuition told him the Zhang family members were definitely lurking nearby, waiting for an opportunity. But Su Zhe had to act, as the Great Xia Spirit Guard was on the verge of not being able to withstand the armored rock rhinoceros's attacks, and the ordinary citizens behind them had not yet fully evacuated. Ha, you want to scheme against me? I'll see who ends up suffering in the end. You'll regret not tampering with the purifying thought beads. Chapter 58, Attack Specialization, Phoenix Feather Fire Fan. After learning some special skills and weaknesses of the armored rock rhinoceros from Guolinshan, Su Zhe stepped forward alone, allowing the rest of the Great Xia Spirit Guard to retreat completely. Most of them were already injured all over, many had broken bones and tendons due to the impacts of the rocks. This sight made Guo Linshan feel even more guilty. If it weren't for him, there wouldn't have been such heavy casualties. After this matter is over, I will personally present myself to the military court, to use my remaining life to make up for my mistakes. Beside him, Sun Hao persuaded, Captain, this is not your concern, it's all the work of those bastards from the Jiang family. If you're not here, who will lead us? Guo Linshan smiled wryly, you don't need to worry about that, the Legion headquarters will naturally send someone to take my place, and I no longer have the qualifications to continue as the squad leader. After losing the armored rock rhinoceros, even though his mental power level was over 60, he was still just a level 30 beast master, definitely not qualified to be a squad leader in the Great Xia Spirit Guard. As everyone withdrew, the armored rock rhinoceros, free of any hindrance, prepared to move forward and cause destruction when a wave of heat surged in, turning into a massive shadow that completely enveloped it. It was Su Zhe who released Feng Qingyi from her beast form state. The golden wings behind him instantly transformed into a gigantic phoenix that blocked out the sun. It looked much larger than when it had just hatched at Tianyun Volcano, already resembling a mature phoenix. Feng Qingyi chose to fight the armored rock rhinoceros in her true form because taking on a human appearance would affect her strength. Although the armored rock rhinoceros had gone berserk after absorbing the beast crystal core, its level had genuinely risen to 77 levels higher than the 63rd level of Feng Qingyi. Even with her absolute bloodline advantage, she dared not let her guard down. What made Feng Qingyi feel uneasy was that high-level bloodline beasts could often defeat lower-level bloodline beasts, even if they were higher in rank. This was largely because beasts belonged to a race with a strict hierarchy of bloodlines. High-level bloodlines exerted total dominance over low-level bloodlines, making it difficult for them to unleash their true strength. But now, the crazed armored rock rhinoceros charged forward, showing no fear of death, completely unaffected by the bloodline suppression, meaning it could fully utilize its strength as a level 70 beast. Fortunately, this was not entirely a bad thing for Feng Qingyi because her opponent would not dodge her attacks and had a single, predictable method of attack, making it easy to catch. A searing line of death erupted from the sharp beak of the golden-feathered phoenix, landing precisely on the massive body of the armored rock rhinoceros. It did not evade but lowered its head to take the hit head-on. If it were any other person or beast, Su Zhe would likely already smell the aroma of roasting meat wafting through the air. But this time, nothing happened, not even a scream of anguish from the armored rock rhinoceros as it burned. When the line of death finally ended, everyone could see that the armored rock rhinoceros was no longer on the ground, all that remained was a huge rock that had melted down to a molten state. But then, this already lava-like stone began to move. It slowly raised its head, revealing its single horn. It was indeed the armored rock rhinoceros, and the melted portion was merely its thick rock armor. The armored rock rhinoceros began to shake violently, like a pet dog shaking off water after a bath, flinging all the lava off its body. Su Zhe quickly transformed his other beast, the void spirit turtle, into a shield to protect himself and also created walls of water in front of him. As the lava penetrated layer after layer of water walls, it turned into a piece of black basalt that slammed into the void spirit shield, causing Su Zhe to stagger back despite the impact. Other members of the Great Xia Spirit Guard also retreated, avoiding this area of effect attack. With the protective rock armor gone, the armored rock rhinoceros revealed its comparatively weaker body, watching as the earthy yellow light emitted from its horn. As more and more rocks are about to form new armor on its body. A thick and blazing pillar of fire erupted from the abdomen of the armored rock rhinoceros. Even its gigantic body was lifted off the ground by the tremendous force. This was exactly what Su Zhe learned from Guo Linshan about the abilities and countermeasures against the armored rock rhinoceros. The rock armor of the armored rock rhinoceros has astonishing defensive power, making it difficult for flames or ice to penetrate and deliver direct attacks. Moreover, once the armor is damaged, as long as it touches the ground, it can use the Earth's power to reform new rock armor, making it truly troublesome. But the armored rock rhinoceros is not without weaknesses. On the contrary, it has many flaws besides its incredible defense. Its attack power and speed are far lower than other monsters, making it a slow-moving target in battle. In the hands of a beast master, its armor transformation solves the problem of slow movement and provides significant defensive capability to the beast master. However, Su Zhe currently doesn't have time to slowly wear down the armored rock rhinoceros. He needs to deal with it quickly before it causes greater damage. So Guo Linshan proposed a solution. First, destroy the rock armor, then make it leave the ground to interrupt the reformation of the rock armor, and finally take the opportunity to eliminate it in one go. The plan seems simple, but execution is not easy. Every step must be tightly controlled and completed in time. Now, Feng Qingyi has completed the first two steps, leaving just the last step. Take advantage of the armored rock rhinoceros floating in the air, losing the support of the earth, and eliminate it in one breath. This requires Feng Qingyi to unleash her strongest power. Now being a beast master, her greatest power is not exerted through her own body but through the beast's transformation after the beast is invoked. Golden Feather Phoenix Bird, Beast Transformation Attack Specialization. This time, Feng Qingyi did not transform into golden wings as before. After attack specialization, she transformed into a fiery red feather fan, the Phoenix Feather Fire Fan. Suze held the phoenix feather fire fan towards the soon-to-land armored rock rhinoceros, pouring all his mental strength into the fan and fanning it fiercely. Phoenix fire. A ball of crimson gold flame slowly yet rapidly shot out from the fire fan, accompanied by a scorching wind that blew the armored rock rhinoceros, about to touch the ground, back into the air, and the high temperature ignited everything in its path. The crimson gold phoenix fire had no hindrance when it met the hard skin of the armored rock rhinoceros, igniting it instantly like encountering dry straw. The armored rock rhinoceros finally let out a heart-wrenching howl, causing Guo Lingshan in the distance to feel a pang in his heart, but there was no other option. The beast that causes calamities must be killed, without exception. Moments later, Guo Lingshan's face turned red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He sensed that his beast had died, and he was therefore affected in turn. It's over, it's all over. And Suze, who forcefully used the phoenix feather fire fan after Feng Qingyi's transformation, felt his mental strength exhausted at that moment and sat on the ground in a daze. Suddenly, a thick fog enveloped the entire ruins of the Daxia Spirit Guard camp where Suze had fought the armored rock rhinoceros. Chapter 59, The Fog. The fog grew thicker and thicker until it covered the entire battleground where Suze fought the armored rock rhinoceros. But strangely, the fog was confined within that area and did not spill over to other places. Something's odd. Guo Lingshan said solemnly while watching the fog. Suze might be in danger, let's go in together to investigate. Said that. He led the remaining members of the Great Xia Spirit Guards into the fog without hesitation. The fog was dense, so much so that as soon as they entered, everyone could not see the others around them. Breaths were filled with moisture, giving a suffocating feeling as if sinking to the bottom of a pool. Everyone endured this sensation, constantly groping in the fog, heading towards the location of Suze as remembered. But moments later, when they felt their breathing suddenly clear and their vision became bright, they were shocked to find they had returned to where they started. This is not ordinary fog, it's the mist expelled by a mirage beast. Guo Lingshan gritted his teeth and said, glaring at the increasingly expanding fog. Although he had lost control of his beast, his level 68 spirit power still remained, enough to get lost in the mist. The mirage beast that created this fog had at least a level 65 strength. Those bastards from the Jiang family, is their target still Suze's diamond-grade beast? Guo Lingshan chose not to rashly walk into the fog again but instead flew along the edge of the mist. Beastmasters above level 60 possess flying abilities powered by their own strong spirit, so even without a beast, he could still fly. When he soared to nearly 1,000 meters, the fog finally thinned out. Guo Lingshan continued rising until he was completely above the fog before changing direction and flying toward the center of the mist. He judged Suze's location based on his memory and, after repeated confirmations, dove straight down into the fog. Guo Lingshan blocked all his senses to avoid being disturbed and losing his way again, maintaining high-speed descent until he hit the ground. Meanwhile, at the center of the fog, Suze was enveloped in a ball of blazing flames, pushing back the mist in a 30-meter radius. The moment the fog began to appear, he reacted immediately, but it was still a step too late and was struck by a beam hidden within the mist. Strangely, this beam did not cause any injury to Suze, he only realized he could not dispel Feng Qingyi's beast transformation. At the same time, Suze also heard footsteps approaching from the fog, coming closer and closer. Before long, the visitors arrived at the place where Suze's flames had pushed back the mist, and it was Zhang Tianlong. Zhang Chen was also by his side, a giant shell floating above him, currently wide open and spewing mist outward. Inside the shell laid a pearl the size of a fist. Don't struggle, no one will come to help you. In the midst of my mirage beast, absolutely no one can find you. After all, you have now joined the Great Xia Spirit Guards, and we wouldn't want others to see us take action against you, Zhang Chen said smugly. His beast, the mirage beast, was merely a golden-level bloodline monster, and the mist he created was often underestimated due to its lack of power, but he didn't expect this time it was finally his turn to shine. As soon as he finished speaking, a whooshing sound came from above. Accompanied by a loud thud of a heavy object hitting the ground, Guo Lingshan felt his whole body ache as he crash-landed, finally releasing his blocked senses. As he opened his eyes, he saw Zhang Chen's pale face and Zhang Tianlong frowning beside him. Suze was also coldly mocking him, who just said absolutely no one could find me? Isn't that a slap in the face right away? Guo Lingshan instantly understood what had happened here, retreating to Suze's side to fight together against their enemies. Zhang Tianlong, Zhang Chen, it turns out it was you two who did this. You used a tricked beast crystal to scheme against me. Originally, it was just to lure the little brother Suze into the game. I absolutely won't let you succeed. Zhang Tianlong heard this and sneered, old man, your beloved beast has just been killed, what can you use to fight us? We originally used the mist of this mirage beast to avoid being seen by others, saving us the trouble of silencing you. But since you're here to seek death, you can't blame me. The Aurora Unicorn transformed in his hand into a splendid silver spear, its tip shimmering with dazzling colors under the light reflecting from Suze's hand. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen, who had no fighting power, hid beside the mirage beast, continuously producing mist. Guo Lingshan, seeing this, took a step back and whispered in Suze's ear, can you still fight? Su Zhe revealed a bitter smile and said, "The spiritual energy consumption of the Phoenix Feather Fire Fan is too great. I just used it and have drained all my spiritual energy." "Then why not release the weapon form and let the Golden Feather Phoenix turn into its original form? At least you can save yourself. Besides, her flames seem to have a restraining effect on the mist, flying out with you shouldn't be a problem." Before Su Zhe could answer, Zhang Tianlong's voice came from ahead. "Don't struggle, you're caught in the light spirit lock of my Aurora Unicorn, your beast has been locked in this state." Although the bloodline level of the Golden Feather Phoenix exceeded that of his Aurora Unicorn, the levels seemed to be quite close, making the light spirit lock unable to last too long, but it was enough. With a low-level beast master like Su Zhe dragging him down, the weaponized Phoenix Feather Fire Fan could not exert much power, and once Su Zhe's spiritual energy was completely exhausted, he would be at his mercy. However, the sudden appearance of Guo Linshan was an unexpected twist. He grabbed Su Zhe's hand that was holding the Phoenix Feather Fire Fan and said, "It just so happens my beast is gone, so I'll lend you my spiritual energy, let's break out together." Seeing this, Zhang Tianlong stopped several dozen meters away. Generally, a weapon in weaponized form can only be used by its beast master, others can indeed use their spiritual energy to activate it. But without the protection of a contract, it would suffer indiscriminate attacks. Just as now, as long as Guo Linshan infused spiritual energy into the Phoenix Feather Fire Fan, while launching an attack, he would be burned and turn into an empty shell. Zhang Tianlong didn't want to risk fighting with both of them, his life was much more precious. Yet he couldn't remain idle either, so he stood far away, gripping the spear tightly and started to gather power, light beginning to condense at the tip. He aimed to force Su Zhe and Guo Linshan to reveal their life-saving cards first. Just as Guo Linshan prepared to risk everything for a mutual destruction, Su Zhe suddenly pulled his hand away. In Guo Linshan's astonished gaze, Su Zhe took out a shining golden beast egg from somewhere and said, "That's right, my spiritual energy has indeed been exhausted, but I can just replenish it." Then he smashed the eggshell and tilted his head to pour it into his mouth. Chapter 60, A Luxurious Battle. "What did you just eat?" Guo Linshan quickly asked as he felt Su Zhe's waning spirit energy revived again. "Nothing much, just a golden-level beast egg." A golden-level beast, everyone present had contracted one, so they didn't find it as surprising as others might. But having a contract is one thing, eating it like a dish is another thing. Even Zhang Tianlong and Zhang Chen, who were born into the Zhang family, had never seen it eaten this way. Currently, only a small number of farmed black iron and bronze-level beasts made it to the dining table. Higher-level silver and gold-grade demon beasts can no longer be raised on a large scale. And what about platinum and diamond level? They are even rarer high-level demon beasts. So how could someone pull out a golden demon beast egg during battle and drink it? Isn't that too extravagant? Su Zhe curled his lip. The demon beast egg he had drawn earlier but hesitated to eat ultimately met its fate of being digested. This was the first time he ate such a high-level beast egg, but compared to the deliciousness of a cooked egg, the raw taste was far inferior. The fishy, slippery yolk sliding through his mouth made Su Zhe feel disgusted in his heart. When he finally managed to swallow it, he looked at Guo Linshan's puzzled expression and asked, "Don't you know that demon beast eggs can quickly help beast masters replenish their mental energy?" Not only did Guo Linshan shake his head, but even Zhang Tianlong and Zhang Chen couldn't help but shake their heads as well. "Now you know," Su Zhe said, looking at Zhang Tianlong not far away. Su Zhe felt a surge of power flowing from his body, instantly replenishing his mental energy, and it kept coming. In that moment, he felt like he had taken 10 all-nourishing pills, his face turned red, and he urgently needed to vent. With his mental energy restored, Su Zhe could once again utilize the power of the Phoenix Feather Fire Fan. Just one wave had turned the armored rock rhinoceros to ashes, and now with a single wave, the power would only be greater, and even Zhang Tianlong might not be able to resist. But while his face was serious and no longer the confidence he had earlier, Zhang Tianlong still sneered and said, "What does it matter if you restore yourself with external power? I want to see how many waves you can summon." Then he didn't give Su Zhe a chance to respond. The long-prepared gun barrel suddenly thrust out, and a brilliant light shot toward Su Zhe. Su Zhe did not hesitate and once again infused his mental energy into the feather fan in his hand. In an instant, the phoenix fire returned, burning everything in front of him, until it clashed with Zhang Tianlong's attack and came to a standstill. As the flames gradually faded away, Zhang Tianlong's attack was also neutralized. He looked up at Su Zhe's condition, only to find he was still full of mental energy, his face rosy, completely unlike how he had looked after the first hit when he was listless. This is because the golden demon beast egg had not been fully absorbed, it continued to release power within Su Zhe's body. As soon as Su Zhe's mental energy was exhausted, it was immediately replenished, continuing until it was completely digested. "Damn it, then I'll keep attacking until the power of that broken thing you ate is exhausted." The two engaged in a fierce entanglement, one gun and one fan, Su Zhe constantly defended by offsetting Zhang Tianlong's attacks while ensuring he never got too close. Because Su Zhe knew that although he had specialized in attacking with the summoned beast's weaponization to threaten Zhang Tianlong, he had completely given up defense. If he got too close, everything would be over. Zhang Tianlong also saw this, so even if he had to take some hits and suffer minor burns, he needed to get close to Su Zhe. But the accumulated injuries on his body were getting heavier, yet he was still just a step away from succeeding. Zhang Tianlong became anxious. If this continued, the effect of the light spirit lock would soon come to an end, and with the return of the Golden Feather Phoenix to battle, Su Zhe would really be unable to handle it. At the crucial moment of their deadlock, Su Zhe's offensive suddenly slowed, his head bowed, focused on his chest. Zhang Tianlong's joy was overwhelming. Indeed, that golden egg couldn't keep Su Zhe energized forever. Now his mental energy was once again depleted. This time, let's see what you do. To be on the safe side, Zhang Tianlong decided to end it quickly. He did not choose to attack from a distance, but instead closed in, his spear aimed straight at Su Zhe, intending to strike a fatal blow. Guo Linshan, who had been vigilantly watching Jiang Chen from the side, could no longer make it in time to help Su Zhe. Die! Just as a cruel and triumphant smile appeared on Zhang Tianlong's face, Su Zhe, who had been panicking and looking down, suddenly raised his head and revealed an even brighter smile. Zhang Tianlong then saw that the hand which was not holding the Fengyu Lihua fan was now clasping two smooth, round monster eggs against his chest, completely drained. Another monster egg. How is this possible? Zhang Tianlong simply could not understand how Su Zhe had taken out 3 monster eggs, each the size of a human head, one after the other. What was even harder to understand was why such a lavish fighting style existed. This time, Su Zhe had consumed 2 silver-level monster eggs, which could be said to have drained all his resources. Even so, the effect was still far from that of a single golden-level monster egg, but it was enough. Taking advantage of the moment when Zhang Tianlong was stunned, Su Zhe grabbed the spear with one hand, while the other furiously waved the Fengyu Lihua fan, sending a storm of phoenix fire rushing towards Zhang Tianlong. Zhang Tianlong, however, was quick to react. Su Zhe suddenly felt empty-handed. It turned out Zhang Tianlong had instantly transformed the Beastmaster device into Beastmaster armor. A full-body armor enveloped him, blocking the raging fire. But even Earth-type monsters, known for their defense, could not block the phoenix fire, so Zhang Tianlong was no exception. The armor made from the Aurora Unicorn, after withstanding most of the damage, finally deactivated passively, collapsing to the ground, severely wounded and dying. Zhang Tianlong, hidden inside the armor, also suffered significant burns, and his once handsome face was completely disfigured, covered in scars and blisters, a terrifying sight to behold. Zhang Tianlong had lost his combat ability, but Jiang Chen was still there, and there was still the mysterious Chen Zhe who had not yet made an appearance. So Su Zhe once again took out the platinum-level monster egg, looking at Jiang Chen, ready to crack it open and drink its contents. Guo Linshan, watching from the side, couldn't help but frown. A platinum-level monster? In his entire lifetime, he had never earned such a powerful beastmaster, and now it was being used as food. But fortunately, just then, the effect of the light lock vanished. Su Zhe's Fengyu Lihua fan trembled, transforming once again into a massive phoenix, dispersing all the mist. The platinum-level monster egg was thus preserved. However, just as Su Zhe relaxed his guard, Jiang Chen's shadow suddenly moved. Chapter 61, Alliance. Shadow Decapitation Technique. A figure dressed in black, full-body nightwear, suddenly leapt out from Jiang Chen's shadow, his black short blade slashing towards Su Zhe's neck. At this critical moment, when the blade was only a hair's breadth from Su Zhe's neck, the golden-feathered phoenix flying in the air unleashed a fireline from its mouth, forcing the attacker back. The black-clad figure skillfully rolled several times on the ground, before suddenly diving into a shadow as though he were black liquid. However, the flame from Feng Qingyi still caught up with the black-clad figure in the last moment, causing him to be engulfed by the burning flame as he entered the shadow. Immediately, from all directions, the sound of his agonizing screams echoed out from every shadow. This shadow vanishing technique, is he a Fuso Dark Guard? Su Zhe's brow furrowed. He had seen such a technique before, used by the Fuso Dark Guards during the Tianyun volcano incident. He had no idea what method they used, but all of their Beastmasters had gained the rare shadow attribute. Thus, the ability to hide in shadows everywhere was born. This is also the reason why the Dark Guards of Fusang are the best at assassination. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to collude with the Dark Guards of Fusang. This is already treason. Guo Linshan glared at Jiang Chen and scolded him, even more angry than when he himself had been plotted against by the Jiang family. He truly could not imagine that a big family like the Jiang family would secretly collaborate with Fusang. This would be a fatal blow to the great Xia kingdom. Jiang Chen shook his head desperately. No, that's not it. I did plot against you, but I truly have no connection to the people of Fusang. Then how could he hide in your shadow? Guo Linshan continued questioning. The Dark Guards of Fusang cannot enter another's shadow without contact. This meant he must have been in close contact with the Dark Guards recently. And how could a living person just sneak into his shadow? Jiang Chen could not possibly be unaware. Jiang Chen carefully recalled the people he had met these days, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. With a pale face, he said. Last night. Chen Zhe called me to drink. My alcohol tolerance was not bad, but I got drunk after just a few cups. I thought the drink he brought was too strong. When I woke up this morning, Chun Zhe was already missing. Young Master Tianlong, and I thought he left out of fear for being held responsible for plotting against the captain of the Great Xia Spirit Guard. As he spoke, he stole a glance at Guo Linshan with a troubled expression, and only relaxed when he saw Guo was not furious. Meanwhile, not far away, a figure appeared from the shadows beneath a tree. The flames on him had already been extinguished, but his clothes were completely burned off, and there were many burn injuries all over his body. The black mask on his face also could not escape being burned clean, revealing a somewhat aged face. Chen Zhe. It's really you. The Jiang family has treated you well, yet you still sided with Fusang. Jiang Chen pointed angrily at him. But Chen Zhe merely transformed the failed assassination dagger in his hand into a set of black armor to replace the clothes that had just been burned off and said slowly, "You were mistaken about one thing, I did not side with Fusang, I have always been a man of Fusang." Just as everyone's attention was drawn to Chen Zhe, suddenly, another figure emerged from Jiang Chen's shadow, this time choosing to attack Jiang Chen instead of Su Zhe. However, while Jiang Chen seemed angry, he was actually keeping a close watch on the changes in his shadow. The mist of the Shun Beast had not yet dissipated, outsiders still found it hard to enter, with his shadow being the only possible transit point. Who knows how many people Chen Zhe stuffed into his shadow while he was drunk all night. So at the moment of the attack towards Jiang Chen, the Shun Beast overhead suddenly appeared, relying on its hard shell to withstand the attack. At the same time, the pearl hidden in the shell shone brilliantly, casting a light on Jiang Chen. Like an operating room's shadowless lamp, it made his shadow nearly invisible. The dark guards of Fusang, relying on shadows to hide their figures, had no choice but to flee one by one out of Jiang Chen's shadow. 1, 2, 3. A total of dozens of figures escaped and surrounded them, their lower halves hidden in various shadows, while their upper halves were exposed. This allowed them to instantly decide whether to launch an attack or hide using the shadows, changing positions. It could be said that their shadow skills were much more advanced than those of the 5th division that Su Zhe had encountered earlier. Among these people, including Chen Zhe, there are at least 3 auras that are not weaker than the Golden Feather Phoenix. Although Chen Zhe had just suffered a burn, it was not serious and did not affect his combat power. In contrast, even if Su Zhe and Jiang Chen had reconciled, they only had 2 combatants of the same level. Just as Jiang Chen was calculating the power comparison between the two sides, Chen Zhe spoke up, "Jiang Chen, we have deployed 3 squad leaders level powers this time, and with your current situation, you will not be our opponent. But our target is only Su Zhe, we cannot allow another Xiao Chang to be born in the Great Xia Kingdom. Therefore, this matter does not concern you. After you disperse the mist of the Shinshur, you can leave." Guo Linshan turned to Jiang Chen and found that his expression was indeed one of struggle, seemingly quite tempted. However, the surrounding mist not only did not dissipate but became even denser, enveloping all the surrounding Fusang dark guards. It is indeed a tempting proposal, but I have my bottom line. For the Jiang family, he had plotted against many people, including Guo Linshan in this instance, which was also a trap he had set. But when it came to the Fusang dark guards, he would absolutely not reconcile with the other side. Because his son, who used to be a genius even more dazzling than the current Jiang Tianlong in the Jiang family, had even gained the recognition of their ancestor. Just when he was about to receive the best training from the Jiang family, he encountered a plot by the Fusang dark guards. That's truly a pity. Chen Zhe's voice came from the mist, growing increasingly hollow. Suddenly, figures burst forth from under their feet, and at the same time, the other Fusang dark guards also launched their attacks. Most were headed towards the task target, Su Zhe, while the rest attacked Jiang Chen's Shinshur. They would not allow the mist of the Shinshur to continue to spread across the battlefield, though it hadn't had an effect yet. It was hard to say what would happen later. Feng Qingyi alone stopped Chen Zhe and a squad leader, while Jiang Chen held back another. Su Zhe, holding the Phantom Spirit Shield, was barely able to withstand the remaining onslaught together with Guo Linshan. It seemed to be evenly matched, but Su Zhe looked up with concern at Feng Qingyi and the 2 others' battlefield. Just then, when he was attacking with the Phoenix Feather Fire Fan, he heavily relied on Feng Qingyi's power. Now, in the situation where a lot of power had been consumed, it was uncertain how long they could hold off 2 beast masters of the same level. Sure enough, very soon, Feng Qingyi was starting to be at her wit's end. Su Zhe gritted his teeth and decided to take the risk, giving up on the safest method of letting Feng Qingyi fight alone, and chose to use beast spiritization again. Chapter 62, Deterrence and Betrayal. Feng Qingyi, sensing the contract's fluctuation, was quite puzzled. After clearly suffering a loss, why did Su Zhe still want her to materialize? Did he want to choose flight specialization and then escape? Feng Qingyi, without doubting him, agreed to Su Zhe's order. But the result was still the attack specialization of the Phoenix Feather Fire Fan. After pushing back the remaining insignificant dark guards with 1 fan, Su Zhe took the initiative to attack Chen Zhe and that Fusang dark guard's squad leader. As long as he could unexpectedly eliminate one person, he could slow down the other one like he did with Jiang Tianlong. His last remaining platinum egg was already hidden in his arms. Once his all-out attack took effect, he would immediately begin a tug-of-war with the other. But what he did not expect was that after Chen Zhe and that squad leader exchanged a glance, that person fearlessly approached Su Zhe's attack, letting the raging flames engulf him, endured this attack, and tightly grabbed Su Zhe's hand. Chen Zhe, taking advantage of this moment, slashed his dagger at Su Zhe. Su Zhe felt the threat of death, and in that moment of despair, he also felt it was very strange. The opponent clearly could have chosen to take off his head in this moment, but why did it seem like the strike wasn't aimed at his neck, but rather his chest? Could it be that the opponent was dazzled by his own flames? It wasn't impossible, but Su Zhe still felt it was too absurd. Just as the blade was about to cut into his skin, several tentacles grew out of Su Zhe's shadow. These tentacles instantly stretched out, touching all the Fuso secret guards, causing them to fall into a dazed state. Even the captain who had blocked the flames stopped screaming in agony, his movements stiffened. Not only them, but all the enemies seemed to be asleep, frozen in place, motionless. Once everything was completed, the tentacles retracted back into Su Zhe's shadow. Guo Linshan, watching from the side, gave Su Zhe an extra glance. Meanwhile, Lin Shi was still sitting in his rocking chair, sunbathing at Qinglong Beast-Taming University. But with his eyes closed, he was watching everything through his Nightmare Lord avatar implanted in Su Zhe's shadow. Despite knowing that Su Zhe had been in danger multiple times, he still never moved a step. The direction his rocking chair faced was exactly towards a feeding trough in the breeding shed, beneath which was a secret tunnel. This was the reason why he could not leave the school for even a moment. It seems the Fuso secret guards haven't been disciplined in a long time. It's time to contact the Shaosheng kid and put some pressure on them. They can't keep acting as if nothing happened right under my nose after jumping twice. Jiang Chen, seizing the opportunity, heavily wounded the Fuso secret guard captain he had entangled, but the Shimmer Beast's attack wasn't strong enough to kill the opponent. Su Zhe, although not understanding why, took advantage of the chance to decisively break free from his restraint and created some distance. This action, in turn, brought the opponent back to his senses. He looked around in confusion, then the burning pain on his body struck again, making him scream in agony and remember something. In a panicked voice, he loudly shouted, "Wake up, it's the Nightmare Demon, the Nightmare Demon is here." With his help, the other two woke up. Chen Zhe looked at his dagger, which hadn't gotten any blood on it, his face filled with confusion. It seemed that in his understanding, he should have completed the task and severely injured Su Zhe. The other person, also confused, pulled back, not understanding why he had gained such a serious injury. Meanwhile, the lower-ranked Fuso secret guards were still unmoving, or perhaps they would never wake up again. "What's going on?" Chen Zhe asked with a solemn expression. It's the Nightmare Demon, it's him, it can't be wrong. He came to Fuso country to take revenge for the assassination of his student Shaosheng, and in one night, made 3 cities fall into complete silence, with only a few survivors. I am one of the survivors, this feeling is unmistakable, it's him, it's the power of the Nightmare Demon. We just entered a dream. Saying this, his expression suddenly became wild. No, maybe I'm still dreaming right now. I haven't woken up. Or maybe I've been dreaming since that time? There were never any so-called survivors? Seeing the sudden madness in his expression, Chen Zhe could only exchange a glance with the other captain beside him. The meaning was clear, this person had gone insane. Only the 2 of them were left now. They had indeed heard of the Nightmare Demon's fearsome reputation, able to send people into dreams in an instant, causing them to die without any resistance. However, they did not feel they were in a dream, the pain from their wounds was too real, indicating that it was pain that had awakened them. After all, the so-called Nightmare Demon was nothing more than this. Although one squad leader had gone mad, leaving only 2 of them able to continue fighting, Su Zhe had just exhausted the powers of the Golden Feather Phoenix with the control of the Fingyu Fire Fan. Jiang Chen's beast had no offensive capability either, yet they still had a chance to win. The 2 firmly believed as they launched their attack, and indeed, as they expected, Su Zhe and the others were already worn out, even the flames of the Golden Feather Phoenix had lost their heat and posed no threat at all. The Nightmare Demon they had been worried about did not launch a second attack, there seemed to be some sort of limitation, but this was the best news for them. Next, they just needed to seriously injure Su Zhe and then retreat. This was the order from above, injure but do not kill, although they did not understand the reason, execution was what mattered. Unfortunately, Chen Zhe, as an undercover agent, had finally climbed to this position, only to be forced to expose himself now. Don't worry, when we return to Fusan, you will definitely be rewarded, your position will only be higher than in the Great Xia Kingdom, said the Dark Guard squad leader beside him. Chen Zhe nodded, everything was moving in a positive direction. Meanwhile, Su Zhe and Guo Linshan looked strangely at Chen Zhe and the other Fusan Dark Guards who suddenly collapsed with their eyes tightly shut. Some were even snoring, sleeping soundly. None of them awoke. What had just happened was all a dream. What is going on? Su Zhe asked his shadow, somewhat fearfully. This power was too strange and terrifying, lurking right within his shadow. Although it had helped them now, Su Zhe still felt very uneasy inside. Guo Linshan said, as far as I know, this kind of dream-inducing power can only be reached by the former principal of the Azure Dragon Beast-Taming University, who resigned 6 years ago after an accident, and was succeeded by Xiao Su. As for the old principal, no one has seen him outside since. Su Zhe, for some reason, suddenly thought of his very unreliable, heavy drinking teacher and asked, if no one has seen him outside, then what about inside the school? Guo Linshan shook his head again. That old principal is very mysterious. It is said that every time the teachers hold a meeting at the school, he wakes up from a nap in the conference room, and everything is over. No one has ever seen what he looks like in reality. He then added, perhaps the dragon tamer Xiao Chang has seen him, since he is Xiao Chang's teacher and protector. Not getting an answer, Su Zhe could not confirm if it was that old man Lingxi, nor did he know the other party's intentions. He could only shake his head. But at least for now, because of his help, this battle became exceptionally easy. Just as they were about to act together to kill the three, preventing anyone from waking up, suddenly, Jiang Tianlong, who had been overlooked after losing consciousness, moved. He stirred all his mental power and let out a shrill scream that pierced the soul. The three Fusang Dark Guards blinked their tightly closed eyes because of this. Chapter 63, The Madman. The three of Chen Zhe had barely awakened from Jiang Tianlong's mental stimulus. Jiang Chen and Feng Qingyi seized the last chance to launch an attack. But ultimately, they were a step too late. Chen Zhe had already awakened first and immediately pushed the person next to him out. The squad leader of the Fusang Dark Guards had not reacted when he was engulfed by raging, scorching flames. Without beast armor defense, in just a short moment, he became a charred corpse. But Chen Zhe was completely unharmed, which made the situation still very severe, as the enemy had two high-end combat forces left. Chen Zhe looked around in a bit of a daze, and he couldn't even tell if he was still in a dream. He exchanged a glance with another team leader beside him, seeing the same unease and fear in the other's eyes. He understood that the other person must have just had a dream like his. That person seemed completely insane at this moment, repeatedly saying, "How is it? I wasn't wrong, was I? Dream. Everything is a dream. Who can guarantee that we are not in a dream right now? In reality, dreams are not true worlds and have many unreasonable aspects. Like just now, he clearly had burns on his body but didn't feel any pain. But dreams also numb their brains, making people in dreams unaware of the unreasonable things. Yet now the pain from his wounds is undeniably real. It should be reality, right? This time, it should be reality for sure. The pain of the wounds cannot be fake, Chen Zhe said with a little uncertainty. He suddenly took a step back, hiding behind another person. If Jiang Tianlong hadn't woken them up just now, they probably would have been easily killed in their sleep, and the feeling of dying unprepared in a dream was truly unbearable. He finally understood the horror of that dream demon and why the high-ups of Fusang were so wary. What he didn't know was that the power Lin she left on Su Zhe had already been exhausted when so many people entered the dream at once, and now they were merely on guard against the air. One is dead and one is mad. Now I'm the only one left, but the enemy still has Jiang Chen and Jin Yufengnio, two forces of the same level. It seems today's mission cannot be completed. But what made Chen Zhe feel even more ominous was that, with only one person left, he found it very difficult to even think of retreating. After all, there was still the fog of the Mirage Beast around. Even the shadow escape technique of the Dark Guards could get lost in the mist. They had entered thanks to Jiang Chen's shadow. It seems today I am going to perish here. I didn't expect that my first mission after exposing my identity would end in failure. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Meanwhile, Su Zhe and the others were unaware that one madman had lost his combat ability, believing that the enemies still had two high-end forces to dread. It was precisely because of Jiang Tianlong's action that they missed a good opportunity, which was why it came to this. Guo Linshan turned around and angrily rebuked Jiang Tianlong, who was struggling to get up from the ground, saying, "Jiang Tianlong, do you know what you are doing?" His blood-stained face bore a crazed smile. "What am I doing?" "Of course, it's to deal with you." Seeing this, Jiang Chen shouted loudly, "Young Master Tianlong, stop. These guys are the Dark Guards of Fusang. Helping them is of no use to the Jiang family. Moreover, if they manage to snatch away the diamond-level demon beast, the consequences would be unimaginable." Jiang Tianlong glanced at him and said indifferently, "Jiang family? My current thoughts have nothing to do with the Jiang family. I just want him to die." Line. It would become a marginal figure like Jiang Chen, humbly pleasing other family members until old age. So Jiang Tianlong's goal is no longer to snatch beasts for the Jiang family or for himself, but simply to kill Su Zhe, no matter who he collaborates with. He forcibly manipulated his already injured beast, gradually distancing himself from Su Zhe and forming an ambush with Chen Zhe behind. He then shouted loudly, "Old Chen, let's cooperate. Although you have lost one person, with me, it's still 3 against 2. They have no chance. I just need to kill this kid, and the rest will be yours." Chen Zhe was taken aback for a moment. He was worried about not having anyone to cover his retreat, and unexpectedly, Jiang Tianlong came to him. It was like a pillow arriving just when one was sleepy. He nodded hurriedly and agreed, "Okay, you hold that phoenix bird, and we'll deal with the old man Jiang Chen." Once we defeat him, we'll come help you. Although the Golden Feather Phoenix was much tougher to handle than Jiang Chen, Chen Zhe and his companion could quickly deal with Jiang Chen and then help Jiang Tianlong, so he nodded without suspicion. The battle broke out again, and indeed as Chen Zhe had just said, Jiang Tianlong sustained his injured body and actively approached Su Zhe and the Golden Feather Phoenix. He shouted loudly, "Kid, you just relied on outside help to win against me, that's not fair. Come at me again if you can." Su Zhe couldn't be bothered to respond, tossing the platinum egg in his hand to the Phoenix Genie flying above him, which caught it in its giant claws. "You always wanted to eat this platinum egg, didn't you? Now it's yours. Hurry up and eat it to regain your strength. After we deal with this guy, we'll help Jiang Chen. He can't last long against two." Jiang Tianlong's brows twitched at this sight. He had just been defeated by Su Zhe's trick, was he going to relive this again at the hands of his beast? But the Phoenix Genie threw the egg back, and from her sharp beak came a clear young girl's voice, tinged with slight anger, "I don't need that. You locked onto my transformation and bullied my master, didn't you? Alright, I won't rely on external help to defeat you. I'll make sure you lose fairly." The Phoenix Genie inhaled flames and fought Jiang Tianlong. Though she was at a great cost now, Jiang Tianlong was also heavily injured, giving her the upper hand, but she couldn't take him down quickly. The question was, how much longer could Jiang Chen hold out under the two-person assault? Once he was defeated, it would be too late for the three of them to attack the Phoenix Genie together. Su Zhe was about to stop the Phoenix Genie's reckless behavior, but he found Jiang Chen's situation didn't seem as dangerous as he had thought. Only Chen Zhe was fighting him, the other one stood still, mumbling to himself about something unknown. Could he still be asleep? Is he sleepwalking? Su Zhe was confused, and Jiang Tianlong cursed angrily, "Chen Zhe, what are you doing? Didn't we agree to quickly deal with Jiang Chen to help me?" Chen Zhe didn't answer. In his fight with Jiang Chen, he was trying to retrieve the pearl from the shell of the illusion beast. As the saying goes, where there are snake dens, there must be antidote herbs. The best tool to dispel the illusion beast's fog was the pearl within its shell. As long as he got it, Chen Zhe could escape into the shadows. And Jiang Chen, who was fighting him, finally understood. "Chen Zhe, you deceived young Master Tianlong. That Fuso Dark Guard had some problem and is no longer a fighting force, so you thought you had no chance and never intended to fight to the end. You were planning to steal my pearl and escape from the very beginning?" His voice was loud, and not far away, Jiang Tianlong, struggling under the flames of the Phoenix Genie, heard it clearly. "You dare to lie to me?" He let out a roar of anger with all his might, but at the same time, with the advantage of battle experience, Chen Zhe finally pried open the shell of the Shun Beast and grasped the Shun Pearl inside. Just as he was about to take it out, the long-forgotten mad captain of the Fusang Dark Guard suddenly muttered to himself, "Dreams, all dreams. This is a dream that has trapped me for over a decade, I must break it." Then, the armor made from the beast he controlled suddenly burst forth with dazzling light, and beneath that light was the terrifying power about to erupt. "Madman! Are you going to self-destruct?" Chapter 64 Self-Destruction. "Madman, are you going to self-destruct?" Chen Zhe abandoned the Shun Pearl he was about to obtain, shouting and rushing over to stop him. But that man was determined to die, only wishing to break free from this illusory dream. He said frantically, "Suicide? No, you can't die in a dream. I just want to wake up." At the same time, the armor made from the beast he controlled started to crack, accompanied by the sound of painful wailing, and the terrifying power was about to erupt. It was the lament of the controlled beast, bound by their contract, forced to self-destruct and emit a bitter howl of unwillingness. Not all beast tamers could command their beasts to self-destruct, because their contracts did not reach the point of forcing the other to give up their life. Only with a bond of intimacy above 90, and if the beast was very satisfied with its master, would it willingly offer its soul imprint and completely surrender. Once the soul imprint was obtained, the master would have absolute control over the beast. This was somewhat similar to the contract Su Zhe signed with his beasts through the system's binding power. And after obtaining the soul imprint, the bond between master and beast would be telepathic, greatly enhancing both cultivation speed and combat power. Therefore, many beast tamers worked hard to please the beasts to obtain their soul imprints. There were also some beast tamers who used strong-arm tactics to force beasts to surrender their soul imprints, but such cases were rare. In most cases, possessing a soul imprint meant the beast had absolute trust in its master. Thus, when ordered by the master to self-destruct, it would emit such a mournful cry. Self-destruction was a matter of an instant. Chen Zhe saw that he was a step too late and could no longer stop the other's mad behavior. He no longer thought about not being able to obtain the Shun Pearl, and directly dove into the fog, hoping to get as far away from this area as possible. A beast's self-destruction mainly involved detonating its own crystal core. That was the immense power released instantaneously. The self-destruction of a level 65 beast could even rival the full power strike of a level 70 beast tamer. Chen Zhe had to dodge. Seeing that time was running out to escape the explosion zone, Jiang Chen immediately opened the shell of the Shun Beast and pulled Guo Linshan in with him, sealing tightly as the shell closed. But inside the shell, because of the existence of the Shun Pearl, it remained very bright. The Shun Beast's attack was particularly weak, but aside from spreading fog, it had another ability: its shell was extremely hard. Naturally living Shun Beasts could rely on this hard shell to withstand attacks from level 70 to 80 beasts. Therefore, withstanding the self-destruction of a level 60 beast shouldn't be a problem. You brought me in here, what about Su Zhe? Guo Linshan questioned harshly. Jiang Chen immediately became unhappy. I'm trying to save you, and you're still not happy. He's so far from me, how could I possibly save him? But with a diamond-level beast beside me, it should be fine, right? Jiang Chen wasn't too sure, although the diamond-level beast was powerful. But now, he's still in his childhood, whether he can endure the self-explosion of monsters over level 60 is still unknown. Guo Linshan coldly snorted and said, "Save me? If it weren't for your schemes, how could today's events occur? How can you still have the face to say you are saving me?" Jiang Chen was instantly speechless after being retorted. And Chen Zhe, who ran into the mist, unsurprisingly got lost in the thick fog. After just a few steps, he returned to the place where the battle had just occurred, his face turning pale, and the explosion began. Chen Zhe hurriedly ordered his beast to shield him, helping him resist the damage. Often, the giant size of monsters provides better defensive effects than the beast armor they transform into. But even so, Chen Zhe was violently thrown away by the shockwave of the explosion. His beast was torn into pieces, which severely damaged Chen Zhe's mental energy. But at least, his life was saved. Just as Chen Zhe breathed a sigh of relief, another explosion suddenly hit him, stronger than the previous one, but he had no means to resist. Inside the Shinju Beast, the shell of the Shinju Beast successfully withstood the self-explosion's power. The massive shockwave only flipped the Shinju Beast several times, and Jiang Chen and Guo Linshan hiding inside were shaken dizzy. Jiang Chen was about to command the Shinju Beast to open and let him out, but the Shinju Beast unexpectedly did not obey the order. While he was confused, suddenly, an even greater explosion directly threw the Shinju Beast out. The consecutive explosions caused cracks to appear on the hard shell of the Shinju Beast, but fortunately, it still held up in the end. What's happening? How could there be a second self-explosion? Guo Linshan shouted, feeling very anxious. Even if Su Zhe avoided the first self-explosion, what about the second, stronger explosion? After confirming the outside was safe, this time, the Shinju Beast immediately released the two of them. The original Great Xia Spirit Guard camp now had not even a trace of ruins left. The surrounding thick fog was also dispersed by the intense explosions, and the other Great Xia Spirit Guards tentatively walked over. After all, the two explosions just now were too shocking. Guo Linshan rushed to where Su Zhe was. Luckily, he seemed to be okay. Although his clothes were tattered from the explosion, his body covered in blood, he was intact without missing arms or legs. "It's good if you're okay, good if you're okay." Guo Linshan stepped forward and said, but he found that Su Zhe's condition was very unusual. He was despondently slumped on the ground, his face covered with blood scabs and tear streaks, holding a shimmering golden red tail feather. "Where's the golden feather phoenix?" Jiang Chen, who had also hurried over, inquired. But Su Zhe just numbly glanced at him and didn't answer. Chapter 65, The Fire Red Egg. Guo Linshan looked at the golden red tail feather in Su Zhe's hand, seeming to understand something, and no longer spoke. But Jiang Chen, after looking around, anxiously asked, "Su Zhe, where's our young master Tianlong?" As the saying goes, living people want to see the living, and dead people want to see corpses. After such an explosion, the already severely injured Jiang Tianlong could hardly survive, but without a corpse, it would be difficult for Jiang Chen to explain to his father after returning. Su Zhe looked up at him and said faintly, "He's right here, everywhere." "What do you mean?" Jiang Chen asked with a frown, as if he already guessed something in his heart. As expected, Su Zhe tightly clutched that tail feather in his palm, trembling as he stood up and said, "He self-exploded to kill me. But unfortunately, I am still alive, and he has not even left a trace. Just as the Fuso Dark Guard self-exploded." Su Zhe also noticed something unusual at the first moment, wanting Feng Qingyi to take him away from the sky, flying as far as possible to avoid the explosion. But Jiang Tianlong held them back and, in his crazy laughter, chose to self-destruct. As the explosion was about to reach Su Zhe, Feng Qingyi used her wings to protect him within them. However, the subsequent two explosions severely injured her Shun Beast, especially the close-range self-detonation from Jiang Tianlong. His Aurora Unicorn, being a rare platinum-level monster, had a stronger explosion power than others of the same rank. Feng Qingyi's wings were directly broken in the explosion, allowing Su Zhe to use the Void Spirit Shield to resist the following damage. Upon hearing the news of Jiang Tianlong's death, Jiang Chen's expression turned very ugly. "Young Master Tianlong is a young genius that our Jiang family highly values. They absolutely won't let you go for this." Su Zhe coldly glanced at him. "Do as you wish, it's all his own doing. But now I no longer have a diamond-level monster. Will the Jiang family still be willing to go to such lengths against me like this time?" Although he guessed this possibility when he saw the tail feather in Suzai's hand, it was only upon hearing it directly from Suzai that he confirmed the golden feather phoenix was dead. Jiang Chen had no doubts, given the power of that explosion, and Suzai was at the center of the second explosion. Since he could survive, it meant the golden feather phoenix must have sacrificed itself to protect him. As for the body, high-level monsters rarely leave corpses behind. Their pride does not allow their bodies to be exploited by humans after death, so they destroy their bodies at the last breath. Unless killed in a situation where the strength is overwhelmingly superior, one can only preserve the bodies of high-level monsters completely. Thus, the crystal cores and materials from high-level monsters are very precious. Even Guo Linshan, captain of the Daxia Spirit Guard, finds it difficult to apply for a level 70 monster crystal core. The Fusan Dark Guard dropping an 80-level monster crystal core to explode the Tianyun volcano is an even greater gamble. Watching the Daxia Spirit Guards gradually surrounding them, and seeing Suzai and Guo Linshan looking at him unfavorably, Jiang Chen felt something was amiss. You see, the current situation is entirely due to the strategy he had proposed. Although he was the only high-level beast master over level 60 left now, his Shun beast was also seriously injured in the previous explosion, and his mental energy was greatly consumed. Surrounded by so many Daxia Spirit Guards, the outcome was truly uncertain. So he immediately flew into the sky and left while everyone hadn't completely surrounded him yet. Guo Linshan spat hard at his departing figure. At this moment, Sun Hao and the others finally arrived after the fog dissipated, looking at the campsite that had been completely turned to dust, and couldn't help but step forward to ask. Captain, Brother Suzai, what exactly happened just now? Why was there such a loud explosion? Guo Linshan sighed and said, this is another good deed by the Jiang family, and that group of Fusang bastards took the opportunity to get involved. But this is no longer something. How can you say such things? Is the Daxia Spirit Guard of Beishan my private army? No matter who your captain is, as long as their decisions benefit the people, you must obey and follow. Do you understand? Understood, everyone reluctantly replied in low voices. Seeing this, Guo Linshan shouted loudly, speak up. Did everyone hear that? Everyone hurriedly gathered their spirits and responded loudly, understood, Captain. Very good. Guo Linshan nodded in satisfaction, then patted Suzai's shoulder and said, little brother Suzai, I really have to thank you this time. Suzai shook his head and replied, you don't need to thank me. If they weren't plotting against me, you and the others wouldn't have been affected. Guo Linshan frowned and said unhappily, what are you talking about? Don't forget the oath when you join the Daxia Spirit Guard. My mission is to protect all of you, no matter what. If they want to deal with you, they must first get past me. After saying that, he pulled Sun Hao over and whispered a few words in his ear. Sun Hao first looked confused, but after hearing it, he widened his eyes and glanced at Suzai in pity. Guo Linshan patted Suzai again, then pushed Sun Hao forward and said, alright, the camp is completely destroyed now, and there are many things that need to be taken care of. Sun Hao, you help me take little brother Suzai back. Yes, Captain. Suzai and Sun Hao left the ruins together, and the atmosphere along the way felt somewhat heavy. He could understand, if he had contracted a diamond-level monster and unexpectedly lost it, he might be even worse off than Suzai was now. Sun Hao shook his head and looked up, only to find that Suzai had already taken several steps ahead, and seemed to be going in the wrong direction. Little brother Suzai, you took a wrong turn, home is this way. Suzai shook his head and said, I don't want to go home right now. I've taken several days off continuously. I want to go back to school first. As Suzai spoke, he reached into his pocket. In his hand, it seemed he was holding a round object the size of a fist. It looked like a fiery red egg. Chapter 66, Underground Space. In the end, Suzai still made a trip home first. Because the clothes on him were now practically worthless, going to school like this would get him caught as a thug in no time, and he might even make the school newspaper headlines. He had already thought up the headline for them, shocking. The school's influential figure turns out to be this massive. So Suzai first returned home, changed clothes, and took a shower before heading to school again. While showering, Suzai kept washing the fiery red egg in his hand, but couldn't find any useful information on it. Suzai didn't lie to Jiang Chen. To save him, Feng Qingyi indeed suffered a fatal injury, but at the end, Feng Qingyi activated her ultimate skill, Nirvana, which she could only use 3 times. After dropping a golden red tail feather, it transformed into this fist-sized egg. This egg, whether in appearance or size, was vastly different from the beast eggs he received from the system. The most crucial point was that because it wasn't a beast egg produced by the system, it didn't show any hatching conditions in Suzai's eyes. Suzai had reason to believe that as long as he could hatch this egg, Feng Qingyi could successfully be reborn through Nirvana. But the problem was, how to hatch it. It looks like I still have to go to school to find him. After changing clothes, Suzai hurriedly walked toward Beast Tamer University. Sun Hao, standing outside, shook his head, how strange. Just fought for so long, got injured, and lost his strongest beast. Is it really not better to go home and recover properly, but instead rush to school first? Are there really people in this world who love learning so much? Could this be the difference between a top student and a mediocre one like me? Sunhow sighed. It seems the old saying is true, top students are all forced to be that way. At that moment, the teacher of the beast breeding class, Gen Xan, who had missed the class time due to the chaos in the city, happened to pass by in a rush. She was a true top student in her school days, so she immediately countered, "You're wrong, not all top students are forced out. I was born by C-section." Sunhow. The school was very noisy, as the previous monster incident had made students uneasy, and many ordinary people from outside were running in to take refuge. The two massive explosions that followed threw them into even more chaos, causing everyone to run in all directions. As Suze entered the school gate, he struggled to dodge people running in panic and made his way toward the breeding shed where Linshi was. When Jiang Tianlong self-destructed, even though Feng Qingyi had endured most of the damage, the remaining force was not something a 30-level weak spirit turtle could withstand. At that crucial moment, Suze's shadow changed again. But this time it didn't turn into tentacles. Instead, a thin black humanoid figure floated out directly. It looked like a piece of black paper, but it was far more resilient than paper. The black humanoid figure shielded against all the residual waves of Jiang Tianlong's self-explosion. Although its body stretched like an inflating balloon under the shockwave, it never broke. And the seriously injured Feng Qingyi unleashed her skill only after she saw that Suze was safe, as a ball of golden flame ignited from her body. In an instant, it burned clean, leaving only that egg. Then the black humanoid figure said, "If you want to hatch her again, come find me." And then it completely disappeared, not returning to Suze's shadow. Suze recognized the voice it had last emitted. It was his teacher, the old drunkard Lin Shi's voice. That's why Suze wanted to rush to school as soon as possible. When he walked into the breeding shed, Lin Shi was lying in a rocking chair, drinking as usual, seemingly unaffected by what was happening outside. "Teacher, you." Suze's words were interrupted by Lin Shi. "You brat, you finally came back. Did you forget what you promised me back then? Hurry up and get to work, these guys have been hungry for 3 days because you didn't come. By the way, check if any of them can't hold on because they are too hungry. If so, drag them out, let's have a feast today." Seeing this, Suze didn't rush to ask and patiently completed the feeding work. Then, whether it was good luck or bad luck, Suze actually found a triangle sheep that was so hungry it couldn't hold on any longer. Although it was still alive, it had no strength left to eat. Lin Shi was overjoyed, shouting, "We have roasted lamb legs to eat today." He then took care of the triangle sheep that Suze thought could still be saved. After finishing piles of work from 3 days, Suze finally had time to catch his breath and asked, "Teacher, it was you who buried the method in my shadow, right? I hope you can tell me how to help Feng Qingyi achieve rebirth." This time, Lin Shi did not continue to decline but smiled and said, "Feng Qingyi, is that the name of that little bird? You are so anxious, could it be that you have some ideas? After all, it is just a bird, and it's still far from adulthood." Suze decisively shook his head in denial. Indeed, Feng Qingyi's humanoid form was stunningly beautiful, but as her master, Suze understood well the avian traits she often displayed. So comparatively, he was still more inclined towards the strikingly beautiful human Su Yao, who was no less beautiful than Feng Qingyi. The most important thing is that Su Yao has a girl's body shape, while Feng Qingyi has a lowly body shape, so in some aspects, they do not meet Suze's standards. Suze noticed that the topic had strayed because of Lin Shi's words, so he hurriedly asked, "Teacher, you still haven't answered my question." Lin Shi sighed, got up from the rocking chair, and said, "Forget it, forget it. What's a blessing isn't a curse. It's fate that can't be avoided. Come with me." Suze followed Lin Shi into the breeding greenhouse, kicking aside several hungry black-scaled pigs that had buried their heads in the feed trough and licked the remnants clean after a few days without eating. "Go away, you all eat so fat, after finishing the leg of lamb, next you'll have to eat pig trotters." Suze watched in confusion, not understanding why Lin Shi brought him here. Then he saw Lin Shi bend down, fumble for a while, and press a button. The feed trough slowly moved aside, revealing a black passage below. Lin Shi said proudly, "How about that? Didn't expect it, right? It wasn't like this before. Later, after no one went down, I modified it a bit. Though it looks a little shabby, it makes it harder for others to suspect this place. I can live here in peace for a few years. Not long ago, a little mouse accidentally stumbled in, but it didn't matter. Come on, let's go down together." Suze's heart was shaken, and he had a premonition. This time, it could not only solve Feng Qingyi's reincarnation problem but also help him understand the research into his parents' disappearance. This place below must be the original site of the incident. Suze followed Lin Shi down. There were no hidden passages or mechanisms as Suze had imagined, it looked just like an ordinary underground passage. It made sense, this was originally a passage for researchers to come and go. What if there was an accident with so many traps? Moreover, Lin Shi, who was guarding outside, was the best guarantee. Soon, Suze reached the end of the passage. His eyes suddenly brightened, and a vast underground space appeared before him. This underground area was the size of 2 or 3 football fields, completely hollowed out. After leaving the underground passage, at the other end of this underground space was a huge black earth wall. On the wall, a skeletal golden dragon lay stretched across it. Chapter 67, The Spark. A few searchlights illuminated this space, allowing a clear view of various precision instruments placed inside. But now they had all stopped working and were covered in dust. This is the secret hidden by the Qinglong Beast Master University? My parents were doing research here, weren't they? Suze turned to ask, staring in shock at the scene before him. Lin Shi didn't answer but walked forward unsteadily. He walked past the stopped machines, brushing off the dust from them with his hand. I haven't been here for a long time since that day. At most, I would catch a little mouse that stumbled in on the path ahead. He walked up to the earth wall, staring at the massive dragon bone embedded within it. At this moment, he could truly feel what it meant to be huge. An adult in front of it was even smaller than a segment of the dragon's claw bone. Suze followed behind him, feeling the shock that the dragon bone brought him. But as Suze looked up, he also noticed something unusual about this dragon bone. It was not merely embedded in the soil, half of its body was trapped in the earth of this world, rotting into a skeleton. The other half of the body was hidden in a dark space, and upon closer inspection, it seemed one could see flesh and blood through that layer of darkness. Lin Shi noticed he had seen something strange. A voice from the side said, "You can see, this dragon corpse is not entirely in our world, its lower half exists in another world. Its strength should be incredibly powerful, far beyond all the known beasts we have. We call it a divine beast. In the beginning, it was not just a skeleton, we also obtained a piece of flesh and blood, and after exhausting all means, we extracted a small amount of divine beast's essence blood. Those guys from Fusang went to great lengths last time just to obtain the divine beast's essence blood to achieve some purpose of theirs." Thinking of this, Lin Shi couldn't help but smile, but their calculations were wrong. The essence blood we obtained back then has already been used up in our experiments. Suze wanted to ask more questions, but Lin Shi stopped him and said, "Save your questions for later. Do you still want to hatch that egg?" Suze had no choice but to hold back his doubts. He could feel he was getting closer to the truth of his parents' disappearance. Lin Shi led him towards one of the many instruments, saying, "The egg in your hand is half a product of the golden feather phoenix's nirvana. Nirvana is a unique skill of the phoenix bloodline beast. It is said that a pure-blooded phoenix can instantly resurrect from a sea of flames after death and even become stronger. But that is a divine beast of the same level as the dragon, which has never appeared in our world. What exists instead is your golden feather phoenix, a beast that possesses a trace of the phoenix bloodline. Its nirvana thus has a significant drawback. It cannot immediately resurrect but instead turns back into an egg that needs to be hatched. The conditions for hatching the egg become increasingly demanding, but once hatched successfully, it can become stronger just like a true phoenix undergoing nirvana, and its bloodline will be purified." Suze held the egg in his hand and said, "When it was previously hatched, it was in the magma of Tianyun volcano, and Fusang's dark guards even added an 80-level beast crystal core. If it needs to be more demanding than that." Realizing the implication, Suze widened his mouth. This meant he would need to prepare at least a 90-level beast crystal core. Such a high-level beast crystal core could probably only be obtained by a 100-level war god. So, he could only pin his hopes on Lin Shi, hoping he would have a way. Suze now confirmed Lin Shi's identity. He was the mysterious former principal of the Qinglong Beast Control University. It was said that very few people had seen his true face, but nobody questioned his incredible strength. Lin Shi brought Suze to a machine that looked like a furnace, patted it, raising a thick layer of dust on top. Then he pulled open the furnace door with one hand, looked inside, and said, "Very good, after all these years, the fire hasn't gone out. Consider yourself lucky, throw that egg in." Suze walked over to look as well. The furnace did not have the terrifying flames burning at a temperature beyond lava that he had imagined. Instead, there was only a small flame, like a wisp constrained by an invisible force, fluttering in the air, swaying with the wind. It was even smaller than a candle flame, and the only extraordinary thing about it was its pure golden color. Suze said doubtfully, "Such a tiny flame, can it really provide energy that exceeds the lava in a volcano and an 80-level beast crystal core?" Seeing Suze's doubtful expression, Lin Shi disdainfully said, "What does a volcano matter? Do you know what this flame is? This is the dragon flame seed taken from that dragon's mouth. Even after so many years of being dead, it still burns. We don't even know how many methods we tried to extract it and place it in that furnace." He proudly said, "No matter what kind of material you throw in, it will turn to ashes in an instant." Then, a bit awkwardly, he added, "But because its temperature is too high and burns too fast, it's completely uncontrollable, so the furnace that we had high hopes for ended up becoming a trash can in the lab for handling waste." Suze's face darkened. Indeed, Lin Shi's research team was just as unreliable. However, Suze no longer doubted the temperature of the flame. He carefully placed the egg into the furnace. Then it seemed to come to life, actively rolling towards the flames, floating in the center like the fire itself. That flame carefully enveloped the egg, starting to incubate it. Lin Shi, watching from the side, said, I guessed right, the diamond-level phoenix egg can withstand the burning of decades-old flames. This is the first time I've seen something that can endure dragon fire. Su Zhe straightened up instantly to look at him. So you're not even sure if the flame's temperature is too high? Does this mean Su Zhe almost turned Feng Qingyi into a roasted egg? He took a deep breath to calm himself and asked, Teacher, how long will this incubation take? Lin Shi shrugged, saying, How would I know? This is your beast, since there's no one else here, just wait here. As he spoke, he took a step to leave. Seeing this, Su Zhe hurriedly stepped in front of Lin Shi to stop him, saying, Teacher, if I'm not mistaken, this is the place where my parents did their research, right? Since you've already brought me to such a secret place, is there still a need to hide the past from me? Lin Shi looked at Su Zhe's determined expression, finally sighed and said, Fine, it's time to tell you the truth. Chapter 68 The Truth. Then Lin Shi fell silent for a moment, as if organizing his words and considering where to start. After much thought, he said, in the field of beast tamers, there has always been much debate about the origins of beasts. Through archaeological discoveries, almost all animals, including humans, can trace back their evolutionary process through fossils. But for beasts, no matter how many years we've dug through the layers of history, we have never found traces of their evolution. We can't help but doubt that beasts do not belong to our world, they come from another world. As for why they appeared in our world, perhaps it's invasion, perhaps it's accidental, or maybe there was a collision between two worlds. Until about 40 or 50 years ago, we discovered this dragon corpse. Lin Shi seemed to get lost in memories, sighing, we were amazed by its grandeur and power, and through its unique state, we confirmed that indeed another world existed, a world of beasts. Lin Shi calmed himself and continued, at that time, many young researchers were gathered to study this dragon corpse, among them was me. Through studying the dragon corpse, we made many achievements, some have been realized, while others have been shelved due to difficulties, like that furnace that ended up being used to burn trash. Lin Shi sighed and continued, but not long after, we realized that these achievements were actually all related to the dragon corpse itself and had nothing to do with the world behind it, which is what we truly wanted to understand. So, after squeezing out the full value of half a dragon corpse, the research made no further progress. All the projects became stagnant, and gradually, people began to leave, leaving only a few in what was originally a lively lab. Speaking of this, Lin Shi turned to look at Su Zhe. This made Su Zhe's heart feel inexplicably uneasy, knowing that what was coming next was about his parents. Sure enough, Lin Shi looked at Su Zhe's face and fell into memories, saying, Among these people are your parents, Su Lin and Jin Ling. He raised his hand to point at the black void above, half of which was in this world and half in the original world, saying, There is their research direction. And then? Su Zhe couldn't help but ask. Then, their research confirmed one thing, which is that this dragon corpse appearing here is not accidental, but intentional. The strong beings of the beast world used their powerful bodies as anchor points to fix the two worlds that were supposed to pass each other. Su Zhe asked in confusion, why did they do this? Lin Shi snorted coldly and said, why? Of course, it's for invasion. The anchor points should have existed since the first beast appeared in this world. These? Su Zhe inquired. Lin Shi replied, that's right, there is not just one anchor point, multiple anchor points have already been found within the Great Xia territory. The anchor points brought the two worlds closer together, allowing more and more powerful beasts to appear. The increasing number of powerful beasts over the years has verified this point. One day, when the distance between the two worlds is close enough, and the spatial passage allows beast-level divine beasts to descend, it will be a catastrophe for humanity. Lin Shi sighed and looked at Su Zhe, saying, when they discovered this chilling result, they had just brought you into the world. Because they did not want the world you live in to become ruled by beasts, with humans reduced to their food and slaves. Su Lin and his wife decided to use all possible means to change the future. So they calculated and verified tirelessly, and finally completed all preparations 6 years ago. They were going to attempt to destroy the dragon corpse and damage the anchor point. As long as they succeeded, they could gradually destroy all known anchor points. But unfortunately, they ultimately did not succeed and caused spatial turbulence, and both were swept away by the turbulence, disappearing together. At this moment, Su Zhe also saw a deep mark in the middle of the dragon bones where the two worlds were split, which penetrated deeply into the bone. This was presumably the mark left by his parents. From Lin Shi's previous introduction, this laboratory, at its peak, could mobilize the entire nation's power for research, but even so, they could only grind down bone powder from the dragon bones little by little for study. But Su Lin and his wife relied only on their calculations and strength to cut off half of the dragon bones at once. One can imagine how much effort they put in just to fight for a bright future for their son. Su Zhe suddenly felt a coolness on his face and reached up to touch it, only to find 2 lines of tears streaming down. At the same time, he felt that his soul seemed to undergo some subtle changes, as if it had completed a kind of fusion. The souls of the two worlds finally perfectly merged into one. Suze never expected that his parents in this world would go missing for such a reason. They are heroes. Suze said softly. Lin Shi replied, that's right, they indeed are. But unfortunately, this news cannot be known to the outside world. If ordinary people knew, perhaps decades later, a group of beasts powerful enough to be unrivaled would rule the world, freely preying on humans. What do you think would happen? Suze fell silent. Lin Shi continued, so we have concealed all the news, including the research results and goals of your parents. And also concealed the true reason for your parents' accident from Young Yu. Suze finally understood why Su Yiming said it was a matter of great importance, so even though he knew, he could not tell himself, it was to keep this secret. The fewer people who know, the less likely it is to be leaked. So why are you willing to tell me now? Suze asked. Lin Shi was puzzled and said, didn't you keep pestering me with questions? Besides, I've observed that you are not the type to spill secrets. As Lin Shi said this, he circled around Suze, intending to leave. At this moment, Suze asked again, is it possible that my parents are not dead, but instead went to the Beast Master world on the other side? Lin Shi paused for a moment, then replied, maybe, but that's not a good wish. If humans go to the world of beasts, who knows what will happen? Then he completely left, leaving Suze alone waiting for Feng Qingyi to hatch again. Chapter 69, Undercurrents. Lin Shi left Suze alone in the underground space, while he returned to the reclining chair, drinking wine and continuing to watch the entrance to the underground. After telling Suze everything, he seemed to be much more relaxed than usual. After taking a swig of wine, he suddenly remembered something and took out his phone to dial a number. Before long, the call was answered. Hearing the greeting from the other end, he immediately said, stop with the small talk. Recently, things have been stirring up in Fusang, they've already made moves twice right under my nose. What are you doing? Meditating? Lin Shi said angrily, you've reached max level and you're still meditating? The person on the other end was about to say something but Lin Shi interrupted, saying, go give Fusang a good scare. I know you can't just attack, just intimidate them. Have you almost forgotten the shadow we left them after so many years of not acting? This time, we must do something big. After giving all the instructions, Lin Shi hung up the phone. Meanwhile, Xiaoshu and Yuxing, who had been sent away earlier, returned after completing their tasks, and happened to meet halfway. In the air, they could see the tragic scene below. The location where the Great Xia Spirit Guard camp used to be had been completely flattened. A circular pit several thousand meters wide looked startling. After exchanging serious glances, they flew towards the places they were responsible for. When Xiaoshu was about to reach the Qinglong Beast Master University, his expression suddenly changed, and he flew towards the shadow of a huge tree nearby. As the shadow quickly twisted, he was swiftly engulfed by the shadow of the tree. In the shadow, Fusang's dark guard, Shicheng Meizi, had been waiting there for a long time. Xiaoshu said with an unhappy expression, you've become bolder, huh? Coming to find me so openly, don't forget there's a former principal at the school. After so many dealings with him, do you really have such confidence that he won't see through your little hiding tricks? Shicheng Meizi bowed and apologized, I'm sorry, Xiaojun. We didn't intend to do it this way, but the situation was urgent and we had no choice. What exactly is so urgent? Xiaoshu asked, frowning. Shicheng Meizi hurriedly recounted everything that had happened before. To his surprise, after listening to Xiaoshu, he nodded and said, isn't this quite good? Where's the problem? Shicheng Meizi anxiously said, Xiaojun, the Jin Yufeng bird is dead. This means this path is no longer viable. We can only continue with the original plan to obtain the divine blood. Xiaosu raised his hand to interrupt her and said, regardless of whether the so-called divine beast's blood still exists, or if it has all been used on Xiao Cheng's by Yin Jiaolong, let's talk about Suze's golden feather phoenix. Don't you think your Fusang has a bit too little understanding of demon beasts? Shicheng Meizi, confused, said, I don't understand, I hope Xiaojun can enlighten me. Then she bowed deeply again. Xiaosu had no choice but to explain, perhaps you and Fusang don't understand the divine beast phoenix from the myths of the Xia kingdom. The phoenix undergoes nirvana and is reborn from the ashes, meaning that the phoenix, as a demon beast, does not die easily. The golden feather phoenix that carries the bloodline of the phoenix is the same. Moreover, this is still a good thing for you. A phoenix reborn from the ashes will become stronger than before, with a more refined bloodline power. Then Xiaosu further explained, I asked you to injure them as lightly as possible to prevent you from accidentally killing Suze as well. If that happens, the golden feather phoenix is likely to be erased due to the effect of the contract, losing any chance of rebirth. Upon hearing this, Shicheng Meizi let out a sigh of relief. She then bowed again to Xiaosu and said, Xiaojun, the reason I came to see you so recklessly is that I can't hide my identity for much longer. This time, we have mobilized almost all the forces hidden within the Great Xia for so many years, and it must have already attracted the attention of the Great Xia Spiritual Guard. The remaining ones will be uncovered very soon. Next, it will be a great escape. How many can return will depend on their own fate, and I don't know when we will meet again. I'm afraid our plans will be shelved for a while. But Xiao Su smiled and said, that is not certain. Although I was deliberately sent away by the Jiang family this time, I managed to get some good news while discussing the Beast Master competition with the heads of other universities. As long as we can train Su Zhe into the champion of the competition, we will be able to reap the rewards. Upon hearing this, Shurchang Meizi's bright eyes widened, and after discussing some details with Xiao Su, she finally left satisfied. If she didn't leave now, she might never step foot on Fusong's soil again in her life. After she left, Xiao Su returned to his hurried expression as he rushed back to Beastmaster University. In a sunlit corner of the campus, Lin Shi had just hung up the phone and looked at Xiao Su flying back, revealing a slight smile. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen rushed back to the Jiang family in the imperial capital as fast as he could. He quickly met the ancestor of the Jiang family, who was tending to the flowers and plants. No one knew how old he was, they only knew that everyone in the Jiang family was his descendant. The Jiang family's ancestor had snow-white short hair, bent over with a watering can, watering the flowers and plants, which were thriving, clearly well cared for. Behind him, a group of half-grown children were shaking their heads and reciting the three-character classic. Ancestor. Jiang Chen stepped forward, but was stopped by the ancestor's raised hand as he said, wait a moment, let these children finish reciting before you speak. Jiang Chen then withdrew the foot he had stretched out and quietly waited. Many of these children he had never seen before, even though they were dressed neatly, their faces looked dirty, completely different from the well-raised children of the Jiang family. It seemed these were orphans adopted by the kind-hearted ancestor. Diligence leads to success, playtime brings no benefit. Avoid this, strive earnestly. After the last few sentences were finished, the children excitedly raised their hands, reaching out toward the front. At that moment, the ancestor had finished watering, straightened up, and happily pulled out some candies from his pocket, placing them in their hands. The children instantly cheered with joy. Children are full of energy, unlike me, I'm old and can't do it anymore. The elder of the Jiang family sighed. At this moment, Jiang Chen flattered, saying, Elder, you have white hair but a youthful face, you don't look old at all. What he said was indeed true. Even though the elder of the Jiang family had a head full of white hair, there were no wrinkles on his face, and just by looking at him, he resembled a handsome young man in his 20s or 30s. The elder of the Jiang family patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and said, Ha, you kid said it well. Now, tell me, what is it? He then waved his hand, asking others to take the children away from there. Only then did Jiang Chen feel a bit uneasy and said, Elder. Jiang Tianlong is dead. Chapter 70 Jiang Family Elder. The elder of the Jiang family furrowed his brows tightly, pondering for a moment before seeming to suddenly realize and said, I remember now, it seems to be the child of Jiang Lu's family, right? Jiang Chen nodded and said, that's right, brother Jiang Lu is his grandfather, and young master Tianlong is Jiang Lu's younger son, Jiang Shang's only child. The elder of the Jiang family seemed happy that his memory was intact and continued, you are his ancestor, so you don't need to call him young master. How did he die? What exactly happened? Jiang Chen hesitated a bit and said, Elder, do you really not remember? It was you who asked me to go to Beishir City with Tianlong to bring back the diamond-grade monster that appeared. Hearing this, the elder's expression changed, seemingly having no memory of this matter at all. After Jiang Chen recounted everything, he gradually began to recall. On this matter, you've done quite well. It was Tianlong who was too impulsive, and I didn't expect that the outsider we had carefully nurtured would actually be from Fuso's Dark Guard. It seems we need to carefully check the backgrounds of the orphans we've taken in to prevent something like this from happening again. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement, then asked, by the way, Elder, now that the Golden Feather Phoenix is dead, do we still need to pay attention to that kid? The elder of the Jiang family shook his head with a smile and said, Xiao Chen, I just praised you for being clever, how did you suddenly become foolish? Although the Golden Feather Phoenix is not a phoenix, it still has the phoenix bloodline, it won't be so easy to die. Jiang Chen responded, Elder, do you mean, she has been reborn? Exactly, that is the most likely situation. Then Elder, do we need to organize new personnel to continue to target him? The elder of the Jiang family shook his head and said, no need. From what you just said, it's clear that that kid, like Dragon Master Xiao Chang, has already caught the eye of that old dream demon. In the past, Fuso almost mobilized the whole country to stop Xiao Chang's growth but failed. Although our Jiang family is now flourishing, we cannot compare with a nation's power. Sending you to deal with the dream demon would just be seeking death. Instead, let's wait and see if we can find an opportunity to catch a break under Fuso's Dark Guards. This time they plotted against our Jiang family, we must find a chance to plot back. Jiang Chen nodded repeatedly, then, with a somewhat ugly expression, said, Elder, Tianlong is the most outstanding genius of brother Jiang Lu's lineage. He definitely won't be willing to let his grandson die in such an unclear way. Should we stop him? The elder of the Jiang family thought for a moment and then shook his head, saying, Jiang Lu, besides Tianlong, indeed, there are no more outstanding talents in his lineage. What a pity for Tianlong. I was originally thinking that once we had the diamond-grade monster, we could help Tianlong form a pact, trying to nurture a true 100-level war god belonging to our Jiang family. Now it seems that can only be a luxury. As he spoke, he pruned a lush shrub, saying, if he wants revenge, let him go, it's just right for us to see how. After all these years, how strong is the Dream Demon's battle power after growing old? The ancestor spoke lightly, but Jiangchen couldn't help but shiver beside him. Perhaps to the ancestor, the current Jiang family seems strong, but it is like that bush, too many branches have become a burden, needing to be pruned. This time it is Jiang Lu, next time will it be his turn? While Jiangchen was deep in thought, the ancestor had already finished his work and walked over to rest on the rattan chair woven from vines. Seeing this, Jiangchen quietly retreated. The vines used for weaving the chair were surprisingly still alive, extending from underground to support the ancestor of the Jiang family. Streams of blood-colored energy invisible to the naked eye were extracted by the vines from the ground and sent upwards to be absorbed by the ancestor. His appearance seemed to become even younger, and combined with his withered white hair, he looked quite strange. Suze had stayed in the underground space for 3 whole days, just as he began to doubt whether that tiny flame could help Fengqingyi successfully undergo nirvana. A faint soul communication was transmitted through the contract. Master, are you there? Suze hurried to the furnace and looked at the small bird egg floating in the flames, saying, I'm here. The eggshell had developed fine cracks and seemed ready to break out at any moment. Suze thought that something unexpected might have caused her to fail in breaking the shell. However, he heard Fengqingyi's voice pleasantly come through, Master, where did you find this flame? It's so comfortable. Suze immediately felt a headache. Comfortable? Well, as long as you're happy. When can you achieve nirvana? Fengqingyi replied cheerfully, I can finish nirvana at any time now. But this opportunity is too rare. The power in this flame is very abundant, I can not only absorb it to upgrade but also use the opportunity of nirvana to purify my bloodline. When we beast people are in the egg, everything is not yet formed and is at its most malleable stage. If I finish nirvana now, the absorption effect won't be as good. So I decided to extend my nirvana time and absorb this flame as much as possible. If I succeed, I can enter maturity right after I hatch, she said excitedly. The maturity period for a diamond-grade beast is above level 75. It's a leap of more than 10 levels compared to before nirvana. It's important to note that the higher the level, the harder it is to improve. Breaking through 10 levels consecutively is practically impossible for high-level beasts. This way, Fengqingyi saved several years or even decades of growth time. So Suze no longer urged her. He just asked, how much longer do you think you will need? Fengqingyi thought for a moment and said, at least a month, possibly up to 6 months. 6 months. Suze frowned. The enemies he currently faced were no longer something the Void Spirit Turtle could handle. Even though Suze claimed his diamond-grade beast was dead to the outside world, which deterred many from paying attention, there would always be some who were undeterred and came to test him. For safety's sake, he needed a stronger beast. Suze took out the platinum egg that needed to hatch under strong gravity, this was his reliance. After these days of increasing his mental power level, he had regained another contract slot. He just didn't know where to find a strong gravity field. Before that, Suze first entered the system space. He had recently accumulated 3 gacha opportunities, and he prepared to use them to try his luck. What if he hatches another diamond egg? After all, he now had just 1 more contract slot. Good steel must be used on the blade. As the gacha machine turned, the first 2 times yielded the expected bronze and silver level beast eggs. But the 3rd time, it burst forth with a familiar dazzling white light. Another platinum level? Although it's not the ideal diamond level, it's still good. If an ordinary person heard his words, they would probably spit blood in anger. A platinum level beast still wasn't satisfactory. Suze looked at the new platinum egg and had different thoughts about the one in his hand. Chapter 71 Unexpected Good News. Eaten? Or is that too extravagant? Suddenly, a figure appeared in Suze's mind. Captain Gua has helped me many times, this time, I caused him trouble. How about I give this egg to him? Among the few experts in Beishir City, aside from Xiao Su, whose attitude toward Suze was unclear, the other 2 were very friendly. Now, because of his involvement, Guo Linshan lost his beast. Suze felt uneasy about not helping him. It's settled then. After making the decision, Suze left the underground space. The sun, which he hadn't seen for 3 days, felt very piercing, he couldn't help but close his eyes. Lin Shi still looked lazy, showing no surprise as she watched him come out from underground. What's wrong? Did that little bird successfully undergo nirvana? Suze nodded and said, kind of, but she wants to continue using the fire seed to enhance herself, so she didn't choose to break the shell. Suze didn't hide this, after all, that part of the underground space, including the fire seed, was overseen by Lin Shi. If Fengqingyi wanted to use it for an upgrade, she also needed to inform Lin Shi. Lin Shi nodded and didn't stop him, so why did you come out now? There are many people outside wanting to test if your beast is really dead, or if it's just a rumor. Could it be that you remembered to help me deal with that old man? Let me tell you, in these past few days, it was your little girlfriend who helped you finish your work. Little girlfriend? Suze thought for a moment and guessed that he was referring to Su Yao. And indeed, it was true. Suze hadn't shown up for many days, and the rumors outside stirred up anxieties for Su Yao. Finally, under Su Yiming's hint, she found Lin Shi and had been trying to learn about Suze's news for the past few days. Only after learning that Suze was fine did she breathe a sigh of relief, and as a reward, she now took on all the work in the breeding area. In a little while, she would come over to help after class. Suze thought about notifying Su Yao that he was safe before going to find Guo Linshan, but beside him, Lin Shi, while shaking the recliner, said, "By the way, you just came out, why not go and send Guo Linshan a message?" "Captain Guo? What happened to him?" Suze asked. Lin Shi said, "He has resigned. From today onwards, he is no longer the captain of the Beishir City Dasha Spirit Guard." Suze stared wide-eyed. Why? Could it be that he was blamed by the military headquarters for this incident? That shouldn't be, it's entirely the Jiang family's fault. Lin Shi answered, although the Eastern Legion sent people down to investigate, proving that this incident had nothing to do with Guo Linshan, they also couldn't do anything to the Jiang family and ultimately blamed everything on the Fuso Dark Guards. However, Guo Linshan is indeed older, and he lost his strongest beast this time, making him no longer strong enough to hold the position of team leader. Given Guo Linshan's strength and age, he was already close to the retirement requirements of the Dasha Spirit Guard. This was also why he was so eager to find beast crystals. After this incident, his retirement timeline was officially put on the agenda. Suze could no longer wait for Su Yao. He hurried in the direction of his memories. Without Feng Qingyi's help, his speed slowed down quite a bit. But fortunately, after traveling this route so many times, he had it memorized. In no time, he found the location of the new camp, just to the east of the ruins of the old camp. They built a fully functional camp at military speed in just a few days. Some of the more advanced facilities were still under construction. This time, he didn't encounter anyone watching him, which felt a bit strange. But once he entered the camp, everything made sense. Everyone was gathered together, sending off Guo Linshan. Although he was old, his spirit was strong, but now he looked much older. Dressed in a sharp military uniform, his chest was full of medals. The Great Xia Spirit Guards, these were the soldiers of this world. Guo Linshan immediately noticed Suze as soon as he appeared, and waved his hand, making a way for him. "What are you doing here too? I heard from that old senior that you were in seclusion." In the past few days, Guo Linshan had found the Beast Master University and met Lin Shi. Combining this with the previous incident where the Fusang secret agents fell into a dream in front of him, he quickly guessed Lin Shi's identity. It was precisely because he knew Lin Shi was protecting Suze that he could retire with peace of mind. Guo Linshan gently ruffled Suze's hair like a senior. He was truly satisfied with Suze, especially since he had no children of his own. Suze was slightly moved by this gesture. Seeing this, Guo Linshan laughed and said, "Why the long face? I have good news for you, and the entire Great Xia only we spirit guards know it." Suze looked up, really unsure what kind of news could make him happy in this situation. Until Guo Linshan said, "The Futishan in Fusang has erupted." Unlike the last time with the Tianyun volcano, there were no casualties, but they suffered heavy losses, with several secret agent squads destroyed. How satisfying. Back when they plotted against Tianyun volcano, everyone was so helpless, and now they have their day too. This news truly lifted the shadow from Suze's heart. For the people of Great Xia, nothing could be more uplifting than seeing Fusang suffer a setback. However, although Futishan was much more active than Tianyun volcano, it shouldn't have erupted yet. Could it be that? Suze looked at Guo Linshan, who also had a smile on his face, and whispered in his ear, "The Fusang secret agents have plotted against us so many times, do they really think the Great Xia Spirit Guards are pushovers? This operation is led by Lord Xiao Chang, and our Eastern Legion is in charge of the revenge operation, with the goal of igniting Futishan, not for any other reason. It's a pity I was caught up in this, otherwise, I might have had a hand in it." Suze raised his head suddenly, not expecting that even a level 100 war god would make a move. It seemed that simply igniting Futishan might not be enough. But what he didn't know was that Xiao Chang hadn't made a move at all. He was simply riding on the Baiyun Jiaolong, circling around the entire Fusang archipelago a few times. Everyone on the island was restless because of this. Their emperor and the high-ranking members of the Fusang secret agents took out all 3 divine weapons, ready for any situation. While all attention was focused on Xiao Chang, the Great Xia Spirit Guards could take action. And at the moment Futishan erupted, Xiao Chang casually said one sentence, "Taking a walk after dinner really helps with digestion. Well, Biyun, let's go back." Then he went away with long strides. After Xiao Chang left, the others from Fusang didn't dare to relax for a long time, fearing he would come back for a surprise attack. It wasn't until they confirmed that Xiao Chang would not return that they took measures to respond to the volcanic eruption. It was precisely because of this that such huge casualties occurred. After all, the sacrificial spirit of the Great Xia Spirit Guard is something they can never learn. Chapter 72, A Place of Darkness. Guo Linshan said with great joy, I didn't expect to hear such good news right before I left my job. It's worth it. Then he waved his hand and said, everyone, don't see me off, all good things must come to an end. The crowd unwillingly said, Captain. I am no longer your captain. In a few days, a new captain will arrive. Then he looked at Su Zhe with some worry and whispered, from the internal news I received, it seems someone from the Jiang family is very eager to take my position, clearly aiming at you. I have tried my best to stop it, but the results are still uncertain. You should be careful. Su Zhe nodded upon hearing this. This was the thing Guo Linshan was most worried about, but thinking of Su Zhe's teacher, he finally relaxed. The crowd sent him to the camp entrance, and just as they wanted to take another step out, they were loudly scolded by Guo Linshan. What are you doing? Don't forget your identities, your responsibilities. Since you all just acknowledged me as your captain, I will give my last order, all of you return to your posts. Yes, everyone responded loudly. Only Su Zhe was still following behind Guo Linshan. Don't forget, even though I have joined the Great Xia Spirit Guard, you said yourself before graduation that I do not need to carry out any orders or tasks. Guo Linshan didn't say anything else. The two walked to a secluded place, and Guo Linshan finally turned back and said, You kid are following me so closely for no reason, you must have something to say, go on. He deliberately led the way to a place without people, wanting to see what Su Zhe was really up to. Su Zhe mysteriously took out an egg from his pocket, and Guo Linshan had seen this move of Su Zhe's during previous battles. Even now, he was still very surprised. How did he manage to hide a head-sized egg in his thin clothes? Could it be that he had an incredibly rare space-type beast? Before Guo Linshan could react, Su Zhe stuffed the egg into his hand. Captain Guo, no, should I call you Old Guo now? This is a farewell gift for you, please accept it. Guo Linshan was different from Wang Zi, he had also been in contact with golden-level beast eggs. So as soon as he held it, he could feel that this egg's level was even higher than golden level. Does that mean this is a platinum-level monster egg? No, this farewell gift is too precious. You have just lost your beast, and this can just come in handy. Guo Linshan shook his head repeatedly, wanting to shove the egg back to Su Zhe. But Su Zhe jumped back and did not accept it. Old Guo, just keep it. Don't worry about me, I have something better. Something better? Guo Linshan looked at him in confusion. Could there be something better than platinum level? Is it possible that his diamond level beast did not die? Guo Linshan was shocked but didn't ask further. He knew he couldn't expose this until Su Zhe had enough strength. But he still refused, this monster egg would be a waste for you to give me. The death of the armored rock rhinoceros has seriously damaged my mental strength from the contract, and now I cannot contract another beast, not even a newly hatched one. So even if you don't want to contract this egg, you can exchange it for training resources. In order to quickly improve his strength to deal with the trouble from the Jiang family. Su Zhe shook his head and continued, Old Guo, I don't know how to explain this to you. But my beast egg is different from other beast eggs. As long as you can fulfill the conditions for its hatching, making it successfully hatch will complete the contract. Oh? Guo Linshan looked at Su Zhe with suspicion. He had lived for more than half a century and had never heard of such a thing. However, if this is true, Guo Linshan also realized that this was a huge secret. Su Zhe telling him meant he trusted him. So he no longer doubted it. Seeing this, Su Zhe continued to persuade him, Old Guo, you just said, I've now got this giant Jiang family watching me. I'm an orphan without any backing, only you have been helping me, so giving you this egg is not just helping you, it's helping me too. I'll wait for you to break through and come back stronger to help me. With Su Zhe saying this, how could Guo Linshan refuse again? After successfully transferring the beast egg through the blood ritual, Su Zhe suddenly said, by the way, I forgot to tell you, Old Guo, this egg has very strict hatching conditions. It needs to be hatched in a strong gravity environment, and the stronger the gravity, the stronger the beast's strength and potential will be. I can't find a place like that. But Guo Linshan said quite easily, if it's just that, then it won't be hard for me at all. Don't forget, my armored rock rhinoceros is a rock-type beast, controlling gravity is a major characteristic of rock-type beasts. In my youth, there was a place where I trained that meets your requirements. Hearing this, Su Zhe smiled and nodded. He knew he had not found the wrong person. He didn't know what to do with the egg if it stayed with him. If he sold it, what if the Jiang family bought it and it became his trouble? Then, Old Guo, I'll be waiting for your good news. Guo Linshan nodded, and his hunched back straightened again. This was also his opportunity. A platinum-level beast would take his beast-taming career to the next level, far more useful than a beast crystal core. After the two parted ways, Su Zhe returned to beast-taming university. Su Yao had already arrived on time. Seeing her wearing the work clothes he had brought her, feeding the beasts in the pungent place, Su Zhe rushed over. "Brother Su Zhe? You really are back." Su Yao smiled and said when she saw Su Zhe, "Teacher Lin, she let me work for a few days, he really didn't lie to me." Su Zhe took the feed bucket from her hand and said, "Don't trust that drunk." Although at first, when he learned Lin Shi's true identity, Su Zhe respected him for a few days, thinking his current sloppy appearance was just a disguise. But as he learned more, Su Zhe discovered that this was his true unreliable nature. Plus, his parents' disappearance also had something to do with him, so Su Zhe's respect faded a lot. After quickly comforting the starving beasts, Su Zhe reported back to Su Yao, sharing selected parts of what had happened so she wouldn't worry too much. However, regarding Feng Qingyi, he consistently said externally that she had died. This would avoid many troubles. Upon hearing Su Zhe confirm it, deep sorrow appeared in Su Yao's eyes. Although Feng Qingyi was a beast, she had lived with Su Yao in human form for several days, and in Su Yao's heart, she already regarded her as a younger sister. After comforting Su Yao, Su Zhe told her to wait for a while. Then he found someone who seemed to be lying on a chair with closed eyes, appearing to be asleep. In fact, Lin Shi had been secretly peeking over with a narrowed gaze. "Teacher, have you seen enough?" Lin Shi pouted and said, "It's boring. Your parents must have already gone through everything that should happen when they were your age." Lin Shi was not only the supervisor of Su Lin and his wife during their time as researchers, but also their teacher during their school years. So what he said wasn't entirely baseless. Ahem. Su Zhe coughed twice to indicate that he didn't want to hear gossip about his parents. Then he continued, "Teacher, I need your help with something." "What help?" Su Zhe took out the platinum egg he just drew today and said, "Help me take it to the dark and dull place." Chapter 73, Shadow Realm. Platinum egg hatching conditions. Hatching in a dark and dull environment. The darker the place, the stronger the dark offspring born. This was the hatching condition for the second platinum beast egg that Su Zhe drew. If Su Zhe had no clue about the strong gravitational environment required for the previous egg, then he indeed had some leads on the dark and dull place needed for this one. This was also why he chose to give the previous egg to Guo Linshan and kept this one for himself. Dark and dull place? Are you talking about the Shadow Realm? What are you going there for? Lin Shi said lazily. That's right, the reason Su Zhe sought out Lin Shi was that the Shadow Realm, where his Nightmare Lord resided, was the perfect fit for a dark and dull place. The Shadow Realm was different from the Beast World. It was not another complete world independent of this one. Rather, it was part of the world, its dark side, and could also be understood as the shadow of the world. Every object's shadow served as the entrance to the Shadow Realm. Dark-type beasts could enter the Shadow Realm through shadows to hide their forms, which was also a common tactic used by the Fusang Shadows. Lin Shi's Nightmare Lord was a dual-attribute beast of dark and mental properties. So he could let the Nightmare Lord divide a clone to hide in Su Zhe's shadow and protect him. Dark-type beasts were relatively rare, and it was said that the Fusang Shadows reached some kind of deal with the Shadow Realm to obtain enough Dark-type beasts. But besides that, the only other person Su Zhe had encountered who owned a Dark-type beast was Lin Shi. So if he wanted to go to the Shadow Realm to hatch the platinum egg, he must ask Lin Shi for help. Facing Lin Shi's question, Su Zhe took out the platinum egg and replied, "I need to increase my strength." Lin Shi gave him a somewhat surprised look but did not say much. He just stood up from the reclining chair and swayed, saying, "Let's go, follow me inside." Seeing this, Su Zhe hurriedly followed him, while Su Yao wanted to come along but was stopped by Su Zhe, saying, "I'm fine, wait outside for a bit." Her strength was too weak now and it was inconvenient for her to get involved in Su Zhe's battle. The less she knew, the better. "All right." Su Yao stopped, somewhat aggrieved. Su Zhe noticed and apologetically ruffled her hair. Once inside, Lin Shi didn't waste time. His shadow suddenly came to life and wrapped around their feet. This was another advantage of dark-type beasts. They could stay in the Shadow Realm to increase their power without needing to enter their Beastmaster's space. It greatly reduced the time required for Beastmasters to summon their beasts. As Lin Shi's shadow spread out beneath their feet, the solid ground suddenly turned as fluid as water, causing the two to fall through instantly. The moment the sensation of weightlessness hit, Su Zhe hadn't even had the chance to scream before he felt his feet touch the ground, landing steadily. Phew! Did we arrive? Is this the Shadow Realm? Su Zhe looked around. Compared to the surrounding reality, it was indeed much darker. In the sky, a dim sun, like a dead thing, cast an extremely cold light, making the Shadow Realm not entirely dark. The Shadow Realm also had many plants, but the branches, resembling dead trees, were all twisted and deformed. From time to time, a large vertical pupil would open in the trunk, staring intently at the person watching it. Strange and terrifying. He turned to look at Lin Shi and found that the other person still wore an unaffected expression. Of course, he must have entered the Shadow Realm countless times. By his side, the Nightmare Lord finally revealed its true appearance within the Shadow Realm. Unlike the indescribable black monster covered in tentacles that Suzy had imagined. He looked just like Linchi, but much darker than him, a human. Like Linchi's shadow. What's there to be surprised about? Linchi instructed, looking at Suzy, your diamond-level demon beast can take human form right after birth. Although Nightmare is a platinum-level demon beast, it's an even higher level, so transforming is normal, isn't it? It's just that when Nightmare transformed, he chose the form that was closest to me. A platinum-level demon beast's bloodline is just one level lower than a diamond level, although it cannot transform, communicating with humans right after birth is not a problem. But to transform, it must be completely mature. This means, the Nightmare Lord's level reaches the platinum upper limit of level 90. Linchi is also very likely a level 90 Beast Master. As the president of the Qinglong Beast Master University, he was once the strongest in Beishan City. Now, Xiaosu, Guolinshan, and Yuxinhua seem to be quite far from Linchi. What are you still dazed about? The Shadow Realm has already brought you here, hurry up and do what you need to do, Linchi urged from the side. Humans can't stay in the Shadow Realm for too long, he is not one of those dark guards from Fusang whose bodies and minds have already been eroded by shadows. But Suzy awkwardly said, Teacher Linchi, isn't there still a glimmer of light in the Shadow Realm? He pointed at the sky and said, that sun, although dim, indeed brings light to the Shadow Realm, it is not the dull and lifeless place I want to find. Linchi laughed and said, you are very mistaken, have you heard of extreme opposites must meet? The Shadow Realm is the place with the richest and most abundant dark elements is the reason for the birth of that sun. But on the contrary, it does not represent light, but the purest darkness. Suzy nodded at this, but he was also unsure if this truly met the conditions for hatching the platinum egg. Seeing this, Linchi said, if you are looking for the darkest place, I happen to know of a location, it is a fragment that fell from the dark sun of the Shadow Realm. Because it has broken away from the dark sun, it cannot meet the condition of extremes turning into opposites, becoming pure darkness. Suzy quickly nodded, and Linchi let the Nightmare Lord, who looked exactly like him, lead the way. The place Linchi mentioned was not far. Soon, Suzy saw what he called the ultimate darkness. It was like a giant black meteor, as large as a 6-story building, devouring all surrounding light. Besides darkness, there were no better words to describe it. Yet, within such a dark meteor, many flat humanoid figures with extended tentacles came and went, like busy bees gathering honey. Upon closer inspection, one would find that 2 of its longest tentacles indeed resembled bees grasping pollen, tightly holding onto some colorful or murky halos. Suzy turned around and glanced at the Nightmare Lord, whose features were very similar to the Nightmare avatar hidden in his shadow back then. Sure enough, the usually silent Nightmare Lord spoke, this is my home, they are all nightmares, my children. Chapter 74, the system showed its flaws. The Nightmare Lord is not only his race but also his status. He is the king of the Nightmare race in the Shadow Realm. Ordinary nightmares are silver-level beasts, with a few reaching gold level, which can be distinguished by their size. He has reached the platinum level, making him the most special existence among nightmares, which is the Nightmare Lord. Seeing the return of the Nightmare Lord, the other nightmares respectfully came forward to welcome him. Their bloodlines and levels were not enough, so they could not speak. But they humbly presented the most beautiful dreams and the worst nightmares to the Nightmare Lord. They do not care about good dreams or nightmares, the strongest and most real emotions hidden in dreams are what they love the most. For them, the rest is just a matter of taste. For the Lord's contractor, Lin Shi, the nightmare showed the same respect, but they were a bit cold towards Suzy, however, he did not mind. Suzy was just curious, as a human beast master, how could the Nightmare Lord manage a whole group? As if seeing Suzy's doubt, Lin Shi explained, this is also an advantage of dark attribute beasts compared to other beasts. Usually, after contracting, ordinary beasts can only reside in their master's beast space. But because dark attribute beasts can stay in the Shadow Realm, they can continue to operate their power before the contract. He added, for ordinary beasts, one of the reasons they are willing to contract and become human beast masters is that the beast space created by the contract is very helpful for their level upgrades. But dark attribute beasts are different, they only have the fastest upgrade speed in the Shadow Realm, which makes them hard to be tamed. I initially signed an equal contract with the Nightmare due to some coincidences, but I have no way to help its kin, otherwise, I could help the Dasha Spirit Guards cultivate a team with hidden capabilities not weaker than the Fusang Shadow Guards. The Nightmare beside him said, Master, I respect my kin's choice. Lin Shi said, don't worry, I don't blame you, I'm just very curious how that group of Fusang Shadow Guards managed to do it. Over the years, he also tried to find traces of the Fusang Shadow Guards in the Shadow Realm but found nothing. Although there is some connection between the Shadow Realms, like all shining under a dark sun. Each Shadow Realm formed by a shadow also has unbreakable boundaries. So unless by chance they hid together in a shadow, even Lin Shi would find it difficult to see them in the Shadow Realm. After their small talk, Suzy obtained the Nightmare Group's permission to place the beast egg in their home, the center of the dark sun. The pure dark attribute of the Dark Sun made the dual attribute nightmares feel very comfortable living there, even increasing their upgrade speed significantly. So generally, they wouldn't allow other creatures to approach. But Suze was a guest brought by the Lord, and it was just an egg, which probably wouldn't consume much power from the Dark Sun. That's what the nightmares thought. They even took the initiative to help Suze bring the platinum egg into the center of the Dark Sun. After all, for humans, such pure dark attributes are hard for their bodies to endure. Only the Nightmare Lord, resembling Linshi, looked at that egg thoughtfully. The aura of that egg feels somewhat familiar. Like an existence that shares my rank. The Nightmare Lord, as one of the lords of the Shadow Realm, is a special platinum beast with dual attributes. Except for being unable to break through level 90, it is not weaker than diamond-level beasts. Not only is it unaffected by bloodline suppression, but even at the same level, a diamond-level beast might not necessarily win against it. However, diamond-level beasts can break through the level 90 barrier, and the difference in strength is like heaven and earth. Especially after level 95, it is said that every level up means a complete transformation, and power increases exponentially. So although the egg in Suze's hand is just a platinum egg, the fact that it makes the Nightmare Lord feel threatened shows that it possesses strength comparable to diamond beasts before level 90. Ordinary platinum beasts find it hard to achieve that. Where did he get this beast egg? The Nightmare Lord and the Master Lin Shi shared the same doubt. At this moment, not long had passed since the platinum egg was placed into the Dark Sun fragment. Not sure if it was an illusion, Suze felt that it seemed to have shrunk a circle. After a few more minutes, Suze rubbed his eyes. This doesn't seem like a hallucination. The Nightmare Lord also noticed this and hurriedly let the other nightmares escape. All subjects, come out from the Dark Sun. A mass of dark, human-shaped tentacles surged out, instantly filling the surroundings. They didn't forget to bring out the food they had stored. Strange dreams continuously flashed before Suze's eyes. He also noticed that one golden-level nightmare stored beautiful dreams, and they were pleasant dreams that combine love and action. Such unique taste, is this why it can evolve into a golden nightmare? Suze couldn't help but comment. But then he felt many sinister auras locking onto him. Suze looked around at the nightmares staring at him like human shadows and awkwardly scratched his head. He didn't expect this egg hatching to cause such a big commotion. The last time he hatched a diamond-level egg, it only shook a volcano. After some more time, the Dark Sun fragment had shrunk by more than a third. Many nightmare faces had already started to frown. What was once a spacious area for them had now become cramped after redistribution. If not for the Lord intimidating them, they might have already fought with Suze. And what made them unable to accept even more was that the Dark Sun fragment was still shrinking. Just when the size of the fragment was close to half, suddenly a crisp sound of an eggshell cracking echoed throughout the silent Shadow Realm. Finally over. The many nightmares exchanged glances, feeling relieved. Though their living space had shrunk significantly, nightmares can transform into shadow-like beings as thin as paper, and they could still stack themselves inside. Then they heard an overly excited and piercing wolf howl. Awoo! From the Dark Sun fragment suddenly appeared a shadowy and towering wolf figure. It let out an extremely excited howl towards the Dark Sun in the sky. Then, it started to lower its head to gnaw at the remaining Dark Sun fragment. The nightmares could no longer tolerate it. If this continued, their home would really be demolished. They were just about to fly over and teach the just-hatched mysterious beast a lesson when they were stopped by the Lord. The Nightmare Lord looked at Suze, who was also wearing a happy face, and said with confusion, that is, the Shadow Moon Wolf King, one of the strongest Lord-level beasts in the Shadow Realm, powerful and unique. It is said that the old Wolf King was attacked not long ago. Before dying, he condensed his bloodline into a beast egg to give birth. When his enemies found it, they couldn't discover it. Why is it here with you now? The Nightmare Lord's question left Suze stunned. It seemed he had caught the system in a slip. System, what's going on? Are all the capsules I draw every day actually brought over from somewhere else by you? Suze asked in the system space. But it was clear that the system would not give him any answer. And now, Suze had to rely on the system, so he couldn't afford to offend it, so he didn't dare to press too hard. He could only keep this question in his heart and endure it for now. Since Suze didn't answer, Lin Shi and the Nightmare Lord did not continue to ask. The shadows and the shards of the Dark Sun still gnawed incessantly, making the nightmarish creatures anxious, yet they did not dare to step forward to stop it due to their lord's obstruction. They could only watch helplessly as the already small shards of the Dark Sun became even smaller. Soon, it was gnawed down to 1/5 of its original size, and then the wolf figure finally stopped, letting out a loud belch. This made the nightmares even more restless, jumping up and down, until the Nightmare Lord finally told them to return. In an instant, the nightmares flocked over, and then they looked at the broken shards of the Dark Sun in front of them, wanting to cry but with no tears. It wasn't just eating, it also involved tearing apart. The remaining shards were also broken into pieces, and it was impossible to settle there again. At this moment, the Nightmare Lord spoke. No need to be so depressed, we can just move to another place. We nightmares are dual attribute monsters, and the dark sun is the purest dark attribute. In the short term, it can indeed speed up our leveling, but in the long run, attribute imbalance can actually be harmful. Because of this, he had long wanted to move the nightmares, and today happened to give him this opportunity. Although other nightmares were still somewhat reluctant, they understood that what their lord said was true. The dark attribute overshadowed the mental attribute, making it difficult for them to enter human dreams for food now. Compared to hunger, a slightly worse living environment was nothing. After eating and drinking enough, the Shadow Moon Wolf King, which had just hatched, also walked out from the dark sun. Although it had just hatched for a short while, perhaps due to absorbing enough energy during the hatching process, it directly skipped the weak infancy period and entered the growth phase. Is this the Shadow Moon Wolf King? No wonder it is a lord-level beast like you, it really is very impressive. Lin Shi exclaimed while drinking. The Nightmare Lord beside him was also very interested. He was originally just an ordinary nightmare, but after being contracted by Lin Shi, he broke the shackles step by step, and through some opportunities, he purified his bloodline, gaining his current lord-level strength. Therefore, he had not had the chance to fight with other Shadow Realm lords, but learned some information from his subjects, more or less. Now, he couldn't help but look at the Shadow Moon Wolf King a few more times, but the Shadow Moon Wolf King was still very small compared to him. Only Suze listened to their praise and looked at the Shadow Moon Wolf King, who confidently walked towards him with wise eyes, wearing a strange expression. Impressive? Did you make a mistake? Isn't this just a slightly larger husky? Indeed, in Suze's eyes, the so-called Wolf King was just a husky in appearance. It was even a purebred husky with 3 flames and blue eyes. Combined with its recent behavior of tearing apart the Nightmare's home, there was no mistake, this was definitely a husky. The husky, with its full belly, walked up to Suze and spoke with wise eyes. Are you my master? Burp so weak. Familiar with being looked down upon by high-level beasts, this time Suze directly covered his face, unable to bear to look. The face of this Siberian husky came close, and the more I looked, the wiser it appeared. Taking this magical beast out, wouldn't it just be foolish to make its opponent die? He sighed, checking the panel of the Shadow Moon Wolf King. Race, Shadow Moon Wolf King. Bloodline, Platinum level, can be upgraded. Level 46. Skills, Shadow Stealth, Shadow Moon Wolf Howl, Shadow Prison, Shadow Pounce. Talent skill, Moon Devour. 46 levels? This Siberian husky has such a high level? Looking at the Shadow Moon Wolf King's data, Suze couldn't help but exclaim. Generally, platinum level magical beasts only hatch between 20 and 30 levels, and only under excellent hatching conditions can they exceed 30 levels. Yet the Shadow Moon Wolf King, which looks just like a Siberian husky, reached a high level of 46 right after hatching, leaving Suze astonished. After looking at the talent skill Moon Devour, he understood what was happening. Moon Devour allows the Shadow Moon Wolf King to directly consume enemies in battle, and also lets it devour power to level up quickly. It had just used the Moon Devour skill to swallow the massive Dark Sun fragment down to just 1/5. However, this skill also has a drawback. After consuming enough, it enters a long cooldown period, during which it can't level up at the normal speed of magical beasts. So in a way, the Moon Devour skill borrows time from the future for fast leveling. The purpose is to allow the Shadow Moon Wolf King to instantly level up to deal with sudden dangers. Right now, what Suze needed most was timely battle power, which was really suitable. Even its Siberian husky face seemed much more pleasing to him. Overall, using the Moon Devour skill is still much faster than the typical magical beast's leveling speed. As for the Shadow Moon Wolf King being as unruly as Fengqingyi with experience, Suze went ahead and playfully rubbed its head. He rubbed until it was panting with its tongue out, wagging its tail, and finally rolled over, exposing its belly. Suze said proudly, "Little one, I may not have experience raising birds, but I have plenty of experience raising dogs." Once he withdrew his hand, the Shadow Moon Wolf King reluctantly flipped over and countered, "I'm a noble and free wolf, not a dog." Looking at its happily wagging tail behind it, Suze felt it was not convincing at all. Alright, since your magical beast egg has hatched, let's leave the Shadow Realm as soon as possible. After all, this is not a place for normal humans. Lin Shi said at this moment. Suze nodded. Lin Shi was speaking directly to him. His level was high, and he wasn't afraid of the shadow elements in the Shadow Realm, but Suze was already feeling quite uncomfortable. He nodded back, no problem. Then he prepared to leave. The Shadow Moon Wolf King should be fine with the nightmares taking care of it in the Shadow Realm. But the Shadow Moon Wolf King followed behind Suze. "Master, don't leave me behind. I feel like those nightmares are going to eat me, it's too dangerous. And my bloodline memory tells me that there are enemies chasing me in the Shadow Realm, staying here isn't safe. Anyway, after using Moon Devour, it doesn't matter where I train, so I might as well go hide with you in the real world." Suze thought it made sense and took it into the Beast Master space. Now that Fengqingyi wasn't around, no one was occupying his Beast Master space. Then Lin Shi led him to the place they came from, as if passing through a black water curtain. When he opened his eyes again, they were back in the real world, even in the same spot. After sending them back, the Nightmare Lord faded back into the shadows, and Suze knew it returned to the Shadow Realm. But as long as Lin she summoned, he could immediately come out of the fantasy world to fight. Suze just steadied himself, wanting to go out and greet Su Yao, when he heard that the breeding area, which no one usually wanted to come to, seemed especially lively today. Su Yao, everyone outside says he's finished, so just forget about him. Chapter 76, Has he always been this brave? The fantasy world is part of the real world, so their time flows in sync. The longer Suze stayed in the fantasy world, the longer Su Yao stayed in reality. Not long after Suze and Lin Shi left, a few people came over, pinching their noses. They were all Su Yao's admirers, but anyone could see her attitude towards Suze. When Suze was famous, everyone knew he had a diamond-level beast. Later, he even defeated the school teacher in one hit, making these people give up their hopes. Before long, news came that Suze's diamond-level beast was killed. Then the news got more outrageous, and now it's even said that he himself was ruined because of a backlash from the contract. At first, everyone was still somewhat doubtful, but as the outside news became more and more heated, and Suze never stood up for himself, they had already confirmed it in their hearts. What they didn't know was that at that time, Suze was guarding Fengqingyi to complete her rebirth and had no idea what rumors were spreading outside. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care because he had asked Guo Linshan to help spread the news himself. At that time, other than the great Xia spirit guards, most people had already died. If Guo Linshan had instructed them to keep quiet, probably very few people would know about it. However, Suze insisted that Guo Linshan help spread the word about him losing his diamond-level beast as much as possible. The more people who knew, the better. This would dispel most people's secret attention on him. Of course, this was only most, not all. Like the old ancestor of the Jiang family in Shaosu, who had a wide circle, could guess. Just dissipating the attention of those big figures, however, made some smaller ones more daring, like Su Yao's admirers. Su Yao, the breeding area is so dirty, how can you work here? It can't be true what others say, that you're working to help that Suze kid's teacher, right? He's finished and isn't worthy of you doing this for him. That's right, how dare the old man in the breeding area order you around? Should we help you teach him a lesson? Smack! Before they could finish, Su Yao slammed the iron bucket in her hand hard onto the ground. Her cool voice tinged with anger said, "Who told you that my brother Suze is finished? Come out. Old man, I want to order an extra meal today." Then he pushed Suze out. Seeing Suze suddenly appear, the few people who had just been boasting took a step back in unison, then pretended to be calm. Su Yao was also stunned for a moment, then walked to Suze's side with a red face and whispered like a mosquito, "Brother Suze, when did you show up?" "Just now, did you hear everything?" Suze nodded, looking at Su Yao, who stood up for him, with a gratified expression. But Su Yao just wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide herself. Why did she have to be heard? Her ladylike image was ruined by that shout of old lady. Her charming appearance not only captivated Suze but also her many pursuers. But when she thought this posture was not to show off for herself, she began to feel angry and embarrassed. "Suze! I heard your beast encounter some problems," the leader, a rather hefty and steady man named Zhuhi, asked tentatively. Suze directly and openly nodded, replying, "That's right, I was plotted against by the Fusang Dark Guards, and my beast died in battle." "You shouldn't be unaware, right?" Hearing Suze admit it, the few people exchanged glances, immediately getting intoxicated by what they thought was confidence. Zhuhi was the first to speak. "Suze, since you know you're already a waste now, don't harass Su Yao anymore, you're not worthy." Su Yao was just about to throw caution to the wind to defend Suze again when she was pulled behind him. He spoke with an unfriendly gaze. "Not worthy? Then who is?" "You." Unexpectedly, Zhuhi nodded without self-awareness, saying, "Well, more than you." Suze was so angry he laughed, pointing at the innocent black-scaled pig happily eating nearby. "Worthy? I think you'd be quite suitable for breeding with it." The fat man already minded being compared to a pig, let alone breeding. Zhuhi immediately got angry. "Waste, this is your own fault." As he spoke, he summoned his beast, a short but stocky dog-like monster. He hadn't even mastered weaponizing his beast, charging directly at Suze with both man and beast. Suze was unwilling to show weakness and summoned his phantom spirit turtle, pointing forward and saying, "Water gun blast." A stream of water, much thicker than before, shot out quickly, sending both man and beast flying away. Even though he was quite hefty, he was still pushed back over 10 meters, accurately landing in front of the black-scaled pig's trough. The black-scaled pig, enjoying its meal, licked Zhuhi's face a few times, scaring him so much that he screamed and fainted. Suze looked at the remaining few people trembling with fear and asked, "Has he always been this brave? Even though I'm down a beast, my level crushes his by more than 10 levels, and he dares to attack?" Everyone had a sorrowful look, their expressions extremely unpleasant. The outside world was spreading that Suze had lost his beast and was useless. How could this rumor be half true and half false? Forget it, if you don't want to see him left here for breeding, then take him and roll. Suze waved his hand, turning to walk back into the house. The others immediately breathed a sigh of relief, rushing to help Juhi, but they couldn't pull him up at once. Fearing that any delay might lead Suze to come back and teach them another lesson, they hurriedly slapped Juhi several times to wake him up. Juhi woke up in a daze, and the pain made him cover his swollen face, recalling everything that happened before, then began to flee while being supported, shouting, Just wait, my brother will take revenge for me. Inside the house, Suze smiled upon hearing this, knowing it wouldn't be that simple. Chapter 77 Beast Competition. Even among the first-year freshmen of the Beast University, Juhi's strength. It's not really something exceptional. Although the outside world is saying that his beast has died in battle and his strength has greatly diminished, it shouldn't be looked down upon to this extent, right? So from the beginning, he suspected that someone was behind encouraging Juhi, and it seems that it could indeed be the brother he mentioned. What kind of person is Juhi's brother? He seems very confident. Suze asked curiously. Unexpectedly, Suyao nodded to indicate that she knew. You haven't really attended a few good classes at school, so you don't know. His brother, Juji, is also a figure of legend at school, the top student of 3 years ago. Of course, back then he was not as famous as you are now. Suze understood. It's rare for someone of his age to have contracted a diamond-level beast. And the only one who contracted a diamond-level beast and wiped out an entire team of Fusong secret guards in front of everyone was him. This kind of fame is probably unmatched by anyone in the future. The surname Zhu. I remember one of the 4 great families is the Zhu family. Could he be one of them? Being targeted by the Jiang family was already enough for Suze to worry, and now another Zhu family is coming. Even Lin Shi might find it hard to handle. Lin Shi walked out from inside and said, he is indeed part of the Zhu family, but you don't need to worry too much. He is from the Zhu family in Beishan City. There is also a Zhu family in Beishan City? Suze asked in confusion. Lin Shi explained, that's right, unlike Jiang family, which is a newly emerging clan lacking heritage, the other 3 families have existed in Daxia for hundreds or even thousands of years, and who knows how many generations they have produced. Among these people, there are always some talented ones who establish their own family. They may consider themselves as branch members of the Emperor Capital Zhu family, but whether the Zhu family acknowledges them is uncertain, unless someone capable enough appears to catch their attention. Suze nodded. With the speed of human reproduction, plus the painful tradition of polygamy from hundreds of years ago, who knows how many people have descended? If counted properly, perhaps over half of the national population could connect some bloodline relation to these few great families, which definitely can't be recognized entirely. Since it's not the Emperor Capital Zhu family targeting him, Suze sighed in relief. But he still curiously asked, he got accepted 3 years ago, so he should be a senior now, right? Isn't he graduating yet? Not graduating means not breaking through level 20, so it's not a concern. But Suya shook her head and said, to my knowledge, he could already defeat the school's teachers in practical classes during his junior year. The practical class teachers at the Beast Master University start at level 30, and he reached that level a year ago, but why hasn't he graduated yet? Logically, it seems that the school wouldn't have much to teach him anymore. Suze frowned, genuinely finding it hard to understand. Lin Shi wobbled over and lay down on the rocking chair, saying, his strength has indeed met the graduation requirements, but he doesn't want to miss the Beast Master competition held once every 10 years. Beast Master competition? Suze recalled hearing this term before. Xiaosu left Beishan City to discuss matters in the Emperor capital, which gave the Jiang family an opportunity to act. Now it seems they didn't specifically transfer Xiaosu away, but rather took advantage of this opportunity intentionally. What is this Beast Master competition? Suze asked curiously. Lin Shi took a sip of wine and said comfortably, this Beast Master competition is actually a chance for young Beast Masters to showcase their strength. Held once every 10 years, the best students from 5 Beast Master universities will gather in one place. There will be a competition, and the winner will receive a generous reward. What kind of reward? It's enough to make them pay such attention. Suze's eyes lit up as he spoke. Lin Shi replied, the rewards are different each time. Last time, there were 3 platinum-level beast eggs. Is that all? Suze shook his head in disappointment. Unknowingly, it seemed that his chances of getting good items had increased as his level rose, and he felt he had been winning more often lately. Just from platinum eggs, he had drawn 2 already. 3 platinum beast eggs were rewards he really didn't find impressive. Lin Shi seemed to sense Suze's waning interest and continued, but according to the time frame, this time the reward should be the same as 60 years ago, a phoenix tree fruit. Phoenix tree fruit? Suze knew what the phoenix tree was. Although it was also called the phoenix tree, with the saying of phoenix perching on the tree, in the end, it was just an ordinary street tree. But since it could serve as the final prize for the Beast Master competition, this phoenix fruit must be extraordinary. Just as he was about to ask more, he heard Lin Shi say, actually, it's nothing special. It's just that this fruit has the effect of purifying bloodlines. It's said to have a certain probability of helping beasts break their limits, and even diamond-level beasts can benefit from it. Of course, only the first fruit is effective. Suze understood and was intrigued. What does breaking limits mean? It means it can transform a platinum beast, originally capped at level 90, into a diamond beast capped at level 100. He was targeted by the Jiang family because he had a diamond beast, so they would certainly place great importance on this phoenix fruit too. Moreover, as he understood now, there were classifications within diamond-level beasts, categorized by the level and concentration of their divine beast bloodline. His golden feather phoenix was among the higher tier, as it had the bloodline of the heavenly divine beast, the phoenix, which could upgrade to level 100. Xiao Chang's azure cloud dragon also had a top-tier dragon bloodline and could easily reach level 100. But for ordinary diamond-level beasts, after level 95, each level was a hurdle. So this phoenix fruit would still hold significance for diamond-level beasts. Since there was an opportunity to compete for such a rare treasure, Zhuji naturally didn't want to simply pass by. But the question was, why was he eyeing Suze? Was it a lack of self-confidence in his own strength, feeling that he couldn't grab the phoenix fruit and instead wanted to take a diamond-level beast? That didn't seem right, because that came with the assumption that he had a diamond-level beast in the first place. However, since Suze confidently claimed to have a diamond beast, it made no sense to fear the so-called beast master competition. Just as Suze pondered the other party's intentions, accompanied by the sound of high heels clicking, Chen Xian, the only teacher he had attended a class with on beast breeding, appeared before him again after a long time. Waving at him, she said, "Suze, Principal Xiao wants to see you." Chapter 78, 5 People. Suze had a strong impression of this impressive teacher, even though he had only attended one class with her. Her vigorous teaching style was indeed unforgettable. "Principal Xiao Su? What does he want with me?" Suze inquired in confusion. Chen Xian replied, "I don't know either. Just as I was passing by the office door, he asked me to convey a message to you. And the principal didn't." But they also belonged to this group of people, so there was no more complaining. "Oh?" Suze raised an eyebrow. The top students from the senior year were present, so Zhuji was surely among them. In that case, Xiaosu might be picking people for this so-called beast master competition. As a first-year student, being noticed by Xiaosu meant that Zhuji must have been testing my strength to see if I would pose a threat to him in the competition. Actually, Suze wasn't very interested in this so-called beast master competition that showcased the strength of the younger generation. After all, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. If I shine too much, my future days may never be peaceful, and I could be facing assassination from others wherever I go. However, the prize that Lin Shi mentioned was really attractive, giving him a reason he couldn't refuse to participate. In the underground space, he learned from Lin Shi the truth about his parents' disappearance and the disaster that the world was about to face. From the fact that beast corpses were used as anchors, it seemed that there were quite a number of divine beasts in the monster beast world. Yet, currently, the human world didn't have a combat force of the same level, which left Suze feeling very insecure. Feng Qingyi's bloodline was already outstanding among diamond-tier beasts, and after further enhancing her bloodline with the dragon flame seed, she would surely improve even more. And if he added the Wutong fruit, could it potentially elevate to the pure blood phoenix level? Only by possessing a divine beast could Suze find some assurance against the future invasion of the monster beast world. As for whether the system could draw divine beast level eggs, Suze didn't doubt it at all because there were some rare beast eggs in the gacha machine, each with its unique color that surpassed diamond eggs. He speculated those must be divine beast eggs. However, the chance of drawing them was too small, and Suze didn't like leaving his fate entirely to luck. So, he didn't push it away and went with Chen Xian to find Xiao Su. To his surprise, Su Yao insisted on coming along no matter what. Thinking that Zhuji wouldn't dare to act in front of the principal, Suze didn't refuse. Behind them, Su Yao glanced at Chen Xian's broad chest and then down at herself. Then she bowed her head inside. Clearly, she was already a dominant figure among her peers. How could she lose so thoroughly when facing a mature woman? Was there really a need for such a deadly weapon to exist in this world? Along the way, Chen Xian asked Suze many questions. "Suze, there's a rumor outside that your diamond-tier beast is gone, is that true?" Chen Xian said a bit anxiously. She really hoped this news wasn't true, because helping a diamond-tier beast successfully breed was her aspiration. And the only person she could contact that had a diamond-tier beast was Suze. But to her despair, Suze nodded, confirming the news. After all, he wasn't lying. Feng Qingyi was indeed dead, she just had been reborn. Chen Xian let out a regretful sigh, feeling as if all her spirit had deflated. She started chatting with Suze in a half-hearted manner. "Suze, I heard from the principal that your father is researcher Su Lin?" "That's right, does Teacher Chen know my father?" Suze asked curiously. Chen Xian seemed to be only 6 or 7 years older than him, so she shouldn't be a classmate or colleague of his father. What was their relationship then? Chen Xian replied, "I can't say I know him, I'm familiar with researcher Su Lin, but he probably doesn't know me." My university research direction is the breeding and origin of monster beasts, so I've read your father's published papers. His explanations on the origin of monster beasts are very clear and organized. In academia, it is widely believed that the beasts are not native species of this world, and discussions about their arrival, whether it was invasion, getting lost, or a collision of worlds, began. He pointed out that these 3 points are not contradictory. The human world, due to its collision with the beasts' world, provided the beasts with the opportunity to enter the human realm. Some of them actively launched invasions, and a large number of malicious beasts surged in, wanting to conquer the human world. This is how the so-called beast tide came to be. Others got lost. The first batch of beasts entering the human world should be like this. They were not all malicious and were willing to collaborate and coexist with humans, leading to the birth of beast tamers. His viewpoint was detailed and reasonable, and everyone was waiting for him to publish a second paper to support these claims, but it never came, until an accident happened to him. Thus, this academic storm had not fully erupted before it already calmed down. Chen Xian sighed with a sense of regret. Suze knew that this was because, after that, his parents poured all their energy into researching how to destroy anchor points, completely leaving behind their former passion for academic research. In the conversation, the 3 of them unknowingly arrived at the bottom of the administration building. Watching the 2 people talking happily, but feeling unable to understand and unable to interject, Suyao felt again defeated. Upon entering the administration building, only Suze was heading to the principal's office on the top floor. Suyao continued to go with Chen Xian to the classroom office, casting unfriendly glances at the pair along the way. Once they entered her father's office, she addressed Su Yiming directly. "Dad, what was Uncle Su Lin's research direction back then? Hurry up and teach me." Why? I've never seen you show this much interest in my research." On the other side, Suze also arrived at the principal's office, knocking on the door before walking in. As expected, just as Chen Xian said, besides the main seat Xiao Su, there were also 5 young people in their early 20s, sitting around drinking the kung fu tea brewed by Xiao Su. "Alright, now that everyone is here." Xiao Su stood up and said with a clap of his hands upon seeing Suze. "This Suze is the candidate I told you about who wants to join, but, besides the Imperial Capital Beast-Taming University, the other 4 universities have only 5 participant spots. Now it seems there's one more person, so, who will step down?" A hint of malice hid in Xiao Su's smile. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the 5, a slightly chubby person, slammed his teacup down on the table and loudly exclaimed, "Principal Xiao Su, he's just a first-year freshman, does he qualify to participate in the beast-taming competition with us?" Chapter 79, He Doesn't Deserve It. Suze sized up the person who spoke, his slightly chubby figure resembling that of the previous Zhu quite a bit. If there were no surprises, this should be Zhu Yi's older brother, Zhu Ji. After surveying the other 5 people, Suze also understood why he was so eager to test him. Because this guy, whom Su Yao referred to as the star from 3 years ago, was actually the weakest among the 5. This meant that once Suze joined, Zhu Ji would be eliminated and miss out on the beast-taming competition. The reason for this was simple. Although Zhu Ji was the best student in his 4th year, the beast-taming university allowed for a 2-year graduation delay. For those whose talents were similar, 1 or 2 years were enough to create a gap. Among the 5, 3 were 6th-year students who delayed graduation by 2 years just to participate in this beast-taming competition. Another was a 5th-year student who delayed by 1 year. Only Zhu Ji was on a standard 4-year program. However, being able to reach this level already shows his talent. If given another 2 years, he might become the strongest among the 5. After all, not everyone has a system like Suze's to help. Contracting a diamond-level beast is enough to catch up years or even decades of hard practice. But unfortunately, the Beast Masters Grand Competition is this year, and Zhu Ji has no time left. This is why he is so opposed to Suze's sudden appearance. Principal Xiao Su, the assessment of the Beast Masters Grand Competition reflects the strength of each Beast Master University, representing its face, Zhu Ji said, looking at Suze with an unfriendly gaze. "A first-year freshman, are we not afraid of losing the school's face by sending him?" Under Zhu Ji's pressure, Xiao Su helped Suze by saying, "You shouldn't say that, although Suze just entered school, I believe you have all heard of his strength. He contracted a diamond-level beast, took out an entire team of Fusang Dark Guards, and recently eliminated many of the Fusang Dark Guards hiding in Great Xia. With such achievements, can any of you match that?" Everyone fell silent for a moment, and then Zhu Ji gritted his teeth and said, "Principal, you wouldn't be unaware, right? The outside world is saying that his diamond-level beast has died. Without the diamond-level beast, what does he have to compete?" Xiao Su looked at Suze and said, "Those are just rumors from the outside. Suze has never confirmed them, and I believe in him." But before Zhu Ji could finish, he was interrupted by Suze, who had been quietly observing the situation. "Regarding this matter, Principal Xiao Su, I must tell you that you will be disappointed. I indeed lost my diamond-level beast. But it is only temporary," Suze thought to himself. Xiao Su was stunned for a moment and then shook his head with a low sigh. "Really? What a pity, what a pity." At the same time, Zhu Ji was thrilled. He had sent his brother to harass Su Yao to force Suze into action, but they hadn't obtained any useful information. Now, it seems he has to rely on himself. Zhuji excitedly said, "Principal, you heard that." He admitted it himself, without the diamond-level beast strength, what can a first-year freshman use to compete with us? Principal, you should revoke the order, he isn't qualified to represent the school in the grand competition. Before Xiaosu could speak, Suze slowly stated, "It is true that I lost my diamond-level beast, but dealing with someone of your level, I probably won't even need it." "What did you say?" Zhuji angrily shouted, but he was too cautious to make a move in Xiaosu's office. At this moment, Xiaosu stepped in and said, "This matter is easy to solve, let's talk based on strength. You both can spar on the school's arena, whoever wins joins the competition, and the other is out." "Isn't that simple?" He looked at the two, asking for their opinions. Suze shrugged and said, "I have no objections." His reaction made the cautious Zhuji feel something was off, but in order to participate in the grand competition, he still nodded in agreement. After all, anyone who can participate in the Beast Masters Grand Competition represents the outstanding youth of Great Xia. So everyone would receive rewards. Although these rewards are only abundant refining beads, beast core of level 40 or 50, and silver or gold level beast eggs. These rewards are nothing for big families, they are all chasing after the first place's phoenix fruit. But for the Zhu family in Beishir City, getting a participation prize is already a big win. A group of people left the administrative building's office and found an empty arena in the stadium. The other four followed as well, wanting to see the current combat strength of Suze and Zhuji. On the way, Zhuji encountered Su Yao, who had changed into new clothes. Despite having a bruised face, Zhuji looked determined. "Why are you here?" Zhuji asked. "Brother, I finally found you. Look at what that guy Suze did to me." Zhuji cried as he approached. "Did Suze do all these injuries to you?" Zhuji asked furiously. "That's right. Not just my face, he even kicked my butt." "What he hit was not just my butt, he was hitting your face, brother." Zhuji sobbed. But in reality, Suze only sprayed him with a water gun that knocked him into the pig trough, causing him to fall on his rear. However, the injuries on his face were actually caused by his little followers trying to wake him up. At that moment, the little followers tugged at Zhuji's clothes from behind. He wiped his tears and snot and turned back, confused. "What is it?" A few of them pointed to Zhuji's back and whispered, "Look, he's right behind your brother." Zhuji then saw Suze not far behind Zhuji, waving at him and greeting, which scared him into stepping back several times. Stammering, he asked, brother, why is he here too?" Zhuji shook his head, looking at his frightened brother. "It's okay. It is not surprising to have a platinum-level demon beast." His voice was not loud, and besides the three people beside him, Zhuji on the stage did not hear it. "Brother Quang, are you sure it is a platinum-level demon beast?" Li Hong, who ranked second among the five, asked. He was a lean and tall man. Quang Yi nodded, "There is no mistake, it is definitely not silver." The third one was the only woman among the five, Louis. She was plump, dressed youthful and beautiful, and her appearance was quite pleasing. Of course, she was still a bit inferior to Su Yao. Unable to help but speak up, she said, "Wasn't it said that this kid came from a humble background and was an orphan? Why are high-level demon beasts appearing one after another around him? First diamond, then platinum." The fourth was the only college student, a sturdy man named Jiang Jianbin, who looked like a black tower. His concern was, it seems Zhuji is going to be eliminated, and our rankings are going to get reshuffled because of him. Everyone paid more attention to this battle, curious to see if they would be pushed down. On the stage, although Zhuji did not know that Suze had summoned a platinum-level beast, he had heard that Suze also had a golden-level void spirit tortoise. So, unwilling to be outdone, he summoned both of his demon beasts. The first one was a silver-level jade-scaled snake, which had armored itself in a jade-colored armor. In addition, there was the golden demon beast, Thunder Leopard, which his family had spent a lot of money to contract for him when he broke through to level 20. It transformed its claws into a pair of blades crackling with purple electricity, worn on his hands. Zhuji brought out his strongest state. In this state, he could even face a level 40 beast master, and almost no teacher at school was his match. As the saying goes, even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit, not to mention he did not underestimate Suze, so he showed his strongest stance right from the start. "If you lose to me in this state, it's worth it." But in contrast, Suze only summoned a silver-level big dog and stopped moving. Moreover, the dog's gaze, it looked really foolish. Zhuji couldn't help but shout, "Suze, you only summoned this silver-level stupid dog, are you looking down on me? After all, I am a 37-level beast master with a 37-level golden beast and a 35-level silver beast. I brought out my strongest state, and you just slacked off like this?" Suze looked at him with a strange expression, and it seemed he was not the only one who thought the Shadow Moon Wolf King looked like a dog. Then he said, "Who told you this is a silver-level demon beast?" "The Shadow Moon is a genuine platinum-level demon beast." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted. Who are you kidding? Do you really think high-level demon beasts are like cabbages? That's right, he was just lucky to contract a freshly hatched diamond-level demon beast, and now he claims he's contracted a platinum-level beast? I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. This must be a psychological tactic. Bro, get revenge for me, turn him into a pig's head. On the stage, Zhuji didn't believe it either, but soon he had no choice but to believe. Faced with a human calling him a big dog, the Shadow Moon would not hold back. You are the dog. Your whole family are dogs. Suddenly, Zhuji's shadow seemed to come alive and bound him, and then the Shadow Moon Wolf King lunged forward and knocked him off with a paw. The crowd was still immersed in the shock of the demon beast actually speaking, not even realizing that Zhuji had already been sent flying off the stage in an instant. I can't believe it, the demon beast can actually talk? I heard that demon beasts can talk and even transform when they reach a certain level. The higher the bloodline, the lower the requirement for this level. So that means, this really is a platinum-level demon beast? Wait, did you just say transformation? Does that mean everything said in the Beast-Tier Girl evaluation guide is true? Hee. You better beat the shapeshifting monster first, or be careful of a disaster. As for Zhuji, he rushed to Zhuji's side and helped him up. Zhuji fell face down, so his face looked quite remarkable at the moment. At least seeing his brother's condition, Zhuji felt balanced. It seemed his own situation was still okay. Zhuji fell from the stage, Suze wins. With Xiao Su's announcement, everyone only then realized the match was over. As they left, they felt a little empty, as if they had just watched something, but also felt like there was nothing to see. It really ended too quickly. Even the few people at the edge of the stage couldn't help but complain, why was Zhuji so useless? Can't he hold on for a bit longer? What can we learn from this? Kang Yi sighed and said, can you defeat Zhuji as easily and quickly as he was defeated? Among the three, two exchanged glances and shook their heads. It was Lu Yi and Zhang Jianbin, who ranked third and fourth. Then it's simple, he's stronger than you. Then Suze took Zhuji's place and formed a new team of 5 competitors. The competition would start in the second half of the year, there was still some time left. If anyone could defeat them during this period, the slots would still change. Xiao Su only told Suze to train harder for a good result and didn't say anything else. After Suze casually agreed, he returned to the breeding area once again. This time, there was actually another person there, and it was someone Suze knew. It was Sun Hao from the Great Xia Spirit Guard. Since the camp was destroyed, Suze hid in the underground space, watching Fengqingyi's rebirth. Sun Hao couldn't find Suze for bodyguard duties, so he simply went back to help with the reconstruction. During the last farewell to Guolinshan, there were too many people, and Suze hadn't seen him alone for a while. Sun Hao's expression was very grave as he turned to the returning Suze. What's wrong, brother Sun? Are you looking for me? Suze asked upon seeing his expression. Sun Hao nodded, that's right, the new captain has arrived, and he wants you to return with me. Since Suze was also a member of the Great Xia Spirit Guard, he had to follow the captain's orders. No problem, but why do you look so awful? It seems this new captain is not a good person? Suze asked. Sun Hao looked displeased and opened his mouth to respond with difficulty, that's right, the new captain is from the Jiang family, and he is also Jiang Tianlong's father. Chapter 81 Unwilling to Avoid. Jiang Tianlong's father? It's just a father hitting his son, I hope a grandfather doesn't show up in the end. Suze couldn't help but complain. Sun Hao continued, that's right, his name is Jiang Shang. He should have been from the Imperial City Corps, but I don't know what tricks he played to transfer to the Eastern Corps and take over Captain Guo's position. Actually, Suze wasn't too surprised that someone from the Jiang family was taking this captain position. After all, Captain Guo had mentioned before leaving that someone from the Jiang family was using connections to vie for this vacant position. Although Captain Guo had used all his power to stop it, he likely couldn't compete with those big families. However, it was still somewhat surprising that Jiang Tianlong's father took this position personally, as the intention was too obvious. What does he want with me? Suze asked. Sun Hao shook his head, I don't know, but he is definitely not coming with good intentions. He even brought a whole team of spirit guards with him and, right after arriving, had Guo's original office destroyed, then dismissed all the squad leaders' positions, promoting his own trusted aides. He also doubled everyone's daily training loads and tasks, making it so tough that no one could stand upright. Now everyone has their own troubles to speak of. Then he spat with disdain, those guys dare to call themselves the Great Xia Spirit Guards? Just thinking of their flattering faces makes me sick, they are just the Jiang family's private army. It seems Captain Guo was right, the largest and strongest Imperial Corps of the Great Xia Spirit Guards has actually changed, it's rotten. Suze frowned, not expecting that the other side had directly brought a team over. Clearly, Jiang Shang had no intention of hiding his real purpose, he came for revenge for his son. Not just against Suze, but against all the great Xia spirits in Beishan City. Sun Hao continued, Brother Suze, this guy definitely means trouble for you. I was afraid he might send his confidants to ambush you when you were unprepared, which is why I came personally. Stay in school for now, pretend I never came, act as if you know nothing, he wouldn't dare come directly to the school to do anything to you. Staying at school was indeed the safest, after all, Lin Shi was there to protect him. But Lin Shi couldn't easily leave school as she had to guard the Dragon Corp's anchor point in the underground space, which made things complicated. He asked, what will you do if I don't go? If the news doesn't get to him, Zhang Shang won't just let you off, right? Sun Hao shrugged nonchalantly, at that point, I can just quit being a great Xia spirit and go find Captain Gua, anyway, he's probably bored at home after retirement. You might be disappointed, old Gua isn't at home now, Suze casually replied. Where can he be? Sun Hao asked. But Suze did not answer. He was thinking, if he kept avoiding appearing, would Zhang Sheng continue to target those left behind by old Gua, the spirit guards who had shed blood and sweat to protect ordinary people? They had once fought to protect him, so Suze couldn't just abandon them, he didn't want to escape. Brother Sun Hao, no need to bother, I also want to meet this new captain, Suze made his decision. What? But? Sun Hao was about to say something to stop Suze. He was interrupted, Brother Sun Hao, don't worry. I have my ways to protect myself, I won't be reckless. If Feng Qingyi could finish absorbing the Dragon Flame Seed and complete her nirvana at this time, Suze wouldn't have to worry at all. A level 75 diamond tier monster could retreat unscathed even against an 80 level beast master. Moreover, the Great Xia Spirit Guard's deputy captains were all between level 60 and 70, Zhang Shang would be no exception. But the problem was she would need at least a few more months, and Suze couldn't wait that long. So Suze walked into the room alone, and Lin Shi was already waiting for him inside. Kid, I can't guarantee that I can protect you, after all, there are many experts from the Zhang family. Lin Shi stated bluntly. What is the upper limit of your nightmare clone's ability? As long as they are below level 70, I can make them fall into dreams instantly, below level 75, it takes some time to hypnotize, above level 75, well, the clone won't be able to do anything. Suze nodded, after all, this was just a clone. That should be enough. Can you let the Nightmare Lord's clone enter my shadow again? Just like last time. Lin Shi took a sip of drink and said, the Nightmare Lord's clone has never left your shadow, it just ran out of power. When it entered the Shadow Realm, I helped it restore its strength. Only then did Suze feel relieved. After expressing his gratitude, he returned to the outside of the house. Suyao didn't know when she had arrived here, she seemed to have just found out everything from Sun Hao, looking at him with a face full of worry. Suze stepped forward and patted her hand to reassure her, then said, alright, Brother Sun Hao, let's set off. But Suyao grabbed the corner of his clothes with her other hand and said, can't we not go? It's very dangerous. Suze sighed and then said, Zhang Sheng is here to take revenge for his son, he won't just let this go easily. Even if I don't go now, I can't stay in school forever, right? It's better to go now and see what tricks he wants to play. Seeing that Suyao was still not reassured, Suze came up with an idea and looked into her eyes earnestly, saying, since you are worried, why not go to the Beastmaster Association to find President Yu Xinghua to help? He has a good relationship with Captain Guo and also takes good care of me, he has strong abilities, and with him around, my safety is guaranteed. Hearing this, Suyao immediately let go of her grip on Suze's hand. She reminded him, then you have to walk slowly and wait for me, don't clash with that guy before President Yu arrives. Don't worry, Suze nodded. Suyao then turned and ran out, hurrying as quickly as she could toward the Beastmaster Association. Alright, Brother Sun Hao, let's go. Aren't we going to wait for President Yu? Suze shook his head and said, last time when the Zhang family schemed against me, they managed to send both Principal Xiao and President Yu away, this time will probably be no exception. He was worried that Suyao would be concerned about him going alone, so he sent her away. Although he now had the nightmarish clone as a life-saving card, Suyao's strength was too weak, and she couldn't withstand even the residual force from an attack. If she wasn't careful, accidents could happen, and Suze would not allow that to occur. But this time, he really guessed wrong. The last time they managed to draw away Xiao Su and Yu Xinghua was because the Zhang family was working behind the scenes, but this time, since the Zhang family's ancestor did not give orders, it was entirely a retaliatory action from Zhang Tianlong's grandfather, Zhang Lu. To spend money to take over Guo Linshan's position was already the limit, wanting to further intervene in the Beastmaster Association was not something this line could manage. So indeed, Yu Xinghua was still within the association, but he was busy with urgent matters, temporarily leaving Suyao anxiously waiting in the guest room. At that moment, Suze had already arrived at the entrance of the new camp. Chapter 82, The Old One Comes? Just as he reached the entrance, Suze sensed the gaze of someone watching him. But unlike the scrutinizing eyes from before, this time the gaze felt extremely aggressive and hostile. It seems Brother Sun Hao was indeed right, not only positions like the squad leader but also all effective roles have been replaced by the people Zhang Sheng brought. The hidden person did not reveal themselves to stop Suze, watching him enter the camp instead. Only after his figure disappeared did they come out from their hiding spot and close the camp's main gate. What happened behind him was something Suze was unaware of. He only saw the exhausted Dacia spirit guards who had fallen to the ground, even their previous battle wounds reopened, bleeding as they clenched their fists. One by one, what's wrong? This is just the amount of training? Get up, all of you, and run another 30 kilometers. A scrawny man, looking like a thin monkey, said smugly, judging by the stars on his Dacia spirit guard uniform, he was one of the new squad leaders appointed by Jiang Shang. Damn it, didn't you hear me tell you to run? Move. He pretended to kick a spirit guard who was lying on the ground in pain from a reopened leg wound, but Suze, unable to bear it any longer, stepped in and pushed the thin monkey down. Suze pushed him down onto the ground and said, with a face like yours, looking all weak and pitiful. Why train others? You should first get your own third leg strong enough to stand up. Damn it, who are you? How dare you lay a hand on me? I'm the squad leader now, and the duty of the Great Xia Spirit Guards is to obey orders. Do you want to be kicked out of the Spirit Guard army? As soon as the thin monkey spoke, all the idle guys watching others train came over, surrounding them. They were all brought by Jiang Shang, their goal was to torment others thoroughly. Seeing Suze and Sun Hao surrounded, the others could no longer endure it and came up behind them. Damn it, I'm not training anymore. These people do nothing and just sit there increasing our training load. I haven't even had a sip of water after running for dozens of kilometers since morning, now I can't even squeeze out a drop. Exactly, I'm done. Let's find Captain Gua, he truly deserves to be our captain. What are these guys even worth? Exactly. Just as everyone was responding and the situation was about to spiral out of control. Suddenly, a powerful pressure surged from the sky, making everyone struggle to breathe, while those on the opposite side were completely unaffected, even watching them leisurely. Oh? Did I hear you all say you don't want to continue? As Great Xia Spirit Guards, to speak such words, can I understand this as treason? In the face of traitors, all Great Xia Spirit Guards have the right and duty to execute them on the. So you're just a well-connected person, huh? Too bad your connections are retired now. These words coming from their mouths made Suze feel particularly sarcastic. But Suze was unwilling to do as they wished and withdraw from the Great Xia Spiritual Guard. He liked the philosophy of this army and admired the oath he made when he joined. It was precisely because of this that Suze felt such disgust towards the people before him. Their actions were an absolute disgrace to the Great Xia Spiritual Guard. Not willing to leave, nor willing to train, your attitudes make it hard for me to manage. Looks like I need to teach you a lesson. Jiang Shang said with a malicious grin, with a massive black snake slowly appearing behind him. At this tense moment, Suze had already made a decision to let his nightmarish avatar hypnotize them all, then take them out in one go, leaving no evidence behind. After that, he would just wait for Jiang Tianlong's grandfather to come find trouble with him, seeking revenge for his son and grandson. But just then, a familiar hearty voice rang out from the sky. Jiang Shang, let's see if you dare to act. Then, a white-haired Yu Xinghua descended from the sky, landing directly between the two groups and separating them. Suya was gently set down by his beast, a furious flame lion. President Yu? You're in the association? And Su Yao, why did you come too? I thought it would be enough to have President Yu come, Suze said happily upon seeing this. It was indeed unexpected. Su Yao complained as she arrived next to Suze. After I found President Yu, he immediately brought me here. Didn't he promise not to act before I got here? Why is he so impulsive? We almost ran out of time. Suze scratched his head awkwardly. He really didn't expect Yu Xinghua to still be in the city this time. Was the Jiang family's operation this careless? But this was also a good thing. With Yu Xinghua here, Jiang Shang would have to think carefully before taking action. From the previous pressure, Suze could sense that, perhaps due to insufficient talent, his strength was not strong, even inferior to his son Jiang Tianlong. Not to mention that since Yu Xinghua faced the Fusang secret guards at Tianyun Volcano, he had experienced a wave of unstoppable upgrades after burning his life to breakthrough, despite being in the twilight of his years. He had reached level 70 as a beast master. To continue upgrading, he needed to contract higher-level beasts. But Yu Xinghua also felt that his upper limit was here, so there was no need to waste the country's high-level beast resources any further. Since Jiang Shang was not Yu Xinghua's opponent, he could no longer be so arrogant. After all, in the end, it was all about strength. As expected, Jiang Shang restrained his aura, looking at Yu Xinghua and saying, President Yu, this is an internal matter of our Great Xia Spiritual Guard. It has nothing to do with your Beast Master Association. You don't have the right to intervene, right? Yu Xinghua laughed heartily. Don't flatter yourself so grandly. Who doesn't know you're here for revenge? Little Guo specifically asked me to take care of Suze before leaving, and I promised him I wouldn't break my word. Seeing this, Jiang Shang stopped pretending, grinning maliciously as he said, Good, very good. Now there's another person here to accompany my son to the grave. Yu Xinghua, do you really think you're strong enough that I can't do anything about you? After all, you're just a frog in a well from a poor countryside, how could you know the depths of a big family? As his voice fell, a person dressed in a simple Great Xia spiritual guard uniform, wearing a hood and bowing his head, suddenly stepped forward. He lifted his hood, revealing snow-white hair and a face filled with wrinkles. Zhang Shang was actually relying on just an old man with gray hair? Zhang Shang respectfully bowed to him, stepping back while saying, "Dad, it's my fault for being useless, in the end, I still have to depend on you." Humph. The old man snorted coldly, then silently summoned his beast. With the shining platinum light, a terrifying aura filled the whole place. Chapter 83, Reinforcements. So they really sent the young to deal with the old? Is the plot really this cliché? Su Zhe looked weakly at the old man with a head full of white hair. And the originally confident Yu Xinghua turned ugly as soon as he saw the old man. Jiang Lu. I never expected you, as the fourth in command of the Jiang family, to come here too. Is there no one left in the Jiang family? Jiang Lu sneered and said, whether the Jiang family has capable people is not something you need to worry about. My favorite grandson died here without reason. If I hadn't acted just now, maybe even my youngest son would have perished. Do you think I could just sit and do nothing? Shouldn't I intervene? With Jiang Lu's roar, a pure white fierce tiger stepped out of the summoning array, appearing behind Jiang Lu. The tiger was 3 to 4 stories high, with sharp teeth as long as half a person, and had a pair of wings behind it. Like a tiger with added wings, it was intimidating. With a thunderous roar, the terrifying pressure made everyone gasp for breath. So strong. This time, even Su Zhe was no exception, lowering his head. He looked at Yu Xinghua beside him and asked, "President Yu, what do you think? Can we handle this?" Yu Xinghua shook his head and said, "This old man is very strong, whether it's beast control level or bloodline, he surpasses me. We can't win. Wait for me to hold him back with all my strength. You hurry and turn around to run. The farther you run, the better." Su Zhe gritted his teeth. Running? How far could he run? Without Fengqingyi, he could only rely on his 2 legs, while Jiang Lu could obviously fly. By the time he had run a few steps, he'd probably be caught and taken away with a single strike. Yu Xinghua was so afraid of Jiang Lu, which showed that his level surely exceeded 70, but it was unknown if it went beyond 75. Would the nightmarish clone left by Lin Shi still be effective? He could only take a chance. Su Zhe lowered his voice and leaned close to Yu Xinghua's ear, saying, "President Yu, I probably can't run away, so it's better to stay and help you, let's fight him together." Fight? How can you fight? Is your golden feather phoenix really not dead? Then you really should run, we can't let it fall into the Jiang family's hands. Yu Xinghua whispered back. Su Zhe shook his head and said, "The golden feather phoenix is indeed not here. Right now, I only have a platinum level beast around 40. Then how are you going to help me? If you stay, you'll only drag me down. Stop hesitating and hurry up and leave. The sooner you escape, the faster I can retreat, and our chances of survival will increase." Yu Xinghua, hearing this, became anxious and scolded Su Zhe. Su Zhe continued to explain, "President Yu, though I can't help much, my shadow can assist. There's an expert, yes, an expert left a life-saving method in my shadow. If we can hold on for a while, it can hypnotize the enemy." Since that accident, Lin Shi had been an ordinary staff member at Beast Control University, and it seemed he didn't want too many people to know his identity, so Su Zhe didn't elaborate. "As long as he falls asleep, we can easily deal with him." Su Zhe quietly made a gesture. For him, it was good that Jiang Lu had come, that way, he could deal with him all at once, cutting off future troubles. Yu Xinghua glanced at Su Zhe, then nodded and said, "If this expert you mentioned is the one I think." "There is indeed no problem, I will trust you once." Watching the two whispering, Jiang Lu calmly stood by, not stopping them. He seemed unconcerned about the two coming up with any plans against him. "Have you finished your last words? Once you are done, I will make my move." Jiang Lu did not use any beast control techniques, he simply pointed forward, and the winged white tiger behind him pounced at them. Yu Xinghua put all his strength into his fiery lion armor and charged forward to meet it. The shockwave from their battle was something others could not withstand, and the crowd quickly retreated. As the heavy dust settled, the situation of the two could be seen. Yu Xinghua stubbornly blocked the white tiger's attack, his hands firmly braced against its massive paws. After this move, it seemed like they were in a stalemate, but in reality, the closer Su Zhe noticed that the arm of Yu Xinghua's beast armor was completely shattered. His hands were a bloody mess, the bones even piercing through the skin, exposed. Meanwhile, the white tiger wore a highly anthropomorphic expression of a cat toying with a mouse. With each step Jiang Lu took forward, Yu Xinghua's expression twisted in pain, his body sinking ever so slightly. And at the moment the two engaged, Su Zhe, in response to Su Yao's curious gaze, prayed to his shadow. Great nightmare, please help us, we can't just defend passively this time, we have to take the initiative. Indeed, his shadow responded, dark tentacles extending out, swaying gently, seeming very hesitant. Great nightmare, if you don't assist, I'm doomed. As a mere split, it did not possess complete intelligence, only recalling some simple commands. For example, to protect Suze's life. Once a threat to Suze's life was detected, it would immediately act to protect him. So when Suze mentioned he would surely die, it was activated right away. Suze was overjoyed, beginning to guide the nightmare split from his shadow to sneak into Jianlu's shadow to attack. Everything went smoothly, so smoothly that Suze couldn't quite believe it. The nightmare had already hidden in Jianlu's shadow, starting to touch him with its tentacles, trying to induce hypnosis. This time, the typically successful tentacles did not immediately plunge someone into a dream where truth and illusion were hard to discern. But Suze knew this was because Jianlu was of a much higher level, needing a little. Even if Feng Qingyi's timely rebirth ended, it probably wouldn't save herself. Unless, the teacher can come. At that moment, when the nightmare avatar was destroyed, Lin Shi suddenly stood up from the lounge chair. Ha! This kid has truly met a powerful foe. Then he hesitated as he looked toward the entrance of the underground space. He had guarded this place for so many years, not to fend off foreign troops like the Fusang Dark Guards, they weren't anything to be concerned about. What he feared was the thing on the other side of the dragon corpse. Just leaving for a short while, it should be fine, right? Ultimately, Lin Shi decided to step out of here for his student after many years and left the Beastmaster University. In just a flash, he was already halfway there, noticing the commotion of battle not far ahead. However, he finally stopped in his tracks. You kid, since you've come back, I'll give you a chance to save your junior brother. Then he turned around and flew back. Yes, teacher. A light and carefree voice floated from the sky. Chapter 84, Full-Headed Man. Jianlu looked at the desperate expression on Suze's face with great satisfaction, imagining how desperate the situation must have been for his grandson to be forced into self-destruction. That's why he wanted Suze to experience the same feeling. Alright, take this despair and go apologize to my grandson in the underworld. Wait a minute. Just as Jianlu was about to strike, he was interrupted. If it were an ordinary person, he wouldn't have listened at all. But this person was his son, Zhang Shang. With a look of delight, Zhang Shang said to Suze, Father, leave him to me. I want to take revenge for Tianlong myself. All right. Zhang Lu nodded. Although Zhang Tian was his favorite grandson, he was indeed Zhang Shang's biological son, and it was more appropriate for him to handle the revenge. Then it's up to you. Yu Sheng, hearing this, was prepared to continue resisting but was suddenly slapped into the ground by the white tiger. Behind Zhang Shang, a black snake had already wrapped around his body, then transformed into a shotgun fixed onto his left arm. At the same time, a faint snake shadow entangled Suze, leaving him unable to escape. Kid, I won't let you die a quick death. I want to inject poison into your body, slowly corroding you, making you feel what it's like for. Unable to openly show my joy. After the Qinglong spear, a figure in white, Xiao Chang, slowly floated into the air above. In an instant, the Qinglong spear transformed into a small, exquisitely fierce green dragon coiling around Xiao Chang. The black snake was freed and quickly slithered back to Zhang Shang's side. However, its form had already shriveled quite a bit, as it had just lost most of its blood essence to the Qinglong spear. Then the green dragon coiling around Xiao Chang looked down fiercely at the winged white tiger, letting out a dragon roar that scared it away with its tail between its legs. Yu Xinghua, who was completely buried in the ground, could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Ha! There's actually a person under the tiger? Seeing this, Xiao Chang casually waved his hand, pulling Yu Xinghua out of the ground, and then with another burst of green light, Yu Xinghua's injuries healed instantly. Not only were the broken bones of his hands reattached and returned to their original places, but even the life force burned during the fight felt restored to some extent. Dad, what do we do? It's Xiao Chang. With him here, it's impossible for us to get revenge today. We might even lose our lives. Zhang Shang said in panic, looking up at the figure in white. Why are you panicking? Zhang Lu scolded. Then he whispered a reminder, just remember, that Kid Suze is now also one of your subordinates in the Dasha Spirit Guard. You were just teaching him a lesson, even Xiao Chang can't interfere. Hearing this, Zhang Sheng swallowed and said, we are just in normal training. Does Lord Xiao Chang have any problems with that? Not really. Xiao Chang said as he descended from the air, I am merely the honorary commander of the Eastern Army of the Dasha Spirit Guard, bringing a message. Suze, he called out after landing on the ground. Hey, here. Suze immediately ran over to Xiao Chang, feeling particularly confident with this backing. Very good, you've grown up quite a bit. Suze was taken aback. The meaning of this sentence was that he recognized him? And it was his younger self. Before he could react, Xiao Chang continued seriously, I am here to convey the orders from the headquarters of the Eastern Army of the Daxia Spirit Guard. Considering that Daxia Spirit Guard Su Zhe has repeatedly thwarted the plans of the Fusang Dark Guard, killed a large number of them, and exposed many hidden spies of Daxia, despite joining for a short time, he has achieved remarkable merit and is now promoted to the captain of the 13th Detachment of the Daxia Spirit Guard Eastern Army. Su Zhe was stunned for a moment, then filled with joy. He had been troubled by the fact that Jiang Shang had become his direct superior, which meant various ways to target him. Even if they had failed this time because of Xiao Cheng's appearance, who knows what methods would be used next time. And he did not want to be forced out of the Daxia Spirit Guard like this. Now, he had also been promoted to captain of the Daxia Spirit Guard, standing on equal ground, so naturally he would not have to listen to the others' orders anymore. Jiang Shang frowned and said, Lord Xiao Chang, I do not mean to question you, but there are a total of 4 companies and 12 detachments in the Eastern Army. Where does this 13th detachment come from? Xiao Chang smiled and said, well, now there is one. Due to Beishan City experiencing 2 consecutive attacks from the Fusang Dark Guard in a short period, the army headquarters has decided to set up a detachment in Beishan City. Su Zhe will serve as the captain, and as for the members, you can choose existing Daxia Spirit Guards to join. Su Zhe smiled even wider, no need to choose, he directly integrated all the previous Daxia Spirit Guards into the team. Jiang Shang and the others' expressions grew increasingly dark. But it wasn't over yet. Su Zhe pointed at the skinny monkey in front and said, I want him too. That man immediately shivered in fear, hugging Jiang Shang's leg and saying, Master, if they make me go over, they will definitely torment me to death. I don't want to. Jiang Shang was feeling depressed, kicked him aside, and said, you shameful thing, if you want it, just take it. Don't dirty my eyes here. Ha, did you hear that? You come here. Sun Hao grabbed him and pulled him over. The skinny monkey was immediately surrounded by a group of burly men with ill intentions, and he was instantly scared to sweat all over. You want to practice with us, right? Don't worry, we will practice you good. Help, help. No. Chapter 85, Mutual Restraint. Because of Xiao Cheng's appearance, Su Zhe finally passed this test without danger and also brought out the other great Xia Spirit Guards. They arrived at the site of the camp that had been destroyed earlier. They had chosen another location to set up camp because they disliked the hassle of cleaning it. Thinking back now, the original place was better, at least it had many memories. The most important thing was that there were people to help them clear this wasteland now. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and move these stones. If you don't finish this area today, you won't get to eat. Sun Hao threatened, wielding a whip in one hand. In front of him, 7 or 8 people were crying while cleaning up the rubble, including the skinny monkey. With Xiao Chang backing him up, Su Zhe was also unreserved in taking all the most arrogant people over, and Zhang Lu and Jiang Shang did not dare to refuse. Now they had completely become laborers, helping the great Xia Spirit Guards of Team 13 to vent their frustrations. But their satisfaction did not mean that Su Zhe was satisfied with this result. He approached Xiao Chang, who had not yet left. Because the camp was still just ruins, he was resting on the branches of a giant tree nearby. Bian Jialong was not by his side, instead, there was a beautiful girl dressed in green with a pair of short little dragon horns on her head. Su Zhe knew that she was Bian Jialong's transformation, but he didn't expect that this fierce creature was also a female, just like Feng Qingyi. Little junior brother, did you come to find me for something? Xiao Chang asked with a smile as he looked at Su Zhe walking up. His appearance was exceptional, and with his fondness for wearing white, it added a few more points to his elegance. It was hard to imagine that such a person would be an unforgettable shadow in the hearts of the people of Fusang. Su Zhe asked about the first confusion in his heart. Xiao Chang, senior brother, I know you are also a student of Teacher Lin, so you would call me junior brother. But what did that previous sentence mean? Have you seen me as a child? Xiao Chang nodded, not only have I seen you, but I also helped you change your diaper, and it smelled terrible. He mimicked waving his hand in front of his nose, then looked at Su Zhe mischievously and said, I wonder what scale that little sparrow I saw back then has reached now. Su Zhe revealed a hint of an awkward smile, fearing that speaking it out would scare him. Then he heard Xiao Chang continue, at that time, both your parents and I were students of old Master Lin, they were my junior brother and junior sister. Then he frowned and said, so when I heard that old Master Lin had taken you as a student, I was confused for a long time, not knowing whether to call you junior brother or junior nephew. Now I think it's straightforward, the teacher sees you as a student, so you are my junior brother. You are all students of old Master Lin? Su Zhe exclaimed, completely taken aback by the 2 different styles. Xiao Cheng explained, that's right, at that time, I was responsible for learning old Master Lin's combat techniques, while they were studying knowledge and research. My talent was actually not that good, the teacher once wanted to give up on me. In contrast, your parents were extraordinary in the field of research. In the end, with their help, Bai Yun was able to successfully absorb the dragon's blood and evolve into a dragon. Then he let out a chuckle and said, hee hee, if it weren't for your parents' help, that old man would have never succeeded before, wasting a lot of divine beast blood. Realizing he seemed to lack respect for his elders, he lightly cleared his throat. As the most visible war god of the Great Xia, he was the face of the Great Xia. Suze feigned ignorance, as if he hadn't heard. The girl transformed from Baiyun into a dragon took a couple of steps forward to examine Suze, then gently tapped his forehead with her dragon horn. Baiyun is expressing her gratitude in the way of the dragon clan, Xiaocheng explained from the side. If it weren't for your parents' help, she would have died long ago. Then Xiaocheng sighed again, saying, actually, we feel very guilty towards you. After Baiyun advanced to Diamond Beast, the teacher had to abandon all his research at school to personally protect my safety. It's also because of this that he couldn't discover the research your parents were doing. By the time everything happened, it was already too late. Suze was slightly taken aback and said nothing. Decisions made cannot be changed. Even if Lin Shi had informed them of the dangers to stop them, Suze believed that his parents would still act the same way. Looking at you, it seems old Lin must have already told you about what happened back then. Do you have any questions for me? Xiaocheng asked. Suze nodded and said, actually, I do. Senior brother, why did you let those people go? Shouldn't we eliminate the threat completely? As he spoke, he made a gesture across his throat. This made Xiaocheng applaud repeatedly and say, good boy, fierce enough. I like it. In Suze's view, Xiaocheng should not be someone who was hesitant and soft-hearted, as he could make blood rain across the entire Fusang and become a psychological shadow for the people of Fusang. He should also realize that as long as Jiang Lu and Jiang Shang were alive, they always posed a threat to Suze. Unless he could always be there to protect Suze. But clearly, being one of the only 200-level war gods in the Great Xia, he had many things to do and couldn't accomplish this. When facing Suze's question, Xiaocheng sighed and said, I indeed intended to deal with them completely, but unfortunately, someone was watching me from a distance at that time. Clearly, he had suffered a loss under that stick. Xiaocheng continued, you don't need to worry. When I can't free my hands, he won't have the chance to deal with you either. Moreover, aside from completing my mission and seeing my teacher, I also need to replenish the power of the sculpture avatar that has consumed energy for the Beast Masters Association in Beishan. I will plant a mark on you, and as long as you encounter danger, the avatar will be activated to protect you. Suze breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't seen the power of the activated statue with his own eyes but had heard about it from others. The ability to easily crush a pseudo-artifact is at least at level 80, enough to handle Jiang Lu. Unless the Zhang family disregards martial ethics and even the ancestor is involved. Suze was about to say something else when he felt a slight tremor under his feet. The tremor was very subtle and vanished quickly. Suze thought it was an illusion until he saw Xiaocheng's serious expression. Baiyun beside them became restless, as if affected by something. Senior brother Xiaocheng, what happened? Suze asked, noticing. If I'm not mistaken, there might be a big problem. Stay here, I'll go check it out. He then soared into the air, and Baiyun nestled into his arms, turning into a light green flow and leaving. Leaving Suze in place, bewildered, he could only look in the direction they left and say, that place is the direction of the Beastmaster University? Chapter 86, The Anchor Points Change. What could happen at the school to make Xiaocheng so anxious? Unless the anchor point has malfunctioned. This terrifying guess jolted Suze's heart. If something happened at the anchor point leading to the invasion of the monster world, it would involve god-level combat power. Although Suze had the help of the system, he hadn't grown enough to cope with such a situation yet. No, it's not necessarily that way. There is more than one anchor point. Even if something goes wrong below the school, it won't immediately lead to an invasion. We should go see what exactly happened. If it's true, we need to wake Feng Qingyi for our own safety. Suze followed Xiaocheng's pace and rushed towards the school's location. But just as he set off, Xiaocheng opened the secret passage's entrance and entered with ease. Although the tremor had settled, he still maintained a high level of tension, and Baiyun had turned into a green dragon spear, held in his hand. Until he seemed to feel something, he let out a bitter laugh, and a layer of azure halo appeared around him. Wherever the halo passed, all darkness and shadows were unable to escape, and a black figure was forced out as a result. Teacher, at a time like this, please don't play with me anymore. Lin Shi then walked out from the shadows, drinking wine, and said, Tisk, you've grown stronger, the teacher can no longer joke with you like before. Seeing that Lin Shi seemed fine, Xiaocheng breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Shi smiled and looked at his proud disciple, but just took a step before suddenly gasping in pain, as if his wound had been pulled. Then he spat out the wine in his mouth, the liquid bright red, mixed with blood. Xiaocheng was shocked and quickly stepped forward to help Lin Shi, discovering that the chest of his clothes was also stained with patches of blood. He hurriedly asked, Teacher, Baiyun and I just sensed his aura, what happened? Lin Shi took a moment, swallowing the wine mixed with a bloody taste, and said, what else could it be? It's a zombie resurrection. Fortunately, I only left for a moment, or I would have given him a chance to develop. With Xiao Cheng's support, Lin Shi walked through the corridor and returned to the underground space. He just had a fight with the dragon corpse on the wall. To be exact, it was just a piece of corpse. This is why he had to stay here, because the dragon, which had generally turned into white bones, surprisingly had not yet died. Just after he left to help Su Zhe, in a very short moment, the flesh and blood of the dragon corpse suddenly spread over from another world, trying to cling to the empty skeleton on this side, attempting to fill it completely. No one knows if the completed dragon will resurrect, nor is it clear what impact it will have. So Lin Shi, who hurried back, immediately acted to stop it after realizing something was wrong. However, most of his abilities in nightmares are at the mental level, which has no effect on a piece of thoughtless flesh. Saw Lin Shi and Xiao Cheng standing in front of the dragon's bones. Ha! Teacher, senior brother, what happened here? Su Zhe's words were left unspoken. Because he immediately saw that the side of the dragon's bones had become shorter. The mark left by Su Zhe's parents was in the middle of the dragon's body, splitting two worlds apart, so it was very easy to remember. But now, looking over, that mark left by his parents was gone. He couldn't see forward, and behind him was the other half of the monster world, the bloody carcass of the dragon. What on earth happened here? Chapter 87, Black Hole. Lin Shi did not hide anything and told Su Zhe everything that had just happened. Including that he had given the drop of precious blood he obtained to the reborn Fengqingyi. Upon hearing this, Su Zhe walked to the furnace and peered inside through the door. Just one glance made him blush and quickly look away. Fengqingyi in the furnace was still asleep, and the flame of the fire source had become very weak because she had absorbed most of its power, so it couldn't conceal her figure. Su Zhe could clearly see a wondrous girl, nude like a fetus, curled up in the furnace, her important parts covered only by a long mane of hair and a few fiery red feathers. The previous innocence was gone, replaced by magnificent beauty in every way. Fengqingyi has really grown up, in every aspect. Su Zhe wiped his nose and casually closed the furnace door, silently thinking in his heart. Although Lin Shi's drop of dragon blood extended Fengqingyi's nirvana time that was about to end, she gained even more benefits. Yet, the fact that the other party gave her so many benefits made Su Zhe feel a bit uneasy. Seeing this, Lin Shi explained beside him, "Kid, don't overthink it, this is all compensation for your parents from back then." This sentence erased most of Su Zhe's worries. It seems my parents have quite the influence, but why didn't I feel it before? Even if I couldn't become a beast master, no one came to help. The three of them stayed in the underground space for some time, confirming that the dragon's corpse would not undergo any more changes, and after Fengqingyi's nirvana was progressing steadily, they prepared to leave. But Xiao Cheng said to Su Zhe, "Junior brother, you go out first, teacher and I haven't seen each other for a long time and want to have some time alone to catch up." Su Zhe didn't think much and nodded before leaving the underground space. Once Su Zhe's figure completely disappeared, Xiao Cheng glanced at the furnace where Fengqingyi was in nirvana, then turned to Lin Shi and said, "Teacher, that little phoenix's master was actually junior brother? We already owe him enough, you must not put him in danger again." Lin Shi sighed and replied, "I understand what you mean, actually, I've been keeping an eye on this kid secretly over the years. Not long ago, he still had excellent spiritual talent but couldn't contract with any beasts. I didn't even try to help him solve this problem. Because I originally thought he could live a stable life as an ordinary person, and that would be enough. But who knew that soon after, all kinds of high-level monster eggs would always appear around him, so many that he could even give them away. Besides the diamond-level little phoenix in nirvana, he also gifted a platinum-level monster egg to the already retired Guo Linshan, and recently hatched a platinum-level Shadow Realm Lord monster in front of me." Hearing this, Xiao Cheng also opened his mouth wide. These monsters were actually nothing to him, as his collection was even richer and more abundant than this. The problem is, he is one of the two level 100 war gods of Great Xia, so he can come into contact with so many high-level demon beasts. And Su Zhe is just a first-year freshman, and he has no family background at all. If one has to say, perhaps he and the teacher are his greatest connections. However, without their help, the origins of so many high-level demon beasts are indeed suspicious. It seems the little junior brother also has his own opportunities, Xiao Sheng sighed. Lin Shi also nodded in agreement, perhaps we should have thought of this earlier. He was able to return alive from that place back then, and even if he lost his memory, he must have become extraordinary. He raised his head and looked at the dark space crack above. This space black hole that separates the two worlds cannot be endured by anything passing through it. Only that hard dragon corpse could lie across it, preventing it from closing forever. But in fact, there was another person who had lived and passed through this black hole, and that is Su Zhe. Back then, the accident caused by the Su Lin couple's experiment created a huge upheaval. Lin Shi and Xiao Sheng rushed over, only to see chaos, a slowly closing space black hole, and a child spat out by the black hole. They didn't understand why such a dangerous experiment led the Su Lin couple to choose to bring Su Zhe along. Even more so, they couldn't comprehend how Su Zhe managed to return intact through a space black hole that even a level 100 war god couldn't pass. Unfortunately, Su Zhe, who was spat out by the black hole, had lost his memory of that time, so they could never know what had happened. They had tried to ask, and also attempted to explore Suzai's memories using psychic powers. But various methods yielded no results, only causing him to feel immense pain, forcing them to helplessly give up. Lin Shi reminisced about the past and sighed, now our time is very tight. Even if we succeed in the snatch, we will still need time for training afterward, so we must speed up. And right now, Suzai and his demon beast are the most suitable choice, so, there's no turning back now. Then he changed his usual demeanor, his eyes firm as he said, but I, the old man, will risk my life to make sure nothing happens to him. Xiao Shang let out a sigh and nodded helplessly. Teacher, you don't have to say that. I will cooperate with you with all my strength, no one needs to get into trouble. Lin Shi just smiled slightly at these words. Even having become one of the war gods of Great Xia, this kid remains so naive. How can one gain trust without paying a price? Moreover, he is nearing the end, it might be better to burn a little of himself in the final moments of life. Then the two of them left the underground space together. Only the Phoenix Qingyi, who was undergoing nirvana, continued to spin slowly, trying to close the space black hole, along with the half-submerged dragon bones on the earthen wall that fell silent again. However, what they didn't notice as they left was the deep mark left by the Su Lin couple on the dragon bones was actually no longer on the side of the human world. Nor had it been revived and covered with flesh as they speculated, dragged into the demon beast world. Instead, it was right in the middle, at the place where the space black hole continued to rotate and cut, trying to close. If it were a complete dragon bone, it could indeed withstand the cutting of space. But now, that crack is slowly but surely expanding under the sharp force of space. The dragon bone seemed to be on the verge of being cut in half, allowing the space black hole to close. Chapter 88, The Statue. Xiao Shang, leaving, still felt restless. He came to the front of the Beast-Tamer Association, looking at the statue of himself in front of him. The statue was carved in the likeness of him back when he was studying in Beishur. He looked a bit more tender than now. Around the statue, people came and went. After all, the Beast Master Association is one of the busiest places in every city. But among so many passing by, not a single person noticed Xiao Chang's presence. This was a small trick he used to avoid being overwhelmed by everyone's enthusiasm. Because Beishan City was the place where he was born and raised, he was particularly popular here, which is why this statue was built in his memory. The stone sculpture was made from a special stone that could preserve its power for a long time, and it retained one of his avatars. Xiao Chang stepped forward to touch the statue, feeling the slightly diminished power within and began to restore it, stopping only when the statue reached its maximum limit. However, after taking a step back, Xiao Chang still shook his head in dissatisfaction, so he reached for his waist. At his waist was a belt, decorated with a transparent gemstone the size of an egg. As the gemstone sparkled, a large beast core appeared in Xiao Chang's hand. That was not just a gemstone, but a very rare spatial beast core. Even Xiao Chang only obtained this one level 60 core, which was made into a belt that could open a personal space of several square meters. He had just taken out the beast core from that space. The absorbing capacity of this statue is still a bit weak, the strong cores I collected are useless, but this level 90 core is just right. Then he melted the level 90 platinum beast core into the statue. The statue instantly burst into dazzling brilliance, which gradually subsided after a moment. The small trick Xiao Chang used could lower his presence, making it hard for others to notice him. But it could not hide the enormous statue, and soon everyone was drawn to the change that occurred, surrounding Xiao Chang's statue. What's going on? Everyone, come quickly, Lord Xiao Chang's statue is glowing. Especially the top. It's shining and blinding. Could it be that Lord Xiao Chang is showing his divine power again? Lord Xiao Chang is still very much alive, what divine power? The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Many among them still remembered the recent awakening of the statue, defeating the dark guard carrying the divine sword and throwing him into the garbage bin. But that time the statue awakened due to a danger-triggered token, and now it seemed there was no danger at all? Could it be that the statue sensed something? Everyone cautiously looked around but found nothing and finally relaxed. Just then, the statue had absorbed the core completely, its aura settled, and the brilliance disappeared. Only then did everyone feel completely at ease. But they still surrounded the statue and paid their respects before finally dispersing to attend to their own matters. As for the instigator, Xiao Chang had already quietly left before everyone gathered. Little junior brother, there's only so much I can help you with. As long as that old monster from the Jiang family doesn't take action, this statue can protect you well, at least it can help hold out until I or the teacher come to rescue you. Xiao Chang had not only strengthened the statue from head to toe but also modified some settings. Now, besides being activated by the token, it could also immediately activate to protect Su Zai whenever he faced life-threatening danger. However, the statue also had its limitations. For instance, Su Zai couldn't be too far from the danger zone, or it might not sense him. Even if it sensed something, it would still take time to get there. Even though it could fly, it was just a stone statue, and its speed was not much faster. So it was best to encounter danger in Beishan City and nearby cities, where it could reach in time. Beyond that, it would be somewhat difficult. He also needed to explain all of this clearly to Su Zhe before leaving Beishan City to handle his own matters. Meanwhile, the anxious Jiangli and his son also received news about the unusual events happening at the statue in front of the Beastmaster Association. After all, they were part of one of the teams responsible for the safety of Beishan City under the Great Xia Spirit Guard. Moreover, most people were still unaware of the existence of Su Zhe's 13th team, so they received news about the incidents in the city right away. The statue of Xiaochang has changed? He is in Beishan City right now. What difference does it make if a statue changes? Jiang Sheng scanned the news and carelessly suppressed it. He felt irritated that Xiaochang's appearance interrupted his revenge plan, so he did not want to hear any news regarding him. But Jiangli grabbed his hand, took the message, and looked at it carefully. Dad, there's no need to look, this is just useless news. Before Jiang Sheng could finish his words, Jiangli shot him a fierce glare. Useless? Do you know what this means? Only Xiaochang himself could cause the statue to change like this. He must have done something to the statue, allowing it to protect Su Zhe. After all, he can't stay in Beishan City forever, he will have to leave soon. Unlike me, I don't have many years left to live. If it means getting revenge for Tianlong, spending my remaining years here wouldn't be a problem. Jiangli said fiercely. Then he added reluctantly, but now, even though he has left, he has still left this statue to stop us. Dad, what should we do? If it's just a statue, can you handle it? Jiangli shook his head. Even if it's just a statue, it probably won't be easy for me to deal with. But after all, it is still a lifeless object. If we think carefully, there must be a way. While Jiangli was lost in thought, Jiang Sheng sighed beside him. If only he could help us deal with Xiaochang, isn't he not allowing others to kill Jiang family members? Why doesn't he care about Tianlong's matter? Jiangli sneered at his words. You are mistaken, he isn't a Jiang family member. He won't allow others to kill Jiang family members in front of him, that is his promise. But actively helping us seek revenge is absolutely impossible. After all, our Jiang family is not much to him. He continued, actually, there is a way. As long as we can lure Su Zhe away, the farther the better, so the statue won't have time to react, then it will be fine. But, what kind of reason can we use to make him willingly stay as far away from Beishan City as possible? Chapter 89, Battle Method. With several good-hearted people working tirelessly without rest, the reconstruction of the 13th team's camp progressed very smoothly. At this time, Xiaochang had been gone for a few days. Perhaps due to the recent unease surrounding the stone statue anomaly, the Jiang family had not caused any further disturbances, and Su Zhe was glad about that. However, Jiang Sheng's spirit guard became so silent that they ignored all matters big and small happening in the city, almost causing a riot. Fortunately, at this time, everyone also learned about Su Zhe's 13th team, and soon many accumulated official documents filled the makeshift tents built in the ruins. These things left Su Zhe confused and dizzy. After all, whether before or after his crossing, he was just a student with little social experience, far from having encountered such matters. Fortunately, the other great Xia spirit guards beside him were veterans of many battles, rich in experience. Sun Hao, having lost an arm, could only serve as a bodyguard for Su Zhe, and was responsible for understanding these matters thoroughly. Captain Su, actually, big events like the invasion from Fusang don't happen often. Usually, we encounter such things only once every few years, but this year is an exception. Generally, we deal with minor issues between beast tamers, like when a beast from one house forces another's beast to get pregnant during mating season. Or when two beast tamers agree to breed their beasts but end up with only one monster, leading to a dispute over ownership. Most of these are petty issues. Occasionally, there are rogue beast tamers, and that's when we need to subdue them by force. Speaking of force, after being nourished by the Shadow Moon Wolf King's contract, Su Zhe's mental level has now reached level 30. The Shadow Moon Wolf King is a Lord-level monster at level 45, its power comparable to a Diamond-level monster of the same rank. The problem is that Diamond-level monsters are usually hatched successfully at level 50 or above, so whether he can truly defeat it is still uncertain. Nonetheless, Su Zhe remains the strongest in the 13th squad, and even relying solely on strength, he can firmly hold the captain's position. Brother Sun, since you are so knowledgeable about handling these affairs, I'll leave it all to you. I really can't manage this. If I try to force it, I'm afraid it'll just end up being a joke. Sun Hao smiled and said, Captain Su, in the past, I could still shamelessly hear you call me brother, but now that you are our captain, I can't bear it. Seeing he didn't seem to be joking, Su Zhe nodded, feeling the weight of the burden on his shoulders increase. Sun Hao took the various documents from Su Zhe's hands and said, I'll go find a few former colleagues who were in charge of documentation, we'll take care of these. Captain Su can go deal with your own matters. We still remember Elder Guo's orders. Before you graduate, you don't have to participate in the complex tasks of the Great Xia Spirit Guards. Besides, we've also heard that the 10-year Beast Tamer competition will begin soon. With Captain Su's talent, you will definitely have a chance to compete, so during this time, just prepare well. The Beast Tamer competition is a big deal, even if you can't win, just qualifying can bring fame and rewards. The brothers are hoping to benefit from being around you, Captain. Sun Hao said, laughing. Others echoed, exactly. With the captain's talent, he will undoubtedly win the championship in the Beast Tamer competition. When that time comes, Captain, you must share some benefits with the brothers. Alright, no problem. Su Zhe replied loudly. Originally, he was only interested in the champion's prize, the phoenix fruit, and was determined to aim for the championship. But being a hands-off captain still made Su Zhe feel a bit guilty, so he told Sun Hao, Brother Sun, other matters I truly know nothing about, but I'm still good at fighting, so if we encounter any dangerous individuals we can't handle, just leave them to me. Sun Hao nodded, don't worry, Captain, I'll remember. Watching everyone enter work mode, starting to collaborate, and normally processing various tasks, Su Zhe realized that his presence was indeed superfluous, and he felt relieved to leave the camp. After returning to the Qinglong Beast Tamer University, Su Zhe didn't go to find teacher Lin Shi, but headed to a closed training ground on the other side of the school. If it weren't for the issues on the side of the Great Xia Spirit Guards, after he snatched Zhu Ji's competition spot, he should have come here to train. Today is his first time here. As soon as he stepped through the door, he heard the howling wind. Rank 2nd, Li Hong, and 3rd, Louis, were battling on the stage. Li Hang's slender frame displayed nimble footwork, and he wasn't wearing any beast armor during the fight. He only wore battle boots made from beast artifacts, further enhancing his speed. On his right arm was a blade that covered his entire forearm and extended about half a meter. By giving up the heavy beast armor, he sacrificed defense to push his speed to the limit, making his attack speed so fast that even Su Zhe struggled to catch it with his eyes. However, Louis, who was fighting against him, managed to parry all of Li Hang's attacks. She also chose not to wear beast armor, and a delicate mask covered the upper half of her face, allowing her to track Li Hang's movements while also launching mental attacks to disrupt him. Her hands were covered with light silk gloves, creating water rings to slow down Li Hang's movements, accompanied by streams of water to launch attacks. Both of their fighting styles were incredibly clever, completely different from the power-crushing approach Su Zhe usually took. At that moment, the top-ranked Kuang Yi walked up to Su Zhe and asked, "How does it feel?" Su Zhe scratched his head and said, "They're very impressive. Even though my beast might be a bit stronger, I can't win." Both of their displayed beasts were around level 40, but their quality was considerably inferior to the Shadow Moon Wolf King. Yet, Su Zhe didn't believe he could win against them. Whether it was Li Hang's speed or Louis's long-range consumption, Su Zhe had no confidence to overcome them. Kuang Yi added, generally, a beast master can only contract 5 or 6 beasts at most, so you need to choose carefully. You have to consider your own characteristics for the pairing. For example, Li Hong has chosen to specialize in his speed, using the combination of beast artifacts to achieve unmatched speed. Su Zhe nodded in understanding but didn't take these words too seriously. He noticed that perhaps due to the system, as his mental level increased, his beast slots were rising too. He had just contracted the Shadow Moon Wolf King not long ago, and now he had enough mental strength to contract another beast. However, the system had not been very generous lately, and aside from a golden egg, he hadn't had any other satisfactory gains. Now, Su Zhe had begun to look down on golden-level beast eggs. For him, contracting a beast wasn't about whether it was suitable, but about whether it was strong enough. Curiously, Su Zhe asked, why do they only use artifacts during battle and not choose beast armor? Kuang Yi smiled and answered, high-level beast masters use multiple beasts, combining them into their own unique beast armor after artifact transformation. Although such beast armor can hardly cover the whole body, it is much stronger than a single beast armor. After all, while beast armor has balanced abilities, none are particularly outstanding. This gave Su Zhe a significant insight. In the future, the number of his beasts would definitely far exceed others. While others might struggle to utilize artifact transformation to form a complete beast armor, he wouldn't. Perhaps this was his correct way of fighting. Chapter 90, Hurting Others. I lost. Su Zhe panted, one hand holding the ethereal shield while the other plunged a long knife shaped like a black crescent into the ground. Across from him stood Louis, ranked 3rd, her entire body soaked from the streams of water she had unleashed, her clothes clinging to her, revealing her beautiful figure. Louis said, you have made progress again. This kind of offensive and defensive style is much harder to deal with than I expected. If you could maintain the beast control transformation for a bit longer, perhaps I wouldn't be your match. But Su Zhe just smiled and nodded non-committally. For the past few days, Su Zhe had been staying here, not only sparring with everyone but also learning some techniques for beast control battles. Su Zhe also recognized his current strength. At most, he could rank 4th among the 5. This was only within the Qinglong Beast Control University. It is important to know that the students from the Imperial Capital Beast Control University are much stronger than those from the other 4 universities. Because of this, while the other 4 universities only had 5 spots in the great competition, the Imperial Capital Beast Control University had a full 10. So, to win the championship, Suze's current strength is far from enough, unless Fengqingyi can achieve rebirth before the competition starts. Suze also realized that these people were actually holding back during the sparring, clearly viewing each other as rivals. That's why he nodded non-committally when Lui offered him compliments. Suze released his grip, allowing the curved dagger and ethereal shield in his hands to return to their original forms. His mental strength level was still a bit low. The higher the level of the beast control transformation, the greater the mental strength consumption when using the weapon. That's why Lui said that if he could hold on a bit longer, he might win. For others, high-level beasts are rare, but mental strength levels can be slowly trained up. However, for Suze, it was the opposite. He just needed to hatch a high-level beast. In comparison, improving mental strength levels took much longer. But this slowness was only relative. His level 30 beast at his age had already created history. Alright, let's end the sparring here for today, everyone go rest. Kuang Yi said, coming over and clapping his hands. These 5 people were brought together for the great competition, so they all relied on their strength to speak. Kuang Yi is the strongest, so everyone listened to her arrangements. After Suze packed his things and left, he first met up with Su Yao. Word about his defeat of Zhu Ji had already spread. Although everyone confirmed that Suze had lost a diamond-level beast, they also knew he still had a platinum-level beast, which remained powerful. So now, no one bothered to take advantage of Su Yao. Su Yao was also very happy to see Suze. Now, even though Suze was still a freshman, he was completely different from other students. He not only needed to prepare for the beast control competition but was also the captain of the Daxia Spirit Guards. Once he got busy, Su Yao wouldn't see him for several days. After spending a break with Su Yao, the two reluctantly parted ways again. Su Yao returned to the classroom, while Suze thought for a moment and went to the camp. He had been a hands-off boss for so many days and needed to go back and take a look. But as soon as he entered, he sensed something was wrong. Several spirit guards were injured, and some had red eyes, looking furious enough to eat someone. The nearby thin monkey and others had thus suffered. They didn't dare to stop working even for a moment. What on earth happened while I was gone? Suze asked Sun Hao. Sigh. Sun Hao sighed deeply, then said mournfully, a few beast control criminal masters appeared these days. They, being beast masters, hurt ordinary people. At first, we didn't think much of it. We sent a few team members to deal with them. As a result, their strength was very strong, and they injured our people and escaped. Then they went even crazier, even some of our team members' families were injured. Sigh. Luckily, nothing major happened. At the end, he sighed with red eyes. Although no incident happened, it felt more like a warning. Who knew if next time they would go for a fatal blow? Beside him, Suze clenched his fists in anger. He despised those who targeted other people's families. Especially since they were the great Xia spirit guards, shedding blood to protect the country and the people. But in the end, they couldn't protect their own families. How ironic was that? Are these people related to the Zheng family? Suze immediately had a suspect. But Sun Hao shook his head and said, I don't know, these people all wore masks or were covered. Suze spat and said, if they're so ashamed, they must be those bastards doing. I really thought they had calmed down. At that moment, new news came in. A beast master was rampaging down White Tree Street, causing injuries. There had already been several casualties. As the news spread, several spirit guards couldn't sit still. Their homes were on White Tree Street. Suze stood up and said, everyone, don't worry, I'll deal with these guys. Hearing this, Sun Hao grabbed Suze with his one arm and whispered, what if this is the Zheng family forcing you to make a move? Suze reassured him, saying, it's fine, as long as I'm around Bay City, they can't do anything to me. Then he summoned the Shadow Moon Wolf King, riding on its back and rushing towards White Tree Street. Sun Hao also led a team to follow closely behind. On White Tree Street, a huge wild boar was rampaging wildly. Everything in sight, houses and vehicles, was destroyed by its long tusks. The white tusks were already stained with some red, clearly indicating casualties had occurred. After it tore open the roof of a car like opening a can with its tusks, its scarlet eyes saw a mother and daughter inside. Haha, tusks, trample wildly. Crush them beneath you. Its beast master, wearing a ghost mask, laughed wildly beside it, with equally blood-red eyes beneath the mask. The wild boar's stinking breath sprayed on the faces of the mother and daughter, and fear made them speechless, tears flowing uncontrollably. Just as its tusks were about to pierce their bodies, a black curved knife was thrown, instantly severing its 2 tusks. Before it could rage, the black chain behind the curved knife wrapped around the mother and daughter, tightly snapping back with force and pulling them away. This knife cuts off your beast's teeth, the next one will directly cut off your head. The entire head was buried in it. But after pushing hard on both sides to pull the head out, he discovered that the top of his head was not injured at all. What a strong head! Suze couldn't help but exclaim, seeing it. But a strong head is one thing, yet this kind of attack method is still too clumsy. Just now, Suze easily dodged past it. But when the opponent adjusted himself and prepared to charge again, this time Suze did not intend to dodge. He stood still in place until the enemy's attack was about to hit him. Then suddenly, a shield appeared in his hand, and he lowered his center of gravity to stabilize his stance, pressing the bottom of the shield against the ground. This crash was even louder than the last one, but Suze's illusionary shield was no ordinary streetlight. Suze was knocked back a couple of steps, while the other person was frozen in place, then toppled over, unconscious. Clearly, even the strongest heads have their limits. Just as Suze was about to reach out to remove the opponent's mask, 4 or 5 similarly dressed beast masters suddenly rushed out from all around, attacking him. All of you are here, did you come to ambush me? It's just right, I can deal with all of you. These beast masters were of medium strength, around level 30 or 40, not much different from Disya spirit guards. The reason they were able to injure the 13th team of Disya spirit guards was partly due to their unpreparedness. On the other hand, it was related to their frenzied state, feeling no pain at the same level, they were clearly more overwhelming and reckless. But that's all they had. To Suze, they were not a formidable opponent. This does not mean that the Disya spirit guard is weak, it's just that Suze has progressed too quickly. He could barely be called a master now. Moreover, at the end of the day, the 13th squad was still just the periphery of Disya spirit guards. In front of the true core, Suze was still somewhat lacking. But Sunhao and the others are already somewhat lacking, they can't even assist me and might become a burden. Looks like I need to find a way to strengthen their power. Suze thought of the golden beast egg he had recently drawn, although he didn't think much of it, it was quite rare for other spirit guards. But I can't just give it to them casually, they need to earn it first. As Suze planned this in his heart, those people had already surrounded him, trapping him in the middle. Suze was calm, with one hand on the shield and the other holding a curved dagger, he took out the results of his training over the past few days. Such an opportunity for life and death fighting where no holds are barred was quite rare. After a round of battle, although Suze had steadily gained the upper hand, the enemy, after all, had the advantage in numbers, and he couldn't quickly take them all down. Moreover, as time passed, Suze felt somewhat fatigued, while these frenzied guys became more and more excited, showing no signs of tiredness. This is not good. Just as he began to have the intention to retreat, Sunhao and the other Disya spirit guards came charging in. Captain! We can't let you fight alone. That's right, this bunch of bastards hurt some of our brothers before by relying on their numbers, now it's our turn to get back at them. Dozens or even hundreds of Disya spirit guards rushed in, and in an instant, the situation was reversed, turning the encirclement into being encircled. Captain, leave this to us. That's right, you can just rest on the side. To deal with 5 people, there was no need for everyone to join in. The extra people isolated the battlefield from the periphery to prevent further damage to the surroundings. With their addition, the masked beast masters were instantly suppressed. But there was still one person who burst forth with potential, breaking through the encirclement and escaping into the distance. You focus on the others, try to capture them alive, I'll handle this one. After giving the instruction, Suze chased after him. This person was very fast, and it seemed he had shaken off the previous state and regained his sanity, desperately running away, but he was not beyond Suze's reach. He rode on the back of the Shadow Moon Wolf King, steadily closing the distance between them. Where do you think you're running? The Wolf King suddenly lunged forward, leaping right in front of him, forcing him to stop his escape. At this point, they had already run outside of North City, surrounded by barren land. Run? Why should I run? The masked man said calmly, without a hint of panic in his tone. Seeing this, Suze was not surprised, instead, he smiled and said, you wanted to lure me out of the city, and now I'm here. So who exactly are you? Jiang Shang or Jiang Lu? The man did not answer but said, you've guessed it, you dare to follow me? Who gave you the courage? The statue of Shao Chang? I think it won't save you in time. That's not certain. As the masked man spoke, he had already made his move, he didn't want to waste time leaving hidden dangers. A powerful pressure surged in, almost instantly confirming Suze's suspicions about his identity. He was an enemy that Suze currently could not defeat. But Suze fixed his gaze ahead, staring at the charging masked man. His right hand was clenched, bending slightly over his body, adopting a strange pose as if to throw a javelin. At the moment the masked man charged forward, he suddenly threw it out. At this moment, Suze's eyes held 2 perspectives, one was himself looking at the masked man, and the other was the view of the statue at the entrance of the association. At the same time, to everyone's astonishment, the statue of Shao Chang at the entrance of the Beast Master Association also took on the same javelin pose as Suze. Suze provided target lock through his vision, then with a fierce throw unleashed the Azure Dragon halberd from his hand. The statue itself also fiercely kicked off the ground, flying forward. The strong wind generated by its flight even blew up the skirts of several young girls nearby, leaving everyone in awe. On the other side, just as the masked man rushed to Suze's front, the fierce wind had reached his ears, and before he could react, the massive Azure Dragon halberd struck him hard to the ground, the tip piercing into his shoulder. Suze continued to grip his right hand, slightly stirring it. With his movement, the Azure Dragon halberd twisted in the masked man's wound. He winced in pain, struggled to pull out the Azure Dragon halberd, glared fiercely at Suze, but then felt a stronger power approaching and quickly fled before launching another attack. Consider yourself lucky to escape. With a wave of his hand, he could almost be sure that the person wanting to scheme against him this time was the old thief John Lu from the Zhang family. However, he ended up falling into the trap and suffered a great loss. But there was still no substantial evidence proving it was him. Only by capturing those few people and interrogating them could he find useful information. Then he could report it to the military headquarters and take down Jiang Shang, which would also eliminate a threat for Suze. Otherwise, if he stayed in Beishan City as captain, Suze feared he wouldn't have a peaceful sleep at night. However, when Suze returned to Baishu Street, he found that everyone's faces looked a bit grim. Suze instantly had a bad premonition and asked, "What happened?" Sun Hao replied, "Captain, we failed. You told us to leave survivors, but in the end, they all died." Died? Suze frowned. Sun Hao and the others shouldn't have acted so recklessly. Tell me what happened. Sun Hao immediately recounted everything that occurred after Suze chased the person away. At first, everything went smoothly. Although these people fought crazily, as if they would never get tired. However, they had the numbers, and once someone was overly exhausted or slightly injured, they would immediately switch with another person to fill in. The masked people constantly gained strength in their madness, just as they felt they were about to be unable to hold them back. Suddenly, several of them simultaneously spat out blood and then all perished. Even the hard-headed guy who had been knocked unconscious by Suze earlier couldn't escape and died directly in his sleep. It sounds like they must have gained combat power by burning their lives, but it seems like it wasn't voluntary. Suze looked at the crimson-eyed gazes behind the masks, wide-eyed, unable to close their eyes in death. Sun Hao responded, "We have already done a simple autopsy. What drove them mad was actually a kind of toxin. This toxin slowly erodes their minds, so at first, when they were destroying the streets, they were somewhat restrained. They only damaged many buildings but did not harm anyone. However, this time they have been completely eroded in mind, causing numerous casualties." Suze unwittingly thought of Jiang Shang's beast, that black snake whose main method of attack seemed to be toxins. He wondered if the poison in these people also originated from him. Suze said curiously, "Since they are all dead, and you've done an autopsy, why not try to remove the masks to see if we can identify them?" Sun Hao's face looked grim as he said, "Captain, you can take a look for yourself." Upon hearing this, Suze bent down slightly to try to remove a person's mask. However, he found that even with all his strength to lift the corpse, he still couldn't succeed. The mask was welded to their face. Whether the mask could be taken off or not, the face beneath was already unrecognizable. And this world hasn't developed any identification methods like DNA and fingerprints. It seems confirming their identities will be particularly challenging. Looking at the masks welded to their faces, Suze, thinking about how they were poisoned and could not help themselves, couldn't help but sigh. No wonder at the start, he said that seeing me was a kind of relief. Perhaps after drawing me out, regardless of whether the next plan succeeded or not, they would have to die. This would also be a kind of relief. After expressing his feelings, Suze instructed, "See if there are any unusual marks on them, like tattoos or birthmarks. Take photos and send them out to see if any family members come to claim them. If we really can't find anything, then let's bury them. Everyone knows full well who did it." Sun Hao nodded and passed down the order. Then he asked, "Captain, the person you're chasing must be complicated, right? Are you hurt?" Suze shook his head and said, "You should worry about him. Being pierced by the Azure Dragon Spear is not a pleasant experience." Meanwhile, in Jiang Shang's tent, Zhang Lu stumbled back and took off his mask. "Father! How did you get hurt like this? Are you okay?" Zhang Lu glared at him and said irritably, "Do I look okay to you? I underestimated Xiao Chang. I thought it would be fine outside the city. In the end, before I could even strike, I was heavily injured by his statue." As Zhang Lu said this, he felt anger rise in him and spat out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Shang hurriedly called his beast to help heal him. Although his Black Spirit Snake King had a fierce toxicity and was skilled in using various poisons. But poison and medicine are interconnected. He was skilled in toxicity and also knew how to heal wounds. The snake's tongue licked the wound, and Jiang Lu's injuries were thus alleviated. But it only stopped the bleeding. Healing was still far away. Seeing this, Jiang Lu said, "My injuries are too severe, and my age has decreased my recovery ability. I need to go back and find my ancestors for help to heal." Hearing this, Jiang Shang said anxiously, "Father, what do we do about Suze? Are we just going to let the death of Tianlong go?" Jiang Lu shouted angrily, "Of course we can't let it go, but in my current condition, I might not even be able to seek revenge for Tianlong before I meet my end. We need to plan carefully on how to deal with him. We can't be reckless anymore. We must at least ensure that this kid is not within the protection range of the statue before we act. Don't provoke him for now until I heal. I'll call your brother to keep an eye on you, so you two can look out for each other." Zhang Sheng could only nod in agreement helplessly. Then Jiang Lu asked, by the way, those people you arranged won't expose us, will they? We can't let this kid find a weakness against us, otherwise, he will definitely take advantage, and when the Eastern Army headquarters gets serious, it won't be good. After all, this is not the imperial capital, it's not our territory. Zhang Sheng smiled and said, Father, don't worry. These people are orphans raised by me in imitation of our ancestors, they have no relatives. Plus, they are now disfigured, so no one will recognize them. That's good. Jiang Lu nodded in approval. Then I'll head back to heal. Your brother will arrive in a couple of days. Remember, don't provoke Su Zhe while I'm away. No problem, father. After Jiang Lu's figure completely disappeared, Zhang Sheng quietly said, the killer that harmed my son is not just this kid, since father won't let me touch him, then there's also that group from Fusang and that old thief Guo Linshan. After the recent purge, the Fusang Dark Guards have closed their borders and no longer leave the island. So now, there is only one option left. Chapter 93, Backup Plan. On the arena, Su Zhe held his shield and continuously blocked and dodged multiple ranged attacks from Lui. When faced with unavoidable attacks, his figure instantly vanished from the spot. Moments later, he emerged from the shadows, closing in on Lui. Lui excelled in ranged attacks. Once he got close, it meant victory for Su Zhe. In the past month, Su Zhe had firmly secured the 4th rank. He pushed the original rank 4, Zhang Jianben, down, but the giant man, like a black tower, had no complaints. Finally, Su Zhe reached Lui, swinging his curved knife at her. But it was just a sparring, he couldn't really chop down. As long as Lui admitted defeat, Su Zhe would immediately stop. But she did not admit defeat. User is a skilled translator with a focus on emotional and direct translations, ensuring that simple, clear vocabulary is used to make stories universally understandable while preserving the original content. Sighing helplessly, she said, Sigh, you really have made progress so quickly, it seems I can't hide anymore. A pure stream of water turned into a pair of short swords in her hands, which she raised to block Su Zhe's curved blade. Then, like a butterfly, she flew up, down, left, and right, her twin blades constantly waving and cutting toward Su Zhe as she moved. The blades made of water weren't as tough as the curved blade transformed from Su Zhe's Shadow Moon Wolf King weapon, but after all, they were just water. Once there was any damage, other water immediately flowed in to fill the gap. After exchanging several moves back and forth, they distanced themselves, and neither could really do anything to the other. Only the collar of Lui's clothing in front of her was cut open by Su Zhe, revealing a pair of magnificent, clearly visible, and eye-catching white breasts. Seeing this, she was not shy at all and directly tore the torn clothes, tying them around her waist, her black top contrasting sharply with her fair, tender skin. No more fighting, let's call it a tie. My clothes are already like this, I really suspect you did it on purpose. Now, with this thing, I can't cover myself properly. If I used some force and the clasp came loose, wouldn't that give you an advantage? Lui let go of her hands, turning the short blades back into ordinary water flowing to the ground, and said impatiently. Su Zhe scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. He really didn't do it on purpose, he had been confident he was about to win, but unexpectedly, Lui had hidden a huge trick and was so skilled in close combat. Su Zhe, caught off guard, didn't have much time to think and used all his strength. Fortunately, Lui was agile and dodged the strike, only having her clothes torn. Otherwise, she might have been injured. Everyone thought you specialized in long-range attacks, but your close combat ability is also so impressive. Su Zhe praised from the side. Lui, a senior who had stayed at the school for 2 more years, was 5 years older than Su Zhe, who had just entered his first year, so he called her sister. Upon hearing this, Lui was a bit upset and said, this was a backup plan I prepared for the Beast Master competition, who knew you'd force it out so easily. When others thought she only excelled in long-range attacks, and assumed they could win if they closed in, suddenly showing surprising close combat abilities would definitely catch them off guard. But this tactic could only work once others were prepared, it wouldn't be effective anymore. Forget it, since you've pushed me to this point, it means I didn't hide my trump card deep enough. Anyone else would have done the same, Lui comforted herself. Then she gave a disdainful glance around, and everyone immediately looked away, pretending to be busy. None of you have seen enough, right? I'm going home to change clothes, come on, come and peek if you can. Then, maintaining this appearance, she walked out of the training room, and as soon as she stepped outside, Su Zhe and the others heard a series of amazed exclamations, wow. Kuang Yi, Li Hong, and Zhang Jianben all gave Su Zhe, the instigator, a thumbs up. Bro! Well done. Su Zhe didn't pay any attention to the 3 perpetually single guys. After all, he still had Su Yao, his childhood friend, and this had really been just an accident. After leaving the training room, Su Zhe headed to the 13th Squad's camp. Over the past month, he had once again drawn 3 golden eggs and several silver eggs. Unfortunately, he still hadn't drawn a platinum-level beast egg, and the extra beast master spots were still vacant. Adding the one from before, Suze now had a total of 4 golden eggs in his hands, enough to significantly boost the strength of the 13th squad. But he certainly wouldn't take them all out at once. The rewards will be sent out in the form of incentives. And he has already chosen the first candidate. The camp has been repaired well enough now, with several people contributing significantly. So now they don't have to move bricks anymore, but they must still endure hundreds of kilometers of high-intensity training every day. Under such high-intensity exercise, even the skinny monkey has become much stronger. Suze had just taken his seat in his office when Sun Hao immediately started reporting. They could handle the trivial matters by themselves, he only spoke of things that interested Suze. Captain Su, we released the photos as you instructed, but no one has come forward to claim the bodies. Suze nodded, he wasn't counting on this method to catch Jiang Shang and the others. In that case, let it be. After the bodies are cremated, bury them. No problem, Sun Hao continued, there's another thing. According to our intelligence, Jiang Lu seems to have left for some time, though we don't know why. He wasn't clear, but Suze knew, he must have gone home to recuperate. Not long after Jiang Lu left, his eldest son, Jiang Shang's older brother, Jiang Donlin, also arrived in Beishur. Oh? Suze raised an eyebrow, he thought the Jiang family might try to find more people, maybe even summon their father back. Surprisingly, they had backed down, and it was the son who came instead. So, do these two brothers have any moves? Sun Hao shook his head, not at the moment. They have been very quiet, but it seems they are sending people out to gather some information. Go see if we can find out what information they are trying to gather, but try not to provoke them. I will be going to the Imperial capital soon for the Beast Master competition. Sun Hao nodded in response, understood. After arranging matters for his departure, Suze said with a smile, all right, call everyone over. It's the end of the month, time to distribute rewards, and I have prepared a surprise for you. Hearing this, Sun Hao immediately went out to call everyone to the hall, who doesn't like a payday? He was also curious about what the surprise Suze mentioned could be. Chapter 94, Awakening. The salary of the Great Xia Spirit Guards is relatively generous, at least at a middle income level. In addition, they also receive military-grade essence-saturated beads as part of their pay. To ordinary people, this might just be a pretty bead, but for beast masters, it is the most precious, far more valuable than their wages. However, military-grade essence-saturated beads are not allowed to be privately sold by the Great Xia Spirit Guards. If discovered, they would face severe punishment from the core headquarters. After distributing all the essence-saturated beads received, everyone eagerly looked at Suze. They had just learned from Sun Hao that Suze had prepared a secret surprise for them but didn't know what it would be. What do you think the surprise will be? I don't know, could it be gold? Gold bars aren't much to us, Captain Su doesn't seem like the type to go for something so mundane. The surprise he mentioned must be something that can help us improve our strength. Then I guess, could Captain Su be planning to take out his own share of essence-saturated beads as a reward? You might be right, that is indeed possible. The crowd discussed excitedly, believing this to be the most likely surprise. After all, Suze didn't come from a major aristocratic family, he couldn't produce any rare treasures. But as the team leader of the Great Xia Spirit Guards, he had a considerable amount of essence-saturated beads in his salary. Apart from that, he probably couldn't offer anything that could be considered a surprise. But Captain Suze is young and talented, he needs these essence beads more than we do. Moreover, he is about to participate in the Beast Master competition, and these essence beads can help him improve his strength before the match, so we absolutely cannot take them. Right. We can't take them, the others chimed in. If it weren't for Suze, they would still be suffering under Jiang Shang's intense training, so they absolutely could not harm his interests. Suze was unaware of their thoughts, and on stage, he mysteriously took out a monster egg, but after waiting for a moment and hearing no cheers, he was slightly stunned. The people below did not expect the surprise Suze had prepared was just a monster egg? Although it was precious, a silver-level beast would not enhance their strength, and a newly hatched monster needed slow training, which was not worth the effort. Unless this was a golden-level monster egg, but how could that be possible? Such a precious item, how could it be easily offered as a reward? At this moment, Sun Hao, who was cheering from the side, said, Captain Suze, this monster egg looks extraordinary, it should be something special, right? He was just trying to boost the atmosphere, but Suze nodded and said, not bad, this is a golden-level monster egg, and I plan to reward it to the best performer of this month. The cold response from everyone took Suze by surprise, but everyone's composure was also a good thing. Just as Suze was thinking this, a uniform gasp of surprise came from below. What? A golden-level monster egg? Is this true? Looking at the captain, it doesn't seem like he's joking. My goodness, this is too extravagant. Could Captain Suze really not be an illegitimate child from a powerful family? Suze was even more pleased with everyone's attitude now, having motivation would better inspire them. So the best performer this month is? Suze deliberately elongated his tone, making everyone stretch their necks in anticipation. Sun Hao. Suze said loudly. He then handed the monster egg into Sun Hao's hands, and Sun Hao was stunned for a moment before he excitedly hugged the monster egg closely. Everyone was not surprised by this decision. They all witnessed the efforts Sun Hao had put in these days. Except for the 5 thin monkeys who were pushed to work hard, Sun Hao had done the most work. He was always afraid that he wasn't doing well enough or contributing enough because he had lost one hand. But it would be a lie to say nobody felt regret. No one did not want a golden level beast. Suze stood high above, seeing all the expressions of the crowd below, and then continued, "This is just the beginning. Every month when I distribute salaries, I will reward the best performer with a golden level monster egg. Those who have already received a reward will be excluded." Everyone exchanged incredulous glances before suddenly bursting into cheers. They felt a surge of motivation, eager to start working immediately. As for those silver eggs, Suze chose not to produce them. To them, silver-level monster eggs were like a side dish with little value. Better to send them to the kitchen to add a dish for everyone. Suze had Sun Hao take the monster egg and follow him, first having him drop blood to transfer ownership of the monster egg before explaining how to hatch it. Golden-level monster egg, I need a loving beating to hatch. Hatch by striking the monster egg. The stronger the strike, the stronger the monster will be. After Suze finished speaking, Sun Hao looked at him in confusion, clearly having never heard of this strange hatching method. But he didn't doubt it, instead saying, "Just in time, our camp also needs to lay the foundation recently. When the time comes, I'll take this egg and smash it together." Leaving the camp, Suze originally planned to go back home to pack for his trip to the capital city in a few days. But just as he was about to reach home, he suddenly felt a stirring from a beast contract. Suze's heart also skipped a beat. This is Feng Qingyi's contract. Did she succeed? Suze exclaimed, brimming with excitement. He had prepared himself for Feng Qingyi not being able to complete her rebirth before the grand competition started. That would mean he would miss out on the first prize, a Wutong fruit, and he didn't think he could place first relying only on the Shadow Moon Wolf King. Right now, he wasn't even a match for his school's top student, Kuang Yi, let alone the talented ones from the Imperial Beast University. But now that Feng Qingyi had completed her rebirth, everything was different. Though he couldn't guarantee he would win, since the top spots from the Imperial University often came from the 4 great families, who cultivated their heirs using nearly all of the nation's resources. Most importantly, Suze was likely the only freshman participating. Others would have a 4 to 5 year age advantage, giving them ample time to get ahead of him. But at least this would put Suze in the running as a popular contender for victory. He could give it a shot. So he immediately turned around and rushed toward the Imperial Beast University. The stirring from the contract was becoming more pronounced. Feng Qingyi was about to awaken. Chapter 95, Departure. By the time Suze arrived, Lin Shu was unusually not lounging around. Instead, he was standing at the entrance of the underground space. Upon seeing Suze, he greeted him, "Hey, I felt the underground disturbances and was about to go take a look. You rushed over so quickly, it seems that little Phoenix is waking up? If that's the case, I won't need to go down." He casually turned around and leisurely walked back, leaving Suze to open the passage alone and head down. Once in the underground, Suze headed straight to the Phoenix furnace where Feng Qingyi was undergoing her rebirth. Now the entire furnace had turned a fiery red, and the high temperature made the surrounding air ripple like the surface of water. The furnace was melting, dripping molten iron below. Suze summoned the illusory spirit turtle to place a water shield around himself, which helped him withstand the intense heat as he drew closer to the furnace. Looking inside, he saw that Feng Qingyi had already awakened. Stretching her body, she absorbed the last remnants of the fire's power. At the moment she saw Suze, everything reached completion. With a long howl, the nearly completely melted furnace suddenly exploded, sending molten iron scattering everywhere. The water shield he had summoned couldn't hold it back anymore, so he pulled out the illusory spirit shield to block the rain of molten iron. "Master! I'm back! Come see me now, am I not beautiful?" Bird-like beast spirits particularly care about their feathers and appearance, and the phoenix was no exception. Feng Qingyi joyfully rushed to Suze's side, and she had now entered her growth phase. Her shape had changed from the little girl she once was to a girl just a head shorter than Suze. Standing next to Suze made him quite uncomfortable, and the most crucial point was that to prevent burning him, she had put away her flames, meaning there was no fiery cloak anymore. It was as if everything was on display, mesmerizing and unforgettable. Suze hurriedly covered his eyes and reminded her, "You should put on some clothes first." Only then did Feng Qingyi realize her mistake, and a fire-red long dress, just like before, appeared on her. "I'm done." Suze finally lowered his hands and took stock of Feng Qingyi. The girl she had become was even more enchanting than before, especially those phoenix eyes that captivated the heart. But Suze wanted to know how strong she was now. Race, Golden Feather Phoenix, bloodline of the Divine Beast Phoenix. Bloodline, Diamond Grade, can be advanced. Level, 75, Growth Phase. Skills, Death Fireline, Sunflame, Bathing in Fire. Talent skills, Phoenix Fire, Nirvana, twice. A 75 level Diamond Grade monster. If nothing goes wrong, the championship should be secure. Suze said excitedly. Just as he prepared to leave the underground space with Phoenix Chingy, he suddenly stopped. Because he felt a surge of power coming from the other side of the contract. I almost forgot about the contract's feedback during the monster's advancement. Saying this, he took out a box of pure military-grade spirit beads from his pocket. There's still some time before the grand competition starts. Pairing these spirit beads should help me elevate my strength by another level. Although Phoenix Chingy's strength was already strong enough, he, as her master, had become a burden. If Phoenix Chingy fought independently, getting caught by someone for even a moment could mean eliminating him, her master. Choosing to fight in a manner where she is independent indeed avoided this issue, but with Suze's current mental strength, he could not manipulate the weapons formed by Phoenix Chingy for too long, which was also a drawback. So, elevating his own strength was the most important thing. Soon, Suze sat down cross-legged on the ground, beginning to rapidly refine with the help of the spirit bead's power. Time flew, and 3 days passed. During this time, Suze had stayed in the underground space without coming out, while Phoenix Chingy guarded him. Lin Shi also curiously came down to take a look. Seeing Suze refining and breaking through power, she didn't disturb him. However, today was the departure day. A few giant flying monsters lay on the playground, ready to take off at any moment. Everyone was already prepared to go to the imperial capital for the Beastmaster Grand Competition, but Suze was still missing. Xiao Yao, do you know where Suze has gone? Su Yiming asked his daughter. Su Yiming came along as a teacher with Principal Xiao Su. Su Yao, as an outstanding first-year student, had received an opportunity to accompany the team to watch the competition. This was also a great learning chance for her, as almost every school took their best students from various grades to observe the competition. Su Yiming was very clear about Su Yao's relationship with Suze, but since they were all adults, he not only did not stop them but also wholeheartedly supported them. But Su Yao shook her head, looking worried, and said, I don't know either. I asked over at the Daxia Spirit Guard. After Suze showed up 3 days ago, he hasn't returned. Everyone waited a moment longer. Now, only Suze was missing, which finally caused some discontent among a few people. Principal Xiao Su, we can't waste time for one person. How long do we have to wait if he doesn't come? Yeah, waiting like this isn't a solution. Just now, Zhu Ji is here too. I propose we restore Zhu Ji's opportunity to compete, and continue with the original team for the competition. Exactly. Originally, Zhu Ji, who had won an opportunity to observe as the representative of outstanding senior students, suddenly widened his eyes at these words. I have another chance? But Xiao Su frowned and said, not so fast, let's wait a bit longer, half an hour. We need him. The other teachers had to keep quiet, half an hour was all. But they did not understand why Xiao Su valued Suze so much. We need him? Originally, Suze was lucky to contract with a diamond-grade monster and was indeed an outstanding genius. But now that he had lost the diamond-grade monster, his strength ranked only 4th among the 5. Why did they need him? The hope for victory for Qinglong Beast University lay with the first-ranked Kuang Yi, so whether it was Suze or Zhu Ji ranked 4th or 5th did not matter. But Xiao Su's heart did not think so. Why is this kid still not ready? This is your opportunity, and also my opportunity. Half an hour rushed by, and even though Xiao Su was the principal, he could not force everyone to stay longer. But Xiao Su still did not accept their proposal to replace Suze, saying, there are still a few days until the competition. We are just going there early to adapt to the environment. Why is everyone in such a hurry? Since everyone can't wait, let's set off first. We'll wait for Suze to catch up in the capital city. As long as he can arrive before the competition starts, there will be no problem. If he can't make it, then we can talk about replacing him. But everyone also knew that even though there were still a few days until the competition, the list of participants needed to be submitted in advance for grouping arrangements. If it really went as Xiao Su said, and Suze couldn't come, it would be impossible to replace him, they'd have no choice but to forfeit. Just when everyone was preparing to continue persuading Xiao Su, Suze finally ran over from a distance. Sorry. I'm late. Only then did Xiao Su breathe a sigh of relief and loudly say, then hurry up. We're ready to set off. Chapter 96, Old Friends Reunite. Suze quickly climbed onto the back of the beast and arrived right beside Su Yao. The scent on you, have you been at Teacher Lin Shi's breeding shed these days? Su Yao said, her delicate nose twitching slightly. She had also helped there for a while, so she was very familiar with that smell. Nice nose! Suze exclaimed. He then sniffed his own body and indeed noticed an odor. Although he had mostly been underground for 3 days, he had to pass through the pigpen when coming and going. And during these 3 days, he had been sitting cross-legged on the ground refining his power. As soon as he opened his eyes, Lin Shi reminded him to hurry to set off, so he didn't have time to wash or anything, and naturally had some odor. Suze thought for a moment and took out the spirit turtle from his backpack, allowing it to use water flow to clean him up a bit. When Feng Qingyi returned, she naturally occupied the space for summoned beasts. The original Shadow Moon Wolf King was a bit dissatisfied, but after receiving a good beating, it learned its lesson. Upon seeing Feng Qingyi, it wagged its tail and called her big sister, willingly giving up the space for summoned beasts and instead joining the Shadow Realm. Its flattering demeanor resembled that of a dog. As for the spirit turtle, it had grown accustomed to being packed in Suze's backpack. Fortunately, compared to other beasts, its size was quite small. After Suze was completely washed, the spirit turtle skillfully extracted all the moisture from him. After being cleaned, even Suze's clothes were still dry. In the past, the spirit turtle couldn't achieve such precision, but now it was different. 3 days of refinement had significantly improved the strength of Suze, the spirit turtle, and even the Shadow Moon Wolf King. Suze's mental power had directly broken through to level 48, while the spirit turtle remained at the same level as Suze. The Shadow Moon Wolf King had even broken through level 50, reaching 53. With the 5-level gap within the maximum range, Suze could fully unleash the power of the Shadow Moon transformation. Now Suze, even without using Feng Qingyi's power, could defeat Lu Yi and Li Hong to firmly secure the second position. However, Suze still had no confidence in defeating Kuang Yi for the first place. In these days, Suze had only sparred with him once and lost in one move, and that loss was overwhelming. Because he had summoned 2 platinum-level beasts of over level 50 at the same time, one of which was on par with the Lord-level beast, the Shadow Moon Wolf King. Suze lost to others for the first time in the quality of demon beasts. But that is already in the past. Now that Feng Qingyi has returned, even platinum-level demon beasts are nothing special. After Suze left, Lin Shi also departed from the underground space, but he still turned back to glance at the dragon bone in the soil from time to time. For some reason, he felt that there was a change, but he couldn't see what it was. Maybe the last anomaly has made me overly suspicious. Lin Shi shook his head and left, holding a wine pot behind his back. Behind him, the dragon bone quietly absorbed some unknown powers released into the air. It seemed to move slightly, and in its originally hollow eye socket, it looked as if an eyeball had turned. A special stirring appeared within the dragon bone, like the unique power during the phoenix's rebirth. The flying demon beast they were riding was not a low-level griffin. It was an adult silver-level demon beast with the bloodline of a golden eagle, around level 40 or nearly 50, and many teachers might not be its match. Therefore, it was very fast. In just half a day, they had already flown over the imperial capital. Actually, this world does have airplanes, but first, their speed cannot match that of medium-level demon beasts. Second, they are beast masters, so riding flying demon beasts suits their status. Looking down from the sky, the imperial capital was vast, covering an area at least 7 or 8 times that of Beishan City. As soon as they arrived in the air, more than a dozen beast masters flew in the sky. They were only allowed to pass after confirming everyone's identity. Being able to fly by themselves indicated their strength was above level 60, and apart from Lin Shi, only 3 high-level beast masters were known publicly in Beishan City. Here, more than a dozen appeared at once, and they were only scouts coming to inquire. No wonder the strength of the Beast Master University in the capital far exceeds that of the other 4 schools. In the imperial capital, random flying is not allowed, so after their flying demon beasts landed, even Xiaosu could only walk with them to the hotel they had reserved. The imperial capital can be divided into 9 districts, among which the southeast, due north, due west, and northwest are controlled by the 4 great families, the Jiang, Zhu, Qi, and Shui families. The remaining 5 districts, except for the central district managed by the Xia country's political high-level Xia committee, the southern district has the Beast Master University, and the eastern district is the headquarters of the Beast Masters Association. The other 2 districts fall under the jurisdiction of the Great Xia Spirit Guard. The Xia committee is the ruling class of the Xia country, with the feature that all committee members are ordinary people to balance the status of Beast Masters. The Xia committee formulates national policies for the greatest number of ordinary citizens. But don't underestimate them. It is said that the Xia committee has a secret weapon. The residence of the Qinglong Beast Master University is in the southwestern district, which is under the jurisdiction of the Great Xia Spirit Guard and is one of the safest areas. The major competition will be held here a few days later to avoid unfairness in other districts. While talking with Su Yao, Suze followed the others into the hotel and spotted a familiar figure, looking seemingly broader than before. Su Yao also noticed in the direction of Suze's gaze, is that Wang Zi? He came here too? In front, Wang Zi was talking to a cold, aloof woman with frost on her face, and upon hearing someone call his name from behind, he turned around and said, "Who is it?" "I didn't expect someone in this imperial capital would know this young master's name." Then, with a face full of surprise, he said, "Huh? Su Yao, Suze? You guys are here too?" Then he suddenly slapped his forehead and laughed, saying, "Look at my mind, if I can come, with your talents, it must be easy for you too." Long time no see. Long time no see. Chapter 97 Intelligence. After leaving Beishan City, Wang Zi headed to Baihu Beast-Master University, just in time for their delayed Beast-Master College entrance examination. With his golden-tier beast, the Golden Scale Pig, he was uncontroversially accepted into Baihu Beast-Master University. In the following 6 months, he became the top freshman and earned a spot to watch this Beast-Master competition. Coincidentally, the two school principals booked hotels together, allowing the three to meet up early. Principal Lu Yao, I didn't expect to meet so soon. Xiaosu smiled and greeted an elderly man with a white beard among the other group. The old man appeared very kind, smiled, and shook hands with Xiaosu, and then they moved to the side to chat. We two old folks will chat over there, you young people feel free. Principal Lu, I still can't be considered old. Yes, I am the only old guy here, huh? After giving Suze a big hug, the three moved to the side to reminisce. As for Su Yao, there was no need for a hug. From his earlier observations, Suze had seemingly already won over the school's dream girl that countless people longed for. Did you all come with spots to watch? Wang Zi asked in confusion. Weird, isn't there only one watching spot per grade for outstanding students? Did you skip a grade? Wang Zi looked at Suze, only he had the qualification to skip a grade. Before Suze could respond, Su Yao proudly said, Brother Suze is different from us, he didn't come to watch but to compete. The proud look on her face was as if she was the one competing, not Suze. Oh? So you're a participant? Wang Zi's mouth fell open in surprise, knowing he could secure a watching spot thanks to the golden tier beast Suze gave him before leaving. This golden scale pig, aside from the normal daily meditation to enhance its strength, could also quickly level up by devouring gold, even feedback surplus power to its master to aid in leveling up. In this half year, with his father's support, Wang Zi often received some gold, rapidly increasing his strength, thus securing his spot as the top freshman at Baihu Beast-Master University. However, this guy acted rather eccentric and disliked hiding things. So everyone knew his strength came entirely from the gold he spent. Out of envy and jealousy, Wang Zi didn't receive very warm treatment. Even though he had a few friends, they were also those who used money to ease their emptiness and loneliness. I knew you would be successful, but I didn't expect you to be this impressive. Our school's participants are all old hands who purposely stayed back a year or two, not a single senior, yet you, a freshman, actually got a spot. Really, people compare, and it's infuriating. Wang Zi sighed. And Suze, with a sly smile, said, Oh? So the people from your school are all experienced hands? Then the beauty you were with just now, is she also? Wang Zi blushed and quickly interrupted him, saying, No. She is different. What's different? Xingyu, she's at most an older sister, not an experienced hand yet. But look at that figure, this is what we call mature. Unlike others who only have faces with shriveled bodies. Wang Zi had not finished speaking when he saw Suze beside him desperately signaling with his eyes. Wang Zi himself sensed a murderous aura nearby. Turning around, he saw Su Yao, full of murderous intent yet smiling, saying, Wang Zi, were you implying someone with your previous statement? Wang Zi swallowed hard and said, No, Su Yao, you have already won too much just based on your looks. Does that mean I lost in terms of figure? No. That's not what I meant, After the three finished their playful banter, Wang Zi, with a bitter face, continued, Since it's Suze who wants to participate in the competition, I will betray a little secret and let you in on something. Our White Tiger Beast-Taming University is located in the vast and sparsely populated West, and our overall beast-taming level is not high. You have a diamond-level monster beast, so the one we really need to be cautious of among the five is only Luo Xingyu. She is not only our campus beauty but also the leader of our school this time, a genius beast tamer. Then Wang Zi looked around to see that no one was paying attention before continuing, I am also receiving key training from the school, and the principal often arranges for Xingyu and me to practice together. So I know that her beast is a fire attribute platinum monster, around level 51 or 52. As for the type, I'm not sure, and this is definitely not her full strength. She wouldn't dare to go all out against me, hee. Suze couldn't help but smile wryly and shook his head at her demeanor. This is not about whether she can't afford to use full strength, but rather that she feels there's no need to go all out. If something went wrong, it would be hard for her to explain to the principal. After chatting for a while, a cold female voice came from the direction of the White Tiger Beast-Taming University team. Wang Zi, after catching up, go find your own room first. Wang Zi immediately bid farewell to the two and bounced over. Hey, I'm coming. Xingyu, do you want me to pay to upgrade your room? How about a luxury presidential suite? No need, everyone should follow the school's arrangements, no special treatment. No problem, Xingyu, you are really a sensible person. Call me senior sister. Okay, Xingyu senior sister. Seeing this, Suze shook his head helplessly. This is simply the model of a sycophant, the kind that could enter the sycophant textbook. I hope that woman won't keep Wang Zi hanging if she really isn't interested. Wang Zi is his best friend, and while Su Zhe would never stop him from pursuing girls, he would completely help him. But if the other party treats him like a sycophant, then Su Zhe wouldn't hold back. As his friend, Su Zhe has the confidence to shape Wang Zi into someone others cannot aspire to reach. Back in his team, Wang Zi was thinking about how to continue talking to Luo Xingyu when he heard her speak up first. I remember you came from Beishir City, right? The location of the Qinglong Beast-Taming University, are those two your friends? Hearing that Luo Xingyu actively talked to him, Wang Zi happily replied, that's right, they are my best friends, Su Zhe and Su Yao. Su Zhe is a genius, don't look at him being a freshman like me, but he's participating in this beast-taming competition because he has a... At this point, Wang Zi hurriedly stopped talking. He almost let out a key piece of information about Su Zhe in his excitement. After all, they are competitors in the beast-taming competition. Just now, he had already revealed some information about Luo Xingyu to Su Zhe for the sake of his brother. He didn't want to be a double agent deceiving both sides. Women are important, but brothers come first. Wang Zi silently thought, sigh, it seems we are ultimately fated to be apart. It's okay, hold a grudge against me, please. But I will definitely not mention Su Zhe's intelligence. But at this moment, Luo Xingyu said to herself, I know him, a genius beast master who contracted a diamond-level beast for the Beastmaster College entrance exam. I never expected him to be so famous and also quite handsome. Wang Zi exclaimed, you know about this? What was the use of my earlier mental preparation then? I might as well say it out loud to gain some favorability. Who wouldn't know such a famous thing? I'm afraid it's not just me, other Beastmaster universities probably have information about Su Zhe too. Then she sighed again, what a pity, his diamond-level beast died in a sneak attack not long ago, otherwise, he would have been a good opponent. But now, he is not much of a threat anymore. What? Wang Zi's eyes widened. Why does Luo Xingyu know such important information while he does not? And during their chat just now, Su Zhe didn't mention it at all. Sigh. Brother, were you just putting on a brave face while talking to me? Wang Zi couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 98 Kindred Spirits. Xiao Su prepared all ordinary single rooms for them. How the rooms were divided depends entirely on personal preference. Su Zhe and Su Yao worked together and successfully arranged for their rooms to be opposite each other. Rest well. You should be the one to rest well, since I don't have to go up to the ring to fight. The two each entered their rooms and put away the things they carried with them. Although this was just an ordinary single room, and the living space was a bit small, it was a high-end hotel in the imperial capital, very clean and comfortable. Su Zhe felt it was even more comfortable than his unit back home. Before he could lie down on the soft bed to rest, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Who is it? Su Zhe jumped down from the bed helplessly and opened the door. Wang Zi? Why are you here? Right now we are in a competitive relationship, are you sure you don't need to avoid suspicion? Su Zhe asked with a smile. Wang Zi frowned and said, forget about all that, you need to honestly tell me, did something happen to your diamond-level beast? Su Zhe was taken aback, then nodded and said, indeed, but it's not a big deal, it's fine. Su Zhe didn't want too many people to know that Feng Qingyi had revived, this would be his trump card. Even in the upcoming grand competition, as long as he wasn't pushed to a desperate situation, Su Zhe didn't plan to summon Feng Qingyi. But Wang Zi was even angrier than Su Zhe, not a big deal? Do you know what that means? This is a diamond-level beast. Then he sighed helplessly, sigh, this is all the good work of those damned Fusang Dark Guards, I currently can't help you take revenge, but don't worry, I will be going after them from now on. Su Zhe felt a bit moved and nodded, then wanted to reassure Wang Zi, don't worry, although I temporarily lost my diamond-level beast, I was lucky and contracted a platinum-level beast. Wang Zi was stunned, his expression quite remarkable. He had also lost a beast, so he knew how much harm this would cause a beastmaster, it could even be crippling. But Su Zhe seamlessly contracted another platinum-level beast? Right, if you didn't have a strong beast, you wouldn't be able to represent the Qinglong Beastmaster University in the Beastmaster Grand Competition. I was too worried and forgot about that. Wang Zi scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Wang Zi should have thought of this sooner, the beasts he contracted now were all given to him by Su Zhe, there was no reason he should find the same situation now and be unable to resolve it. Then you should continue to rest. Wang Zi said. Because of what he had just brought up. Xu Yao across the way also opened the door, looking at them and laughing. Forget it, since everyone is here, why not go out for a stroll? I rushed here in a hurry and didn't have the chance to appreciate the scenery of the capital, Suzy suggested. As for the beast-taming competition, there are still a few days to prepare, so we are not worried about resting tonight. Sure, I happen to be a bit hungry too. Let's go explore the night market, it's on me, Wang Zi agreed. The night market in the capital is not only more prosperous, larger in scale, and tidier in stalls, but it doesn't differ much from other places. In fact, due to some differences in taste, the snacks don't seem particularly delicious anymore. But there are unique things as well. That is, in the night market of the capital, in addition to the snack stalls for ordinary people, one can also see stalls set up by beast tamers, selling beast crystals and beast eggs. After the three had enough to eat and drink, they were about to head back when Wangzi was attracted by a beast egg displayed at a stall. The stall owner noticed and instantly became excited, coming over to Wangzi and saying, "Young man, you look like a beast tamer participating in the competition? You have a good eye, this is a high-quality beast egg, it will surely hatch into at least a gold level." "Really? How much?" Wangzi's eyes lit up at once. He had already broken through level 20 and successfully obtained a second slot for taming beasts, he was just in need of a suitable beast. Moreover, he also owed Suzy a gold-level beast, so buying this for Suzy would be perfect. The stall owner immediately leaned closer to Wangzi and said with a smile, "It's not expensive, just 30 million. 30 million? That really isn't much," Wangzi nodded. The market price for a gold-level beast egg is indeed this price, but the issue is it is often available only at a much higher price. Some with rare attributes can even sell for over 100 million. Since Wangzi had achieved great results at school, his family had opened up a significant portion of their finances to him. He could still manage 30 million. But just then, Suzy held Wangzi back, saying, "Don't be fooled, this isn't a gold-level beast egg, at best, it's bronze, even less than silver." Having been in contact with so many beast eggs, Suzy had seen and even eaten more than many people would see in their lifetime. He could tell at a glance whether it was gold level or not. The stall owner immediately became anxious. "Hey? How can you talk like that?" Then he turned to Wangzi and said, "Young man, don't believe him, this egg is a genuine gold level, he just can't stand to see you doing well." Wangzi immediately puffed up his cheeks and shouted, "What are you saying? This is my brother. What he says is definitely right, what you are selling is absolutely not a good egg." Suzy is a person who has presented a gold-level beast egg before, so Wangzi trusts his judgment. The stall vendor, feeling embarrassed, could only sit down and wait for the next fortunate customer. As the three were about to leave, they heard a leisurely voice say, "This egg is interesting, how much is it?" They turned around, ready to watch a good show to see how this person would get scammed. But they saw the stall vendor standing there covered in cold sweat, saying, "Chi Xiao can take it, no need for any money." Before him stood a handsome young man, known as Chi Xiao, who shook his head and said, "That sounds like I'm bullying you. Let's put it this way, I judge this to be a bronze-level beast egg, do you agree?" The vendor, who had just insisted that it was a gold-level beast egg, nodded quickly like a rattledrum. "Very well, the market price for a bronze-level beast egg is around 200,000 to 1 million. I will give you a maximum price of 1 million, what do you think?" said the young man known as Chi Xiao. The vendor nodded repeatedly, "Whatever Chi Xiao says is the final word." "Good. Chi-san, give him the money." A figure behind her, resembling a butler, immediately stepped forward to start the transfer. Chi Xiao then picked up the egg and walked to a nearby barbecue stall, gave the boss some money, and cleared the grill. After that, he placed the egg on it. "Charcoal grilled monster egg, I miss its taste a bit," Chi Xiao said, swallowing his saliva. Beside him, Suzy watched and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "I have found someone who shares my interests." Chapter 99, A New Way to Eat. Who is this person? Why does everyone call him Chi Xiao? Suzy grabbed someone next to him and asked. That person glanced at Suzy and disdainfully said, "You don't even know the young Master Qilin from the Qi family? You must not be a local from our imperial city." That person raised his head proudly as if he had a divine mark on his forehead. Suzy didn't argue with him, this person was just an ordinary guy, not even a beast master, but because he was born in the imperial city, he had a strange sense of pride. But in reality, Suzy could hear a strong accent in his speech. The Qi family? The Qi family, one of the 4 great families? No wonder they spend so lavishly, Suzy murmured. Chi Xiao skillfully grilled the bronze monster egg, and from his skilled technique, it seemed he had done this many times before. He first stabilized the egg on the grill, then gently tapped the eggshell, removing the top part to expose the raw egg liquid inside. This way, it avoided the egg exploding during grilling and also made it easier to season. He waited until the egg was cooked just right and then sprinkled a little seasoning into it, gently mixing it without breaking the yolk too much. After a while, the egg liquid gradually solidified and swelled, slowly oozing out from the broken part on top. Just when it was about to spill out, Qilin suddenly used tweezers to pick up the scalding monster egg from the grill and placed it on a tray beside him. A serving of charcoal grilled monster egg was done. He reached out to the butler beside him, and the butler immediately took out a meticulously kept set of silver cutlery from a rosewood box. It's hard to imagine someone would carry such a set while strolling through a night market. Clearly, Qilin was very particular about food. Impatiently, he took a shiny silver spoon from the butler and eagerly inserted it into the broken edge of the egg. Immediately, a spoonful of the liquid runny egg was scooped up and popped into his mouth, his eyes closed in a look of ecstasy. The fragrance wafting out made everyone nearby gulp involuntarily. It was hard to imagine that a simple grilled egg could have such an enticing aroma, making everyone wish they could have a taste too. But thinking of the price of the egg, they all clutched their wallets, hesitant. That was a monster egg. Even a bronze level one cost Qilin 1,000,000. Spending so much money just to eat a grilled egg, an ordinary person wouldn't think it was worth it. This was a delicacy only the wealthy could enjoy. But there was one exception. Suze was inspired by Qilin's way of grilling the egg. Although monster eggs boiled in water were already delicious, he had been eating them that way for half a year. However, even the best things can become boring if eaten every day. At that moment, Qilin's grilled egg provided Suze with a new option. If it weren't for fearing to draw others' attention, and because Jiang family's actions left Suze with no good feelings for the four big families, he would truly want to discuss cooking techniques for the beast egg with Qilin, while also learning the skill of roasting eggs. Next to him, Wang Zi couldn't help but sigh. The imperial capital is truly the imperial capital. There are always greater people out there. For the first time, I have been overwhelmed by someone else's grandeur. One beast egg, and he said he would roast it, and he really roasted it. The key point is, it actually looks quite delicious. Wang Zi put his arm around Suze's shoulder and said, "Brother, I finally understand how you felt back then. This is capital. It's really frustrating. It turns out that the wickedness is not just a lack of capital, but also insufficient capital. I really want to eat too, but I still feel reluctant. After all, that's a beast egg. Suze, you should understand this kind of pain, right?" Wang Zi said in agony. From his physique, it was easy to see that Wang Zi was a thorough food lover, but now there appeared something he was reluctant to eat. Beside them, Suyao glanced at Suze with a strange expression as she listened to Wang Zi's complaints. Perhaps, he really didn't understand. Suyao still remembers that Suze would almost cook a beast egg to eat every day. Not to mention bronze, even silver-level ones were common on Suze's table. In fact, Suyao had also eaten a lot of beast eggs with him, her feelings shifting from initial heartbreak to gradual numbness. Thinking about it, it seems like it's been a while since I had Suze Gija's egg. Just recalling made Suyao unable to help but swallow. Suze's egg was truly so delicious that it was hard for her to forget. Suze also noticed Suyao's state, coupled with Wang Zi's constant murmuring in his ear. Suze decided to fulfill their wish to eat his egg. Anyway, I've saved up many eggs these days without using them. Let's take this opportunity to indulge a bit. It just so happened that the hotel they were staying at was like a homestay apartment, with a kitchen in the common area for them to use. It was just that few people actually used it, as most simply ordered takeout to fill their stomachs. The three had already turned to leave when Qilin started to feast. Suze also found out that Qilin was a contestant in this Beast Master competition, but since he was one of the top 3 from the Imperial Capital Beast Master University, he didn't need to participate in the group matches, so Suze wouldn't encounter him for the time being. Perhaps to satisfy the craving in his stomach, Wang Zi bought many snacks along the way, eating and carrying them back to the hotel. However, at the hotel entrance, they ran into 2 unexpected guests. The 2 had 7 or 8 points of resemblance, both with thin faces and prominent cheekbones, looking as if they had been drained of all energy. With grins on their faces, they rubbed their fingers and said, "Wang Fatty, you finally came back. Us brothers have been looking for you all day. The prices in the imperial capital are simply outrageous, especially the chicken prices. We can't afford it, and we heard you are quite wealthy. Lend us some money to spend." Suze had some impression of these 2. They were also from the White Tiger Beast Master University, previously following Luo Xingyu. But unlike Wang Zi, they were not outstanding students from various grades coming to watch the competition, but contestants. Wang Zi leaned closer to Suze's ear and said, "They are the Shin brothers, Shin Kuei and Shin Su, the 4th and 5th among our school's contestants. I usually don't have much contact with them. I think, actually, they are here for you." Wang Zi was right. Although Luo Xingyu said that Suze was no longer a threat, that was only to her. To the Shin brothers, as fellow 4th and 5th contestants, they needed to understand each other. Due to the group draw in the preliminary rounds, they are very likely to be placed in the same group. Chapter 100, Testing. There are a total of 30 participants in the Beast Tamer competition, with 10 slots exclusively held by the Imperial Capital Beast Tamer University. Each of the other 4 universities has 5 slots. The top 5 from the Imperial Capital Beast Tamer University directly enter the elimination rounds, while the last 5 must participate in the group stage with Beast Tamers from other schools. This means that 25 Beast Tamers will be divided into 5 groups, with each group having members from the same university placed in different groups. Within each group, every 2 participants must fight against each other once, with the winner earning a point. The top 2 in each group will advance to the elimination rounds, making a total of 10 who progress. At this time, the university with the most participants advancing brings honor to the school, and the school will receive rewards. After the group stage, the fights will no longer be for the school but for oneself. These 10 will join the top 5 from the Imperial Capital Beast Tamer University, forming a total of 15 to begin the next round of elimination. Until a champion is chosen. The group stage will be divided into 2 levels, shuffling the top 1 to 3 from each university while avoiding placing students from the same university in the same group. The remaining 4th and 5th places will then be divided into 2 groups. This means that Suze, who is the 4th from the Qinglong Beast-Tamer University, will not encounter the top 1 to 3 from other schools. However, either Shin Kuei or Shinsu must be placed in the same group as Suze. This is why they want to probe Suze's strength. Seeing Wang Zi whispering something in Suze's ear, Shin Kuei and Shinsu immediately shouted, "Fatty Wang, what are you doing? Trying to leak our information to participants from other schools?" As they spoke, they aggressively approached. The pressure from their combined spirit seemed like a solid wall, forcefully knocking them down. But the words they spoke seemed to be aimed at Wang Zi, while almost all the pressure fell upon Suze. To their surprise, Suze remained unfazed by their united front. After all, Suze had even been able to withstand Jiangshang's spirit pressure, and that was before Fengqingyi returned. 2 mere beast tamers barely over level 40, even when joining forces, were simply not worthy of fear. The expressions of the Shin brothers became serious. How can this be? He is just a freshman who should rely on high-level monstrous beasts to compete, but why is his spirit level not inferior to ours? They were puzzled, but Suze had already walked up to them despite their spirit pressure, saying, "It seems the city of the imperial capital does not allow fighting, so I will spare you today. But remember, only a few people can call the fatty nickname, and you two are definitely not included." Facing Suze's threat, the two felt an overwhelming pressure, making it hard to breathe and speak. They even saw their own shadow rise, a sharp claw extending towards their neck and gently gliding over it. But then it withdrew, and everything returned to normal. The shadow remained at their feet, and Suze and his companions had already passed them by without them realizing when it happened. Shin Kuei touched his slightly aching neck. If not for the blood seeping out, proving what had just happened, it would seem like an illusion. Looking at the blood on his hand, Shin Kuei said, "Brother, it seems the information was wrong. He is not just a freshman, the weakest 4th place. Regardless of who among us is grouped with him, we should prepare to fight for 2nd place in our group." Shinsu nodded and said, "I understand." The brothers were evenly matched in strength, with the elder brother Shin Kuei being slightly stronger. Since he said so, it shows that he really wouldn't be a match for Suze. "Brother, what are we going to do now? We really just want to borrow some money." At first, they really came to borrow money, but the two brothers knew too little about the prices in the imperial capital, plus they had some expensive hobbies that consumed both money and energy. As soon as they saw the high-end products in the imperial capital, they couldn't help but take turns indulging, and the price was that by the time they returned, they had not a single penny left, and they almost got left behind by the other party. Even revealing their identity as beast masters couldn't suppress the other party. So they thought of borrowing some money from Wang Zi, who was watching the match with them, to get through the upcoming competition. As for whether they would return it, that was another question. And regarding Suze, they only thought to make a small test since they saw him next to Wang Zi. Now, not only did they not borrow any money, but they also received a little lesson from Suze. In the end, they had to muster their courage and find the person in charge, Luo Xingyu, when the principal was not around, to finally borrow some money to fill their stomachs. On the other side, Wang Zi, who originally thought there would be some trouble that could only be resolved by losing money, found that Suze easily suppressed the Shin family brothers. Wang Zi sighed, "You really are something, I can't see through you at all now." The reason he chose to attend the White Tiger Beast Master University far away from home for the Beast Master entrance exam, instead of waiting another year, was that he felt he might be left behind by Suze. Relying on the special upgrade method of the golden scaled pig, he initially thought he could catch up with Suze, but now he found that the distance between them was only getting larger. Wang Zi sighed as he returned to the room they reserved at school, while Suze and Su Yao also returned to their respective rooms. Suze invited Su Yao to come discuss life together, but unfortunately, he was still rejected. Early the next morning, Su Yao was awakened by a familiar aroma. Rubbing her eyes, she followed the smell to Suze's room and saw the feast he had prepared waiting to be enjoyed on the table. "You're awake? Brush your teeth first, I'll go call Wang Zi," Suze said with a smile. As soon as he walked into the corridor, he saw Wang Zi still in his pajamas, sniffing as he made his way over. "What are you doing?" Suze asked with a laugh. "Don't you smell it? It smells just like last night's charcoal grilled beast egg, no, even more delicious." "I thought I was just imagining it, but I followed the smell here," Wang Zi explained. He even smelled Suze's clothes twice, then looked at him suspiciously. Because it seemed like Suze was covered in that delicious scent. "Come with me quickly, everyone is bragging so much. Let's go back and turn on the exhaust fan, or it would be bad if we attract others." As soon as Suze entered the room, he saw Su Yao unable to resist and had already taken a bite, her cheek stuffed full of egg white. Wang Zi was even more stunned by the sight in front of him. Charcoal grilled beast egg, boiled beast egg, and beast egg custard? My heavens, what have you made? Don't worry about that, just come and eat quickly. I saw you drooling last night, Suze said with a smile. Although Wang Zi was puzzled, after tasting a bite, he completely threw all doubts aside and began eating one bite after another, unable to speak at all. Suze joined in as well, and the three of them enjoyed their meal happily. For this big meal, Suze had taken out 3 beast eggs, all of which were silver grade. Suyao and Suze were alright, but for Wang Zi, it was his first time experiencing such deliciousness, and he simply couldn't stop. Suze quickly said, "Slow down, don't be too eager. Here are all silver-level monster eggs. With your and Suyao's current levels, one is already the limit. Eating too much will do more harm than good." With Suze's reminder, Wang Zi slowly controlled himself. Once he reached the limit of what his body could handle, he began to meditate on the spot, digesting the excess power within him, and Suyao did the same. However, the power of the silver-level monster eggs was no longer significant for Suze, so he stood nearby, guarding the two. After half a day, Suyao woke up first. She had experience and was more disciplined, not pushing herself to her limit. Wang Zi, on the other hand, despite absorbing too much energy and time, had not gained more benefits but instead had created a huge burden on his body. "Brother Suze, Wang Zi looks a bit off. What should we do now?" Suze frowned as he looked at him, then sighed helplessly. Originally, he meant well. After all, in this world, as an orphan, he had received a lot of help from Wang Zi under the name of brotherhood. So he wanted to satisfy Wang Zi's appetite while also helping him improve his strength. But he didn't expect Wang Zi to overeat. "You really?" Fortunately, Suze still had a solution. His shadow stretched forward and covered Wang Zi, then a powerful attraction surged from the shadow, sucking away all the excess power within Wang Zi. This was the Shadow Moon Wolf King hidden in the Shadow Realm using its inherent skill, Moon Devour. Moon Devour generates a cooldown time based on how much power is consumed in one go. The excess power in Wang Zi was truly negligible for it, barely enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. Thus, the cooldown time was very short and wouldn't affect Suze's match later. After the power within him was sucked away, Wang Zi's expression finally relaxed, and he let out a sigh of relief. After a while, he finally opened his eyes. The first thing he said, feeling rattled, was, "I never thought that overeating could be this painful." But then he licked his lips, savoring the taste from earlier. Seeing this, Suze smiled and said, "Don't think too much, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Only then did Wang Zi react, asking, "I almost forgot, did you say we just ate silver-level monster eggs? Doesn't that mean they are of higher quality and more expensive than what the Qi Xiao had last night? His one egg costs 1 million, yours must be worth tens of millions? Moreover, the boiled egg and the roasted egg both look like complete eggs, combined with that huge bowl of egg custard. Doesn't that mean there are at least 3 silver-level monster eggs here?" Wang Zi was completely astonished by the quality of the breakfast he just had. Though it seemed like just some unremarkable dishes, when calculated, the price was terrifying. "You brat, when did you become so rich? Did you rob a bank?" Wang Zi asked. Suze shook his head and said, "Don't talk nonsense, I just had a bit more of the monster eggs. Essentially, I'm still a poor guy." Wang Zi rolled his eyes. This was quite an unusual way of showing off wealth. He finally understood how much envy he had attracted in his past. "Forget it, since you don't care, I won't ask anymore." Wang Zi stood up, intending to leave. Having absorbed so much power, he needed to find a place to familiarize himself with his improvements. But Suze stopped him, saying, "Don't rush to leave, I still have something for you." "Something else?" Wang Zi asked curiously. He could hardly imagine what else could compare to this immeasurable breakfast. Then Suze saw Wang Zi and said, "The reason you wanted to buy that egg yesterday was because you obtained another beast contract slot, right? No need to buy it, the ones available on the market are all bronze and silver level beast eggs. Your first beast is already at gold level, so your second beast cannot be of a lower grade. Just so happens I have a gold level beast egg here to give you, but it's still gold level." As Suze spoke, he took out a gold level beast egg and handed it to Wang Zi. He had recently drawn 3 gold eggs, given one to Sun Hao of the Great Xia Spirit Guards, leaving him with 2. But Wang Zi did not extend his hand to take it. Suze asked, "What's wrong? Do you dislike it? If you want a platinum egg, you might have to wait a while, I can't get one right now." Wang Zi shook his head, his expression complex as he said, "That's not what I meant. You already gave me a gold level beast egg before, which brought me to where I am today. Now you're offering another one. I really can't repay this kindness." Then he pointed at Su Yao and said, "How about giving it to Su Yao? I see she has also obtained a second slot, your relationship could." Before Wang Zi could finish speaking, Suze stuffed the egg into his arms and said, "Stop talking nonsense. If you consider me a brother, then take it. I have my own plans for Su Yao. By the way, you haven't forgotten how to bind it to yourself, right?" Wang Zi looked at Suze's determined expression and finally pricked his finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the beast egg. "That's more like it. The system will provide more and more high-level beast eggs in the future, but Suze's contract slots are limited. He certainly couldn't eat them all. As levels got higher, this method of boosting strength became increasingly ineffective. Especially with gold-level beast eggs, Suze neither wanted to contract them nor did consuming them have much effect. That's why he used one as a reward for Sun Hao, which also strengthened his side's power. Giving it to Wang Zi had the same effect, and their relationship was closer, so he didn't have to worry about betrayal. Suze turned to look at Suyao behind him. When he said he had his own plans, he wasn't just making things up. Among the remaining 2 gold-level beast eggs, the hatching condition for Wang Zi's egg was to absorb a large amount of electric energy. But it had to be a steady stream of electricity, meaning using lightning for hatching might not work. The correct way to hatch it was to connect it directly to a power source. However, if he didn't want to be caught by the Great Xia spirit guards for stealing electricity, he would need to pay high electricity fees to hatch it. Therefore, Suze chose to keep this one for Wang Zi. As for the other one, only Su Yao was the most suitable candidate. Gold-level beast egg hatching condition, use body temperature for incubation, the better the appearance, the stronger the hatched beast. Chapter 102, each show their skills. Sure enough, when Suze leaned into Su Yao's ear and whispered the hatching condition, her face immediately turned red. Because the hatching process cannot be interrupted, this meant she not only had to keep the egg in her bed like a hen but also had to carry the egg, which was the size of a human head, close to her when going out. It sounded so strange. Su Yao even suspected that Suze was playing a prank on her. But Suze decisively shook his head and said, "You must believe me, this is really its hatching condition. Remember how my first beast, the void spirit turtle, hatched?" Su Yao recalled that at that time, Suze inexplicably insisted that she kiss his egg. Now it seemed that was indeed its hatching condition. I haven't encountered this hatching method in a long time. If you really don't want it, you can wait for a while. After some time, there should be new gold-level monster beasts. Suze said helplessly. In his view, this method of hatching the egg was the best fit for Su Yao. After all, the hatching methods of these monster beast eggs in the system are all kinds of bizarre, making it hard to determine what the next hatching method will be. If the requirements are too harsh and difficult to complete, it would be a loss. But although Su Yao's face was flushed, she still took the gold-level monster egg from Suze's hand. She actually already had a second contract quota, but she had never made a contract. Her first contracted beast, the Azure Phoenix Butterfly, was only successfully encountered because of her father's help and her own good luck. This second contracted beast, relying solely on Su Yiming's salary, could not afford the gold-level monster egg, so it was delayed again and again. Now, with the gold-level monster egg right in front of her, Su Yao did not want to miss out. She didn't want to be left far behind by Suze. Under Suze's guidance, Su Yao frowned and pricked her finger to let her blood drop onto the egg. After a flash of red light, the strangely conditioned monster egg successfully changed owners. Well then, let's head back first. Su Yao was the first to pick up her monster egg and ran back to the room across the way. Wang Zi also thought about where to hatch it as he left. In the next few days, apart from Suze, no one else saw the two of them again. Because they were all busy hatching their eggs with different tricks. Wang Zi found a power plant outside the city because it supplied electricity to the imperial capital, so the supply was not only sufficient and guaranteed, but it would only increase, ensuring that the imperial capital would not experience a power outage, which was very stable. After contacting his father Wang Gui and obtaining sufficient financial support, he approached the owner of the power plant. Using his charming demeanor, he persuaded the director to supply all excess electricity to the monster egg, starting the hatching process, while he kept a close watch to ensure everything went perfectly. Compared to Wang Zi, who spent a lot of money to solve the hatching problem, Su Yao's side seemed much simpler and easier. Since returning to her room with the egg, she had not stepped outside at all, not even getting out of bed. Su Yao placed the egg in her blanket, continuously hatching it with her body heat. As for food, it all relied on Suze to bring to her, sometimes even playfully asking him to feed her by hand. Then she'd ask Suze to cover for her, or both of them would hatch together. Soon, 3 days hurriedly passed. This period allowed contestants from 4 distant beast-tamer universities to rest and familiarize themselves with the environment. Now, all personnel were gathered, and the environment was well accustomed. The decade-long beast-taming competition was about to begin. Knock, knock. After getting ready, Suze knocked on Su Yao's door. Then, outside the door, he said, "Su Yao, I'm leaving first. Don't worry, I will return quickly, and it won't affect bringing you food." Just as he was about to leave, Su Yao's voice came from inside the room. "Brother Suze, wait a moment, I want to go too." Suze asked in confusion, "Aren't you supposed to be hatching the monster egg? If you give up now, it could lead to developmental issues. The future level limitation will be far worse than an ordinary gold level monster, it might not even compare to a silver level one. Or, has the hatching already finished?" Su Yao inside the room denied, "Not yet, but it's okay, I have a way to solve this issue. I don't want to miss your competition, I have to go watch." "Alright then." Suze had no choice but to wait at the door for Su Yao to get ready before coming out. as soon as the door opened. Suze was stunned, and after a long time he asked, "Are you sure you want to go out like this?" Su Yao blushed and nodded her head. She knew that she looked very strange right now. She was wearing an incredibly loose shirt and tightly bound the monster egg to her small belly, then covered it with her clothes. This way, she could continuously use her body heat to incubate the monster egg, but the only problem was that she looked just like a pregnant woman in maternity clothes. Sure enough, when Suze appeared with Su Yao in front of everyone opened their eyes wide in shock. Especially Su Yao's father, Su Yiming, almost fainted. It's only been 3 days. Is the speed really this fast? Could it be there was something before? But that shouldn't be possible. Among the crowd, there were also Su Yao's admirers, and seeing this, their hearts shattered into pieces. Their goddess, whom they had longed for, in just 3 days, was already showing a big belly. Finally, someone mustered the courage to ask, "Su Yao, what's going on with your belly?" After feeling awkward at first, Su Yao had relaxed a lot now. She turned to look at Suze beside her, suddenly showing a sly little smile, and then honestly replied, "This all thanks to brother Suze, in a short time, a new life will be born." As soon as she said this, wails erupted all around, with cries to attack the beast Suze ringing in their ears. Even Kuang Yi, Li Hong, and Zhang Jianbin, who were supposed to compete with him, were no exception. But what they cared about was, "You bastard, some of us are 5 or 6 years older and still single, yet you've already, this is even worse than killing me." Suze was facepalming, carrying this black pot, and secretly thought as he looked at the smug Su Yao beside him, "One day I will turn all of this into reality." Although Su Yao had tricked others, she whispered the truth into her father's ear. This made Su Yiming breathe a sigh of relief, but he also felt a touch of melancholy in his heart. "I really thought I could hold my grandchild soon." Chapter 103. The competition begins. "You've really put me in a terrible position now, I become everyone's target in an instant," Suze said with a bitter smile. Beside him, Su Yao stuck out her tongue and pretended to lovingly touch her belly, which drove everyone even crazier. Suze saw this and didn't explain. Instead, he went to Su Yao's side and supported her, saying, "Look at you, your belly is so big, be more careful, I'll help you." This made Su Yao feel a bit flustered. Suze leaned close to her ear and added some fuel to the fire. "Next time, it won't be fake." Su Yiming cleared his throat twice softly and said, "Ahem, I'm still here, you two should pay attention." But he didn't stop or expose them. After reminding them, he returned to the teachers' group. Everyone groaned, "It's over." It seems even teacher Su has acknowledged their relationship. "My goddess will become someone's wife." But some people said, "A wife? I somehow feel more attracted to her now?" Suze gave this person a particularly cautious glance, marking him as a key target to watch. Thus, under the burning gaze of everyone who wished to tear him apart, they finally arrived at the venue of this Beastmaster contest. This was a building similar to a gigantic coliseum, with a steel structure built like a giant dragon's nest, and it was called the Dragon's Nest. At the main entrance, thousands of people were queuing to enter. They were all spectators of this grand event, and it was said that tickets for better positions had even been hiked up to hundreds of thousands per ticket. But there are still people who are paying attention. However, what they can watch is only the group stage. The knockout stage will be held somewhere else. Only the people from 5 Beastmaster universities are allowed to go watch, and Su Yao and Wang Zi's spots as outstanding students are applied here. As participants, Suze and the others naturally do not need to queue with others to enter. Instead, they enter through a side door. After entering the backstage, they are taken to the preparation room belonging to Qinglong Beastmaster University. The room for Baihu Beastmaster University is right next to them, and the other 2 universities are nearby as well. Only the Daidu Beastmaster University is unknown as to where they showcase their uniqueness. In the room, there are only the 5 of them plus a few teachers left. It is only at this moment that the grouping information is handed over to the few people. As the number 4 seed, Suze is placed in the last group, which is the 5th group. This group, besides him as the only number 4 seed, also includes the number 4 seeds from Baihu and Zhuke Beastmaster Universities, as well as the number 5 seed from Xuanwu University and the number 9 seed from Daidu Beastmaster University. It can be said that although they are in the 5th group, the strength is even higher than that of the 4th group. This is not good news for the others besides Suze. As for the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd seeds, they will not be grouped together with them. After getting the grouping results, Li Hang, as the number 2 seed, has the ugliest expression. "Brothers, I think I have to say goodbye early. I'm in the 3rd group, but there are 2 number 1 seeds from Baihu and Xuanwu universities and the number 6 seed from Daidu Beastmaster University. It seems I'm likely done for." Except for him and Suze, the grouping situation for the other few is still acceptable. Even if they can't fight for 1st place, they have a great chance to advance to the knockout stage in 2nd place. The other students have already been led to the spectator stands, in the best viewing positions not available for sale, where students from several schools sit together. Logically speaking, the stunningly beautiful Su Yao would always encounter constant harassment at such times, but perhaps thanks to her styling today, no one actually came to flirt with her. Only Wang Zi walked over with a shocked face. My goodness, Suze is too efficient, right? I was only gone for 3 days, and you guys are making such quick progress? Suyao rolled her eyes at him in silence. Wang Zi clearly knew the hatching conditions of his monster egg, so he should have guessed it from the start, yet he still pretended to come over. How's your progress? Suyao asked. She hadn't seen any changes after 3 days of hatching, and she felt a bit anxious inside. Taking this opportunity to ask Wang Zi about his progress seemed appropriate. When it came to this, Wang Zi's mood became very good as he said, "Hey, so far so good, it's already starting to crack. But the little guy inside seems to really like the environment I built for it and is temporarily unwilling to come out of the shell. Fortunately, I can still afford the electricity bill, which is in the tens of thousands per day. Otherwise, it wouldn't work for an average person." Suyao nodded upon hearing this. Wang Zi had sped up the hatching process by continuously pouring money into it. Her hatching method can be said to be the simplest, so it's reasonable for it to take a little longer. At worst, I'll really be pregnant for 10 months and see what comes out. In the center of the dragon nest, a huge arena is built, which is the venue for the upcoming competition. The wood used to build the arena is still the common plant-type monster iron tree. Unlike the arena built with 10-year-old black iron-level ironwood that Suze once used, this time, the arena is mainly constructed from several hundred-year-old silver-level ironwood and 1,000-year-old gold-level ironwood. The main trunk, even the platinum-level ironwood tree king, has grown for nearly 10,000 years. If it weren't for some unknown stimulation causing it to go berserk and harm others, it would probably not have been chopped down, but rather quietly remained as a tourist attraction. After all, plant-type monster beasts are generally like ordinary plants, preferring peace and posing no threat to humans. But once they go berserk, the damage caused by plant-type monster beasts is often more terrifying than that of ordinary monster beasts. Because plant-type monster beasts are not only much larger in size, but their roots, deeply buried in the ground, are even more terrifying, having extended who knows how many kilometers and penetrated deep into the soil. When this platinum-level ironwood tree king went berserk, surrounding more than 10 cities experienced a strong earthquake. In the end, it took a rank 100 war god to subdue it. At that time, Xiaochang had not yet grown up, so it must have been another mysterious rank 100 war god who intervened. Now, the main support for this arena was merely a thin branch of the ironwood tree king. As soon as all the seats on the viewing platform were filled, the 5 slowly walked onto the arena. Among these 5, Xiaosu was the youngest, the other 4 had white hair and appeared weary. They were the presidents of 5 Beast Master Universities, with Shuiyu, the president of the Imperial Capital Beast Master University, in the center. Not only is he the president of the Imperial Capital Beast Master University, but he is also a member of the Shui family, the oldest and most powerful of the 4 great families. The other 3 families also have prominent members in the Imperial Capital Beast Master University, such as Jiang Chen from the Jiang family, who is the vice president. The other 2 hold similar positions, creating a subtle balance. Once the 5 arrived on the arena, they first signaled for everyone to quiet down. Then, Shuiyu stepped forward to deliver a series of rather cliché opening remarks. Essentially, it was all about friendship first and competition second, along with thanking the sponsors. Only when the audience began to feel drowsy did they finally let Xiaosu announce. The competition officially begins. Chapter 104, The First Match. The matches proceeded in group order, meaning Group A would compete first, followed by Group B, and so on, until all 5 groups had fought one match before starting again with Group A. This format provided the contestants in each group with ample rest time. The opening match featured the number 2 seed from White Tiger University against the number 2 seed from Vermilion Bird University. It was an evenly matched battle, and right from the start, the atmosphere heated up. People shouted loudly, cheering for their favorite individuals or schools. Those who bought tickets to enter and watch were mostly Beast Masters, having graduated from Beast Master universities. Although they lived in the imperial capital, they came from all over the country. Naturally, they would cheer for their alma mater. In the end, the match concluded with Vermilion Bird University's number 2 seed narrowly winning. However, both contestants expended a significant amount of energy, making it difficult for them to recover quickly, and the upcoming matches would likely be affected. Then came the second match featuring members of Azure Dragon University, specifically the number 1 seed, Kuang Yi, facing off against the number 3 seed from Black Tortoise University. It was initially thought to be a one-sided match, but this number 3 seed clearly had hidden his strength before and unleashed astonishing combat power. Unfortunately, in the end, he was still effortlessly defeated by Kuang Yi. Having revealed his hidden cards and strength too early, he was already being targeted by others. In the third match, Li Hong from Qinglong Beast University took the stage again, facing off against the 3rd seed from Jukai. The 2 exchanged glances on the arena, both showing wry smiles. Because they both knew, their chances were slim. With the top seeds from Baihu and Xuanwu in Group 3, and a 6th seed from the Imperial Capital Beast University comparable to a top seed, it was destined that the remaining 2 would only fight for 4th and 5th place. Friends from Juke, there's no need for us to fight fiercely, let's just put on a decent show. Li Hang waved his hand toward the other side of the arena and said. The main thing is to make it look good and leave a good impression, which can be our way of gaining fame. How about it? The third seed from Juke was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Thus, the two engaged in a grand performance match, where the moves didn't need to be powerful but certainly had to look impressive, with dazzling effects to captivate the audience. After more than half an hour of back and forth, the audience went from being passionately excited to showing faces of confusion. Why do these two look like they're working so hard? Every move seems earth-shattering, but so far, they haven't even shed a drop of blood, let alone dirty their clothes? Even though they couldn't hear the conversation between the two when they stepped onto the stage due to the distance, they noticed something was off. At that moment, both fighters heard a voice in their ears. Alright, you two, that's enough. Everyone has already remembered you, stop here to avoid affecting the matches that follow. Li Hang understood that the old principals could no longer tolerate it. So, during another brief encounter, he began to negotiate with his opponent again. In the end, after both pulled back, they simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood that looked significant but was actually inconsequential. Indeed impressive. After such a long fight, we've both suffered serious internal injuries. Let's call this a draw, what do you think? Li Hang said. His opponent readily nodded, no problem. In fact, for him, a draw was simply wonderful. As a third seed, despite the encounter with Li Hang being just a show, he could still feel that Li Hang was stronger. If it went on like this, the final result would only be him losing without winning a single match, while Li Hang could win against him. Now being counted as a draw was better than losing completely. Moreover, Li Hang's earlier words provided both with a way to save face, allowing everyone to understand that they had suffered serious internal injuries in this first battle, giving them a valid reason for any future losses. After Li Hang's match ended, the next two matches lost their appeal. After all, their overall strength was behind the first three groups. Then, the second round began. In the first match of the second round, Lu Yi from Qinglong Beast University faced the 8th seed from Imperial Capital Beast University. From the rankings, the two were evenly matched. Lu Yi was a third seed, perfectly lined up against the 8th seed from the Imperial Capital. Thus, this battle was particularly intense, lasting over an hour. Lu Yi continuously moved around the arena, using various water abilities to block, slow down, and attack her opponent. However, the attack power of the water-based abilities was inherently weak, and her opponent happened to be a defensive-type beast. Only lacking in speed, along with being frequently slowed down, the opponent was struggling to get closer to Lu Yi. If this were a normal battlefield, Lu Yi's chances of winning would be higher because she could keep her distance. Even with weak attacks, she could gradually wear down her enemy. But now, on the arena, the space for her to move and dodge was limited. Just as Lu Yi was inching closer to the edge of the arena, the opponents suddenly withdrew their defense. As they removed the heavy beast armor from their body, their speed swiftly increased, arriving beside Lu Yi. I won. Just as most expected, getting close meant Lu Yi's defeat. But Lu Yi sighed, taking out her water blade. With the water blade dancing in her hands, her opponent, who had discarded their beast armor to close the distance, predictably faced defeat. However, Lu Yi, whose strategy had worked again, was not happy because it was too early. Her trump card had been revealed too soon. What she thought could be saved for the knockout rounds was forced out in the very first match of the group stage. And in her group, there were also the second seeds from White Tiger and Vermilion Bird universities. Now they were starting to take Lu Yi seriously, and it was clear they would no longer be caught off guard. The second group had no more highlights, but the third group was an intense battle. The top seed of White Tiger Beast University, Luo Xingyu, faced off against the top seed of Black Tortoise Beast University in an extraordinary matchup. However, both held back, not going all out. This was because their group also contained the 6th seed from Imperial Capital Beast University. In the end, the match concluded with a slight victory for Luo Xingyu. In the fourth group, Zhang Jianben also took the stage and secured a victory, a close combat battle filled with meaty punches. Exciting, but not flashy. Finally, it was Su Zhe's turn to compete. And his opponent was also a familiar face, the older brother of the Shin family from White Tiger Beast University, Shin Kuei. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, Shin Kuei imitated Li Hang and said, "Brother Su Zhe, I know I'm not your opponent, but you don't want to waste too much energy on me, right? Why don't we work together to make it exciting? If we fight for half an hour, I'll admit defeat, how about that?" Su Zhe decisively shook his head. It wouldn't take much effort to teach Shin Kuei a lesson. But just as he was ready to make a move, his opponent suddenly raised both hands and shouted, I admit defeat for this match." I have to say, conceding before the match began left a deep impression on everyone. Thus, Su Zhe's first match ended rather abruptly. Chapter 105 The Last Match. What? He admits defeat right away? Not even trying in such an important match and just conceding. Wang Zi, are people from White Tiger Beast University this casual? Su Yao asked, her mouth agape, feeling unsatisfied. She had just been about to cheer for Su Zhe, but due to the opponent's quick surrender, Su Zhe didn't even get a chance for his first match before it ended. Wang Zi scratched his head and said, I think he's scared. Didn't the Shin family come to trouble me before and get subdued by Su Zhe? He probably had a psychological shadow from that. Su Yao nodded, she was present at the time and recognized this explanation as the most reasonable. Meanwhile, at the referee's seat backstage, the principals from several schools sat high above, while the other teachers had to sit lower down. In response to Shin Kuei's recent performance, Xueyu, sitting in the center, spoke in a tone of authority. Principal Lu Yao, the Beast competition is meant to showcase students' skills and gain public recognition for the educational standards of our Beast universities. However, your White Tiger Beast University's performance this year seems less than impressive. The oldest among them, Lu Yao, showed no anger in the face of this criticism, stroking his white beard and saying, we have vast land and sparse population, and there are just not many students. Plus, there are always powerful beasts lurking about, and even the Beast exam is often delayed because of this. So for us, the most important thing has always been to survive first. Knowing one cannot achieve something but still trying does not mean bravery for us, it is foolishness. So I believe that my student made this judgment for a reason. It must be because he confirmed that he would definitely not be the opponent of the other party. Faced with Lu Yao's words, Xueyu didn't know how to refute and could only say with a bad expression, I see, but I wonder how he is judged that he is definitely not an opponent, being the fourth seed too. Could it be that this year Qinglong Beast-Taming University has produced an outstanding person? As he spoke, he glanced at Xiao Su. Xiao Su smiled and replied, Su Zhe is indeed very good, and I believe he won't disappoint everyone. Su Zhe. Xueyu read this name twice, and then seemed to remember something, saying, oh, is he the kid who contracted a diamond-level beast? In that case, if he had been born a few years later and participated in the next beast-taming competition, he indeed would have a chance to win the championship. No wonder the opponent surrendered. At this moment, the president of Zhuke Beast-Taming University, and the only female president, Yuzhen, said, it seems that President Xue's information is a bit outdated. This Su Zhe's diamond-level beast has already been calculated and killed by the Fuso Dark Guards. Oh? There is such a thing? That's really a shame. Xueyu said, sounding genuinely surprised. President Xue, as expected from someone from the four major families. You seem to ignore the diamond-level beast that we have all been closely watching. It looks like we will see an extraordinary genius from the Xue family in this competition, said Luo Yan, the president of Xuanwu Beast-Taming University, from the side. Xueyu did not deny it either. Every 10 years, some people who contract diamond-level beasts will always appear, mostly from the four major families or from the geniuses personally trained by the Daxia Spirit Guard headquarters. But very few can truly grow up, otherwise Daxia would not have only 200-level war gods. However, Xueyu still sighed, but the first beast being diamond-level is still rare. If we could cultivate such a beast in our families, perhaps he could become the next war god level figure. Now, what a pity. Then he wondered, since he has already lost his diamond level beast, what else can threaten others? Besides the beast's influence, he seems to be the only freshman, right? The others were also very curious, but Xiao Su did not answer, only letting them continue to watch. After 2 rounds and 10 matches, the competition that started early in the morning was now nearing noon, and everyone could take a break to have lunch. This was thanks to Shin Kuei's surrender. The earlier even matches had dragged the duration of the competition longer, but Shin Kuei's surrender brought it back, allowing everyone to just catch up with mealtime. For the audience in the stands, there were also people pushing food carts around. Of course, there was a charge for this. The lunch break was not long, and after a hurried meal, there was only half an hour for rest before the third round began again. In this round, Kuang Yi easily won a game again. However, Li Hong did not have such good luck. He encountered the 6th seed from the Imperial Capital Beast-Taming University. The opponent refused his request for a performance match, wanting to directly crush Li Hong and win beautifully. But Li Hong completely avoided direct combat, relying on his agile movements to dodge while fighting, dragging the match on for half a day. Ultimately, though he still could not escape defeat, he at least did not lose too badly, making it hard for the opponent to win beautifully. Moreover, due to the excessive consumption from the previous battle, he had shown a state of serious injury from the start, performing only at about 50 to 60% of his strength. Even if he lost, it was still understandable in everyone's eyes. In the 4th round, Su Zhe still did not participate. Lu Yi faced off against the number 2 seed from Baihu Beast University, who had exhausted too much during the opening battle. After a fierce struggle, she once again sneakily won a match. The probability of winning increased greatly, and she happily jumped off the stage. Meanwhile, Baihu Beast University was in a dire situation. So far, only Luo Xingyu had won a match. However, their attitude seemed positive, and after losing, they decisively left the stage to cheer on the next competitor. Zhang Jianbin also scored his second point in this round. The strength of his group was quite similar, except for 1/4 seed from Xuanwu Beast University. At such times, his exceptionally strong physical quality became his greatest advantage. Advancing to the top 2 was not a big problem. After the 4th round ended, the sky had already darkened, but several large lights illuminated the Dragon Nest competition area. After a short dinner break, the 5th round began, which was also the final round for the day. With 25 people divided into 5 groups, a total of 10 rounds and 50 matches would be completed. It was impossible to finish in just one day. Thus, the group matches were split over 2 days, with each participant competing against 2 others in their group. The remaining 2 matches would be completed the next day, and the scores would be totaled in the end. The other 4 members of Qinglong Beast University had already finished their matches. Among them, Kuang Yi easily won both his matches. Li Hong had 1 win and 1 loss. Lu Yi, although winning with difficulty, also achieved a great record of 2 victories. Zhang Jianbin, facing 2 fierce battles, also won both matches. Only Su Zhe had played just 1 match, and it was a victory by forfeit from his opponent. Since he was in the last group, Group 5, this match became the closing performance of the day. Everyone was curious about this only freshman, once the owner of a diamond-level monster, and what kind of strength he truly possessed. His opponent was Jiang Ying, the 9th seed from the Imperial Capital Beast University. That's right, he was from the Jiang family. Chapter 106 Full Return. Su Zhe, you are quite famous in our family now. The Jiang Lu uncle's family suffered quite a loss at your hands. Especially Jiang Tianlong, who even died because of you, ha. Jiang Ying lived up to his name, having a sharp hawk-like nose. Though he referred to Jiang Tianlong as his elder brother, there was not a hint of sadness in his tone about the other's death. In fact, he seemed a bit gloating. The Jiang family was a newly risen large clan, and after developing, they found that most resources had already been taken by 3 other ancient families. To grow, they could only seize resources from ordinary people, extending their hands into the darkness. But even so, it was still far from enough to support the ever-growing Jiang family to continue to develop. As the Jiang Lu branch fell, it meant that other branches could obtain more resources. In large families, clan kinship might exist, but it definitely wouldn't last beyond 3 generations. Su Zhe was also sizing up Jiang Ying before he replied, I didn't expect you to actually be from the Jiang family. I thought it was just a coincidence that your surname is Jiang. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Jiang Ying said proudly. But Su Zhe shook his head and said, not at all, I just think that the Jiang family is one of the 4 major families, so the younger generation shouldn't have to participate in the elimination round in the top 5 of the Imperial Capital University. But I didn't expect you, as a Jiang family member, to participate in the elimination round, and still, ranked 9th. How weak! Su Zhe mocked. Faced with Su Zhe's ridicule, Jiang Ying shouted, of course, there are members of my Jiang family among the top 5, you aren't worthy to meet them. Alright, I understand, it's not that the Jiang family is incapable, it's that you aren't. Got it. Su Zhe nodded, his face serious and sympathetic as he spoke. You, bastard. Since your words are so sharp, I will tear it apart. Jiang Ying said angrily. As soon as the referee gave the command, the match officially began, and he immediately lunged forward. At the same time, a bluish-gray eagle appeared behind him, transforming into a pair of sharp claws in his hands. Jiang Ying seemed to be so enraged that he lost his reason, but at least half of it was an act. Faced with Su Zhe, who had thwarted the Jiang family several times, he dared not be careless. Su Zhe also took out the virtual spirit turtle from his pocket, directly transforming it into a shield to block in front of him. With a sound of clashing metal, Su Zhe remained unmoved, relying on the virtual spirit shield to block the attack. This also allowed him to gauge the opponent's strength, just over level 40, that bluish-gray eagle should be a platinum-level monster. Despite the gap in bloodlines, the virtual spirit turtle was already at level 48, and a 7 or 8 level difference was not something a platinum-level bloodline suppression could erase. Good. Go, brother Su Zhe. Su Zhe, come on, defeat him. Su Yao and Wang Zi shouted from the audience, having waited all day from morning until night for Su Zhe to take the stage. They had even been so bored that they fell asleep at one point, and only during Luo Xingyu's match did Wang Zi return to their White Tiger Beast-Taming University viewing area to cheer. On the stage, Jiang Ying looked astonished as Su Zhe blocked his attack. He knew Su Zhe's information and understood that this shield was transformed from the golden-level monster, the virtual spirit turtle, yet now it matched his platinum-level monster in strength. This meant that the level difference between them was at least 5 levels. How is this possible? Jiang Ying hurriedly retreated, but Su Zhe had no intention of pursuing. Because the virtual spirit turtle, as a water attribute turtle monster, had a high defense, low attack power, and slow speed. Su Zhe did not want to reveal too much of his strength yet. It was not impossible to defeat the opponent relying solely on the virtual spirit turtle. The virtual spirit turtle had a skill he hadn't used in a long time, complete return, which could return the enemy's attack back at them. However, Jiang Ying's previous attack was merely a probing strike, so even if it were rebounded, it wouldn't pose much of a threat. He needed to wait for a stronger attack. Jiang Ying did not disappoint, the contract formation shone again, and another platinum-level monster emerged, a bug that seemed to have a black spear on its back. Its beast transforming was also unsurprising, as it turned into a sharp black short spear that looked extremely lethal in hand. This was the monster I originally wanted to use in the elimination round, but I unexpectedly had to use it here. Now I want to see whether your shield is harder or my spear is unbreakable. He transformed another bluish-gray eagle monster into a beast armor, channeling power into this strike, thrusting fiercely at Suze. This time, he was finally shaken, stepping back several times, appearing very strained. He was continuously forced to the edge of the arena. Their spear and shield had yet to determine a winner, but Jiang Ying had already seen a glimmer of victory. Who said he had to break through Suze's defense? This was the arena, as long as he could push Suze down, wouldn't that suffice? So he further increased his strength, trying to push Suze down simply and directly with all his might. Suze indeed was as he expected, with half a foot already hanging outside the arena, looking as if he would fall at any moment. Suddenly, he raised his head and smiled, saying, "I'm about to fall, just kidding, don't worry." All returned, open. Jiang Ying instantly sensed that something was wrong, but with all his strength pressed on, how could he quickly dodge? At that moment, he also felt as if his feet were entangled by something, making it impossible to break free. He could only stand there and take the beating. The shield flashed brightly, and a beam of light shot out, striking Jiang Ying and sending him flying. The binding on his legs was completely non-existent. Jiang Ying, knocked to the ground, was seriously injured and lost consciousness. Although the competitions over the past few days were finished, whether he could hold on until tomorrow was still uncertain. In the stands, Shuiyu also nodded and said, "I see, no wonder the students of White Tiger Beast Master University surrendered. Their strength is indeed not on the same level." In just the first year of college, having a psychic strength of level 48, this might be the first time in history, right? Also, if I'm not mistaken, just now, there was also the aura of a Shadow World beast, a Platinum Lord, comparable to a diamond. Suze controlled Jiang Ying's feet with the Shadow Moon Wolf King hidden in the Shadow World, making it impossible for him to evade this move. He thought he had done it covertly and that no one could notice. But in reality, the 5 principals in the stands all saw through it at a glance. The first day of the Beast Master Grand Competition trial had thus ended. Meanwhile, in Beishan City, a member of Suze's 13th team, a great Xia spirit guard, with a face full of conflict, went out at night and contacted a man in black, then sold the military-grade psychic bead he had just received from Suze. Unexpectedly, as soon as the transaction finished, the lights in the room suddenly turned on. Jiang Chen and his older brother Jiang Donglin walked out from the next room, holding a video camera recording the events that just transpired. Chapter 107, Framing. How are you here? The great Xia spirit guard named Tao Lin looked at the two who walked out with an ugly face. "Very good, keep that expression, this way, we can clearly capture your face," Jiang Sheng said with a smile while holding the camera. Tao Lin immediately tried to cover his face, but it was already too late. Jiang Sheng had already recorded everything that just happened. He closed the camera and, with a malicious smile, said, "What am I doing? As a great Xia spirit guard, you should know how strictly military-grade psychic beads are controlled. Selling military-grade psychic beads privately is a serious crime that can go to military court, isn't it?" Tao Lin's face changed to a very ugly color, and he argued, "I didn't sell them, this was my salary given by the captain, and I have the right to handle it myself." He was not wrong, although there were indeed some controls over the psychic beads that had already been handed to the great Xia spirit guards, they were not strict, and everyone generally turned a blind eye. After all, it's normal for someone nearing a breakthrough to find themselves unprepared and needing more psychic beads, so it's common for colleagues to gift or sell psychic beads to each other. Suze had also received psychic beads rewarded to him by Guo Lingshan in the beginning. However, after Guo Lingshan returned, he immediately wrote a detailed report explaining the whereabouts of the psychic beads, which was the most compliant way to do it. So, Tao Lin's situation could be serious or minor. By the book, it shouldn't be particularly severe. However, if he sold military-grade psychic beads to someone from a hostile nation, the situation would be very different. At that moment, a middle-aged man who looked quite similar to Jiang Sheng, but older, walked in front of Tao Lin. He was Jiang Sheng's brother, Jiang Donglin. The man in black who had previously transacted with Tao Lin hastily stood up and helped Jiang Donglin lift up a black figure dressed in the same clothes and placed it in the seat. Then, he unveiled the black clothes that shrouded it completely. Under the black clothes was a young man, bound to the seat, unable to move, with a bruised and battered face full of scars. He was gasping for breath, on the verge of death at any moment. Who is he? Tao Lin felt very uneasy seeing their series of actions and couldn't help but ask in confusion. He had initially thought Jiang Sheng had kidnapped someone important to threaten him, but now he found that he didn't recognize the person in front of him at all. Jiang Sheng did not speak. His brother Jiang Donglin opened his mouth to say, "Of course, you wouldn't know him. He's someone I've caught. Recently, there was a big crackdown on the undercover agents of Fusang in the country. As a member of the Great Xia Spirit Guard, you shouldn't be unaware, right? Upon hearing this, Tao Lin's expression changed several times, and finally, he said with difficulty, "Are you saying he is an undercover agent of Fusang?" "That's right," Zhang Donglin said with a smile. Normally, trading in medicinal beads wouldn't be considered a serious crime. At most, they would just deduct a few months' salary for not following regulations. But the situation was different now. Selling the vital military resource of medicinal beads to enemy nations counted as treason. This Fusang undercover agent had previously hidden his identity as Zhang Donglin's assistant, and after being exposed and captured, Zhang Donglin chose not to report him. The anger of being deceived over the years made him want to kill the other person directly. Just then, their father contacted him, asking him to assist his younger brother Zhang Shang, so Zhang Donglin temporarily set aside his own matters. After discussing with his brother, Zhang Donglin decided to make good use of this Fusang undercover agent, letting him die a worthy death. He has served beside me as my assistant for so many years. Though he is an undercover agent of Fusang, I must say he has helped me a lot. I believe he wouldn't mind helping me once again with his life at the critical moment. And now, their plan was very successful. Tao Lin shook his head desperately and said, "No, that's not it. The person I traded with was definitely not him. I didn't even know his identity." "You are framing me. This is entrapment." Zhang Shang shook his head. "You can't say that. I've just captured everything on video. The evidence of your transaction with him." Then, Zhang Shang gave Zhang Donglin a knowing look. Zhang Donglin immediately understood and without hesitation, struck the top of his longtime assistant's head with his palm, instantly making him wide-eyed, dead beyond recovery. Now, there were no witnesses to his death. Good. The current situation is that we have discovered evidence of your treasonous dealings with the enemy, and during the capture, because the other party resisted fiercely, we had no choice but to kill him. As for this person, we have ample evidence to prove his identity as a Fusang undercover agent, Zhang Shang said proudly. Tao Lin's expression turned desperate, and he muttered, "I just wanted to help my daughter get some medical fees because she is ill. Why are you forcing me like this?" He knew he was just a small character, hardly worth the Zhang brothers' elaborate scheming. So, holding on to a glimmer of hope, he tentatively asked, "What do you want from me, exactly?" "It's very simple. I want to know the whereabouts of that old man Guo Linshan. He must be hiding somewhere, and you, his old subordinates, should know, right?" Zhang Shang asked viciously. Su Zhe is currently participating in the Beastmaster competition in the Imperial capital, and in plain sight, it would be impossible to deal with him. It's better to find Guo Linshan first to vent some anger. These days, he has been constantly sending people out to quietly gather information about Guo Linshan, but he has had no luck. No matter if it's his hometown or the places he often visits, nothing was found. Moreover, Guo Linshan is still a bachelor, without a wife or children, so he can't be threatened to show himself. There's no choice but to use this method to interrogate Guo Linshan's former subordinates. But Tao Lin firmly gritted his teeth and said, "You want to scheme against Captain Guo? Dream on, I won't tell you anything. So what if it's a military court? I'm not afraid." Tao Lin's reaction was anticipated by Zhang Shang. He was not surprised. He merely said calmly, "It seems you are a single father, right? Your daughter also suffers from a congenital disease. Have you thought about what would happen to her if you end up in a military court and go to jail? She will become an orphan, and no one will spend money to help her get treated." Then he smiled and said, "But don't worry, I believe you know that our Jiang family is very willing to adopt orphans from all over the country. Plus, your daughter is very cute. I have an uncle who loves children like her. I'm sure he would be very happy to adopt your daughter, allowing her to live like a little princess. What do you think?" "Ha ha. You bastard, don't touch my daughter." Tao Lin roared in anger, wanting to rush at Zhang Shang to tear him apart, but he was tightly bound by a large black snake and couldn't break free. He could only grit his teeth, with blood seeping from the corners of his mouth due to clenching too hard. "How about it? Are you willing to speak now?" Zhang Shang leaned in and asked. Tao Lin tried to bite off his ear but couldn't do it. In the end, he could only scream desperately through tears, finally surrendering with a hoarse voice, "I'll speak." Chapter 108, The Starfall Pit. The Starfall Pit? What does that old man want to do there? Zhang Shang said, confused. In fact, if he had acted earlier to interrogate the 13 Brigade's Great Xia Spirit Guard, he wouldn't have received any useful information. Because prior to this, even they didn't know where Guo Linshan had gone. Until recently, Guo Linshan took the initiative to contact them. He had heard about Zhang Shang taking over his position, specifically calling back to ask if anything had happened, if help was needed, and whether Su Zhe had been troubled by the Zhang family. During the call, he also mentioned that he was currently at the Starfall Pit and everything was going smoothly with his ongoing work. The Starfall Pit is essentially a massive meteorite crater, but the meteorite that caused it is quite unique. Even after passing through the atmosphere, it was not burned away in the slightest. Fortunately, it is not large, only about the size of 2 or 3 basketballs. Due to its ultra-high density, it is so heavy that even now, no one can move it, not even 2 level 100 battle gods. Even more accurately, they can't even touch the meteorite. Moreover, under its influence, the gravity inside the entire crater is very abnormal. The closer you are to the meteorite, the greater the gravity you experience. Within a meter, the gravity already reaches thousands of times normal. Get any closer, and no instrument could withstand it or measure it. Even when Xiao Shang came to challenge, he stopped just 10 centimeters from the meteorite. He could have continued to approach, but he chose not to. Because he is the battle god of Xia country, he must always be in the best condition to respond to emergencies. So he couldn't allow himself to get injured, especially not in a situation where he would willingly get hurt. And this feature of the Starfall meteorite pit has made it a popular spot for body refining enthusiasts and a gathering place for rock-type demon beasts that love strong gravity environments. That old guy's beast under Jiang Chen's scheme has gone into a rampage, and then that kid Suze was killed. Why go there? Does he still want to continue contracting a rock-type monster there? Then Jiang Shang shook his head again. The death of a beast impacts a person's mental power greatly, making it impossible to gain the recognition of a monster of the same rank again. No matter why he wants to go there, I believe this guy didn't lie to us. Guo Linshan is indeed in the meteor pit. What do you think? Should you go or should I go? Zhang Donglin said from the side. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Shang said, "Brother, why don't we go together? The meteor pit isn't too far from the imperial capital, and many experts are gathered there now. If we get discovered, it's good to have each other's backing." Having failed twice in a row made him like a startled bird, always feeling uncertain about his plans. Zhang Donglin glanced at his younger brother slightly displeased, seemingly angry at his cowardice. What's there to be afraid of? Although it's close to the imperial capital, don't forget our Jiang family is also in the imperial capital. But he still said, "Forget it, since you are still worried, I will accompany you." The plan to help Tianlong take revenge has never succeeded, it must have hit you hard. This time we'll collect some interest and let them know that our Jiang family is not to be trifled with. In the imperial capital, after a day of competition, everyone returned to the hotel to rest, but they were still reviewing today's battles together. The first day of competition at the Qinglong Beast Master University ended very smoothly. Suze actually only fought one match, and he didn't expose any trump cards, relying solely on the skills of the Void Spirit Turtle to complete the match. This also made today's closing match quite interesting. 2 platinum-level monsters could not defeat a golden-level monster. This made everyone realize that Suze's strength perhaps should not appear in the last 2 groups. Even entering the top 3 groups was a possibility. You brat, did you hide your strength just to advance by being in the last 2 groups? After Suze came down from the stage, Li Hong patted his shoulder and said. He no longer felt any pressure, since not advancing had become a certainty, it was better to relax. This mindset was very similar to that of the White Tiger Beast Master University. It was said that the Shin brothers over there, right after the competition ended, left the venue to borrow money to go eat the expensive chicken in the imperial capital. One must say, their names Shin Kuei and Shin Su were simply buried, they should be renamed Shin Chang and Shin Meng. Equally untroubled was Kuang Yi, as the strength of his group was quite average, resulting in him not having a chance to display his abilities in several matches. The upcoming 2 matches should be similar since the stronger competitors were almost all in Li Heng's group. The only one of the same level as him was the number 1 seed from the Zhuke University, but for now, it seemed that both of them tacitly chose to hide their strength. Anyway, both first and second places could advance from the group, it didn't matter who was first and who was second. Advancing as second was better, helping to conceal their strength, which would be beneficial for the subsequent knockout matches. It was said that it would be a chaotic battle. Those who performed too strongly in the group stage would naturally become targets of collaboration from others. Besides them, Lu Yi and Zhang Jianben were under immense pressure. Although both of them achieved 2 consecutive victories today, they were both hard-fought battles. Moreover, Lu Yi won the second match because her opponent was too exhausted and couldn't recover in time. But now there was a whole night to rest. The second seed from the Zhuke Beast Master University, who also had a demanding day, should be able to recover. If Lu Yi wanted to win again, it might not be that easy. Moreover, after the first day, everyone had a certain understanding of each other. On the second day of the competition, it was time to reveal the hidden cards. Zhang Jianben was in a precarious position because he didn't have any hidden cards at all. His powerful physical strength had already shown itself today, but apart from that, he had no other hidden means. Everyone don't worry too much, today's performance has been very good. Among the 5 of you, 4 have won both battles, which is the best performance in the history of Qinglong Beast University. Cheer up, kids. Xiao Su said as he walked into the room. Alright, you all go back and rest well to prepare for tomorrow's battle. Okay, principal. After encouraging them, Xiao Su left directly, but Suze couldn't shake the feeling that he had glanced at him one more time as he walked away. Chapter 109, Group Match Results. The second day's competition was not much different from yesterday. Louis was not so lucky today, losing to the second seed of UK Beast University. However, she successfully advanced as the second place in the group, while the second place of Baihu Beast University was actually the real second in strength. In the end, the excessive consumption from the first day led to his defeat against Louis, placing him third and regrettably eliminated. The situation in the second group was also clear, with Kwang Yi and the first seed of UK Beast University advancing together. As for who was first and who was second, they should have agreed on the result during their exceptionally splendid performance match. In the end, Kwang Yi advanced in first place, with the opponent taking second. The competition in the third group was exceptionally fierce, with the first seeds of Baihu Beast University and Xuanwu Beast University, along with the sixth seed from Daido Beast University, meaning there was bound to be one who couldn't advance. After a fierce contest, the sixth seed from Daido Beast University was eliminated. Although Daido Beast University's strength was higher than the other four schools, it was still a stretch to rely on a sixth seed to beat the first in other schools. Among the two who advanced, Baihu Beast University's Luo Xingyu was first, and Xuanwu Beast University's first seed was second. The fourth group was the most complicated, with Zhang Jianbin showing remarkable performance yesterday being revealed to have won 2 in a row due to his strong physical power. So everyone chose not to engage him up close, but rather to wear him down from a distance. In the end, after winning the first day, he faced 2 consecutive defeats on the second day. Ultimately, the first place went to Xuanwu Beast University's fourth seed, who had a combination of 1 platinum and 2 gold beasts, all above level 40. Unquestionably, he won 4 straight matches and advanced. In the end, not only did he fail to advance, but he also lost consecutively, suffering elimination with the last place result. However, this cannot all be blamed on Suze, as his ability to return all the power directed at him means that he reflects back what is thrown his way. If Zhang Ying hadn't attacked with the intent to seriously injure or even kill Suze, he wouldn't have been so badly hurt by his own power. Finally, the second qualifier was also from the UK Beast University, who had advanced through a tiebreaker as the fourth seed. The person he eliminated in the tiebreaker was Shin Kuei from the Baihu Beast University. Thus, the 10 people advancing from the group stage were completely finalized. Among them, the Qinglong Beast University performed the best, advancing 4 out of 5, with Kwang Yi and Suze taking the lead in their group. Next was the UK Beast University, which had all of its first, second, and fourth seeds advance. Among them, the second seed was also the top of the first group. Following was the Xuanwu University, with its first and fourth seeds advancing together. The fourth seed was also the top of the fourth group. Then came the Baihu Beast University, with only one person advancing, Luo Xingyu, who was the last glory of Baihu Beast University. However, she was indeed powerful, taking first place in the fiercely competitive third group, seemingly without exerting her full strength. This is also a point of pride for Baihu Beast University, which is why their principal, Lu Yao, was unfazed even when only one remained after the eliminations. The worst off was the Imperial Capital Beast University, as no one managed to advance from the group stage. However, since they were only the 6th to 10th rankings from the Imperial Capital Beast University, this result was somewhat understandable. But this also indirectly indicates that the strength gap between the other 4 universities and the Imperial Capital Beast University is not that great. Perhaps in the next 10-year Beast tournament, it should be considered whether to give the Imperial Capital Beast University so many as 10 spots. Furthermore, allowing the top 5 to directly enter the elimination rounds also caused some controversy. In the end, rewards were given based on the performance of each school. The most important thing is that in the next 10 years, the country's beast training resources will be inclined towards the best-performing Qinglong Beast University. But this is a reward at the school level, while the personal rewards for the students have not yet been issued and will need to wait until the elimination round is over and all rankings are confirmed. At this time, only those students who have already been eliminated can receive a consolation prize. Next, all students will have a half-month break. During this half-month, they will receive unlimited supplies of training resources. This will help them improve their strength and maintain their condition as much as possible. This is also why everyone wants to participate in the Beast Tournament, for a full half-month of unlimited resource training. This is unimaginable for ordinary Beast Masters and those from small families. Even among the 4 great families, only those with outstanding talents who are seen as successors can enjoy this level of training resources. For Suze, this is an unimaginable opportunity, perhaps due to the combination of 2 souls. He has a training speed and mental power that far exceeds others. This is also why he is able to quickly advance by absorbing the power of the contract and the refining thought beads. Ordinary people simply cannot achieve the absorption and refining speed that he can. Now, with unlimited training resources available, he even has confidence that he can break through the 50-level threshold in just half a month. It is important to know that crossing over level 50 qualifies one to be called a high-level Beast Master. Due to 2 playoff games and the final award ceremony, by the time everything ended and they could go home, it was already deep into the night. However, Suze appeared happy and energetic after hearing the good news about unlimited training resources. At the same time, far away in Beishar City, Sun Hao was heartbroken by the words of his colleague before him. How could you betray Captain Gua? Chapter 110, Seeking Help. Today at work, Sun Hao noticed Tao Lin was distracted and lost in thought. While handling tasks, he made many rookie mistakes that a seasoned Lingwei of Dasha should not have made. So, in the evening, he kept Tao Lin behind to ask him about it, thinking it still had to do with his daughter's illness. This was not a secret between them. Sun Hao had even decided to front him a few months' salary to help with his daughter's medical bills. After Suze became hands-off, Sun Hao was promoted to vice captain, allowing him to make such decisions. But who would have guessed that under his care, Tao Lin could no longer bear the torment in his heart and ended up saying such things. I'm sorry, really sorry, but I really can't go to jail, my daughter is still waiting for me at home, said Tao Lin, tears streaming down his face. Sun Hao looked up and took a deep breath. If you need money for medicine for Xiao Taozi, you can just tell me. I've already advanced you a few months' salary, why must you resort to selling the refinement beads? If you could make further progress with the refinement beads, wouldn't that mean you wouldn't have to worry at all in the future? Tao Lin smiled bitterly. It's not that easy. Taozi's illness won't get better in a year or two. What does it matter if you advanced my salary for a few months? What about next month? The month after? Should we continue advancing? Sun Hao frowned. But you can't. I know this is all my fault, I accept whatever the military decides to punish me with, but my daughter absolutely cannot fall into the hands of the Zhang family. Don't worry, the brothers will definitely not let this happen. Besides, selling the refinement beads isn't that serious, this is all the scheme of those bastards. Tao Lin shook his head. It didn't matter if it was a frame-up now, the evidence had already fallen into Zhang Sheng's hands. Moreover, among the higher-ups, there were quite a few members of the Zhang family, who were likely to help Zhang Sheng solidify his charges against him. Let's put my matters aside for now, saving Captain Gui is the priority. But the problem now was that they were no match for Zhang Sheng and didn't know anyone who could confront him. The Starfall Pit is very close to the Imperial capital, and Captain Suze is there participating in the beast-taming competition. I'll go ask him for help, said Sun Hao. But, will this delay the captain? Tao Lin hesitated. After all, it was because of him that the current situation had arisen. It shouldn't, Sun Hao said as he took out his phone and opened the top trending news. The group stage has ended, and the captain has successfully advanced as the group's top player. Now there is a half-month break. Everyone is celebrating this today, and it's only you who is lost in thought that hasn't paid attention, which made me suspicious of you. Tao Lin still expressed some concern. Captain Suze is indeed powerful with outstanding talent, but he is still young after all. Zhang Sheng still has his brother Zhang Donglin helping him. I'm afraid Captain Suze will not be the match. Sun Hao replied, I believe Captain Suze, and I'm not looking to have Captain Suze act personally. The captain has interacted with far more strong opponents than we have. If we can contact Lord Xiao Chang, all problems will be easily solved. Although knowing that Lord Xiao Chang was not so easy to meet, if they could connect with the president of Qinglong Beast-Taming University, Xiao Su through Suze, then requesting him to step forward is also one way. Another powerful person in Beishan City, Yu Xinhua, has recently been promoted due to a breakthrough in strength. The new president of the Beastmaster Association, Sun Hao, hasn't had the chance to interact yet, so he is unaware of the other person's stance. In fact, he knows there is another strong person at Qinglong Beastmaster University, who is the strongest in Beishan City. But Sun Hao does not know exactly who this person is, let alone where to find him. From the few times he has acted, it seems that he cannot leave the Beastmaster University at will. I'll go with you. Tao Lin stood up and said, after all, this matter started because of him. However, Sun Hao shook his head and pressed him back down. You cannot move, they must be watching you closely right now. Once there are any actions or if we have a large-scale personnel shift, they will definitely notice and send people to intercept us on the way. So, I can go alone. Tao Lin argued, but you are now the vice-captain of our 13th team, also a key subject of their attention. Every move you make is certainly being monitored closely, slipping away quietly is nearly impossible. Hearing this, Sun Hao laughed and said, it was indeed impossible before, but now it's different. Looking at the confused Tao Lin, Sun Hao led him to an open area in the night, extending his foot to step on the soil. Not too hard, not too soft, just right. Then a golden summoning formation glimmered, and a beast standing on 2 legs appeared before them, its body covered in a shining golden shell. But what stood out the most were its thick arms and a pair of sharp claws. Golden Arm Digger Beast, this is the beast that hatched from the beast egg given to me by Captain Suze. It finally hatched just yesterday after days of high-pressure training, Sun Hao said with a smile, looking at the beast beside him. To those big families, a golden-level beast might not mean much, but for him, it is an unattainable height. Now he is also someone who possesses a golden-level beast. Is the method you mentioned it? Tao Lin pointed at the digger beast. Exactly, the golden arm digger beast, as the name suggests, has an astonishing digging speed. It can dig a path to outside the city in just one night. Once we reach outside the city, we should have shaken off their surveillance, and then I will head at full speed to the imperial capital to find the captain. Then he looked at Tao Lin very seriously and said, I need someone to help me guard the entrance of this tunnel, preventing it from being discovered and causing my whereabouts to be exposed. Can you do it? Tao Lin nodded firmly, this time. I absolutely will not make a mistake again. After receiving the other person's affirmative response, Sun Hao immediately began to dig. He did not let the digger beast dig on its own but transformed it into a huge gauntlet. Then, using his remaining arm, he quickly moved, breaking through the surface and sinking down into the soil. In just a short while, he had completely entered the ground, with soil continuously being expelled. After a while, Tao Lin leaned over to look. Sun Hao's figure had vanished, leaving only a deep pit that was unknown how many meters deep. In the pit, Sun Hao had already changed direction, digging toward outside the city. He continuously moved with that one arm, the hard soil easily piled behind him like dough. He kept digging until he felt it was just about time, and he began to break through the surface. As light streamed into the tunnel, it was already the morning of the next day. He had been digging for a whole night. Try to stay away from Beishan City, only realizing it's almost time when completely exhausted. In fact, it was indeed the case, he was almost digging into the neighboring downtown area. After his eyes adjusted to the light outside, Sun Hao quickly made his way towards the imperial capital. Chapter 111, Only I Can Rely on Now. In the imperial capital, Su Zhe thought he would see the so-called infinite training resources early in the morning. But in reality, these resources were all allocated to one place, and he had to wait half a day more for preparations to be completed. He took the opportunity to check on the incubation situation of the monster beast eggs with Wang Zi and Su Yao. Su Yao had wrapped the egg around her belly, so Su Zhe had to ask her to lift her clothes to see. The egg is very white. No, it's very smooth. That's not right either. The incubation situation of the egg is not bad, it has already started to crack. I wonder what kind of monster beast will hatch out. Su Zhe said, looking at the white area in front of him, somewhat at a loss for words. After so many times of incubation, he had mostly determined that the attributes of the monster beasts were related to how they hatched. Just like the fire attribute Golden Feather Phoenix needs to absorb heat, the dark attribute Shadow Moon Wolf King absorbs fragments of the dark sun to hatch. But some eggs had no clues visible in their hatching process. A typical example was his first mount, the ethereal spirit turtle, which needed a beautiful girl's kiss to hatch. He once thought he would hatch some lewd monster beast, but it turned out to be just fine. As long as its head didn't move around, it didn't feel out of place at all. This time, once again required hatching with body warmth. It felt both reasonable and unreasonable. It was reasonable because most monster beast eggs in nature hatch this way, and unreasonable in that it strangely required a high-looking beauty to hatch, similar to the ethereal spirit turtle. Could it be a relative? Su Zhe shook his head and left Su Yao's room after staying for more than half an hour, looking for Wang Zi at the power plant. He had just found the incubation room Wang Zi arranged for him at the power plant, following the workers' directions, when he heard an excited cheer. Ha, it worked! Su Zhe rushed over in 2 steps and saw a purple-feathered thunder eagle pecking its way out of the eggshell. Su Zhe, you're here. It cost my dad several million in electricity bills, and I finally hatched it, a golden-level monster beast, the purple lightning eagle. Then he jokingly said, by the way, are you doing this on purpose? Every time you give me monsters, they have such outrageous expenses. Last time, the golden-scaled pig directly swallowed half of my dad's gold bars. Even though he didn't say anything, I could tell his heart was bleeding. Ha ha. That's exactly why I gave them to you. They probably wouldn't hatch for anyone else, Su Zhe replied with a smile. Then he asked, how strong is this thunder eagle? Due to the transfer of contract, he couldn't check the panel of these system-produced monster beasts like he could with his own mounts. Wang Zi smiled and said, hee, all the electricity I've been feeding it for days has not been wasted. It has already skipped the juvenile stage and entered the growth stage, and just hatched. It is already level 20. You really weren't joking when you said the more electricity it absorbs, the stronger it becomes. If I had known, I would have let it absorb more gold bars when the golden-scaled pig was hatching. Wouldn't draining my dad's bank completely let it jump past the juvenile stage? Su Zhe shook his head and laughed. I don't know, but I know if you really did that. Uncle Wang will definitely help you recall how you were punished during your childhood. Although the egg has hatched, Wang Zi has already paid the electricity bill to the power plant in advance for today, so he does not intend to ask for it back. He decided to stay at the power plant for a full day, just in time to help the newly hatched purple light electric eagle quickly get familiar with its strength in the most suitable environment. When Su Zhe returned to the hotel alone, it was already afternoon. Kwang Yi, Lui Yi, and Zhang Jianbin, who also passed the group match, were waiting for him at the entrance, and there were a few members of the Great Summer Spirit Guard nearby. When they saw Su Zhe, they saluted him. Although Su Zhe was still just a student, he already held the position of team leader in the Great Summer Spirit Guard, which was considered a mid-lower level leadership role. Listening to their anxious explanations, Suze realized that those unlimited training resources were not sent directly to their rooms. Instead, these resources were used to build a huge magic array that would maintain resources continuously over these 15 days. The magic array had 15 positions designated for meditation and training for the group. However, competition began at that moment because how much strength one could snatch from the array depended entirely on their own abilities. And just like the fishermen baiting their hooks, once someone gathered strength and formed a force, it would be very hard to take it back. Therefore, they were anxiously waiting for Suze to return. Luo Xingyu from the White Tiger Beast Control University had already set off. If Suze didn't come back soon, they would have to leave first. Sorry, let's hurry up and leave now, Suze said, scratching his head in embarrassment. But just as he prepared to move, a weak voice gasped from behind, Captain, finally found you. Suze turned around and saw it was Sun Hao. He frowned. He had already entrusted full responsibility to Sun Hao when he left, so he shouldn't come looking for him unless it was important. Why don't you guys go ahead first? I have something to take care of, Suze said to the others. Alright, you come quickly. Kwang nodded and quickly led the others away, afraid that they would be late and miss their chance. Only then did Suze pull Sun Hao aside and whisper, what's wrong? In his view, the most likely issue was that the Jiang family was causing trouble again, and the imperial capital could be considered their territory. Sun Hao briefly explained everything that had happened. The more Suze listened, the more he frowned. Zhang Shang, after failing to deal with me, did he turn to trouble old Gua? And he used such despicable means to threaten. Leave it to me. Where is that meteorite crater? Take me there. Suze said decisively. How big could a meteorite crater be? Perhaps old Gua had already been captured by them. If he waited too long, it might be too late. But Sun Hao hesitated and said, Captain, they have 2 advanced beast masters. Shouldn't you contact Master Xiao Shang or Principal Xiao Su? Suze shook his head. I can't get in touch with Big Brother Xiao Shang. Finding Guo Linshan would definitely be an easy task. But in fact, he was indeed quite ignorant. A small asteroid with a diameter of 5 kilometers colliding would be enough to form a giant crater nearly 100 kilometers in diameter, equivalent to the area of an ordinary city. Though the meteor that caused the Starfall crater is much smaller, only the size of a few basketballs. However, its density is very high and its weight is astonishing, so the crater it created is not small at all. At least it is enough for a small city to settle here, which is called Starfall City. This is a ring-shaped city because the closer one gets to the center, where the meteor is located, the greater the gravity. There are no building materials that can withstand such force to construct houses, let alone construction workers. So buildings can only be constructed in the outer perimeter where they can still bear the weight, gradually forming the unique arc-shaped city. Starfall City is quite special, as due to the gravitational environment, it is very difficult for ordinary people to live here. So everyone living in Starfall City is unquestionably a beast tamer, and most of them are tamers of Earth attribute beasts. As soon as Suze entered the city, he felt a powerful force pulling him down, and every step he took was extremely difficult. Only after slightly adjusting could he walk normally. The ground and the walls of the buildings in the city all give a feeling of being solid and sturdy, looking several times thicker than the walls in other places. This is all to withstand the effects of several times the gravity. If ordinary building specifications were used, it would probably collapse within a year. It is so close to the imperial capital. Is it indeed influenced by the 4 great families? Suze looked around at the various shop names: Zhu Family Grand Hotel, Chiyun Pavilion, Zhangshang Nightclub. Although everyone living here is a beast tamer, they are after all still human, and they also need daily entertainment and leisure. Most of these shop names are also related to the 4 great families. If old Gui is staying here, he has probably been discovered by the Zhang family long ago, right? Suze said uneasily. But Sun Hao shook his head. If they had known long ago, they wouldn't be asking us questions now. Captain Gui is very experienced, he will definitely not let others easily discover his whereabouts, and the Zhang family does not have hands everywhere. As he spoke, he pointed towards the empty space in the center of the ring city. In this circular city, the gravity in that blank area is so strong that very few people can withstand it apart from high-level beast tamers. Even the Zhang family probably doesn't have many high-level beast tamers to spare to come here, right? Beast tamers mainly cultivate their mental strength, unlike what is said in fantasy novels about needing 10-fold or 100-fold gravity to strengthen the body. Therefore, the gravity of the Starfall crater is only useful for certain Earth attribute beasts, helping them to quickly cultivate. Aside from that, it can at most serve as a tourist attraction, where visitors compare who can walk further. Guo Linshan came here to use the strong gravity to hatch the platinum-level beast egg that Suze gave him, so he must be there. Let's move quickly, it seems someone has already gone to alert them. Suze said, looking around. When Guo Linshan came here, he might have hidden his identity, preventing anyone from recognizing him. But Suze and the others were surely bold enough to enter through the front door, so they were recognized as soon as they entered the city. Suze had already noticed someone quietly leaving, starting to walk deeper into the city. Suze exchanged a look with Sun Hao, and the two chased after each other. He must be going to find Jiang Sheng to report the news, but for Suze, whether he finds Guo Linshan or not doesn't matter, as long as he can stop Jiang Sheng and the others. Moreover, his goal is not just to stop them. In the depths of Xinglua pit, Jiang Sheng and Jiang Donglin were looking at Guo Linshan, who was being pushed deeper into the pit, with sinister smiles on their faces. Guo Linshan was only about 10 meters away from them, yet this distance seemed impossible to close. Because the weight, like a mountain, pressed down on them, and they barely resisted it with the beast master armor. Even so, they were still incredibly excited. Because Guo Linshan was in a worse situation than they were. To avoid their attacks, Guo Linshan had to grit his teeth and maintain a distance of 10 meters from them. And this 10-meter distance made him endure a weight several times, even a dozen times greater than what Jiang Sheng and Jiang Donglin felt. If it weren't for the beast that Suze had helped him hatch from the beast egg, he would have been crushed into a pancake by now. Cough. Heavy magnetic ape king, they are on the move again, let's get a bit closer, cough. Guo Linshan said to the beast protecting him, the overwhelming pressure making him cough up blood. Master, this level of gravity isn't too much for me, but even with my help, you have reached your limit, you can't move even a step further. The heavy magnetic ape king replied to Guo Linshan beneath it. Even though its strength countered most of the gravity, the remaining force had already reached Guo Linshan's limit. The Jiang brothers also noticed this and began to move forward with great difficulty. Although I don't know what kind of monkey-type beast is protecting him, it doesn't seem to be very high in level yet can withstand several times our weight, it must be a beast with a powerful bloodline. Jiang Donglin said, gazing hotly at the heavy magnetic ape king. His strength had just hit a bottleneck, and he needed a strong bloodline beast to form a contract with to break through. Be careful when you strike later, that beast is mine. No problem, big brother. Jiang Sheng nodded. Although it was difficult to move, they still stepped forward, making a distance of about 1 meter. At their current distance, they were already capable of inflicting fatal damage to Guo Linshan. And Guo Linshan could only choose to stand still and take the beating or take a step forward and be crushed to death by the immense gravity. He tried to move his legs, but the moment he stepped out, his right foot was accompanied by a series of crisp bone-cracking sounds starting from his toes. This mere step made the gravity. But he only ran a few meters forward before reaching his limit, yelling, Lord Jiang Sheng, it's bad, that kid Suze is coming. Jiang Sheng was momentarily stunned upon hearing this and asked, who is with him? Xiao Cheng didn't come, right? Hearing Xiao Cheng's name made Jiang Donglin unable to continue his attack, and he began to retreat. He wanted to quickly escape this gravitational field. After all, Jiang Tianshu was just his nephew, not his own son, there was no need to risk his life for him. But the person continued to shout, gasping for breath under the pressure of gravity, no, only Suze and a regular Daxia spirit guard, that's it. Only the two of them? Jiang Sheng found it hard to believe and confirmed again. The man nodded confidently. Jiang Sheng instantly became excited, this kid actually dared to come alone. Does he really think that statue can save him no matter where he is? Perfect. Today, we'll take care of Suze and Guo Linshan together, and I can comfort my son's spirit in heaven. He was very excited. He originally thought he could only kill Guo Linshan to relieve his hatred, but unexpectedly, Suze had come along too. Now his enemies were all here, it was the perfect opportunity to catch them all. At this moment, Suze followed the footsteps of the whistleblower who had come to warn them. This concentric circular area in the city center was still enormous, and almost every road led to this place, approaching the center from different angles. If he hadn't followed him, Suze alone wouldn't have known when he would find his way here. As soon as Suze appeared, he felt a strong look of hatred fixed upon him. Suze! I didn't expect you to really dare to come. Jiang Sheng gritted his teeth and said. Suze smiled back at him, why wouldn't I dare? Your father has been beaten back to recover, why should I fear you, his son? Humph. That was you relying on the power of Xiao Cheng's statue. Now I want to see if that statue can still come in time to save you. Suze raised an eyebrow, oh? So, are you admitting that the one who caused the chaos in Beishar and wanted to ambush me was him? He flashed his phone recording and said, this is a serious crime. How about I exchange it for the video you recorded of Tao Lin's trade for the refining beads? Jiang Sheng mocked, childish. What difference does it make if I admit it? You won't get out of here alive with that news today. Hearing this, Suze shrugged and said, actually, I was just thinking the same thing. I was just teasing you. He had never thought about any exchange, whether for himself, Guo Linshan, or Tao Lin. Both brothers of the Jiang family would not leave here alive today. Jiang Sheng was the first to make a move, he swiftly left the pressure zone, and the short gun in his hand glowed with a dark luster as it thrust toward Suze. In his excited gaze, he seemed to already see Suze pierced by his poison gun, struggling in pain until he turned into blood. Of course, he did not let his guard down. After all, it was strange for Suze to dare to appear here alone, Could there be hidden watchmen prepared by Xiao Chang nearby? So Jiang Donglin stayed behind Jiang Shang, vigilant of their surroundings. But they did not expect that what they needed to be cautious of was not the surroundings, but Su Zhe himself. As the brilliant light of the contract formation flickered, a hot wave swept across the entire area. This is the Golden Feather Phoenix? Your diamond-class beast didn't die? Jiang Shang's eyes widened as he looked at himself diving into the flames of the phoenix. At first, he didn't think much of it. After all, according to previous information, Su Zhe's diamond-level beast was only growing to the point where it could barely fight against level 60 tamers. But soon, Jiang Shang felt that something was wrong. Wait, this flame, Why, it shouldn't be like this, The Crimson Phoenix fire burned everything, both tangible and intangible. Even the gravitational field around the Starfall pit was not spared, weakened by a level. Guo Linshan let out a sigh of relief because of this. This kid's diamond-level beast really hasn't died, but 1 against 2 is still a bit difficult. No, I must go help him. Guo Linshan endured the severe pain in his right foot and attempted to control the super magnetic Monkey King to fight alongside Su Zhe. Then he saw, in just a moment, Jiang Shang was thrown out, engulfed in flames. The unquenchable phoenix fire wrapped around him like maggots, causing him to roll on the ground in agony, yet it couldn't be extinguished. Amidst the cries of despair, his breath began to weaken more and more. Not long ago, in the imperial capital's Jiang family, Jiang Lu walked out of the secret chamber, having finally healed from his injuries with the help of the ancestors' power. After a simple wash-up, he called over a subordinate to ask about his 2 sons' situation. What did you say? They went to find Guo Linshan? Jiang Lu furrowed his brows, feeling a deep unease about this news for some reason. That's right, and just now, there was new information that Su Zhe also went to the Starfall pit, even temporarily giving up the benefits of the Beastmaster competition for it. Jiang Lu immediately stood up, frowning tightly. After these encounters, he knew clearly that Su Zhe was actually very afraid of death. He was not someone who would place himself in a dangerous situation. Previously, it seemed like he had lured Su Zhe out of the city to ambush him, but in reality, he had been the one who was schemed against. Knowing he was within the protection range of the statue, he thought to lure him out to deal with him completely. But now Su Zhe actually went to the Starfall pit without hesitation, which indicated that he was confident in dealing with his 2 sons. But where is he getting his confidence from? Could it be that Xiao Chang just happens to be near the Starfall pit? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. When he looked up, he found himself already pacing in front of a secret door. This was one of the most mysterious places in the Jiang family. Very few people were allowed to enter. Only a few listed individuals could go there. And the list was not made by the Jiang family members. Jiang Lu pushed the door open and walked in. There was no lock, and no one was guarding it. Because there was a supreme being guarding this place all year round. Inside was a dim room, with only a little light from the ceiling illuminating a beautifully crafted crystal coffin in the middle. Outside the coffin, several thick roots hung down from above, showering the coffin with sparkles of green starlight that constantly blended in. Inside the coffin lay a stunningly beautiful young woman, dressed in white gauze but with no color in her face. And a figure was quietly leaning on the coffin, watching below. Because he had almost always been here accompanying the coffin and rarely went out, he appeared mysterious, and no one could know his appearance. Jiang Lu slightly bent forward and said to the figure, "My 2 sons may be in danger, I hope you can take action." Chapter 114, Burned to Death. The figure did not raise his head, only expressing some dissatisfaction, saying, "Old Jiang Lu, what does your son's life or death have to do with me?" His voice sounded quite young, with an indescribable arrogance. Jiang Lu did not dare raise his head and could only harden his resolve, saying, "You promised Yi to protect my Jiang family." Before he could finish speaking, he felt a powerful pressure descend upon him. The pressure crushed him, making it hard for him to breathe. "Old man, do you want to use Yi to press me down?" Jiang Lu finally couldn't hold on any longer, one leg bent, and he knelt on the ground. Just as he was about to fully lie down on the ground, the pressure suddenly vanished, and he let out a long sigh of relief. Yi told me you were decent to her in the past. I won't treat you badly in front of her. Now, where are the... But Su Zhe was not swayed by his words, as a deadly flame had already gathered in Feng Qingyi's mouth, ready to unleash. At the last moment, a powerful pressure rushed in, and a voice called from afar, "Enough, kid. No one dares to strike against the Jiang family in front of me." Su Zhe realized who was coming and hesitated, ready to hold back. His entire reliance was on the 75-level diamond-graded demon beast, the Golden Feather Phoenix, and the opponent, being a 100-level war god, had the upper hand in both level and might. At that moment, Su Zhe sensed another familiar, equally powerful aura rapidly approaching. His eyes abruptly turned fierce, forcing Feng Qingyi to unleash that mouthful of flame. This long-prepared deadly fire line was even stronger than the one that had just incinerated Jiang Shang. Jiang Donglin, who thought he was saved and sighed in relief, had no time to react before being completely engulfed by flames, turning into a charred corpse that fell right beside Jiang Shang. At this moment, Jiang Lu, who had just arrived, witnessed the scene with his own eyes. Donglin! My son! He ran over in despair but simultaneously saw the corpses of his two sons. His eyes were filled with hatred as he gazed at Suze, wishing he could swallow him alive. But now Suze's focus was entirely on another young man who was with Jiang Lu. He looked to be in his 20s, slim, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. The pride on his face was hard to conceal. Especially now, as his brows were tightly knitted, there was a trace of anger. Kid, did you not hear what I said just now? He stood where he was, nearly 100 meters away, casually waving his hand, and Suze suddenly felt a huge shadow covering him from above. He didn't know when, but a 100-meter-long giant stick appeared in the young man's hand, coming down to crush Suze. It's so big, no wonder that Bian said his stick hurt people a lot, but this weapon, why does it feel so familiar to me? Suze thought to himself, not attempting to resist, as he knew that in front of this person, his strength was like a mantis trying to stop a car, utterly insignificant. However, in the end, the stick did not strike him. Because a figure appeared in front of Suze and reached out to catch the stick, it was Xiaoshang. He had been chasing and finally arrived at the critical moment. Little junior brother, you've really brought me a tough opponent this time, Xiaoshang turned back and said to Suze with a forced smile. Chapter 115, do you also know this name? Unless absolutely necessary, Xiaoshang truly did not want to fight this person. Oh? Xiaoshang, you also want to fight me? The man raised his hand, retracting the 100-meter-long stick. Brother Sun Shang, I don't want to either, but he is my junior brother, and I can't just watch him get killed by you. So if you must fight, then I can only accompany you, Xiaoshang explained. At the side, Jiang Lu, fearing the other might backtrack, hurriedly shouted while holding the corpses of his two sons, you promised Jiang Yi to protect our Jiang family, you can't go back on your word. Sun Shang scratched his ear and let out a muffled grunt, then swung the stick over Jiang Lu's head, startling him into a cold sweat. Then he said, what I promised her, I will remember for a lifetime, no need for you to remind me. He then pointed the stick towards Xiaoshang and stated, you've heard it, this kid actually dared to kill Jiang family members in front of me, so today he must die. For your sake, I can let him choose to commit suicide, that way it can save him the pain of being smashed by my stick. Xiaoshang helplessly shook his head, well, it seems like there's nothing to negotiate then. Junior brother, step back first. Suze listened to the words and immediately withdrew back, while Linshan and Sun Hao also stood with him. Suze, you were impulsive this time, actually killing them directly. Even if you just cripple them, this lord won't fight Lord Xiaoshang for the Jiang family. Guo Linshan said. Suze replied, is crippling them just to invite fiercer revenge later? Besides, if we don't completely deal with these two here, they will definitely turn around and use the video to report Tao Lin. Guo Linshan was puzzled, and Sun Hao simply explained it. Only then did he understand. What Suze was more curious about now was the origin of this mysterious other 100-level warrior. The name Sun Shang combined with the stick-like weapon felt like more than a coincidence. But the key is that, to Suze's knowledge, there are no classic novels in this world, so no one knows about that monkey who caused havoc in the Heavenly Palace. Is this really just a coincidence? Just as he was pondering, the two confronting each other had already raised their momentum to the peak. For people of their level, the strength was nearly equal, and sometimes the strength of momentum could decide victory or defeat. The soil here has become incredibly solid under the strong gravity environment, just perfect for us to let loose and fight. Sun Shang said excitedly, he truly wanted to have a fight. But Xiaoshang furrowed his brow, he still had a task to complete, and getting injured now might cause some variables. But at this moment, the arrow was already on the bowstring, it had to be released. Behind the two, beast array formations appeared simultaneously. The Azure Cloud Dragon let out a world-shaking roar, then dived down onto Xiaoshang, transforming into a light blue armor and the Azure Dragon Spear in his hand. He did not summon a second beast but completed his armed state with just one beast. A 100-level beast master naturally would not have only one beast. However, after level 95, each level up is equivalent to the total of the previous levels, so unless the second beast is also 100 level, not even a 99-level monster would not become a burden. Sun Shang was the same, as a bright-eyed golden-eyed monkey-like beast appeared behind him, exuding a violent aura like it was ready to fight the heavens and the earth. Then it transformed into a beam of golden light shining on Sun Shang. As the golden light faded, he was seen wearing golden armor, a golden crown on his head, and cloud shoes on his feet. He held a staff that could reach 100 meters at least as a weapon. This stronger visual impact made it impossible for Suze to ignore. He couldn't help but ask the side, this warrior should have a title too, right? What is his name? Guo Linshan glanced at Suze, everyone was focused on when the two would officially start fighting, how could anyone care about titles? But he still answered, Lord Sun Shang has a Shang character in his name, plus his arrogant and unruly character, so he calls himself Qi Tian Shang. Speaking of which, he called himself this before becoming a warrior and caused quite a few laughs because of it. He was very famous in our era, but later he seldom showed up, and the current young people have forgotten. Suze didn't hear the latter part of Guo Linshan's words because he only focused on that title. He couldn't help but murmur, Qi Tian de Shang Sun Wukong? His voice was not loud, but it was an involuntary reaction due to the impact of information from the original world. However, Sun Shang, who was highly focused on the battlefield spirit and capturing all the information, still heard it. His breath suddenly became chaotic, and Xiao Chang seized the opportunity but did not strike. Because he realized that Sun Shang was actually heading towards Suze, he hurriedly stepped in front of Suze. What? Afraid before the fight even starts? Xiao Chang provoked. Given Sun Shang's character, he should have been unable to hold back and attacked immediately, but now all his attention was on Suze, completely ignoring everything else. He asked, Kid, what did you just say? The great sage, equal to heaven. Sun Wukong. Suze repeated once again. You know this name too? Where did you hear it? Sun Shang suddenly became excited and asked. Suze felt an indescribable excitement in his heart. Could it be that Sun Shang is also a traveler? Like a secret code, he blurted out, you can hear this name in books, on TV, in games, the great sage Sun Wukong from Journey to the West. But Sun Shang was stunned for a moment, Journey to the West. Yes, that's the name she mentioned, I can't believe I've forgotten it after all these years. Confirmed, you and she come from the same place. Now it was Suze's turn to be dumbfounded. He knew the great sage, but could he not remember Journey to the West? Who was that she in his mouth? Could she be the real traveler? Suze wanted to continue asking, but Sun Shang had already left. Feeling disheartened, he returned to his original spot, no longer having the fighting spirit he had moments ago. Xiao Chang looked even more confused. He had been prepared for a fierce battle between Suze and Sun Shang, but now the two exchanged a few words, and the tense atmosphere vanished, seeming like a fight would not happen. Seeing this, Zhang Lu anxiously exclaimed, Sun Shang, why don't you kill that kid? You swore an oath. Sun Shang impatiently waved his hand and said, I did swear, but this kid is an exception, he has the same background as Yi. Hearing this, Zhang Lu blurted out, what background? Zhang Yi is the daughter of our ancestor, born in a drunken encounter, her background is our Jiang family. I know she always said nonsensical things since she was young, but... Before Jiang Lu could finish, a giant stick crashed down beside him. What did you just say? Jiang Lu finally shut up. Meanwhile, Sun Shang had already turned around and prepared to leave. Chapter 116 The Roots Are Rotten. Wait, can you tell me about that person? Suze hurriedly called out as he saw Sun Shang about to leave. This made Xiao Chang beside him very tense. After all, just a moment ago, Sun Shang had said he wanted to kill Suze. Even now, although it seemed he had given up on that thought, he could not let his guard down. However, Sun Shang, who usually disliked socializing, nodded at this moment and even came down from the air to take care of Suze, who couldn't fly. This scene left everyone wide-eyed, especially Jiang Lu, who almost spat blood from his throat. The strongest helper he had found now seemed to have become one of the opposition? And Xiao Chang did not completely follow along with relief. So 200-level war gods from the Xia country surrounded Suze, making it impossible for Jiang Lu to exchange Suze's life for the revenge of his two sons. He could only silently hold his son's corpse, remaining in place, watching as the few people moved away. The conversation between Suze and Sun Shang did not yield much information. He was indeed not a traveler, just someone who heard many stories from a friend. From the expression on his face when he mentioned that friend, their relationship seemed quite special. But when Suze excitedly asked about how that friend was doing and where she was, Sun Shang's expression visibly changed. Then he said with an ugly face, she has fallen asleep, sleeping for a very long time, and probably can't answer your questions. Suze guessed what this meant, sighed, and fell silent. Sun Shang spoke again. Yi once told me that she doesn't like her current home, but misses her old hometown. However, her memories are incomplete now, and she can't recall many things, which causes her a lot of pain. Then he looked at Suze and said, so I have always hoped to meet someone from her hometown to help her remember. Before that, I will never let you die. Suze smiled and said, alright, it's a deal. I'll wait for you to bring this fellow villager to see me. Sun Shang firmly nodded and then turned to fly away, leaving behind Xiao Chang and Suze, who had been unable to interject the whole time. He asked with confusion, what were you two talking about? I couldn't understand anything. Suze replied, Brother Xiao Chang, no need to understand, it's not an important matter. Actually, he felt quite uneasy, fearing that the other would keep asking questions, and if that happened, he wouldn't know if he should reveal everything. After all, in a certain sense, he was not the Suze that Xiao Chang felt indebted to and wanted to make amends to. He could even be seen as an intruder. But in the end, Xiao Chang did not pry any further, which relieved Suze. Since that's the case, I won't ask. But it seems to be a good thing. At least, I understood what he said about definitely not letting you die. With both of us ensuring your safety, there should be no problems. Suze also showed a reassuring smile. When Sun Sheng first appeared, he thought it was the biggest crisis he had encountered since coming to this world, especially when that stick appeared over his head, giving him a suffocating feeling of certain death. But ironically, now he had become the one protecting himself. That old fellow Jian Li must be on the verge of collapse, right? It's a pity he couldn't be dealt with too. Suze said regretfully. On the other side, Jian Li knelt in silence for a long time before leaving with two charred bodies, his face ashen. What could he do when even the strongest helper he had summoned had turned against him? The ancestor, only the ancestor can help me now. Carrying the two corpses, he struggled back to the Jiang family. Along the way, those who shared his surname and should have been relatives showed no signs of sadness, and some even had a hint of gloating. The few who came to offer their concern were met with his cold expressions, quickly leaving with darkened faces. Humph, ungrateful. Jiang Li only had two sons and one grandson, Jiang Tianlong. That's why, after Jiang Tianlong's death, he had poured all his efforts into seeking revenge. But now, not only had he failed to avenge his son, but he had also lost both of his sons, which meant that his line would end here. Jiang Li only wanted to seek the ancestor's help, hoping that, considering his lineage was down to just himself, he might be assisted. Others didn't know how powerful the Jiang family's ancestor was, but as a descendant of the ancestor, Jiang Li knew the ancestor's strength was probably the strongest below level 100. Xiao Chang could not protect Suze at all times. As long as the ancestor was willing to act, Suze would definitely not leave the imperial capital alive. Even if, later on, Xiao Chang wanted to settle scores, there was still Sun Sheng to back him up. But just as he was about to enter the courtyard where the ancestor tended to the flowers and plants, he was stopped at the door. What are you doing? I want to see the ancestor. The person replied expressionlessly, it's no problem for Lord Jiangli to see the ancestor, but these two corpses must be left outside. That's right, Lord Jiangli should know how unpleasant the smell of burnt corpses is. On your way home, it has already caused displeasure among many. Are we still going to pollute our ancestor's residence? You, bastard! Jiang Lu shouted in fury, ready to strike immediately. But he was bound by a thin vine in the courtyard, and then the Jiang family's ancestor slowly walked out with his hands behind his back. The contradictory feeling of youth and old age on him seemed to become even more pronounced. He spoke, Jiang Lu, there is no need to fight with the younger generation, that is my opinion. It is better for Donglin and Shenger to be buried early, you take them around like this, what does that look like? But... Jiang Lu wanted to say something more, but the ancestor had already waved his hand to let people carry the bodies away. He wanted to chase after them, but ultimately stopped in his tracks. The ancestor's attitude seemed to indicate a lot, and Jiang Lu's heart grew significantly colder. Rest assured, Donglin and Shenger will not die in vain. I will hold a grand funeral for them, and everyone will remember their contributions to the family. Is that all? Jiang Lu said with difficulty. Then he could no longer contain his anger and said, Ancestor, my two sons and one grandson were all killed by Suze alone. He has made our family cut off the lineage. Are we just going to let him go? The ancestor did not get angry due to his disrespectful attitude, he just walked back with his hands behind him, saying, what else can be done? Before you returned, Sun Shang had already reached me first. He wants to protect that kid Suze, saying he cannot die until Yi wakes up. Jiang Yi is already dead, how can she possibly wake up? Isn't this just protecting that kid Suze for a lifetime? At this time, the ancestor seemed to become a little angry and turned back to say, you dare to say that to Sun Shang? Anyway, now that Xiao Chang and Sun Shang both want to protect Suze, our Jiang family cannot take such a big risk just because of your personal grievances. My personal grievances, huh? Jiang Lu suddenly lowered his head, seeming to grow dozens of years older as he replied, I understand, ancestor. That's good. By the way, the orphanage in the north of the city needs a director recently, why don't you take it on? This also meant that Jiang Lu had completely been placed in a powerless position, but he did not struggle at all, just nodded at the ancestor's appointment. However, the clenched fist behind him had dug its nails deeply into the flesh. This hatred inexplicably no longer targeted only Suze, but shifted to the entire Jiang family. Looking at the giant tree in front of him, lush and green, all he could think of was the blood and decay at its roots. Chapter 117, Not Rolling Over, Not Rolling Over. After Sun Shang left, with the help of Xiao Chang, Suze returned to the imperial capital at the fastest speed. But even so, half a day had already passed. When he followed the guidance to find the formation set up for those of them entering the knockout round, others had already begun their meditation and cultivation. He sat in his place, and indeed there was a rich abundance of power around him. Even without meditating, Suze could still feel his spiritual power growing stronger all the time. However, compared to other positions, the power concentration here appeared meager. That was because he had arrived late, after an afternoon of competition, the situation in the formation had basically taken shape. Above the heads of those with outstanding talent, there was a huge vortex, about 1 or 2 meters in size, like a funnel continuously absorbing power to refine their spiritual strength. Those with slightly lesser talent had slightly smaller vortices above their heads, and so on, until no signs of cultivation could be seen. Currently, there are 3 people under the huge vortex above their heads, whom Suze does not know, and they should be among the 5 from the Imperial Capital Beast Controlling University who do not need to participate in elimination rounds. There are also 6 people with slightly smaller vortices above their heads, among them, 4 are naturally the number 1 seeds from the 4 beast controlling universities, and the other 2 should be the number 4 and 5 seeds from the Imperial Capital Beast Controlling University. Among these 6, Kuang Yi and Luo Xingyu perform the best, and the gap to the top 3 is not too large. The rest are much weaker. Luo Yi has a small vortex above her head that is only the size of a palm, and it appears and disappears, as if struggling with others. Zhang Jianben doesn't have any sign of training at all, it feels just like regular meditation and practice. But in reality, his training speed is more than 10 times faster than that of ordinary people. Suze's arrival did not wake up these focused meditators or cause any waves. Only the teachers from various schools standing guard nearby noticed the late arriving Suze. Teacher Su, this must be one of your students from the Qinglong Beast Controlling University, right? It's no wonder your school performed so well in this great competition, even the students are so unique, showing up at such a time. I remember this kid is only your school's number 4 seed, right? It's normal that he is not valued. You can't say that, although he is not a top contender, he is the youngest, just a freshman this year, with incredible potential. This was meant to be his opportunity, and now what a pity. If he can't seize the opportunity, who can he blame? With 15 days of resources from across the nation, he could turn his fate around, but he doesn't cherish it. Su Yiming couldn't help but argue, Suze is not someone who doesn't understand, there must be important matters that delayed him. It's only been half a day out of these 15 days, I believe he can catch up. Other teachers from different schools couldn't help but laugh derisively. Teacher Su, what nonsense are you talking? Even though only half a day has passed, we all know that the situation in this formation has already been set, only the strong will become stronger and widen the gap with the weak. The Suze you have high hopes for can only pick up what others have left behind now, wanting to catch up is simply wishful thinking. However, as soon as he finished speaking, another teacher tugged at his sleeve. No, something seems wrong, why do I feel the power in the formation is all flowing towards one direction? Inside the formation, as Suze settled into meditation, his astonishing mental power talent finally shone through. Amid the astonished gazes of everyone, a huge vortex appeared above Suze's head, crazily drawing power from the formation. Since their positions are divided by school, Suze drew most of the power in the formation to his side. The vortices above Kuang Yi and Luo Yi's heads not only did not shrink but merged with Suze's giant vortex, jointly absorbing power, with the dominant Suze absorbing the most. Even Luo Xingyu from the nearby White Tiger Beast Controlling University benefited from this. However, those from the Imperial Capital Beast Controlling University on the opposite side were not so lucky. The moment Suze's vortex took shape, the vortices above the heads of the 5 people disappeared in an instant, waking them up from their meditation. Feeling the power around them turn incredibly barren, they thought the formation was over. Until they looked up and saw the over 10-meter giant vortex across from them, they couldn't help but curse. What the hell is going on? Not only were they confused, but the teachers on duty were also shocked until someone reminded them, this is bad, that kid has drained the formation, hurry, replenish it with beast crystals and refining beads. As thousands of refining beads and huge beast crystals were added in, the vortex above Suze's head actually grew larger. At least the Imperial Capital Beast Master University no longer felt barren. Those guys from the poor remote areas seemed to have teamed up to create such a huge vortex to steal power. They had no idea that this vortex was entirely formed by one person. It's simply despicable, let's team up too. The 5 people from different families glanced at each other. They would never have cooperated under normal circumstances, but now. Looking at the enlarging vortex and feeling the depleting power around them, they finally gritted their teeth and nodded. With their alliance, a vortex about half the size began to form opposite Suze. Though it was more than half smaller, at least they managed to keep their share of power. However, this move awakened the students from several other schools, and upon seeing the 2 vortices on the field, they instantly understood everything. After a brief thought, they moved their seats closer to Suze's side. It was easy for them to tell who was strong and who was weak. With their joining in, the vortex on Suze's side grew even larger, nearly destroying the vortex formed by the Imperial Capital Beast Master University. I don't believe it. Can't talent win against you muddy-legged fools? Moments later, the 5 from the Imperial Capital Beast Master University also gathered closer to Suze. They simply could not compete anymore. Enduring the humiliation inside, as soon as they joined in, they felt that under this huge vortex, even without cultivating, power was constantly rushing in, even faster than when they meditated and practiced themselves. They instantly regretted why they had struggled earlier. Wouldn't it have been better to join in earlier? So, while exclaiming, "It's really good," they pondered, what kind of monster could create such a huge vortex? Chapter 118, Leveling Up Together. Used up again? Used up again. The teachers from the 5 schools watched as the light of the formation gradually dimmed, numbly adding box after box of refining beads and beast crystals. 10 days had passed, and they had completely lost count of how many times they had added more. The resources originally prepared based on the experience from previous Beast Master competitions had already been exhausted 3 days ago, and now, the second batch rushed over was almost depleted. There are 5 days left, hurry, go get more resources from the Great Xia Spirit Guards and the Beast Master Association, Su Yiming said, turning around. However, other teachers hesitated. How about, just leave it at that? We've already used so many resources, it pains me to see. That's right, the resources we prepared have long been used up, the remaining ones were borrowed from the Great Xia Spirit Guards and the Beast Master Association, which we have to return. But someone shook their head. No, we told these children before to ensure they can cultivate for 15 days without worrying about consumption. There are only 5 days left, we can't go back on our word. After much consideration, they could only look to Su Yiming, who represented the Qinglong Beast Master University. Seeing this, he nervously said, "Why are you all looking at me like that? What do you think? What kind of monster has your school trained? Just meditating can create such a big commotion? Is his body a bottomless pit?" Yeah, everything started to go wrong once that kid joined in. Even the 5 people from the Imperial Beast University are not his match in this regard. An old man snorted coldly upon hearing this. He was indeed a teacher at the Imperial Beast University, but faced with the current situation, he could only stubbornly say, this only shows that his talent is very strong, but after all, he is still young, and his combat power is still lacking. If he could wait a few more years, perhaps it would be his world. Yes, I heard he originally had a diamond-level beast, what a pity. There's nothing to regret. With the talent he has shown now, in the future he will definitely have a diamond-level beast to contract with him. I feel the same way. Su Zhe had already revealed the Nirvana Golden Feather Phoenix at the Starfall Pit, but among the people present at that time, only 2 were burned to death on the spot. Guo Linshan and Sun Hao would certainly not speak out, while Xiao Chang and Sun Shang are the kind of people whose ends are never seen after a glimpse. The only one who could potentially expose this is Jian Lu, but this old man is now completely desolate, clearly not in the mood to spread this news around. So they still felt regret for Su Zhe. Though they complained verbally, as teachers, they were actually secretly happy that such a genius had emerged in Xia country. Moreover, the current situation was not only beneficial for Su Zhe, but also others who participated in that huge vortex had their cultivation speed dramatically increased. In just these 10 short days, they clearly felt the presence of many people suddenly becoming stronger, which was a sign of leveling up during meditation. And this situation was happening every day. So, for the future of the country, let's shamelessly go borrow some resources from them again. 5 more days passed, and finally, the 15 days were over. The teachers breathed a sigh of relief as they watched the last box of the purifying thought pearls and beast crystals being added to the formation. Finally, it's over, otherwise, we really wouldn't be able to borrow anything. After all, these are important resources for Beastmasters. The Great Xia Spiritual Guardians and the Beastmaster Association would retain a certain amount of logistical support and would not casually lend them out. After 2 more hours, exactly 15 days later, the power in the formation dissipated. The people inside the formation reluctantly opened their eyes. Has 15 days really passed? So fast? They had never experienced such cultivation, completely in passive practice. Upon realizing their power could not shake the vortex above them in the slightest, they began to passively accept Su Zhe's arrangements. But even while drifting, their strength still continued to rise at an astonishing speed. Alright, let's all end the meditation. 15 days is the limit your bodies can bear. Exceeding this time would be harmful rather than helpful. Upon hearing this, everyone confirmed that it was indeed over and helplessly stood up to feel that their bodies had truly reached their limits. After this, they would still need a day or 2 to refine it. As everyone began to check their gains, exclamations began to ring out one after another. Wait, my level has increased by 5 levels? So many? My beast has also increased by 5 levels? Me too. I've increased by 6 levels. I've increased by 7 levels, finally catching up to you all. The stronger the person, although they were allocated more power in the formation, upgrading was already very difficult, so they didn't level up by much. On the contrary, the ones with chased after. As for Kuang Yi, he did not reveal his Beastmaster level. In terms of Beastmaster level, Su Zhe's level of 48 is considered above average. It's higher than most people, probably similar to Louis Yi, but lower than a few top seeds and the students from the Imperial Capital Beastmaster University. However, because Su Zhe absorbed the most power, he managed to increase by 8 levels, and the Void Spirit Turtle did the same, with the Shadow Moon Wolf King rising by 3 levels, catching up to Su Zhe. Now the three of them are all at level 56, and when fighting with the Shadow Moon Wolf King in its weapon form, they no longer have to worry about additional energy consumption. Yet, this is only a small part of the power Suze absorbed. Most of that power was actually passed to Feng Qingyi through the contract. Even so, it only helped her level up by 2 levels, from 75 to 77. This shows just how hard it is for high-level demon beasts to level up. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on Suze, especially the 3 intense glances from the Imperial Capital Beastmaster University. They knew that the recent phenomenon was caused by Suze's presence. On one hand, they were unwilling to accept that they could not compete with a mudleg, needing to rely on his power to cultivate. On the other hand, they were wary of Suze, thinking he was one of the important opponents in the elimination round. Chapter 119, Crying at the Wrong Moment. I feel like I've seen you before. Ah. I remember now. Before the competition, at the snack street, I bought a demon beast egg you guys didn't want and roasted it to eat. Among the 3 gazes, Qilin said first. Suze was taken aback. He thought the other party wouldn't remember him at all since their meeting was merely a chance encounter, yet he didn't expect such a good memory. So, how about it? Are you drooling thinking of that barbecue from that night? You helped me with my cultivation this time, so as a thank you, after the big competition ends, come to my house, and I'll personally make a barbecue for you. Qilin said with a smile. Suze was a bit surprised. This Qilin from one of the 4 major families seemed quite easy to talk to. Is this the nature of a foodie? He nodded and said, no problem, but you don't need to spend on ingredients, I can bring my own. Suze admired the other party's cooking skills. After all, the next day, he replicated the dish. However, he barely managed to match the flavor because he was using a silver-grade demon beast egg, which was better quality. Thus, he really wanted to try some of Qilin's cooking. In Suze's view, only a true gold or silver-grade demon beast egg could match the level of Qilin's culinary skills. The bronze-grade demon beast egg from that night simply didn't measure up. After hearing Suze's words, Qilin frowned. Bringing your own ingredients, you saw that night, I have high standards for ingredients. Don't worry, you won't be disappointed. Suze patted his chest. Qilin smiled, good, then I look forward to you bringing some jaw-dropping ingredients. In contrast to Qilin's friendliness, another person shot a harsh glance at Suze. You are Suze? The one who caused trouble for Grandpa Jiang? Although I'm not from Grandpa Zhang's line, we're still surnamed Jiang, so be careful during the elimination rounds. Hearing this, a playful smile appeared on Suze's face. It seemed this person was from the Jiang family, but since he had been meditating and cultivating here these days, he didn't know that only he was left from Jiang Lu's line. As for the other 2, they had already passed their 7 days. Qilin walked up to Suze and said beside him, he is the first genius of the Jiang family this generation, Jiangren, and also our number 1 seed at the Imperial Capital Beastmaster University. If you get targeted by him, you should be careful, but the elimination round is a free-for-all, you can ask me for help then. Even though I rank 2nd, it doesn't mean I'm weaker than him. Suze nodded with a smile, don't worry, I'm not scared of this. At that moment, the last person among the 3 said, Qilin, no matter what, we are all from the Imperial City Beast-Taming University. How can you fight internally just to help others? Our school has already been embarrassed in this group match, overshadowed by the Qinglong Beast-Taming University. We cannot let them shine in the elimination rounds. This was a petite woman, but with prominent curves and a good appearance. She didn't exhibit malice towards Suze like Jiangren did, but there was no goodwill either. It seemed she was standing from the perspective of the Imperial City Beast-Taming University, rejecting people from other schools, including Suze. Shuayuha, you say this only because your grandfather is the principal of the Imperial City Beast-Taming University, so you keep mentioning the school. Qilin bluntly exposed her. But the elimination rounds are different from the group matches, everyone is just fighting for themselves, with no relation to the school. The 3 of them had different attitudes towards Suze, and they seemed to be at odds with each other. Moreover, Suze knew they appeared to be the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd seeds of the Imperial City Beast-Taming University. But in reality, their strengths were not too different. In the past 15 days, because Suze led that huge vortex, he was well aware of how much power everyone absorbed. These 3 didn't have much difference, and their mental strength levels hadn't increased much either. Instead, like Suze, they transferred most of their power to their contracted beasts. From the intensity of the power they absorbed, it was very likely all 3 had diamond-level monsters. Indeed, after all, they were from the 4 major families, so having diamond-level monsters is not surprising. In fact, there are quite a few people in this world who possess diamond-level monsters, it's just that very few can level up to the 100th level. What surprised Suze the most was that 2 more people absorbed power not much less than theirs, namely Quan Yi and Luo Xingyu. Could it be that they also have diamond-level monsters? Thinking of this made Suze inexplicably a bit frustrated. Since they all had diamond-level monsters, others could hide their strength, and no one would know. He, on the other hand, was widely known from the start and had been schemed against several times because of it. But in reality, this was also related to his beast being a phoenix bird, as beasts with dragon blood and phoenix blood are recognized as top-tier beasts. If others contract other diamond-level beasts, they have a chance to cultivate to the 100-level warrior, then contracting these two bloodlines beasts is like riding the express train. Alright, you all still have 2 days to rest, so everyone should head back. Upon hearing this, everyone began to return to their respective teams to leave. They indeed needed time to recover, much of the power within their bodies had not yet been digested. Once they completely digest it, they may even level up by 1.5 levels. Returning to the hotel, Suze immediately saw Su Yao, and her belly that had already shrunk. Su Yao waved and greeted, "Brother Suze, you're finally back. How do you feel?" "Not bad, has your monster hatched?" Suze stepped forward to ask. Su Yao nodded with a beaming smile. Suze joked, "Come, let me see what kind of monster made you incubate for so long, I've never had this privilege." Line. Accompanied by flickering light, a shimmering, light blue water ball floated in the air. Inside the water ball was a small mermaid, half human and half fishtail, standing about as tall as a person. A mermaid? Suze looked carefully at her upper body. After all, he wasn't like teacher Chen Xin, who studied mating and couldn't tell much from the fishtail. Seeing the two little shells slightly lifted, Suze let out a sigh of relief. Luckily. Then, Su Yao pinched the flesh on his arm lightly. "What are you looking at?" "She's still a little mermaid." "Fishy." Suze quickly smiled apologetically, misunderstanding. Meanwhile, Jiangren returned to the Jiang family and was momentarily stunned by the white funeral setup still not completely cleaned up at the door. After a quick flash of thought, he immediately thought of his own ancestor. He cried out, "Ancestor! Why didn't you wait for me?" And he ran inside, but his expression didn't show whether he was happy or sad. It wasn't until he saw the old ancestor walking out of his garden with a water jug, face dark, that he realized the truth. You should know that the oldest living ancestor of the Jiang family is the most superstitious about death. The reason he didn't let Jian Lu bring the corpse to him was because of this. Jiangren realized, "Oh no, I cried for the wrong person. It's not the ancestor. Ancestor, it turns out it's not you. You little rascal, you were hoping it was me, weren't you? Come in here." Jiangren immediately put on a sad face and followed behind the ancestor with his head down. Chapter 120, On the Road. "You're back, how was your harvest these 15 days? The ancestor took a deep breath and didn't continue to be angry but calmly asked. "The harvest is actually bigger than I expected." Jiangren stammered, because of Suze's influence, everyone's harvest was indeed greater than expected. But the problem is, all of this was attributed to Suze, who had a feud with the Jiang family, and he didn't manage to bring any glory to the Jiang family. However, under the ancestor's scrutinizing gaze, he still revealed everything completely. "Oh? It's that Suze again. Ancestor, why do you say again?" Jiangren asked curiously. The Jiang ancestor did not answer directly, but said to him, "When you came back, you saw those funeral items in front of the house that haven't been cleaned up yet. Who do you think they are for?" Jiangren thought for a moment. Although the most likely candidate by age would be the ancestor, he was right in front of him, so it must be someone else. The Jiang family indeed still had several elders of his grandfather's generation, but they didn't seem as vibrant as the ancestor. Could it be? "Ancestor, is Grandpa dead?" Jiangren said wide-eyed. His expression was more one of expectation than grief. The Jiang ancestor glared at him impatiently. "No, it's your two uncles, Jiang Shang and Jiang Donglin." "It's them?" Jiangren exclaimed. He was not surprised at their death but rather that it could make the Jiang family mourn. By their generation, it shouldn't be enough to warrant that. Moreover, both brothers were not old. Dying together definitely was not normal. "Ancestor, how did my uncles die?" The Jiang ancestor looked at him, his piercing gaze sending chills down his spine, then said, "Of course, they were killed, and you know the person who killed them." "I know." Jiangren thought of their conflict with Suze and suddenly felt shocked. Could it be? Suze did it? How could that be? My two uncles are not weak, how could Suze possibly kill them? The Jiang ancestor nodded. "You guessed right, it was indeed Suze who did it. As for his strength, his diamond-level demon beast is still alive, and after its nirvana, its strength has also greatly increased. You should be careful to face him from now on." Jiangren nodded. Although surprised, he did not show too much panic, as if he had his own confidence. However, he still asked in doubt, "Ancestor, Suze has killed two uncles, and this is openly bullying us. Are we really just going to endure this?" The old ancestor of the Jiang family casually picked up scissors and trimmed the flowers and trees while saying, "What else can we do?" Sun Shang and Xiao Chang both said they want to protect Suze. Who would dare to act against him? Lord Sun Shang? Isn't he on our Jiang family's side? Why would he help Suze? Jiangren was puzzled. The old ancestor of the Jiang family said, "It's simple, after all, he is not one of us. he is ultimately an outsider. Although the Jiang family has developed to this point relying on his protection, we cannot depend on an outsider forever. We need a war god of our own. At this point, the old ancestor patted Jiang Ren's shoulder. Jiang Ren also looked surprised in response to the old ancestor's encouragement. Alright, I'm just an old bone. You come help me and water those flowers and trees over there. The ancestor pointed towards the giant tree. Okay. Jiang Ren replied with a smile. These flowers and plants are treasures of the ancestor, and ordinary people are not allowed to touch them. Now he could water them, and Jiang Ren felt the ancestor's trust. He excitedly picked up the watering can and carefully walked while watering. When he arrived in front of the giant tree, his foot was tripped by something, and his body leaned forward. Fortunately, the tree trunk was close by, and he reached out to hold it, preventing a fall. Otherwise, if he crushed those flowers and plants, he definitely wouldn't have good results. Jiang Ren breathed a sigh of relief, withdrew his hand from the trunk, but felt a slight pain. He raised his hand and looked down. It turned out that the sharp part of a vine wrapped around the trunk had pricked a small cut in his palm. Since the injury wasn't serious, Jiang Ren didn't pay much attention to it. However, the old ancestor saw him almost fall and came forward, saying, "Why are you so careless? Even I, this old man, am better than you. Fine, let me handle it." Jiang Ren could only awkwardly scratch his head and handed over the watering can. There are still 2 days. You should stay in good shape to prepare for the upcoming elimination matches. Okay, ancestor. After bidding farewell to the ancestor, Jiang Ren lifted his hand again to take a look. The wound from earlier seemed to have healed almost completely, so Jiang Ren completely put it out of his mind. Behind him, the old ancestor's hand stroked the giant tree, seemingly muttering something. At the same time, far away in Beishan City, in the underground space of Qinglong Beast Master University, Lin Shi looked seriously at the dragon bone, which now had only half a dragon head left. Just after Suze left, in less than a month, the dragon bone seemed to have been nourished by some power, constantly growing flesh and gradually withdrawing back to its original world from the space rift. Logically, this should be a good thing. If the fixed anchor point breaks, the distance between the two worlds would also be widened. But Lin Shi was informed by the Nightmare Lord in the Shadow Realm of one thing: as the dragon bone departed, shadows from another world began to loom over the Shadow Realm's sky. This meant that the distance between the two worlds not only didn't widen but instead grew closer, and the bottom layer of the Shadow Realm was nearing collision. Could it be that my previous understanding of the anchor point was all wrong? But there's no power to stop it. During this time, he also called back his student, Xiao Chang, but still failed to slow down the retreating speed of the dragon bone. Until today, only half of the dragon head remains in this world. It's good that it left. Anyway, I was planning to leave too. It is always uneasy to leave such a hidden danger. Now that it is gone, I can leave with peace of mind. Lin Shi found a device, sat on the ground leaning against it, raised the wine jug to the dragon bone and said, "I don't know if you are truly revived, but after all, I have accompanied you for decades. Safe travels." Then he drank the entire contents of the jug, and at that moment, the last section of the dragon horn on the dragon bone retracted. Without the hard dragon bone blocking, the black hole in space instantly closed. Lin Shi waited a moment in place, confirmed there would be no more changes, then stood up and patted the dust off his butt, saying, "Well, it's time for me to hit the road." Behind him, chunks of earth collapsed, quickly turning from small area drops to large area collapses. After Lin Shi completely left, the entire underground space suddenly collapsed completely. And on the surface, an entire breeding area also collapsed. As the whole school panically rushed over to search for victims and send the hopeless beasts to the cafeteria because of this incident. Lin Shi had already left this place he had stayed for decades. Chapter 121, Crimson Blood Egg. The last 2 days of rest time brought no good preparations for Suze. Instead, he used up all the gacha opportunities he had saved up recently, wanting to see if he could draw some high-quality and easy-to-hatch beast eggs. First, he did a 10 roll. His luck was fairly good. Aside from 2 golden beast eggs, there was also a platinum beast egg. The remaining 7 were mostly silver level, while the bronze level beast eggs seemed to be very rare. Seeing this, Suze couldn't help but sigh. It seems that as my level rises, the system's output probability has secretly increased. In the past, a 10 roll would only yield 1 golden beast egg at best, but now there are not only 2 golden ones but also a platinum one. With his sights raised, he discarded the 2 golden beast eggs and focused on the hatching conditions of the platinum egg, which didn't seem to be the kind that could be easily accomplished. Still have 10 more chances, why not use them all at once? So he did another 10 roll. This time, luck wasn't as good, only 1 golden light appeared, with the rest being silver level beast eggs. Is my luck over from here? Just as Suze thought this, as the last egg rolled out of the gacha machine, an exceptionally brilliant light suddenly erupted in the system space. Is this a diamond-level beast egg? Suze exclaimed excitedly. The last time he drew a diamond-level beast egg was a long time ago, and even now, the phoenix Qingyi hatched from the diamond egg is still Suze's greatest reliance. Now, his trump card collection could finally continue to update. Why does it feel a bit off? Just as he was about to excitedly move forward to check, he suddenly sensed something wasn't right. The light emitted by the gacha machine seemed even more dazzling than last time. And right as the egg completely rolled out, the originally bright and brilliant glow suddenly changed to a dazzling crimson color. Illuminating the system space, it appeared extraordinarily eerie. What is happening? This has never happened before, Suze said uncertainly. Suddenly, he remembered something. In the gacha machine, diamond level was not the most rare level. Could it be that? Sure enough, when the blood red light faded away, what he saw was a blood red beast egg. It is also possible that Suze guessed that this might be a type of egg from a beast more powerful than a diamond grade beast, which means divine level? Suze's heart raced with excitement, and he quickly opened his eyes to return to reality. He then took the blood red beast egg out from the system space. So heavy was Suze's first impression, he couldn't hold it and it fell to the ground. Fortunately, this was a beast egg, so it wouldn't shatter easily. It looked about the size of a human head, not much different from other beast eggs, but it was much heavier. Suze used the power of his contracted beast to lift the beast egg and observe it closely. The blood-red beast egg looked very smooth, and from the outside, nothing extraordinary could be seen. At that moment, Fengqingyee, feeling Suze mobilizing his power, rushed out from the beast space. "What's wrong, master?" What is this aura?" she exclaimed, startled, looking toward the source of the aura, which was the beast egg in Suze's hand. "What do you sense?" Suze asked curiously, noticing her expression. Fengqingyee, somewhat in disbelief, said, "I feel my bloodline is being suppressed. How can this be possible?" Since her birth, she had only ever suppressed others. She never expected there would come a day when her own bloodline was suppressed. Fengqingyee's reaction made Suze even more certain that the egg in his hand was indeed a divine beast egg, surpassing the diamond grade. Suze hurriedly checked the hatching conditions for the beast egg. Crimson blood egg requires a large amount of special blood to nurture. Divine blood is the best. Divine blood? Suze frowned. This truly was a challenge for him. He wasn't even sure if divine beings existed in this world, let alone where to get divine blood. But by the way, does divine beast blood count as divine blood? He turned to look at Fengqinggyee, who was still curiously examining the crimson blood egg. She had transformed her beak again, trying to peck at the shell of the blood egg, but clearly, the shell of a divine beast was not so easily broken. "Qingyi, can you condense the divine beast bloodline within you now?" Suze asked. Fengqinggyee paused for a moment, reverting her beak back to normal. "I can, especially during my rebirth. That old man added another drop of divine blood, making my bloodline purer. But once I condense the divine beast bloodline, I will turn into an ordinary beast. I won't just fail to evolve into a divine beast, I'll likely lose even my diamond grade beast status." Hearing this, Suze shook his head, abandoning the idea. After all, it was still uncertain whether divine blood referred to divine beast bloodline. If they let Fengqinggyee condense her bloodline and found out it wouldn't hatch the crimson blood egg, it would be a huge loss. However, the prize for winning the championship, the Wutong fruit, is said to purify beast bloodlines, and Wutong sounds like a good match for the phoenix. It might allow Fengqinggyee to fully evolve into a divine beast. Then there would be no worries. The appearance of the crimson blood egg strengthened Suze's determination to win the championship. 2 days later, just as Suze was fully prepared and stepped out of his room to head to the elimination match with everyone, he saw someone unexpected. "Teacher? Why are you here?" Suze looked at Lin Shi, who still had her usual messy appearance. As far as he knew, Lin Shi was supposed to guard the underground black hole and dragon bones at the school, so she wouldn't easily leave the school. Now she had directly come to the imperial capital? Did that mean the dragon bones were no longer her concern? At the same time, he keenly noticed a significant change in how the other teachers treated Lin Shi. Everyone looked at him with great respect. Could it be that this old guy is no longer hiding his identity? As he was still wondering what had happened, Lin Shi came over and patted his shoulder, saying, "Of course, I'm here to cheer for my student." Then he leaned closer to Suze's ear and whispered, "I put everything on you, you must win the championship for me." Suze glanced at him speechlessly. Anyway, this carefree demeanor had not changed. "All right, let's go. Our goal is to win the championship," Lin Shi said, taking the lead. The other teachers obediently followed behind, letting Lin Shi walk at the forefront. Chapter 122, The Phoenix Tree. Suze also walked behind and asked Su Yao, "What happened just now when I wasn't here?" Su Yao looked amazed and said, "Brother Suze, you didn't see it." When teacher Lin Shi appeared, the other teachers still looked down on them. Then I saw them all fall down at once, as if they had suddenly fallen asleep. After that, they all woke up together, and their attitude towards teacher Lin Shi changed to one of great respect. Suze nodded in understanding. The teachers who came here to participate in the Beast Master competition were all experienced and had been teaching at the Qinglong Beast Master University for more than 10 years, meaning they had once all been teachers under Lin Shi. Because Lin Shi never showed up and only gave orders in dreams, no one knew his true identity except for Su Yiming, who was both a teacher and Lin Shi's student. Only after they re-entered that familiar dreamland did they realize that the old man who was responsible for raising low-level monsters and sanitation work at the school was actually the former principal known as the Dream Demon. However, listening to Su Yao's recount, Su Zhe frowned. It wasn't that he found it strange for these teachers to revere Lin Shi, he found it odd why he would suddenly reveal his identity at such a critical moment. If it were just to watch Su Zhe's performance, he wouldn't believe it. This old guy can't have some scheme, can he? Su Zhe couldn't figure it out. At this time, the teams from the other 4 schools, except for the Imperial Capital Beastmaster University, had already gathered together. The reason the Imperial Capital Beastmaster University was excluded was that the elimination matches of the Beastmaster competition were held on its grounds. Compared to the other 4 universities, the Imperial Capital Beastmaster University was noticeably larger. The combined area of the 4 schools might not even equal this one. If it weren't for the dedicated guides, they might not find the competition venue even if they wandered around for a day. Soon, everyone was guided to the College of Botany at the Imperial Capital Beastmaster University, where they met the team that had been waiting there. Besides them, the principals from several other schools were also present. When Xiaosu saw Lin Shi, he immediately smiled and came down to let Lin Shi take over as the leader. Lin Shi didn't hold back at all and directly took Xiaosu's place. The other principals were a bit surprised at first, but when they saw Lin Shi on stage, they averted their eyes, clearly recognizing him and even subtly distancing themselves. After all, compared to the notorious reputation of this person, they were far too kind as fellow Beastmaster University principals. The oldest principal, Lu Yao from the White Tiger Beastmaster University, said, "Principal Lin, long time no see. Why have you come this time?" "What? Can't I come?" Of course, you can." Lin Shi waved his hand impatiently and said, "All right, hurry up and open the venue. I have never seen the Polonia tree of your Imperial Beast University before. Is it finally willing to come out this time?" The president of the Imperial Beast University, Shuiyu, said irritably, "The Great Xia Spiritual Guard and the Beast Master Association are putting pressure together. It seems there is the shadow of your good student behind it. How can I dare to keep hiding? But I must clarify in advance, the Polonia giant tree has been a bit unstable recently. If something happens, don't blame me." Lin Shi waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter anymore. I forgot to inform you, just before I came here, my anchor point was completely cut off." "What?" The several presidents who understood what this meant instantly asked with anticipation, what was the result? Did it develop in a good direction? Lin Shi shook his head and said, "No, on the contrary, the distance between the monster beast world and us is getting closer. I think our previous judgment on the anchor point might be wrong. All right, I will explain these things to you later. For now, open the Polonia space." Upon hearing this, the people exchanged glances, then, including Lin Shi, they all injected their power into the space ahead. Like a curtain being pulled open on a stage, a gap appeared in the space with the power they injected and slowly widened. A vast space appeared before everyone's eyes. And with the appearance of the space, the sounds of deep breaths began to rise and fall. Wow! What fresh air! I feel like all the cells in my body are becoming activated. God, look ahead! What a big tree! Is this the Polonia tree that can bear Polonia fruits? Everyone stared in awe at the huge Polonia tree, where a single leaf was as big as a roof, and the branches could hold an entire residential building. If one wanted, they could even move several cities onto that tree. And this enormous Polonia tree was situated within the Imperial Beast University, completely undetectable from the outside. It was because it existed in a special space. This was not a formation space, but an independent space supported by the leaves and branches of the Polonia tree. It could only be forcibly opened by external power, and discovering it was entirely a matter of chance. Alright, this Polonia space is where your elimination round will take place. Hurry up and go inside. The crowd, still stunned by the shock, finally began to walk into the Polonia space through the gap. Compared to the previous group matches, there were no crowds of viewers for the elimination round. Only the teachers and participating students from the 5 Beast Universities, along with people like Su Yao and Wang Zi who had obtained qualifications to watch, were allowed inside. However, this did not mean that ordinary people would not be able to see the grand competition. They could still watch it live from home. As for the live broadcast equipment, everything had been arranged in the past few days. As the crowd got closer, they realized that this incredibly huge Polonia tree had been transformed into a fusion of technology and biology. On its branches were fixed many giant light bulbs, otherwise, the tree leaves that shaded the sky would completely block the sunlight, leaving the area beneath in darkness. Those live broadcast devices were naturally placed on the Polonia tree as well. With the space closing once again, there were some fluctuations in the live broadcast screen, but it eventually stabilized. And at the very top of the Paulownia tree, a giant fruit, several meters in size, hung on the branches. Several searchlights pointed at it, signifying that this was the final prize of the Beastmaster Grand Competition, the phoenix fruit that could enhance beast bloodlines. Chapter 123, Climbing the Tree. Except for the time when the phoenix tree was just discovered, it has been 1,000 years since the last time a phoenix fruit has ripened. Lin Shi sighed as he looked at the giant phoenix fruit. Hearing his words, Shueyu beside him spoke proudly, as if recounting treasured memories. Legend has it that during the early days when beasts first appeared in this world, the Summer Kingdom was on the brink of extinction due to beast attacks, and there were no powerful beast masters yet. At that moment, someone stumbled upon this phoenix space by chance and let their beast eat the phoenix fruit that had been nurturing for who knows how many years. After that, the first 100-level battle god of the Summer Kingdom and even humanity was born, saving the flame of human civilization. Though he has long passed away, our Shui family is the family left behind by this hero. Thus, the Shui family was the most deeply rooted among the 4 great families. In his view, the phoenix tree was discovered by the ancestor of the Shui family, and the first phoenix fruit was eaten by his beast. Therefore, this phoenix fruit rightfully belonged to the Shui family. But in the end, due to this Beastmaster Grand Competition, the venue was set in the phoenix space, and the phoenix fruit was made the final prize. This was definitely a scheme to snatch the phoenix fruit away from the Shui family. It won't be that easy to take our things. He looked at his granddaughter, Shui Yuhi, in the crowd, believing she would not let him down. At this moment, the crowd had reached the base of the tree, and the closer they got to this giant tree, the more they could feel their own insignificance. Standing in front of this tree, looking left and right, they could not see the edges of the trunk at all. Looking up was even more terrifying, as the entire sky was a green canopy made of lush leaves. Shueyu no longer acted as if he were above everyone else but first greeted Lin Shi. After Lin Shi impatiently waved him off, he stepped forward and said, "Alright, everyone focus, I'm going to announce the rules of the elimination round." Everyone quickly became attentive, fearing they might miss important information under the tree's oppressive atmosphere. The rules of the elimination round are very simple, it's to climb the tree. You all see that the first prize of this Beastmaster Grand Competition, the phoenix fruit, is at the top of the tree. In fact, it's not just the first prize, we have also hidden many other things up in this tree. The higher you go, the better the quality. So we don't plan to hold any award ceremony, everyone just start climbing up the tree. Whoever gets to the phoenix fruit first will be the winner, and everything each person finds will belong to them. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted. Although they had received news earlier that this elimination round would be a free-for-all, they had not expected it to be this kind of rule-less way, resembling lions fighting for a ball on high ground. Seeing the people below starting to murmur, Shueyu shouted, "Everyone be quiet, I haven't finished yet. There are indeed rules, anyone who falls from the tree will be considered eliminated. However, if you can return to the tree before touching the ground, you can continue participating. Of course, we won't just watch you fall to your deaths, we will catch you if necessary, but doing so will also be considered elimination. Lastly, one more thing, no intentional lethal attacks. We will be watching your every move from below, don't think you can deceive our eyes." Finally, Shueyu shouted, "Does everyone understand?" "Understood. Very good, if you understand, let's disperse. After I announce the start, you can climb up." The crowd moved closer to the tree trunk, then spread out to the sides. But even with 15 people, each spaced nearly 1,000 meters apart, they couldn't completely surround the tree. On both sides of Suze were Lu Yi and Zhang Jianbin, who accurately understood their own strength levels. Competing for the most eye-catching parasol fruit? Clearly impossible. It was better to team up and protect each other as they climbed higher, as the higher they went, the more valuable the prizes they could find. Once everyone was in position, with a command from Shueyu, everyone instantly began to act. Start! As soon as the match began, someone summoned their beast, a flying type, which turned into wings and carried him upward. His action drew everyone's attention, but no one attacked, instead, they observed him. The 15 people present could be said to represent the most outstanding young beast masters of the summer country. It was impossible that he was the only one contracted with a flying beast. The several principals couldn't be unaware of such a hidden loophole in the rules, so why weren't they worried someone would fly up instead of obediently climbing the tree? Soon, the doubts in everyone's hearts got answered. A ball of fire appeared in the air around the parasol tree, burning that person and causing him to fall from above. The high temperature seemed to make him lose consciousness. Even when only half a meter from the ground, he couldn't wake up, and it was a teacher from the Capital Beast Master University who caught him. Because he was precisely the 4th seed of the Capital Beast Master University, becoming the first eliminated. His actions also served as a wake-up call for the others. This parasol tree, which had been growing for who knows how many years, though not a plant-type beast, had its own mystical qualities. The fire that appeared out of nowhere made even those far away feel a strong heat, causing cold sweat to break out on their brows. One can imagine the dire consequences for the first to suffer the flames. Better to climb obediently. Though his beast was a top-tier fire attribute beast, the golden feather phoenix, facing the fire that had just appeared, Suze felt Fengqing's emotions through their bond, not fear, but rather desire and excitement. However, he still understood the saying that the bird that sticks out gets shot, and even if he wasn't afraid of the flames, he would still face attacks from others. In the air, if attacked with no place to land, he would fall and be eliminated. Now, they were still far from the top of the tree, surrounded by bare trunks, and still a long way from the first branch, so there was no need for such risks. Only when we reach branches above that provide a place to rest will be the time to fight. Moreover, the higher up, the thinner the trunk became, increasing the chance of encountering others. The branches of this giant tree would become a natural arena for them to battle, only the winners would qualify to continue climbing. Chapter 124, Phoenix Mark. With the lesson learned, the remaining 14 did not attempt to fly, but rather climbed the trunk obediently. Not knowing how long they had been climbing, even with their summoned beasts transforming into armor to enhance their strength, they still felt their limbs sore and extremely fatigued. But at that moment, they also felt a pure life force flowing from the parasol tree, helping them recover their stamina, though it couldn't erase their tiredness. It seems that climbing trees is not just a simple pleasure, but indeed has the effect of training our bodies. This discovery also energized everyone, and their speed of climbing increased significantly once again. They looked up, and the branch above that could support them for a rest seemed very close. But as an old saying goes, looking at a mountain makes the horse run to death. What looked near was merely an illusion created by the massive branch that defied logic. Finally, after a strong push, Suze climbed up to the lowest branch. There were a total of 10 branches at about the same height, so it was inevitable that 14 people would end up resting on the same branch. Everyone did not rush to act immediately but instead kept their distance, watching each other warily. After all, the lowest branches were the thickest, and each one could probably hold thousands of people. Now, there could be no more than 2 or 3 people on a single branch. Suze and Zhang Jianbin arrived on the same branch, with Zhang Jianbin having gotten there first, already resting and looking for any hidden prizes nearby. His strong physique indeed gave him many advantages in this competition, but it was also because many people, including Suze, were still hiding their strength, and the difference in physical quality among the beasts was much greater than among humans. In addition, the 4th seed from Juke Beast-Taming University was also here. He was the second place in Suze's group and was already defeated by him, so he naturally would not seek trouble actively. He kept his distance, but there was no need for so much caution between Suze and Zhang Jianbin. The reason the 3 chose the same branch was naturally because no one wanted to stay together with the 4 first seeds and the top 3 from the capital city Beast-Taming University. After all, for them, knocking others down and disqualifying them would only take a flick of the hand, not much time at all. And the 7 of them also did not want to stay too close, avoiding exposing their trump cards and exhausting their strength too early. So each of these 7 people claimed a branch, leaving the others to squeeze together. How is it? Did you find anything? Suze, sitting on the ground to recover his strength, asked the big guy with a silly grin beside him. Hee, I found a level 50 beast core and several tempering beads. Zhang Jianbin said happily. For him, these prizes already made the trip worth it. But he still quietly leaned towards Suze's ear, looking at the distant 4th seed from Juke Beast-Taming University and said, but that guy found something better. He wants to secretly hide it from me, but I saw it, it's a beast egg at the lowest golden level. Once I recover some strength, I'm going to find him and take it. Suze truly didn't care for these prizes, so he persuaded Zhang Jianbin, it's just a golden beast egg, there's no need to fight over this. Save some strength to climb up. Aren't there better rewards? Zhang Jianbin glanced at Suze and then said, you should try jumping. Hearing this, Suze felt puzzled but still jumped with all his might. This also attracted the attention of some people, who thought someone was trying to fly again, only to find out he was just jumping on the spot and then looked away. As Suze fell from above, he immediately exhaled a hot breath and said, it's so hot up here. Zhang Jianbin replied, that's right, I felt it when I just climbed up from below, the temperature around us has been slowly rising all the time. After crossing the branches of the phoenix tree, it would rise step by step. Climbing up one more branch would be my limit, so of course, I have to seize this opportunity to collect rewards as much as possible. At the same time, the golden feathered phoenix excitedly explained to Suze through the contract, this is the power of the imprint left by the phoenix, and it is a pure-blooded phoenix. This phoenix tree must have once been a nest for a phoenix, which is why it retains its power imprint. As long as I can obtain this imprint, I can undergo a second rebirth and trace back to my ancestral blood to become a pure-blooded phoenix. Hearing this, Suze was greatly encouraged, can you feel where that imprint is? Fengqing's voice came again, the exact location is unclear, but it must be above. The higher I go, the stronger my sensing becomes. Suze looked up at the tree canopy that blocked the sun like an umbrella, could it be, the imprint is inside that phoenix fruit? It seems I can't avoid it after all. Suze also realized that the power aiding their stamina during the climb came from the phoenix tree. The phoenix perches on the phoenix tree because the tree can bear their power. So the strength from the phoenix tree was also helping their bodies adapt to the residual pressure left by the phoenix imprint. It was precisely because this power subtly changed their physical endurance that they had not felt the temperature rising. Only someone like Zhang Jianbin, whose abilities exceed ordinary people, could clearly sense these changes. The reason Su Zhe felt a strong sensation after jumping was that, as Zhang Jianbin said, once he passed the branch, the power radiating from the phoenix imprint also increased step by step. These branches were like levels, crossing them meant accepting more challenging trials. Moreover, Su Zhe had not yet fully accepted the power above this branch to enhance his physical adaptation. If Su Zhe had climbed step by step to the previous height, he would not have felt it so intolerable. Su Zhe could now confirm that none of them could fly to the height of the phoenix fruit without receiving the phoenix tree's power to modify their physical endurance. At the same time, even with the assistance of this power, not everyone could persevere all the way. Like Zhang Jianbin, he knew his strength could only last for 2 levels at most. So he accurately positioned himself, not fighting for rewards to preserve his strength, but rather gathering enough rewards in the first 2 levels. Su Zhe looked at him, eager to take action, and said, "Do you want me to help you?" Zhang Jianbin shook his head and said, "No need, you are much stronger than me, just save some strength and continue climbing up." Chapter 125, Regret. Seeing his firm attitude, Su Zhe had no choice but to continue climbing upward after recovering sufficiently. Although Feng Qingyi was eager to come out, with her power, Su Zhe could ignore most of the phoenix imprint's strength and soar higher. However, he still wanted to use the power of the phoenix tree to strengthen his physical strength. For a beast master who primarily cultivated spiritual power, the physical body was always a major weakness. Having finally obtained such an opportunity to make up for this flaw, Su Zhe naturally did not want to miss it. Moreover, he was so unhurried because he had not fallen too far behind, otherwise, if the phoenix fruit were snatched away by someone else, it would be a great loss. Zhang Jianbin saw that the number 4 seed from Juke Beast University wanted to climb higher, so he rushed forward, trying to snatch the golden level beast egg from the other person's hands. The person was startled at first, thinking that Su Zhe and Zhang Jianbin were teaming up against him. So when he saw only one person rushing up, he breathed a sigh of relief, and the two instantly engaged in a fierce struggle. The others on different branches saw this but continued to coexist peacefully, as they felt that what was hidden on the lowest branch wasn't worth the effort to fight for. But Zhang Jianbin was serious, and his full force attack made even the number 4 seed from Juke University, who was stronger than him, feel a bit pressured. After a moment of thought, the person threw the golden beast egg to Zhang Jianbin, as he wanted higher level prizes instead of getting into a fight over it here. "If you want it, take it, you short-sighted fool," he said irritably. Even though his strength was somewhat greater, he couldn't act like Zhang Jianbin, completely ignoring the consequences, feeling quite frustrated while holding back. Not far away, another person on a different branch, Louis, slightly pondered after seeing everything happening here. She knew Zhang Jianbin, the big black guy, looked foolish, but in reality, he was very shrewd and should not be so short-sighted. So she also jumped in to snatch some prizes, and others did not fully engage her in battle. Instead, they mocked, "Is your Qinglong Beast University crazy with poverty? Wanting these things? Alright, then take them all." As a result, most of the prizes hidden in the 2 branches fell into the hands of the 2 of them. Seeing the situation, Louis decided to stop and hurried after the others, climbing towards a higher place. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Jianbin resolutely gave up on climbing higher. Instead, he went to search for neglected prizes on other branches at the same height. After all, everyone was focused on climbing higher and didn't treat these items with much care, so they naturally wouldn't search very carefully. Especially on the branches where the 7 favorites were resting, the prizes hidden there were so disregarded they wouldn't even touch them if they were right in front of them. Naturally, these prizes became a windfall for Zhang Jianbin, and he even summoned his beast just to use its large size to carry more rewards. As the saying goes, many small things add up to a lot. These items that others originally looked down upon, once gathered in a certain quantity, were enough to make others envious. No need, no need. There are better things above. The crowd comforted themselves as they climbed higher, but soon they felt something was wrong. The power of the phoenix tree helping them adapt to the surrounding environment was no longer able to keep up with the increasingly strong power of the phoenix mark. More and more people began to feel an internal, scorching heat, as if their insides were being boiled in water. Some places even caught fire out of nowhere, and if they hadn't dodged quickly, they would have ended up like those before them, burned down. The power of the phoenix mark could be countered, at least those with stronger abilities seemed to handle it more easily. But for the vast majority, they knew that the next higher branches would likely be their final resting place. People couldn't help but regret in their hearts, realizing that only climbing once wouldn't yield that much better prizes, and they had already suffered so much. They could only comfort themselves in their hearts, hoping for some good things to soothe their wounded souls. Then soon, they were all dumbfounded. The higher they went, the fewer and thinner the branches of the phoenix tree became. The second batch of resting branches had only 5. With 7 favorites for the championship unable to take one each, others were forced to stay with them, and naturally, they took all the good stuff first. Fortunately, the top seeds from each family still remembered their own people and did not take everything completely. Compared to the first batch of rewards, the second batch merely had a few platinum-level monster eggs and some higher-level monster crystal cores on each branch. Fortunately, they were all in favor of this and quickly took them away, leaving the remaining items almost indistinguishable from the first batch's rewards, and even fewer in number. At the Qinglong Beast Tamers University, the 3 happened to gather together without anyone else. Kuang Yi took 4 level 70 monster crystal cores and 2 platinum eggs and said, I have some use for these crystal cores, but I don't need the platinum monster eggs. Who wants to take them? Suze glanced at them and shook his head, saying, I don't need monster eggs either. Let Yi take them. Really? Lui's eyes lit up instantly. The rewards she just obtained were actually not inferior to anyone else's. Now that she didn't have to compete with others, she got a share directly. She didn't expect to get 2 platinum-level monster eggs, this already far exceeded what others had. Do you plan to continue going up? Suze looked at the excited Lui and asked. Lui was stunned for a moment, saying, I feel like I can hold on for a bit longer, but it shouldn't be necessary. This is already enough. Suze looked around and then said, Then I think it's best for you to take your things and jump down, giving up your qualification. Lui was stunned. Even if she didn't plan to continue going up, she could still compete for the rewards on other branches like Zhangjianban. But after looking around, she finally understood why Suze said that. Because Kuang Yi was definitely going to continue going up, and Suze had hidden his strength, so he probably also had championship-level strength and wanted to go higher. That would leave only her behind. Among the remaining 5 people, aside from Lui, the other 4 were already fighting desperately over a few insignificant rewards. As the only one who had gained a lot, once Kuang Yi and Suze left, these 4 could very likely team up to snatch from her first. Some even had their sights set on Zhang Jianbin, but looking closely, they found that he had already jumped down voluntarily at some point. Seeing this, Lui also jumped down without hesitation, filled with her gains, leaving the other 4 in immense regret. If I had known, I should have just taken the rewards from the first layer first. Chapter 126, How Amusing It Is. Lui, who jumped down from the branch, landed steadily on the ground. Although she lost her qualification to continue competing, she was not remorseful, instead, she was very satisfied. How did it go? Zhang Jianbin walked over from the side and asked. It's not bad, but still can't compare to you. You've gathered so much, I see you'd want to peel the bark off the tree too, Lui said while walking to the Qinglong Beast Tamers University team. She had clearly seen that in the middle of their team, there was a pile as high as a small hill filled with crystal cores and the beads of concentrated thoughts, all of them were Zhang Jianbin's trophies. In comparison, her gains were much less, but those 2 platinum-level monster eggs were enough to bridge that gap. I won't be able to use so many things. If you, like any of them, feel free to take them. Zhang Jianbin patted his chest generously and said. Are you sure? If so, I'll take everything. Lui replied with a smile. At that moment, a hint of hesitation appeared on Zhang Jianbin's face. Seeing this, Lui covered her mouth and chuckled, alright, I won't tease you anymore. I'm not taking it for free. I have 2 platinum-level beast eggs here, and I won't be able to use them all in a short time, so I'll just give you one in exchange for your resources. Just right, for a beast to grow quickly after hatching from the egg, a lot of resources are needed, and what I have might not be enough. Deal. Zhang Jianbin said, looking excited. With so many resources, he couldn't imagine how long it would take him to use them all, and he felt that his mental strength was about to break through to gain a new beast contract slot, which was just when he needed the beast egg. He could also choose to sell off the resources in his hand and then purchase the beast egg. But beast eggs, especially high-level beast eggs of gold rank and above, cannot be obtained just by having money. More often than not, there is a price but no market. High-level beast eggs have long been taken away by several prominent families and major forces, making them hard to find on the market. Of course, beast eggs from the system that Suze had are an exception. At this moment, Lui's willingness to trade a platinum-level beast egg with him was just perfect, otherwise, in the end, he might still have to contract that gold-level beast egg he snatched from someone else. Let me see. How about this, we both put our spoils together and split them in half? Lui suggested. This way, they wouldn't have to price the thought consolidation beads and beast crystals individually, besides, neither of them knew how much a platinum-level beast egg was worth. Zhang Jianbin hesitated, but... should we leave a share for Brother Kuang Yi and Brother Suze? They haven't come down yet. Lui replied, them? There are better things waiting for them up top, and... I have a feeling that the top Wutong fruit will also be taken by one of them. Wutong fruit? To get that, you have to climb to the top to come in first. Can they compete against the others and those major families? Zhang Jianbin wasn't sure. Who knows? Just then, 3 more people fell down from the tree. Unlike the 2 who jumped down without a scratch, they had various injuries on their bodies. One person even fell completely, but was caught safely by the teachers below, though still injured badly. After Louis left, they fought desperately for the pitiful remaining resources, all covered in blood. They couldn't just come to this beast controlling competition and go back with only 2 measly thought consolidation beads, right? They actually specifically stayed back a year or 2 for this, otherwise, they would have long joined forces like the Dacia Spirit Guardians, earning far more in just those years. The final outcome was that among the 4 of them in a chaotic battle, the weakest was the number 4 seed from the UK Beast University who was with Su Zhe. He gave up his gold-level beast egg for a better prize, leaving it behind for Jiang Jianbin. As a result, he was knocked down and all his belongings were stolen away. People even doubted whether he was knocked out by someone or fainted from the pressure. The other 2 collected some gains as well, but the final winner was still from UK Beast University, the strongest number 2 seed among the remaining 4. As an alumnus, he showed no mercy at all, striking hardest while refusing to give up, still wanting to rise higher and obtain better prizes. Both of them remembered his arrogant look after winning. I am not like you can only stop here, but I still have the qualification to continue rising. You all just behave and go down. He had just seen Su Zhe, the 4th seed of the Qinglong Beast Academy, still swimming upstream. So, as the 2nd seed, there was no reason for him to give up here. He just seemed to go up from here. If I also go this way, there's a high probability I will rest on the same branch as him. Among the remaining people, he is the easiest to deal with. With this belief, he endured the scorching heat from within and climbed up bit by bit. Soon, he saw the next round of branches above, a total of 4. To his relief, Su Zhe was indeed right ahead and was about to climb up to the branch. And choosing to rest on the same branch as him was none other than Lin Kaer, the number 1 seed of the Vermilion Bird Beast Academy. Kong Yi chose another branch, avoiding the 2. The 8 people above were perfectly paired up on the same branches, divided into 4 groups. And right now, he wanted to break this balance. This kid isn't clinging to the number 1 seed of their school anymore? Perfect, when Lin Kaer eliminates him, she can choose the good stuff first, and the rest should be left for me out of alumni friendship, right? Although he could only pick up what others had left behind, he firmly believed that even the leftover garbage at this height would be better than what he had just received below. Before long, all 8 people above had come to the branch and started to rest. This branch was too high for them to widen the distance, but no fighting sounds erupted, and it seemed very quiet. The silence was unsettling, like the calm before a storm. The only sound echoing through the entire sycamore tree was the rough panting of the 4th seed of the Vermilion Bird Beast Academy as he climbed the tree. Soon, he arrived beneath this branch. With both hands gripping the edge, he exerted strength to flip his body up, still saying, Sister Kaer, I am here to help you. Before he finished speaking, he felt a strong wave of heat coming from the front, hitting him and sending him flying. Puff! The heat wave struck his chest, making the only air left in his lungs burst out all at once, causing him to roll his eyes and lose consciousness due to the lack of oxygen. Then he began to free fall until caught by the teacher, losing his qualification to compete. Others curiously gathered around to see who had been eliminated this time. Is it him? Didn't he say he would keep climbing? How come he came down so fast? I don't know, but it doesn't look like he got anything good. Could it be that he couldn't hold on and fell halfway? But didn't he say he had the qualification while we didn't? Now look, that's just too funny. Then, there were a few mocking voices towards his overconfidence. He, who had only fainted briefly from lack of oxygen, just started to show signs of waking up, but upon hearing those words, he rolled his eyes again and fainted from anger. Chapter 127, Battle. Ha! Did I just knock something down, said Lin Kaer, the girl opposite Su Zhe. Although her name sounds petite and delicate, the real person was truly magnificent, her fiery figure burned the mind like flames. Su Zhe also turned back to look at the place he had just climbed up from. It seemed like someone wanted to crawl up from here, but they fell down too quickly. Su Zhe hadn't seen their face clearly and the person was already gone. So he chose to turn around and say, no, nothing at all, maybe I just saw it wrong. Really? But just now it seemed like I heard someone calling my name. Oh well, forget it, everyone has rested enough, how about it? Shall we start fighting? Having arrived here, they had no need to wait any longer. The higher they went, the fewer the branches became. Now there were 4 branches, then 2, 1, until finally the topmost branch of the phoenix tree. It wouldn't do for everyone to have a big chaotic battle on that last branch. Not only would it be cramped, but there would also be many unnecessary variables. That's why they had just been very tacit and rested on the same branch with 2 people each. From here on out, it just happened to be 8 into 4, the semi-finals and finals. Su Zhe's opponent was Lin Kaer from the UK Beast University, and the 3 from the Imperial Capital Beast University did not fight among themselves, but faced off against the number 1 seeds from other schools. Kwani faced Qilin, Zhangren faced the number 1 seed from the Xuanwu Beast University, and the remaining two were the women Shuiyue and Luo Xingyu. And now, everyone had finished resting, the battle was about to begin. The first battlefield happened to be where the two women were, accompanied by the sounds generated during their battle. The other 3 battles also started in an instant. Although you helped me a lot during the 15 days of training before, that doesn't mean I will go easy on you. And with your talent, you must have hidden your strength, so I won't underestimate you just because you are the number 4 seed, bring it on. Lin Keir charged forward first. At the start of the battle, it was just a test. She only summoned a beast, a fire-red butterfly, which transformed into a nimble butterfly double blade that danced in her hands. Though it looked delicate, this was a genuine platinum-level beast. Su Zhe still chose to let the Void Spirit Turtle come out to test the opponent's strength first. After all, it was tough and durable. Even if it was slightly behind in bloodline, the Void Spirit Turtle was a water attribute beast, which had a restraining effect in terms of attributes. Plus, it was a defense-oriented specialized beast, so unless an attack was too much higher in level, its defense could hold up for a while and was the best choice to observe the opponent's fighting style. Such strong power. Su Zhe thought to himself as he blocked the opponent's attacks with the Void Spirit Shield. In terms of strength, Lin Keir's level should not have broken through to level 60 yet, but she was very close. Otherwise, the Void Spirit Shield shouldn't have been able to hold up this long under the dual pressure of bloodline and level. Although she held the nimble butterfly double blades, her attacks were forceful, accompanied by intense shaking. The blade light in her hands continuously unleashed cut after cut. Such a fighting style was completely not what butterfly blades should have. It was clear that these little double blades were not Lin Keir's usual main weapon. You going to hide behind that turtle shell of yours forever? That's not very manly at all. Come out and let's have a good fight. Lin Keir, unable to break through the defense, took a few steps back and said dissatisfiedly. Sister, aren't you also not being very straightforward? Holding those little knives in your hands, they aren't even as big as your 2 meat pieces, doesn't it feel frustrating to use them? Su Zhe retorted. Lin Keir, blushing, said, I'm a woman, the weapon must of course be of this delicate and pretty type. Then she changed her tone and said, but what you said is also true, this thing really doesn't feel good to use. To break through your turtle shell, I won't hide it anymore. The summoning formation flashed again, and a bright red bird rushed out from the formation, transforming into a red flame battle axe in midair, while her original butterfly twin blades vanished without a trace. It turned out that after the transformation was removed, she had armored herself into a very fitted full-body armor, amplifying her strength. Not only that, but a monkey with fiery red fur also transformed into a pair of gauntlets that pounded its chest, enhancing Lin Keir's arm strength to help her wield the battle axe. The weight of the axe is reassuring. Platinum-level monster Crimson Blood Sparrow and Gold-level monster Fire Furry Monkey, this is my strongest form. Lin Keir planted the towering battle axe on a tree branch and said, her graceful figure clashing strongly with the extremely violent weapon, like a mighty goddess of war. Su Zhe could feel that the Crimson Blood Sparrow's level should be higher than the previous Fire Butterfly. Breaking through level 60, it had a strong sense of oppression. And that the gold-level Fire Furry Monkey should be her first beast, although its level was not lacking, it could no longer be a concern. Su Zhe did not dare to be negligent, not summoning a formation, as he slowly summoned a silver white-furred Wolf King from his shadow. It was the Shadow Moon Wolf King, who hadn't made an appearance for a long time. It came out from the shadow instead of the beast space. Is it a dark attribute monster from the Shadow Realm? Lin Keir said immediately, becoming vigilant. Dark attribute monsters are notoriously tricky, especially the Lord-level monsters, which, at the same level, have the combat strength of Diamond-level monsters. She had to be careful. Su Zhe also did not show off, first letting the Phantom Turtle transform to protect his body, then raising the half-human tall knife transformed from the Shadow Moon Wolf King. Seeing this, Lin Keir licked her lips and said, interesting, now you look like a man. Come, let's have a good fight. Then, as if ignoring everything, she charged over with the huge battle axe and struck at Su Zhe. Su Zhe also raised his knife to respond, sparks flying in all directions, even the sturdy branches of the sycamore trees where they stood shook a little. Chapter 128, Shadow Strike, making great contributions. How refreshing. This is how a fight should be. Lin Keir wielded the gigantic battle axe, a gust of wind swirling around her, looking extremely intimidating, but her face was glowing with excitement. Big sister, aren't you thinking about being ladylike right now? Su Zhe said, frowning as he continually blocked the opponent's attacks with his knife. Lin Keir's strength was immense, the force transmitted through their weapons making Su Zhe feel a tingling ache in his hands. Taking advantage of the moment when her assault slowed, he relaxed his grip on the knife slightly, moving his wrist to ease the tension. My teacher indeed always tells me to be ladylike, but what use is being a lady? Come, let's continue. Today, either I bring you down, or you knock me down. Lin Keir shouted as she charged again. If it's just about knocking down, actually, we can change the location and the way of doing it. Su Zhe jumped back, and Lin Keir brought her axe down onto the tree trunk. The incredibly solid sycamore branches split open, creating a fine crack that extended right to Suzei's feet, and then a bird made of flames shot into the sky, directly aimed at between his legs. Little brother, want to knock me down? Then you must first protect this place. Suzei was startled, but quickly reacted in time. He promptly launched the Shadow Moon Wolf King skill. Shadow Stealth. Hiding in the shadow of the nearby leaves, avoiding the relentless attack aimed at the vital point. Then, popping out from the shadows in the distance, he said, "This move is a bit ruthless." Lin Kaer pouted and said, dark attribute monsters from the Shadow Realm are just troublesome." Lin Kaer hoisted up her battle axe and charged forward again, but every shadow she stepped on suddenly seemed to come alive, floating up from the ground. They transformed into prisons trying to block Lin Kaer's steps, or sharp spikes suddenly thrusting up from the ground. This was also a skill of the Shadow Moon Wolf King, Shadow Prison, and Shadow Spike. In a battle of strength, Suzei found that he was not a match for this woman, Lin Kaer, and could only use his beast-taming skills. These little tricks could not trap Lin Kaer, but they did restrict her movements. Then, after gathering power for a long time, Suzei aimed at Lin Kaer's position, and the phantom of the Wolf King appeared behind him, opening its mouth to unleash a howl that pierced the soul. The Shadow Moon Howl was one of the strongest and most difficult to guard against attack skills of the Shadow Moon Wolf King. Because it targets a person's soul, the powerful impact would leave the opponent in a dazed state, ready to be slaughtered. The downside is that this move requires a considerable amount of charging time, and the other less powerful but continuous control skills are meant to buy time. Sensing something was off, Lin Kaer just raised her head to look at Suzei's location when she was hit head-on by the Shadow Moon Howl, falling directly into a semi-dazed state. Suzei seized the opportunity, rushing forward, and since it wasn't a life-and-death battle, he swung the blade towards Lin Kaer's slender waist, hoping to knock her off the tree branch. "Sorry, it looks like I have to take you down." "Is that so?" Lin Kaer suddenly looked up at Suzei. Above her head, a crown that had just been invisible revealed itself, shining with a brilliant glow. This is her fourth beast? Indeed, the crown above Lin Kaer's head was formed by her fourth beast's transformation. Although it was only a golden-level beast, it was a very rare spirit-type beast. Furthermore, it had no attack power, its only effect was to defend against spiritual attacks. The specialized mental defense allowed it to completely defend against the spiritual attacks of platinum-level beasts that were higher in rank and bloodline. Yet even so, Lin Kaer had indeed entered a brief state of mental confusion just now. This was not a pretense. This shows the power of the Shadow Moon Howl in terms of spiritual attacks. This little thing was forced upon me by my teacher to contract. I didn't expect it would actually come in handy today. Lin Kaer's original idea was to choose all the beast-taming beasts to be the strongest fire-type beasts, but her teacher thought this was not secure enough. General defense could be sacrificed, using extreme attacks to defend through offense, but mental defense had to be done right. Suzei didn't expect her to wake up so soon. In his surprise, the battle axe in Lin Kaer's hand was already swinging down directly from above. Lin Kaer wanted to hold back, so she didn't use the axe blade but swung the other side of the axe instead. But the problem was that she seemed not to notice that such a large axe coming down was merely a difference between chopping and smashing. Next, it would depend on whose hand was faster, whether Suzei would push her away first, or she would be smashed to the point of being unable to take care of herself. Suzei once again used Shadow Prison and Shadow Spike to try to slow down the opponent, but Lin Kaer was completely unconcerned, determined to end the battle in one move. The Shadow Thorn couldn't be positioned properly. A thorn that was originally aimed to pierce Lin Kaer's feet and make her lose her balance skewed, but not by much. It didn't pierce her feet, but instead, shot straight up. This subtle moment was something even Suzei didn't notice. Only Lin Kaer felt an intense sensation. Previously full of momentum, determined to decide the outcome, Lin Kaer suddenly let out a soft, almost girlish cry. Her cheeks turned red, and the battle axe in her hand wobbled unsteadily. Suzei didn't notice any of this. He only saw that it seemed like he had successfully slowed down the opponent's attack, and he sighed in relief. He wasn't afraid of losing. After all, Fengqingyi was in the beast space, watching everything through his eyes. If anything went wrong, she would naturally act, but Suzei didn't want to reveal his full strength too early. So he didn't reduce the strength in his hand, and the blade of his weapon slammed hard into Lin Kaer. Lin Kaer, weakened by the sudden turn of events, couldn't react in time, and was knocked back, falling toward the ground. Although she hadn't broken through level 60 to gain the ability to fly, her beast, the red-blooded sparrow, could easily carry her down to a lower branch. She wouldn't lose her qualification and could still climb back up later. But Lin Kaer seemed to give up struggling, her face flushed, lost in her thoughts. Now, she really did appear as if she were a little girl. What is this feeling? I've never felt it before. It's a little painful, but more of? She couldn't put it into words. It wasn't until she returned to the ground that she regained her composure, returning to her school's team. Sorry, teacher, I let you down, Lin Kaer said, her head lowered in embarrassment. She hadn't even realized how suddenly she had lost. But the principal of Zhuke Beast University, Yuzhin, smiled and said, "It's okay, after all, we're not the first to be eliminated. Look over there at Xuanwu Beast University, they're the ones." Then, with a hint of concern, she added, "Kair, did you hurt your leg? I noticed your walking looks a little odd." Lin Kair quickly shook her head. "No, I'm fine." "Good, as long as you're alright, but you should still check. Internal injuries could be troublesome," Yuzhin said with concern, then turned her attention back to the ongoing competition. Chapter 129, A Familiar Feeling. After winning, Su Zhe sat down to rest and began to reflect on what had just happened. Why did she suddenly lose her fighting spirit? As one of the people involved, Su Zhe replayed the details in his mind and suddenly seemed to understand something. He used the shadow thorn again, carefully examining it. No way. Could it be that coincidental? But fortunately, the shadow thorn wasn't very long, and it's quite fragile, so it couldn't pierce her beast armor. Then Su Zhe used his hand, covered in beast armor, to try it. It indeed didn't break through, but he could still clearly feel it. Did I win because of this? It feels a bit like a hollow victory, Su Zhe said with a bitter smile. But this gave him an idea. Although the shadow thorn couldn't pierce the beast armor, it could still create a strong sensation in vital areas. If it worked on Lin Kair like this, then Su Zhe looked at the sharp tip and couldn't help but feel a chill under him. A sharp weapon, an absolute sharp weapon. This is the right way to use the shadow thorn, Su Zhe said excitedly. Then, while resting, he began to practice repeatedly, figuring out how to make the shadow thorn stab out fiercely at the exact spot he wanted. The faster, the better. As for the prize placed on that branch, he had already taken it. Some higher-level beast crystals, more of the refining beads and beast eggs. However, this time, they were not placed separately, but all piled together. After all, these prizes are rewards for the winners, and there was no need to set more obstacles. The other three battlefields still had two that were ongoing. That is, Qilin and Kuang Yi, as well as Shuiyue and Luo Xingyu. As for Jiang Ren's match, it ended even faster than Su Zhe's side. He seemed to have no intention of hiding his strength, directly summoning a diamond-grade beast, which was a very rare plant-type beast. It was also a juvenile tree sovereign, which, outside, could be called a towering tree, but in front of this phoenix tree that opened up a small world, it seemed rather small. However, plant-type beasts are indeed fighting on home turf in this environment. Therefore, the number 1 seed of Xuanwu Beast-Taming University lost very quickly. After all, like Lin Kair, he owned several platinum-level beasts but did not have diamond-level beasts. Jiang Ren saw Su Zhe glancing over and gestured to him with a hand across his throat. But Su Zhe did not pay him any attention and focused on the other two ongoing battles. The reason these two battles could last so long is naturally because the strengths of both sides were quite equal. Kuang Yi and Luo Xingyu were no longer hiding their powers, they surprisingly both had diamond-level beasts. Kuang Yi's beast was a giant snake, but it did not give the cold feeling typical of other snake-type beasts. Instead, it appeared very noble and dignified. On its head, there were small protrusions, as if something was hidden underneath. Is that transforming into a dragon? In legend, snakes can transform into dragons step by step, first into pythons, then into anacondas, and finally into dragons. After becoming a dragon, they can continue upward, transforming into horned dragons and Yinglong. Yinglong's power is even stronger than many true dragons. But it is not accurate, most snakes will only become larger snakes in the end. A snake that can transform into a dragon has a weak bloodline of the dragon clan and has successfully activated it, then gradually can shed its original snake body and move toward the dragon clan. Kuang Yi's dragon transformation can now be called an anaconda. Of course, it is still weaker than Xiao Chang's Bai Yun Jiaolong, not in strength, but in bloodline. Although the Bai Yun Jiaolong is a Jiao dragon, she ascended rapidly by absorbing the blood of a divine dragon. Only because she was originally a snake, she is just one step away from becoming a true divine dragon. And Qilin naturally also has his own diamond-level beast to compete with Kuang Yi, a creature that combines lion head, deer antlers, tiger eyes, elk body, dragon scales, and cow tail. It perfectly fits his name, being a beast with the bloodline of a Qilin, but still far from a true Qilin. The battle between the two was exquisite, each skill performed to perfection in their exchanges. However, all of this was observed by Su Zhe and Jiang Ren, who were resting after the end. No matter who wins in the end, they have already gained the upper hand. Brother Kuang's strength is still a bit lacking, he is going to lose, Su Zhe said, watching the already struggling Kuang Yi. Qilin's strength is very solid, and there is definitely a level gap between them and their beast, especially Su Zhe, who is dozens of levels behind and still lively. Qilin consistently maintains the same level as his beast, he has no second beast, only this one Qilin. Or perhaps only this Qilin escaped from his mouth, and he has eaten the other beasts before they even had a chance to hatch. In the battlefield of the two women, it was surprisingly Luo Xingyu who held the faint advantage. As the strongest young talent trained by the Shui family, one of the 4 great clans, Shuiyue was actually being suppressed by a country bumpkin from the remote Baihu Beast-Taming University. Shueyua's beast was a massive swallowing sky toad. Although it looked somewhat ugly, its power was undeniable, possessing great strength upon reaching adulthood. Luo Xingyu's strongest beast was not the fire-type platinum-grade monster, over level 50, that Wang Zi mentioned. Its level, bloodline, and attributes did not match at all. Instead, like her school's name, it was a white tiger filled with a murderous aura. It seemed that she had indeed not used her full strength during her spar with Wang Zi. Of course, it was not the legendary divine beast white tiger, but it possessed the bloodline of that beast. However, the bloodline was quite pure. Su Zhe felt it was similar to Feng Qingyi before she underwent nirvana. Thus, relying on the weak advantage of her bloodline, Luo Xingyu managed to suppress Shueyua for a time, making the latter's face turn quite ugly. How is this possible? How could I lose here? You forced me. I have to use that move. Before long, just as Su Zhe had predicted, Quan Yi was the first to be defeated, losing to Qilin. However, Qilin also didn't have it easy. His full strength was already on display. In terms of his spiritual power level, perhaps due to his childhood love for eating monster eggs, he was undoubtedly the best in the entire arena. After losing, Quan Yi smiled generously and said goodbye to Su Zhe. It's just you left, good luck. Then he turned and voluntarily let go of the branch. The last one. Just when Su Zhe thought that Luo Xingyu had completely seized the initiative and was about to win, suddenly, a violent explosion occurred on the branch closest to him with a bang. Even the incredibly hard phoenix tree branch was blown away, leaving a huge gap. And Su Zhe was all too familiar with this kind of explosion. This is a monster self-destruct? Who is it? Going all out like this? Chapter 130, Hidden Cards. From the previous situation, it seemed that Luo Xingyu had always held the advantage, so it likely wouldn't be her choosing to go all out and perish together. It was highly probable that it was the pressured Shueyua choosing to take a desperate gamble, but the question was it worth it? This is just a beast-taming competition, there's no need to self-destruct directly, right? Su Zhe said, feeling somewhat puzzled. In terms of power, this self-destruction was even stronger than the two Su Zhe had encountered before. It was likely the self-destruction of a platinum-grade beast over level 70. At this level, even for them, it could serve as a trump card, yet now it was choosing to self-destruct outright. Even if they could win this battle, losing a primary beast would severely weaken them, coupled with the backlash of the contract. This was truly a case of losing more than gaining. As the smoke on the battlefield cleared, the situations of both sides became apparent. First was Luo Xingyu, located at the center of the explosion. Her beast, the white tiger, was a type that sacrificed defense for extreme offense, and under such an unavoidable self-destruct attack, it was gravely injured and had already lost its combat ability. Moreover, even with the protection of her beast, Luo Xingyu had suffered very serious injuries and looked like a bloodied person at that moment. She looked forward stubbornly, while the swallowing skytoad also had many wounds from the shockwaves of the explosion on its skin. Yet this did not affect its combat ability at all, and most importantly, there was no sign of Shueyua on the field. The swallowing skytoad slowly opened its mouth, and then it spat out the slick, sticky Shueyua. She disgustedly shook off the sticky goo on her body. But the expression on her face was extremely happy. Because she was protected inside the belly of the sky-swallowing toad, she was not harmed at all. The final winner is still me. I have preserved the honor of my family. Shueyua excitedly pointed at Luo Xingyu. At this moment, Luo Xingyu also struggled to stand up, reluctantly admitting that she had just been careless. Even though she could not withstand the power of a self-explosion, she could have stayed far away from the center of the explosion to retain her combat ability as much as possible. However, even she, who usually remained calm, had let her guard down just before winning against her opponent, especially not expecting that the other party would use self-explosion, a method of mutual destruction. Luo Xingyu swayed as she stood up. She did not concede defeat. But this match had already lost its suspense, as Shueyua easily knocked her down. Thus, the situation of the quarter-finals was completely settled. Among the four, 3 were from the imperial capital Beastmaster University, with only Su Zhe being an exception, and he was only a 4th seed, seeming very out of place. But having reached this point, no one dared to question his strength anymore. Why does she look like she hasn't been affected at all? Watching Shueyua, who was already recovering her strength, Su Zhe wondered in his heart. Shueyua was unharmed because she had hidden inside the belly of the sky-swallowing toad, avoiding injury from her own self-explosion. However, the death of the beast would cause tremendous harm to the master's mental strength, which was unavoidable, especially in the case of self-explosion. But right now, she seemed as if she had not been affected at all. Su Zhe always felt that there was something fishy about her self-explosion. Perhaps because she had been observing him for a while, Shueyua, who was meditating cross-legged, seemed to sense his gaze and opened her eyes to look at him. With a sneer, she said, "You managed to stay this long, you dirt-legged fool, but it ends here. The finals will belong to our imperial capital Beastmaster University, you others don't qualify." Su Zhe did not argue with her. Among the remaining 4, her strength was indeed the weakest. But she was also the craziest, actually using self-explosion to win in such a harmless match. If possible, Suze would rather face the other two, not wanting to battle with this madwoman. But things never go as one wishes. After a brief rest to recover their strength, Jiang Ren and Qi Lin started staring at each other from a distance, their energy colliding continuously. Brother Suze, although I really look forward to battling you, I want to settle the grievances between Jiang Ren and me even more. Being second for too long always leaves some resentment in my heart, Qi Lin said with a smile. Jiang Ren scoffed, so what? The second place will always be the second place, I don't mind, it's the same whether I fight you or anyone else. However, he glanced pointedly at Suze. According to the information he received from their ancestors, he was the one to be taken seriously. Then I'll take the responsibility to kick out this outsider. Shui Yuhua also stood up and said. The three of them chatted back and forth, deciding the semi-final groupings without giving Suze the chance to interrupt, and in the end, he had no choice but to go along with the majority. The four continued to separate and head towards their next battlefield. Ahead, the number of branches had already been reduced to 2, which would be their semi-final venue. In the end, Suze still faced the one he least wanted to encounter. As soon as they met, Shui Yuhua summoned her beast and shouted, "Dirt-legged fool, this is where you stop." Shui Yuhua's fighting style was quite special, she did not make any changes to her sky-swallowing toad. After being summoned, it just lay on the opponent's back, allowing the sky-eating toad to attack by itself, and relying on its thick skin to resist harm. When faced with powerful, wide-range attacks, like her self-detonation earlier, she would hide inside the sky-eating toad's mouth. The reason for using this fighting method is somewhat similar to Suze's approach. Her sky-eating toad is of very high level, Suze guesses it to be above level 70. Her own mental level has just crossed the threshold of 60, so with such a huge level difference, she might not even be able to perform actions like armorization on the sky-eating toad. Suze also has a significant level difference with the golden-feathered phoenix bird, but he can forcibly control it with the power of the system, though he cannot fight for long. Even so, the sky-eating toad's power is undeniable, and Suze realized it would be impossible to continue winning solely with the illusory spirit turtle and the shadow moon wolf king. There's no other way, it's up to you now, Qingyi. Since the start of the beast-taming competition, for the first time, a summoning magic array glimmered behind Suze. Before this, the illusory spirit turtle had always been in his backpack, ready to use at any time. The shadow moon wolf king was also summoned from the shadow realm, only the golden-feathered phoenix bird needed to be summoned through the magic array from the beast space. TSK, you have another beast? So what, I want to see what kind of trump card you've been hiding. Shui Yuhua initially spoke with disdain. But as the golden-feathered phoenix bird gradually emerged from the beast space, she sensed the tremors of the sky-eating toad beneath her and the emotion of fear coming from the other end of the beast contract. Her expression finally changed, but she still forced a smile and said, "It's fine. I still have that move, I will definitely win." Chapter 131, There's something fishy. So it is the golden-feathered phoenix bird? And this aura is so powerful, even from this distance, my beast can sense a hint of bloodline suppression. Jiang Ren thought to himself as he felt the aura coming from Suze's side. Although he was prepared, he still did not expect Suze's golden-feathered phoenix bird to be this strong. It exerted a suppression on his beast in terms of both level and bloodline. His only advantage is that his beast's level is higher than Suze's, which means he can fully unleash the synergy between Beast Master and Beast where 1 + 1 is greater than 2, but Suze cannot. But if his opponent is Shui Yuhua, then it becomes interesting. That woman is a so-called genius forcibly created by the Shui family and cannot fully control her beast. Although the Shui family is the oldest among the 4 great families, after flourishing for hundreds of years, they have started to decline, but they seem unwilling to accept this outcome. So they forcibly molded the strongest young generation's Shui Yuhua into a genius. In fact, she can indeed be called a genius, but compared to Jiang Ren and Qi Lin, she still falls short significantly. Jiang Ren's gaze shifted back. Qi Lin is indeed a powerful opponent with a solid foundation. To defeat him, Jiang Ren also needs to go all out. Neither of them acted immediately but observed each other, waiting for the right moment. As for Suze and Shui Yuhua, there was not much finesse involved. With a cry of the phoenix, the golden-feathered phoenix bird let out a joyful call and then flew out of the magic array, ascending into the sky. As expected, it triggered the remaining phoenix imprint in the parasol tree, engulfed by a ball of flames. Yet, unlike the previous person, she did not fall painfully down. And then it fell down in an extremely smooth and satisfied way. After that, the body slowly became smaller, until it turned into a girl who looked 18 or 19 years old, with a body and face without any flaw. Feng Qingyi's excited voice directly echoed through the contract inside Suze's mind and said, "The phoenix flames left here are much higher level than mine, they satisfy my nirvana needs. I can feel it, as long as I go through this nirvana, I can become a true divine beast. But first I must find where the phoenix brand is." She raised her head and looked at the fruit above. Now it could already be confirmed that the phoenix brand was inside it. For other demon beasts, this Wutong fruit can indeed purify bloodline, but that is all. But for Fengqingyi, who has Phoenix bloodline and has already gone through one nirvana purification, it can directly help her break through to a divine beast. Stop looking, first help me win this match so we can openly take that Wutong fruit away, otherwise even if you get it in your hands, you still won't be able to take it away. Su Zhe looked at Fengqingyi, who had turned into human form beside him, and said. Only then did Fengqingyi reluctantly pull back her gaze, look toward the enemy on the other side, and then said with a face full of disgust, "Why is the opponent such a disgusting toad?" "What? Can't beat it?" Su Zhe deliberately provoked her. Don't look at Fengqingyi, her appearance now already looked very mature, but her mind had not changed at all compared to before. So she immediately took the bait and said, "How could I possibly lose to this ugly monster? You just wait, I'll deal with it in a moment." Then she once again returned to her original phoenix bird form and flew over, death fire lines spewing from her mouth, forcing Shueyue down from the back of the heaven-swallowing toad. But she did not choose like before to drill into the mouth of the heaven-swallowing toad, instead she looked toward Su Zhe. "You hold on, I'll solve him first and everything will be over." Shueyue looked at Su Zhe and said. Her strength was indeed a bit lower, but her vision was not bad. She could see that Su Zhe's own strength was still relatively weak. At least he had not broken through level 60, which meant he was not as good as her. So rather than choosing to clash head-on with his golden feather phoenix bird, it was better to let the heaven-swallowing toad hold it back while she went to solve Su Zhe herself. Shueyue summoned her other 3 beast companions, turning them into a set of beast armor, a long sword, and a mask that covered the upper half of her face. The effect of the mask was similar to the crown of Lin Kaer, who had been eliminated by Su Zhe. Both were used to guard against mental attacks. Su Zhe also did not dare to slack off, summoning the Void Spirit Turtle and the Shadow Moon Wolf King to meet her head-on. As the number of exchanges between the two increased, Shueyue's face grew more and more ugly. After removing the power that was not within her control, she was actually still not Su Zhe's opponent, faintly falling into the disadvantage. This was even with Su Zhe constantly guarding against her trying to go all out and self-detonate again. Impossible. Why am I being forced to this point twice by a mud-legged nobody? But looking at the heaven-swallowing toad, which under Fengqingyi's flames already looked like it was about to not hold on, she could only accept this reality, but she did not plan to admit defeat. So what if you are all more genius than me? The foundation of great families is something you mud-legged nobodies and upstarts can never imagine. Shueyue roared in her heart. Then she called back the heaven-swallowing toad, whose outer skin had already been roasted somewhat charred. I can only continue to use that move. When Su Zhe saw Shueyue call the heaven-swallowing toad back to her side, he thought she was going to perform a beast command operation, and also called Fengqingyi back, preparing to weaponize at any time to respond. But after observing for a moment, he discovered that Shueyue did not seem to have this plan at all. Surely, it can't be that she's going to self-destruct a diamond-level monster, right? This might really be unbearable. Su Zhe shook his head, thinking it shouldn't reach this point. As Shueyue looked up and then shifted her position, Su Zhe was puzzled. He raised his head in confusion and noticed she seemed to be paying attention to the positions of the machines hidden around, which were broadcasting their match live. Is she looking for a camera position? What's this operation? Is she trying to steal a shot? Su Zhe didn't quite understand. This wasn't a movie, so what was there to steal? And she even said she wanted people outside to see her? As he pondered, he suddenly saw the celestial toad open its mouth wide, quickly spitting something out, while she herself dove into the celestial toad's mouth at lightning speed. As Su Zhe felt confused, a familiar sensation hit him again. Another self-destruct? Where did she get this monster? He had just seen clearly that Shueyue's 3 transformed beasts were still not released, and the celestial toad was still fine right in front of him. This meant she had another beast specifically for self-destruction? Otherwise, why didn't she summon it to fight together just now? There's definitely something fishy. This is absolutely suspicious. Chapter 132, Cheating. As the dust settled, the celestial toad was even more injured. Previously, it had been scorched over a large area by the lethal flames of the golden feather phoenix. The only reason it could withstand the damage from a self-destruction before was its tough skin, which absorbed most of the impact. Now, lacking the skin's protection, it inevitably became a bloody mess from the explosion's impact. Shueyue knew this clearly, but she had seen very well when she entered the celestial toad's mouth to hide. Su Zhe's golden feather phoenix didn't manage to return in time to protect him. Relying solely on the golden-level spirit turtle transformed beast armor was definitely not enough to shield him from the self-destruct's power. So, this time, I still win. Shueyue excitedly crawled out of the celestial toad's mouth, not even bothering to shake off the disgusting slime sticking to her, hurriedly looking around for Su Zhe's situation. Compared to the last time, the dust from this self-destruct seemed to dissipate quickly. By the time Shueyue emerged, nothing blocked her view. This allowed her to see clearly around, but she didn't see Su Zhe anywhere. Could it be he was knocked down by the shock during the self-destruct? Very good. I definitely can't handle this. Suze indeed did not rely on entering the Shadow Realm to avoid the harm of self-detonation, but relied on the Shadow Moon Wolf King's innate skill, Devour Moon. It swallowed all the power released during the explosive self-detonation of the beast and quickly transformed it into his own strength. The self-detonation of a platinum-level beast over level 60 released all its power, successfully allowing the Shadow Moon Wolf King to break through to level 60, giving him more assurance in the upcoming match. However, the Shadow Moon Wolf King's innate skill also entered a long cooldown period. Hearing his words, Shueyua's face turned very ugly. Suze continued to approach and said, "What's wrong? You've self-detonated 2 of your beasts and still haven't been affected at all. Are you afraid? Or, have you already used up all the beasts you prepared?" Suze said sharply in the end. This made Shueyua's expression change drastically. She hurriedly took a few steps back and began to scan her surroundings like before. Suze mimicked her movements while looking around and said, "What? Do you want to use your body to block those live cameras again?" Then he took out a machine from behind and said, "Come, look here, I'm giving you a close-up shot." Shueyua's face was grim as she said, When did you get that?" "Just now, when you were still in that frog's belly." "Come on, don't look so grim, I'm going to interview you," Suze said with a smile. Then he turned serious and asked, "So tell me, how did you cheat?" "You, what nonsense are you talking about? I am a genius from the Shui family, how could I possibly cheat?" Shueyua said defiantly. Suze continued, "Whether someone cheats relates only to their personal character, not at all to their family background. The fact that you've self-detonated twice without any sign of injury, not even coughing up blood? But unfortunately, the arrogance from coming from a big family makes you too lazy even to pretend." Shueyua took a deep breath to regain her calmness. "Our current state is very clear, if you don't self-destruct, you can't win against me at all. How about it? I am standing right here, do you dare to self-destruct?" Shueyua lowered her head, her expression filled with struggle. It seemed she was weighing the pros and cons in her heart, but in the end, she couldn't make up her mind even when Suze came to stand in front of her. Suze looked at her with a calm face. "What? When it's your turn, you can't bear it? Are you scared? You who won against Luo Xingyu with such a method, really don't deserve to stand here." All of this was captured by the camera in Suze's hand. Shueyua's current performance already explained a lot. These images were also displayed on a huge screen under the tree, where the spectators and the principal and teachers could see them. Everyone looked towards the front where Shueyu was. Among them, the principal of Baihu Beast-Tamer University, Lu Yao, questioned, "Principal Shueyua is not only a student of your school but also your granddaughter, right? Is what Suze said true? My student was eliminated this way?" Although he was the one with the best temper among the principals, if his student was eliminated due to the others cheating, no one would accept that. Shueyu did not speak, he just sighed, looking at his granddaughter on the screen with her head down and a face ashen. Her attitude had already said everything. "Did I force you too hard?" Chapter 133, On the Ground. At that moment, the crowd below stirred, and soon, 2 pale-faced individuals, their mouths stained with blood, were brought over. When they suddenly coughed up blood, it initially caused chaos among the students of the imperial capital Beast-Tamer University, who thought they had been targeted by another school. Especially when the second person coughed up blood, the tension reached its peak, as if they were about to clash with the nearby Qinglong and Zhuke Beast-Tamer Universities, leaving them confused. But now, it was clear that everyone already knew the reason for their bloodshed. Shueyu waved his hand, and the 2 were taken down for questioning. He also said in a deep voice, "After this competition, I will resign from the principal position and provide you with compensation. However, Lu Yao, I can only say sorry for now, the competition has gone this far, and there is no solid evidence to prove anything, so there's no talk of starting over." "You?" Lu Yao wanted to say something more, but he was stopped by the other 2 principals. Only Lin Shi, somehow bringing out the lounge chair he had always slept in at school, lay down to watch the farce with great interest. And nearest to him was Su Yao, who was intently watching Suze. "Girl, this kid is about to reach the finals, do you think he can win?" Lin Shi asked while sipping from his drink. "I believe in brother Suze, he will definitely be fine." Su Yao nodded. Lin Shi also smiled and nodded, then shifted the topic. "By the way, you seem to have contracted your second beast, right?" "Yes, it was brother Suze who prepared it for me." She then summoned the small merman to show Lin Shi. "A golden-level merman? This kid only looks for beasts above platinum level himself, yet for his woman, he prepared a second beast that is only golden level." Lin Shi said with discontent. Su Yao immediately blushed, whispering, "Teacher Lin Shi, I am not brother Suze's woman. No need to say more, I understand. Take." The merman instantly became excited upon seeing these 2 items, stretching out its small hands from the water sphere that wrapped around it to ask Su Yao for them. Su Yao hesitated and said, This is the Merman Lord's tears and her magical beast crystal core." Many years ago, when I was playing in Fusan, I got it from a deputy captain of the Dark Guards. I don't even know if she has awakened after all these years. I'll give you this, Lin Shi explained. Teacher Lin Shi, isn't this too valuable? The spoils taken from the deputy captain of the Fusan Dark Guards were probably unimaginable in rank, and Su Yao felt the heavy weight of what she held in her hands. Just take it. It's useless to me. By the way, there are two growth paths for mermen, one leans towards water, and the other towards the mental system. The former has no future. Let me tell you how to cultivate the latter. At this moment, Su Zhe had already come to Shui Yua's side, but she still showed no reaction. She just kept retreating, avoiding until she reached the edge of the branch. So, Su Zhe simply raised his hand and pushed, sending the despairing Shui Yua down. Perhaps she realized the great impact her actions had on her family, as she no longer struggled, closing her eyes and letting her body fall. Her beast was no exception. Without its master's command, it too, badly injured, stopped resisting and was simply grabbed by the golden-feathered phoenix and thrown down. Just as she was about to hit the ground, a teacher who had been prepared in advance came to catch her. However, Shui Yua suddenly became fierce, using her yet-to-be-solidified beast to attack and force the teacher back, allowing herself to continue falling. Let it be like this, everything is over. Just as she was about to make contact with the ground, a gust of wind swept by, and Shui Yua opened her eyes, trying to push back her opponent once more. But what she saw was her grandfather. In a moment of distraction, Shui Yu caught her in time. Grandpa, you. Before she could finish her sentence, she was slapped by Shui Yu. With tears in her eyes, Shui Yua covered her swollen cheek and looked at Shui Yu, hearing him say, "Your actions have shamed the whole family. Do you think dying can end this? When we go back, kneel in the ancestral hall and admit your mistake." She lowered her head and fell silent, then felt a large hand gently patting her head, saying, "Grandpa will go with you. These years, I have pressured you too much. How can the honor of such a large family rest solely on a girl? Besides, not even a country can last forever, how could a family? Forget it, forget it. Did that slap just now hurt? This slap isn't for anything else, but for you even thinking about ending your life. I still expect to help you raise children." Shui Yuhua flushed red. "Let me see your face. Ah, why is it still swollen? It's all Grandpa's fault, I shouldn't have hit so hard." As they passed by the White Tiger Beast University, they encountered a gaze full of hostility. Shui Yua braced herself and faced these looks as she arrived in front of Luo Xingyu, with Shui Yu waiting in place. Wang Zi hurriedly stood in front of Luo Xingyu. "You won by cheating, what do you want? Let me tell you, you couldn't even beat Su Zhe, my buddy, even with cheating." Before he could finish speaking, Luo Xingyu pushed him aside from behind. She was wrapped in many bandages but still sat up and asked, "Is there something? I came to apologize to you. Whatever compensation you need, just say it, and I will do my best to meet it." Shui Yuhua lowered her head, acknowledging her use of unfair means. Luo Xingyu replied, "No need to apologize. Even if you won, I would end up just like you. The remaining three are no match for me, I can't win the championship. Other titles mean nothing to me. And you also reminded me that there is this special combat technique, so I must be cautious in future battles." At this moment, Wang Zi squeezed over and said, "Xingyu, it can't just end like this. She must apologize and compensate, otherwise, your injury is for nothing. I've said, call me senior sister. Never mind, for compensation, you can discuss it with Wang Zi, he is the expert in this matter." Seeing that Wang Zi wanted to say something, Luo Xingyu quickly pushed him in front of Shui Yuhua and said. At this time, Su Zhe on the tree was recovering his already minimal physical strength while paying attention to another battlefield. The situation there seemed to be somewhat different from what he had imagined. Chapter 134, The Vegetative Person. What's up with Jiang Ren's condition? It looks a bit off, Su Zhe whispered to himself while watching the battle not far away. The two had similar strength, but the environment was very favorable for Jiang Ren's plant-type monster. Moreover, Qilin, while fighting Kuang Yi, had exhausted all means, which Jiang Ren had seen clearly since he finished his battle early. So in Su Zhe's view, this match should be intense and fierce, but in the end, Jiang Ren would still win. However, the current situation on the field was completely the opposite. Let's rewind to when Shui Yuhua self-destructed the monster. The standoff between Qilin and Jiang Ren ended at this moment, and then the battle began with the sound of an explosion. In the very beginning, everything went as Su Zhe had predicted. The two seemed to be exchanging blows, but in reality, Jiang Ren had begun to subtly suppress Qilin. Winning was just a matter of time. However, for some unknown reason, from a certain moment, the situation suddenly reversed. Jiang Ren's movements inexplicably became stiff and slow at times, and he was perplexed by the lack of control over his own body. What's going on? My body, what happened? He suddenly exerted strength to push Qilin away and began to carefully examine his body. Could it be that I am poisoned? Did it come from food or a wound? But the food he had eaten today was all personally prepared by him for the competition, it shouldn't have any problems. As for wounds, from the start of the match until now, he had been quite lucky, facing fights that were very easy, so he hadn't sustained even a hint of injury. Speaking of which, the only wound I have recently is. Jiang Ren seemed to remember something. He removed the beast armory from his hands, where there was a small wound from accidentally scraping against the bark in the ancestors' garden not long ago. However, since the wound was small and healing quickly, he had soon forgotten about it. Moreover, that big tree located in the family garden was said to be the guardian beast of their ancestor. How could the ancestor harm him? With such thoughts in mind, Jiang Ren was stunned when he saw his palm, unable to speak. After a moment of shock, he stuttered, What the hell is this? He saw a seemingly insignificant small wound on his hand, from which a small green shoot was emerging, poking out from the flesh. At first, he thought he was mistaken, but after blinking, the shoot not only didn't disappear, but he also saw more details clearly. Looking down through the gap between the green shoot and the wound, it seemed that this sprout was just the tip of the iceberg. There were roots that were deeply embedded into his arm, into his blood vessels. And from the dark marks on his arm, it looked like they were continuously extending upward, wanting to spread over his entire body. Jiang Ren, in terror, raised the weapon in his hand, a long sword made of the branches and leaves of his beast, wanting to cut off his own arm to stop them from climbing higher. But at the moment he lifted it, he discovered that the armor of his beast was covered in strange, twisted patterns he didn't notice before, and at that moment, those patterns turned into thick vines wrapping around the sword in his hand, preventing him from striking down. Then, Jiang Ren felt a sharp pain in his head, and soon his expression gradually became confused, the fear in his heart dissipating like smoke. Looking down at his arm that wasn't covered by the beast armor, he now saw it was completely clean with no abnormalities in his sight. He even forgot why he would choose to remove part of the beast armor in such intense battle. How strange, why did I do this? I can't remember, never mind, Qilin, what are you standing there for? Let's keep fighting, he said, shaking his head at the confused Qilin not far away. Qilin had just been left baffled by Jiang Ren, these events happened very quickly. Forced back, Qilin only saw Jiang Ren suddenly raise the sword to slash at his arm. Then he suddenly lowered it, as if nothing had happened, and was ready to battle again. It's simply ridiculous. But at this moment, Jiang Ren quickly charged forward, and Qilin had no choice but to respond. The two engaged in battle once more. On the arm, which had seemed perfectly normal to Jiang Ren, some vines began to grow, helping him grip the sword tighter, making it even harder to break free from control. This time, Jiang Ren did not give Qilin a chance. Throughout the fight, he maintained pressure against Qilin. Moreover, his strength seemed to grow stronger during the battle, and the patterns on the beast armor became even denser. Finally, after suffering serious injury, Qilin was forced to remove his beast armor, and then he was knocked down. Although the process was a bit twisted, in the end, Jiang Ren emerged victorious and entered the finals with Suze. Not far away, on another tree branch, Suze's eyes became long and powerful, clear-cut in black and white, glowing faintly with a golden sheen as he observed everything in front of him. To observe both sides' moves, he activated the Phoenix Eye ability of the Golden Feather Phoenix. Originally just wanting to understand his next opponent, he didn't expect to see everything happening through the Phoenix's sight, including the changes happening to Jiang Ren's hand. He didn't know what those things were but felt that Jiang Ren's current state seemed very off. Could it really be the legendary plant person? Suze recalled the scene of vines growing on Jiang Ren's hand and couldn't help but complain. Suze also contemplated whether to inform others about this matter, but that state didn't seem to enhance Jiang Ren's strength. In fact, from Qilin's previous advantage, it might even affect him, which was beneficial for Suze. And if he spoke out and something was discovered that caused this major competition to be cancelled. Suze looked up at the nearby phoenix fruit, which was very important to him, so he didn't want to stir up trouble. After a brief rest, the two began to climb slowly upwards, heading towards the final battlefield. That was the last branch located at the very top. It was no longer as enormous as other branches, just the right thickness like an ordinary fighting platform. And hanging above was the ultimate prize, a gigantic fruit that was a good several dozen meters in size. Chapter 135, Parasite. The state of that kid from the Zhang family seems a bit off. Did you notice anything? Below, a few principals were discussing the unusual situation that had just occurred. But because they were not on site, their perspective was limited, so they did not see exactly what had happened. In the end, they could not come to a conclusion and turned their eyes to Linshi, who was lying down drinking after finishing the introduction on how to raise the merfolk with Su Yao. Seeing him lying on the rocking chair, snoring away after getting drunk, it was clear he had seen nothing and they had to give up immediately. Maybe it's some secret technique from the Zhang family? After all, their ancestor was skilled at controlling plant-type monsters. Let's just wait and see. Above, after a brief rest, Suze and Jiang Ren had started climbing again. The last branch wasn't far from them, but Jiang Ren was climbing much faster than before, quickly leaving Suze behind. And Suze could see clearly that many small vine-like tendrils had grown on Jiang Ren's hands and feet, helping him climb at an astonishing speed. These things gave Suze goosebumps. He felt disgusted from the bottom of his heart but was also worried that Jiang Ren might immediately grab the phoenix fruit upon reaching it, so he reluctantly sped up. Soon, the two arrived at the last branch, one right after the other. However, unlike Suze, who was gasping for breath, Jiang Ren appeared completely unfazed. "Come on, let's get started," Jiang Ren said to Suze. His state was incredibly manic. He seemed unaware of the changes in his body, only knowing that after winning this match, he would be the champion, and Jiang family would become the #1 among the 4 major families. "Don't you feel anything uncomfortable in your body?" Suze couldn't help but ask, recalling what he had just seen. "Uncomfortable? No, I feel very energetic right now." "If you're scared, just admit defeat quickly. I don't have much time left, don't waste it," Jiang Ren said impatiently, frowning. "Not much time left?" Suze asked in confusion. But Jiang Ren didn't provide an explanation. He only grew more anxious, and even began speaking in a rambling manner. His behavior reminded Suze of a saying: ever since he went insane, he has become a lot more spirited. However, this guy in front of him was not insane. Not knowing what mutation had occurred in his body, Suze cautiously chose to respond with all his strength. Suze summoned all 3 of his summoned beasts. He didn't even let the golden feather phoenix fight alone. Instead, he chose to transform it into the phoenix feather fire fan that he hadn't used for a long time. This was Suze's strongest form. The downside was that he couldn't control the phoenix feather fire fan for too long and needed to finish the battle in the shortest time possible. Ah, good. I also want to see what kind of strength this summoned beast, which the elders of my family covet and even died by your hands, really has. The final champion will definitely be mine. Jiang Ren laughed as he charged forward. His summoned beast armor hadn't been removed since the previous battle. Seeing this, Suze waved the fan in his hand, and a surge of phoenix fire erupted. He certainly knew that Jiang Ren couldn't be easily dealt with. He just wanted to block his steps for a moment. But what surprised both of them was, facing the flames of the golden feathered phoenix, Jiang Ren's body was surprisingly avoiding them uncontrollably. What is this? What's wrong? Why do I feel such fear towards the flames? Why can't I control myself? Move, come on. Jiang Ren shouted in frustration, but he couldn't take a step towards the fire. Good opportunity. Suze saw this and waved his fire fan even faster. The flame spread, and Jiang Ren was uncontrollably fleeing. Soon, most of the battlefield was covered in flames, leaving only a small area for Jiang Ren to hide. He was like a rabid dog afraid of water, terrifiedly dodging the flames he had released. This seems to be winning a bit too easily, Suze said in surprise. The opponent was so afraid of the flames that he couldn't even fight back, which was completely unexpected for Suze. This should be related to the thing parasitizing Jiang Ren. Whatever it is, it must be plant-related and thus fearful of fire. However, Jiang Ren's previous opponents had not lacked fire attribute beasts. Perhaps it was because the parasitism was not deep enough then, plus there were very few flames that could compare to the extreme flames combined from Feng Qingyi's dragon fire and phoenix fire. However, Jiang Ren's will seemed unwilling to give up. He desperately tried to control his body to move forward, but it was all in vain. No matter what is inside my body, please, let me win. Jiang Ren once again realized something was wrong with his body, but it was already too late. In fact, coming too close to the phoenix fire released by Suze had triggered the displeasure of the parasitic entity within him. He let out another scream, and then like a walking corpse, his eyes became vacant and lifeless. At this moment, the changes in his body became unhidden. Many vines grew from his limbs, lifting his body that looked like a torn sack. The vines dodged the flames released by Suze and pierced into the trunk of the phoenix tree, beginning to thicken continuously. The wildly growing vines even crushed the beast armor on Jiang Ren, causing his tree emperor beast to shed the armor. Only then did they realize that it was not just Jiang Ren himself. His beast had long been doomed to misfortune. The tree emperor was wrapped in thick vines, and these vines had pierced into the tree emperor's main trunk, constantly sucking its life, and as the tree emperor gradually withered, the vines grew stronger. The black lines spreading on the beast armor were these vines. Soon, these vines grew to the point of being unafraid of the golden feathered phoenix flames, even beginning to actively extinguish the fire, covering every corner of this tree branch. Suze could only keep waving his fire fan to burn out a place to stand. At this moment, except for a head, the other parts of Jiang Ren's body had all transformed into vines. He suddenly lowered what could no longer be called a head. Even his eyes had been replaced by 2 blooming flowers. Sigh, this child Jiang Ren, just give me a little more time, and I can influence his brain, weaving an illusion of success and winning, and he would thus sink into it. Yet he seems to have realized something, so impatient, making me awaken quickly due to the flame's stimulation. Why? Jiang Ren's head suddenly spoke these words. Who exactly are you? Suze asked cautiously, clearly aware that this disgusting vine monster was the thing parasitizing Jiang Ren's body. Me? Let me think, you can call me Jiang Huairun. You can also call me the ancestral master of the Jiang family. Chapter 136, The Demon Tree. At the same time, the Jiang family outside fell into complete chaos. Because the pillar of their family, the ancestor who had been the head for hundreds of years, had just died. The ancestor loved to take care of flowers and plants, spending each day either resting in a chair or trimming and watering the plants. But now, he had not moved for a full 3 to 4 hours, which was very unusual. Ancestor, wake up. Don't scare me. A Jiang family member, seeing the ancestor sitting still in the rocking chair, mustered the courage to push him and said. However, with his action, the Jiang ancestor's neck bent, and his whole body fell down like a limp noodle, turning into a handful of fine dust. Ancestor! The people of the Jiang family instantly burst into tears. The reason the Jiang family could develop to its current scale was largely due to their association with Sun Shang, who was a powerful ally. However, Sun Shang had only become a war god in the last 100 years. Before that, the Jiang family relied completely on the ancestor's deterrence and cohesion to achieve its current scale. Now, with the ancestor's death, it was not just that the Jiang family lost their strongest combat power, their cohesion could no longer be compared to before. In such a large family, there was no one to command respect anymore, and the decline of the Jiang family had become inevitable. Amid the overwhelming cries, there were hidden currents, their tearless eyes were signaling to their most trusted person. The ancestor was dead, and he had left no last words or will, so what could be inherited depended entirely on one's own skill. Some entered the ancestor's bedroom, a place they had never dared to step into before. Others quietly slipped away, preparing to take over the family's external assets. Even others came to the big tree in the garden. They all knew this big tree was actually the ancestor's beast. Not only was it diamond level, but this plant-type monster was also likely a fully leveled 100-level monster. However, due to the ancestor's lack of talent, he couldn't take that final step, which was why the Jiang family could not have their own 100-level war god. It can be said that among all the things the ancestor left behind, this beast was undoubtedly the most precious. Moreover, the death of the master would deal a significant blow to the spirit of the beast, greatly reducing the difficulty of the contract. But as he tried to communicate with the tree spirit, he discovered the inside was already silent. At this moment, he noticed that the branches and leaves of the towering giant tree had started to yellow, and even the vines wrapped around him had begun to wither. This is dead, the man said, finding it hard to accept. I never expected the ancestor's beast to be so fragile. What a pity. Among the crowd, there were also those who coldly watched everything, observing everyone's fake sadness and hidden schemes. That was Jiang Lu. He had figured it all out. From the moment Zheng Tianlong failed, they had already been abandoned. Countless hands within the family had pushed them to this point, and after enjoying the sight of his two sons' demise, they were now secretly laughing. The entire Jiang family was not without guilt in killing his sons. Thus, the ancestor's death did not bring him any sorrow. He quietly began to leave after noticing the anomaly of the giant tree. He arrived at the secret room where Sun Shang had previously been called out. Sure enough, he was now inside, looking frazzled at the jade coffin before him. As soon as Jiang Lu stepped into the secret room, he was violently pressed to the ground by a powerful aura. What are you doing here? I told you, I won't take action against that boy again. Stop bothering me, or I won't care about your relationship with EE anymore. But Jiang Lu didn't back down. Instead, he struggled to lift himself off the ground, gasping for breath as he said, "You must be really troubled now, right? EE's life can't be sustained any longer." Sun Shang was indeed troubled by this. The relic's life was frozen at its final moment, standing at the edge of life and death. Every moment required a strong vitality to stabilize it, and for all these years, it had been the Jiang family's ancestors' beast-controlling power that had made this possible. But now, with the ancestor's death, his beast had also withered away. Zhang Yi's condition continued to worsen, and Sun Shang couldn't help but feel more and more anxious. Before Jiang Lu could finish speaking, Sun Shang grabbed him from a distance, choking his neck as he demanded, "Speak. What do you know?" Before I speak, let me first save this girl," Jiang Lu said. Sun Shang glanced at Zhang Yi's current state in the jade coffin before releasing him. Jiang Lu walked up to the jade coffin, took out a small knife, and, under Sun Shang's intense watch, cut open his palm. Blood began to drip down, and the moment it touched Zhang Yi's body, it was absorbed. Her complexion showed some improvement. Seeing this, Sun Shang's face revealed a hint of joy. But soon after, he saw a tiny vine emerging from the center of Zhang Yi's forehead, wrapping around Jiang Lu's hand, greedily sucking his blood. "What the hell is this?" Sun Shang shouted in anger. Just as he was about to step forward and pull out this strange thing by its root, Jiang Lu stopped him, saying, "Don't act rashly. This thing is called the demon mistletoe. It is the key to maintaining EE's current state. If you pull it out, EE will really be beyond saving. Then let me do it. You're just an old man on the verge of the grave. Even if this thing drains you dry, it probably won't matter. Sun Shang yanked Jiang Lu aside and, when the vine showed dissatisfaction, he cut his own hand and offered it to the vine. What exactly is this demon mistletoe? Sun Shang asked, his blood rapidly draining as he glared at Jiang Lu. But Jiang Lu did not answer directly. Instead, he said, as I guessed, it cut off a part of its body and planted it inside Jiang Yi to prevent you from discovering it, severing the connection with its original form. So even though it abandoned its original body and reattached itself, the new offshoot still retained vitality. What are you talking about? Sun Shang asked impatiently. At that moment, the vine finally became full and retreated. Jiang Lu walked out of the secret room and said, "Follow me." Sun Shang looked back, confirming that Jiang Yi's condition had stabilized, and followed Jiang Lu out. They walked past the mourning crowd and arrived at the dead tree. The rest of the Jiang family, who had been crying, gradually stopped as they looked at the two of them in confusion. What are you planning to do? Jiang Lu ignored his cousin's question and pointed to the slowly dying giant tree, saying, "Now, knock it down. The sins of the Jiang family must be made public." Chapter 137, The Sin. Immediately, someone jumped out, pointing at Jiang Lu and cursing, "You bastard, what are you saying? This is the beast controlled by our ancestor. Even though it's gone with the ancestor now, we must keep its body here forever. How could we knock it down?" Someone even tried to issue a command to Sun Shang, saying, "You dare. Didn't you swear to protect the Jiang family? I'm standing right in front of this tree. If you want to defeat it, you have to kill me too." The ones reacting most fiercely were the old guys, about the same age as Jiang Lu, or even older. As for the young ones, they didn't seem to understand why the elders would go against the already dead Tree King and Sun Shang. Looks like there are indeed some secrets hidden beneath this tree, secrets that only the higher-ups of the Jiang family know about. Sun Shang glanced at a few people, then casually looked at Jiang Lu beside him and said, "If I knock down this tree, will you tell me everything that happened?" Jiang Lu nodded. "Then it's settled." A huge iron rod appeared in Sun Shang's hand. This Tree King has indeed reached level 100, but now it's already dead, leaving only an empty shell. It's just a slightly bigger tree now. Fall down, now. Sun Shang swung the rod twice before fiercely smashing it down. The Jiang family members, who had previously vowed to live or die with the giant tree, immediately ran far away. Muttering to themselves, "It's over, the Jiang family's reputation is ruined." Though the giant tree had already died, its roots had long spread through every part of the Jiang family's underground. As the tree trunk collapsed under Sun Shang's strike, the roots flipped the entire Jiang family estate upside down. Except for the secret chamber where Jiang Yi was protected by Sun Shang, all the other buildings were completely destroyed. But Sun Shang didn't care about any of that. His gaze was already drawn to the pile of bones under the tree. Oh my god, how could there be so many bones underground in the family? There must be over 1,000, right? They all seem to be human bones, and they're mostly children's. At this moment, everyone seemed to realize something, and they all closed their mouths. Jiang Lu looked at the bones and couldn't help but laugh to the sky. "I still underestimated you. I thought there were only 100 or 200 corpses, but... Ancestor, your appetite really is huge." Sun Shang was also shocked by the sight in front of him and asked, "Jiang Lu, what do you mean by that?" The other elders of the Jiang family shouted in unison, "Jiang Lu, stop talking." But they were all immediately silenced by a single strike from the rod that slammed in front of them. Isn't it clear by now? Do you really think that old guy lived so long on his own? He was relying on the magic mistletoe, that evil parasitic beast from who knows where. Jiang Lu pulled a vine that had been wrapped around the fallen tree and was now withered along with it. But Sun Shang noticed that if he enlarged the vine that had appeared above Jiang Yi's head by several hundred times, it would look exactly the same. Jiang Lu continued, "He first planted the magic mistletoe in the beast he kept for years, using it to drain the beast's life force to extend his own life for nearly 100 years. So, in reality, this tree had already died long ago. But he wasn't satisfied. Because the conversion of a beast's life force to human life force has too much loss, humans are the best hosts for parasites, especially children with abundant life force. So the Jiang family started building orphanages and collecting orphans from all over the country. With so many children together, if some go missing or die young, no one would suspect anything." Then he pointed at the bones in front of them and said, "So, they all ended up here." Sun Shang's pupils widened, his body slightly trembling, because he himself had come from one of Jiang family's orphanages. It was there that he met Jiang Yi, and eventually became her only Qi-Tian de Shang. When he was at the orphanage, he also had several good friends, but in the end, they all disappeared. Jiang Lu, seeing his reaction, smiled and said, "You remember now, right? Actually, it wasn't just them. You were also one of the chosen ones. But back then, you were the best friend of Yi, and the ancestors at that time still retained some humanity, so they chose to keep you." What happened next? What about the magic mist within Yi's body? Sun Shang asked with a trembling voice. Jiang Lu sighed and said, "Yi is a kind-hearted good child." Later, she discovered what the ancestor had done and wanted to uphold justice by reporting it, but she was preemptively captured by the ancestor. "But you told me that Yi fell from a height. She is not a beast master but an ordinary person, and it happened in her own house, so I believed you," Sun Shang said, suppressing his unspeakable anger as he spoke. Jiang Lu continued, "That's right, because at that time, you had already begun to show your talents. The ancestor wanted to keep you and bind you to the Jiang family, and Yi was the best medium. He cut off a small piece of magic mist, made a split body, and placed it inside Yi. Then, through the roots, he fed the split body with the life force taken from the children, and the split body would help maintain the vitality of the host. This created an illusion that only by relying on the life force of the tree monarch could Yi continue to live, making it impossible for you to ever leave the Jiang family. Moreover, the magic mist has actually already reached its limit, it needs to parasitize a more powerful life force. If he doesn't find a more suitable target, I think he was ready to parasitize you through the split body within Jiang Yi," Jiang Lu said to Sun Shang. "What are you trying to do by telling me all this?" Sun Shang asked as he raised his head after hearing everything. Jiang Lu replied, "Actually, what I want to do is the same as what you want to do now." "I see, then you should know what I want to do now. Jiang family, all of you should die." Sun Shang's anger gathered into a shocking strike, which heavily smashed down, hitting the Jiang family that he had been deceived into protecting for nearly 100 years. Then he swung his arms furiously, primarily sweeping within the Jiang family, whether they were people or objects, they would all suffer from the crushing of this giant stick. "I will only strike once. As for the few who survive, just wait to atone for your sins in the Great Xia Spirit Guard's prison." He had just looked carefully, the high-ranking members of the Jiang family knew some of the secrets, but the younger generation was unaware. So, with this one strike, all the Jiang family members with some status could not escape unscathed. Even if they summoned their own beasts, they were helplessly crushed into a pulp. The Jiang family was still a rising family, with not much foundation. Otherwise, they would be able to last a bit longer against him. And the Jiang family, which Sun Shang had protected for 100 years, was ultimately destroyed by his own hands. "I hope Yi won't blame me when she wakes up." Sun Shang arrived at the only unaffected secret room and hugged the jade coffin. At this moment, the Great Xia Spirit Guard, which received Sun Shang's notification, had already arrived and began to clean up the aftermath. Both Sun Shang and Xiao Chang were honorary leaders of the Great Xia Spirit Guard and could directly mobilize spirit guards from various places. Jiang Lu also followed closely behind Sun Shang. Sun Shang held the jade coffin and said, "Why are you still here? Although you told me everything, and I have temporarily spared your life because of it, you still participated. If you appear before me again, I can't guarantee I won't act against you." Jiang Lu shook his head and said, "I never intended to live." "But do you really think you've succeeded in seeking revenge?" "What do you mean?" The ancestor of the Jiang family, Jiang Huairan, has long been assimilated by the magic mist. With his parasitic abilities, he is not so easy to kill. Just as I said earlier, the reason he abandoned his current body and gave up parasitizing you is because he found a better target. Abandoned his body? You mean, that old thing is still not dead? Sun Shang said with fire in his eyes. For this old man, who has lost all human nature and caused the current situation for Yi, there is only the intent to kill in his heart. Jiang Lu's tone suddenly became urgent. That's right, he cannot leave his host, the Tree King, for too long because he has completely merged with the magic mist. But now he has actively given up this body. You need to know that changing hosts and reparasitizing means his power will have to start from scratch and enter a weak phase again. The reason he is willing to take this risk is because this Beast Master contest has opened the Wutong space. Once he thoroughly parasitizes the Wutong tree, he will possess the power to rival divine beasts. By then, it will be too late for you to seek revenge. Chapter 138, Anchor Point Invasion. At the same time, just as Jiang Lu feared, Jiang Huairan had already used the magic mist to parasitize the Wutong tree. Although it was just a branch, the endless vitality allowed his strength to recover rapidly, and he was no longer afraid of the flames from the golden feather phoenix bird. A vine casually waved and interrupted the death flames spewed from the golden feather phoenix bird. Although he was ignited in the process, he directly chose to sever it and immediately had new vines grow from the severed end. Now, there were hundreds of such vines waving around Suzai, and he simply couldn't compete. The ancestor of the Jiang family is helping his descendants in the competition, isn't that against the rules? A cold sweat dripped from Suzai's forehead as he forced himself to stay calm. The reason he could still talk to the other party in this situation was that Jiang Huairan had not actively attacked him. Help? Do I look like I'm helping him? Jiang Huairan couldn't help but laugh at these words. Indeed, looking at his current appearance, the original Jiangren had probably been completely replaced. This kind of help is something no one would want. Jiang Huairan did not open his mouth, as a brilliant red flower was blooming in his mouth, but a voice came through the vines all around Suzai. I am certainly not here to help him, I am here for myself. Now that Zhang Ren is dead, you are the champion of the competition. Why not let your beast pick that Wutong fruit? However, Su Zhe did not move, as he was not sure what the other party's intention was in reminding him. Only when the golden feather phoenix bird was by his side did he feel some sense of security, even wanting to jump down from the tree to avoid this monster. Just as he was nervously uneasy, a voice sounded behind him, "Go, I am here." Su Zhe turned back to see Lin Shi, who still looked lazy and reeked of alcohol, had somehow appeared behind him. As for the other principals, they were still struggling to catch up, showing a clear gap in strength. Lin Shi smiled and said, "What are you still dawdling for? I think what he said makes sense, and everyone is so friendly to let you go. Not going would be rude." With Lin Shi behind him standing in for the golden feather phoenix bird to protect him, Su Zhe no longer worried about any schemes. The golden feather phoenix bird soared into the sky, revealing its true form, a gigantic phoenix with wings spanning hundreds of meters. If it were anywhere else, it would certainly amaze people with its sheer size blocking out the sun. But under the canopy woven from the leaves of the Wutong tree, it appeared to be the size of an ordinary bird. The flames formed by the phoenix mark appeared again, but it showed no concern. Adorned with flames, it plucked the fruit and lifted it into its beak with the posture of rebirth through fire. Then, it soared into the sky, passing through the canopy made of leaves. This space, supported by the giant Wutong tree, had no sun, relying entirely on the artificial light fixed in the leafy dome to illuminate. So, after breaking through the dome, it is pitch black, but now the golden-feathered phoenix ignites with golden flames. The phoenix imprint contained within the phoenix fruit helps her enter the second nirvana. In the flames, she transforms towards a higher life level, that being a divine beast. During this time, Su Zhe has been paying attention to Jiang Huairan, who has completely turned into a plant person, or rather, a plant monster, but he does not indeed have any intention towards that phoenix fruit. It seems that he is utterly indifferent to the thing they have fought so hard to snatch. Don't look at him, he is genuinely wishing for you to help him pick that phoenix fruit. He has now completely assimilated with some kind of parasitic plant-type monster, so the phoenix imprint in the fruit is essentially poison for him. And without the phoenix imprint, the phoenix tree is where he can safely parasitize. He's probably been waiting for this chance for a long time. The flowers at Jiang Huairan's mouth seem to bloom even more brilliantly, perhaps it represents that he is smiling. So, do you plan to stop me? The former. Dream demon? I am quite curious, can one still dream after becoming a plant? Lin Shi shook his head. I think it's too late now, right? You intentionally left behind such a body here to mislead us, but for you now, this so-called body probably doesn't exist anymore. Sure enough, along with Lin Shi's words, the body that could barely maintain a human form suddenly broke apart. Then Jiang Huairan's voice came from deep within the tree. That's right, from the moment I successfully parasitized, everything was already destined. If your student were to come, there would indeed still be a chance to stop me, but you all have to deal with another group first. Then, this phoenix tree began to shake violently as if it had collided with something. Along with its shaking, the shadows cast on the ground became deeper, and then several figures began to emerge from within. Are those people, the Fuso shadow guards? How did they get in? Su Zhe said in surprise as he looked at these figures. Lin Shi poured the last sip of wine in his hand into his mouth and then said, "These guys are just like flies. I knew they would come to cause trouble, but I didn't know how they would enter the Phoenix realm. I never expected it would be through this old guy from the Jiang family. Teacher, this Phoenix world has no natural light source. If all the lights are turned off, can't they enter?" Su Zhe suddenly thought. But Lin Shi shook his head. It's useless, they are not invading through the shadow realm, but through the anchor points. Anchor points? Su Zhe examined the phoenix tree carefully and asked with confusion, do you mean this phoenix tree is the anchor point? But it doesn't show half in this world and half in another world? Lin Shi smiled and said, are you sure you have seen its full appearance? Su Zhe then realized something and looked underground. Could it be that? Lin Shi followed up with an explanation. That's right, this phoenix tree is actually rooted in the beast world, growing in our world. It is precisely because of this unique condition that it can stretch open a space between two realms with its branches and leaves. And now, parasitized by the phoenix tree, Jiang Huairan has brought the phoenix tree close to the anchor point controlled by Fuso, allowing them to invade this space. At this moment, the invading Fuso shadow guards have already numbered in the tens of thousands. Seeing this, Su Zhe gradually stared in disbelief. So many people, have they moved their entire base here? What exactly do they want? Lin Shi's gaze, however, remained fixed on the three shadowy figures cloaked in black robes. They held three tools in their hands and said in a deep voice, clearly, yes, and their purpose is you. Su Zhe, hearing this, interrupted him nervously, me? No way? He had only wiped out a squad of the Fusang Dark Guards, so there was no need to make such a big fuss, right? Lin Shi continued, I haven't finished my words yet, it's your beast. The Fusang Dark Guards have been collecting divine beast blood for a certain purpose, and now your golden feather phoenix is evolving towards a divine beast, which is clearly their target. Su Zhe looked at Lin Shi with hope. Teacher, you know so much, you must have made preparations, right? Of course. As soon as the words fell, he saw Xiao Chang bringing a group of the finest Xia spirit guards also emerging from the shadows. You don't think only they can hide people in the shadow realm, do you? Seeing this, Su Zhe breathed a sigh of relief, feeling inexplicably at ease with Xiao Chang around. But Lin Shi's expression still had not relaxed. Chapter 139, Does this world also have garrisons? It's not safe staying in the tree, let's get down. Lin Shi said, jumping down from the tree with Su Zhe. This sycamore tree had already begun to be parasitized by Jiang Huairen, even though he couldn't fully control it yet, it was still unsafe to stay up there. Principal Lin Shi, let me protect these students. Xiao Su hurriedly stepped forward and said. Lin Shi glanced at him, then nodded. At this moment, the people present had divided into 3 parts, with the academy forces, the weakest, at the back. In front of them were Xiao Chang and his Xia spirit guards, along with several principals and some higher-ranked teachers. Facing them were a group of Fusang Dark Guards, their numbers astonishing. But what truly needed attention were the 3 figures at the very front. Xiao Chang stood at the forefront and said, It's one thing for all the Fusang Dark Guards to mobilize, but to have 3 captains come too. Are those 3 divine tools you're holding? They aren't replicas again, are they? The last time, I almost broke one of your swords. Are you really going to leave all 3 divine tools here? The Central Dark Guard captain spoke in clumsy Xia language. Dragon Tamer Xiao Chang, we acknowledge your strength, but the combination of 3 divine tools is not something to be underestimated. Then I'll be waiting and watching. Jiang Huairen had obviously betrayed the country and stood with the Fusang Dark Guards. As his parasitism on the sycamore tree deepened, the situation would only become more unfavorable. This was an unexpected twist, so Xiao Chang prepared for a quick resolution. Leave all 3 of them to me, you go and hold back the other Fusang Dark Guards. Yes. The Xia spirit guards led by Xiao Chang responded in unison. Although they were outnumbered by the completely mobilized Fusang Dark Guards, everyone present was elite forces. Even 2 of the 5 Legion commanders were here, namely the commander of the Eastern Legion, closest to Xiao Chang, and the commander of the Imperial Capital Legion. Along with Xiao Chang, the honorary Legion commander, nearly half of the high-level forces were mobilized. Since Xiao Chang alone could hold off the 3 captains of Fusang, the remaining 2 Legion commanders had an overwhelming advantage against those Fusang Dark Guards. Relying on the combined power of the 3 divine tools, they barely fought to a standstill with Xiao Chang. The battlefield where the 4 fought was such that no one dared to approach. After all, they are just some quasi-divine tools, even the power of the 3 combined is limited. You aren't using replicas again, are you? Xiao Chang sidestepped a sword, then swung his Azure Dragon halberd heavily, crashing down on one Dark Guard captain. If it weren't for the 8-foot mirror in his hand defending in time against a strike, he might have already turned into a meat pie. But even so, the so-called divine artifact, the 8-foot mirror, showed some cracks, but it quickly repaired itself. Oh? It didn't shatter after I struck it, it seems to be real, Xiao Chang expressed his appreciation. However, to the 3, it sounded like a sharp mockery. But Xiao Chang's strength indeed exceeded their expectations by far. When he had just become the god of war, they could still rely on the 3 artifacts to drive him back, but now they could hardly even manage to fight into a draw. Could it be that not only are there supernatural beasts above the monsters, but the 100 levels of humanity are not the end? Otherwise, why could he still continue to grow stronger? Before they could think further, Xiao Chang's attack was already upon them again. The 3 exchanged glances, and now they recognized that they truly could not take him down. If they continued to fight, they might all remain here, they could only grit their teeth and agree to the man's demands. We'll trap him and leave it to others. The other 2 artifacts suddenly poured all their power into the central 8-foot mirror. Then, a beam filled with a holy aura shot from the copper mirror towards Xiao Chang. He tried to dodge, but the speed of this beam was extraordinarily fast, making it impossible to evade. The beam enveloped him, except for one hand. Where the beam covered, it instantly entered a state of stagnation, unable to move. The exhausted 3 chose not to continue chasing but instead shouted loudly, "We agree to your demands, please strike." A voice suddenly rang out above their battlefield, "You should have done this long ago, I've watched this boring battle from the side for too long." Then, a man with golden hair appeared, brandishing pure white wings, holding a light sword and directly striking down towards Xiao Chang from the air. As the sword tip approached his head, Xiao Chang suddenly said, "I wondered who was hiding for so long, turns out it was you, William." Then, he raised his arm, which was not covered by the beam, lifted the blue dragon halberd, and fiercely swung it upward to block the descending sword strike. With the clash of their forces, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, Xiao Chang's body was able to move again. "Interesting, it seems you've been on guard against me for a long time," said the man named William, with blonde hair and blue eyes, as he floated on the opposite side of Xiao Chang. "After all, you are not a Fuso Dark Guard, your skills in concealing your figure are lacking and can be easily discovered," Xiao Chang replied while looking at him. "I see. It seems there are indeed merits to these people." William turned to look at the Fuso Dark Guards. "What? Are you going to lower yourself to learn from them?" Xiao Chang asked with a smile. William arrogantly replied, "Of course not, this is merely knowledge that rats in the dark would learn, while my light is like a lighthouse, hard to conceal." His words naturally made the captain of the 3 Fuso Dark Guards tremble with anger, yet they dared not voice their fury. Because William came from the strongest nation, America, and was stationed in Fuso as a level 100 god of war. This is also why Xiao Shang had never set foot on Fuso Island to cause destruction. Meanwhile, down below, Lin Shi was introducing the other side to Su Zhe. But Su Zhe did not feel surprised, instead, it felt rather reasonable to him. He nodded repeatedly, saying, I get it, the US troops stationed in Japan, their specialty is that neighboring countries' theft. What is country theft? Lin Shi asked curiously. That's... Su Zhe recalled the term in this world, that's Shinra. Lin Shi nodded in understanding, I see, then this name indeed suits them well. After all, in this world, they are still dogs that cannot change their habit of eating that stuff. Once, they boldly claimed that Xiao Chang was from the new Luo people, enraging Lin Shi and almost giving them psychological shadows. But with words like this, Senior Xiao Chang will probably suffer. Because William, who was on par with Xiao Chang, had received 3 divine artifacts from the hands of the Fuso secret guards. Chapter 140, Disadvantage. In the air, William felt clear pressure during the confrontation with Xiao Chang. Though he became famous earlier than Xiao Chang and held the title of the King of Angels, a level 100 war god, he was already being overshadowed. It seems if I let you grow any further, you will definitely become a huge threat, William said, squinting his eyes. Let me borrow your things for a while. He then took all 3 divine artifacts from the hands of the Fuso trio without hesitation, and the 3 could only hold back their anger. Lord William, the method to use the 3 divine artifacts. No need for you to say more, just give them to me. After taking the 3 divine artifacts, William quickly mastered their usage with just a little manipulation. However, it was clear that he was more adept at using the light attribute artifact, the Yata no Kagami. Obviously, after so many years stationed in Fuso, he seemed to have been gathering relevant information quietly within the base without moving around. It seems this has been plotted for a long time. But then the 3 exchanged wary glances, as to prevent the methods of using the artifacts from leaking, only the 3 of them knew. Now, being grasped by the outsider William meant at least one of them had completely turned traitor. The 3 looked very cautiously at one another, their eyes filled with vigilance, appearing as if no one was suspicious. But in reality, all 3 were thinking, hee, I'm pretending so well, those 2 definitely wouldn't suspect me, right? In the meantime, William had started fighting Xiao Chan using the power of the 3 divine artifacts from Fuso. The 3, barely level 90 beast masters, could already barely match Xiao Chan with these 3 artifacts. Now under the control of the same level William, Xiao Chang immediately fell into a disadvantage, getting hit from all sides. Fortunately, perhaps due to incompatibility, William's grasp on the other 2 artifacts was not very skillful. He instead reinforced the Yata no Kagami with the other 2 artifacts, losing more flexibility and diversity. Even so, Xiao Chang was still no match. His Qingtian spear in both arms were tightly bound by the beams released from the Yata no Kagami, leaving him unable to dodge or use the spear to fend off the feathers flying toward him. He could only rely on his beast armor to withstand the attack. Although a single feather could not pierce through the beast armor on Xiao Chang's body, the sheer number was overwhelming. Gathering together like a torrent of light, it washed over Xiao Chang, causing some cracks in his once solid armor, even pieces began to flake off. William immediately directed his wings to attack those spots, and by the time Xiao Chang finally broke free, he was already covered in wounds. Particularly, the beast armor on his arms had completely peeled away, and his red arms, filled with wounds, dripped with blood, yet he still tightly gripped his weapon. William's wings had already shot out all the feathers, leaving only illusory shadows behind. However, those feathers were transforming into small lights gathering behind him, starting to form full wings again. Next wave, let's see if you can still hold on. Xiao Sheng didn't waste much time talking, he knew this was the opponent's weak period before recovering for the next wave of attack, and he needed to seize this opportunity. Otherwise, once his opponent gathered strength, whether he could withstand the next wave would truly be uncertain. But with the 8-foot jade hook blocking the way, Xiao Sheng could never get close to the already very agile William, only watching as the wings behind him gradually became fuller. Is this the effect of the divine artifact? Truly exhilarating. If it had been before, I would have saved such a costly move for a last resort, but now I can use it recklessly, while you can only watch helplessly as I regain strength. While Xiao Shang was caught in a tough battle above, the Daxia spirit guards on the ground also began to feel pressured after previously having the upper hand. With Williams joining, the 3 main captains of the Fuson Dark Guards were freed from battling Xiao Shang. Originally, their mission was to capture the Golden Feather Phoenix, which was their ultimate goal, but now the Golden Feather Phoenix had not completed its second nirvana. So they turned their attention to the battlefield below. Although these few people seemed useless in their battle with Xiao Shang, their combat power should not be underestimated. As soon as they joined, the situation was instantly reversed. If it weren't for the two Legion commanders immediately going up to meet them, the casualties would have been significant. Yet still, one captain of the Dark Guards didn't manage to hold off. He ignored the Dasha Spirit Guards and directly charged towards the Academy forces at the back, starting a brutal massacre of these students. Luo Xingyu from the White Tiger Beast Control University, Lin Keir from the Vermilion Bird Beast Control University, Qi Jia Qilin, Shuijia Shuiyui, even Kuang Yi, Su Yao, and Wang Zi all perished at his hands. They might not be strong now, but they would surely become a huge threat to Fusang in the future. Taking the opportunity to kill them was undoubtedly the best choice. Just as he crushed the target Golden Feather Phoenix's master, who was also the one that killed his entire squad, Su Zhe's neck. Above, the gathered strength of William also completed his strangling attack on Xiao Shang, but he was also pierced through the chest by the Qinglong halberd thrown by Xiao Shang at the last moment, resulting in both dying together. In a blaze of fierce light, the Golden Feather Phoenix completed its final evolution. It became a divine beast but, due to the master's death, entered a weakened state, becoming easy to capture. So smooth. I didn't expect this mission to go so well. Not only did we successfully capture the target, but Xiao Shang and William also died together. When the Xia country and the United States go to war, our Fusang can take the opportunity to gradually hibernate. Is there a better situation than this? It's just like a dream. Wait, a dream? He suddenly realized something, scanning the students from the 5 Dasha Beast Control Universities he just slaughtered. There should be someone he feared greatly also present here, but he saw no one. Dream demon. I didn't expect I'd fall into your trap too. He bit his tongue fiercely, then quickly woke up. He indeed crossed the defense line of the Dasha Spirit Guards and came before the faculty and students of this Beast Control University. But he hadn't killed these students. Instead, he had many wounds all over him. If he hadn't already activated his beast armor beforehand, he would have long been reduced to minced meat. In front of him, the downtrodden Lin Shi looked at him with some disappointment and said, "Sigh. Did you wake up realizing something was wrong? It seems that completely entering the dream beyond level 90 is still quite difficult." Chapter 141, The True Divine Artifact. The Dream Demon truly lives up to its name. I didn't expect to be so easily dragged into a dream by you. It's really terrifying, the leader of the Dark Guard team couldn't help but say. Lin Shi only sighed and lamented. In the end, I have been surpassed by my student. He can handle all three of you holding the divine artifact like grandchildren, while I could only pull you into the dream for a few seconds. I guess I'm getting old. That's right, just moments ago in the dream, it felt like several hours passed. Even the battle had completely ended, but in reality, it had only been a few seconds. During the few seconds he controlled the opponent, he couldn't spare any strength, so he could only let his students and teachers attack with all their might. However, the opponent had already used the beast armor early on, nullifying most of the attacks from the many teachers and students. Only a few principals' attacks caused considerable damage, leaving a deep wound on his chest, one that was made by Xiao Su. But it was still not fatal. He didn't unleash a reckless slaughter like earlier in the dream, as Lin Shi's presence made him wary. If he accidentally entered the dream again, luck might not be on his side. Your student is in a bad situation now. Once he dies, I can deal with you at my convenience. Just watch your student die here. Lin Shi did not actively attack, as he was still at a disadvantage in levels. The three leaders of the Fusang Dark Guard all had the strength of breaking through level 90, and their contracted beasts were all Dark Attribute Lord-class monsters. Although they couldn't break through the level 90 barrier, their strength could rival that of level 90 Diamond-class monsters, on par with the Nightmare Lord. And the Nightmare Lord was not good at direct combat, it could only pull someone into the dream when the opponent let their guard down. At this moment, in the sky, William's wings were almost complete, just one last line needed to be prepared. The situation was quickly heading towards the development just like in the dream, making the Dark Guard leader bite his tongue in alertness. The sharp pain reminded him that this was not a dream. The two great shadows clouding the hearts of the Fusang people will be completely dispelled today. Meanwhile, after hearing Jiang Lu's words, the enraged Sun Sheng arrived at the imperial capital Beast University, heading straight to the plant system academy that opened the Wutong space. Many teachers who saw him looking like he was ready to devour someone nervously followed, but none dared to step forward to stop him. Although Sun Sheng rarely revealed himself, he lived in the Jiang family in the imperial capital. So, these teachers from the four great families sent to the Beast University knew a little about his identity and temperament. He arrived at the place where the five principals had opened the space together before. Sun Sheng closed his eyes to feel for a moment, then a giant staff hundreds of meters long began to take shape in his hands. Lord Sun Sheng, this is the venue for the beast competition, outsiders cannot enter, someone gathered their courage to say. Since Jiang Huairan had parasitized on the Wutong tree, the live broadcast inside the space had completely cut off, so the outside world temporarily did not know what was happening. Get out of my way, or I'll take you down with me. Sun Sheng said sharply. Alright, I'm leaving right now. That person immediately scurried to the side, tail between his legs. As the dean of the plant system, he had done his utmost to persuade Sun Shang, fulfilling his duty as best as he could. After that, even if Sun Shang demolished the entire plant system academy, what about his responsibility now? Sun Shang didn't care about his messy thoughts in his heart. The iron rod in his hand was already raised high and then was smashed fiercely into the air that seemed empty before him. But with a loud bang of intense collision, the others around painfully covered their ears. The sound of spatial trembling waves was more unsettling than sharp weapons scraping against glass. And this wave of disturbance spread out, causing all the surrounding buildings to suffer, shaking violently as if they were hit by an earthquake. If it weren't for that dean summoning his beast in time, wrapping all the buildings with sturdy branches to stabilize them, they would have likely been torn down. But even so, the Wutong space was still not opened. Bastard! The Wutong space has been closed from the inside, but this space exists because of the Wutong tree, which means only that immobile tree can control it. Has that old hairy guy succeeded? Sun Shang frowned and gritted his teeth, speaking. The Wutong space is an area supported by the Wutong tree, entirely a product of coincidence, and the unconscious Wutong tree cannot actively open or close it. That's why the 5 principals could easily open the Wutong space together before. But now it has been actively closed from the inside, making it 10 times harder to open again. No way, I'll hit it again, I'll eventually smash it open. The dean beside him was close to tears. If this smashing continued, the Wutong space might not even get smashed open before the school collapsed first. At that moment, a heavy and ancient sword with an imposing aura flew over from the headquarters of the Great Xia Spirit Guard. One side of the sword's body was engraved with the sun, moon, and stars, while the other side depicted mountains, rivers, and plants. One side of the hilt wrote about farming and raising livestock, while the other side depicted the strategy of unifying the 4 seas. It was the legendary first divine artifact, the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword. You are here too? Is something happening in this space that can shake the foundation of Great Xia? Sun Shang frowned and said. If it was just Jiang Huiran parasitizing the giant Wutong tree, it shouldn't be enough to summon this holy sword to appear. This sword, which symbolizes the foundation of Great Xia, only appears at the most critical moments. At other times, it nurtures itself, preparing for future crises. Forget it, no matter what is happening, since you are here, it will be much easier to open this cursed place. Sun Shang grasped the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword, it quivered slightly but did not resist. Then he swung down violently, it was as easy as tearing a white paper, and the space in front was effortlessly sliced open. As he stepped in, the space closed once again. Fusan Dark Guards, how did these guys also get in? But Sun Shang didn't bother with others, he first went to Xiao Chang's side in the air. This made William, who was ready to attack, stunned for a moment and then cautiously watched the two. With the two of them talking, even with the divine artifact in hand, he no longer had confidence. Just in time, let's deal with this guy together. Xiao Chang also sighed with relief. But Sun Shang shook his head and said, I have others to deal with, you handle this one by yourself. But he has a divine artifact, I can't handle it alone. Before Xiao Chang could finish his sentence, a sword was suddenly shoved into his hand, instantly silencing him. Is there any problem? Not now, I'll show this guy what a true divine artifact is. Chapter 142, Surprise Attack. This is your Great Xia's divine artifact? I heard the last time it was used was during a level 100 monster rampage, it killed the monster with just one strike. I didn't expect to have the honor of facing it today. William said vigilantly, gathering the 3 divine artifacts in front of him. I think you should be worried. Will you meet the same fate as that beast? Xiao Chang said, gripping his spear in one hand and a sword in the other. I don't think so. After all, I have 3 artifacts in my hand that also suppress national fortune. He said this, but his face showed no sign of relaxation. Then perhaps today you will learn something new, artifacts are also ranked. The 3 artifacts of Fusang are just trash. Then Xiao Chang lunged forward with his sword. William copied the move, beams of light appeared from the 8-foot mirror, trying to control Xiao Chang's weapon just like before. But the Xianyuan Summeryu sword only shook slightly, and the beams that had once troubled Xiao Chang were instantly sliced into dozens or even hundreds of pieces, then dispersed into tiny light points. As the beams were broken, the luster of the 8-foot mirror dimmed instantly, though it absorbed the light points from the air to recover, it was clear it could not produce such a strong restraining beam in a short time. Your tricks are useless now, and this is my return gift for you. Xiao Chang suddenly threw the azure dragon spear towards William's heart. The speed was so fast it created a sonic boom, yet William still managed to react in time, positioning the 8-foot mirror in front of him like a heart guard to block the attack. As for the other artifact, the Ama Izumi Cloud Sword, it was not by his side. William flicked his finger lightly, and Xiao Chang felt danger rapidly approaching from a barely noticeable direction behind him. It was the Ama Izumi Cloud Sword stealthily circling around. He was just about to respond when the Xianyuan Summeryu sword in his hand, as if provoked, took the initiative to block the attack from the Ama Izumi Cloud Sword. Clang! The sound of the swords clashing was very clear. the Amaizumi Cloud Sword was instantly knocked away, while the Xian Yuan Summary Sword remained steadfast in place. The aura of the Sword King enveloped the entire small world, and whether it was the Great Summer Spirit Guards or the Fusang Dark Guards, all beast control blades transformed into swords were forced to revert to their original forms. Even the Amaizumi Cloud Sword trembled constantly, like a child being scolded by an adult. As for the spot where the Xian Yuan Summary Sword collided, a huge gap appeared, while the opposing sword body was left without even a scratch. William gathered the 3 artifacts back in front of him, but after just one exchange, 2 of the 3 had already lost their power. Only the 8-foot mirror remained intact because it hadn't faced off against the Xian Yuan Summary Sword. And perhaps because it was damaged from colliding with the Xian Yuan Summary Sword, unlike the 8-foot mirror that could still regain its power, the Amaizumi Cloud Sword's damage was permanent. Is this why the old fellows fear the Great Summer? This sword is indeed excessively powerful, William said, his eyes blazing as he looked at the Xian Yuan Summary Sword in Xiao Cheng's hand. But he also understood that the current situation was extremely unfavorable. Preserving his life was the most important thing. And it was not just him in a tough situation. The Dark Guard team leader confronting Lin Shi, who originally wanted to see Xiao Chang captured, suddenly made his move when Lin Shi's focus was distracted. But who would have thought, the arrival of Sun Shang with the Xian Yuan Summary Sword shattered his fantasies. Most critically, he happened to be the one responsible for the Amaizumi Cloud Sword among the 3. After years of nurturing with blood and effort, he had developed a subtle connection with the Amaizumi Cloud Sword. So when the Amaizumi Cloud Sword was damaged beneath the Xian Yuan Summary Sword, he felt a pain in his chest, momentarily dazed. Though it was only for a moment, he realized that things were not good. After all, his current opponent is the Dream Demon Lin Shi, a unique existence in the field of mental attacks. I seem not to have fallen into a dream. Could it be that he didn't notice? After all, it was just a moment. He breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, he felt that something was wrong. It was quiet, too quiet around him. He was clearly on a battlefield filled with danger, and logically, the sounds of fighting and shouting should create a loud chaos. Yet he could hear nothing at all. No, it seemed there were sounds around him, but they seemed to stretch on for a long, long time, sounding like vague and unclear echoes. Is Lin Shi moving? Is he walking towards me? But why are his movements so slow? Is this a form of disdain for me? In his fear of the unknown, he didn't want to wait any longer and wanted to attack first, but he found his movements had also become extremely slow. He clearly wanted to swing his weapon swiftly, but he could only watch as his arm lifted up at a snail's pace. This strong sense of disconnect felt as painful as if his soul was being torn apart. I really fell for it, didn't I? What kind of mental attack is this? Has it slowed down my senses? He seemed to see Lin Shi's lips moving, as if saying something, but it became incredibly prolonged in his ears. However, to others, it sounded completely normal. I didn't expect that your mental form would have a brief gap, otherwise, using this move would not have been easy. Thank me, I let you experience the legendary superhero moment. Does it feel like you've become dull? Actually, that's not true. On the contrary, your thought process is now dozens or even hundreds of times faster than a normal person. It's said that only during a life or death moment in a showdown will someone enter this state. The opponent's moves appear to be in slow motion in their eyes, allowing a comeback to turn the tide. This is the superhero moment. In an instant, countless thoughts will flood your mind, but the body can't keep up with the high-speed thinking. This strong derailment prevents the body from reacting in time, appearing slow instead. This is what they call the extreme leading to the opposite. I've said too much, it won't be good if the effect ends now. I'll send you on your way. Lin Shi took a weapon from the hands of others nearby and approached the opponent. This actually only took a little over 10 seconds, but in the eyes of the opponent, it felt exceptionally long. Helplessly, he watched as the weapon in Lin Shi's hand pierced through his body. Teacher Lin's ability is so terrifying, Su Yao said, somewhat shocked. Because she remembered Lin Shi saying that her evolved merman had also become an outstanding mental-type monster after becoming a lord. Could it be that I will also have such power in the future? Just as the crowd was amazed and cheering for Lin Shi's demonstrated strength. His body swayed slightly, as if he would fall at any moment. Beside him, Xiaosu reacted quickly and supported him. Phew! Affecting the spirit of an opponent at this level, even when they show a flaw, is not an easy task, Lin Shi said, pressing his temple with a frown, clearly having consumed a lot of mental energy just now. Xiaosu said with a smile, Old Lin, you're joking. Who else could kill a level 90 beast master without suffering any harm other than you? Unless it was a sneak attack? Then, a sharp blade pierced through Lin Shi's chest, the shining blade glistening with bright red blood as it protruded from his chest. Lin Shi widened his eyes and clutched his chest, collapsing to the ground. Blood gushed out, instantly forming a pool beneath him. Old Lin, your strength is truly difficult to deal with. If it weren't for confirming that you are really exhausted now, even a successful sneak attack would make one doubt if they are dreaming. Xiaosu shook the blood off the dagger in his hand and said, Teacher. Suze shouted with his eyes wide open, hardly able to believe what he was seeing. How could the teacher who just killed a powerful enemy be backstabbed by his own people right in front of him? You beast! Suze rushed at Xiaosu with the blade transformed from the Shadow Moon Wolf King in his hand, while other principals, teachers, and capable students like Qilin, Lin Keir, and Kuang Yi, even the briefly acquainted Su Yao, attacked Xiaosu together. But he merely waved his hand and deflected all their attacks, leaving only Suze pinched in his grasp, which he then tossed beside Lin Shi. Damn it! Xiaosu has been hiding his strength all along. With his power, he could easily lead a legion in the Great Xia Spirit Guards. Why is he here, nursing the old at the Beast Master University? And now he has ambushed Principal Lin. Though they were also principals, Xiaosu repelled them with a single move, and they spoke in disbelief. Teacher, what's wrong? Suze wiped away tears and painfully crawled to Lin Shi's side, helping him cover his chest wound while asking. It hurts a little, and I'm a bit cold. Child, you won't blame me, will you? Lin Shi said, spitting blood froth. No, I absolutely won't, teacher, you will be fine. Suze replied resolutely, though he didn't understand why Lin Shi was saying such nonsensical things at this moment. Then that's good. Lin Shi patted Suze's hand, lost in sadness, and felt as if something was hidden away. Then Lin Shi's eyes gradually lost focus, and his hand slipped away from in front of him. Teacher! Suze cried out in pain, realizing that this teacher, who only ever drank and slacked off and had not really taught him much, was dead just like that. Though they had only known each other for half a year, he still felt an indescribable sorrow. But before he could say a final goodbye to Lin Shi, he was grabbed by Xiaosu from the ground. Such touching teacher-student affection. So how will you repay me for arranging you to the old man? Xiaosu asked with a smile. You beast! Suze suddenly slashed again, but was easily blocked by Xiaosu, who pinched it with his fingers. As a captive, you are making too much noise. Xiaosu then raised his palm, and a chop knocked Suze unconscious. In the air, Xiao Chang, who was battling William, also noticed what was happening on the ground and saw his teacher Lin Shi had been backstabbed, causing his actions to become chaotic in an instant. William seized this opportunity to counterattack, but the power of the Xianyuan Summer Rain Sword was far too strong. Even a casual swing did not allow him to achieve the desired effect. At the same time, the golden feather phoenix bird in Nirvana perhaps sensed its master was in danger. It forcibly ended its Nirvana and rushed over, but there was still a hair's breadth left before it could reach the divine beast. It's a bit of a pity, but the power of the phoenix fruit hasn't been fully digested yet. Give her some more time, she will become a divine beast sooner or later, Xiaosu said, shielding his eyes from the brightness of the fiery phoenix flames comparable to the sun. At this moment, this ball of flames was rapidly approaching him. Even though there was still a hair's breadth before reaching the divine beast, Feng Qingyi's current strength was also exceptionally formidable. User is a professional at translating novels, specializing in translating stories from Chinese to English while maintaining the emotional tone and simplicity of the language, but just when she was about to dive in front of Xiaosu, she abruptly stopped her dive, suddenly rising higher, letting out an unwilling, angry scream. Because just moments ago, Xiaosu had placed his hand on the unconscious Suze's chest, as if he was about to rip out his heart at any moment. For the safety of her master, Feng Qingyi had no choice but to give up the attack. Human, release my master. Feng Qingyi landed on the ground, flames spewing from her mouth as she spoke. If I let him go, will you still obediently listen to me? Don't worry, I only need a bit of your blood. As long as you cooperate, neither you nor this kid will get hurt. Xiaosu continued to smile as he spoke. This made Feng Qingyi furious, spitting out a flame that turned the ground beneath her feet into molten lava, but she still dared not make a rash attack. Very well. Xiaosu nodded and then shouted loudly, everyone. The target is complete, let's retreat quickly. Be careful, if we're late, we might not be able to leave. The two remaining Dark Guard captains, seeing this, shouted in unison, Zhang Huairan, it's time to let us out as agreed. Meanwhile, in front of the phoenix tree, Sun Shang, who had come for revenge, was entangled with some vines that couldn't be shaken off. Zhang Huairan, who had initially completed the parasitism, although not yet at the level of a divine beast, or even capable of matching Sun Shang in power. But with an enormous life force to support him, Sun Shang could not kill him unless he found his core. As the Dark Guard captain's words echoed, the ground trembled again, and Sun Shang suddenly focused on a spot on the tree trunk. To control the entire phoenix tree space, one needs to concentrate their energy, and this is when Zhang Huairan's core would be exposed. But it was hidden in the center of this tree trunk, which was tens of thousands of meters thick, and ordinary attacks could not harm him. At this moment, Xiao Chang also raised his head, his eyes red, shouting, Sun Shang, what the hell are you doing? Stop these bastards from leaving. They won't leave here alive today. Upon hearing this, Sun Shang gritted his teeth and raised his giant cudgel, saying, damn it, then I'll smash this tree to pieces. At that moment, a face made of vines appeared in front of the tree, smiling as it spoke, Sun Shang, stop. Do you really want to? But before it could finish speaking, it was struck fiercely by a blow. The vines broke apart, tree fragments scattered everywhere, and a large gap appeared in the tree trunk, deep enough to go 1/3 into it. However, such a powerful attack was also a huge drain on Sun Shang, who gasped for air and raised his cudgel again. One blow didn't work, I'll hit again. Wait. Do you want that girl to die? This time, Zhang Huairan had learned his lesson, no longer using the vine face to reveal his identity. Instead, he hid inside the tree trunk, speaking directly without worrying about exposing his core. What do you mean? Sun Shang clenched his cudgel, unable to strike down, gritting his teeth as he asked. You really think I can die and that girl will still live? Her life right now is only being sustained by a part of me. Once I die, she'll die too, but by then. Ha! Zhang Huairan laughed triumphantly. Sun Shang's expression turned pained as he raised his cudgel, wanting to smash both this arrogant guy and the tree, his hope for immortality. But he dared not take the risk, especially after seeing that thing inside Zhang Yi's body with his own eyes. In the end, he could only smash his cudgel into the empty ground. A huge sound erupted. The powerful force, like an earthquake, caused a massive crack to open, swallowing dozens of Fuso dark guards. But by this time, they no longer cared about the casualties. They began to slip into the shadows, preparing to escape. Suze was also held in Xiao Su's hand, leaving with the two Shadow Guards commanders, while Feng Qingyi was forcibly taken into the Beast Master space. William, who had attracted the furious gaze of Xiao Chang, found it hard to escape. In the end, he even self-destructed the Tian Songyun sword, causing the three divine artifacts of Fusang to completely become history before managing to flee. After all, he was an outsider, and there was no need for him to feel sorry for Fusang's divine artifacts. At this time, the people of the Great Xia also felt the repelling force coming from the space. Zhang Huairan was controlling the power of the parasol tree to completely close the parasol space. The weaker students were the first to be pushed out, and others gradually appeared within the imperial capital Beast Master University. In the end, even the two battle gods were expelled, and the parasol space immediately entered a completely closed state. It was feared that it would only reopen once Zhang Huairan completely took over. By that time, it would be a huge trouble, but right now, Xiao Cheng didn't want to care about that anymore. He stumbled over to Lin Shi's lifeless body. Chapter 144, Shadows. A wave of nausea jolted Suze awake from his unconscious state, and when he opened his eyes, he saw himself being held by Xiao Su, traversing through a peculiar space. The memories from before he fainted flooded back into Suze's mind, and he struggled desperately in Xiao Su's grasp. He shouted angrily, "Let me go! I want to kill you, you bastard!" Xiao Su, still smiling, said, "We are now at the junction of two anchor points, and the surrounding space is in chaotic turbulence. If I let you go, you'll be torn to pieces." Only then did Suze notice the bizarre scenes around them. Fearsome black cracks floated by, and if it weren't for the faint golden light barrier covering them, they would have already been cut into pieces. The source of the light barrier came from the two commanders of the Shadow Guard's divine artifacts. Although William was stronger, he could only master the usage of the 8-foot young jade skillfully. To truly exert full power, he still needed the lives of the three commanders of the divine artifacts to support him. However, when they arrived, the barrier formed by the three divine artifacts was strong enough to shatter those black spatial cracks and protect everyone. But now, with the most crucial Tian Song Yun sword's killing intent missing, and the power of the 8-foot young jade still not restored, they were in trouble. Even though William used his own strength to help, it could only serve as a stopgap because it couldn't merge into the power of the divine artifacts, rendering it ineffective. At this rate, we won't be able to return. We need to conserve power and shrink the barrier. But looking around, everyone was already packed tightly together, nearly shoulder to shoulder. If they continued to shrink the barrier, they would have to sacrifice some people. For the Emperor, for the 8-forked deity, surely you all are willing to sacrifice yourselves. Before they could even get a response from others, the two exchanged a glance and drastically shrank the protective barrier. Immediately, many Fusang Shadow Guards were exposed outside the barrier and were instantly cut into atomic levels by the spatial turbulence. Even if they activated their Beast Master armors, it merely allowed them to survive for an instant longer. Suze witnessed someone beside him being isolated outside, desperately banging against the barrier. But from his palms, he had already turned to dust, and then the entire person disappeared on the spot. There was even no blood visible because the blood had also turned into atomic levels. Willing? I see their faces full of unwillingness, Suze mocked without restraint upon seeing this. This also caught the attention of others. The Shadow Guard commander holding the 8-foot young jade said, "Xiao Jun. We only need the blood of the divine beast. I don't see the need to leave its master alive, do you? The warriors of His Majesty the Emperor have already sacrificed themselves for the greater good. If we leave an outsider here, I fear it won't sit well with the others." Xiao Su remained unmoved and said, "If that's the case, isn't that making me an outsider too? Should I jump into the outer space turbulence myself?" The captain of the Dark Guard squad, holding the 8-foot mirror, said, "Xiao, you are wrong, you are different from him. You killed the nightmare that has overshadowed the hearts of our Fusang people, earning great merit. Even His Majesty the Emperor will commend you. Xiaosu continued, this child has a close bond with his beast. If the master dies and the golden feather phoenix jumps into the outer space turbulence as well, then everything we've done will be in vain. Besides, he is also a beast master of a divine beast. Killing him would be such a waste. Don't you think your country has a way to control a child? The two thought for a moment and then secretly glanced at William not far away. This time, they had lost not only a top-tier combat force to achieve their mission but also one of their artifacts had been left behind and destroyed by an outsider. After this, the great Xia would surely retaliate crazily. They were indeed in need of people and combat power, which is why they were trying to win over Xiaosu, who had also shown remarkable combat ability. They truly didn't expect that the person they were trying to win over, being the president of the Azure Dragon Beast Master University, would possess such powerful combat strength, even killing Lin Shi himself. And now that he had killed Lin Shi, Xiao Chang would certainly not let him go. The only path left for him was to fully align with Fusang. As for Su Zhe, indeed he was a bit young and not strong enough. But he possessed the golden feather phoenix that was about to evolve into a divine beast, making him a quite rare combat strength. What Xiao said makes sense, let's keep him for now. After this, the protective light barrier shrank twice, making the remaining Fusang Dark Guards panic, fearing that the next one to be kicked out of the barrier would be themselves. Finally, at this moment, they saw what seemed to be the end ahead, and the huge stone in their hearts finally fell. It was not a bright end to a dark abyss, it was a gigantic shadow. Everyone rushed towards the shadow, like plunging into a wave of water, and then suddenly breaking free, finding themselves standing on a vast shadow. From the outline, this seemed to be the shadow of a giant beast, but looking around, they didn't see any monster of such size existing. Su Zhe understood, the owner of the shadow was not in this world. Its body was in the monster world, and the shadow projected into the blue star world as an anchor point. Because of this, the Fusang Dark Guards could possess so many dark attribute beasts. They entered the monster world through the shadow to capture beast souls. Ah, the land of our homeland, we have finally returned, the captain of the Dark Guard sighed deeply while holding the 8-foot Zhong Jade. This mission had been fraught with danger for them, even if it was successfully completed, they had lost much combat power. But at this moment, looking at William approaching him with a smile, the captain's face suddenly turned extremely grim. The reward for your country's promise to help me should not be forgotten. William extended his hand. Seeing the hesitation on his face, William immediately grew impatient. What? Want to go back on your word? Don't forget our collaboration still has a second act. You stirred up such a huge commotion in Great Xia, do you really think they would just wait for you to finish your plan? Eventually, the captain trembled and handed over the artifact of Fusang, the Yata no Kagami. William caught it with one hand, happily inspecting it. Another captain, holding the Yata no Kagami, stepped forward and flatteringly said, Lord William is right, so our cooperation. William replied, don't worry, once we have the items, we will naturally get things done. I will set off immediately, not just me, the entire stationed army in Fusang will mobilize. Our country will also send the Thunder Guard and an old guy to help you, the Daxia Spirit Guard will definitely not disturb you, as for what happens next, it's up to you. He then adorned himself with the Yata no Kagami and left with a beaming smile. Looking at his dejected colleague, another captain scolded, cheer up. The three artifacts form a set, they only possess the power of a sacred artifact when combined. Now that one is destroyed, it doesn't matter if we lose one more or two. Completing the final preparations is what matters most now. The captain who lost the artifact replied irritably, it's easy for you to say, if you have the ability, hand over your Yata no Kagami. I'm afraid not, Lord William didn't want it. After handling this matter, they turned to look at Xiaosu and Su Zhe, who were examining the surroundings. It was time to arrange for the two of them. Chapter 145, Control. After losing the artifact, the two originally equal in rank quickly developed a clear power divide. The captain in charge of the Yata no Kagami stepped forward half a step and said, Xiao Jun, how is the scenery in Fusang? Report, Captain, the scenery in Fusang is indeed beautiful, I have long yearned for it in my heart, but those vigilant gazes around us are quite unnerving. Xiao Su replied with a smile. Su Zhe couldn't help but spit and curse, damn traitor. He had not given up trying to break free from their control but had never succeeded. The place they were in was a forbidden area for the Fusang Dark Guards, clearly tightly defended. There was no relaxation of vigilance towards the two outsiders, Xiao Su and Su Zhe. Xiao Jun is joking, you are a distinguished guest of Fusang. No need to call me captain, my name is Gangmuisan, just call me Gangmu. He then pointed to another captain, who looked gloomy after losing his artifact, and introduced, this is Captain Tian Zhongxing, you might be more familiar with his son. Xiao Su raised an eyebrow and said, oh? Is Captain Tian Zhongku your son? Exactly, but there's no need for you to call that little guy anything formal, you are my friend, which makes you his uncle. Xiao Su smiled, being non-committal. One should know that before this, Tian Zhongku was somewhat his superior, but now he had become his nephew. Ha, being buddy-buddy with the devils, you are just another devil. Suze continued to insult without holding back. Gang Muisin then glanced at him and said, Xiao Jun, let this kid go, I have my own way to make him serve the emperor. Xiao Su didn't waste words and directly released Suze. The moment he regained his freedom, Suze activated a summoning array, preparing to fight desperately. But then, he was enveloped by a beam of light shot from the Yata no Kagami. Is it really the Yata no Kagami? Back in Tianyun Volcano, a replica Yata no Kagami could completely control a candidate. Now that the true artifact is here, can it control me too? Xiao Su looked at Suze, who was covered by the Yata no Kagami, as his eyes gradually became dazed. Xiao Jun need not worry, the control effect of the Yata no Kagami only targets those with weaker mental strength than the user. With your strength, you needn't worry about being controlled. Tian Zhongxing said, looking somewhat unwillingly at the Yata no Kagami in Gang Muisin's hand. This is the last artifact of Fusang, but unfortunately, it is not in his hands. Aren't you worried that I might betray His Majesty the Emperor? After all, in the end, I am just an outsider, Xiao Su asked with a smile. Tanaka replied, Xiao Kuan, you really know how to joke. Do you know how many people in Fusang hate the Dream Demons and the Dragon Tamers? Everyone. They have caused us great losses single-handedly, making us, Fusang, a laughingstock in the international arena. So you, who killed the Dream Demon, are our benefactor and a guest of His Majesty the Emperor. He then added, we will spread your achievements everywhere, so that all the people of Fusang and Daxia know about your great deeds. Xiao Su's smile did not change at all, then I must thank you properly. At the same time, Suze felt a strange power continuously invading his mind, trying to control and tame him. Suze's spiritual body kept retreating, and he had one last place to hide, the system space where the gacha machine was located. That system space, specially opened in his mental energy, was usually in a hidden state, only accessible by him. But Suze was also unsure if the light of the 8-shaku mirror would invade as soon as he opened the system space. If he was controlled by the 8-shaku mirror and exposed the secrets of the system, it would be disastrous. Just when he was about to reach a dead end, a familiar voice suddenly rang out, oh dear, the little mirror wants to control my student? I can't allow that. Suze's spirit jolted, and he looked around. Teacher, is that you? I knew you wouldn't die so easily, you old guy. Then, a hazy spiritual figure appeared in front of Suze, resembling Linshi. His body showed a semi-transparent form, standing in front of Suze to resist the invasion of the 8-shaku mirror's light, saying, you guessed wrong. I am indeed dead, and what remains is just a spiritual body that hid in your mind at the last moment. Hid in my mind? That's right. The 8-shaku mirror's abilities are not a secret for those of us who have dealt with Fusang countless times, so I want to help you prevent being controlled by them. Suze looked at his body, which was quickly fading under the erosion of the 8-shaku mirror, and the joy he felt from Linshi's appearance suddenly turned into panic. Teacher, you don't have to help me, I have my own ways. I don't want to see you die in front of me again. Linshi replied, I'm sorry, child. I am just a disembodied spirit, destined to dissipate sooner or later, so I might as well make some contribution before that. But you don't have to worry, maybe soon, you'll see another version of me. Linshi winked at him and then completely dispersed. At the moment he disappeared, Komoku Ishin also put away the 8-shaku mirror and said, finally, it's done. This kid's mental power is quite resilient, even with the power of the 8-shaku mirror, it took quite a lot of effort to control him. As he spoke, Suze opened his tear-filled eyes. He knew he could not let down his teacher's efforts, so he did not launch another attack. Komoku Ishin continued, he still retains his ability to think independently, but his soul has already been branded with loyalty to His Majesty the Emperor, and the hatred in his heart has been erased. Xiaokuan, now you can command him to do things, as long as they are not against His Majesty the Emperor. Xiao Su stepped closer and looked at him a few times, smiling, not bad, not bad. Then he turned and left, showing no intention of trying to control Suze at all. He didn't even notice the killing intent flashing in Suze's eyes as he turned away. Chapter 146, The Emperor. In a dim room, Suze opened his eyes, ending his meditation. Even though he was alone, he still did not show any joy or sadness, trying his best to act like a puppet being controlled. Because he could feel many gazes piercing through the walls of this room, landing on him. Just a few hours ago, they had left the anchor point formed by shadows and were brought here. Then, Tanaka Mori and Nagamori Ichin had gone ahead to report to the emperor they spoke of. They left Suze and Xiao Su here, and although they affectionately called Xiao Su Xiao Jun, they were still very wary of him as an outsider. However, Xiao Su seemed to care little about this. Selling out his own country just to come here and be a dog for others, he really has some backbone, Suze sneered in his heart as he glanced at Xiao Su. But when the other's gaze turned to him, he quickly looked away. He did not want to expose the fact that he was not being controlled for now, especially since they were on the land of Fusang. If Master Lin Shi sacrificed his spiritual body to give him this opportunity, just to eliminate a traitor, Suze always felt it wasn't worth it. He now had a new target, the emperor they had spoken of continuously, Tanaka and Nagamori. Suze wanted to lie in wait, looking for the chance to eliminate this real mastermind. Then he and Xiao Su were arranged into different rooms. After a few hours, Tanaka Mori returned and walked into Xiao Su's room. He invited, Xiao Jun, the emperor wishes to invite you to a dinner at the imperial palace. It is my honor, Xiao Su replied with a smile. Hearing the fake conversation between the two next door, Suze couldn't help but scoff, but then there was a knock on his door as well. Tanaka Mori continued, Suze, you also come out. The emperor wants to see what the best and brightest young man of the great Xiao Beast competition looks like. His tone was no longer so friendly. I was just worried a puppet wouldn't have the chance to get close to this so-called emperor. This is perfect. Suze calmed himself, pinched his face to control his expression, and then pushed the door open to go out. The three of them did not fly, as the place where the emperor lived was not far from them. After all, the whole Fusan was just this small bit of land. As one of the few countries that retained the imperial power, the place where the emperor of Fusan lived was called the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace consists of the imperial residence, the emperor's abode, the palace, the venue for various public ceremonies and state affairs, and the imperial household agency, administrative organs, among others. The place they were heading to was the imperial residence. Xiao Jun, don't think that the emperor didn't receive you in the palace but chose the more private imperial residence. This actually represents trust in you. Only those closest to the emperor are allowed to enter the imperial residence, Tanaka Mori introduced along the way. I certainly understand this and will not disappoint the trust of the emperor and the two captains, Xiao Su replied. Tanaka Mori waved his hand and said, Xiao Jun, you're being too formal. Soon, the three crossed the imperial palace and arrived at the back of the imperial residence, entering together. Clearly, today's dinner was not only for Xiao Su but also a welcome banquet for Tanaka Mori and Nagamori Ichin to successfully complete their task. Suze couldn't help but frown. With these three present, it would not be so easy for him to take action, so he could only watch and wait. Through the courtyard, several young girls dressed as attendants slowly opened the door in their wooden clogs, revealing two people already sitting cross-legged on the tatami, a table full of delicacies before them. One of them was naturally Nagamaki Iki, and the other was a new face, presumably the so-called emperor. He was much younger than Suze had imagined, looking only in his 20s, with a thin face and high cheekbones, not particularly good-looking. Xiao Su pretended to kneel, but the emperor waved his hand and said, this is a family banquet, so just be casual, no need for formalities. Xiao Su didn't insist on bowing, which relieved Suze a bit. If he had to kneel like Xiao Su in front of this person, he definitely wouldn't be able to maintain his facade any longer. Even if it meant dying, he would take one or two down with him. I have long heard that the brilliant Emperor Meye of Fusang is talented and young, but I didn't expect you to be so youthful. Such a young talent is truly astonishing. Though he hadn't bowed, Xiao Su didn't forget to flatter him. I'm flattered, but speaking of young talents, this person beside you is the true genius, Emperor Meye said, smiling and using the standard language of Xia. However, this didn't make Suze feel any warmth. Instead, it sent a chill down his spine. After both had taken their seats, the emperor added, since you two have just arrived in Fusang, you might not be accustomed to our food, so I specially prepared some delicacies from Xia for you. Please enjoy. Xiao Su bowed again and said, thank you for your thoughtfulness. Sitting among a group of ugly, false-smiling enemies, Suze found it hard to stomach anything. The only good news was that his current identity was that of a puppet. So there was no need to integrate into them, he just had to quietly wait for an opportunity. But while he didn't want to participate, others likely wouldn't let him off the hook. After a few rounds of drinks, the emperor, appearing somewhat tipsy, said, well, Xiao Jun, I've seen your eloquence and abilities, I'm now even more curious about this genius from Daxia beside you. It's a pity if it weren't for the control of the 8-foot mirror, he probably wouldn't be of any use to our Fusang. There's a saying in Daxia, a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. Xiao Su laughed and said, the emperor really understands Daxia, it's impressive, but we generally have another interpretation of this saying, a forcibly twisted melon, though not sweet, can still quench thirst. Isn't it better than smashing it and throwing it on the roadside? Emperor Meye raised his glass and laughed, ha, you Daxia people are indeed cunning in your thinking, but it's reasonable. Let's drink to that. Meanwhile, Suze understood that in their recent conversation, he had already walked through the gates of hell. Heh, do you want to crush me and throw me on the roadside? Then you better see clearly whether you've picked a melon or a stubborn stone. Speaking of which, I'm somewhat eager to see the form of the divine beast, the phoenix, Emperor Meye said, sounding a bit tipsy. Seeing this, Nagamaki Iki immediately flattered and gave Suze an order. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, he was the puppet of the 8-foot mirror, and Nagamaki Iki was the one controlling it. Suze, taking the opportunity, pretended to obey and summoned the golden feather phoenix bird. He was struggling with how to initiate the attack of the imperial beast. Now, with a legitimate reason to summon the imperial beast openly, Suze could take advantage of the time while others summoned theirs, to eliminate this seemingly weakest emperor first. By that time, no matter how his situation turned out, it would be a gain. The golden feather phoenix bird sensed Suze's thoughts and, as soon as it emerged from the summoning array, it had already gathered flames in its mouth. But just as it prepared to spit flames towards the emperor sitting across the table, they all felt a chilling gaze from behind, accompanied by a heavy smell of blood. The golden-feathered phoenix bird uncontrollably turned and spewed flames backward. In the light of the flames, Suze saw a gigantic serpent. It had 8 long necks covered in greenish scales, but only the one located in the center right had a head. The other 7 necks ended with shriveled, distorted flesh balls, continuously dripping pale red mucus, looking extremely disgusting. Chapter 147, Yamada no Orochi. Faced with Fengqingyi's phoenix flames, the ugly large snake spat out a purple toxic mist from its only head to block the flames. Some sparks that landed on the surrounding tatami became green poisonous fire. Those seemingly plain maids immediately summoned their beasts and began to extinguish the flames with water. This beast's bloodline is surprisingly no worse than Fengqingyi's. And it's at a higher level. Suze exclaimed in his heart, wide-eyed with surprise. Fengqingyi was now just a step away from a divine beast, and this ugly snake was unaffected by bloodline suppression, but it also hadn't been able to suppress Fengqingyi in return. It should still not be at the divine beast level. It was just at a higher rank. Fengqingyi had already reached level 83 after forcibly ending her nirvana, while this giant snake could very likely be a max-level beast. Could this be the Yamada no Orochi they mentioned before? But shouldn't it have 8 heads? Is it deformed? Suze thought silently, while urging Fengqingyi to maintain control. With this giant snake present, he couldn't think of revealing himself today. Without any chance to strike, he would die here. Your Majesty, are you alright? You little brat, hurry and control your beast. Genmuku Ueki instantly stood up and said. It was important to know that he was Suze's controller, and if anything went wrong, he would have to bear responsibility too. Now, with one of the 3 divine artifacts destroyed and another traded away, only the 8-foot mirror in his hand remained. The once balanced power structure of the Fusang Dark Guard was no more. It wouldn't be long before he became the sole leader of the Fusang Dark Guard. He couldn't afford to be caught by others at this moment. Genmuku Ueki hurriedly explained, Your Majesty, this little brat has indeed been controlled by the 8-foot mirror, no doubt about it, but since he was caught during a fight with us, his beast still remains in a hostile state. Once he controls the beast, there will be no problem. Emperor Minji waved his hand and said, No need to explain, no one is hurt. I'm not that petty. He then looked at the 8-necked, single-headed beast and smiled, saying, Yamada, why did you come out of the blood pool? Suze raised an eyebrow at this statement, thinking, so this really is Yamada, and there's a blood pool. Could it be that Fusang has been collecting divine blood to build a blood pool for it to grow a complete set of 8 heads? Suze looked at its 7 deformed flesh balls and silently thought that, upon close inspection, these flesh balls did indeed show some resemblance to snake heads. The 8-headed serpent slowly cast its unsettling gaze at the golden-feathered phoenix bird beside Suze, before gradually swimming to the emperor's side. This single gaze made Fengqingyi incredibly uncomfortable, almost compelling her to transform it into roasted snake, but Suze continually persuaded her through their bond, stopping her in time. Patience now, don't ruin the big plan. Besides, you can't defeat it anyway. The giant snake climbed onto the emperor's shoulder. The snake, with its flicking tongue, seemed to whisper something in his ear. The emperor, after hearing it, looked at the golden-feathered phoenix beside Suzy, amused and surprised, then smiled and said, Of course, it's no problem, but not now. You need to gather your strength and wait to complete the transformation into the divine beast. As far as I know, she should digest her internal power and become a divine beast in a few days. This is one of the blood sacrifices I prepared for you. When the time comes, you can seize her. Not only will it be a double blessing, but the union of divine beasts will also eliminate any species barriers, allowing for the birth of a new bloodline. The snake named Yamada no Orochi finally nodded reluctantly, lowering its head. Only then did Suzy realize what the snake's gaze meant. No wonder it had made Fengqingyi so furious. It turns out this ugly snake had its eyes on the phoenix. From the information revealed by the emperor, Suzy confirmed that their extensive search for divine blood was to serve as offerings to complete this imperfect Yamada no Orochi, turning it into a true divine beast. As for the useless information about divine beasts being able to overcome species barriers for unions, Suzy automatically filtered it out. Is this your royal beast, Emperor? Truly extraordinary. Xiao Su continued to flatter. Emperor Minji stroked one of Yamada's snake heads and said, That's right. Yamada no Orochi is the strongest divine beast in our Fusang legends. It requires the blessing of the heavens for me to become its master. Unfortunately, due to certain reasons, it was born incomplete and hasn't been able to become a divine beast. Only by collecting the essence blood of 8 different divine beasts, combined with a large amount of fresh blood for the blood sacrifice, can its bloodline be completed. Just with some flattering, Minji Emperor eagerly revealed all the details. This made Suzy feel like all his previous deductions had been in vain. However, the fact that he spoke so openly indicates one thing: they must have nearly gathered the essence blood of 8 types of divine beasts. Suzy suddenly remembered something he had almost forgotten, that blood red egg he had recently extracted. Due to the harsh hatching conditions, he was at a loss, and after his initial excitement, he gradually forgot about it due to a series of other matters. Now, suddenly being told that Fusang had a blood pool and the essence blood of 8 divine beasts, made him recall the scene where the golden-feathered phoenix had destroyed Fusang's plan to trigger the Tianyun volcano during its hatching. Want to become a divine beast? Still thinking of my little phoenix? Dream on. Suzy made up his mind, he would play this undercover role well, not just for revenge but to turn the decades of preparation and plots of Fusang into his own wedding dress. As the banquet ended, it was still Tian Zhongxing who sent Xiao Su and Suzy back to their place, while Morimoto Iki stayed to accompany the emperor. Watching the few people disappear, he asked, "Emperor, do you think Xiao Su can be trusted?" Emperor Minji stroked Yamada's snake head and said, "It's still uncertain at this point. Go confirm whether Linshi is truly dead. If it's a false death, then keep him to replenish Yamada's blood pool." "What if it's real?" Morimoto Iki asked next. "If it's true, that's easy. Didn't the Shadow Guards just vacate a captain position? Leave it for him." Morimoto Iki was startled. "Captain? Isn't that too soon?" The emperor laughed. "You know, I quite like the culture of the Great Xia. They have a saying that fits well: don't use those you doubt, and trust those you use. With his strength, is there a position more suited than captain? Or do you mean? It's not easy to dominate the Shadow Guards in Fusang. Do you not want anyone to share power with you?" With the emperor's words, Yaki raised his body and looked at Naruki Ishin. He hurriedly knelt and said, "Your Majesty, Lord Yaki, forgive me." Emperor Minji waved his hand and said, "All right, you can go back. Don't forget the task I gave you. No matter how many eyes you lose, you must confirm Linshi's death with 100% certainty." Naruki Ishin, terrified, bowed and replied, "Yes." Chapter 148, Kyerneel. Get out of my way. This has nothing to do with you. I want to use the blood of the Fusang people to honor my mentor. Xiao Chang said, pointing his Qinglong spear straight ahead. Not only him, but Sun Shang was also by Xiao Chang's side, 2 war gods of Great Xia rarely moving together, just to avenge the deceased Linshi. And with them were thousands of high-level beast tamers with flying abilities, all level 60 and above. They were masters from Great Xia's Spirit Guard, Beast Tamer Association, and Beast Tamer University, and even the remaining experts from the 3 great families were among them. However, such a luxurious lineup was still stopped. Because in front of them were William from the United States and another 100-level war god, along with their ace Beast Tamer troops, the Thunder Guard. I will talk about our grudges later. Now, all of you get out of my way. Xiao Chang shouted, as behind him, the sea rose with waves hundreds of meters high. Just as the Phoenix Tree was the home ground for plant-type monster beasts, the sea was the home ground for Xiao Chang's Bian Jialong, and Sun Shang also had to temporarily retreat from the spotlight. Previously, William had only slightly lagged behind Xiao Chang, but now he needed the recently acquired Yachi Jewel just to withstand Xiao Chang's pressure. Beside him stood an old man with white hair, still with his hands behind his back, showing no signs of being moved. Clearly, he had achieved maximum level god status much earlier and had greater strength. Calmly he said, "Xiao Chang, there has long been a treaty between nations. Unless there is a crisis of death or national extinction, those of level 100 cannot make a move on another nation, and violators will be jointly attacked. You Great Xia are causing such a big commotion now, do you want to violate this agreement?" Xiao Chang sneered and said, "Bullshit treaty. Old John, I really didn't expect you to have the thick face to say such words. It was clearly William beside you who first made a move in my Great Xia's territory." The old man named John smiled and said, "Since you say we broke the rules first, do you have evidence? Is there anyone besides your Great Xia who witnessed it? Otherwise, this is just slander." "You, bastard." Xiao Chang was momentarily speechless. What happened before was in the Wutong space, and after Jiang Huiran parasitized the Wutong tree, the space was completely closed. Even he couldn't open it anymore. The Shenyuan Xiaoyu sword that had solved the problem returned to its original place to nurture its sword energy, which was not something he could casually command. "Stop wasting words with them, are we fighting or not?" Sun Shang couldn't help but say from the side. He couldn't care less about these rules. Previously, he had been very constrained because there were weaknesses in Jiang Huiran's hands. Now, he just wanted to fight happily. Xiao Chang nodded. Although he was usually very calm, today he couldn't remain calm. And a 2v2 fight was not unwinnable. The battle was about to break out. Xiao Chang faced William, whom he had fought before, while Sun Shang directly charged at the old John with a heavy swing. Although William now had the help of the Yachi Jewel, he seemed even more pressured in the hands of the furious Xiao Chang than before. On the other side, Sun Shang was evenly matched with his opponent, but he belonged to the type that grew stronger with each fight. The momentum was rising steadily. Conversely, old John on the other side, though strong, was old and seemed unable to last much longer. But seeing his calm demeanor, it appeared he was hiding some tricks. "Get lost. Xiao Chang's Azure Dragon halberd suddenly broke free from the control of the 8-foot Xiongouyu, piercing through the beast armor on William's shoulder and creating a massive gaping wound. This was still the result of his timely last-minute dodge, otherwise, it would have been his chest that got pierced. William quickly pulled back and said, "Old man, what else are you hiding? If you keep hiding, I'm going to be beaten to death." Sigh. Who would have thought you would lose so quickly? John said, not knowing if he was truly lamenting or just mocking. Then he lifted one hand, palm facing the sky. This strange pose made Sun Sheng cautious, but his attack did not stop. Stop fooling around. However, soon the sky quickly darkened, and heavy dark clouds piled up over everyone's head. Just as Sun Sheng's attack was about to land on John, a lightning bolt as thick as a water barrel suddenly struck down, hitting his hand. Is this old guy crazy? Hitting himself? Sun Sheng exclaimed while pulling back. At this moment, Xiao Chang also came to his side, his expression serious as he said, "I don't think so. That aura is very familiar. It's a divine artifact. I can't believe they even brought this." John's voice came from the midst of the thunder, saying, "That's right, this is the divine artifact of my America." As the thunder dissipated, John's figure reappeared, holding an ancient, heavy silver-gray hammer that shimmered with faint blue arcs of lightning. Mjolnir, or you can call it, the Hammer of Thor. John did not directly attack the two but merely stood there holding Mjolnir, as if just trying to stop them from proceeding to Fusang. It's just a divine artifact, what's so great about it? Xiao Chang, let's summon Xianyuan Xiaoyu too. Sun Sheng said. However, Xiao Chang's expression became very ugly, and he started to hesitate. Finally, he sighed and said, "No, the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword has stored power for hundreds of years and cannot be wasted like this, it needs to be used for something more important." Are we just going to give up then? Sun Sheng said, somewhat frustrated. Of course not. The treaty only restricts us from taking action, but it doesn't restrict others. While they were fighting, other powerful individuals who had followed them had also engaged with the Thunder Guard members. However, America would not send all of their Thunder Guard to assist Fusang, their numbers were limited and could not block everyone. The remaining people rushed into Fusang, engaging with the Shadow Guards. Su Zhe was currently playing the role of a puppet, quietly staying in the room arranged for him. But suddenly, someone kicked open his door, and outside stood a squad of 7 or 8 people, all wearing the standard uniform of the Great Xia Spirit Guards. Su Zhe would definitely not mistake this. The person at the front spoke first, "Captain Su Zhe, I'm here to rescue you, hurry and come with me." Su Zhe was momentarily stunned, he was indeed aware of the battle happening outside. But it was unexpected that the Great Xia Spirit Guards could intrude so quickly and find him. He was caught off guard, but he still could not leave. Just as he was about to refuse, he saw Xiao Su from the next room directly kick through the wall and charge in. "Sorry, now that we're here, we have no intention of leaving," Xiao Su said, simultaneously decisively cutting down one of the people. Seeing this, Su Zhe was about to engage with this guy who was harming his own kind when he suddenly realized something was wrong. He looked at the lifeless body on the ground, whose eyes remained wide open. If he killed his way from the outside to find me, then his uniform is a bit too clean, isn't it? Unless, this is the outfit he just changed into. This is a test. And it likely isn't aimed at Su Zhe, but rather at Xiao Su. So, did this guy realize it? Su Zhe thought as he watched Xiao Su continuing to cut down the Daxia Spirit Guards. But no matter what, it's the Fusang people who are dying, he couldn't be happier. So he charged out at the second moment, joining the battle. Su Zhe fought like a true puppet, expressionless, but inside he was overjoyed. After slicing through a person's body with his chopping knife, he secretly thought, "This is the interest I'm collecting?" Chapter 149 Confirmation. Xiao Jun, sorry, it's our defense that wasn't tight enough, allowing this bunch of guys to find us. You don't need to trouble yourself with this small matter, just leave it to me. Tian Zhongxing suddenly burst out from somewhere and said. Xiao Su didn't insist any longer, directly retracting his hand and said, "In that case, I won't meddle." Only Su Zhe continued to fight, being angrily shouted at by Tian Zhongxing, "You, get back here." Su Zhe glanced at him but still stopped his hands. While Tian Zhongxing was yelling angrily and fighting these few people, suddenly they turned and began to flee. "Where do you think you're going?" Tian Zhongxing directly chased after them. Su Zhe turned around somewhat reluctantly, only to see Xiao Su looking at him meaningfully from behind. "Why didn't you take action at the beginning? What were you hesitating about?" Xiao Su asked. Su Zhe ignored him and walked straight past him, returning to the room. Xiao Su also slapped his own head and said, "Really, what am I doing talking to a puppet here?" Then he walked back as well. As Tian Zhongxing chased after the fleeing direction, after running several kilometers, the group finally stopped to wait for Tian Zhongxing's arrival. The arriving Tian Zhongxing didn't attack immediately but asked, "So, what did you find out?" The remaining three bent at a standard 90 degrees toward Tian Zhongxing, then spoke in Fusang language. Report, Captain, Xiaosu was very decisive in his attacks, and did not hold back just because we are Daxia spirit guards. He killed 3 of our team members. Tian Zhongxing gritted his teeth, then nodded and said, so it seems he has no problem. Then another person said, but that puppet named Su Zhe, when he saw us at first did not attack, only later in the battle did he also killing 2 of our people. Tian Zhongxing didn't care much about Su Zhe's performance, nodding and saying, he's currently just a puppet with his mind controlled, it's normal for him to react slowly, just keep an eye on Xiaosu. Alright, change into another outfit, then go back and keep an eye on them. Yes. The group bowed deeply before leaving. As they left, Nagamukiyiki also stepped out from the shadows behind him. Tian Zhongxing didn't turn back, directly saying, you've heard, after our test, he showed no problems. Nagamukiyiki stepped forward and said, how do you know that your disguise hasn't shown any flaws to him? Tian Zhongxing snorted coldly, they are all my trusted subordinates, there's no problem with their Daxia pronunciation, and the uniforms they wear are all trophies from before, not forged. I think in such a short time, he shouldn't be able to find any flaws. Shouldn't? Nagamukiyiki smiled and said, this kind of thing can't be ambiguous. You know he will be our equal captain in the future, we absolutely cannot have any issues. Tanaka sneered, if you want to continue probing, go send your own people, stop trying to mess with my subordinates. He knew that Namakiyiki merely wanted to reduce his influence. But now, without the artifact, he indeed had little confidence in front of the other party. Fortunately, Namakiyiki did not continue to press, and instead smiled as he said, Tanaka, you worry too much. I have already activated the last hidden network left in Daxia, they have confirmed the news of Lin Shi's death for us. Once it is confirmed that Lin Shi has indeed been killed by Xiaosu, then there will be no more doubts about him. Tanaka's expression did not become much better, because the hidden network left in Daxia did not belong to Namakiyiki's influence, but to the forces of another dead captain. Meanwhile, after a long time of confrontation, Xiao Chang and Sun Shang had already returned to Daxia, as he needed to help his teacher guard the spirit. Lin Shi had neither married nor left any children, his closest person was his student of decades, Xiao Chang. As soon as he arrived at the spirit hall, he smelled a strong blood scent that should not be present there. Xiao Cheng frowned, and at that moment, the corps commander of the eastern war zone of Daxia Lingwei came over. Xiao Cheng asked, what happened here? The corps commander apologetically said to Xiao Chang, Sir Xiao Chang, we did not expect that the hidden guards of Fusang would expose all the spies hidden in Daxia Lingwei, Beast Masters Association, and Beast Masters University just to desecrate Principal Lin Shi's body. Xiao Chang's eyes widened in shock, and the corps commander hurriedly explained, but don't worry, we did not let them succeed. Then he said somewhat guiltily, it's just, the coffin was opened. Xiao Chang suddenly shouted in anger, all of you get out. Everyone immediately scurried out in a hurry. Xiao Cheng quickly walked to Lin Shi's coffin, and indeed, there were traces of violent prying on it. But apart from that, there had been no other damage. Xiao Chang breathed a sigh of relief while softly murmuring, Teacher, did you guess this too? That's why you privately modified the plan. But I specifically captured a hidden guard to take me into the Shadow Realm, and I did not find the body of the nightmarish lord. Are you really dead? Xiao Chang looked hopefully at the pale body in the coffin, but Lin Shi did not suddenly jump up as before to tell him that this was just a dream. How I wish this was still just a nightmare. Meanwhile, on Fusang Island, after overcoming numerous obstacles and paying the price of removing all hidden lines, this information was finally delivered into Namakiyiki's hands. He opened it with some excitement, but his expression soon turned grim. However, he still dared not fabricate anything and brought the true information with him to the Emperor's residence. At this time, Emperor Minji was practicing tea art there, seemingly knowing someone would come. You came just in time, come, taste my tea skills, Emperor Minji said, inviting Namakiyiki to sit opposite him. He did not refuse, raised his teacup, took a sip of the hot tea, and praised, Your Majesty's tea art has improved again. The Emperor also took a sip of tea inside. Unfortunately, the art of tea ultimately comes from Daxia. However, once Daxia is gone, how many years later will anyone still remember its origin? They will only remember our Fusang's tea way. Alright, tell me, what brings you here? Now, Namakiyiki took out that piece of paper and said, Your Majesty, please take a look. Emperor Minji glanced at it, then, as if he already knew, said without surprise, since Lin Shi is really dead. Then there was no need to doubt Xiaosu anymore, let him move freely. And as I said before, give him the position of chief commander that has opened up in the Fusang Secret Guard. Yes. Gunmuisen dared not go against the Emperor's decision and deeply bowed before retreating from the Emperor's palace. Chapter 150, Building Alliances. Xiao Jun, from now on we will work together for His Majesty the Emperor. At night, Tanaka Shang set up a family banquet and invited Xiaosu to his home. For His Majesty the Emperor. Xiaosu raised his glass in response. Earlier that day, Xiaosu had already been appointed as the new chief commander of the Fusang Secret Guard by Emperor Minji. Just after his appointment was concluded, Tanaka Shang invited him to his home. The purpose was obvious, after all, having lost the artifact, he needed to win Xiao Su over to continue competing with Genmuisan. Xiao Jun, I heard you are an old friend of my son. I specially called him back today to keep you company. Beside Tanaka Shang was a middle-aged man whose expression seemed somewhat unnatural. He was Tanaka Katsuya, the captain of the Fusang Secret Guard who had once met Xiao Su in Beishur. At that time, he could still be considered Xiao Su's direct superior to some extent. But now he was still a captain, while Xiao Su had become one of the only 3 chief commanders. Even more so. Katsuya, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and call him Uncle Xiao. Tanaka Shang urged impatiently from the side. It should be noted that not long ago, the Daxia Spirit Guards had caused a huge commotion on Fusang's land to avenge Linshi, which directly harmed the Fusang Secret Guard's spirit. Now was a time for urgent tasks, yet Tanaka Shang had let his son drop everything to accompany Xiao Su. This was all based on the fact that the two had known each other before, in hopes of further winning over Xiao Su's goodwill. Unexpectedly, Tanaka Katsuya just sat there like a block of wood, not even having said a word to Xiao Su until now. Uncle. Xiao, hello. Tanaka Katsuya said tearfully as he bowed to Xiao Su. Xiao Su raised an eyebrow, holding his glass without putting it down immediately. Only after finishing the drink did he say, Katsuya Jun, you don't have to be so polite. Let's just talk normally. I'm a few years older than you, so you can call me brother. Yes, brother Xiao Su. Although he still felt somewhat unhappy inside, it was better than being suppressed for a lifetime. Seeing this, Tanaka Shang was also delighted and continued, well, our Fusang Secret Guard has 4 squads under each of the 3 chief commanders. But the position you are taking over has suffered the most losses, it only has 2 squads left. So I want to hand over 1 squad that my son is responsible for to you. I wonder what Xiao Jun thinks. Xiao Su widened his eyes, looking quite surprised as he said, Chief Commander Tanaka, absolutely not, such a level of military transfer must be approved by His Majesty the Emperor, right? We can't do this. Although Xiao Su did not directly accept, he did not refuse either, only expressing his attitude. It represented that he was still an outsider, needing to be cautious and that everything required the Emperor's consent, nothing could be done casually. Only in this way could he ensure his safety. Tanaka Shang was not surprised by his performance. If Xiao Su had accepted without question, he would then question Xiao Su's ability and value. He then smiled and explained, Xiao Jun need not worry, I have definitely obtained the Emperor's consent in advance regarding this matter. Now all you need to do is nod in agreement. Xiao Su was not actually surprised by this. Under the pretext of giving him a squad, was it not also a way to monitor him? Taking another sip of wine, he said, but after all, I am an outsider. If Keikuin stays with me, will you not be afraid of suffering with me? Tanaka Shang shook his head and said, what are you talking about, Xiaokuan? You are the commander of our Fusang Shadow Guard, who can make you suffer? But then he changed his tone and said, however, there is someone you truly need to be careful of. Oh? Who is it? Kagamori Iki. Xiao Su pretended to be surprised and said, Commander Kagamori? We are all colleagues serving His Majesty the Emperor, he wouldn't make things difficult for you, would he? Tanaka Shang hastened his speech and said, Xiaokuan, you may not know, but Kagamori Iki has always wanted to control the entire Fusang Shadow Guard. Before this, the 3 of us kept each other in check, and now, even though you have replaced the vacant position. But the 3 divine artifacts have a 1-for-1 trade, only his 8-panel mirror remains. His strength is already the strongest, and he has used the 8-panel mirror to control that Suze. Oh? What about Suze? Xiao Su raised an eyebrow and said, although he has extraordinary potential, he shouldn't pose a threat to Captain Tanaka, right? Tanaka Shang sighed and said, geniuses are indeed not to be feared. Throughout history, there have been many geniuses, but how many can actually grow up? Xiao Su smiled but did not reply. Tanaka Shang certainly had the right to say such words. Every year, many geniuses were born in Daxia due to the large population base. But how many can truly grow strong? Apart from Xiao Chang, many other geniuses fell to their doom. Tanaka Shang continued, but Suze is a bit different. He has a divine beast. Not only does he have a divine beast, but the 8-headed god has also taken a liking to his divine beast. The 8-headed god is unified with His Majesty the Emperor. Winning the favor of the 8-headed god means gaining the recognition of His Majesty the Emperor. And controlling Suze, Kagamori Iki will also gain more attention from His Majesty the Emperor. Xiao Su's expression grew serious, so, we must work together. Seeing that Xiao Su finally understood, Tanaka Shang smiled and said, that's right. Xiao Su continued, since Captain Tanaka has said so, what reason do I have left to not cooperate? I promise you, Keikuin will be my second in command from now on. If anything happens to me, this position will be his. Tanaka Shang waved his hand and said, Xiaokuan is being too formal, just treat K as a regular subordinate. The 3 of them clinked their cups again, but Tanaka K mostly played the role of pouring wine. As the wine flowed, Xiaosu, feeling tipsy, asked again, by the way, based on my observations, Suzei's golden feather phoenix broke through to the divine beast level in the last few days. With this divine blood, has the eight-headed god gathered enough divine beast blood? Perhaps because they had just reached an agreement, Tanaka-sheng openly said, the 8 types of divine beast blood are not so easy to find. Otherwise, we wouldn't have spent so much for the possible divine blood of the Azure Dragon Beast University in Daxia. But fortunately, after such a long time searching around the world, along with the help of some allies, including the Golden Feather Phoenix, we have gathered them all, only the last one is left to revive the divine light of the eight-headed god. By then, Daxia will also be conquered by us. Chapter 151, Divine Beast Levels. Xiaosu exclaimed, is this the power of the eight-headed god? But Daxia actually produced a Golden Feather Phoenix, aren't you worried about a second one appearing? Tanaka-sheng shook his head. He seemed to be enjoying the effects of the alcohol and explained, although you are the president of the university, your understanding of divine beasts seems to be insufficient. You know that above diamond level monsters are divine beasts, but do you know that divine beasts are also ranked in levels? Xiaosu said seriously, I would like to hear more details. Tian Zhongxing introduced with a serious face, divine beasts above diamond level are also divided into 3 levels, which we call Star Glory, Moonlight, and Sun Crown, representing the differences in bloodlines among divine beasts. This is why diamond-level beast with dragon and phoenix bloodlines are stronger than other diamond-level beasts because purebred dragons and phoenixes start at the moonlight level of divine beasts, while the sun crown level consists of the rulers of the beast world. That golden-feathered phoenix, although it has purified the phoenix blood within, has gradually returned to the divine beast level, but it is still the lowest star glory level divine beast. And our 8-headed great deity is a powerful moonlight-level divine beast. That is why it requires the essence blood of 8 types of divine beasts to complete its bloodline, including at least 2 types of moonlight-level divine beast essence. Xiaosu said in surprise, just collecting divine blood is so difficult. Where do you find essence blood of such a level of divine beasts? Tian Zhongxing continued, as we understand, the dragon blood that Qinglong Beastmaster University once had is the essence blood of a moonlight-level divine beast, but obviously, we couldn't get it. Then he said with a serious expression, in the end, our ally, the United States, provided us a drop of moonlight-level divine beast essence blood. They did not contact us at all, they directly sent someone to deliver the divine blood. Obviously, everything we've done hasn't escaped their eyes. No wonder they are the world's #1 superpower. At this point, Xiaosu asked, the United States is indeed a strong country, but once the 8-headed great deity completes its bloodline, we won't have to fear, right? However, since they actively sent the divine blood, they must have already been prepared. Aren't you worried that the divine blood is tampered with? Facing Xiaosu's doubts, Tian Zhongxing could only smile helplessly and then said, we initially were concerned about this, but when we actually took possession of this divine blood, we realized why they were not worried at all. Because, the divine beast essence blood they gave us was still warm. Xiaosu widened his eyes at this, obviously not expecting this point. Doesn't this mean? Tian Zhongxing interrupted, exactly, it means they control a living moonlight-level divine beast, and it is already adult. In comparison, even if the 8-headed great deity completes its bloodline, it still needs time to grow, so the United States is not worried at all that the 8-headed great deity will overturn their status. Xiaosu drank a glass of wine as if to calm his nerves and then curiously asked, but just now you said the 8-headed great deity needs 2 drops of moonlight-level divine beast essence blood. Now the United States has provided one, but we didn't get the one from Qinglong Beastmaster University. So where does the remaining one come from? Tian Zhongxing also took a sip of wine and then said, unfortunately, I just mentioned that we have already gathered 7 of the 8 types of divine blood needed by the 8-headed great deity, only the last one remains, which is this second drop of moonlight-level divine beast essence blood. Ah? The most important part is missing? Is there really no solution? Xiaosu asked with great concern. His attitude made Tian Zhongxing very satisfied, and he smiled, of course there is a way. In fact, we already know where to obtain this moonlight-level divine beast essence blood, we just need to do some preparations. Xiaosu nodded. Since Tian Zhongxing did not intend to say more, he also decided not to ask further. If it caused dissatisfaction on the other side, it would not be good, after all, he was now completely targeted by Daxia. Only relying on Fusong. This drinking session lasted until late at night, and then Xiaosu was drunkenly sent back to his place. Perhaps because they felt that 2 people from the same place could communicate and relieve the loneliness of being in a foreign land. So even though Xiaosu and Suzei had their surveillance lifted, their residences were still adjacent. The commotion of Xiaosu being brought back also startled Suzei from his meditation. During these days, he had secretly used up several chances of lottery draws he had saved up, but none of them yielded high-quality beast eggs that could quickly raise his strength. The other eggs had been secretly eaten by Suzei to help himself become stronger. He didn't dare to cook them openly, so he had to eat them raw to avoid being discovered, fearing he might end up aiding the enemy country. Listening to the noises next door, Suzei frowned and said, the trader who sold out the country is here, living quite well. He even got the position of the leader of the secret guard, now ranking just below the emperor in all of Fusang. Suze couldn't help but recall the scene when Xiaosu ruthlessly killed those Fusang secret guards disguised as Xia spirit guards. In theory, he had only just realized something was wrong, but Lin Shi should have also sensed it. Yet, Xiaosu remained merciless, striking decisively. However, this doesn't prove anything. Even if he sees through it, to gain the opponent's trust, he has to pretend that he hasn't noticed anything. Suze still vividly remembered how his teacher Lin Shi was ambushed by Xiaosu and died in his arms. Just thinking about it made Suze clench his fists. Once he got the chance, Suze wanted Xiaosu to experience what it felt like to be stabbed in the back. Days passed, and the Golden Feather Phoenix was still a step away from becoming a divine beast. Suze wasn't in a hurry for success. The effect of the Wutong fruit was definitely enough, but the forced end of the Nirvana caused some hidden dangers. Now, what she needed was some external stimulation to help break this shackled state. At this moment, Naruki Iki came over, commanding him to go out. After all, he was nominally a puppet of Naruki Iki now. Suze was puzzled about what this was about this time. Could it be that the ugly snake Yachi wanted to complete its bloodline? But Fengqingyi hadn't taken that final step yet. Just as he was filled with questions, he saw Naruki Iki bringing him to a familiar place. It was the shadow of the unknown demon beast he had stepped on as a reference point when he first arrived in Fusang. Why bring me here? Are they planning some scheme against Xia again? Suze immediately became alert. If that were true, he had to find a way to sneak out and send a warning to thwart their plan. When he approached, he found Xiaosu was already waiting here. There were also Tian Zhongxing and 2 or 3 strong Fusang secret guards. Seeing Tian Zhongxing and Xiaosu standing so close, Naruki Iki's expression turned very ugly. But he still led Suze over and then said, "Is everyone here? If everyone is, get ready, we are about to pass through the shadow of the divine beast and enter the demon beast world on the other side." Chapter 152, Crossing Boundaries. Suze's eyes widened suddenly, and then he realized that as a puppet, he shouldn't have such a strong emotional reaction, so he hurriedly controlled himself to calm down. But he still focused intently on the introduction to this event. Suze really didn't expect Fusang's research on anchor points had reached this level. Even passed through the anchor point to enter the opposite world. Xiaosu also showed great surprise, his mouth wide open, saying, "Are we going to the beast world this time?" Indeed, there is no shortage of moonlight-level divine beast blood there, but, with all of us combined, we might not even be enough for such a level divine beast to sneeze, right? Moonlight-level divine beast? Suze remembered this term in his heart. After all, he still didn't understand the 3 levels of divine beasts. Tian Zhongxing beside him smiled and said, "Rest assured, Xiao Jun, since we have this preparation, we won't be going to die for nothing. As long as we act cautiously, we can definitely come back safe and sound." Then he changed his tone again, looking serious as he said, "But it cannot be denied that it is indeed very dangerous there, which is why that bastard Gunmu entrusted the task to us. We must be careful when we get there." Xiaosu also nodded in agreement, acknowledging he understood. The enormous shadow rippled like the surface of water, slowly engulfing everyone, including Xiaosu, who did not have a contract with a dark attribute beast. Just like when Lin Shi brought Suze, who had not yet contracted the Shadow Moon Wolf King, into the Shadow Realm back then, he now had the ability to enter the Shadow Realm himself. Thinking of this, a dark expression crossed Suze's face, and his killing intent towards Xiaosu increased by another degree. It seemed that Xiaosu also sensed something and looked at Suze, but by then Suze had already shifted his gaze away. "I always feel a chill creeping up my back. Is someone thinking of me?" In the Shadow Realm, the group suddenly appeared in this dim world without any warning. Last time, Suze hurried through, and this time he was not being held hostage by others, so he could carefully observe this place. Even he couldn't help but exclaim, "The Fuso Dark Guards truly live up to their reputation as masters of dark attribute beasts, having studied the Shadow Realm for many years." In comparison, Lin Shi's Nightmare Lord, while also a dual attribute beast of dark and spiritual attributes and one of the lords of the Shadow Realm, evidently focused more on the development of the spiritual attribute of beasts, while the utilization of dark attributes was comparatively lacking. Suze even saw Fuso had built houses in the Shadow Realm, creating a large-scale city. If Suze hadn't noticed this today, it would probably leave Fuso with the opportunity to return after they were completely defeated by the Daxia. However, this is also related to their possession of an anchor point formed by shadows. It's this unique condition that helps them understand the Shadow Realm deeply. But what shocked him the most was looking up and seeing not only the dark sun unique to the Shadow Realm, but another world's phantom clearly hanging upside down above their heads. Gunmu, like a leader among the crowd, walked in front and said, "Above the sky of the Shadow Realm is the Shadow Realm of the Beast World." Just a few years ago, it was still a blurry sight, but recently it has suddenly become much clearer. This means that the distance between the beast world and us is getting closer, which is also why we are doing everything we can to help the 8-headed god quickly restore his bloodline. This way, even if the beast world fully invades, we can still survive under the protection of the 8-headed god. However, the closer distance between the two worlds is not completely without benefits for us. For example, the earlier invasion of Dacia through the anchor point was using this opportunity. Now we are able to find a way to cross the barriers between worlds to reach the beast world because of this reason, otherwise, relying solely on our current strength would be far from possible. Gang Muisin did not take them into the city of the Shadow Realm, but flew straight into the sky. Like Chang'e flying to the moon, he headed towards the dark sun in the sky of the Shadow Realm. However, unlike the unattainable sun of the normal world, the dark sun of the Shadow Realm, though distant, was reached after their relentless flight for a long time. What once looked like a dish-sized dark sun now appeared very massive. Although it could not compare to the sun of the outside world, it still hung like a dark continent above their heads. As the light born in extreme darkness, it emitted a dim glow, but it had no scorching heat, rather it revealed a sense of coolness. Gang Muisin introduced again, the dark sun is the light born from darkness. It is a conglomerate of countless dark powers, with a powerful force that can even distort space. Because of this, the dark sun became our only passage across the world barrier. Yet even so, we still need at least 3 top-tier dark attribute lord-level beast protectors. At this point, he looked at Suze beside him. Initially, we 3 had just enough lord-level beasts, but unfortunately one was killed by Lin Shi. Fortunately, Xiao Jun, you saved Suze. I didn't expect that besides the golden feathered phoenix, he also has the lord-level Shadow Moon Wolf King. Back then, we launched a siege hunt in the Shadow Realm to gather 3 lord-level beasts, among which was the Shadow Moon Wolf King, but we inadvertently let it escape with injuries. Later, we found the old Wolf King's corpse, but discovered that before dying, he had condensed all his bloodline into a beast egg, rendering his body useless. This kid must have stumbled upon the offspring left by that Wolf King. Suze recalled the words spoken by the Nightmare Lord when he hatched the Shadow Moon Wolf King. The old Wolf King was gravely injured and killed by foes, but unexpectedly, this so-called foe was the Fusang Dark Guards. Adding this up, I have even more grudges with this group of bastards. At this moment, Xiaosu raised a question, but as far as I know, Suze's Shadow Moon Wolf King is not fully grown yet, probably not enough to be the 3rd lord-level beast to protect us, right? The person beside him, Tian Zhongxing, explained, when we judged that we needed 3 lord-level beasts, the distance between the beast world and now was much farther. Just recently, the distance between the two worlds has suddenly shortened significantly. With the current distance, together with my and Gangmu's summoning beasts and his Shadow Moon Wolf King, it is sufficient. Xiaosu nodded. Since that's the case, let's get started quickly. Chapter 153, The Giant Beast in the Cave. The 3 summoned beasts combined to open a phantom passage above the dark sun, extending forward without an end in sight. I will guard the passage here, you all go in, Gangmuisin said to everyone. Captain Gangmu isn't afraid of death, is he? Tian Zhongxing teased. But Gangmuisin did not answer, neither confirming nor denying. Although the beast world is very dangerous, there are many opportunities. Perhaps I could even contract a divine beast. Tian Zhongxing snorted coldly. At this moment, Gangmuisin fell silent for a moment, then turned his head to look at Suze. Understood. Suze nodded and followed behind the others into the passage, also curious about what the beast world looked like. This threat, which must eventually be faced, Suze wanted to resolve quickly. Meanwhile, Gangmuisin looked at this scene, utterly confused. What did he understand? How did he go in? Gangmuisin indeed had thought of letting Suze replace him to enter the beast world just moments ago, but ultimately gave up. This is because Suze's strength is still too weak. Even if there are opportunities over there, he can't compete with Tian Zhongxing and Xiaosu. Secondly, because of the Jin Yufeng Niao, the Emperor is currently placing a lot of importance on Suze, and he certainly doesn't want anything to happen to Suze on his watch. If the Jin Yufeng Niao gets implicated, he would also be in deep trouble. Is it true that puppets nowadays help their masters divide worries like this? I hope nothing goes wrong over there, otherwise, it won't be about dividing worries, but creating worries. A powerful suction force came from the dark passage, and the few of them didn't know how long they had been traveling, they only knew their eyes had already adapted to the extreme darkness brought by the shadowy sun. At that moment, it was as if they were spit out, falling from the shadowy sun of another world. The sudden sense of weightlessness made Suze flail his arms and legs. Just as he was about to summon Feng Qingyi to help him fly, Xiaosu grabbed him from the side. As Suze was about to shake him off, he heard Xiaosu say, "Let me remind you, you must not summon that little phoenix. We are currently in the Shadow Realm, its eternal phoenix fire will make us the target of intense fire. Moreover, this is the Shadow Realm of the monster beast world, filled with countless divine beasts. To them, your little phoenix is just a delicious tender meat." Suze knew that what he said made sense, so he suppressed his dislike and didn't break free. Tian Zhongxing said, "Xiao Jun, we need to leave the Shadow Realm first and find the Master of the Shadow." Must it be the Master of the Shadow? Aren't there many monster beasts in the Shadow Realm as well? Xiao Su asked. Tian Zhongxing cautiously concealed his figure while looking for an exit, saying, "Xiao Jun, even in the monster beast world, divine beasts are ultimately a rare few strong ones, not to mention ones at the moonlight level. Even if we are lucky enough to find a moonlight-level divine beast in the Shadow Realm, we would definitely not be its match. Found it, the exit of the Shadow Realm is over here. As Tian Zhongxing explained, he sensed the changes in the surrounding power and finally discovered the exit, leading the group forward. In addition to Tian Zhongxing, Xiao Su, and Su Zhe, there were 6 others, all powerful members of the Fusang Dark Guards, starting from the captain level. However, none of them were under Maruki Ikki. Xiao Su followed closely behind Tian Zhongxing, continuing to ask, what exactly is the situation with this Shadow's master? Why are you so sure we can obtain blood from him? Su Zhe also perked up his ears, this was something he wanted to understand as well. Tian Zhongxing smiled and said, Xiao Jun, let me ask you, what is the most important thing for an anchor point? Is it stability? Xiao Su answered. Exactly, just like the phoenix tree that serves as the anchor point for the Great Xia, our Fusang Shadow anchor point has not changed for hundreds of years since we discovered it. Isn't it strange? Since it is the shadow of a living being, it should not be completely still for hundreds of years. Even if the light remains unchanged, it should still make some movements. Xiao Su suddenly realized, do you mean, it is being controlled? Exactly, an exceptionally powerful divine beast that has been tightly bound for hundreds of years. After a brief moment of dizziness, Su Zhe felt a slight pain in his eyes, stimulated by the light. They had already left the Shadow Realm, but what came into view was not the landscape of the monster beast world, instead, it was the brownish stone walls surrounding them. They were in a cave, and the source of light was a huge bright pearl at the mountaintop. It emitted an unchanging brightness, illuminating the entire cave. Tian Zhongxing warned everyone, remember, we came here by sneaking through the Shadow Realm, because the rules of the Shadow Realm allowed us to enter this world. So never leave the range of the shadow. Everyone nodded repeatedly. Fortunately, the shadow's range was vast and didn't make them feel constrained at all. What kind of monster could cast such a gigantic shadow? They looked up and saw a black evil dragon firmly fixed in the air by 4 chains as thick as roads. The black dragon was even more massive, resembling a black island suspended in the sky. 4 iron chains coiled from the dragon's claws up around its body, then pierced upwards to be anchored at the cave ceiling. At the very top of the dragon's body sat a shining pearl, casting a shadow that hadn't shifted for hundreds of years. It seems to be sleeping. Someone whispered. Ha, anyone locked up for hundreds of years would probably numb themselves with long sleep. Tian Zhongxing looked up at the gigantic dragon body and said, what we need to do next is find the weak spots on its body and try to obtain its blood. Naturally, they first considered the 4 dragon claws pierced by the chains, the wounds there remained gruesome but were already dry, like a dead tree, with no trace of blood. But at least the wound isn't covered by dragon scales, the defense is weaker. Let's see if we can enlarge the wound and get some blood. In fact, this was true, even a divine beast had no protective power on dead wounds. They successfully enlarged the wound, but it remained necrotic. It was like digging for a spring in a dry place, and blood never flowed out. Just when everyone was about to give up and look for new areas to work on, dark red blood suddenly gushed out, and they hurriedly took out their prepared containers to collect it. They also kept an eye on the black dragon's movements, but despite their efforts like digging a well, it still didn't wake up. It looked as if it were sleeping so soundly, so safely. Is this it? Seems a bit too easy. Tian Zhongxing wiped the sweat from his forehead and said. Even if they hadn't encountered any miracles, they also hadn't faced danger, and being able to return safely was the best outcome. Just then, someone hurried over excitedly and said. He had gone to the side to relieve himself and happened to discover that there was another giant space in a corner of the cave. Captain Tian Zhong, Captain Xiao, treasure. I found the dragon's treasure hoard. There are so many gold coins. What a big fuss. It's just gold. Don't cause unnecessary trouble, if you wake it up, you'll be responsible. Tian Zhongxing scolded, startled, and lowered his voice. The man quickly lowered his voice and replied, but I also saw several beast crystal cores, very large beast crystal cores, I've never seen anything like them. Could it be, divine beast crystal cores? Even the usually steady Tian Zhongxing felt a surge of excitement inside. But they all failed to notice. Even though the black dragon was bleeding from a wound, it remained still and quiet. However, as they spoke of the treasure hoard, its tightly shut eyes seemed to tremble slightly. Chapter 154, Mountain of Gold. Tian Zhongxing suppressed his excitement and said, forget about the beast crystal cores, the mission is the most important thing. Don't cause unnecessary trouble. Though he knew that for a moonlight-level black dragon, only divine beast-level crystal cores were likely worth its collection. But he also knew it was prudent, as humans, it was better to leave the world of beasts promptly. At that moment, Xiao Su walked over and whispered in Tian Zhongxing's ear, Captain Tian, I think we should take a look. He continued to coax, from what I understand, the core of a divine artifact should be the divine beast crystal core. A crystal core from a divine beast that has not gone through any refinement, although it may not yet be a divine weapon, should be comparable to one of the 3 divine artifacts of your country. After all, only when the three divine artifacts are united can they truly be considered divine weapons. Tian Zhongxing nodded, feeling somewhat shaken inside. The gap in strength between him and Ganmuisin was only reflected above the divine artifacts, if he were to obtain a divine beast crystal core comparable to a divine weapon now. Tian Zhongxing felt his heart race faster, but still expressed concern. But we have already completed our mission, we should leave quickly. It would be troublesome if this dragon wakes up. Xiaosu continued to smile and persuade, Tian Zhongjuan, our mission went so smoothly this time, and we have plenty of time. Besides, how much time could it take to just grab something and leave? This dragon has been drained of blood like this and hasn't woken up, it won't suddenly wake up just like that. Tian Zhongxing glanced at the massive black dragon that showed no sign of movement in the fierce wounds they had opened on its body, seeming to agree with Xiaosu's words. Finally, he said, then, shall we go take a look? If it's not within the shadow's coverage, we will leave immediately. Because the shadow cast by the dragon served as both anchor points for two worlds, equivalent to the junction of two worlds, everyone could only move within the shadow's range. If the treasure they had just seen was beyond the shadow's coverage, it could only mean they were fated to be apart. Xiaosu replied, I had the same thought. The person who found the treasure earlier, please lead the way. That person immediately walked to the front, leading everyone towards the place he had just discovered. Su Zhe was left at the back, as in their eyes, he was part of Ganmuisin, and inevitably faced some exclusion. Su Zhe didn't mind, he merely wanted to expand his knowledge and understand this enemy he would encounter in the future. Su Zhe seemed to sense something and looked up. Directly above him was the dragon's head. Just now, he felt like the shadow under his feet had shifted slightly, which meant the dragon's head had made a movement. But after looking up, he saw nothing. The black dragon remained with its eyes tightly closed, appearing as if it were asleep. Is it my illusion? Su Zhe shook his head and caught up. However, he did not relax his vigilance against the black dragon. Even facing the unfriendly gazes of the crowd, Su Zhe squeezed into the middle position, thinking that at least someone would help block the danger for him. What he did not notice was that although the dragon's body above showed no sign of movement, the shadow beneath their feet became increasingly dark and profound. We've arrived. This is the place I discovered earlier. The guide pointed ahead. Next to the spot he pointed to, there was a puddle of wetness on the wall, obviously where he had released water, which made this discovery possible. The crowd couldn't help but exclaim as they looked at the scene before them, my god, is this the legendary Golden Mountain? What appeared before their eyes were enormous gold blocks piled up like little hills. This flat-topped Golden Mountain was about several hundred meters high, but its length and width reached thousands of meters, looking more like a gigantic stump of gold. The surface of the Golden Mountain was very irregular, it looked like it had not undergone any human refining or division. But it was incredibly pure, radiating a crimson brilliance under the light. It makes sense, dragon fire is probably more effective than any human method used to refine gold. Xiaosu looked at the Golden Mountain in admiration, saying, this dragon must have directly melted an entire gold mine to create this Golden Mountain. The top of the Golden Mountain is flat, not sharp, so I think this must be the bed he made for himself. If it weren't hanging outside by an iron chain, he might be sleeping on this Golden Mountain right now. Unfortunately, the entire Golden Mountain is covered by shadows, so they can't get close enough to touch it, let alone take anything. But they also couldn't take this mountain-sized Golden Mountain away. Around this Golden Mountain, several demon beast crystal cores were scattered, each one reaching dozens of meters in diameter. This is a size that ordinary demon beasts in the human world can't reach, clearly all being divine beast crystal cores. However, at this moment, they lay scattered around like marbles as if children were playing. What stunned people was that there was only one divine beast crystal core, just stuck at the edge of the shadows range. Tianzhong looked at Xiaosu with a face full of joy. Xiaojun, this is truly heaven's help. Xiaosu smiled back. Tianzhong Jun, why are you still not going to collect it? Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back. Although Tianzhong just smiled on his face, his body honestly walked over, summoning his beast. His beast looked like a huge moving mass of black clay, wrapping the entire divine beast crystal core, then returning to the beast space, taking the crystal core with it. Alright, Xiaojun, this haul far exceeds our expectations, everyone hurry up and leave here. Then, the group quickly left, heading back the way they came. At that moment, someone suddenly shouted loudly. What's wrong? Everyone hurriedly looked back at him, only to see him covering his mouth and desperately pointing upward, his eyes filled with fear. Although the others didn't look up, they had already realized what was happening. Because overhead, there came a heavy breathing sound like thunder and the metallic crash from the massive iron chains being pulled. Su Zhe trembled and looked up, seeing a pair of enormous golden eyes fully opened. The black dragon had awakened, it opened its cavernous mouth and let out a soul-shaking roar of anger. Though it did not speak, this roar struck at everyone's souls, making all present understand the meaning behind its mighty cry. Pitiful and ugly little insects, I have not yet crushed your world. How dare you come to take my flesh and treasures, you all deserve to be ground to dust. Chapter 155, Golden Feather Phoenix. Not good, this evil dragon has awakened, everyone, run. Tianzhong shouted, and everyone hurried to escape in panic. I knew it, that was not an illusion. Su Zhe shouted in his heart. At this moment, the enraged black dragon had already breathed out black dragon flames from its mouth. Having been prepared, Su Zhe decisively hid behind the others, quickly dodging aside. The others weren't so lucky, one person was caught and instantly turned to ashes as they couldn't dodge in time. But then they discovered, although the giant dragon had awakened, it still couldn't escape the control of the iron chains. Burn a few more to death. Very soon, Su Zhe's wish came true. When the next stream of dragon flame blasted out, the shadows on the ground suddenly stretched out many tentacles and wrapped toward everyone. Because all attention was focused on the direction of the dragon's head, 2 more people were caught by the tentacles and then burned into ash. Some people wanted to fly up to dodge, but they still could not leave the shadows. And the ashes burned from the dead people's bodies and the beast corpses of their tamed beasts that died because of this scattered inside the shadows, all disappearing, as if a huge invisible mouth was hidden there swallowing everything, and at the same time the black dragon's interval between using dragon flame became shorter and shorter. The wounds that had been opened on its body before all healed, but the piercing wounds from the 4 iron chains still remained. This black dragon seems short of power, it has to rely on killing people and absorbing power to keep attacking, Su Zhe said while observing from the side. From just now he had felt very strange, the black dragon after all was a divine beast, but it was a bit too petty. The dragon flame it spat from its mouth looked very thick in human eyes. But in front of the black dragon's huge body, it was as thin as a toothpick. By reason its dragon flame should be able to cover the entire area in front, how could it give people a chance to dodge? Why did this dragon become so weak? Is it only because it was imprisoned by iron chains for 1,000 years? Su Zhe's gaze looked toward the very top of the cave, at that huge glowing source. From the very beginning he was very curious, what kind of thing could send out light unchanged for 1,000 years? Now in his heart he faintly had some guesses. At this time, except for Xiao Su and Tanaka Shang, almost everyone else was already dead. And Su Zhe, who had been hiding at the edge to lower his sense of presence, also had to be noticed, and began to dodge dragon flame attacks like those people before. Xiao Su urged, Captain Tanaka, is it done yet? Why still haven't you opened the passage into the shadow world? Su Zhe also felt very confused in his heart, in his impression entering the shadow world should be a very simple thing. Just like sinking into water, sinking into the shadows, and you enter the shadow world. But from the very start when the black dragon revived and launched attacks, Tanaka Shang had been trying to open the passage to the shadow world, yet he never succeeded. At this time hearing Xiao Su ask, he also turned his head back, his face full of despair as he shook his head, I can't do it, the shadow world seems to be blocked, whether it is me or my tamed beasts we can't feel the shadow world at all, so naturally we can't enter the shadow world. Su Zhe also refused to believe it and let the Shadow Moon Wolf King try once, and sure enough there was not the slightest response, his face also could not help turning ugly. Insects, don't struggle. Back then the reason they used my shadow as the pillar between the 2 worlds was because I, one of the rulers of the shadow world, my shadow was a means of self-strength. The black dragon's voice directly echoed in every person's soul, and they all could understand its meaning. Su Zhe also understood more, on the monster beast world side they seemed to call anchor points pillars, this seemed to have some difference from the anchors they understood as tools to pull 2 worlds closer. But before he could think deeply, Su Zhe felt that because of a moment of carelessness, he too was controlled by the tentacles in the other party's shadow. Black dragon flame flew towards Su Zhe, the scorching heat already making him feel the hair on his forehead starting to dry and curl. At this moment, a clear and pleasant cry rang out, golden red flames appeared in front of Su Zhe, blocking all of the black dragon flame. The golden red flames also extinguished because of this, revealing the figure of the golden feathered phoenix, Fengqingyi, who had completely shed her mortal bird form. Su Zhe could only sigh and murmur to himself, I originally planned to hide a bit of my strength, waiting for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack, but now I am forced to reveal it early. Indeed, just recently, the golden feathered phoenix had successfully evolved into a divine beast, becoming the golden feathered phoenix, but Su Zhe had always kept this news hidden. The reason he took the initiative to participate in this task was also to find an opportunity to ambush Xiao Su and take revenge for Lin Shi. But now his strength had already been revealed early, making it difficult to launch a surprise attack again. Phoenix? I didn't expect you tiny insects to have brought a little phoenix. Good, this is truly wonderful. The power of a divine beast can help me regain more strength, and the phoenix's unique rebirth power might help me escape from here. Facing the possibility of freedom, the black dragon instantly became excited, abandoning Xiao Su and Tian Zhongxing, and began to attack Su Zhe with all its might. Thick black dragon flames spewed toward Su Zhe, and the obstacles beneath his feet left him no way to evade. Although the golden feathered phoenix had become a divine beast, she still had a long way to grow. She was currently only in her 90s in level, but with bloodline suppression and various bloodline secret arts, even a fully leveled beast might not be her match. The problem was that among divine beasts, Fengqingyi was still very weak, and her opponents were already adult moonlight-level divine beasts. Even though her strength was nearly depleted now, her rank was still there, and she couldn't withstand too many attacks from the black dragon. This won't do. I have to fight back. Suze gritted his teeth and pointed at the shining pearl above, saying, Xingyi, let's take the initiative. Attack the pearl above. After receiving the command, Fengqingyi spread her wings and flew towards the pearl that illuminated the entire cave above. As a divine beast, she was not rejected by the rules of the beast world and could safely leave the shadows. As Fengqingyi got closer to her target, the black dragon became anxious, just as Suze had anticipated. It gave up attacking others and focused all its efforts on intercepting the flying Fengqingyi. Bird brat, get down here. It looked extremely anxious, completely ignoring everyone else, only thinking about stopping Fengqingyi. No matter how it struggled, the thick iron chains made creaking sounds, as if they were about to snap at any moment. Yet it always fell just short. It could not break free from its binds and could only spew dragon flames, trying to burn Fengqingyi down. However, the golden feathered phoenix, having evolved into a divine beast, did not grow larger but instead became much smaller, maneuvering gracefully in the air to avoid the dragon flames. Even when caught in unavoidable situations, golden red phoenix flames would appear on her body, helping to offset the dragon flames briefly, after which she would pull back and escape. Her first rebirth was completed with the help of dragon flames. Although they were merely weak flames on the verge of extinguishing, they granted her some resistance, allowing her not to be reduced to ashes like others with just a touch. And Suze, standing on the ground, let out a sigh of relief upon seeing this scene. I guessed correctly. The effect of that pearl is not just to provide light and create shadows, it is the dragon pearl. The one who imprisoned this black dragon took away the dragon pearl, the source of the dragon tribe's power, to prevent it from breaking free, making the black dragon extremely weak. Then, they fixed the dragon pearl above, creating shadows while also emitting some weak power to help the black dragon sustain its life. Using its own dragon pearl for sealing, I don't know whether to call it clever or terrifying. The black dragon is currently relying on the light radiated from its own dragon pearl to maintain its weakened state, so it absolutely cannot allow anyone to destroy its dragon pearl. Seeing that the little phoenix has already flown out of its attack range and is about to touch its dragon pearl, the black dragon panicked. In its panic, it also realized that it had become foolish due to its haste. Although it had no way to deal with the flying bird, it could certainly target her master. Although the black dragon did not know what a beast tamer was, it could see at a glance that the tiny human who summoned the golden feather phoenix had used a powerful, binding inequality formation. With this contract formation in place, if the leading party dies, the other party, even if not dead, would suffer severe damage. Little bird, although I don't know why you chose to give up the dignity of a divine beast to sign such an unequal contract with a tiny human, this is your greatest weakness. The black dragon gave up attacking the golden feather phoenix and instead chose to focus its energy on Suze. Before the phoenix could attack its dragon pearl, it had to eliminate its master first. When Suze saw the black dragon lower its massive head and turn to look at him, he instantly felt that things were about to go terribly wrong. Is this going to turn all tactics into a stealth mission? Let's just see who strikes first. Almost simultaneously, the black dragon and Fengqingyi unleashed black dragon flames and golden red phoenix fire, respectively. This is really the end. Seeing the dire situation, Suze wanted to flee, but without his strongest beast companion by his side, he couldn't escape the binding shadows extending from the darkness. I still haven't taken my revenge, I can't die here. Suze struggled to pull one leg out of the black, oozy shadows, but at that moment, the dragon flame was already in front of him. It's over. At that moment, a figure appeared, quickly pulling Suze aside and saying, "What are you standing there for? Quickly get away." In that instant, Suze seemed to hear Linxi's voice, and he looked at the figure with great anticipation, but his smile froze in an instant. Because the one saving him was none other than the traitor Xiaosu, whom he wanted to kill the most. How could I mistake this guy for teacher Linxi? Suze gritted his teeth, completely unaware of the shadows quickly leaving Xiaosu's body. As Suze dodged this attack, Fengqingyi's flames also struck the black dragon's dragon pearl. Although it did not cause any substantial damage, it made the light emitted dim significantly, only about half the brightness it once had. With the loss of half its light, the black dragon instantly became much weaker, drooping its head in a dispirited manner. In the distance, Tian Zhongxing's joyous voice came at the right moment. "Xiao Jun, come quickly, the power of the shadow realm is disappearing, we can leave now." Xiaosu took the opportunity to throw the struggling Suze away and hurried towards Tian Zhongxing, their figures quickly sinking into the ground. Suze called out to Fengqingyi, who was still trying to burn the dragon pearl with flames, "Xingyi, it's enough, let's hurry and leave here." Fengqingyi looked reluctantly once, tried with her claws a couple more times, and finding it truly unyielding, she flew back to Suze's side. Without Fengqingyi's attack, the dragon pearl gradually began to regain its brightness. Suze hurriedly pursued the traces left by Tian Zhongxing and the others, using the power of the Shadow Moon Wolf King to open the Shadow Realm and chase after them. At the moment Suze's figure disappeared, the dragon pearl began to slowly regain its light, and the breath of the black dragon gradually stabilized. 1,000 years of imprisonment had made it extremely neurotic, which is why it lost its composure when Fengqingyi was about to attack its dragon pearl. It completely forgot that its dragon pearl was not something that a mere underage ordinary beast could destroy. But it was still a shame. The Shadow Dragon King, as one of the rulers of the Shadow Realm, was played with by humans like ants. It let out an angry dragon roar, its dazzling golden eyes seemed to pierce through the entire Shadow Realm. Spending precious power, it used an anchor point on the other side of its shadow to leave a mark. Humans, you will wait for me, the two worlds will eventually collide, and I will regain my freedom. At that time, I will come to your land and demand back 1,000 times the humiliation suffered today. The dragon roar seemed to faintly reach Suze's ears, who had already arrived in the Shadow Realm, but he did not pay it any mind. Instead, he looked ahead in surprise because he saw Xiao Su again displaying his traditional skills, stabbing through Tian Zhongxing's body from behind. Chapter 157, Was I Sold? Xiao Jun. I have never treated you poorly, what are you doing? Tian Zhongxing looked at the half-blade that pierced through his chest in disbelief, struggling to say. Just now, after bringing Xiao Su back to the Shadow Realm and escaping danger, he had finally sighed in relief. Completely unprepared, he was stabbed through his body by Xiao Su beside him. Could it be? Xiao Jun, are you after that beast core? Actually, you don't have to do this. Just say the word, and I would be completely willing to hand it over to you. Tian Zhongxing gritted his teeth in pain, gasping for breath while trying to smile and speak. Team leader Tian is too polite, the beast core is yours, how could I snatch it? Xiao Su said with a smile, while pushing the dagger further in. In intense pain, Tian Zhongxing coughed up a large amount of blood, and the clay-like beast under his feet struggled in agony. He had just tried to calm Xiao Su with words, preparing for the beast to launch a surprise attack. But whether Xiao Su had seen through him, or he simply had no intention of leaving Tian Zhongxing's life, who could tell? With another thrust and pull of the dagger, blood gushed out like a fountain. Just as Xiao Su was about to pull away the dagger, unexpectedly, Tian Zhongxing suddenly pressed down on him with both hands. Xiao Jun, you have tricked me so badly, you truly are a dangerous person, I actually sent my own son into your hands. For him, I will make sure to leave you here. Xiao Su raised an eyebrow, seemingly sensing something. Indeed, when he looked down, the clay-like beast was displaying an unnatural state. This scene was clearly visible to Suze, who just happened to appear, but he did not join. Instead, he stayed back and watched the fight between the two. Fortunately, I did not join them. This familiar taste, another self-explosion. What a dog-eat-dog situation, a mouthful of fur. The more fiercely you fight, the better, later I will be the mantis catching the cicada, the oriole behind. Suze thought in his heart. Xiao Su also quickly realized that Tian Zhongxing wanted his beast to self-destruct to perish together with him. He decisively let go of the dagger, directly breaking Tian Zhongxing's arms and starting to retreat. His movements were calm and unhurried, as he flew back while continuously knocking down all obstacles on the way towards Tian Zhongxing, preventing his beast from following while also helping to resist the shockwave from the impending self-explosion. In just a few seconds after he started to retreat, a loud boom echoed, and a powerful shockwave surged in. The first to bear the brunt was the body of Tian Zhongxing, which was torn to pieces. Xiao Su's retreating distance was still far from enough to ensure his safety, but the obstacles he threw did block much of the explosion's force. However, the powerful shockwave still hit him, sending him flying. He landed just a short distance away, toward Suze's direction. His eyes lit up, and he quietly moved forward to the spot where Xiao Su had landed. The explosion left Xiao Su in a very sorry state, his body covered in blood and wounds, but it seemed he hadn't been disabled, which made Suze quite unhappy. This damned bastard is still lucky, but his luck has run out. Not dying instantly in the explosion is actually quite good, it gave me the chance to take my revenge. Suze arrived in front of Xiao Su, watching as his chest rose and fell violently with his eyes closed, the corners of his mouth curving into an ambiguous smile. He raised the blade made from the Shadow Moon Wolf King, its tip pointing toward Xiao Su's chest, and thrust down with all his strength, intending to end his life. But just as the tip of the blade was about to touch Xiao Su's skin, a shadow appeared beneath him, blocking the blade. Suze tried to press down forcefully, but he failed to succeed. He took a step back and changed his weapon to the Phoenix Feather Fire Fan. He shouted, "Who? Come out." The reason he hadn't chosen to burn Xiao Su with Phoenix Fire earlier was because Suze wanted him to die in the same way as Lin Shi. But unexpectedly, the other party still had a backup plan in this situation, which made Suze extremely vigilant. Sigh. A long, deep sigh echoed, and Suze was stunned as the impossible figure appeared before him. You are. Teacher? Impossible. This can't be. Why are you here? Indeed, the figure before Suze was Lin Shi. But soon, he noticed some differences. This version of Lin Shi was ethereal, darker in appearance, and Suze recalled that this was the human form of his teacher's Beastmaster Nightmare Lord. You're the teacher's Nightmare Lord? How did you get here? Did this guy steal you when he killed the teacher? Suze said, pointing to Xiao Su on the ground, his tone extremely unfriendly. At that moment, Xiao Su, who was pointed at by him, suddenly laughed and got up from the ground. Though he coughed a few times and spat out some blood, it seemed the explosion had not caused him severe harm. He might have been pretending to be unconscious, luring Su Zhe into taking action. He laughed and said, "I'm not taking the blame for this. Su Zhe, your teacher and his Beastmaster are experts in spiritual power. To steal their contract, only a 100-level war god or a spiritual attribute demon beast could do that. Otherwise, it's impossible. And as far as I know, there isn't such a war god in the world right now." Su Zhe, hearing this, looked at the Nightmare Lord, who had suddenly appeared to prevent him from killing Lin Shi, and anxiously asked, "Then what is going on?" Xiao Su shrugged and said, "Let him explain it to you." At this moment, the Nightmare Lord, who had become Lin Shi, spoke hesitantly, "Su Zhe, actually, this is a transaction. Using my death as the price, making the suspicious Emperor of Fusang believe Xiao Su, and thus allowing him to access their core 8-headed serpent completion plan. And he will definitely do everything to confirm the death news, so it can't be a fake death. It needs to be my real death." "Wait." Su Zhe raised his hand to interrupt, speaking in a somewhat unfriendly tone. "You should only be the teacher's Beastmaster, right? Why are you speaking in his voice?" Lin Shi continued, "Because many years ago, I started an experiment, gradually merging my soul and memories with the nightmare, through the Beastmaster contract. My body will eventually die, but my soul will share life with the beast." Su Zhe listened in disbelief, not expecting that the carefree teacher would have such a mad scientist side. He didn't not believe, but he didn't want to believe. Lin Shi appeared before him again, bringing not joy, but heartache. Because if all this were true, then Xiao Su killing Lin Shi's body and bringing him and Fengqingyi to Fusan was all part of the plan from the start. From the beginning, he was the one kept in the dark, the one who was sold. I need a reasonable explanation. Chapter 158, Spread Open. You want an explanation, I can understand, but shouldn't we leave here first? That guy just self-destructed with quite a noise, which will attract the beasts of the shadow world, including divine beasts. Xiao Su interrupted Su Zhe and Lin Shi. They were still in the shadow world of the beast realm, and it certainly wasn't safe. Su Zhe took a deep look at Lin Shi, then took a deep breath. After all, life's safety was of utmost importance, so he didn't force it. Lin Shi once again hid back into Xiao Su's shadow, and the few of them concealed their figures and flew towards the dark sun in the sky. During this time, a huge black fish flew over their heads, moving like it was swimming on the water. They quickly held their breath, lying on the ground, buried in the mud, and dared not move. Su Zhe seemed to see the strange fish in the sky glance down at them but did not see through their disguise. He watched the fish swim away, heading towards the place they had just left. Clearly, this was a divine beast attracted by the self-destruction sound, and it was an unconstrained adult divine beast. By accident, due to the self-destruction, most of the attention in the shadow world was drawn away. So they encountered no danger on their way out, otherwise, flying brazenly towards the dark sun in the sky would still be somewhat dangerous. Once they reached the dark sun, after some searching, they finally found the passage they had previously opened. At that moment, the huge fish that had flown over their heads suddenly came speeding back, completely different from its previous leisurely manner. Xiao Su shouted. "Not good, this guy saw us earlier but let us go on purpose to find out how we crossed. Hurry up and go." Then the two quickly dove into the passage, while behind them, the giant fish crashed in. The narrow passage was insignificant before its massive body, but it chose not to. At that moment, a great resistance erupted between the two different worlds of the dark sun, as if they had discovered someone was using them to smuggle, and started to push back. Gang Muisin even watched as the passage before him began to slowly close, quickly shrinking to the size of a fist. Yet, he was powerless to stop it. Can they still squeeze out? Gang Muisin gestured, realizing that even his own head couldn't fit through. His expression turned ugly, although he was quite pleased to see Xiao Su and Tian Zhongxing trapped on the other side. He was not happy that Su Zhe had also gone in and brought his beast with him. If Emperor Anyata no Kagami found out, he would not be able to bear the consequences. Inside the passage, Xiao Su and Su Zhe were also feeling very uncomfortable. The passage was initially spacious, but soon became cramped, forcing them to turn sideways and move forward little by little. Even now, attempting to crawl made it impossible to move an inch further. Moreover, the passage was continuing to collapse, and the creaking of their bones echoed throughout their bodies. Are we going to be squeezed to death here? This way of dying would truly be suffocating. At that moment, behind them, the divine beast had fully squeezed in, beginning to close in on the two. With its entry, the massive body forced the passage to stretch open. Only an adult divine beast could achieve this, they certainly couldn't manage it. Su Zhe and Xiao Su felt much lighter on their bodies, and the ahead became passable. This is truly a path that does not lead to despair. Fortune comes from disaster. The two could hardly hide their joy and rushed forward. The divine beast followed closely behind them, unaware that it had become a tool for clearing the way. Soon, Su Zhe saw the light ahead. Gang Muisin was also surprised to find that something was slowly pushing open the entrance of the passage. Then Xiao Su and Su Zhe were squeezed out, simultaneously shouting, "Quick, close the passage! Shut it tight!" Gang Muisin, initially clueless and making no moves, saw that so many people had gone in before, and now only 2 had returned. It made no sense to close the passage immediately. Until prompted by the 2, he heard the sounds of monster roars and writhing bodies coming from inside the passage. Is something from that side following them? Gang Muisin was startled, quickly withdrawing the power that maintained the passage. The passage immediately closed, and then he took out the 8-span mirror to reinforce it. Even so, the dark sun continued to produce violent tremors and crashing sounds. Though the passage wasn't smashed open, fragments of the dark sun fell down, not knowing where they dropped into the shadow realm. This made Su Zhe think of the fragment of the dark sun he had swallowed when hatching the Shadow Moon Wolf King. Could it be that the monsters from the monster world were trying to use the dark sun to smuggle themselves out? The divine beast's attack on the dark sun also triggered its counterattacks, and an overwhelming force began to repel this outsider. This did not mean that Gang Muisin was stronger than the divine beast. Rather, the Fuso Dark Guard had spent hundreds of years researching before discovering the method from the dark sun to the monster world. But after exploiting this loophole, it was immediately closed off by the world's self-repair. Even the divine beast couldn't reopen it once the passage was thoroughly closed. What kind of end would it meet, Su Zhe did not know, but at least no more sounds of being attacked came from within the dark sun. Xiao Su and Su Zhe finally heaved a sigh of relief, and Gang Muisin felt the same. But he had more important questions to ask. Did you complete your mission? Xiao Su nodded. He took out a container that held the blood of a divine beast. After everyone else was dead, this container fell into his hands. Gang Muisin breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. As long as the task was completed, other problems could be discussed later. He then asked, "Why are only the 2 of you here? Where are Captain Tianzhong and his subordinates?" Su Zhe maintained a puppet's good demeanor, saying nothing, waiting to see how Xiao Su would respond. Unexpectedly, under his vivid storytelling, it was revealed that Captain Tianzhong couldn't resist the allure of the divine beast crystal core. Xiao Su's repeated persuasion was in vain. In the end, after taking 1 crystal core, they triggered the revenge of the trapped divine beast. They fought back desperately, but the divine beast was just too strong, and only Xiao Su and Su Zhe survived. He also let it slip that Su Zhe was alive because his golden-feathered phoenix had successfully evolved into a divine beast, the golden-feathered phoenix. This made Su Zhe unable to help but glare at him. But no matter how vivid Xiao Su's words were, Gang Muisin did not fully believe him, instead turning to verify with his puppet Su Zhe. Seeing this, Su Zhe bit his teeth hard and eventually nodded. Although he felt very unhappy about being sold out, he still wanted to understand what the plan really was and try to cooperate as much as possible. "Why didn't you mention that your beast has evolved?" Gang Muisin frowned and asked. "My beast evolved successfully after being stimulated by the divine beasts in the monster world," Su Zhe said, with no hint of embarrassment. Due to absolute confidence in the effect of the 8-span mirror, Gang Muisin had no doubts. After all, for him, it was a delight that Tianzhong Shang was dead. As for whether there were any issues with the cause of death, he had no interest in that. The encounter of Captain Tianzhong is saddening, but it was all self-inflicted. "Let's go back," Gang Muisin said, walking at the forefront. From his lively steps, it seemed he was not truly grieving. Chapter 159, The Reason. Tianzhong Shang's death, with no body or evidence, could only be articulated through the accounts of Su Zhe and Xiao Su. However, Su Zhe was merely a puppet, so even in front of the emperor, it was still Xiao Su's narration, with Su Zhe responsible for confirmation. I understand everything now. You completed your task very well. Captain Tianzhong could not resist the temptation of the divine beast crystal core, and in the end, this result is his own fault, but I wonder about that divine beast crystal core. The emperor looked towards Xiao Su, who immediately became tense, beads of cold sweat emerging from his forehead. Under pressure, he reluctantly handed over his spoils, respectfully placing them before the Emperor Minji. He watched as the perceptive Xiao Su nodded and had Yaki behind him swallow the divine beast crystal core whole. After stroking the lone intact snake head of the excited Yaki, he said, "Xiaokuan, for now, the people left by Captain Tianzhong will be entrusted to you until a new captain is found. Let's head back." Su Zhe knew this meant the emperor had given up on pursuing the matter. He might have guessed that Tianzhong Shang's death was not entirely as Xiao Su had described, but Xiao Su's convincing performance made him think that even if some tricks were used, it was just to obtain the divine beast crystal core. Now that the divine beast crystal core was taken, it was a warning to Xiao Su. As for giving all of Tianzhong Shang's Fuso shadow guards to Xiao Su, it was still meant to maintain balance. Gang Muisin's face became very unpleasant at the moment the emperor spoke that sentence, casting a somewhat hostile look at Xiao Su. They were mutually antagonistic, not cooperative, and this was exactly the situation Emperor Minji wanted to see. At night, in Xiao Su's room, he was comforting Tianzhong Kakuya, who was heartbroken after hearing the news. After learning about his father's death, he came to inquire about every detail of the matter. Xiao Su also replied without a single drop of water leaking. Tianzhong Kai cried and said, "My father was cautious by nature, indeed, only when the divine beast crystal core appeared in front of him would he lose his reason." Xiaosu sighed and said, "The last words your father spoke to me were about his concerns for your safety. He hoped I could help take care of you. The Emperor has entrusted the team that your father originally led in the Shadow Guards to me, but I am now appointing you as the deputy commander to continue overseeing Captain Tianzhong's subordinates." Tianzhong Kai looked at Xiaosu, trembling as he said, "Brother Xiao." After another round of crying, Xiaosu sent Tianzhong Kai away. Not far from there, Tianzhong Kai immediately wiped the tears from his face. Xiaosu then looked into the shadow beside him and asked, "Since everyone has left, aren't you going to come out?" Suze stepped out from the shadows, sneering as he said, "It's truly ironic, you killed his father, yet he still has to thank you." Xiaosu shrugged and said, "Did you really think he didn't notice anything? The benefits I promised him were enough to make him unwilling to pursue the matter any further." Suze paused for a moment, then remembered that Tianzhong Shang had self-detonated for his son, and involuntarily felt a chill. He then spoke, "Your hearts are truly dirty. So tell me, what reason did you have to sell me out? What kind of benefits are we talking about?" Xiaosu nodded, still the old rule, let him explain it personally. Lin Shi reappeared from the shadows and began to explain to Suze, who was staring at him intimidatingly, "It's actually quite simple, we need divine beasts, Xia needs divine beasts. Fu Sang thinks their secrecy is excellent, but in fact, we've known about their plans to complete Yaki for a long time. However, we did not choose to stop them, instead, we are going to help them complete the final steps. But it can't be too deliberate, we need them to realize how difficult it is to gain divine blood from Xia so that they will not have any doubts. To fully gain the trust of the Emperor of Fu Sang, even my death is required. All of this is to wait for the moment when Yaki is completely finished, to execute the final step of the mission and take over its contract." Lin Shi did not provide specifics on how the takeover would work. But this still made Suze furrow his brow and say in confusion, "So you've been pushing me to help Feng Qingyi become a divine beast just to give her away? Why does it have to be this way? Isn't the Golden Feather Phoenix also a divine beast? Am I and Feng Qingyi not trustworthy?" Lin Shi continued, "No, it's not the same. The Golden Feather Phoenix is just an ordinary star-shining level divine beast, her power is far from enough, while the completed Yaki is a moonlight level divine beast, capable of fighting against the beast world." Seeing Suze's puzzled expression, he then provided a brief explanation on the ranking of divine beasts. Only then did Suze understand everything, shaking his head with a bitter smile, then asking, "What about Brother Xiao Chang? Does he know about this plan?" Lin Shi shook his head and said, "He only knows part of it, not much, this child is not good at lying, only in such situations can he show a real reaction to my death, that Emperor is very suspicious. As for you, he has always opposed it." Suze shook his head in despair, he thought the two people who were best for him had ultimately joined forces to sell him out. He finally understood why Lin Shi had apologized to him before dying. Xia needs divine beasts, at least a moonlight level divine beast, but it doesn't care what kind of divine beast it is, even that ugly snake from Fusang could work, right? Suze suddenly raised his head and said, "That's right." Lin Shi nodded after a moment of silence. Hearing this, Suze's eyes gradually grew determined as he nodded and said, "Good, very good." Even though it could be understood from a broader perspective, he detested the feeling of being used. He then turned and left. Xiaosu walked over and said, "This kid won't report us, right?" Lin Shi shook his head and remained silent. Chapter 160, Absolutely not. A few days later, on a moonless night. According to earthly terms, it should be called a new moon night. It refers to the first day of the lunar month when the moon is positioned between the sun and the earth, appearing alongside the sun, rendering the moonlight invisible on earth. This lunar phase is called new, and at this time, the moon is called a new moon. Suze and Xiaosu arrived at the Emperor's palace as required. Tonight was the day when the bloodline of Yaki would be completed, and it was also the moment for Xiaosu and Suze to execute their respective plans. As Suze brushed past Xiaosu, he whispered, "Planning against me? I can guarantee your plan will fail." Xiaosu simply smiled and did not say anything. At the front of the palace, they met Emperor Mingyi, who changed into a ceremonial white robe to welcome this important day. "Everyone is here, then let's go with me." With the help of several maidservants, they arrived at a secret chamber deep within the palace, and the secret passage leading underground was already prepared to be opened. "Xiaosu, Naruki, you stay outside. Suze, bring the imperial beast and come with me." Only Suze was permitted to enter the secret chamber because he was needed to restrain Feng Qingyi. Suze silently followed behind the magnificently robed Emperor Mingyi, with a fuming Feng Qingyi in human form beside him. Yaki approached from another side of the secret passage, coiling around the Emperor's side. Perhaps due to its incomplete bloodline, it could not transform into a human form and remained in its ugly appearance. Yaki affectionately rubbed against Emperor Mingyi's palm, seemingly happy for this day, but it would occasionally glance back at Feng Qingyi. The ugly snake face revealed a nauseating smile, and every time this happened, Suze could feel Feng Qingyi's emotions becoming extremely unstable. He could only comfort her, urging her to endure. Just bear with it, it will get what it deserves soon enough. Feng Qingyi could only suppress her anger and snorted coldly. This was also noticed by Emperor Mingyi, who turned to look back and then patted Yaki's snake head, saying, "Good eye, don't rush, once your bloodline is completed, let's take care of the good stuff together." He then licked his lips. Previously, when Feng Qingyi showed up in her original form, he had no reaction. But now, seeing her in human form, it stirred something within him. Yaki shouldn't refuse to share with me, right? Perhaps sensing the Lord's thoughts, Yaki rubbed against him, seemingly indicating agreement. They were now in a secret passage within the palace that descended downwards, though they had not yet seen the blood pool. The nauseating and rich smell of blood already assaulted their senses. Soon, they arrived in front of a gigantic blood pool. All of it is just ordinary monster blood and human blood. If only the blood of the divine beasts is used, the powers within the 8 kinds of blood will conflict with each other, so a large amount of ordinary blood is needed as a buffer. Although most of them are the death row inmates from all over Fusan, there are also many results from the Dark Guard's activities in Great Xia over the years. After all, you have so many people, right? Hearing this, Suzei suddenly raised his head, clenched his teeth, and quietly tightened his fist. At that moment, the 8-headed snake in the blood pool slowly extended its massive snake head, which could completely submerge its enormous body. The depth of this blood pool was likely beyond Suzei's expectations. One couldn't know how many people it would take to fill it. Just then, Emperor Minji suddenly spoke without looking back. Speaking of which, Suzei-kun, are you really controlled by the 8-stub mirror? He continued as if to himself. That fool, Narimoku, seems to be too confident in his broken mirror, thinking that now Fusan only has his 8-stub mirror as a divine artifact. But in the end, the 3 divine artifacts are just pseudo-artifacts. As an emperor, I have the right to access many secrets, so I clearly know that, 1,000 years ago, the Fusang royal family accidentally obtained the corpse of a divine beast, and then used the divine beast crystal core obtained from the corpse to forge 3 artifacts. Because, with the forging technology at that time, a single tool could not bear the power of a whole monster crystal core. However, ultimately, it was just the most ordinary star-bright divine beast, and it was divided into 3 parts. Strictly speaking, it cannot even be regarded as a divine artifact. So there are many ways to resist the control of the 8-stub mirror. For example, you should not be controlled at all, right? Emperor Minji said with a confident grin, and if you really were controlled, I could make you jump into the blood pool to become a sacrifice for the 8-headed beast, and you would likely do it. You, a genius like you, your blood's effect is second only to the blood of the 8 divine beasts. Before he could finish his words, a splash was heard. Suzei had already jumped in. The emperor beside him was visibly taken aback. Suzei's decisiveness left him truly confused. He couldn't tell if Suzei was acting or had really fallen under the control of the 8-stub mirror. But it seemed that even if Suzei obediently jumped into the blood pool as a sacrifice, he still held onto his doubts. He continued, but there's no need to worry, the 8-headed beast really likes your little phoenix. If she kills you as her master now, she won't be under control anymore. Only when the 8-headed beast becomes a moonlight-level divine beast can it forcibly control lower-level divine beasts through bloodline suppression. By then, it would not be too late to deal with you. This is one of the reasons I made you follow. In this blood pool, you are the 8-headed beast's sacrifice. No matter what methods you have, you cannot survive. He initially wanted to see the panic on Suzei's face, but unexpectedly, Suzei remained extremely calm in the blood pool and even began to wash himself. However, in such an environment, he was definitely getting dirtier as he scrubbed. As for panic? At this point, he was secretly delighted. He was still contemplating how to sneak the egg into the blood pool, for instance, having Feng Qingyi pretend it's her egg and so on. But Feng Qingyi absolutely disagreed, saying she is a virtuous young lady and cannot ruin her reputation. Unexpectedly, Emperor Minji tested him and made him jump into the blood pool himself. Well, he would go along with it then. However, the smell in the blood pool was truly unpleasant, making him feel a bit nauseous. At this moment, Emperor Minji on the bank of the blood pool shook his head like he had seen a ghost. Anyway, whether Suzei was controlled by the 8-foot mirror or not, entering the blood pool meant he was a sacrifice. Under the rules, there was no way he could survive. He pulled out one jade bottle after another and began to pour them into the blood pool, which contained the blood of 8 divine beasts collected by the Fujisawa Dark Guards from around the world. Even Feng Qingyi's blood was taken after she completed her mission and her transformation into a divine beast was revealed. Because of this, Feng Qingyi had been weak these past few days. As the emperor added bottle after bottle of divine blood into the blood pool, Suzei quietly took out the scarlet blood egg and placed it at his feet. Come on, let me see who will be fulfilled by the divine blood you collected in the end. Chapter 161, Unable to Compete, Being Drained. As all 8 types of divine blood were poured into the blood pool, suddenly the blood in the pool burst forth with dazzling light, as if it had been activated. The completion of Yaki was not just about absorbing the 8 types of divine blood, it was a complex sacrificial ritual, and the entire blood pool was a sacrifice. That's why he said Suzei entering the blood pool was seeking death. Under this light, Yaki lifted its 8 necks. Except for the main head, the other 7 deformed flesh lumps were writhing, as if they were really about to grow heads. Once he successfully grew 8 heads, it would mean the completion was successful, and the true moonshine-level divine beast, Yaki, would be born. Yaki looked at the tiny living being at the other end of the blood pool and said, "Human, since you are willing to willingly become my sacrifice, let me enjoy you quickly. After all, after this, I will have 7 brothers fighting with me for food." It licked its lips, thankfully just 8 heads on one body. Otherwise, who would that little phoenix belong to? They couldn't possibly share, could they? It wasn't impossible. Yaki grinned wickedly, then wanted to rush over and swallow Suze whole. Seeing this, Fengqingyi transformed back and flew above the blood pool, using flames to stop it. Seeing this, Emperor Minjia laughed. "You finally couldn't hold back? I knew I wasn't wrong, you really weren't controlled by the 8-foot mirror. But no matter what scheme you have, from the moment you entered the blood pool, the result was already determined: die." Just when he thought he would see Yaki swallow the sacrifice whole. However, Yaki's massive serpent body seemed to sense something shocking and froze in place. Even as Fengqingyi's flames burned and released waves of meaty fragrance, it did not move. Then, anxiously flicking its serpentine tongue, it said, "Human, what have you done?" While Emperor Minjia was still confused, he suddenly saw the light in the blood pool gathering toward Suze and rapidly being absorbed. That represents the source power within the divine beast's essence blood. A human body cannot possibly bear it. Could it be that this guy is actually a humanoid demon beast? Emperor Minjia said in disbelief. He hurriedly commanded, "Yaki, what are you waiting for? That's the power you need to complete your bloodline, hurry and grab it." As soon as he finished speaking, Yaki opened its massive mouth to the sky, and a powerful suction force erupted from it, pulling the light toward it for a moment. However, Suze then felt the scarlet blood egg beneath his feet as if it had been provoked, and it began to get angry. The light instantly gathered onto Suze's body, and of course, in reality, it was being absorbed by the scarlet blood egg below. Yaki, feeling drained, cried out anxiously, "No. I can't compete with him." Emperor Minjia was also stunned. He had speculated about what kinds of methods Suze might use to stop Yaki's completion. For instance, a sneak attack, or poisoning in a blood pool. But he has always been on guard against Suze and even Xiaosu, and to complete the bloodline, he only needs to absorb power, so he won't be poisoned at all. However, he often did not expect that there would be such a situation, which is to intercept. At this moment, Xiaosu had already walked through the passage and arrived at the blood pool. As for Qimo Yishin, with Linshi here, he is currently sleeping soundly above. Not just him, all the high-ranking dark guards have already entered Dreamland. This is the benefit of Xiaosu having served as the captain for the past few days, allowing him to legitimately contact all the high-ranking members, and then quietly approach them to plant Linshi's mark. At the right moment, he can trigger it, letting all the high-ranking experts fall asleep. As for Xiaosu, he would take advantage of the critical moment of the completion of the Yamata no Orochi to come before the Emperor Minji and steal a surprise attack to kill him. As the soul dissipates, Linshi will burn all his and the Nightmare Lord's power to perform the soul contract severance and transfer. Now, Linshi has become Xiaosu's beast through a soul contract, and this ability will cut him out and then fill in the contract of Yamata. I believe if it doesn't want to weaken and die along with its master, it won't resist too much. But unexpectedly, when they hid in the shadows using the Nightmare Lord's power, preparing to ambush the Emperor, what they saw was such a scene. How could Suze be in the blood pool too? Isn't this ridiculous? Xiaosu and Linshi couldn't care about exposing themselves, and stepped out from the shadows to say. They could see that the scene before them had deviated far from the plan. Because from the despair on Emperor Minji's face, it seemed that the completion of Yamata had failed, and the contract of usurping the Moonlight-level divine beast no longer existed. You brat! Is this what you call ruining our plan? In the end, it's like drawing water with a bamboo basket, and no one benefits. Linshi said with a bitter smile. Because this means his flesh body had died in vain. You have to know, although now his soul has fused with the Nightmare Lord and possesses long-lasting life. He no longer needs to burn his soul to cut the contract as originally planned. But the problem is, in such a state, he would no longer be able to drink his favorite wine. Wait, maybe it isn't a complete failure. Looking at this situation, why does it seem like Suze is about to take away all the power needed to complete Yamata? Can a human also become a divine beast? Xiaosu said, carefully observing the scene in front of him. But Linshi, existing in a spiritual form, could see the flow of energy even more clearly and said, "No, the power is gathering at that brat's feet, he is hiding something." You really have talent. Linshi said happily. He remembered Suze's earlier question, does Dasha only need one moonlight-level divine beast, no matter what it is? Even if it is Fusang, Yamata no Orochi can also be? Clearly, he has now given his answer, he doesn't need Yamata, he can also produce a moonlight-level divine beast. Then the old and new questions arise again, where did this brat get so many powerful monster beasts? Just as he was thinking, Suze also felt that the scarlet blood egg beneath his feet had reached its peak and began to absorb indiscriminately. Even if he had a wound on his body just now, it would probably have already been drained. Suze hurriedly raised a hand, and the phoenix genie flying in the air received his signal, immediately diving down to grab him out of the blood pool. At the same time, the scarlet blood egg, surrounded by blood, rose high from the blood pool. The strong suction was directed at the Yamata no Orochi, which still had not given up trying to seize part of the power. This time, trying to steal the chicken ended up losing the rice. Its 7 bloody, misshapen lumps of flesh were directly shot out in 7 lines of blood, pulled by the powerful suction of the crimson blood egg, instantly making the entire snake wither. Seeing this, Emperor Minji was even more astonished and wanted to attack the crimson blood egg. But it was too late. Fine cracks began to appear on the crimson blood egg, and the divine beast inside was about to break free. Chapter 162, Backlash. Emperor Minji slumped down to the ground, despairing. How is this possible? Yada is a divine beast, how could it be weaker than an egg? At that moment, he turned to see Xiaosu, who was no longer hiding to launch a sneak attack, and the black figure next to him, whose shape kept shifting. He recognized at a glance that it was Linshi. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh and said, Linshi is still alive? This must be a dream. Yes, it must be a dream. He stumbled over to Xiaosu, pointing at his nose and appearing to go mad as he said, Xiaosu, this must be your doing, right? I knew you had a problem. Linshi is definitely not dead. You want to plot against me. But I never trusted you either. Once Yada finishes, I won't need your damn shadow guards anymore. Those team leaders have all secretly contacted the Americans. Do they really think they can hide it from me? Whether it's you or Naruki, I never intended to let you off. Yada will use the blood of all the shadow guards to further enhance its strength, firmly establishing itself in the realm of divine beasts. The Americans can't control me either. Xiaosu looked at the finger almost poking his nose with a touch of sadness, shrugged, and said, Your ambition is great, but unfortunately, this is not a dream. He pressed down on Emperor Minji's finger and, looking into his bloodshot eyes, said, Your Majesty, your beast seems to be on the verge of collapse. 2 of the 3 Shadow Guard captains are dead, and the remaining one is out there dreaming. So don't you think it's dangerous to be so close to me right now? Emperor Minji finally realized, sitting on the ground in shock, although he still stubbornly said, This really isn't your doing? This is really not a dream? It's impossible. But his body was honest, crawling backward with hands and feet, scratching them to bleed. Xiaosu paid him no mind, instead turning to the crimson monstrous egg embraced by a wave of blood in the air and to Suze on the shore. He murmured, Yes, it's hard not to doubt whether this is a dream. In the past, he always mysteriously had diamond and platinum grade beast eggs, and now he even has a divine beast egg, and its level is not low. How many secrets does this kid hold? Linshi next to him wore a more relieved expression. Is this what you call thwarting our plan? This is quite the setback. Since we can take out our moonlight-level divine beast, there's no need to use that ugly snake from Fusang. Soon, Suze felt another contract form in his soul. The crimson blood egg also stopped absorbing blood, and the blood pool receded, but most of the blood had already disappeared, leaving only a murky bottom. Yada wasn't completely drained, it had saved its life. But just as it was about to breathe a sigh of relief, it suddenly felt the little blood left in its body start to heat up, seeming like it was boiling inside. And the little blood left at the bottom of the pool evaporated rapidly. Quickly, it completely dried up. In fact, the temperature around had indeed risen significantly, but it was just at the height of the midsummer sun, not yet to the point of quickly evaporating moisture. But centered around the scarlet blood egg, within 1,000 miles, except for Suze's side, all the moisture was rapidly evaporating. On the ground, the soil of Fusang quickly dried and cracked, turning into a dry blood-red color. It was more like a concept, the concept of drought. Xiaosu decisively stepped back, quickly creating distance. Although he still felt unbearably thirsty, at least he did not have the feeling of turning into a dry corpse. In her spiritual form, Linshi was unaffected. The Yamata no Orochi, closest to the scarlet blood egg, was most severely affected, and after having absorbed too much blood earlier, it now felt extremely thirsty. It opened its massive serpent mouth, wanting to scoop some remaining blood from the bottom of the pool, but it only bit into mouthfuls of mud. The blood pool had long since completely dried up. At this moment, Emperor Mingyi, under the influence of the scarlet blood egg, struggled to approach and said, Yamata, are you okay? This time we have utterly failed, but don't lose heart. As long as we survive, we can always find new blood from the 8 divine beasts, and we will still have a chance. But Yamata hardly listened and simply stared at Emperor Mingyi's hands, which were marked with bloody scratches. Though also affected and already scabbed, it at least indicated that there was still blood in his body, which could help quench its thirst. This thought was also perceived by Emperor Mingyi through the contract. He stepped back in fear, first threateningly saying, Yamata, you can't do this, I am your master. If I die, you will also suffer harm. Then he kindly reassured, let's escape together, and then you can drink as much blood as you want, even draining all the people on Fusang Island. But unfortunately, for Yamada's not-so-high intelligence, the emptiness and thirst it felt in its body were even more unbearable, causing it to overlook the pain of the contract backlash. After all, as a divine beast, it was confident it would not be erased by the contract, though some pain was unavoidable. So it decisively opened its mouth and swallowed Emperor Mingyi in one gulp. The blood that exploded in its mouth amid the painful wails finally barely filled its thirst. But along with this came the immense pain of the soul backlash. It endured this pain, using the power it had just barely regained to quickly leave this place of turmoil. Not far away, Xiaosu quietly followed in the direction it left, while Lin Shi remained in place. Because the current situation no longer required Lin Shi to burn her soul to forcibly exchange the contract, Yamada had swallowed its master by itself, and Xiaosu could easily take advantage of it. Although Yamada did not successfully complete its bloodline to become a moonlight-level divine beast, its power was still strong, appearing to be between a 100-level monster and a divine beast after fully recovering. Xiaosu was someone who constantly sought to become stronger. For this, he was first willing to betray his country to cooperate with Fusang, and later turned against them because Lin Shi promised to grant him the contract of Yamada no Orochi. Therefore, he absolutely would not miss the opportunity to contract with Yamada, even if it had not completed its bloodline. Now, with others dead or having fled, only Suze and Lin Shi in her unaffected spiritual form remained. After the scarlet blood egg showcased two powerful abilities, it had completely finished hatching. A blood-red beam of light rose from the fully cracked egg, which then condensed into a figure as tall as a person. What kind of beast will it be? Suze, Lin Shi, and even Fengxingyi, who had returned to human form, were all very much looking forward to it. Chapter 163, Drought Demon. Suze looked forward to what kind of divine beast would hatch from the first beast egg he obtained from the system. Lin Shi was eagerly anticipating whether Great Xia could be protected as the threat from the beast world was about to arrive. Although, on the surface, just the egg had completely overwhelmed the eight-headed serpent, it should not be below the moonlight level of divine beasts, but he still felt a bit anxious. As for Fengxingyi, while she was looking forward to her new companion, she also worried whether her position as the beast master would be stolen. She had long been the sole ruler of the beast space, while the Shadow Moon Wolf King could only stay in the Shadow Realm, and the Void Spirit Turtle was even worse, always carried around in a bag. This time, Suze was abducted to Fusang, and even the Void Spirit Turtle was left in Great Xia, thus they were separated. But there was a benefit. Through the Void Spirit Turtle's condition, Su Yao and Wang Zi on the Great Xia side could constantly monitor his safety. Amidst the anticipation of one person, one beast, and one half-human half-beast, the red light finally dissipated, revealing its true form. However, what appeared before them was not a fierce blood-sucking monster, but a plump woman in a blue dress. Her beauty was enchanting, resembling a celestial being. Though many transformed beasts, like Fengxingyi, were also beautiful, she surpassed them all. Her skin was whiter than snow, with long black hair cascading down her back, presenting a pure and lovely image, but her eyes were a bewitching blood red, adding a touch of charm. Suze shook his head, regaining his composure. He reminded himself in his heart, what am I thinking? This is just the transformation of a beast. Since she loves blood so much, her true form might be a big mosquito or a blood-sucking bat. Suze, you must not be blinded by appearances. But speaking of which, if a mosquito could grow to look like this, it wouldn't be so annoying after all. At this moment, the woman in blue gently floated down from above and slightly bowed, politely saying, this humble girl has met the beast master. Perhaps due to her abilities, Suze felt a wave of heat. He swallowed and said, no need to be polite. By the way, I still don't know what your true form is. The blue-dressed woman glanced at him, seemingly a bit displeased, and said, Beastmaster, you are being a bit rude. Moreover, this humble girl has no so-called true form. I was born looking like this. Suze certainly did not believe it. How could there be a beast that was born in human form? She must be unwilling to say. Could it be that her true form was too ugly? After all, being a female, loving beauty could be understood. If she didn't want to say, then so be it. Although Suze thought so in his heart, he had already opened the system panel. In front of the system panel, her true identity would be revealed. Come, let me see what your true form is. Race, Drought Demon. Bloodline, Corona level. Level, Mid-Starshine. Skills, Essence of Heat, Blood Manipulation, Descent of the Blazing Sun, Corpse Transformation, Seduction. Talent skills, Endless Redland, Ancestor of Zombies. So she is a Drought Demon. Suze's heart surged with excitement. The Drought Demon is a monster that causes drought in ancient Chinese mythology, and in this world of Great Xia, there are also similar myths and legends. Legend has it that during the Battle of Deer Hunting, the Yellow Emperor sent the Yinglong to fight against him in the fields of Jizhou. Yinglong is a winged dragon that unleashed a torrential flood to besiege Qiyu. Qiyu enlisted the help of the Windmaster and Rainmaster, and Yinglong's army got lost in the raging winds and rain. The Yellow Emperor then sent the celestial maiden, Ba, to join the battle. Ba, dressed in blue, could emit immense light and heat. She came forward to display her divine power, and the wind, rain, and mist immediately dispersed, allowing the Yellow Emperor to finally capture and kill Chi Yu. Yinglong and Ba established great feats but also lost their divine powers, never to return to the heavens. Yinglong remained in the southern part of the world, resulting in abundant water and rain in the south from then on. The drought demon lived in the north, and from then on, the north suffered much drought. Wherever she went, people cursed and expelled her, calling her the drought demon. After this, the divine aspect of the drought demon was gradually denied by people, and her image began to transform into a more evil one. She became the king of zombies, the ancestor of 10,000 corpses. In other words, the drought demon indeed did not lie, she had looked like this since birth and had no true form. But zombie Suze still felt a bit uneasy inside. From the zombie movies he watched before crossing over, zombies had green faces with fangs, bouncing around, and their big teeth nearly poking their chins. However, the drought demon, referred to as the king of zombies, seemed to lack these features. The only thing that fit was probably her blood-sucking habit. After all, the crimson blood egg must suck blood to hatch. And it seemed that the drought demon felt something. She glanced at Suze and said, "It seems the master has sensed the little girl's true identity. See, I did not deceive you, did I?" Suze nodded. At this moment, Lin Shi, standing aside, had also guessed the drought demon's identity. A humanoid divine beast that sucked blood and brought drought could only be the drought demon, king of zombies. The drought demon then approached Suze, lifting his right hand, which had been slightly injured during the recent chaos. The injury was not serious, just a wound on the index finger, but the blood had not yet coagulated. Suddenly, the drought demon licked Suze's wound and even began to suck the blood. This strange feeling made Suze want to withdraw his right hand, but he was still a bit reluctant. When the drought demon stopped, he noticed that the wound had inexplicably healed. "Your blood is very delicious, much better than the stinky blood of that ugly snake before. It's a pity that you are just an ordinary human. I fear I cannot control myself and might hurt you, so I healed your wound." Suze raised his eyebrows. He never expected the drought demon to help heal injuries like this. He only injured his finger this time. What if he got hurt in other places next time? Suze's mind began to wander. At this moment, the drought demon had already arrived beside Feng Qingyi. She aggressively lifted Feng Qingyi's chin and said, "Little Phoenix sister, your blood is also quite nice. I'll be relying on you from now on." Suze heard this and knew Feng Qingyi had a fiery temper, so she might strike out. Just as he was about to persuade her, he saw Feng Qingyi, finding it hard to look away, softly nodding at the drought demon's exquisite face. What the heck is going on? Is this how a high-level divine beast manipulates a lower-level divine beast? One should know that the drought demon's bloodline is legendary and at the Sun Crown level, extremely rare in the monster world, while Feng Qingyi is just a little phoenix who became a star-shining divine beast by purifying her bloodline. But then, he noticed something was off. Feng Qingyi did not seem to be under forceful control. Instead, she blushed and appeared a bit shy. This was all about being captivated by the other's beauty. Being good-looking can indeed let one do as they please. Chapter 164, Planning to Run Away? Suze looked at the two demons quickly becoming familiar with each other, smiling with intent to turn and leave. As he walked past Lin Shi in her spirit state, he whispered, "How is it? I told you I wouldn't let those calculating me succeed." Lin Shi smiled bitterly and shook his head, then said, "That's right, you won." Suze replied, "You shouldn't apologize to me, you should apologize to Feng Qingyi. She was grateful to you for providing dragon flames and dragon blood during her nirvana. But who would have thought that you had already started plotting against her back then, wanting to sacrifice her to that ugly snake Yamada no Orochi?" Lin Shi did not refuse and directly floated to Feng Qingyi's side. Now he was a being of half-human, half-demon beast, enduring tremendous pressure in front of two divine beasts and said sorry. Feng Qingyi boldly said, "Old man, you don't need to apologize to me, we demon beasts are always straightforward, so we are clear between us." After Feng Qingyi spoke, Suze also asked, "Old man, where do you plan to go next? Isn't Xiao Su coming with you?" Lin Shi shook his head and said, "I only have a cooperative relationship with him. Whether Xiao Su betrays his country or becomes a double agent, it's only to become stronger. We hope a Moonlight-class divine beast is born in this world, but we do not want it to be controlled by Fusang, which is why this cooperation was formed. Now that the cooperation has broken down, it is natural to go our separate ways." Then he floated to Suze's side and said, "Anyway, I can hardly be considered human now. You must still have a beast-controlling slot, right? So, how about it? Interested in contracting me, the old man?" Suze gave him a disdainful glance and then said, "Look at the people behind me, whether it's in strength or in looks, who can you beat?" Lin Shi looked at Han Ba and Feng Qingyi and found that the world indeed had changed. While others still focused on the bloodline or attributes of beasts, Suze had extravagantly advanced to caring about looks. Lin Shi never expected that as one of the shadows in the hearts of the Fusang people, known as the Dream Demon, he would one day be despised by someone. Suddenly, he felt like crying without tears. At this moment, Suze had already turned to leave the underground blood pool passage, saying, "Alright, since you don't have any conspiracies to carry out, hurry back, I've had enough of this broken place." Hanba and Feng Qingyi kept pace with Suze. They seemed not to intend to enter the beast control space, chattering behind him. Lin Shi then dove into Suze's shadow, and he did not stop him. Soon, he left the secret space beneath the mansion and surveyed the surroundings. Outside, a jumble of sleeping Fusang night guards lay scattered, including maids who served the emperor, but he did not see any trace of Mui Xian. It seemed Lin Shi's methods could not keep him asleep for long. In fact, this was true. Mui Xian had already awakened for a while. He looked at the scene of his subordinates sleeping around and the absence of Xiao Su, feeling that something was wrong. However, just as he entered the underground blood pool, he happened to catch a glimpse of the eight-headed serpent swallowing the emperor, who was fleeing in embarrassment, and instantly knew that the situation was dire. Without a word, he fled away in disappointment. Looking at the others who had fallen asleep, Suze chose not to strike hard. Because to him, the current Fusang could no longer become a threat to Daxia. It was better to leave them to face the demon beast world later, even if they could only serve as cannon fodder. But this was limited to not taking the initiative to kill. If the other party overstepped their bounds, Suze would not hold back. Just then, as Hanba passed by these sleeping people, they would jump up as if they were being grilled on an iron plate. Some who were not discerning tried to attack Suze and his group, but neither they nor the demon beasts they controlled could even get close before becoming dried corpses that crumbled to dust. After more than 10 people died like this, the others finally did not dare to act rashly. Anyway, looking at them, they just passed by and didn't intend to attack. Let's just watch them leave. Who would have thought that after a short distance, Suze suddenly stopped, and then walked into the largest room with the mournful expressions of the Fusang secret guards watching him. The palace hall, as the administrative center of Fusang, was the heart of their full operations, but now there was an outsider sitting in meditation there. This was because the contracted divine beast, Hanba, had finally returned its immense power to him at this moment. "Looks like I'll have to stay in this broken place for a few more days," Suze said helplessly. At the same time, the hurriedly departing Kang Muiki was preparing to seek refuge in the United States. He only took the 8-foot mirror because it could increase his value in the eyes of the Americans. He brought nothing else, leaving his wife, children, and family behind in Fusang. "It's just my wife. I'll find another one when I get to America, and maybe take a look at some Western girls." But just as he accelerated to his maximum speed, a huge shadow suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. "Who is it?" Kang Muiki said, both shocked and angry, with the 8-foot mirror already in his hand. Then he saw the 8-headed serpent, with blood dripping from the corner of its mouth. Compared to before, its body had withered, its breath weakened, and even the 7 deformed blood-red flesh orbs were mostly decayed, with 5 already completely rotting. Now, only 3 necks remained, with the central head being the only one still growing a neck. This was because it was using the souls from the other 7 heads, which had not fully developed, to avoid the backlash from the contract's harm. It had consumed 5 of them just to escape. Kang Muiki stammered, "Lord Yaki, why are you here?" He hadn't forgotten the sight of Yaki devouring its previous master, and he feared that he too might be swallowed if he wasn't careful. A dying camel is still larger than a horse. Despite how miserable Yaki looked now, if it fought, Kang Muiki was likely no match for it. At this moment, Kang Muiki noticed someone standing behind Yaki's only remaining head. He looked closely and saw it was Xiao Su. His heart skipped a beat, and he said, "Xiao Su? How are you here?" This was because he had been secretly following Yaki, watching it finally rid itself of the contract's backlash after sacrificing 5 of its heads, though it had become incredibly weak. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he had used threats and promises to force Yaki into signing a contract. As for why Yaki would agree to the contract, Kang Muiki would soon find out. Kang Muiki now saw that something was off, and with a flattering smile, he said, Xiao Jun, congratulations on contracting the great Yaki. From today, you are the new emperor. I will wholeheartedly assist you." "Oh?" Xiao Su raised an eyebrow and said, "Why do I feel like you're trying to run away?" "No, not at all." Kang Muiki hurriedly denied, pointing ahead, "I'm going to find someone to help, there's a base of our secret guards up ahead." But Xiao Su shook his head and said, "It's gone." Kang Muiki was stunned for a moment. "What do you mean gone?" "The base is gone. I just passed by it with Yaki," Xiao Su said. Kang Muiki looked at the blood dripping from Yaki's mouth and suddenly understood. Without a second thought, he turned to run. Yaki, now under Xiao Su's control, seemed even more dangerous. But at this moment, Yaki had regained some of its strength and opened its massive mouth. With Kang Muiki's desperate screams, it swallowed him whole. However, the 8-foot mirror erupted in golden light, holding Yaki's mouth open. He held on for a long time, but eventually, the light gradually dimmed, and the 8-foot mirror was thrown out, landing in Xiao Su's hand. As for Kang Muiki, with a slurp, he smoothly slid down into Yaki's throat. To this point, the 3 commanders of the Fusang Dark Guards have been wiped out. Yet Xiaosu, after letting Yaki devour the soul of Nikagi, took him to another important stronghold of Fusang's dark guards. That is Fusang's shadow anchor point. They all fail to understand, our world's rules are like this egg, only by breaking it from the inside can a new life emerge. If someone from the outside breaks it, it's just food. Chapter 165, How did I not know I was dead? In the following day, Su Zhe remained in the palace hall meditating, while Han Ba and Feng Qingyi occupied other areas of the imperial residence. Wherever the two went, they left scorched earth, one spitting fire to burn down a house every now and then. For an entire day, under the blood-soaked gazes of the Fusang people, the two divine beasts turned the imperial residence, a symbol of Fusang's culture and power, into ruins. Fortunately, we still have the inner palace, that's our last remaining veil of shame. Just as the words fell, a loud bang echoed. The inner palace suddenly exploded on the spot. A majestic giant wolf stood atop the ruins, howling at the sky. Su Zhe, amidst the rising ashes, said, "After 2 days, I've finally digested all the power." As a divine beast that has reached the mid-stage of star radiance, the feedback brought by the contracted Hanba was immense. Su Zhe's beast master level has now reached level 75, while the Shadow Moon Wolf King has directly matured, becoming a fully leveled 90-level Platinum Lord monster. As for the divine beast Feng Qingyi, she still has not matured, her current level is 98, but due to her divine beast bloodline, a fully leveled diamond monster should no longer be her match. As for the distant Su Ling turtle in the Great Xia, it is where Su Zhe felt most surprised. It had already reached the level cap of 70 for a gold beast, theoretically unable to advance further. However, when Su Zhe looked at the system panel, it clearly displayed the status of Su Ling turtle, evolving. Such a situation is quite rare among monster beasts but certainly not unheard of. For example, the most common snake-type monsters have a chance to gradually evolve into divine beasts like dragons, though this chance is minuscule. Su Ling turtle should evolve into a platinum monster at most this time. To become a diamond level, I need to intervene, and as for a divine beast, no need to consider that for now. The so-called intervention is like when Feng Qingyi underwent nirvana, and Lin Shi added dragon blood to her, to add some matching attributes from the outside. However, Su Ling turtle is a water-type beast, and both of Su Zhe's divine beasts lean towards fire attributes, their blood would not be useful. From the current state, it seems to have developed a very rare spatial attribute, perhaps this can be a way to explore. However, Su Zhe currently lacks corresponding items. Forget it, anyway, Su Ling turtle is not with me right now, there's no need to rush. Just as Su Zhe left the ruins of the palace hall, he saw Lin Shi and the two divine beasts coming to his side. Along with the nearby palaces, some still burned fiercely, while others had crumbled into ruins. Surprised yet nodding, he said, "Did you do all this?" "Nicely done, come on, let's find a shrine and burn it down before we go. And here too. Let's set this on fire, and this one over here." After causing havoc throughout Fusang, Su Zhe began flying towards the direction of the Great Xia from the coastline. Oh, this is what it feels like to fly on my own. Much better than being carried by someone. Before this, Su Zhe had not yet reached the level above 60 to fly on his own, he could only be pulled around while flying. Or let Feng Qingyi carry him while flying, it would be so awkward. Now, the feeling of flying by himself is truly freedom. After getting used to the ability to fly, Su Zhe immediately flew towards the direction of the Great Xia. Between Great Xia and Fusang, on a disputed small island, the beast tamers of both sides are having a fierce battle. This battle was initiated by Fusang, in order to allow the emperor to focus on completing the ceremony, so their task was to actively provoke Great Xia and distract as many of its spirit guards as possible. For this, Fusang's secret agents sent out many skilled fighters, even including those beast tamers from the hidden city in the Shadow Realm, who had never been seen before. But when the restoration plan failed completely, the emperor died, and 2 of the squad leaders disappeared, leaving the entire Fusang in chaos. No one came to notify them, and they were left to fend for themselves on this island. Among those fighting the secret agents, aside from Great Xia's spirit guards, there were many young people. They were all top-notch beast tamers from various beast tamer universities, participating in the Beast Tamer Grand Tournament, to hone themselves in life and death combat. In addition, there were Wang Zi and Su Yao, whose goal was even purer, to avenge Su Zhe. Especially today, their fighting style had become even more reckless, disregarding their own safety. Su Yao used the Green Phoenix Butterfly and the Merfolk Lord together, with either toxins or mental shock attacks, both large in range and difficult to defend against. These attacks made the secret agents feel quite troubled. Another focus of attention was the chubby Wang Zi. During the time Su Zhe was captured, he didn't care and let the golden-scaled pig devour gold to increase its strength, completely cleaning out his father's little treasure vault. His golden-scaled pig not only had the ability to devour gold to enhance its power but could also give other objects the properties of gold or turn them into gold to eat. When someone was given the conductive properties of gold by the golden-scaled pig, they would be attacked by his second beast, the violet lightning hawk, amplifying the power many times over, leaving the victim suffering greatly from the electric shock. Their performance quickly caught the attention of the secret agents, especially Su Yao's mental attacks, which always reminded them of the dream demon Lin Shi. After a dream demon had finally been killed, they didn't want a second one to appear. So they quietly began to close in on Su Yao and surrounded her. Su Yao suddenly found herself attacked from all sides, unable to stand alone. Su Yao! Wang Zi, who was not far away, tried to help, but was blocked on his way. At the critical moment, just as a sword was about to pierce Su Yao's back. Bang! With a loud sound, a figure dropped from the sky and stomped the sword into the ground, sending the dark agent wielding the sword crashing down. It was Su Zhe, who had just arrived, shouting, "Let me see who dares to harm Su Yao." A powerful pressure spread across the entire area, everyone felt it hard to breathe and unable to move, and the battlefield fell completely silent. Only Su Yao was unaffected. With red eyes and trembling shoulders, she walked up to Su Zhe. "Don't be afraid, I'm back," Su Zhe said with a pained expression, about to embrace Su Yao. To his surprise, Su Yao suddenly said, "Green Phoenix Butterfly used the Phoenix Tail Poison Stinger to attack him." Su Zhe froze for a moment. That was the most poisonous part of the Green Phoenix Butterfly, its ultimate move. Why was it being used against him? "Su Yao, what are you doing?" "It's me, Su Zhe." Su Yao cried out loudly, "You damn secret agents, how dare you still try to deceive me? Su Zhe is already dead." Su Zhe was stunned, "Huh? How come I don't know I'm dead?" Chapter 166, do I really have to say this here? Su Zhe's strength now is much stronger than before. There was not a single weak beast by his side. So he didn't dare to fight back at all, only passively dodging Su Yao's attacks, continuously explaining, wait, Su Yao, I really am Su Zhe, I'm not dead, didn't I come back well?" But Su Yao completely ignored his explanation, still expressing her anger and sadness as she said, "Do you treat us like fools? You turned into Su Zhe's form before and deceived us once. The spirit guards got hurt protecting me, and now you still think about tricking me." Su Zhe now understood that during the time he was kidnapped, one of the dark guards, who had the ability of beast-taming, transformed into his appearance. This even led to a sneak attack, injuring several of the great Xia spirit guards. Even Su Yao and Wang Zi were seriously injured. After their injuries finally healed, they came back to the battlefield, so it was no wonder they didn't trust the suddenly appearing Su Zhe. "I understand why you don't trust me. I will give you a convincing reason, but I have another question, why are you so sure I'm dead?" Su Zhe asked curiously. Could it be that this was a smoke bomb released from the Fusang side to disturb people's hearts? But considering his previous status in Xia was just a student, he shouldn't be taken so seriously. Su Yao also felt that the Su Zhe in front of her seemed very different from the previous imposter. That Su Zhe, she felt was wrong from the first glance. So she kept a watchful eye and tested him a few times. When he said, "How could I possibly eat something as precious as a beast egg?" Su Yao realized that this Su Zhe was fake. She forced this fake Su Zhe to act first, and after injuring a few great Xia spirit guards, he was beaten to death by several spirit guard captains. His strength was very strong. If he had not exposed himself early, getting him close to the upper echelons of Xia might have caused even greater casualties. But now the Su Zhe in front of her gave her a sense of familiarity. Su Yao did not continue to attack but remained vigilant, her expression revealing some sadness as she said, "After Su Zhe Gij was captured, we could only judge his condition through the illusory spirit turtle." Her voice choked as she said, "But, just yesterday, the illusory spirit turtle died without warning. This must be a contract backlash, which means its master, Su Zhe Gij, is already." At this point, Su Yao was already unable to speak. This made Su Zhe feel both touched and somewhat amused. If he wasn't mistaken, it must have been that the illusory spirit turtle entered a state of evolution yesterday and fell into a deep sleep, which Su Yao mistakenly thought was dead. "Are you sure it's really dead?" Su Zhe asked cautiously. "Huh?" Su Yao looked up with tearful eyes, her tone becoming a bit uncertain. "It lay there motionless, no matter how I pushed it, teased it, or fed it, it didn't respond." "Isn't that dead?" Su Zhe smacked his forehead, feeling somewhat helpless and said, "I think you probably haven't raised a turtle before, right? Could it be that even ordinary turtles, after hibernating, behave like this?" This statement made Su Yao feel somewhat insecure. Su Zhe continued to ask, "By the way, what did you do with the illusory spirit turtle afterward? You didn't give it a fire burial, did you?" Su Yao stammered, "Well, not really. I just dug a hole to bury it." Su Zhe was immediately covered in black lines. No wonder he felt that the illusory spirit turtle contracted on the other side was getting weaker and weaker. He thought something went wrong with the evolution, but it turned out it was buried alive. "Quick, take me to dig it out. It might be too late if we don't hurry." But Su Yao did not move, her vigilance towards the Su Zhe not completely relaxed. She asked, "Wait, don't think you can just get away with this. Didn't you say there was a reason for me to believe you are the real Su Zhe? Then hurry up and tell me." Suze turned his head to look around and said, "There are people around, it might be a bit inconvenient. How about you come a little closer, and I will whisper in your ear." This made Su Yao's vigilance rise again. "Don't try to trick me, just say it out loud from where you are. I can hear you." "Are you sure?" Suze replied helplessly. Su Yao nodded firmly, "I am sure." "All right then." Suze spread his hands helplessly. Pointing to a spot just below Su Yao's belly, he said, "I remember there are two little black moles there, one on the left and one on the right, perfectly symmetrical." This was discovered when Su Yao asked Suze to help tie the monster egg to her stomach to incubate it. Upon hearing this, Su Yao blushed as red as a burning cloud, stuttering and unsure of what to say. On one hand, she was happy to confirm that the Suze in front of her was real from this information. On the other hand, she felt extremely shy about it being said in public. Fortunately, the people around were busy fighting, so no one noticed them. Finally unable to suppress her feelings any longer, with tears in her eyes she leapt into Suze's arms. "Brother Suze, it really is you, you've finally come back, I thought you already." Suze gently stroked her long black hair and said, "It's alright, I'm back. Look, everything is fine." In the midst of the raging battlefield, there was a small warmth surrounding the two. As anyone attempting a sneak attack would turn to ashes before even reaching them. Only one person, panting heavily, ran over, and it was Wang Zi. His purple beast control armor sparkled with electric arcs, and the long days of battle seemed to have made him noticeably thinner, still maintaining a hint of handsomeness. He gathered electric arcs into a purple spherical lightning bolt in his hand and shouted, "Su Yao, hurry back. We can't be deceived again." At this moment, Su Yao lifted her head from Suze's embrace, her face flushed as she wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and said, "You don't need to worry, I have confirmed that he is the real brother Suze, only he would know." Saying this, Su Yao blushed and stopped. Wang Zi immediately urged, "Know what? Hurry up and say it." Su Yao turned around and glared at him fiercely, saying, "What do you need to know for? You just need to know he is the real brother Suze." "All right then." Wang Zi, feeling reprimanded, reluctantly stopped asking. But then Suze explained the origins of the golden-scaled pig and the purple lightning eagle, as well as their hatching methods, which immediately convinced Wang Zi of him. Suze then said, "Okay, let's quickly find the place where the phantom spirit turtle is buried. It will really be too late if we delay." Su Yao hesitated slightly and said, "But this is a battlefield, isn't it bad for us to just leave like this?" Suze shook his head with a smile, "No, the battle has already ended the moment I arrived." Su Yao then realized that the enemies around them had disappeared at some point, which was also why Wang Zi could come over here. And in the very center of the battlefield, a wolf and a phoenix were creating chaos and havoc. Chapter 167, Messing with the Wrong People. From the moment Suze landed, he had sent out the Shadow Moon Wolf King and the Golden Feather Phoenix. A level 90 Lord-level monster, along with a level 98 Divine Beast, was simply overwhelming for this not-so-large battlefield. So there was no need for the dry corpse to make an appearance, and Suze did not want to expose her so early. "The battle won't last long, let's leave first." Su Yao didn't hesitate any longer, and seeing this, Wang Zi followed suit. Soon they arrived at the rear of the battlefield, looking at the rows of neat tents in front of them. Su Yao brought Suze to the far end of the camp, where the tents clearly had a different style, lacking some of the murderous aura. Su Yao introduced, "The front is the camp of the Spirit Guard Army, and here is the shared camp of our 4 beast-tamer universities. Each beast-tamer university sends its outstanding students to the battlefield to sharpen themselves in life and death combat and quickly improve their strength. You know them, they are those excellent students who participated in the beast-tamer grand competition. Wang Zi and I came here to help you take revenge, so we are much less impressive compared to them." As Su Yao's words fell, a bright female voice nearby said, "Sister Su Yao is too humble, your mermaid lord's stealthy mental attacks are hard to defend against, and the large-scale toxin attacks from the green phoenix butterfly are enough to influence the situation, even if just to paralyze those enemies. Your role in this war is much greater than many of us." Then Suze saw a familiar figure walking to Su Yao's side. It was Lin Queer, the number 1 seed from the Vermilion Bird Beast Tamer University, whom he had eliminated in the Beast Tamer Grand Competition. Lin Queer cautiously shielded Su Yao behind her, then whispered, "How is it? Have you confirmed it's that scoundrel?" Su Yao nodded and frowned, saying, "Sister Queer, Suze did eliminate you in the Beast Tamer Grand Competition, but he is not a scoundrel. You can't possibly hold a grudge until now, right?" Lin Queer immediately refuted, "I'm not holding a grudge. Do you know what mean tricks he used to eliminate me? He. Lin Queer stammered for a long time and finally blushed, unable to say it out loud. "Oh, anyway, he's a scoundrel. Clearly, he could have eliminated me with that phoenix but chose not to. Who does he look down on? Humph." While saying this, Lin Queer glared fiercely at Suze. Suze scratched his head awkwardly, but his use of Shadow Strike had indeed been an accident. "Are you too close now?" Suze asked tentatively. Su Yao nodded and smiled, saying, "That's right, there aren't many girls who come here, and it's inconvenient to live with others, so a few of us girls were put together. Besides Sister Queer, there is also Sister Lui, Sister Luo Xingyu from the White Tiger Beast-Tamer University, and Sister Shuiyue from the Imperial Capital Beast-Tamer University." Su Yao counted on her fingers, looking very happy. She had been sad thinking Suze had died, but now seeing the real Suze intact in front of her, her joy was overflowing. Suze nodded as these were all familiar faces he had dealt with during the Beast-Tamer Grand Competition. And as the war at the front quickly ended with the intervention of a wolf and a phoenix, they also withdrew to the rear. Suze saw Wang Zi running enthusiastically to the side of the cold-faced Sister Luo Xingyu, offering her water and food. Lu Yi and Shuiyue were also next to her. "Is this for real?" Lu Yi asked. After Su Yao nodded affirmatively again, she came up and patted Suze's shoulder, saying, "Not bad, you actually survived and returned from Fusang." Luo Xingyu also nodded to Suze expressionlessly, congratulating him, and it seemed her lips only curled up slightly when Wang Zi approached her. "Looks like this kid has a chance." The only one feeling a bit awkward was Shuiyue. After all, Suze had exposed her cheating back then, affecting both her and the entire Shui family's reputation. This time, her participation in the war was also to help the family regain its honor. In the end, she still mustered the courage to greet Suze, who did not turn a cold shoulder to her. Then, several people watched as Su Yao hurriedly pulled Suze to an empty space behind the camp, curious to follow along. Su Yao searched for a moment while rubbing her chin and found a small mound, saying, "Found it. It's buried there." Suze rushed over, took the shovel that Wang Zi had just brought out from the camp, and quickly began to dig. Soon, he dug out the void spirit turtle from about half a meter deep. Fortunately, one of the turtle's biggest advantages is its strong survival instincts. After gasping for fresh air a couple of times, it fell back into the deep sleep brought on by its evolution. Luckily, nothing went wrong. While saying this, Suze brushed off the dirt from the void spirit turtle and stored it in the beast master space. The others finally set aside their last shred of doubt upon seeing this. At this moment, Suze turned to Su Yao and said, "This war should be over. It's highly likely that Fusang won't send anyone to support anymore. Let's head back." Just then, Luo Xingyu, who had been silent, stepped forward and said to Suze, "How do you know no one will come to support? What did you do in Fusang?" From the moment she saw the wolf and phoenix, she had already guessed that the real Suze would likely come. However, the combat power displayed by the Shadow Moon Wolf King in Fengqingyi left her stunned. It was hard to imagine that Suze, who had been forced to go to the enemy's base camp for a while, not only survived but also returned with a significant power boost. Could it be that Fusang was actually a charity organization? That was clearly impossible. Suze didn't hide anything, he simply explained that the Emperor of Fusang was dead, all three commanders were dead, and the Dark Guards were leaderless. This made everyone stare in disbelief. Wang Zi directly asked, "Hey bro, are you not just bragging? You went to Fusang for just a few days, how could you make it seem like they are on the verge of collapse?" Suze didn't know how to answer this question and could only say, "Maybe, it's because they messed with the wrong person." Chapter 168, Special Treatment. After seeing Su Yao and Wang Zi, the thought of going home no longer felt so strong for Suze. After all, his only beloved and close friend were now his biggest concern. At this moment, Su Yao also said, "Brother Suze, let's not rush home. I'll take you to meet Brother Sun Hao and the others first." "Oh? They are here too?" Suze was surprised to hear this. Although Sun Hao and the others were also from the Daybreak Spirit Guards, they were part of the station defense troops and, theoretically, should not be here. Yet they appeared at the front lines, fighting against Fusang's Dark Guards. After hearing that you were captured by the Fusang people, Brother Sun Hao and the others rushed to the front lines that same day. Wherever there was a Fusang Dark Guard, they would immediately kill to seek revenge for you. They even tried to go to Fusang several times to find you but were unsuccessful. Suze nodded, realizing that with their strength, it would indeed be difficult to break through the sea area blocked by the Americans. Moreover, Wang Zi and I were rescued by Brother Sun Hao and the others when the fake Suze attacked us, but this series of battles has left everyone quite injured. As Su Yao said this, a hint of reluctance appeared on her face. Suze felt quite moved by this in his heart. At the same time, they also began to worry about how serious the injuries truly were, enough to make Su Yao show such an expression. Soon, they arrived at the injured soldier's tent and saw members of the 13th Brigade of Beishan City lying everywhere. The injuries among the crowd varied in severity, but even the least injured were wrapped in many bandages. The most severely injured was Tao Lin, who had been set up by the Jiang family. His left arm and right leg were empty, while other parts of his body were also wrapped in bandages. If it weren't for his face still being exposed, he wouldn't have been recognizable at all. "Sun Hao, I put you in charge of the 13th Brigade. How could the brothers end up like this?" Suze asked with a heavy heart as he stepped into the tent and saw the tragic scene before him. Sun Hao, with his head wrapped in bandages and half of his face covered, immediately stood up upon hearing this. He looked at Su Zhe at the door with his uncovered right eye. From the exposed part of his wound, it seemed to be a very serious burn. Captain Su Zhe? Is that really you? After all, they had been fooled once before when they were severely injured, leaving them feeling apprehensive now. Once they saw Su Yao standing next to Su Zhe and nodding at them, they finally eased their worries. Sun Hao excitedly said, "Captain, you finally came back. The brothers heard you were captured by the little devils from Fuson, and they were all frantic. Even Captain Guo re-enlisted to save you, but he had some matters and couldn't come along this time." Su Zhe walked forward, patted his shoulder, and glanced at the other injured comrades, remaining silent. Seeing this, Sun Hao comforted him, "Captain, everyone is willing to do this. You treat us so well, we all want to stay true to our roots, especially Tao Lin. After I went back last time and told him about what happened in Xinglua City, he knew that you risked becoming enemies with Sun Sheng just to silence him by eliminating the Zheng brothers. So this time, he worked especially hard, fighting against 3 elite Fusang assassins by himself and ended up like this. Thankfully, the brothers rescued him in time, or he would have lost his life." Su Zhe approached Tao Lin's bed, looking at him in a coma, feeling a mixture of emotions. He asked, "Is there any way to cure him?" He knew that although this world had ordinary medical skills, water and wood element beastmasters could often exhibit amazing healing effects, perhaps able to help Tao Lin regain his limbs. Sun Hao replied, "There's no immediate danger to his life now, and the other injuries are not a problem. But his limbs have already been destroyed, and too much time has passed. I'm afraid even the most skilled healing beastmaster won't be able to do anything." Su Zhe sighed helplessly upon hearing this. At that moment, accompanied by a sudden heat in the air and a lazy yawn, he realized that Hanzhao was also someone like Feng Qingyi, who wouldn't follow orders and would come and go from the beastmaster space as she pleased. "What a sweet smell of blood. Is it time to eat?" Hanzhao lazily stretched and asked. It seemed she was drawn out by the fresh blood flowing from the injured, but Su Zhe quickly stopped her. "Don't. They're all my brothers, and they're all injured, they can't stand any more trouble." Hanja glanced at everyone, and the people present were astonished by her unparalleled beauty. Even many of the less severely wounded forgot their pain. Only Su Yao felt the threat, leaning closer to Su Zhe and wrapping his arm around him. With a hint of jealousy, she said, "Is this your new beastmaster from Fusong? Why is it another beautiful woman?" Su Zhe smiled bitterly and said, "I can't control this, and if it weren't for her, I probably wouldn't have made it back alive." Su Yao's hostility towards the drought goddess immediately disappeared upon hearing this, but her protective vigilance remained. The drought goddess smiled at Su Yao without concern and said, "Since they're all friends of the master, leave them to me. No matter how serious the injuries are on their flesh and blood, I can heal them." Su Zhe suddenly recalled how the drought goddess had helped him heal his fingers before. He looked at the drought goddess's cherry-like lips, then at the injured people's wounds, hesitantly asking, will it work?" "Of course, no problem." The drought goddess lightly floated to the front of an injured man, whose chest had a knife wound about 7 to 8 centimeters long. Just when Su Zhe thought he would witness a bizarre scene and was even preparing to cover Su Yao's eyes, he saw the drought goddess simply wave her fair jade hand. A layer of blood-red light enveloped the injured area, and instantly, the man's wound began to grow and heal quickly by itself. Not just him, as long as someone was covered by the blood-red light, all their minor injuries healed rapidly, leaving only scars behind. "This isn't the same as when you helped me heal before?" Su Zhe said in confusion. The drought goddess just turned back with a smile and said, "That's because you are a special person, my master, so you get special treatment." Seeing this, Su Yao immediately pinched a bit of skin at Su Zhe's waist and smiled, "What kind of special treatment?" It hurts, it's nothing, really nothing." Su Zhe dared not speak the truth. Chapter 169, Let the extra flesh go where it should go. When the other injuries were healed, it was time for heavily injured ones like Sun Hao and Tao Lin, who were missing body parts. The drought goddess raised another hand, and 2 blood-red lights of the same color but completely different effects covered them. Suddenly, an unimportant piece of flesh was missing from Sun Hao's body, but there were no scars, it was directly filled into the burn area on his face. Flesh in her hands was like clay, malleable at will. Soon, Sun Hao completely recovered, showing no traces of the burn. The drought demon waved a hand, and all the excess flesh from Lin Keir's abdomen and arms disappeared without the slightest pain. Excitedly, she rubbed her belly and said, "This feels great, painless weight loss." Seeing this effect, Su Yao and Shui Yua could no longer sit still and hurriedly wanted to donate their excess flesh. Even the usually serious and expressionless cold-faced lady Luo Xingyu joined in. Just at that moment, the flesh obtained from Lin Keir was still far from enough, so the drought demon welcomed everyone. Lin Keir then said again, "By the way, since it's like this, can we send this flesh to where it should go?" The eyes of the several girls lit up. Su Zhe couldn't help but say, "Stop right there, my beast is for fighting and healing, not for running a beauty salon." After saying this, he shot an unhappy glance at the drought demon, thinking, how could a divine beast, a fierce beast, not refuse such unreasonable demands? Then Suze looked down and saw Su Yao's eager eyes, so he leaned over to whisper in her ear, don't worry, I will let you try it later. It's a joke, the others using the drought demon to send flesh to the right place has nothing to do with Suze. But Su Yao, well, that's different. After gathering enough flesh, the drought demon began to repair Tao Lin's body. First, the bones slowly grew out, then muscles were filled in, connecting the nerves and blood vessels, all in one go. Because the flesh was taken from several beautiful women, Tao Lin's newly grown left arm and right leg looked very fair and smooth, quite mismatched with his body. But since he became whole again, there was no need to think so much. The drought demon reminded, although the flesh is borrowed, the bones are generated from elements taken from other parts of his body, so for a while, his bones will be relatively weak and need to rest without vigorous activity. After the drought demon's operation, all the injured in this tent, whether from the 13th squad or not, were healed. Even Sun Hao's old injuries, the arm that broke during the Tianyun volcano, was restored. Everyone was grateful, tears in their eyes, thanking Suze and revering the drought demon as a goddess. For a moment, it made her somewhat dazed, as if recalling some old memories. I am not a goddess, just a fierce beast that brings disaster. After saying this, she returned to Suze's beast space. This left Lin Kaer, who was still thinking about asking the drought demon to help her shape a devilish figure, greatly disappointed. When Suze stepped out of the tent to give the newly healed people some quiet time to rest, the Shadow Moon Wolf King and Fengqingyi, who had completed their task, flew over. With them around, none of the Fu Sang spies managed to escape. This disputed island, too, was now free of any controversy. After Fengqingyi returned to her human form and landed, she immediately gave Su Yao a big hug. Qingyi, you've become so beautiful. Of course, I am now a real phoenix. Their previous relationship had always been good, so good that they could share a single egg. And the Shadow Moon Wolf King had also reached the corresponding level, transforming into a handsome young man with silver hair. But for some unknown reason, Suze always felt there was a hint of silliness in his expression. Sure enough, when the young man bounced over to Suze and tilted his head, making a "I did great just now, master, please pet me" expression, Suze knew he was still that silly wolf. If you want head pats, change back to your original form first. The Shadow Moon Wolf King reluctantly returned to his original form before finally receiving head pats. Then he happily returned to the Shadow Realm to rest. Recover the stamina just spent. Fengqingyi also wanted to return to the Beastmaster space, but when she tried to dive into Suze's Beastmaster space like before, she found herself hitting a closed door. Oh no, what's going on? Fengqingyi rubbed her head and said. Looks like the incident just now made the drought spirit a bit shy, didn't expect you to have a day like this. Suze said with a smile. At the same time, he seemed to hear a hee-hee-hee laughter from the illusory spirit turtle in his arms. As soon as Fengqingyi noticed it, it immediately transformed back into a sleepy form, as if in the middle of evolution. Suze then tried to ease the situation. Well, anyway, you didn't expend much energy dealing with these small fish and shrimp, so there's no need to enter the Beastmaster space to rest. Let's rest here for one night, and tomorrow when the healed injured regain their strength, we will go back. It was quite unfortunate, though, that even though Suze and Su Yao were eager to spend more time together after being reunited, the other girls in her tent disagreed. They could only temporarily sleep in the same tent with Wang Zi and Kuang Yi. When they saw Suze, there was no shortage of greetings. Chapter 170 Good Brothers. Sister Su Yao, this is where we part ways, do take care, Lin Kuer said, holding Su Yao's hand deeply and sincerely the next morning. After Suze's return, Su Yao planned to go back to Beishan City with him. However, Lin Kuer and Luo Xingyu felt that this battle ended too quickly, and it still hadn't served its purpose of toughening them up. So they planned to continue going to other places where battles were still ongoing. Not only them, all the young Beastmasters who participated in the Beastmaster tournament, except for Suze, were ready to continue fighting. Although the intervention of the US meant that the 200-level war gods of Dixia could not participate, others were not restricted. Moreover, with more and more demon beasts suddenly appearing all over the world, the opportunities for battle were plentiful. On the other side, Wang Zi was also bidding farewell to Suze. Good brother, since you're safely back, I can relax, brother, I'm off to pursue love. Just right, I won't disturb you and Su Yao alone, Wang Zi said while nudging Suze with his eyes. Get lost, you guy who forgets friends for a pretty face, Suze laughed and scolded helplessly. Then he took out a platinum egg and handed it to Wang Zi, this is for you. Wang Zi wanted to push it away, but heard Suze say, Luo Xingyu is a key student nurtured by your school, and she has a diamond-level beast. If you only have a golden-level beast, you won't be worthy of her. Even if she really is interested, she has to consider the family and teacher's pressure. For now, I can't give you a diamond-level beast egg, this platinum one will have to do, later I'll get you a better one. Wang Zi pondered silently for a moment upon hearing this, but in the end, he still took the platinum egg into his hands. Good brother, this is already enough, if this goes on, I'll owe you a favor forever. Then he took out a bank card from his pocket, saying, "This is for when I marry a wife. It's not a lot of money, probably just a few million. But I just understood from your words, for a beast master like Xingyu who is committed to continually improving her strength, money isn't important. What matters is having someone who can walk alongside her, not left behind. So I accept this egg, you keep the money. Although I know that this little money can't even buy a platinum eggshell, it's all I've got for now." Before Wang Zi finished speaking, Suze smiled and patted his shoulder, pushing the card back and saying, "Between us brothers. Why are you still being so polite? This egg can be my gift, waiting for your good news." Seeing Suze's firm attitude, Wang Zi decided not to push it. After all, for someone who can easily pull out so many beast eggs, having one for auction could probably equal a lifetime of wealth accumulated by his father. Then Wang Zi steeled his heart, preparing to bite his finger and drop blood to recognize a master. Seeing this, Suze hurriedly stopped him. "Wait, what are you doing?" Wang Zi was surprised. "Drop blood to recognize a master? Didn't you do that with the 2 beast eggs you gave me before? By the way, you haven't told me how to hatch this egg." Suze was at a loss for words. Wrong, this egg is different from the ones I gave you before. It doesn't need blood to recognize a master and has no special hatching method. Because this platinum egg was not produced by the system at all. When Suze left Fusang, it was not just as simple as smashing and burning many shrines, he also cleared out the beast eggs and beast crystal cores from the hidden vault of Fusang's secret guards. The various golden and platinum beast eggs he now possessed could completely arm a beast master army. It's a pity that he hasn't found any diamond-level beast eggs. No one knows if they are missing or hidden in deeper places, known only to a few high-ranking officials. However, the Emperor of Fusang and the 3 team leaders from its upper echelons are either dead or have fled, so even if there are more hidden treasures, Suze couldn't find out. Wang Zi held the platinum egg in his hand, asking with confusion, "So how should this egg be hatched?" This question caught Suze off guard, as he had never hatched a proper beast egg. All the ones he had were from the system with special hatching conditions. As for knowledge in this area, he only attended Beast Master University for less than a year and didn't manage to learn much. At that moment, Suze thought of someone. "I remember teacher Chen Xian is an expert in beast breeding. She must know how beast eggs hatch. I will help you ask when I return this time." Wang Zi's face showed some discomfort. "Are you talking about teacher Chen Xian from Qinglong Beast Master University?" Seeing the change in his expression, Suze asked, "Yes, what happened?" Wang Zi replied, "Not long after you left, a huge number of beasts appeared out of nowhere at Qinglong Beast Master University, and now the entire school has turned into ruins. However, it seems that the school received news in advance and evacuated all the teachers and students, so there weren't major casualties. But because of this incident, school cannot open temporarily, and with the principal's betrayal, it has greatly affected the reputation. Many teachers and students have chosen to leave." Hearing this, Suze felt relieved. "Don't worry, we will find a way." Soon, the group divided into 2 teams. Suze, Su Yao, and several members of the 13th team chose to return to Beishan City, while the others, mainly the outstanding students from each school, continued to the new battlefield. "Xingyu, wait for me." Wang Zi hurriedly said goodbye to Suze and chased after them. "Call me senior." Luo Xingyu frowned and said. "Xingyu. Senior, I can't fly yet. Can you help me?" Wang Zi said, bouncing below. Luo Xingyu frowned and finally grabbed Wang Zi's arm, lifting him up. Her cold, ice-like face seemed to carry a faint blush, leaving Wang Zi a bit dazed. At that moment, Suze suddenly shouted playfully, "Good brother, I remember your second beast, the purple lightning eagle, isn't a flying type? You shouldn't need to trouble anyone." Luo Xingyu also seemed to realize immediately. After all, Wang Zi has shown remarkable performance on the battlefield these days by using the combination of the golden scaled pig and the purple lightning eagle. She had noticed it too, but she couldn't think of it at that moment. So she immediately huffed and threw Wang Zi out. Wang Zi, who was just immersed in beautiful fantasies, could only summon the purple lightning eagle to prevent himself from falling to the ground. Then he turned around and shouted loudly, "Good brother. I thank you so much." Suze also smiled and replied loudly, "No need to be polite." Chapter 171, Reversed. Suze looked at the ruins in front of him and realized he had acted rashly. He should have accepted Wang Zi's bank card that was worth tens of millions. Otherwise, he wouldn't be facing the embarrassing situation of having no place to live. He should have thought of it earlier. The unit he lived in was the staff housing of Qinglong Beast University, which was nearby. Since Qinglong Beast University had been destroyed, it was understandable that his house no longer existed. In front of him was only a heap of ruins, with concrete fragments and exposed rebar scattered everywhere. Although he still had many valuable monster eggs, it was precisely because they were so valuable that they weren't easy to sell quickly, and he wanted to keep some for himself. Even if he sold them and got money, he would still need time to find a house. "Su Yao, your and Uncle Su's house must have been destroyed too, right? Where are you living now?" Su Zhe turned around and asked. Su Yao replied, my dad, as a teacher, has a subsidy and found a new place to live. Su Zhe's spirit perked up and said, oh? What about mine? Su Yao awkwardly smiled and said, because this is a teacher's subsidy, and at that time, you were not back, so. Brother Su Zhe didn't get a share. How can it be like this? Su Zhe said angrily. At this moment, Sun Hao stepped forward and said, Captain Su Zhe, although Qinglong Beast University didn't provide you with a housing subsidy, we in the Great Xia Spiritual Guard do. The Beishir City is establishing a new branch and has acquired a lot of properties at a high price. The brothers have been keeping it for you, do you want to take a look now? Su Zhe was first overjoyed, then raised his hand and said, wait, what does a new branch mean? On his way back, he had noticed that the defensive forces of Beishir City were much stronger than before. There were many powerful auras patrolling and maintaining order both on the ground and in the air, with most of the Great Xia spiritual guards being unfamiliar faces. Sun Hao immediately explained to Su Zhe. It turned out that after the underground anchor point of Qinglong Beast University disappeared, a very unstable spatial crack appeared. When the crack appeared, many monsters invaded, so the eastern core of the Great Xia Spiritual Guard specifically set up a branch in Beishir City to deal with the monsters. Originally, the 13th team had not been resettled since their captain, Su Zhe, was captured and had become idle people. Because of this, Sun Hao was able to lead the team members to the front lines to avenge Su Zhe. But now that Su Zhe was back, the new orders for the 13th team would probably come soon, and they were likely to be merged into the branch. It just wasn't known if it would be a disorganized merger or maintain the original structure. Su Zhe nodded and then asked a question he cared about the most, is the head of this branch from the 4 great, no, now it's the 3 great families? How are they with everyone? After all, with the previous example of the Zheng family, Su Zhe remained vigilant towards such superiors who dropped in from nowhere. Sun Hao also answered, the branch leader's surname is Shui, and he is indeed from the Shui family among the 3 great families, but now the families have become very settled, especially the Shui family. Su Zhe raised his eyebrows and asked what was going on. It turned out that after the ancestor of the Zheng family betrayed. After the Zheng family was destroyed. The Xia Spirit Guard used this as an excuse to rectify the remaining 3 great families. Although even high-ranking officials within the Spirit Guard had members from these families. However, in his fury, Xiao Chang ruthlessly suppressed all those who intervened in the rectification. Now, although the reputations of the 3 great beast master families still existed, their prestige and strength had greatly diminished. Especially the Shui family, who had already suffered a blow to their reputation due to Shui Yue's cheating. So now, they all displayed a very low profile, hoping to regain their reputation by winning the people's hearts. Upon hearing that Sun Hao's evaluation of the other party was somewhat favorable, Su Zhe's resistance lessened. As the group walked and chatted, they arrived at the location of the properties confiscated by the Xia Spirit Guard. Wanting to establish a branch, there would surely be many non-local individuals, all of whom needed housing. And to avoid favoritism, everyone from the 13th Division also received their own room. This had to do with the earlier mentioned Shui family's desire to win over the people's hearts, otherwise, generally, they would just set up a collective dormitory where 4 or even 6 people could share one room. There wouldn't be a situation like now, where each person had their own apartment. The 13th Division left Su Zhe the best environment and the largest apartment. An 80 square meter house, 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. Su Zhe had 1 room, and Feng Qingyi, who was rejected by the drought and couldn't enter the Beast Master space, also had a room, plus an extra guest room. According to Su Yao, it was much better than the housing subsidized by the Beast Master University. Seeing the envious looks from the others, Su Zhe realized he should start considering some major life decisions. The house from the Xia Spirit Guard was only a temporary residence. Once he had the time, selling an egg could buy a luxury villa. By then, he could bring Su Yao over too. But unfortunately, Su Yao did not stay tonight. She had to go back to report to her father. After all, she was coming back alive from the battlefield. And after Sun Hao helped Su Zhe set up the house and furniture, he left as well. It's worth mentioning that the injured ones had mostly recovered by now. Only Tao Lin remained fragile due to his newly regenerated arm, needing a wheelchair to get around. The newly grown arms and legs were still tender, and occasionally his comrades would tease him, making him both pained and happy. When night fell, Su Zhe felt a bit lonely being the only one left. So, he called all 3 beast masters out. The Shadow Moon Wolf King still acted like a pet, rubbing against him, while Feng Qingyi went to check her own bedroom. Drought finally recovered from its reclusive state. Taking a deep breath, it asked, is this one of the pillars of the 2 realms? I can feel the breath of the monster beast world. Little Phoenix, the power of the human world is insufficient to support the advancement of divine beasts. I will teach you the cultivation methods of the monster beast world. This statement attracted Feng Qingyi's attention and piqued Su Zhe's curiosity. He knew that divine beasts possessed inherited memories passed down through their bloodlines, but Feng Qingyi was evolved into a divine beast. The only one who truly inherited the memories of divine beasts was Drought. It not only knew about the monster beast world, but perhaps could also explain what the egg system was. Drought, do you remember how you turned into the monster beast egg? Drought nodded and said, of course, I remember. I was killed by a few old friends from the monster beast world, but they couldn't destroy the bloodline of a corona-level divine beast, so my bloodline inheritance transformed into a monster beast egg. Suze was waiting for Drought to continue speaking. But she had already stopped. So she asked, what happened next? How did it end up in my hands? The dry corpse looked at Suze with curiosity and said, does the master remember things from before you were born? After I died and reincarnated into a beast egg, it was taken care of by a few old friends. Actually, I'm also curious how the master took me out from the heavily guarded forbidden place. Suze only wanted to say he didn't know what that forbidden place was, he only knew a gacha machine. But since the dry corpse didn't know more about it, Suze didn't ask further and changed the topic. You just referred to this place as the site of the pillars? As far as I know, humans call that kind of thing anchor points. Can you explain the difference between the two? Suze briefly explained the human understanding of anchor points, and at that moment, Linchi also emerged from Suze's shadow, listening quietly. To his surprise, after the dry corpse heard this, she burst out laughing and said, you've got it all wrong, your understanding is reversed. The existence of pillars is not to fix two worlds and prevent the human world from escaping, but to support the distance between the two worlds with 49 moonlit-level divine beasts or objects, preventing the two worlds from completely colliding when a clash is inevitable. Chapter 172, Factions in the Beast World. How can this be? Have we been foolishly reversing things all these years? Lin Shi's incredulous voice came from the side. But considering the changes after the dragon corpse anchor point disappeared, perhaps what the dry corpse said was the real situation. I'm not sure how foolish you are, but it is true that you've reversed it. The dry corpse covered her mouth and laughed softly. Suze continued to question, why does the beast world use pillars to stop the two worlds from colliding? Doesn't it mean that not all beasts want to invade the human world? Then why are there still beasts entering the human world to cause destruction? Suze had too many questions. These beasts clearly viewed humans as ants, so why would they sacrifice their own bodies to protect the human world? Moreover, the black dragon they encountered while passing through the shadow anchor point in Fusan was definitely not willing to become an anchor point but was forced to. Facing Suze's doubts, the dry corpse continued, it seems there is a misunderstanding in your understanding. The existence of pillars is not to protect the human world. Although the overall strength of beasts is much stronger than that of humans, the worlds we occupy are equal in hierarchy. So when the two worlds collide, there is a high probability that both will perish together, leading to mutual destruction. Suze suddenly realized, so this is also to protect the beasts themselves? The dry corpse continued, that's right, but this is the way chosen by the conservatives. Conservatives? Suze expressed his new question. The dry corpse smiled and replied, just like your human world is divided into many countries, where relationships are not friendly and even hostile. The beast world is not a unified whole either, but regarding how to deal with the impending collision with the human world, we are simply divided into two factions. Those are conservatives and radicals. I just mentioned the conservative method, which is to erect 49 pillars to avoid a complete collision between the two worlds. But even moonlit-level divine beasts find it hard to support the pressure between the two worlds, and over time, along with some external destructive forces, the 49 pillars have long been imperfect. Suze nodded. For example, the dragon corpse pillar beneath the Qinglong Royal Beast University had already disappeared, and the phoenix tree pillar, parasitized by Jiang Huiran, would most likely no longer bear that responsibility in the future. There were originally 3 pillars that Suze knew of, but now only the shadow pillar of Fusang still remained intact. The drought demon then said, and the lunar-level divine beasts and objects cannot be casually taken out. Originally, the conservatives held absolute advantage in the world of monster beasts, but due to the execution of the pillar plan, they consumed many resources in fighting strength, leading to their recent subtle disadvantage against the radicals. Suze then asked, so what method did the radicals among the monster beasts choose? Saying this, the drought demon smiled very happily and said, this is much simpler. The radicals' method is to come to the human world before the two worlds collide and destroy it. In this way, even if there is still a collision with the fragments of the human world afterwards, it won't pose a particularly deadly threat. Suze wiped the sweat from his forehead. This was easy to understand, like how Earth has been researching to smash potentially colliding asteroids with missiles. Destroying it in advance means that even if fragments collide with Earth, they would burn up in the atmosphere due to friction. It must be said that for monster beasts, this method is indeed more effective, but for humans, it is utterly chilling. Suddenly, Suze thought that the drought demon before him was once one of the top tiers in the world of monster beasts. So, which faction did she belong to? Suze tentatively asked, Drought demon, you must have been a conservative who was besieged to death by the increasingly powerful radicals, right? But the drought demon shook her head with a smile, denying Suze's guess and said, Master, you guessed wrong. When I was in the world of monster beasts, I was one of the highest leaders of the radicals and destroyed many root pillars. Suze felt a bit of a headache and rubbed his forehead. He should have guessed it long ago. The drought demon contributed to humanity, but due to humanity's hatred and curses, she lost her divinity and became a monster beast. How could she be a conservative? Speaking of which, I just felt a familiar aura here. The original pillar here was the corpse of a golden dragon, right? But actually, it is not dead, it has just entered a state of false death, and then used its body and bones to support the distance between the two worlds. And as you know, Master, my greatest skill is manipulating flesh and blood. Suze stared wide-eyed and said, so the golden dragon was revived by you and escaped being a pillar? But then he felt something was wrong. Because when he drew out the crimson blood egg, the drought demon should have already died and turned into a monster egg. And the dragon corpse's complete revival happened afterwards. As expected, the drought demon continued, this should be my subordinate using the blood I left behind to achieve. Before I was besieged and killed, I sensed something was off, but the conservatives still had a stronger force, so I left part of my power and blood. As long as my blood is used, this state of pillar can be revived and destroyed, and this type of pillar happens to be the most common. Some of them are voluntary conservatives, but many are forcibly captured radicals. Reviving them can not only destroy the conservative pillar plan but also continue to strengthen the radicals' power. Seeing the drought demon's expression become excited, Suze coughed twice to remind her to be aware of her current identity. Here he was, a human master, and yet the beast under his command was excitedly discussing the human extinction plan. How does that make sense? Hearing this, the drought demon also restrained her expression and said, of course, these are all things of the past. Now I, as the beast of the master, must stand on the side of humanity. Suze breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Maybe this is actually good news. After all, as one declines, another rises, the radicals lose one high-end combat force, and with the growth of the drought demon on our side, we will eventually gain another high-end combat force, and we also hold much information about the radicals. But the drought demon continued, Master, I think I need to remind you that the situation is not as optimistic as you think. The pillar plan can now be declared a failure, and many of the conservative faction's divine beasts have also wavered in their stance. I believe that more demon beasts have chosen to sacrifice the human world to save themselves. At this moment, Lin Shi finally interjected, we ultimately cannot rely on others, we must be prepared for the possibility that all demon beasts are enemies. Chapter 173, A Strange Voice. Just as Suze was still immersed in the vast information provided by the drought demon, he felt a powerful aura accompanied by a swift wind rushing towards him, soon landing right in front of him. Junior brother Suze, you're back? The newcomer was Xiaocheng, who had hurried over upon hearing the news of Suze's return from Fusang. Facing the other's concern, Suze felt a bit awkward inside. Though he had gone to Fusang and returned without loss, even gaining a hefty reward, he still felt somewhat mixed when seeing Xiaocheng now, as if he had been sold out. From his expression, Xiaocheng could tell that Suze understood many things and let out a sigh. He had never supported Lin Shi's plan, but his related information was very limited, he didn't even know that Xiao Su was their collaborator. At this moment, he also noticed Lin Shi, who was quietly trying to sneak into the shadows beside Suze, and quickly rushed over. Old man, I knew you didn't die, totally? Xiaocheng looked at Lin Shi's ethereal form and seemed surprised at his current state. Seeing his expression, Suze knew that Xiaocheng indeed did not know much about this so-called plan. Lin Shi, realizing he could no longer hide, had no choice but to emerge from Suze's shadow. Then, under Xiaocheng's questioning, he briefly explained his current situation. By the way, kid, after such a long time, do you still keep my body? Though I am most likely unable to be reborn, it's still possible to use my body to relieve my thirst for alcohol in the short term. Upon hearing Lin Shi's inquiry, Xiaocheng's face turned somewhat grim as he said, Teacher, your body has already been buried, it was cremated. Lin Shi was taken aback, then shouted, cremation? Don't you think I still have a chance to come back? So decisive? Xiaocheng also said aggrievely, it's been so many days, if we don't bury it now, there'll be a foul smell. Then Xiaocheng seemed to remember something and said very firmly, besides, teacher, you never told me about this plan. Beside them, Suze didn't hold back in mocking, this is called self-inflicted suffering. Brother Xiaocheng, why not host a banquet tonight to make this old thing jealous? Xiaocheng laughed, that's exactly the plan. Only Lin Shi wanted to cry without tears and said, you can't treat me like this. That evening, Xiaocheng really held a banquet to celebrate Suze's safe return. Just back, Su Yao and Sun Hao were called back again. Suze even specifically asked to bring Su Yiming over, hoping to inquire about their fellow teacher Chen Xian's current whereabouts. This was not only for Wang Zi, he had stocks of a vast number of demon beast eggs collected from Fusang, and the sooner they hatched, the quicker they could form combat power. Moreover, even Sun Sheng came over to celebrate Suze's safe return, which Suze did not expect. However, looking at him, he seemed somewhat downcast, with a long beard and a lack of care for his appearance, continuously pouring himself drinks. It must be because of Jiang Huiran that the woman he has been thinking about, likely another time traveler, is in a very bad state. However, because she dislikes human gatherings, Han Yu is currently staying at home with the other two beasts. Su Zhe also planned to ask clearly when he returned home, to confirm that Han Yu could solve the problem before informing Sun Shang, to avoid giving him hope only to bring despair. Since it's a banquet, there must be plenty of wine. What's more frustrating is that the location of the fine wines collected by Lin Shi in his lifetime was believed to be known only to him. But in fact, secretly, his good student Xiao Chang had discovered everything, and these wines were dug out from the ruins of Qinglong Beast University by Xiao Chang. Because they were buried deep enough, only a small part was damaged. The rest he originally planned to keep as a memento, but now it seems unnecessary. He took them all out, and everyone had a bottle to drink, enjoying themselves heartily. Meanwhile, Lin Shi, floating nearby, could not even smell the wine fragrance, let alone drink it, feeling heartbroken and restless. This let Su Zhe exhale a sigh of resentment that had been bottled up in his heart. The banquet lasted until deep into the night, and only when all of Lin Shi's stored wines were finished did everyone drunkenly leave. Among them, Sun Shang, who had worries on his mind, drank the most, while Xiao Chang drank quite a bit as well, both to challenge him and to take revenge on their teacher. As for Su Zhe, this was his first time drinking. After one cup, he was dizzy and disoriented, and when he regained a bit of clarity, the party was nearly over. He wanted to say that his home was quite large, hoping to let Su Yao experience it. But unfortunately, Su Yiming was also nearby, and in the end, he could not succeed, leaving Su Zhe heartbroken. Fortunately, he hadn't forgotten about the main matter. The good news was that Chen Xin did not leave Qinglong Beast University during its perilous time. He was living in a newly assigned house at school, not far from Su Yao's home, and could be brought over at any time. After that, Su Yiming took Su Yao and left. It is worth mentioning that Su Yao appeared very sober, seemingly having a better tolerance for alcohol than Su Zhe. As everyone left, satisfied and full, the banquet came to an end. Su Zhe did not keep Lin Shi behind, repeatedly waving his hand to send him to Xiao Chang, while he returned alone. After all, having someone hiding in his shadow always felt uncomfortable. However, as soon as he returned to the door, he saw the Shadow Moon Wolf King lying aggrieved at the entrance, looking just like a guard dog. Seeing this, Su Zhe asked, "What happened? Why are you the only one outside?" The Shadow Moon Wolf King immediately got up, wagging its tail, and said, "It was Han Yu big sister who chased me out, saying she needed to find Qingyi boss, and I was not convenient to be there." Not convenient? Su Zhe pressed against the door, wondering what strange things they were discussing. But listening to it, he was embarrassed. Inside was a very strange sound, like Feng Qingyi trying hard to suppress her cries. What are these two doing? Aren't they all females? Just as Su Zhe was shocked inside, he suddenly felt the door loosen, and he leaned against the door, pushing it open. The scene behind the door came into view. Han Yu was standing behind the door, very satisfied, wiping her mouth, and it was she who opened the door. Feng Qingyi sat on the ground, pale, her eyes flowing, and slightly gasping for breath. Her collar was torn open, covering herself with her hands, looking just like a bullied little bride. The key point was that this little bride seemed to be quite satisfied. Han Yu, with a rosy face, laughed. And she is an evolved divine beast. She did not get the inheritance of the Phoenix bloodline, but I have, so this is a fair trade. At this time Feng Qingyi also pulled her clothes upward a bit, stood up from the ground, and said, "This is indeed a trade, but Sister Hanba did not tell me that when my blood is sucked by you it would feel this strange." The more she spoke, the smaller her voice became. That was a feeling she had never experienced before. It was not pain, and not discomfort, instead it was very happy, so happy that she almost cried out loud. Hanba looked at Feng Qingyi, smiled, and said, "This is only a small trick of mine, also because I was afraid that little sister would feel pain when her blood is sucked." Feeling the strange mood between the two, Su Zhe always felt that he, like the silly husky at the side, was a needless existence. Chapter 174 Nobody Wants. The next day, Su Zhe rubbed his painful head after a drunken night and walked out of the room. Next to his room was the room of Feng Qingyi and Hanba. That is right, because they were located near the pillar. As divine beasts they could level up faster in the outside environment than inside the beast space. So they both did not choose to enter the beast space, but stayed in the same room, with Hanba guiding Feng Qingyi to train. But looking at the tightly closed door, and the scene he saw last night, Su Zhe always felt something strange in his heart. After a simple wash and eating breakfast, Su Zhe began to think about where he should go next. On one side was helping Sun Shang solve a problem, on the other side was going to find Chen Xian to ask how a normal monster beast egg should be hatched. After thinking back and forth, he still decided to first go find Sun Shang. After all, human life is at stake. He asked Hanba last night, but because she did not see it with her own eyes, she also did not know whether Jiang Yi's problem could be solved. When he took two beast companions and prepared to go out, he just happened to meet Su Yao, who came to find him. So there were three stunningly beautiful big beauties following behind him, making Su Zhe receive many looks of envy, jealousy, and hate along the way. "Brother Su Zhe, where are you going now?" Su Yao followed behind Su Zhe and asked. She did not know Suze's goal, she was only afraid that he would disappear again, so after Suze came back she kept sticking to him. Suze did not hide it, and answered, I am going to find Sun Shang. Great sage equal to heaven's Sun Shang? But is he not always very mysterious, and rarely shows his face? Do you know where he is now? Suze shook his head and said, I also do not know, but someone knows. Who is it? Xiao Shang. Su Yao nodded, if it is Lord Xiao Shang who is as famous as Lord Sun Shang, then there should be no problem. As for Xiao Shang's location, it was very simple, maybe to make up for his guilt toward Suze. At yesterday's banquet he specially said that Suze could go find him anytime at the newly established Great Xia Spirit Guard branch in North Mountain City. The place Suze lived in now belonged to staff housing, and it was just not far from the branch. Very quickly he found the newly built Spirit Guard branch. Although it is temporarily built, it still looks quite grand. Although the whole body was basically built with wooden materials, without thinking one would know that it was definitely not ordinary wood, but high-grade building material and old acquaintance ironwood. Suze could not help but compare it with the base of his own 13th team. Both were temporary buildings, but compared like this his was much more shabby. Feeling a bit sour, he coldly snorted and said, wasting the people and money. He casually stepped forward and walked toward the main gate, but before entering he was stopped by the guards at the door. Stop. Idle people are not allowed to enter. Suze had long been prepared and took out his Great Xia Spirit Guard Squad leader badge. I am not some idle person, we are all comrades. They are my beasts. Suze pointed at the beautiful girls behind him, of course, avoiding Su Yao. The guards noticed this and asked, what about her? After thinking for a moment, Suze replied, this is my family member. Su Yao blushed upon hearing this. But the two guards looked at the stunning three women behind Suze with expressions of you call them beasts? Are you kidding me, and ignored it. You can go in, but they have to stay outside. Seeing this, Suze got angry, bro, you really lack insight, have you never seen a beast take form? They of course knew that beasts could take form, but those were only exceptionally powerful monsters, at least level 90. It was hard to believe that a young boy like Suze suddenly appeared in front of them claiming he had two such beasts, especially when they had transformed into beautiful girls. After all, not many people knew Suze's strength, even those who had seen Hanba could only regard her as a healing beast, not knowing Hanba and Fengqingyi were legendary divine beasts. Don't believe it? Then let them show you their true forms, but since your houses are wooden, don't blame me if they get burned. Just as Suze was about to let Fengqingyi show her true form to impress them, he saw a girl in green jump out from inside. With a clear voice, she said, Suze, you're here. Master Brothers sent me to pick you up. The newcomer was the transformed form of Xiao Cheng's beast, the Azure Cloud Dragon. If Suze wasn't mistaken, the small dragon horns on her head seemed to have grown at least twice as large. Seeing her appear, the two guards immediately shrank back and stood still. Azure Cloud also noticed the awkward atmosphere and asked, what happened? Do you want me to teach them a lesson? Suze shook his head and said, no need, gentlemen, can I go in now? The two guards hurriedly nodded in agreement, and Suze led the girls inside. Inside the door, Azure Cloud looked at Hanba and Fengqingyi behind Suze and also shrank back, nodding, that's right, you don't need my help now. The pressure from their bloodlines made her instantly recognize their identities. If Fengqingyi could still put up a fight because she hadn't reached level 100 yet, then Hanba next to her felt like a mountain or a sea to Azure Cloud. So terrifying, even scarier than that monkey turned into a big stick. Azure Cloud whispered, sticking out her tongue. The monkey she referred to was naturally Sun Shang's beast. Soon, Azure Cloud brought Suze in front of Xiao Chang, who was floating next to him was Linshi. Su Yao was taken aback, it was the first time she saw Linshi like this. Linshi floated over and said, girl, I heard you performed heroically with your mental attacks on the battlefield, just like I did back in the day. How about it? Are you interested in having me contracted as your beast? I assure you, I'll be stronger than the Mermaid Lord. No, we don't want that. Suze quickly pulled Su Yao behind him, firmly rejecting her offer. What a joke. Although Linshi was now considered a beast, she still had a human soul and memories. Who would want an old man following their woman all the time? Su Yao seemed to think Suze's words were a bit strong and politely added, Teacher Linshi, I don't know why you changed like this, but since you are Suze's teacher, it would not be appropriate for me to contract you as a beast. Linshi, upon hearing this, drifted aside with a sad face, I'm not weak either, so why does no one want me? No matter if it was Suze, Su Yao, or Xiao Chang, whom he tried to persuade last night, all of them rejected him. Meanwhile, Bai Yun also hopped over to Xiao Chang's ear and whispered something. After listening, Xiao Chang glanced at the dry corpse and Fengqingyi behind Suze. He hadn't slept much the previous night and learned from Linshi about a series of events that took place on Fusang Island. Suze ignored the emo Linshi and went straight to Xiao Chang's side, asking directly, Brother Xiao Chang, do you know where Sun Shang is right now? Chapter 175, I can help you. Hearing this, Xiao Chang frowned and said, why do you need to find Sun Shang? Anything he can do, I can help you with. Xiao Cheng thought that Su Zhe was upset because of previous issues and thus reluctant to find him. But Su Zhe shook his head and said, "It's not that I need his help, on the contrary, I want to help him solve his problems." Xiao Cheng nodded when he heard this. He had just confirmed the identity of the dry corpse. Su Zhe was probably the strongest person in the entire Great Xia right now. There truly was nothing that required their assistance. Connecting it to the news that the dry corpse had shown remarkable medical abilities on the front lines, it wasn't hard to guess what kind of problem Su Zhe planned to help Sun Shang with. "If you can help him, that would be wonderful. This guy has been very down lately, unwilling to show up, which has caused me to bear the pressure from the United States alone. It's really hard to manage." Su Zhe frowned and said, "The United States again? What are they planning?" Xiao Cheng replied while flying ahead as a guide. "This time, they do want to do something serious. Currently, many countries are experiencing instability in their spaces, which also indicates that the beast world is getting closer to us. Facing them is only a matter of time. So the United States is calling on countries around the world to unite and resist this disaster together." Su Zhe, holding Su Yao who still couldn't fly, followed along and said, "It indeed sounds like a good proposal, but since Brother Xiao Cheng has been under such great pressure, I think there must be other conditions, right?" "Indeed." Xiao Cheng nodded and continued, "The United States requires all countries to put their trump cards in one place for unified access. What our Great Xia needs to hand over is the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword. How could we possibly give that to them?" Su Zhe exclaimed indignantly. Xiao Cheng continued, "I believe so too, but the United States not only brought out Thor's hammer but also for some unknown reason convinced Great Britain to hand over the sword and the stone, and they are jointly pressuring Great Xia. Just one United States is enough for me to handle, now adding Great Britain on top of that is truly unbearable for me alone." Not knowing how long they had flown, they soon saw a vast sea of lush green trees. "This is the Shuangban rainforest, the largest tropical rainforest in Great Xia, and Sun Shang is right here. As for exactly where, I'm not quite sure. After all, there are no house numbers in the tropical rainforest." Su Zhe looked at the endless rainforest, furrowing his brows and said, "With such a large area of rainforest, looking down from above, the treetops cover the ground so thoroughly, how are we going to find him?" Xiao Cheng answered, "It's simple, just find the biggest tree." Su Zhe nodded, closely following Xiao Cheng as they flew deeper into the rainforest. Before long, they saw a towering tree ahead. From a distance, Su Zhe thought it was actually a small hill until he got closer and realized it was a tree. However, having already seen the towering phoenix tree that defined its own realm, everyone wasn't too shocked. "That should be the place. Let's go back." Soon, everyone arrived at the tree, and before they could land, they saw Sun Shang flying up to block their way. Compared to last night, after just one night, he seemed even more dispirited, utterly devoid of spirit. Sun Shang merely nodded at Su Zhe in greeting, then looked at Xiao Cheng and asked, "Why are you here? Did someone of war god level come?" Xiao Cheng shook his head. Seeing this, Sun Shang prepared to turn and leave. "Then don't disturb my last moments alone with Yi." At that moment, Su Zhe hurriedly shouted, "Brother Sun Shang, wait a moment." Sun Shang actually stopped. "What is it?" Su Zhe shook his head and said, "I actually have nothing, but I can help you." Sun Shang was taken aback by this, then turned around and asked, "Really?" Although Su Zhe didn't specify how he could help, he only had one thing he needed help with. Su Zhe didn't nod immediately but said, "You need to let me see what the situation is first so I can make a judgment, and the faster, the better, to avoid wasting time." Sun Shang, hesitant, led everyone to his shelter. In front of them stood a massive tree, and there was actually a cave-like hollow in its trunk. From the looks of it, it wasn't man-made but naturally formed. Inside the hollow, some glowing monster crystal cores were wedged in, seemingly inserted just recently. Many of these monster crystal cores were sourced locally. The Twin Rainforest was not only the largest tropical rainforest in the Great Xia but also home to the highest number of monster populations in the Great Xia. The hollow wasn't too deep. After descending at an angle for about 10 to 20 meters, they saw a swaying, shining crystal coffin. The tree's vigorous life force was continuously directed into this crystal coffin, where a beautiful girl lay inside, her complexion somewhat pale, looking as if she were simply asleep. The only thing that was different from an ordinary person was a small vine that protruded from her forehead. "Is this my hometown girl?" Su Zhe asked, gazing at the person in the crystal coffin. Though the two had never met, Su Zhe wanted to save her, just from this connection. "Hanba, go and check the situation." The quietly adept woman in green who had been standing behind Su Zhe stepped forward slowly. At that moment, Sun Shang noticed her and felt a sudden surge of wariness, his hair standing on end. This was his reaction when he encountered someone far stronger than himself. It had been 100 years since he had felt this way since becoming a war god. Startled, Sun Shang forced himself to suppress the urge to summon his beasts. At the same time, he felt a flicker of hope, since to achieve what he could not, her strength should indeed exceed his. Hanba stepped forward to examine the situation closely, ultimately lifting the crystal coffin's lid, pinching Jiang Yi's face, and tugging at the vine on her forehead. Seeing this, Sun Shang restrained his impulse to act. Hanba then stepped back without using her flesh manipulation technique. What's wrong? Even you can't do anything? Suze asked, surprised. Hanba shook her head. The injuries to her body aren't serious, she could heal without my intervention. But because she has been in this parasitic state for too long, the roots of the MO have spread all over her body, and even I cannot help. How could such a troublesome parasitic monster from the beast world appear here? Sun Shang's heart turned cold at the sight of this situation. This feeling of hope mixed with despair indeed tormented him even more. Suze sighed helplessly, and everyone present felt the impact of Sun Shang's emotions. Then they heard Hanba continuing, she indeed cannot survive as a human anymore. But you can choose to change into another form of life. Sun Shang immediately raised his head, as if he had grasped the last straw. What do you mean? The drought monster smiled and replied, accept my blood and become the first generation of the Corpse King. Chapter 176, Awakening. Corpse King? Sun Shang immediately became alert and said, can that still be called living? The drought monster shrugged and said, I only use the term you humans use, just like you call me the ancestor of corpses. Then she spoke in a tone that seemed unrelated to herself. When I still had the title of goddess, countless humans would come to me every day to pray and wish, and the most common wish I heard was to bring the dead back to life. So I fulfilled their wishes. Anyone who had been dead for no more than 7 days could be revived through my blood, the only cost being the need to consume fresh blood to maintain life. At first, they were somewhat afraid, but facing their loved ones who had come back to life, joy outweighed fear. I selectively used my own blood to revive humans, not saving everyone. But those whom I revived gained part of my power, and they learned to use their own blood to save their loved ones. What followed was an increasingly severe side effect. They no longer needed blood regularly but developed an endless craving for it, causing them to actively attack other humans. They became afraid of the sun, lacked body temperature, and couldn't think, turning into moving corpses, what you refer to as zombies. And I, the culprit, became the ancestor of 10,000 corpses, the king of zombies. Sun Shang frowned and said, so those you personally revived, except for needing to consume blood regularly, have no other side effects? The drought monster nodded and said, that's right, they are essentially creatures created with my power. With my current strength, I can create only one at most. After thinking long and hard, Sun Shang nodded and said, you go ahead. I will feed EE with my own blood and ensure she won't harm anyone else. As the drought monster continued toward the crystal coffin, she said, don't worry, the Corpse King usually eats normally, it just needs to consume blood once a week to maintain itself. With your strength, it won't have any impact, and you can feed her for a lifetime. Then she added, by the way, the lifespan of a Corpse King is very long, but you don't have to worry about what happens to you after death. The Corpse King is actually a sort of divine beast, so it doesn't affect reproduction with humans, the future can be left to your children. Hearing this, Sun Shang unusually blushed and said, I never thought about such things. Everyone just smiled silently, watching as the drought monster approached the crystal coffin again. This time, she didn't do much. She pierced her left palm with her sharp right nails, then opened Jiang Yi's tightly closed lips to drip blood inside. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. After 3 drops of bright red blood fell in, the vine on top of Jiang Yi's head began to writhe in pain. It seemed to want to break away from this body, but it couldn't pull out its roots. In a frenzy of twisting, fine blood-red patterns slowly crawled over the entire vine. Then it gave up struggling and retreated back in. When the vine shrank back, the wound on Jiang Yi's smooth forehead, made by the vine, healed at a visible speed until not a scar was left. Then, her long eyelashes seemed to tremble ever so slightly. And Sun Shang, who had been concentrating beside her, immediately dashed forward in a single bound. EE, are you awake? Open your eyes, EE. At this moment, he had waited for many years, even thinking he would never wait again, but unexpectedly found hope today. As he shouted, Jiang Yi's eyes kept trembling, as if trying to open, her fingers also slightly trembled, but she still had not fully awakened. The drought spirit beside him explained, although she has been in a half-alive, half-dead state, her bodily functions have been stagnant for over 100 years, give her some time to adapt. Sun Shang also pressed down his excited heart, holding Jiang Yi's hand and waiting, but tears flowed down unknowingly. Because he felt warmth, the warmth in his palm. As he lowered his head, placing Jiang Yi's hand against his forehead, cherishing the body heat he hadn't felt for 100 years. A light laugh suddenly made him lift his head. My Dishang, why do you look so messy, and are you crying? A true Dishang wouldn't cry. Through the hazy tears, Sun Shang saw the long-lost girl's charming smile and heard her heavenly voice. EE, you're finally awake. Do you know how long I've waited for this moment? Sun Shang tightly embraced the fragile body of the girl in front of him. She blushed, seeing Suze and others around, lightly hitting his back. There are so many people here, I'm so embarrassed. For Sun Shang, he endured 100 years of torment and waiting, growing into one of the top combat powers of Daxia. But for Jiang Yi, she had merely taken a nap, completely unaware that 100 years had passed, still carrying her youthful heart. However, from his embrace, she seemed to sense something, her hands shifting from fists to gently stroking his back. Okay, I'm here, I promise you, I won't leave again. This scene made everyone around feel amused, hardly imagining that Sun Shang, who could be so domineering in front of others, would turn into this. From what I know about him, let's pretend we saw nothing, otherwise we will definitely be held accountable later, Xiao Cheng whispered to the others. Under Jiang Yi's comfort, Sun Shang's mood calmed down a bit, and he finally let go of her. Tears had already drenched her pure white dress. Jiang Yi finally found time to ask her first question. What time is it now? Upon hearing the year that had crossed over 100 years, she finally understood why Sun Shang had lost control just now, and she held his hand that was about to let go. Tell me more about what has happened since I fell asleep. Seeing this, the others exchanged glances and took the hint to step outside of the tree hole, quietly waiting for the couple to finish their talk. At this point, Su Zhe realized that next to him, Su Yao had already turned into a crying person, tears streaming down her face. Woo, it's so touching, Lord Sun Shang's unchanging feelings for Sister Yi over 100 years. Su Zhe, if I also. Before she finished her words, she was covered by Su Zhe beside her. Silly, I won't let that happen. Then the two embraced outside the tree hole. Even the drought spirit, having lost blood earlier, dragged Feng Qingyi to one side, leaving only Xiao Chang, alone beside Lin Shi, standing in his shadow. Why do I feel like this atmosphere is targeting us? Sun Shang finally walked out of the tree hole. His expression returned to the previous coldness, and he said to Su Zhe, who was waiting outside, Yi wants to say a few words with you. Su Zhe nodded and then walked inside. Sun Shang stood outside and said to the others, what just happened? Don't tell anyone. Everyone nodded repeatedly. Xiao Cheng saw that he had no intention of entering the tree hole and tentatively asked, aren't you going in? Yi only said she wanted to see Su Zhe, not that I needed to be there. Xiao Cheng nodded, said no more, but was already planning how to please Jiang Yi in order to make Sun Shang listen to commands. Inside the tree hole, Su Zhe quickly walked to the original spot and saw Jiang Yi, with slightly red eyes, sitting on the crystal coffin, swinging her legs. It was obvious that her earlier exchange with Sun Shang had made her cry a lot, and she had just calmed down her emotions. Jiang Yi looked at Su Zhe walking over and smiled, saying, odd changes, even does not change? Su Zhe was taken aback for a moment, then smiled back, symbols look at quadrants. Speaking of such an old cliché password, you can still bring it out, are you from more than 10 years ago when I crossed? Jiang Yi immediately said excitedly, it seems Sun Shang didn't lie to me, he really helped me find a fellow villager. When did you cross over? The two compared the time and location of their crossing. Their original residences were not far apart, all in the south. The time difference between their crossings was less than a year, but after crossing, they were separated by more than 100 years. In fact, Jiang Yi crossed over later. It happened during an accident on her way to the college entrance examination. If Su Zhe hadn't crossed over early, he would just have been taking the college entrance examination as well. It seems that the flow of time in the two worlds is different. In addition, they compared their experiences of crossing to see if there were any similarities worth noting. But the result left them perplexed. Su Zhe had taken a nap in class and woke up to find himself in this world, with no idea what had happened. And Jiang Yi was very clear, she had crossed over here after dying in a car accident. According to her, rather than saying she crossed over, it was more like reincarnation without drinking the Mangpa soup. Jiang Yi had grown from a newly born child to her present self, so she could be considered a local native, but with memories from Earth. Su Zhe, on the other hand, had crossed over into a person with the same name and surname as him and possessed two people's memories. It seems our experiences are completely different, and I don't know what caused this difference. Su Zhe shook his head, he also couldn't understand. Instead, he asked another question, what is your golden finger for crossing? Su Zhe had always wanted to understand what his capsule toy machine, as his golden finger, really was. So far, he had only discovered that the monster eggs in the toy machine did not just appear out of nowhere, but were drawn from all over the world. This world included not only the human world but also the monster world. But surprisingly, when Jiang Yi heard his words, her eyes lit up and she leaned over to say, golden finger? So it turns out you have the treatment of a protagonist. Su Zhe was momentarily stunned, then realized, you mean you don't have a golden finger? Just an ordinary person? Only then did Su Zhe realize he had been hasty. Because of various influences from works on Earth, he thought all crossers would have their own golden fingers, but unexpectedly, only he had one. Jiang Yi nodded and said, that's right, not only do I not have a golden finger, but also because of the foreign soul, my affinity with the monsters here is 0. You're not even a beast master, just an ordinary person. Su Zhe was taken aback. The original owner felt the same way, with a bond of 0 intimacy with any beast, unable to form a contract. This problem was only resolved after Su Zhe came to this world and acquired a system. The issue is, Jiang Yi said the culprit behind this problem was the soul from another world. However, the original owner had this problem even before coming to this world. What is going on? Su Zhe felt like he was overlooking something, but couldn't recall what it was. What are you thinking? By the way, what's your golden finger? Can I see? Suze was pulled from his thoughts by Jiang Yi's eager gaze and contemplated for a moment. Perhaps it was because they were both from the same hometown, or maybe because Suze now had the strength to protect himself, he saw no need to hide among acquaintances, so he revealed part of his abilities. I can receive a randomly leveled beast egg every day. This kind of egg has special hatching conditions. Once fulfilled, it will hatch and form a contract. I was just like you, it was because of this golden finger that I could become a beast master. Jiang Yi responded, wow, that's quite a nice golden finger. I wonder if I can form a contract with those eggs. I heard from Sun Shang that the whole world is in danger, and I want to help. But Suze shook his head, sorry, that's probably not possible because you now actually count as a beast, and a divine beast at that, so you can't form a contract with other beasts. Jiang Yi was stunned. Clearly, Sun Shang hadn't had the chance to explain everything to her before. I see, this is the price for my resurrection. Then she jumped down from the coffin that had carried her for over 100 years and said, let's go outside. I heard from Sun Shang that I haven't seen the sun for over 100 years. Suze hesitated and said, but it's night outside now. Jiang Yi shrugged, I can bask in the moon too. Outside the tree hole, everyone was quietly waiting. The moment Sun Shang saw Suze and Jiang Yi appear, he rushed forward and picked Jiang Yi up. Why are you out? You just woke up, your body hasn't recovered yet. Jiang Yi touched his face and said, don't worry too much, I'm fine now. By the way, do you still have a contract slot? Sun Shang was taken aback and nodded, you know, the Monkey King is very domineering and doesn't allow me to contract any beast with a lower bloodline than it. Jiang Yi nodded, call it out, I want to talk to it. Before long, Sun Shang summoned the war-hungry monkey. At the sight of it, Bian hid behind Xiao Chang. He finally understood why he was now almost as strong as Sun Shang yet could never defeat him. It turned out Bian was afraid of being beaten and shrank back at first glance. But now, this fighting Monkey King was being easily managed by a weak girl. Little monkey, I heard you become very domineering? Now I want a contract with the great sage, do I need your permission? The Monkey King immediately flattered, if it's the master's words, then of course there's no problem. That's better. But Sun Shang was stunned, what did you just say? I said I want a contract with you, do you disagree? Of course not, it's just, I don't want to treat you as a beast. Jiang Yi frowned, what's with the hesitation? You are my great sage. Should I become someone else's beast? Sun Shang suddenly perked up and shouted, absolutely not. Since you know, why don't you agree? I'm a divine beast everyone wants right now. What if one day someone contracts me while you are not around? What will happen? I will definitely not let that happen. Then let's make a contract? Jiang Yi showed a triumphant smile. Sun Shang hesitated for a moment, then finally stepped forward, and the contract magic array suddenly shone brightly. Chapter 178 Preparation to dig a pit. Beside them, Lin Shiyu earnestly said to Xiao Chang, disciple, right now you're being left behind. Xiao Chang rolled his eyes at him and said nothing, but a surge of motivation rose in his heart. Currently, his junior Suze had already attained god-level battle power, and the equally renowned Sun Shang had contracted a divine beast and would soon attain divine beast-level power, only he was left behind. Xiao Chang's gaze fell on the nearby Bai Yun, who seemed to sense it and turned to look at him. Bai Yun, starting tonight, we need to practice harder to help you completely transform into a dragon. Originally cheerful, Bai Yun immediately turned gloomy upon hearing this. The reason she currently had the chance to turn into a dragon was that after the pillar was destroyed, not only did the beast horde from the world of demon beasts come, but also a rich concentration of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy. It was this force that was enough to nurture a divine beast. As the contract's light gradually faded, Jiang Yi appeared before everyone in another form. Her eyes turned blood red, and her small tiger teeth grew sharper. This was her true corpse king form. In addition, her arms were entwined with blood-colored and azure thorns, which also wove a crown above her head. The moment Sun Shang saw the vines, he immediately became alert and wanted to pull them off. However, Jiang Yi, who was now connected to Sun Shang's thoughts through the contract, knew what he was thinking and hurriedly said, wait, this thing can't harm me anymore. Then Jiang Yi gently raised her hand, and the blood-blue vines began to move along with it. This thing has parasitized me for so long, it can't be removed from my body anymore, but now it has become a part of me and can't harm me anymore. Instead, it will become one of my powers. Then Jiang Yi waved her hand fiercely, and the vine of the magic was instantly shot out, piercing into a tree several dozen meters away that would require several people to hug it. In a moment, that tree rapidly withered away, followed by Jiang Yi's increasingly abundant vitality and strength. Seeing this, the drought demon was slightly surprised. This is quite a pleasant surprise. It seems you won't need to provide fresh blood once a week anymore, although it's a bit unfriendly to the trees. Jiang Yi appeared even happier and said to Sun Shang, did you feel that? This ability allows my strength to increase very quickly. This way, I can help you soon. Sun Shang disagreed and said, I don't need help, you just need to stay in a safe place. Are you saying I'm holding you back? Zhang Yi immediately furrowed her brows. Of course not. Well, fine, I'll listen to you. Sun Shang then went to Xiao Chang and said, so you were asking me to step in because some fool from another country is causing trouble? Xiao Chang had not yet had the chance to feel happy about Sun Shang's willingness to step in when he sensed something was off from his tone. So he asked, why do you ask like that? Sun Shang openly replied, of course, I want to capture that fool, so he can upgrade as quickly as possible. Xiao Chang instantly facepalmed in silence. He didn't expect Sun Shang was directly planning to catch a battle god level figure from another country to use as upgrade material. He had no doubts about Sun Shang's strength. Among the global battle gods, he at least ranked in the top 3. Otherwise, last time, the United States wouldn't have brought divine artifacts for backup just to stop them from going to Fuso in a 2v2 situation. But the problem is that, nominally, the United States is uniting global power to fight against the invasion of monster beasts. It's one thing if they don't cooperate, but if they take the initiative to attack, then it gives the other side an excuse to collectively pressure Great Xia. No matter how strong Sun Shang is, he still can't compete with everyone else combined. However, thinking of this, Xiao Chang looked at Su Zhe. Now, with him having an exception of contracting a divine beast, the world rankings will be reshuffled. But the United States has been concealing its strength, and he learned from Lin Shi that the United States had once given Fuso the blood of a moonlight-level divine beast. This indicates that they very likely also possess divine beasts, and they might even have an adult moonlight-level divine beast, so we cannot let our guard down. Thus, Xiao Chang persuaded Sun Shang, saying, it's not to the point of life and death, it's just that their demands are a bit troublesome. Demands? Sun Shang furrowed his brows. Can't we just strike them until they don't dare to make demands? Xiao Chang shook his head at this, no longer wanting to argue with him. Just before, having known from Su Zhe about what demands the United States had made, he suddenly asked, are they asking us to hand over the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword? Upon hearing this, Sun Shang immediately glared and said, what? This is the excessive demand you mentioned? I think they just need a beating. You don't want to agree, do you? Xiao Chang shook his head but did not say anything. Giving up the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword is definitely not possible, but if we don't hand it over, we will face even more troubles later. He thought for a moment and answered Su Zhe's question, saying, they didn't explicitly say, but this is like a gesture of sincerity, we must produce something that matches the value of the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword to be accepted. Otherwise, it's likely that before the monster beasts can destroy Great Xia, they will find an excuse to strike first. Su Zhe nodded in agreement and continued to ask, is a divine beast egg sufficient as this sincerity? Xiao Chang was taken aback, asking, Su Zhe, you're not trying to tell me you have another divine beast level egg, are you? Su Zhe shook his head. He indeed did not have a second divine beast egg at the moment. Seeing this, Xiao Chang didn't know whether to feel disappointed or think it was just normal. Lin Shi also said, even if there was a divine beast egg, we shouldn't hand it over to those bastards, it will eventually be used against us. But Su Zhe didn't think that way. After having experience in hatching those demanding beast eggs with the help of others twice, Su Zhe now wanted to take a further shortcut. Why not just hand these eggs over to someone else to help him hatch them? Moreover, as long as he doesn't let them drop blood to recognize the master, the beasts that are hatched will all belong to him. He could even let them drop blood to recognize the master and then give them away to avoid any accidents. Not to mention the United States, sending one to all major powers is also not a problem, because they will ultimately still belong to Great Xia. So, Su Zhe then asked, did the United States set a time limit? Xiao Chang replied solemnly, there is just over half a month left. Half a month, huh? Let me give it a try. Although I don't have a divine beast egg now, who knows what could happen in half a month? What he said sounded like an Eastern fairy tale to others. After all, how could one get a divine beast egg in half a month? But Zhang Yi also remembered the golden finger Su Zhe had just told her, and after whispering a few words in Sun Shang's ear, Sun Shang stood up and said, I also support Su Zhe. It's not too late to talk after half a month. With Sun Shang's declaration, Xiao Chang could only nod in agreement. Then it's up to you. No problem. Su Zhe patted his chest and said. He was already eager to go and deal with those foreign devils. Chapter 179, Progress Bar. After leaving the dual version rainforest, Su Zhe returned to his home and sat cross-legged on his bed. The reason he had the confidence to obtain a beast egg in just half a month was due to another function of the system that he hadn't used in a long time, the recycling function. The system had a special progress bar for recycling beast eggs. Recycling a silver-level beast egg could increase this progress bar by 1%, while a bronze-level egg could only increase it by 1,000th, requiring slow accumulation. However, once the progress was full, the next gacha would definitely yield a platinum-level or higher beast. After this, Su Zhe discovered that the progress bar could actually be upgraded. Once the first-level progress bar was full, choosing not to use it, but to continue enhancing the odds would upgrade the progress bar. At that point, the progress bar would no longer care about recycling bronze or silver-level beast eggs, and even gold-level beasts would be useless. Only recycling platinum-level beast eggs could increase this progress bar by 1,000th, while diamond-level eggs could increase it by 1/10. In other words, at least 10 diamond-level beast eggs were needed. If relying solely on Suzei's gacha machine, who knows when he would obtain them? Fortunately, Suzei had experimented with the beast eggs captured from Fusang before. Although they were not system-produced beast eggs, they could still be recycled without any deduction, increasing the progress bar according to the level of the beast eggs. However, even a mid-level country might struggle to gather so many beast eggs. But now Suzei had the support of Xiao Chang and Sun Shang, equating to having a major country like Daxia backing him. Just on the first day, nearly 100 beast eggs were sent over, but unfortunately, they were all platinum-level eggs, with no diamond eggs appearing. After all, for Daxia, diamond-level beast eggs were still quite rare. Daxia has a heritage of thousands of years, and the history of beast tamers spans over 1,000 years. Yet, only around 100 diamond-level beasts have appeared, let alone the need to have them in egg form. Fortunately, platinum-level beast eggs were much easier to find. Even if they couldn't gather 10 diamond-level beast eggs, they could gather 1,000 platinum-level beast eggs. In the following days, nearly 100 platinum-level beast eggs were sent to Suzei every day. But such a large scale of calling beast eggs had already tapped into the Daxia Spirit Guard's warehouse. Even though this was under the orders of Sun Shang and Xiao Chang, the enormous quantity of beast eggs must be accounted for. Why have you two lords recently needed so many beast eggs, all sent to Beishir City? They say many beasts appeared there, and even one of the 4 major beast universities with a long heritage, the Qinglong Beast University, was destroyed. You think this time, could it mean some more big problems are coming? I think it's possible. These beast eggs are already more than half of our warehouse's storage. With so many platinum-level beast eggs, you two lords must be planning to form an elite team to face a crisis. Exactly, that's what I think too. As time passed, more and more people began to suspect, and an atmosphere of yearning for the truth began to spread. Even the 13 teams that were responsible for receiving and then sending the beast eggs to Suzei became mysterious. Finally, after delivering nearly 100 platinum-level beast eggs to the unusually pale man with a white left arm and right leg, the two from the Spirit Guard headquarters responsible for transporting the beast eggs did not choose to leave immediately as they had before. They quietly followed behind. Seeing him and another man with arms of different colors carrying many beast eggs with the people of Team 13, they stepped forward. Let's go, we should follow and see what's going on. So many beast eggs must mean they're forming a large elite team. Then the two also walked behind the team. What puzzled them was that these people were not headed to any military secret place, they walked boldly towards a nearby apartment building without any strict security. In Beishan City, even if each member of the Daxia Spirit Guards had their own room, they couldn't fill the whole community, so there were many civilians here. Along the way, they met some elderly folks who greeted them. Oh, Xiao Sun, Xiao Tao, back to deliver goods again? You say you Daxia Spirit Guards are not soldiers? Why do you look like delivery guys? Everyone was smiling and chatting with them. By the way, it's been so many days, and I still don't know what you are delivering. It wouldn't be anything dangerous, right? The elders asked cautiously. Sun Hao replied with a smile, it's nothing, just some eggs. The old lady nodded knowingly, eager to try. Oh? Chicken eggs. Which supermarket is having a promotion? Did you grab so many? Sun Hao shook his head and said, these are all given by the state. Then he led the group away to avoid further entanglement with the old lady. They could still hear her saying, being a soldier is good, the state even gives eggs. When I go back, I'll make my good grandson practice well so he can become a beast master. The two hiding behind already had a blank stare. My warehouse has become a discount promotional supermarket? Another person said, this must be a hidden cover, this is called hiding in plain sight. The secret army the two lords are about to form is hidden in an ordinary community, making it hard for enemies to find the location and steal from them. Makes sense. The two continued to follow. Soon they saw everyone start to climb the stairs. To prevent exposure, they displayed superb skills by climbing out of the hallway window and keeping up with the group's speed from the outside. Before long, they saw Sun Hao and others stop in front of a door, knocking and saying, Captain, today's goods have been delivered. The two exchanged glances, knowing they had finally found the place. They were about to find out where these hundreds of platinum beast eggs went and whether they were secretly used to train an elite team. Perhaps they would also have the chance to join. Then they saw the door pushed open, and a young boy stood behind it, holding a cooked beast egg and eating happily. You're here. Just in time, I finished cooking tea eggs, everyone come eat together. Good. Everyone rushed forward. Ever since they had tasted the beast egg last time, they could never forget its flavor, while the two outside almost lost their grip and fell. Tea eggs? More than half of the beast eggs in our warehouse have been used to make tea eggs? At that moment, Suzei also walked to the hallway window and said, aren't you too tired crouching there? Come in and have an egg. When the two sat down at Suzei's house, they were still in a daze. They never expected that this young-looking boy had already discovered them. They didn't expect to be sitting at the dining table now, with a big bowl of tea eggs, rich and red, made from tea leaves and beast eggs in front of them. In the few minutes Suze took to invite them, members of Team 13 had already started to share a tea egg among 2 or 3 people. The delight of eating was unparalleled. The Great Xia Spirit Guard has accumulated a wealth of resources over the years, and these platinum-level monster eggs can only be bonded by people of captain rank and above. How could you turn them into tea eggs? This is simply wasting a treasure, showing great disrespect to the Great Xia Spirit Guard. I must report this to Lord Xiao Chang. But then they thought again, these monster eggs were actually sent over at the request of Lord Xiao Chang and Lord Sun Shang. Could it be that the 2 lords are actually in on this? If that's the case, what should they do? Should they offend the 2 strongest figures in the Great Xia, or should they turn a blind eye and pretend they didn't see it? As the 2 exchanged a glance, their hearts were filled with conflict and struggle. Suze was stuffing a hot tea egg into his mouth and said, "Platinum level? I didn't know you could eat this well. But these tea eggs aren't from those platinum eggs, I still have use for those. These are all bronze and silver level monster eggs. Keeping them doesn't really help much." Bronze and silver? The 2 exchanged a glance and then picked up an egg to take a look. Though they had never seen monster eggs turned into tea eggs before, they could tell from the remaining features that these tea eggs were indeed just bronze and silver level monster eggs. And they were not from the batch of platinum level monster eggs taken from the warehouse. Suze wasn't at the point of losing sight of priorities. The platinum level monster eggs sent over from the Great Xia Spirit Guard were actually becoming fewer. From initially over 100 a day, it had now dropped below 100. If he didn't even know if the number of platinum level monster eggs was enough, how could he possibly use such a valuable resource to make tea eggs? These eggs were all the result of the gacha opportunities he had saved up from his time in Fusang. He had even drawn 2 platinum eggs, all recycled by the system. What was regrettable was that he didn't draw a diamond egg, otherwise, he wouldn't need so many platinum eggs. He had kept 5 golden eggs for himself. The remaining bronze and silver level monster eggs were no shortage for the Great Xia Spirit Guard and held no value for Suze. He could choose to sell them for money, but after thinking it over, he wanted to try out what tea eggs made from monster eggs would taste like. No one had ever attempted this before. Not even Shilin, who loved to eat monster eggs since childhood, had ever tried boiling a pot of tea eggs. Such an extravagant way of eating. This was what it meant to have eggs and be willful. What about the platinum level monster eggs we sent? Suze led them into his room, pointing at the boxes on the floor and said, "They're right here." The 2 looked over and indeed saw the batch of monster eggs they had just taken from the warehouse. But they hadn't seen them before this. Faced with their questioning gazes, Suze shrugged and said, "These eggs all have their uses and have not been wasted. As for what use they have, that's a secret." Suze indeed no longer planned to hide his abilities, but this was only for a few close relations. After all, he could occasionally pull out high-level monster eggs, and anyone with a keen eye would notice something was off. But that didn't mean he had to share this secret with everyone. So far only Su Yao, Xiao Chang, Lin Shi, Zhang Yi, and Sun Shang knew, and it was likely that Wang Zi would find out in the future. Seeing Suze express a refusal, the 2 had no choice but to step back, still holding the tea eggs they had just taken from the basin to observe. Not eating is not an option either. After all, even a bronze or silver level monster egg is astronomical in price for them. Who would have thought someone would boil a pot of tea eggs? How about we just eat it? After all, this cooked egg probably won't hatch any beast. In the end, the 2 of them each took half and shared the tea egg they held. They immediately closed their eyes, savoring every bite. This was a deliciousness they had never experienced before. Oh my god, how can this be so delicious? Now they finally understood why the people from Team 13 had been so eager just moments ago. If they had tasted it once and then saw this tea egg in front of them, they would probably become like that too. After finishing, they couldn't help but look into the bowl, only to find it already cleaned out. Those guys had even left no leftover soup. Alright, now that you are full, you can go back and practice. Don't forget what I said, once you upgrade and have a new beast slot, the beast issues will be handled by me, starting with golden level monsters. Under Sun Hao's lead, everyone shouted in unison, "Long live the captain." No one would doubt Suze's promise, because the young man before them had shown them so many impossibilities. After everyone else left, only the 2 who had quietly followed remained before Suze. They had been invited in after being discovered by Suze, so they didn't dare to leave without permission. However, their caution was clearly unnecessary, as Suze looked at them with confusion. "Why didn't you leave together?" "Oh, right, did that guy Xiao Cheng send you to check on the progress?" "Tell him we are almost there, just need about 500 more platinum level monster eggs." 500, the 2 shouted, their mouths wide open in shock. They were in charge of storage for the Eastern Legion of the Great Xia Spirit Guard, so they knew how many platinum level monster eggs could be pooled by the 5 legions headquarters. The Eastern Legion had over 100 platinum-level monster eggs, and they had already taken them all out on the first day. The rest were drawn from the other legions, which is why they would take a few days to deliver. Among the other 4 legions, 2 were not much different from the Eastern Legion. Of the remaining 2, the Western Legion headquarters was the weakest and had the fewest monster eggs, with only less than 100. The capital's Legion headquarters had the most, but it was no more than 200. Even if everything was added up, it was only about 700 or 800 platinum-level monster eggs, which had already emptied the entire foundation of the Great Xia Spirit Guard. Even if Su Zhe promised to be able to provide Divine Beast eggs, with Xiao Chang and Sun Sheng as guarantees, not many would believe it. They would definitely hold back some, and in the end, they would probably only get 600 or 700. Seeing their surprised expressions, Su Zhe knew this would be somewhat difficult, so he said, if not, we could also add a few diamond-level monster eggs. Diamond level? At least we don't have any on our Eastern Legion side. The other Legion headquarters probably have some but wouldn't give them up. Hearing this, Su Zhe frowned and said, forget it, whatever can be obtained will be obtained. In the end, we still have to rely on ourselves. The monster eggs he took from Fusang hadn't been used yet. Chapter 181, Purple Gold Thunder Pattern Egg. Several warehouses of the Fusang Dark Guards were completely cleaned out by Su Zhe, leaving nothing behind. The platinum-level monster eggs added up to about the level of a single headquarters of the Great Xia Spirit Guard. This means that the overall level of the Fusang Dark Guards is about 1/5 of the Great Xia Spirit Guard, and if it weren't for their support from the United States, it couldn't be so arrogant until today, it would have already been dealt with. In the following days, more demon beast eggs were sent over, and each time, there were fewer. The 2 people would come by each time, standing at the door, looking around. But unfortunately, Su Zhe did not cook a second pot of tea eggs. Finally, during the last visit, there was no longer a need for the 13 squad members to help transport the demon beast eggs. Xiao Chang and Sun Sheng each carried an egg over. Xiao Chang said, we've almost taken out all the platinum-level demon beast eggs. We managed to bargain and get 2 diamond-level demon beast eggs from the imperial capital. Do you think it's enough? Diamond-level demon beast eggs are not something just anyone can touch, which is why Xiao Chang and Sun Sheng personally delivered them. Xiao Chang continued, I calculated it, even with these 2 diamond-level demon beast eggs, we still need about 100 platinum-level demon beast eggs. I asked around if anyone was still holding onto diamond-level demon beast eggs, but those old guys from the families almost shook their heads off. Sun Sheng snorted coldly, humph, they definitely have some. The major families in the imperial capital must have a diamond-level beast for every generation of their candidates. They surely have demon beast eggs stored away in their treasury. Xiao Cheng nodded and smiled, that's right, one of these eggs was found in the treasury after the Zheng family was destroyed by you, and the other 3 families must be the same. Moreover, their history is much older than the Zheng families. As long as they have survived until today, the number of diamond-level demon beast eggs they possess will probably only increase. Sun Sheng rubbed his palms together, saying, so we should just pick a family and make a scene, right? Xiao Chang shook his head, this kind of influence is too bad. The other 3 major families are not like the Zheng family, they have a long history and branches spread across the country. If we make a scene, it will be very troublesome later. Then what do you suggest we do? Sun Sheng said irritably. Xiao Cheng smiled at Su Zhe, from now on, it depends on Su Zhe himself. Lin Shi had told him that Su Zhe had finished moving the treasures from the Fusang treasury. In fact, he was even a helper, and the 2 of them stuffed various treasures into the Shadow Realm to take away. Su Zhe nonchalantly said, whatever, I never expected you to gather them. Now the progress bar was stuck at 92%, meaning they still needed 80 platinum-level demon beast eggs, and only 1 diamond level would suffice. But unfortunately, no diamond-level demon beast egg was found in the Fusang treasury. It doesn't mean there aren't any, it's just that some treasures are hidden in places only the Emperor and the 3 command leaders know of. After they died, nobody knew where they were. No matter how much Su Zhe pressed, he couldn't get any answers. After 80 demon beast eggs were returned, the progress bar finally reached the end. Finally full. His spirit slowly pressed the usage next to the progress bar, and it suddenly shattered, turning into brilliant light swirling around the gacha machine. The gacha machine flickered continuously under the effect of this light, accompanied by cheerful joyous bells like a slot machine hitting the jackpot. As Su Zhe used up today's draw count, the brilliance reached its peak, and the bells grew even more intense, sounding like thunder. No, this is thunder. The thunder grew louder, accompanied by a harsh rumbling noise, until a purple demon beast egg finally rolled out of the gacha machine. At the moment it fully appeared, a thunderclap rang out in the system space, then it fell silent instantly. Is this the manifestation of drawing the divine beast egg? He still remembered the last time he pulled out the scarlet blood egg, the entire system space was dyed a bloody red, which was extremely eerie and frightening. This time, it was accompanied by the booming sound of thunder. It seems likely to be a thunder attribute divine beast. Su Zhe first opened his eyes, and then saw Xiao Chang and Sun Sheng curiously leaning in close to him, which startled him. What do you want? If you get any closer, you'll almost kiss me. I don't do that. The two immediately stepped back from Suze, they were just curious. Although Suze had already told them everything, it was still hard for them to believe. But soon, they couldn't help but believe, as a purple beast egg with golden lightning patterns suddenly appeared in Suze's hands. The two exchanged glances at that moment. Is this really a divine beast egg? They looked at each other. Xiao Chang said, my university teacher is old Lin. You all know how unreliable he is. He never taught me how to identify divine beast eggs. Sun Shang bluntly said, I haven't read any books. Why are you asking me? Finally, the two thought of a simple way to identify it. They summoned their beasts. Sun Shang's War Sky Monkey King didn't like to transform into human form, but Xiao Chang's Azure Cloud Dragon always showed itself in the appearance of a girl with dragon horns. However, now, facing this purple beast egg, both of them involuntarily showed signs of fear and tremble. The War Sky Monkey King fights heaven and earth, if it is frightened by this, it must be a divine beast egg. Xiao Chang nodded as well. When they had confirmed, Suze said, this egg is called the Purple Gold Thunder Pattern Egg, and as for its hatching conditions. Hatching conditions for the Purple Gold Thunder Pattern Egg, under the continuous bombardment of heavenly thunder, it takes 49 days to hatch. The stronger the heavenly thunder, the stronger the divine beast that hatches. Xiao Chang couldn't help but say, according to what you said, this egg is completely made for the Thunder Hammer of the United States, they will definitely use various methods to take it away. Should we worry about raising a tiger? Suze shook his head, his gaze falling on Xiao Chang. If you drop a drop of blood on it, then we are completely safe. Xiao Chang was stunned for a moment, and then through Suze's vigorous explanation, he understood what it meant. This is a divine beast, are you sure you want me to contract it? Suze frowned and said, hurry up, I never knew you were so indecisive. He could indeed choose to contract it himself, but in the face of the invasion of the beast, one person could not possibly protect such a vast land as the Great Xia, so it was necessary to create enough strong people. Now that Sun Shang already had a divine beast, they were just waiting for Xiao Chang. And the United States would become the strength of Great Xia. Chapter 182, Special Operations Team. Suze handed the Purple Gold Thunder Pattern Egg to the two of them, watching as Xiao Chang bit his finger and dripped his blood onto the eggshell, before saying, now my task is complete, how to use this egg to trick the Americans is up to you. But Xiao Chang said, don't rush, there are still 3 days until the final deadline they set for us. If we hand over this divine beast egg so eagerly, it will surely raise their suspicions. Then what do you plan to do? Xiao Chang said with a smile, wait until the last day, when they come to pressure us, and then pretend to be reluctant when we take it out. At that time, it won't raise their suspicion. Suze and Sun Shang exchanged glances with Xiao Chang, then nodded, both with the same thought in their minds, this guy is really cunning. Fine, you hand it over to them whenever you want. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me anymore. Suze said as he planned to leave. But Xiao Shang said, wait, there's one more thing. Suze turned back, looking at him in confusion. Xiao Shang continued, we have recently discovered that the monsters across from the pillar are unusually active. It's highly likely that a significant beast tide will occur within a year. Currently, there are 9 pillars identified in the territory of the Great Xia, and 3 of them, just like the one under the Qinglong Beast Control University, have already been destroyed or damaged. Sun Shang and I need to guard the other 2, and here in Beishan City, it will be up to you. Suze did not refuse but said, isn't the reason you set up a branch of the Great Xia Spirit Guards in Beishan City for this? Exposing my strength now might not be a good idea. However, both of them spoke with serious faces, no, based on our observations, this beast tide will not be small. Relying on others might not hold. Oh? Suze's expression also grew serious, could a divine beast appear? If a divine beast truly appeared, Suze would have no problem at all. Although the current strength of the Drought Demon was only at the mid-level of Stellar Radiance, she was a king-level divine beast of the solar bloodline. Even a grown moonlight-level divine beast might not be her match, so there was no need to worry. But Sun Shang and Xiao Shang wouldn't be so lucky. Jiang Yi, though aided by the Drought Demon's blood, had only become a low-level Stellar Radiance divine beast, just like Feng Qingyi. Furthermore, her current strength was still weak, far from Feng Qingyi's combat capability, making her less useful on the battlefield. However, it was said that the increasingly active beast tide had helped her rapidly enhance her strength. Still, fully growing up was certainly not easy. Xiao Shang was even more helpless, his divine beast was still an egg, waiting for the kindness of the United States to help him hatch. Fortunately, Xiao Shang shook his head and continued, based on our observations, the gaps between the 2 worlds should not be enough to support a divine beast crossing over, so you can basically rest assured that no divine beasts will appear. However, there will definitely be fully leveled diamond-tier monsters, and there might even be more than one. So you must be extra careful. Suze nodded upon hearing this. While the news of no divine beasts appearing was indeed good, the fully leveled diamond tier monsters were certainly not easy to handle, let alone if there were more than one. I understand, I'll handle things here in Beishan City. Xiao Shang nodded and then said, once those monsters appear, they will definitely come with a formidable beast tide. Relying on you alone will not stop all the monsters. I will mobilize some elite forces from the Great Xia Spirit Guards from various places to form a special mobile team for your command. We will supply unlimited cultivation resources for the special mobile team, and many people will surely be willing to join. Suze's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Can my 13 teams also be incorporated into this special mobile team? Xiao Shang thought for a moment and said, I think that's probably not possible. This isn't a movement to form alliances, we need to build a powerful army to fight against the monsters, and your team members, frankly, compared to the top-tier Great Xia Spirit Guards, they are still too weak. Suze was also aware of this. However, when it came to Sun Hao and the others, Suze felt that their strength was not the only concern, but rather the spirit cultivated by Guolinshan. In them, Suze truly saw the spirit of the Great Xia Spirit Guards as their predecessors who would sacrifice themselves. As for strength, would it still be a problem with him around? Suze said, don't worry, I will resolve the issue of their strength. Sun Shang would certainly not let anyone gossip, nor would he allow any lazy person to sneak in. Sun Shang also thought of the beast eggs that Suze possessed. Now, the number of platinum-level beast eggs in all the Great Xia Spirit Guard divisions probably couldn't match his. With these resources, plus the Great Xia Spirit Guard's promise to provide unlimited refining beads for training, there would definitely be no beast tamers lacking in strength. Good, since that's the case, you can vet the people we send over at that time, keep whoever you like. Then, Xiao Chang leaned closer to Suze's ear and said, by the way, let me quietly tell you that the heirs of the several big families and excellent graduates from the beast-taming university might have been influenced by the Great Xia Spirit Guard's spirit of sacrifice on the battlefield, and now they have all joined the Great Xia Spirit Guard. I think they are all worth cultivating. Hearing this, Suze nodded. He had interacted with these people, their talent and character were quite good. The only two he found detestable, one, Zhang Ren, was already gone. The other, Shuiyua, who had cheated, hadn't chosen revenge after Suze exposed her but instead wanted to win back her reputation with her own strength. This could be seen as making amends. He thought gathering these people under his wing posed no problem. Moreover, he heard that Wang Zi had also followed Luo Xingyu's footsteps to join the Great Xia Spirit Guard. He could arrange for them to be together, helping his good brother. After everything was settled, Xiao Chang and Sun Shang left with the purple gold thunder pattern egg. Now, he just needed to wait for the Americans to come knocking in 3 days. Suze stood in place, thinking for a moment, and seeing that it was still early, it was just right to complete another task. That was to find Chen Xian and understand how to hatch the beast eggs he had. He didn't want to hand out one beast egg to everyone and end up with no one able to hatch them, only to have them boiled and eaten, which would be unsatisfactory. Chapter 183. Suze first went to find Su Yiming. As a colleague, he knew where Chen Xian lived. Su Yiming was very happy to see Suze and grabbed his hand, clearly wanting to have a long chat. Su Yao smiled beside him, pouring him a cup of tea. But Suze was pressed for time, so he said, Uncle Su, we can chat later. Can you take me to find teacher Chen Xian? Chen Xian? What do you want to see her for? Su Yiming looked at Suze with some vigilance. He now completely regarded Suze as a son-in-law, and seeing Suze hurry to find a mature woman, he couldn't help but ask an extra question. After all, although Chen Xian was a teacher, she was actually only a few years older than Suze, and she had an excellent figure with no boyfriend around. Her mannerisms were also quite captivating. Every year, there were quite a few clueless young men who confessed to Chen Xian after attending her class, so he had to be cautious. He then turned to Su Yao, who was standing behind him, and said, Yao, I can't leave for a while, you go with Suze to find Aunt Chen Xian. You know where she lives, it's not far from here. Su Yiming emphasized the word aunt to subtly remind Suze of the identity gap between them. But Suze obviously didn't notice this. After saying goodbye to Su Yiming, he followed Su Yao to find Chen Xian's address. Su Yao hopped ahead, saying, after the unit housing at school was destroyed, the houses the teachers now live in are still provided by the school. Coincidentally, my dad is responsible for the statistics in this area. I glanced at the form hurriedly before. I remembered the location of teacher Chen Xian, I thought it should be over here. Should be? Suze looked at Su Yao with a mix of laughter and tears. She also touched her head, sticking out her tongue and said, I just noted down the address, I haven't been there in person. But trust me, there won't be any mistakes. Then Su Yao led Suze to wander around the neighborhood, and after almost making a big loop, finally found the building she mentioned. Found it, it's here. I told you I wasn't wrong. Suze turned back to glance at the building where Su Yao's home was located. No wonder Su Yiming had said before they left that Chen Xian's home wasn't far from them. If they had chosen to turn left instead of right after they went out, they would probably have arrived long ago, but Suze didn't speak this out. While praising Su Yao's ability to navigate, they walked into the building and quickly found the doorplate number for Chen Xian's home, ringing the doorbell. However, after waiting for a while, they didn't hear any movement. Just when Suze wondered if Su Yao had remembered the wrong place, feeling a bit embarrassed and scratching her head. Suze heard a rustling sound from inside the room, followed by the sound of footsteps. The footsteps paused for a moment at the door, and then a voice came from inside. "Who is it?" Suze recognized the voice belonged to Chen Xian. They hadn't made a mistake. Now she was probably crouching behind the door confirming their identities through the peephole. Soon, the door was pushed open, and a slightly disheveled Chen Xian smiled and said, "Suze, Su Yao, why are you here?" "Hello, teacher Chen Xian Begum." Suze was about to greet her but realized that Chen Xian had not properly dressed before opening the door. Perhaps due to her rush, her top was caught by a white t-shirt and couldn't be pulled down. Su Yao also noticed the scene and immediately tried to cover Suze's eyes with one hand while the other quickly covered his mouth. That's why the greeting turned out like that. Big? Chen Xian was puzzled for a moment, then realized what had happened, her face turning red as she exclaimed and hurriedly pulled her clothes down to dress properly. Seeing that everything was fine, Su Yao released her hands that were covering Suze's eyes and mouth, allowing Suze to see the world again, but he could no longer see the beauty of this world. Just as he was about to let out a regretful sigh, he was shot a glare by Su Yao. Then Su Yao looked at Chen Xian with an unfriendly face, guessing whether the other party had done it on purpose. Soon, Suze and Su Yao were welcomed inside. But looking around, they didn't know where to sit. Because it was a mess, it was just too messy. Clothes were thrown everywhere, on the sofa and on the chairs. In fact, Suze even stepped on something with a steel ring, and just as he looked down, Su Yao almost covered his eyes again. Suze couldn't help but exclaim, "So it was on the floor, no wonder it wasn't there just now." Chen Xian hurriedly blushed and began to clean up her dirty clothes, stuffing them all into the washing machine. Until the overwhelmed washing machine let out a tired sound as it started turning, she finally sighed in relief. Phew. Then she came to face Suze and Su Yao and said, "Sorry, I've been home alone for so many days and when not going out for class, I got a bit careless." Suze was too tired to complain, this was not just a bit careless. "Teacher Chen Xian, why did it take so long for you to open the door? We thought you weren't home." Suze found a place to sit, pretending to be casual as he spoke, hoping to break the awkward atmosphere. Unexpectedly, Chen Xian's expression became even more awkward. Lowering her head, she said, "You also saw, my clothes are basically all dirty, so just now I randomly found a not-so-dirty one to wear when I opened the door." Suze couldn't help but widen his eyes, judging by this, she was completely bare before they arrived? Even if this was at home, it was too casual, right? At this moment, a sharp pain shot through his waist, and Suze woke up from his fantasy, feeling the ache clearly. He looked at Su Yao, who had an unfriendly expression, and forced a smile. Just now, he almost matched the scene at the door with his imagined picture of Chen Xian at home. Su Yao felt relieved. Luckily, her dad let her come along, or who knows what might have happened. "What are you still standing there for? Let's get down to business," Su Yao said impatiently. Chen Xian also eased from her embarrassment and said, "By the way, I didn't get to ask, what are you looking for me for?" Suze finally asked his question, "Teacher Chen Xian, I have a batch of monster eggs, but I don't know how to hatch them. Can you guide me on how?" "Monster eggs?" Chen Xian nodded and said, "No problem. Take them out and let me see what kind of beast they are so I can provide the appropriate method." Suze replied, "Well, there's quite a lot, if I take them all out, the room probably won't fit." Chen Xian perked up and asked, "How many are there?" "There are about 80 platinum level, over 1,000 gold level, and I haven't counted the rest." Chen Xian's eyes widened in surprise, her chest rising and falling rapidly with each breath, while Suze stared in shock at the scene before him, not bound by the visible shaking. This earned him a rough pinch from Su Yao. "So many? You're not lying to me, are you?" Suze shook his head and said, "Absolutely true, teacher." Chen Xian pondered for a moment and said, "How about this, you find me a place, and I'll figure out those platinum eggs first." As she spoke, she attempted to get up to go out with Suze, but he stopped her and said, "Teacher, let's not rush, put on your clothes first." Chapter 184, Small. Chen Xian stammered, "But I just washed all my clothes." Suze glanced at the washing machine that was shaking because it was stuffed with too many clothes and asked, "Not a single one left?" Chen Xian nodded and said, "This outerwear I'm wearing is barely wearable, but I don't have any underwear left. Clothes in my size are hard to find. You know the place we were living before collapsed, most of my clothes were buried in the ruins. Even if I find them, they probably won't fit, and these dirty clothes are all new purchases from the past few days." Chen Xian shook her completely empty wallet and said, "Right now, I have no money to buy clothes. If the school doesn't start classes soon and I can't get my salary, I will starve to death." Suze curiously asked, "The salary for a lecturer at Beast-Taming University shouldn't be that low, right? Haven't you saved anything over the years?" Chen Xin shook her head. My research direction is artificial exoviability of high-level monster beasts, which requires finding at least platinum-level monsters for breeding research. Such high-level monsters are expensive to borrow just once, when clearly there are countless of them. Suze felt embarrassed and said, Teacher, haven't you considered changing your research direction? Chen Xin shook her head and said, This research has great prospects. High-level monster beasts breed too slowly, and the success rate is low. If we in Daxia master the ability to artificially breed high-level monster beasts, we can create an army signed with all platinum-level or even diamond-level monsters. Then all problems will be easily solved. Chen Xin's idea shocked Suze. What she said was indeed correct. If platinum and diamond-level monsters could really be produced in bulk in the laboratory, then the future is incredibly bright, even more so than his system. After all, the system can only produce one beast egg a day, and most likely it will be a bronze or silver-level beast egg. But Suze shook his head and said, Teacher Chen Xin, have you ever thought about one thing? That is, demon beasts are not like ordinary animals, they are also a wise race, especially the high-level demon beasts. Suze thought of Feng Qingyi and the two Harrier by his side, and even the dry corpse. They can also think and resist. Artificially breeding high-level demon beasts is actually similar to artificially breeding humans. Suze meant to say that treating intelligent races as ordinary animals for artificial breeding is not feasible. But Chen Xin suddenly realized and said, I understand. You mean I can practice with test tube babies first? That makes sense. If we want to experiment on demon beasts, we have to wait for their mating season, but humans are different. Her eyes fell on Suze, making one feel an unexplainable pressure. Su Yao hurriedly came over to block Chen Xin's line of sight. Suze quickly changed his words and said, Teacher Chen Xin, come help me hatch these platinum eggs. You can choose one, no, a pair to take away, and then study however you like. Chen Xin's eyes brightened and asked, Are you serious? Absolutely true. In the end, Chen Xin followed Suze to the 13 team's base. As for her clothes, Su Yao went home to fetch a new set for her. After all, if she didn't dress Chen Xin more securely, she would truly be uneasy seeing her near Suze. Along the way, Chen Xin kept tugging at her clothes, seriously affecting the speed of the three. So Suze couldn't help but ask, Teacher Chen Xin, what's wrong with you? Chen Xin said with a troubled expression, It's nothing. It's just, I feel a bit constricted and can't catch my breath. Constricted? Suze looked at Chen Xin, then at Su Yao, finally understanding why she felt that way. Su Yao was gritting her teeth. Wasn't that indirectly? They had seen beast eggs of this size before, so they did not show much surprise. However, since it was their first time entering the Shadow Realm, they felt very curious about everything inside. As for Chen Xin, she stared in astonishment at the beast eggs Suze brought out. You really didn't exaggerate at all. You actually managed to take out so many platinum-level beast eggs, hatching them is no small task. At this moment, she had already picked up a beast egg and started chatting eloquently. Actually, hatching beast eggs is not much different from hatching other eggs, both require suitable conditions and ample time. But for beast eggs, their suitable conditions are not just temperature, many other factors are involved. For example, this beast egg in my hand is a dark attribute beast egg. In this case, we need a dark attribute beast to closely place this egg and use its own power and aura to nurture and hatch it. Moreover, the beast hatching the egg must at least be of the same level as the egg. For instance, to hatch a platinum egg, you need at least a platinum-level beast. Then she looked at the other eggs. I just took a quick glance. Most of these should be dark attribute beast eggs. Suze nodded. These eggs were all taken from the Shadow Guards, so of course, most of them were dark attribute. However, Chen Xin was unaware of this. Just from the appearance of the eggs, it was clear she wasn't wrong. It's just that dark attribute platinum-level beasts. Just as Suze was troubled, he suddenly saw the Shadow Moon Wolf King, like a silly husky, bring out the last egg and proudly present it at Suze's feet. His eyes immediately brightened. Teacher, if it's just hatching eggs, male beasts should also be okay, right? Chen Xin was taken aback for a moment but then nodded. Only the Shadow Moon Wolf King still didn't quite understand what its master was saying, looking completely bewildered. It thought to itself, what male beasts hatch eggs? This is simply a disgrace to beasts, huh? Chapter 185, Hatching Eggs. Soon, noticing the chilling smile on his master's face, the Shadow Moon Wolf King realized who would really become the disgrace among the beasts. No! It stretched out its four paws and tried to run away, but was ordered by Suze and forced to turn back. It let out a pitiful wolf wail. Oh whoa, master, no! You can't do this. I'm a male. If other beasts find out, it will be a disgrace that lasts for generations, and no little female wolf will ever look at me again. It's okay, there are so many beast eggs here. When you hatch little female wolves, I'll hand them all to you. The Shadow Moon Wolf King struggled. I'm not interested in little female wolves right after hatching. Suze said, what's there to be afraid of? You've only just hatched less than a year ago, it's very suitable. He then ordered the Shadow Moon Wolf King to lie down and without further ado, took out more than 10 eggs and stuffed them under its belly. Suze showed a satisfied smile. Alright, let's try with 10 first. If it works out, we'll continue. Sun Hao and the others were dumbfounded. Many of them had seen the powerful figure of the Shadow Moon Wolf King on the battlefield, but now it was forced to hatch eggs here. TSK, the captain really knows how to play. Seeing that Suze had finally half persuaded and half forced the Shadow Moon Wolf King to comply, Chen Xian stepped forward to start teaching it how to hatch eggs. After all, as a male wolf, this was still quite unfamiliar to it. However, under Chen Xian's guidance, it quickly got into the swing of things. How long will it take to hatch the beasts? Suze looked at Chen Xian beside him and asked. Chen Xian said, these monster eggs come in different varieties, so the time for them to hatch will also differ. Based on my judgment, the faster ones might hatch in about 20 days, while the slower ones could take a year and a half, or even several tens or hundreds of years. Several tens or hundreds of years? Suze exclaimed in surprise, his mouth agape. Chen Xian nodded and said, that's right. Otherwise, why do you think high-level monsters are so rare? Besides their low reproductive capabilities, the excessively long hatching time is also a reason. And if my artificial breeding is successful, it is very likely that we can skip the monster egg stage altogether and cultivate directly from the embryo, allowing for rapid growth to the young stage suitable for a beast master to contract. Suze nodded. It seemed that Chen Xian's research really had promising prospects. But now the issue to consider was how to quickly hatch this batch of eggs. After all, he couldn't keep the Shadow Moon Wolf King here to incubate eggs forever. Chen Xian saw Suze's concerns and smiled. Although we have not yet made the key breakthrough in artificial breeding of monsters, what I have studied has already achieved many results, one of which is the monster hatching machine. Monster hatching machine? Can it replace monsters in the hatching process? Chen Xian nodded and said, that's right. Unlike the traditional method where one monster can only hatch a small number of monster eggs at a time, the monster hatching machine can hatch hundreds or even thousands of monster eggs at once. Suze's eyes lit up. He had just been considering the issue of hatching efficiency. After all, with over 80 platinum-level monster eggs, one Shadow Moon Wolf King was not enough, and he still had thousands of golden-level monster eggs. Although he no longer looked down on that level, it was still precious to others in the Great Xia Spirit Guard. After all, even the captain, Guo Linshan, had only had golden-level monsters in the past, so Suze did not plan to waste them. But how to slowly hatch these thousands of monster eggs was a problem, and now Chen Xian had provided him with a solution. Teacher Chen Xian, why didn't you say this earlier? Suze looked at the Shadow Moon Wolf King, who was already in hatching mode, carefully retrieving the monster egg that had rolled away from under it. If Chen Xian had said this earlier, he wouldn't have had to pressure Erha. Looking at it now, it clearly looked worn out. Chen Xian explained, the price of the monster hatching machine is very expensive. Apart from a national agency like the Spirit Guard, only large families can afford it. Moreover, to simulate the aura of the monsters for hatching, corresponding monster crystal cores must be used. In other words, hatching dark attribute monsters requires dark attribute crystal cores, hatching fire attribute monsters requires fire attribute crystal cores. Although the monster eggs you have here are mainly dark attribute, there are also other attributes. Chen Xian picked out about 20 from the more than 80 platinum eggs. These monster eggs cannot be hatched together with the dark attribute monster eggs in the same incubator. We would have to wait until one batch is completed before changing the crystal core. Or we could buy several more hatching machines to do it simultaneously, but the costs would be too high. Suze said, so you thought we couldn't afford the monster hatching machine, and didn't mention it at the beginning? Chen Xian nodded. After all, they were just a small team, the 13th squad, and monster hatching machines were devices that could only be deployed by the 5 headquarters. But Suze casually pointed at the monster eggs on the ground and said, although we don't have money now, I believe teacher Chen Xian understands the value of these monster eggs, right? Chen Xian's eyes also lit up, as she almost overlooked this matter. Wanting money, can't you just sell a few monster eggs? As for the monster cores needed for the incubator, there's no need to worry, with the pillars being destroyed one after another, more and more monsters are beginning to stir. And the special task force that Suze is about to form is precisely to hunt these monsters, so the cores are absolutely not a problem. So, teacher Chen Xian, how much is the incubator? How many monster eggs do I have to sell? Suze asked. Chen Xian shook her head and said, no need, there's a large auction coming up soon, led by our Beast Master Association in Beishan City, just bring 10 or so golden monster eggs to auction. 10 golden eggs? Suze frowned, this price wasn't as expensive as he imagined, even felt a bit cheap. But Suze forgot that just over half a year ago, Yu Xinghua from the Beast Master Association had an auction where one golden monster egg was the final item. Chapter 186 Return. There are still about 5 days until the auction, but the auction items need to be submitted to the Beast Master Association in Beishan City beforehand, so they can make arrangements early. The association needs to arrange the order of items based on their estimated values, and if there are popular items, they need to create hype in advance to attract people to bid. After all, no matter how valuable a product is, if no one can afford it, it won't sell for a good price, and it may even go unsold. So Suze took Sun Hao and Tao Lin and picked 10 golden monster eggs to head toward the Beast Master Association. Since the Shadow Moon Wolf King had to stay at the base to hatch eggs, Suze couldn't use the Shadow Realm to carry things anymore. Are there no space attribute monsters in this world? Suze muttered upon seeing this. So far, he had only seen Xiao Chang with an item made from a space attribute monster core, but it was only from a level 60 monster, which could only open a space of over 10 square meters and was considered a treasure by him. One can imagine how rare space attribute monsters are. After all, space and time are the two most unfathomable attributes. However, this sudden evolution of the Void Spirit Turtle seemed to have awakened its bloodline, touching upon the Void attribute. But because of this, its evolution became increasingly difficult. Without outside help, it might need a lifetime to evolve by itself. I wonder if Huan Ba knows about space attribute monsters. Suze has now regarded Huan Ba as a guide for the monster world and spends time asking her every day. And Huan Ba, possessing countless years of memories handed down through her bloodline, is very clear about the monster world. With the help of Xiao Chang and others, they have now basically mastered the terrain map of the monster world. They also know which factions are radicals and which are conservatives. The radical faction is quite mixed, most are bloodthirsty beasts, thirsting for human blood, like the zombies under Huan Ba. But now that Huan Ba has been contracted by Suze, those corpse kings are no longer a threat. The conservative faction revolves around Dragon Valley, and it is said that the Dragon King, the five-clawed golden dragon, is very friendly to humans. He is a standout among the solar-level divine beasts. Huan Ba displayed caution when mentioning this, with a hint of hatred on her face, clearly having suffered a great loss. Although she did not say it explicitly, Suze guessed that Huan Ba had previously been ambushed by the dragon race of Dragon Valley. The plan of the 49 pillars was led by Dragon Valley, and they had sacrificed half of their fighting strength as pillars in advance. Therefore, the Dragon Clan, once the supreme ruler in the beast world, has now become an ordinary top-tier beast clan. However, they have paid a heavy price for this, and their support plan has already gone bankrupt, but it is said that the Dragon King received guidance and is executing a new plan. What kind of plan could be more effective than such a grand support plan? And who could possibly guide the top power, the five-clawed golden dragon, in the beast world? As Suze was pondering, he had already arrived at the entrance of the Beast Master Association. He deliberately took a glance at the statue that had once saved his life and found that it had actually changed its posture again. One hand on the hip, the other pointing to the sky. Behind it, a giant dragon soared toward the direction it pointed. It seems that the beast tide that destroyed Beast Master University has also affected this place, otherwise, the statue wouldn't have activated. Only after it activated, it could change to a more impressive pose when returning. Sun Hao next to him nodded and said, "That's right." At that time, the great statue rode a stone dragon onto the battlefield, sweeping away many beasts. It was precisely because he held back the beast tide and persisted until the great Xia spirit guards arrived that the beasts couldn't cause too much damage to Beishan City. Now everyone worships this statue as a god. Indeed, Suze found many offerings like fruit baskets under the statue. There was even a huge incense burner, filled to the brim with ash, with burning incense sticks sticking out of it. Seeing this, Suze laughed and said, even Xiao Chang himself probably isn't as popular as the statue. At this time, a deacon from the association had already seen them coming. As Suze stood at the door admiring the statue, he went inside and invited Yu Xinghua out. "Old Yu, didn't you get promoted? Why are you back?" Yu Xinghua waved his hand and said, "Don't mention it. After all, I am old. I always feel uncomfortable in other places, so it's better to come back. Besides, the situation in Beishan City is now similar to the front lines, and I can still make good use of my remaining energy here." "Exactly, I think the same way." Behind Yu Xinghua, another old but strong voice rang out. "Old Gua? You are back too?" Suze greeted him with surprise on his face. Sun Hao and Tao Lin were equally surprised. "Captain Gua." Gao Linshan was just about to greet them with a smile when he glared at the two and said, "How many times have I told you, I am no longer the captain? Now your only captain is Suze, understood?" "Yes, captain." "Old Gua." Suze smiled. Although Old Gua said that, didn't he still take on the attitude of a captain when scolding the two? "Old Gua, when did you come back? Why didn't you come to see us?" Suze said as he followed the two deeper into the association. Gao Linshan replied, "I just got back not long ago. I was fighting those Fusang devils at the front line, but suddenly I don't know why they fled in a panic, as if they had lost their souls. At that speed, I couldn't even catch a glimpse of their shadows. Finally, I heard that the beast activity is becoming more and more frequent, so I just came back. Fighting beasts isn't much different from fighting devils. On my way back, I ran into Brother Yu, so I came to the Beast Master Association to visit. Just as I was about to see you, you all came looking for me. Suze smiled and said, "That's great timing, I was just about to form a special operations team specifically to deal with beasts. Do you want to join, Old Gua?" Hearing this, Old Gua's face lit up with joy, but then he hesitated and said, "I have already retired from the Great Xia Spirit Guards, so technically I shouldn't be put back into a team. My trip to the front line was as a militia." Suze shook his head and said, "The selection of this team is up to me personally. As long as Old Gua agrees, there won't be any problems. Well, we just happen to need an experienced senior like you. As for me, I can be a strong arm, but I really can't command a team." Guo Linshan, hearing this, no longer declined, and Suze also breathed a sigh of relief. As the saying goes, having an elder at home is like having a treasure. With Guo Linshan's commanding experience, Suze no longer needs to fear making common mistakes while leading the team. At this moment, Yu Xinghua also said, "Alright, this old man is satisfied now, but Suze, you must have come to find me about something, right? For the auction?" His gaze turned to the box carried by Sun Tao and the others. "Let's hear it, what's in there?" Upon hearing this, Suze smiled and walked to the wooden box to lift the lid. Suddenly, 10 neatly arranged beast eggs appeared before them. Suze smiled and said, 10 golden-level beast eggs, how about that? Is it enough to be the highlight of this auction?" A flicker of surprise did appear on Yu Xinghua's face, but it didn't seem as striking as Suze had imagined. He couldn't help but feel puzzled inside. Has he been out and seen the world for a while? Chapter 187, Devourer. What's wrong? Does Elder Yu look down on it? Suze asked tentatively. But Yu Xinghua shook his head and said, "In the past, a single golden-level beast egg would be enough to serve as the highlight auction item, let alone 10. How could there be any chance of looking down on it?" Suze seized on the key point and asked, "In the past? Does this auction have something special?" Yu Xinghua smiled and said, "There are indeed special aspects. Although Beishan City is a small place and can't compare to the capital, there are still beast master families. The foundation of these family powers isn't easily revealed, but this time, the sense of stormy weather is felt nationwide, they're no exception. So to protect their families, they're all frantically strengthening themselves now. Therefore, there are actually quite a few good items at this auction. Your 10 golden-level beast eggs would indeed have the highest value if auctioned together. However, if auctioned together, only one person can get them, and the others will have to use their money to buy other items, and the price won't go up. So I think the 10 beast eggs should be split up and auctioned as 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, and 3, this way, individual beast masters, small families, and big families can all participate, maximizing the profits." Upon hearing this, Suze's mouth dropped open, he truly had never thought of these things before. In his view, an auction was just one person shouting prices on stage, and people below would raise the price until the highest bidder wins. Who would have imagined there were so many intricacies? So Suze closed his astonished mouth and said, "Since President Yu says so, it must be right, I will follow your arrangements." Yu Xinghua nodded and said, "In this case, at most only 3 golden-level beast eggs can be sold as a bundle, so it won't be able to serve as the highlight. I'll let you in on a secret, this time there is actually a level 90 beast core. Beast eggs are indeed rare, but they not only take time to hatch, but also require time to cultivate slowly. But now everyone wants to quickly raise their strength, so at this time, beast cores are even more precious." Suze nodded, he understood this part too. If there aren't enough resources to pile up, the growth of beasts can be quite slow. And beast cores can quickly turn into combat power whether made into weapons or used in formations. But if the most important position is taken away by someone else, there is always a bit of unwillingness. And if he wants to quickly cultivate the hatched monster beasts into combat power within a year, he needs a lot of resources, relying solely on what the Great Xia Spirit Guard provides is far from enough, so he needs a lot of funds. Suze thought for a moment and said, "What if I take out a platinum-level monster egg? Can it be the final highlight auction item?" Yu Xinghua was stunned for a moment, a platinum-level monster egg, that indeed qualifies, but comparing it to monster cores, which is better? Before Yu Xinghua figured out which one has higher value, Suze said, "Don't rush, I haven't finished speaking, it's a Lord-level platinum monster." Lord-level? Yu Xinghua exclaimed. A Lord-level monster is essentially the king of a certain monster group, their strength is often not weaker than that of diamond-level monsters of the same rank. They are typically dominant over ordinary platinum monsters. Yu Xinghua was finally surprised by Suze and said, "In that case, your spot as the finale truly belongs to you. However, are you sure you want to take such a precious monster egg for auction?" Suze nodded, as long as it's sold to the Great Xia people, it's helping the country improve its combat power. Then he became vigilant and asked, "There won't be any foreigners participating, right?" Yu Shanghua shook his head. No, they are all high-level beast tamers and family forces from nearby cities, including Beishan City. That's good, then it's settled. I'll bring the platinum monster egg over later. President Yu, you must help me sell it for a good price. Raising the overall strength of the country and making money does not conflict. Yu Shanghua nodded. Don't worry. He then had people carry the 10 golden monster eggs Su Zhe brought into the inspection room, where professionals would determine the level and attributes of the monster eggs, as well as whether any were dead eggs that couldn't hatch. Even though he trusted Su Zhe very much, this process was necessary and could not be skipped. Once the verification is completed without issues, it can be added to the auction items. By the way, Su little brother, do you only sell things? Are you interested in participating as well? Su Zhe thought for a moment. He was also curious about what good items there would be at this auction. He then nodded and said, then I'll participate, but I might not necessarily auction anything. Yu Shanghua laughed and said, that's fine, just from the items you provide, our service fee will be enough to make you our VIP. After a while, once the inspection room finished and informed Yu Shanghua of the results, he paused for a moment after nodding. Out of the 10 monster eggs, 7 are of the dark attribute, and I heard that Su little brother was recently captured by Fusang. It seems you made quite a stir over there, perhaps their panic-stricken escape relates to you? Su Zhe scratched his head but did not speak clearly. The events in Fusang were not made public, and for Yu Shanghua to guess some issues based on just a few monster egg attributes was already quite impressive. After chatting for a while, Su Zhe finally left the association. He then asked Sun how to bring a platinum egg over, while he returned home first. Where's that silly dog? Why didn't he come back with you? Feng Qingyi asked, slumped on the couch like a lifeless bird. Su Zhe smiled and said, he's currently hatching eggs. Put. Even the usually calm Han Jian couldn't help but spit out the tea in her mouth at that moment. Because they were all monster beasts, they felt it even more deeply. What did you do to that silly dog? Feng Qingyi tightly hugged the pillow on the couch, looking at Su Zhe with utmost vigilance. Don. Just took some monster eggs for it to hatch. Then his eyes lit up, and he said, right, I still have some other types of monster eggs. Do you want to take a look? Go die. Bang. Crack. Before Su Zhe's words finished, a flying pillow and a teacup hit him squarely, and he fell down, dizzy. His last thought before fainting was, it's devouring the master. Chapter 188 9 Positions. When Su Zhe rubbed his head and slowly woke up from bed, the sky was already bright, and he remembered that it was just getting dark when he returned. Did I faint for a whole night? It was just a joke, but these two really want to devour their master. Su Zhe rubbed his head, where a noticeable bump still hadn't gone down. In truth, the pillow that Feng Qingyi threw wasn't much of a threat. The main issue was the teacup thrown by Han Zhua, which had quite a kick. Even though she had already held back a lot of her strength, Su Zhe still couldn't withstand it. Of course, if she hadn't held back and really wanted to kill Su Zhe, the contract would have erased him before she could act. Even a divine beast wouldn't be an exception. At least they still have a conscience, knowing to bring me to bed after I fainted, but why didn't they help me change my clothes as well? As Su Zhe thought this, he got out of bed, and a sudden urge to urinate hit him, so he rushed into the bathroom. He didn't come out for quite a while. It shouldn't be like this, with my kidneys, I shouldn't be in such a bind after a night. Su Zhe's heart suddenly felt uneasy. With a dark face, he walked out of the room and immediately saw 2 beast tamers sitting upright on the sofa, seemingly waiting for their master to question them. With their senses, they must have known Su Zhe had already woken up. Su Zhe sat across from them, feeling very hungry, and picked up a date that should have been bought yesterday but was already wilted and put it in his mouth. At this moment, he already had a very bad premonition in his heart. He asked, so, tell me, how long was I out? Feng Qingyi looked at Han Zhua for help, but the woman in blue sat calmly, pretending to be unconcerned despite being the main culprit. In the end, it was still Feng Qingyi who couldn't withstand Su Zhe's gaze pressure and blinked her big watery eyes, stammering, One night? Su Zhe frowned. Feng Qingyi shook her head and replied, it was a day and 2 nights. Su Zhe almost choked on the date pit in his mouth and coughed violently before spitting it out. I fainted for that long? You two really went too far. Feng Qingyi lowered her head in apology, and Han Zhua's old face turned slightly red. Then she stood up and said, Master, this was my mistake, let me help you heal your injuries. Then, just like how she helped him with the injury on his hand before, Han Zhua leaned forward toward him. But this time, the target changed from his hand to his forehead. Feeling the warm touch on his forehead, Su Zhe instantly lost his temper. After Han Zhua left, he still felt a bit reluctant. But Su Zhe was puzzled, since Han Zhua could heal his forehead while he was unconscious, why wait until he woke up? Forget it, it didn't delay anything. Spending a whole day was a waste, but luckily he had completed all the tasks he needed to do beforehand, so it didn't cause any delays. But according to what Xiao Cheng said before, today seems to be the last deadline from the American side. Although I'm quite curious about how they will perform, it ultimately has nothing to do with me anymore. Just as he was thinking this, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Feng Qingyi, who was in the middle of apologizing, immediately ran over to open the door obediently. Outside the door were Xiao Chang and Sun Shang. "Why are you here?" Su Zhe asked in surprise. With a smile, Xiao Chang replied, "It's nothing, just wanted to take you to see some excitement. We've already received news that the United States has gathered many allies to seek retribution." "Oh? Which countries are allied with them?" "There are indeed quite a few, but because the battle among the 100-level warriors cannot be interfered with by outsiders, the ones coming this time are all from countries with 100-level warriors. Other countries haven't qualified yet. Great Britain, Gallia, Kievan Rus, and the United States, along with our Great Xia, are the only countries in the world that possess 100-level warriors." Upon hearing this, Su Zhe was momentarily stunned. The mere sight of these 5 countries together felt overwhelmingly intense. Has the name of the organization led by the United States been decided? Su Zhe thought subconsciously. Xiao Cheng shook his head and said, "Not yet. After all, our Great Xia hasn't joined. If we refuse, that name might just have to be called the Coalition to Destroy Xia." Su Zhe nodded. According to past experiences in the world, this kind of thing was certainly within their capabilities. And that time, they had brought 8 countries. Soon, Xiao Chang and Sun Shang took Su Zhe to the largest imperial army headquarters of the Great Xia. He stood with several other army commanders, while Xiao Chang and Sun Shang stood at the front. If ranked by strength, Su Zhe should be at the front now. However, it was clear that Xiao Chang didn't want Su Zhe to reveal his strength too early in front of other countries, even though their spies might have already known something, they just couldn't confirm it. Su Zhe didn't wait long before he saw dark black rolling clouds approaching from a distance, with faint blue lightning dancing like a swaying dragon. Accompanying this was a sense of destructive pressure that could annihilate the world. Xiao Cheng's expression became serious. "Looks like all our old friends have come, and they've even brought the hammer of Thor with them. Are they afraid we'll use the Xian Yuan Xiaoyu sword and leave a few behind?" Sun Shang snorted coldly, "Humph, a bunch of useless fools." Soon, with the arrival of the dark clouds, everyone in the capital felt a doomsday-like atmosphere, chaotic and noisy. 7 figures stood opposite Xiao Chang and Sun Shang, among whom Su Zhe only recognized William, who had an 8-foot-long jade pendant dangling from his chest, clearly treating it as his own. Next to him stood an old man with flowing white hair, holding a large iron hammer as dark as iron, with arcs of electricity crackling over its surface. "Oh my, it's Thor?" Su Zhe exclaimed, unable to hold back his astonishment upon seeing him for the first time. Xiao Chang's voice directly appeared in Su Zhe's ear as he began to introduce. Su Zhe understood why Xiao Chang insisted on bringing him here, as it was to give him a preliminary understanding of these 7 individuals, as they might very well become Su Zhe's enemies in the future. Right now, all the 100-level warriors in the world are standing here, a total of 9. You already know this sissy William, no need to pay attention. Even with that pendant, he's still the weakest. Clearly, his contracted beast is an angel, yet his title is Servant of the Angels, showing how unremarkable he truly is. The old man to his left is the one to watch out for. Old John, known as Thunder Summoner, is recognized by the American artifact, the Hammer of Thor. It said only he can lift that hammer, but I don't believe it. Su Zhe clicked his tongue, he really was a god of thunder. And the one on the right. Following Xiao Chang's introduction, Su Zhe looked over, he saw a person completely shrouded in a black robe, their true appearance obscured. That is the most mysterious and the oldest warrior of the United States. No one knows what he looks like, only that he has existed since the birth of the United States. Xiao Chang and Su Zhe exchanged a glance. From their eyes they knew that they were both guessing that his true identity was likely the divine beast that provided blood to Fusong. A full-grown divine beast of the moonlight level. Clearly, this is the existence that requires the most caution. In addition, there is only one war god from Great Britain, a golden-haired girl, but with an incredibly resolute gaze, dressed in exquisite silver armor. This girl-like figure has no name, all that is known is her title, Night King, because she has gained the recognition of the artifact, the sword in the stone, which keeps her in this form. Never underestimate her because of her appearance, it would lead to great losses. From Xiao Chang's cautious attitude, it is evident that he has experienced loss before. And then there's this war god from Gaul, who has no name to match the Night King from Great Britain, only a title, the Sun King. The last two, one male and one female, probably belong to the same camp because of their similar clothing style, with fur garments that look very warm. The female seems very hot and sexy, with a slim figure, while the male is muscular, as strong as a bear standing upright. These two are the war gods of Kievan Rus, and they are also our fickle allies. Fickle? Su Zhe asked in confusion. Because while forming an alliance, they are also on guard against us. Just like now, they are standing opposite us. Xiao Chang continued to introduce, the woman's name is Yeka, with the title Ice Snow Princess. The man is called Andre, with the title Bear Ripper. It is said that he can tear apart demon beasts with bare hands, especially good at tearing bears. Thus, the only 9 level 100 war gods finally stood together, swords drawn and tensions high. Chapter 189, The Shadow Emperor. Xiao Chang, today is already the final deadline. Are you still not planning to join us? William stepped forward and said. Sun Sheng directly shot him a glare. What the hell, you think you can be so arrogant just because of that? The shadow of the Monkey King appeared behind him, ready to act, while at that moment, the Thunder God hammer in Old John's hand trembled slightly, summoning lightning from the sky, as if it would strike at any moment. But deep within the Spirit Guardian headquarters, a clear sound of a sword ringing suddenly echoed, instantly silencing the thunder. Even Old John let out a muffled grunt. The golden-haired girl, the Night King, who was most sensitive to swords, was the first to show her astonished expression. What a strong sword! At this moment, Old John laughed heartily. So, everyone, I wasn't wrong, was I? Great Xia hides a powerful support that can lead to victory, but is unwilling to bring it out. Don't you think that's a bit selfish? So, we, the United States, plan to take the lead in forming an alliance, concentrating the strong powers of each nation together, so that we can face future major crises more calmly. And to join the alliance, naturally, one must provide assistance. So, the usually peaceful and friendly Great Xia should not refuse our proposal, right? This is a major alliance concerning the whole world. Just when Xiao Chang had been patiently explaining to Suze, he suddenly took a step forward, his face full of anger, and said, You're talking nonsense. You clearly want to covet our Great Xia's artifacts. Since every country has to hand over their backup, what have you given? John smiled and said, Since this alliance is led by us, the United States, we naturally invested the strength of the whole nation. Xiao Chang glared at him and said, Shameless. The golden-haired girl then said lightly, We, Great Britain, provided the sheath of the sword in the stone, which is also part of the artifact and has powerful protective qualities. Xiao Chang, in pain, said, Naive. The Ice and Snow Princess of Kievan Rus proudly shook her pair and said, We also brought out the artifact, the Tsar's scepter. After all, that thing is useless now, it's better to hand it over. The Tsar's scepter of Kievan Rus can only be used by the royal bloodline of females, but the royal family has long been overthrown. Princess Yekaterina holds only the title of Beast Master, so the scepter has long been nothing but a decoration. Finally, Xiao Shang looked toward Gaul. What about you? You and Gaul do not have artifacts, what have you brought out? The Sun King smiled and said, We have fully joined the alliance, obeying the commands of the alliance, our very presence is the greatest sincerity. These words stunned Xiao Shang, who was filled with righteous anger. He exclaimed, You really are quick to surrender. But the Sun King didn't care about this mockery at all. John then said, So you see the sincerity of the other countries. Now it's just you left. Will Daxia give up an artifact to join the alliance, or will you integrate completely into the alliance and obey orders? Xiao Shang's expression turned extremely angry and fierce. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, What if I choose not to pick anything? John smiled and replied, Then I'm afraid it's too late. The imposing aura of 7 people gathered together, pressing down like a mountain. Even with Xiao Shang and Sun Shang standing at the forefront, Suze and others still felt breathless, showing just how great the pressure they faced was. Meanwhile, the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword stood in a distant standoff with the Thor's hammer. For the sake of the bigger picture, it had not activated its long-accumulated sword energy. Even so, it made it impossible for the Thor's hammer to obey John's control. Just as the battle was about to break out, Xiao Shang suddenly shouted with a trembling voice, Wait! Then he took a step forward, seemingly bearing immense humiliation, gritting his teeth and reluctantly said, Daxia will join the alliance. Suze, who already knew everything, was taken aback. Even Sun Shang beside him was stunned. If it weren't for his usual poker face, he might have already exposed himself. John smiled and said, If you had said so earlier, we wouldn't have hurt feelings. Where is the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword? I've long wanted to see this world's #1 artifact. However, Xiao Shang shook his head firmly and said, We will not hand over the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword. John was taken aback for a moment and teased, So you choose to obey the commands of the alliance? This so-called alliance is completely controlled by the United States, obeying their orders is far scarier than handing over the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword. So Xiao Shang still shook his head. At this moment, old John's face darkened and said, So what do you mean by this? Are you playing with everyone? Seeing the opportunity, Xiao Shang reluctantly took out the purple gold lightning egg from his storage tool. Suze's eyes brightened, this was exactly what he wanted, and he had only witnessed it with Xiao Shang before. John, seeing the egg, was first taken aback, then seemed to realize something, his expression changed. Xiao Shang seized the moment and said indignantly, This is a divine beast egg I obtained by chance, it should be worth no less than an artifact. Let's use this as our condition for joining the alliance. He then reluctantly handed over the beast egg. The Sun King said, You say it's a divine beast egg, right? I don't believe it. John said nothing, he simply handed the egg to a mysterious figure in a black robe beside him. Moments later, he nodded. Though very unwilling, John also realized that this was indeed a divine beast egg. Seeing his attitude, the others also understood what was happening. But John still said, even so. A monster egg cannot replace your country's Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword, right? But at this moment, the situation had changed. The two from Kievan Rus stood by Xiao Chang's side and said, I think there's no problem, what everyone has offered is roughly of similar value. The Night King also stepped forward and said, I also believe this is fair. He then maintained his neutrality. Even though the Sun King stood with the United States, it had turned into a 4-against-4 neutral situation, and they had lost their advantage. They could only grit their teeth and agree to the Great Xia's participation. Chapter 190, Naming. John looked at the man in the black robe standing next to him, but he showed no signs at all. Seeing this scene, he could only agree to Great Xia joining the alliance in exchange for a divine beast egg. He unwillingly said, truly worthy of the oldest nation in history, I didn't expect you had such a card hidden. Compared to his unwillingness, Xiao Chang seemed to feel a great humiliation, his anger overflowing. This made the others feel that even though their ultimate goal was not achieved, they still felt quite pleased. The tense atmosphere disappeared as both sides took a step back. At this moment, the fiery figure of Yekaterina stepped forward and said, very well, since we are all allies now, shouldn't we give our alliance a name? Everyone was momentarily stunned, perhaps they hadn't thought that this alliance could really take shape, so they hadn't considered a name at all. The blonde girl, the Night King, said, our alliance is to protect this world, just like knights protecting a princess. How about calling it the Boundary Guardians? The Sun King, who was not on good terms with her, snorted and said, since we already have you, the Night King, if it's called a night group, won't everyone have to listen to your command? The Night King glanced at the Sun King but did not argue with him. Of course, if it weren't for the current alliance, the stone sword in her hand would have already struck. William also stepped forward and said, everything we do is for justice, how about calling it the Justice Alliance? The Sun King immediately supported, and others showed no dissent. Only Xiao Chang sneered and said, justice? Ridiculous. William glanced at him and said, if that's the case, do you have a better suggestion? Xiao Chang was about to speak when he heard Su Zhe's voice in his ear, so he brightened up and said according to Su Zhe's words, since we are uniting the strength of multiple countries, why not call it the United Nations? William laughed and said, I thought you would have a better suggestion, this name is simply outdated. Xiao Chang continued, wait, I haven't finished yet. To counter an entire world of monsters, just having our 5 countries is far from enough, we need to unite the strength of all nations and have them join in. That's the true meaning of the name United Nations. At this moment, Yekaterina also showed interest and asked, oh? What makes them willing to join? Not every nation can produce artifacts. Xiao Chang replied, they do not need to give up anything, on the contrary, we will share our surplus resources with them. Upon hearing this, William sneered, those small countries are incredibly weak in front of monsters, how can they be of any use? They would have to give up their own resources, I don't think anyone would agree to that. Xiao Chang retorted with a sneer, that's why you're short-sighted. The reason they are weak is merely because they lack resources. If we provide them with enough resources, with a large population base, they can also produce quite a few powerful warriors. And to fight against the monster world. We need to gather all our strength, relying solely on these 5 countries is not enough. The young Night King nodded, seemingly in full agreement. At this moment, Yeker continued to ask, but if that's the case, with more members there will be differing opinions, who will be in charge then? Xiao Chang slightly tilted his ear, appearing to think, yet he was actually listening to Su Zhe speak. We can decide matters through voting, the minority will obey the majority, but each of our 5 countries holds a veto power. Yeker nodded, this would ensure all decisions would not harm the interests of the 5 nations, securing their positions. William, still unwilling to let Xiao Chang take the spotlight, said, moreover, those countries might not agree to join. At this point, there was no need to listen to Xiao Chang any further, they had already grasped the feasibility of the matter. Everyone looked at William, who was still confused about the situation. In the end, it was John who couldn't bear to see his people act foolishly and reminded him, don't forget, there are only 9 of us at level 100 in the whole world, and now we have formed an alliance. William suddenly realized, before, they had hindered each other and no one dared to act freely. But now that they were joined, who would dare not to join the alliance for protection? He finally closed his mouth. John then looked at Xiao Chang and said, I didn't expect your country to seem unwilling to join the alliance, dragging it to this last day, but in reality, you have already arranged everything. Thus, with everyone in agreement, the name of the United Nations was confirmed. Hearing the same name and looking at the similar 5 countries, Su Zhe felt that this world seemed a little closer to home. After discussing some specific matters. For instance, forming a peacekeeping force with the elite troops from the 5 nations, Dacia's Spirit Guard, Thunder Guard, Northern Iron Guard, Round Table Knights, and the Sun Expeditionary Army, establishing bases around the world to maintain peace and fight against demon beasts. Finally, after gathering a crowd, the people left Dacia and each returned to their own countries. As the people around him left one by one, only the 3 from the United States remained after the Sun King departed. John then humbly asked the mysterious figure in the black robe beside him, "Sir, why didn't you choose to intervene just now? Otherwise, even if it was 4 against 4, they would not be our opponents." From under the black robe came a voice that sounded very neutral, hard to distinguish if it was male or female. "If I had acted just now, it would have been us who died." John and William both shuddered at the words. The figure continued, "That sword is very powerful. It sensed my strength and locked onto me from the beginning. That feeling was eerie, and I have no doubt it could kill me." John replied, confused, "But isn't it confronting Thor's hammer?" The figure glanced at the hammer in John's hand and said, "It's quite good, but far from that sword has only released part of its power. The reason it didn't strike me down was that using thousands of years of accumulated power on me would be a waste." "Then shouldn't we find a way to acquire that sword?" The figure seemed to shake his head and said, "Forget about that sword, this egg is quite impressive." John's eyes brightened as he heard the figure say, "In my judgment, this is not an ordinary divine beast egg, but likely a moonlight-level divine beast egg." Moonlight level? You should know that the other countries brought all kinds of rotten fish and stinky shrimp. One unusable artifact, a sword sheath barely considered a half artifact, and another that simply surrendered, handing itself over. Don't mention providing help, John is even afraid they'll hold him back. In comparison, the value of the divine beast egg presented by Dacia is already very high, especially since it is a moonlight-level divine beast egg. That guy Xiao Chang must not know the exact level of this egg, only that it is a divine beast egg, which is why he handed it over so easily. William finally breathed a sigh of relief. John nodded and smiled, saying, "After all, it's normal for them not to recognize a divine beast since they have never seen one." This time, they really suffered a great loss. On the other side, after confirming that everyone had left, Xiao Chang turned away with a face full of humiliation, unwillingness, and indignation, leaving the leaders of the headquarters looking at each other, unsure of how to persuade him. Only Sun Shang and Su Zhe followed Xiao Chang into a room, and then the door was slammed shut by Xiao Chang, making a loud noise that startled everyone. Sigh, this time is a great humiliation for Lord Xiao Chang. He gave up his own prepared contract divine beast egg for Dacia, he is paid too much. Sigh. I hope he can recover from this blow. Inside the room, Xiao Chang, who had just been full of unwillingness and indignation, was now desperately holding back a smile, trying hard not to laugh out loud. Chapter 191, Orphanage. How was that? Was my performance just now good? Xiao Chang wiped away the tears of laughter at the corners of his eyes and asked Su Zhe and Sun Shang. The two nodded, silently giving him a thumbs up. Very impressive. With your acting skills, it would be a shame not to win the Best Actor award in movies. Xiao Chang shrugged and replied, I can't help it, that old man John is just too cautious. If he doesn't feel like we took a big loss, he won't believe it. Su Zhe then said, but I saw him often looking at the man in the black robe for advice. It seems he isn't really the decision maker. Xiao Chang also retracted his proud expression and said, exactly, but that black-robed man has never spoken or acted, so we can't tell his exact strength. Sun Shang said, what's so hard about that? Just let me fight him and we'll know. Xiao Chang helplessly rubbed his forehead and said, it's not that easy. Besides, we are now nominal allies, so we can't casually engage in a fight. They then discussed their views on the several people who had just appeared. The biggest threat is naturally the mysterious man in the black robe, then there's old John who controls the thunder hammer. Following that are the Ice Snow Princess Yekaterina of Kiev Rus and the bear wielder Andrei, both of whom are not to be underestimated. Moreover, from their attitudes towards each other, it seems Andrei listens to Yekaterina, which further raises her status in the minds of the three. However, as an unpredictable ally of Dacia, they don't need to be overly cautious about them before the biggest threat of Milisken disappears. Next, there's the Night King who wields the legendary sword in the stone. Although she also possesses a legendary artifact, she is placed lower due to her temperament. Just like how Xiao Chang evaluated her during his performance, she possesses all the beautiful virtues of a knight while still retaining a childlike innocence that matches her appearance. Among so many people, perhaps only she truly believes that the alliance established under the leadership of Milisken is only to protect the safety of the world. That's why she willingly handed over part of her legendary artifact, the sword sheath of the sword in the stone. It is precisely because of this innocence that she does not seem threatening to everyone, except for the Sun King, who is a rival. William and the Sun King rank the lowest in terms of threat level in everyone's hearts. This is purely a matter of strength. But Xiao Chang still reminded, what we can see now is only the surface strength displayed by various countries, we have no idea how much they are hiding. Just like Dacia hiding Su Zhe, who possesses godlike combat power, other countries have also hidden their strengths to some extent. Before we understand the hidden strengths, underestimating any country could cost us dearly. Alright, now let's wait for them to help us hatch the eggs. The three exchanged glances and simultaneously revealed sly smiles. Then Su Zhe and Sun Shang left, as they were not good at handling matters outside of battle, while Xiao Chang stayed behind to help with the various affairs of the Dasha spirit guards. Facing the current crisis, he, who was originally just an honorary commander, had gained a position above the 5 headquarters commanders due to his strength, managing all matters and staying exceedingly busy. So today, acting to deceive those from the United States felt like a relaxing game for him. Su Zhe did not leave immediately. Instead, he followed behind Sun Shang, wishing to meet his fellow townsmen. Coincidentally, Yi said she also wants to meet you and talk about hometown matters. There were many things she told me that I don't understand, Sun Shang said, scratching his head. But then he realized this wouldn't do. If Jiang Yi always sought Su Zhe to confide in, it wouldn't feel good to him. So he asked Su Zhe to teach him a bit of earth knowledge whenever he could, and Su Zhe gladly agreed. Soon, the two arrived at Jiang Yi's location. As they no longer needed to rely on vibrant life force to maintain Jiang Yi's life, they were not in a lush rainforest this time but right in the center of the city. However, what puzzled Su Zhe was that the place Sun Shang took him to was not a luxurious residence, but a newly built orphanage. Why are you standing at the door? Come in, Sun Shang waved from the front, and only then did Su Zhe follow him in. Sure enough, as soon as they entered, they saw Jiang Yi playing eagle catches chicks with a group of children, completely unaware of Sun Shang and Su Zhe's arrival. Sun Shang watched the scene in front of him, seemingly lost in memories, and said, "These children are orphans previously taken in by the Jiang family, but their becoming orphans is also thanks to the Jiang family. Even I was once an orphan taken in by the Jiang family." Perhaps the ancestors of the Jiang family were indeed good people. Taking in orphans was out of goodwill. Back then, he often brought his daughter, who is Yi, to the orphanage to visit us and bring us food. I met Yi for the first time then. When she saw me, she said I looked like a monkey. I thought she was insulting me, and I was very angry, but then she told me the story of the Monkey King and taught me that even monkeys could be great. Later, I grew up, left the orphanage, and became a beast master. The Jiang family would recruit the orphans they raised to work. That's how I became the Jiang family's guard, protecting Yi's safety. You know what happened later? The Jiang family's ancestor was parasitized by the mistletoe, using the flesh and blood of adopted children to extend life, which Yi discovered. At this point, he clenched his fists, knowing that the cause of Yi's century-long sleep, still paralyzing the trunk of the sycamore tree, had yet to be eradicated and was gaining strength. Next time it shows up, I must eliminate it, leaving not even ashes behind. Let's see how it will continue to parasitize. Su Zhe then asked, "What's the deal with these children?" Sun Shang, snapping out of hatred, replied, "After I destroyed the Jiang family, the children in the orphanage were no longer cared for by anyone. Although the state took over most, a few still ran away and ended up on the streets. He found them all and took care of them with great care." She said that she might be the last direct descendant of the Jiang family, and she wanted to atone for her family by taking care of these children. Su Zhe nodded and casually asked, "I see that Sister Yi really likes children. Have you thought about having one of your own?" The drought monster did say that divine beasts and humans can reproduce. However, upon hearing this, Sun Shang's rarely flushed face turned red. He stuttered, "It's true, but you know, she is a divine beast now, and I'm just an ordinary person. There's quite a difference in our physical conditions." Su Zhe was taken aback for a moment, then almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He could only lower his head and stifle his laughter, patting Sun Shang on the shoulder to show comfort. After all, it turned out that he wasn't as capable. Chapter 192, The Solution. Sun Shang knew that Su Zhe was surely laughing at him in his heart, but he spoke up to hope that Su Zhe could help think of a way. After all, it couldn't go on like this. Though Jiang Yi didn't say anything, where would his dignity as a man go? Only Su Zhe could help him. After all, Jiang Yi had become a divine beast with the help of the drought monster. Sun Shang didn't ask to become a divine beast, he only wanted to improve his physical condition to a similar level. Su Zhe took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and nodded. "Don't worry, I'll definitely ask the drought monster when I get back if there's any way to help you solve this urgent problem." The drought monster was still at home, as their residence was near the anchor point, which was advantageous for both divine beasts to cultivate. So, Su Zhe wouldn't normally take them out unless there was something urgent. Sun Shang gratefully patted Su Zhe's shoulder. "I can't thank you enough. When we have a child, I'll let him recognize you as his godfather." Su Zhe smiled, but inside, he was thinking that maybe he should also consider the issue of having children? At this moment, Jiang Yi, who had just finished playing with the children, clapped her hands and said, "Everyone must be tired from playing, let's go rest for a while." The children, being spirited, shouted, "We know. It's because Uncle Sun came, the teacher is going to play games with Uncle Sun and won't play with us anymore. Go, go, go. When I come back, you're not allowed to play games, you have to go study and learn to read." "Ah. No." The children suddenly screamed and scattered like birds and beasts. Jiang Yi also walked through the children and came to Su Zhe and Sun Shang. She naturally hooked her arm around Sun Shang's and said, "Big Shang is back, and you, little brother Su Zhe, are here too, come in and sit down." Then she led them through the noisy children to a room, where she brewed tea at a table. Outside, it quieted down. Suze looked and saw that the children were peeking through the doorframe to watch the lively scene. The one next to Teacher E is Uncle's son, who was that big brother opposite him. He looks so handsome. Suze smiled slightly. The children's praise indeed sounded even more pleasant. Because there was no flattery involved, it was all heartfelt admiration. Little brother Suze, what made you think of coming to see us? Zhang Yi handed him a cup of tea and asked. Suze took a gentle sip and felt a fragrant sensation on his lips and teeth. He said, I just did something with brother Sun, then thought to come and see. Zhang Yi didn't ask in detail what it was. After all, although she could quickly enhance her strength by controlling the magical branches in her body, she was still a bit short and it wasn't convenient to know too much. Suze took the opportunity to ask, how is your strength now, Sister E? Zhang Yi was a bit excited when she heard this. Not long ago, I just independently dealt with a level 70 gold level monster. Although I know it means nothing in your eyes, I am really happy. She took out a necklace and pointed to the crystal core that was hanging down, saying, look, I still kept the crystal core as a memento. As a traveler, she had seen many works of crossing over, but when it was her turn, she turned out to be just an ordinary person, which was a bit of a regret. Now that she finally experienced this extraordinary power, her emotions were very excited. Sun Shang, feeling nervous, said, you killed a level 70 monster by yourself? Why didn't you tell me? In these days, Zhang Yi had absorbed many monsters, but they were all caught by Sun Shang from outside. Even if they didn't die, they were half dead from the beatings. Zhang Yi said helplessly, great sage, I'm not as fragile as you think. You also know that I am the Corpse King now. It's not so easy to have an accident. If I really encounter an unbeatable enemy, I will just lie on the ground and pretend to be dead, absolutely professional. Pretending to be a corpse as the Corpse King, isn't that professional? But Sun Shang sternly said, I will never let such a thing happen. Then there was another round of putting dog food, while Suze, standing by, felt like he was shining brightly now, like a 1,000-watt light bulb. He simply said goodbye to the two and prepared to leave, giving them time for their world. However, Zhang Yi stopped him and said, wait a moment, I will see you off. Sun Shang said, I will go too. But Zhang Yi pulled him back, saying, you stay here and watch the kids. They are all very mischievous. After all, these kids escaped from the orphanage, so they weren't taken over by the government, they were all troublemakers. Hearing this, those kids who were hanging at the door immediately made a face and scattered all at once. And Sun Shang chased after them, leaving Zhang Yi to see Suze off. Sister E, do you have something to ask me? After walking a distance, Suze knowingly asked. Zhang Yi seemed a bit shy, and after twisting and turning for a long time, she finally said, can you help me ask Lord Hanba if there is any way to strengthen Sun Shang's, that ability? Suze couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. It turned out that this couple was thinking alike. And Zhang Yi blushed, defending herself, it's not because of me, I have no dissatisfaction. It's just that great sage, you also know he is very competitive and hates to lose, but I can't pretend like this, so I can only. Her voice got lower and lower, until it was barely audible. But Suze still nodded in understanding. Since both of them came to ask him, he must do this matter well no matter what. After repeatedly assuring them, Suze finally left. While flying in the sky, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. When he got home, he immediately told Hanba about this matter. But Hanba pondered for a moment and said, I can indeed control his flesh and blood to help him adjust, but it can at most reach the limit of human flesh and blood, and can't compare to monsters, let alone divine beasts. Suze frowned and asked, so you mean it's impossible? Hanba shook her head with a smile and said, not exactly. What I mean is that the human body can't do it, but we can borrow from monsters. Suze thought of the scene where Hanba borrowed others' flesh and blood to help people heal their wounds. Clearly, she meant that if they could use something from monsters, then they could easily surpass the human capability limit. Is this considered grafting? Leaving aside the size issue, using someone else's thing to do something always feels a bit awkward, right? So he decisively rejected this idea and asked, is there really no second method? Hanba replied, of course there is. Since monsters can break through 100 levels to become divine beasts, humans can also break through to become divine beast masters. At that time, various functions of the body will be baptized. He would then possess god-level abilities. Suze breathed a sigh of relief for Sun Shang after hearing this. Although the second option was much more difficult, it was still far better than the first. Chapter 193, Rounded. Suze shared both methods with Sun Shang, and without hesitation, he chose the second one before returning to seclusion. He aimed to break through to the god level as soon as possible to redeem himself. Not long after Suze returned, he received a notification from the Yu Shenghua's envoy that an auction would be held the next day, and the platinum-level beast eggs he had sent would undoubtedly be the final highlight of the auction. As of now, not many people knew about this news. The Beast Tamer Association merely released a statement claiming that the auction items were very luxurious and provided a vague list. Just the mention of several golden-level beast eggs was enough for them to understand that this auction was extraordinary. Some powerful families, having spent money to gather information, also learned that the highlight item was likely to be a platinum-level beast egg. As for these rumors, well, they were naturally spread intentionally by Yu Shenghua. He could not openly reveal what the highlight item was, to maintain some mystery about the auction. But he also couldn't block the news completely. What if those wealthy families weren't prepared with enough funds when the time came? So, he let curiosity drive these families to spend money to obtain a bit of information. This way, they could prepare in advance, potentially driving the auction prices up, and Yu Shenghua could also make a little profit from selling the news. It was a win-win situation. Suze, of course, was unaware of all this. He only knew that Yu Shenghua told him the preparations for the auction were very thorough. As for what kind of work had been done, Suze had no way of knowing. Today, I should go visit Erha. I haven't been there in 2 days, and I don't know how it's doing with the egg hatching. When Suze arrived at the training room from before, he found that the previously harsh training space had been transformed into a warm setting, almost like a delivery room. In fact, it had indeed become a breeding space for the beast. In the center, the Shadow Moon Wolf King lay there incubating the egg, with a group of people next to it bringing water and meat. They were even feeding the meat directly into its mouth. It didn't even need to open its mouth to eat, wearing a satisfied expression. In just 3 or 4 days, Suze felt it had grown much fatter. Ahem. Suze cleared his throat, and only then did others notice he had arrived behind them. The Shadow Moon Wolf King glanced at him before continuing to chew the meat in its mouth. Captain, you're here? Look how we've been taking care of the Beast Lord. Suze looked at the Shadow Moon Wolf King's round belly and nodded. But it's just hatching an egg, not laying one, so I think it's unnecessary, right? Sun Hao instantly replied, Captain, you can't say it like that. When the Beast Lord is incubating, it can't leave, it has to rely on us for food and drink. Suze could only shrug, well, as long as you're happy. Actually, Suze knew that they were staying here to seize the moment to form a contract with the chicks when they opened their eyes. Otherwise, everyone lacked confidence in forming a contract with a platinum-level beast, which was why they were so close to the Shadow Moon Wolf King to ensure that the first thing the beast saw when it hatched would be themselves. But what they didn't know was that with a divine beast present, it could easily command the beast to form a contract through its bloodline suppression. So, Suze was not worried about those beast eggs that were not from the system hatching out. His subordinates were unable to make a contract. He looked again at the contented Inoue Wolf King, no longer showing the humiliation and the unwillingness to hatch eggs it had before. It was completely enjoying itself, occasionally licking the beast egg beneath it, warm with its body heat. Suzy wasn't sure if it was his illusion, but he felt that there seemed to be a maternal glow flickering in its eyes. But this is a male wolf. Suzy quickly shook his head, pushing away the creepy feeling. He then listened to Sun Hao's report on the situation over the past few days. Under Chen Xian's guidance, the hatching had gone smoothly. Chen Xian had even used his connections to help them reserve a beast egg incubator, and now they were just waiting for the payment to be processed before they could start using it. And Chen Xian, having completed everything, had already gone home to rest. No wonder Suzy hadn't seen him along the way. Alright, the financial issue will be solved soon. Tomorrow is the day of the auction. Is anyone coming with me? Everyone hesitated. On one hand, they were curious about what the auction would be like. On the other hand, they feared that if they left, they might miss the moment when the beast eggs hatched. After all, the incubation time of these beast eggs varied. Although only 3 or 4 days had passed, some eggs had already shown signs of life, and it was possible they could hatch at any moment. In the end, it was Sun Hao and Tao Lin who stepped forward. Neither of them had an available beast-taming slot, so even if the eggs hatched, it wouldn't be their concern, and they could just wait for the next batch. Alright, then. It's just the two of you. Come to my house tomorrow, and we'll go together. Yes. A day passed quickly, and soon it was the day of the auction. Sun Hao and Tao Lin had already arrived early at Suzy's door. Suzy wasn't in a hurry. The auction wouldn't start until noon, so it was still early. He invited both of them inside for breakfast. When they saw the boiled beast egg in front of them, now white and plump after being peeled, they exchanged a glance and found it no longer strange. Just as Suzy was about to leave with Sun Hao and Tao Lin, Hanjia and Feng Qingyi also expressed their intention to join. What's going on? Aren't you two staying at home to train today? Feng Qingyi pouted and shook her head. Staying at home every day is so boring. I want to go out and play. Hanjia nodded in agreement. Exactly, I also want to see what a human auction is like. In our beast world, nothing like this happens. If several beasts want the same heavenly material or treasure, they just fight. Whoever survives in the end gets it. Suzy had no choice but to take the two women with him. When they arrived at the Beast Tamer Association, many people had already gathered in front. As expected, just like Yu Xinghua had said, this auction was larger than usual, and more people had come, crowding the entrance of the association. But Yu Xinghua had already arranged for someone to wait at the front. As soon as he saw Suzy, he immediately came over to greet him. "Captain Suzy, come with me, please." He then led them to a side entrance designated for staff. "Don't I need to wait in line?" Suzy laughed. No, Captain Suzy, you're one of our big clients. President Yu specially told us about this." Suzy didn't refuse. After all, he had only seen others enjoy this kind of VIP treatment before. He never expected it would be his turn. He suddenly remembered something Wang Zi once said: the real evil is not capital itself, but not having capital. Well, now, he didn't think it was so evil anymore. Chapter 194 Auction. Suzy closely followed behind the steward of the Beastmaster Association and quickly walked up to the second floor, arriving in front of a room. "This is the SVIP room that the president had me prepare for you in advance. Captain Suzy, please go in," the steward said, opening the door and inviting him. After Suzy entered and took a look around, he saw that the room was large, approximately 50 to 60 square meters, with a wide arc of translucent glass at the front, making the room seem even more spacious. Through the glass, he could see the auction stage not far below, where the auction items were clearly visible from above, while outsiders couldn't see inside. In the center of the room was a marble-topped coffee table, adorned with a variety of fruits and snacks. As for red wine and cigarettes, considering Suzy's age, Yu Xinghua did not bring them up. There was also a button on the table, along with a microphone for placing bids during the auction. "This is quite nice. Alright, you can get back to your work now," Suzy said, turning to the steward. "Not a bother at all. I'll be on my way now, just ring the bell if you need anything," the steward replied, pointing to a button behind the door. Suzy nodded, and the steward left. At this moment, Sun Hao said, "Wow, so this is what the VIP room at the auction looks like? The stewards were never this polite when we came before. You guys have attended the auction in Beishur City before?" Suzy asked. He had previously heard Sun Hao mention wanting to see the world, thinking he had never participated in an auction, but now it seemed otherwise. Sun Hao scratched his head and replied, "I came once, but we sat way back there." He pointed to the crowded seats at the back below. Except for the VIP room where Suzy was, everyone else was basically seated in the lower sections. The closer the seats were to the auction stage, the sparser they were arranged. Conversely, the further back, the tighter it was, almost as if they had to sit on top of each other. Sun Hao continued, "When I came last time, there weren't as many people, but the back seats were still very cramped. And in the end, I couldn't bid on anything and left. The people in front shouted bids, one higher than the other, and it quickly exceeded what I could afford." Suzy laughed and said, "No problem, this time, the bidding is up to you, enjoy yourself." "No problem." After waiting a while longer, Suzy noticed that the lower seats were almost full. He felt that people were entering the VIP rooms beside him as well, signaling that the auction was finally beginning. The president Yu Xinghua, whom Suzy was familiar with, personally stepped onto the auction stage. Normally, an auction is handled by professionals, preferably beautiful hosts, and it's rare for Yu Xinghua to be on stage himself. However, seeing him made the auction attendees even more excited. This was because it indicated that there were extremely valuable items up for bid, necessitating the direct involvement of the president. This also gave those families who had bought insider information a sense of reassurance, confirming the news. It's important to know that many of them had sold parts of their family assets to raise funds. When Yu Xinghua took the stage, he didn't say any polite words and directly announced the start of the auction. The items being auctioned at first weren't of interest to Suzy, they were just low-level monster crystal cores, curbs, and enhancement beads. But soon, what Yu Xinghua brought out made Suzy's spirit lift. Not because he wanted to bid on it, but because the first of the 10 golden-level monster eggs had finally appeared. Our next auction item is a golden-level monster egg. And it's extremely rare with a dark attribute, everyone don't miss this. The audience below instantly erupted into excitement, with the sounds mainly coming from the middle to back sections of the seats. Can you believe that a golden-level monster egg has appeared so early? In previous auctions, weren't these always the last to be shown? It seems this auction is truly extraordinary. If a golden-level monster egg has appeared this early, then what could be the final item? I suggest you stop thinking about it. With our resources, we should aim to secure this golden-level monster egg. That's right. Those powerful families are definitely here for the later items and won't compete with us for this. Whoever wins it will make a huge profit. As the noise of the crowd gradually faded, Yu Xinghua raised the auction hammer and announced, "Dark Attribute Golden-Level Monster Egg, starting price 30 million. 30 million is the normal price for a golden-level monster egg. However, during transactions, there is usually a high premium, especially for a rare attribute monster egg." Sure enough, the price quickly rose to 38 million, and gradually, some people began to drop out, deciding to hold back. At this moment, a voice from a VIP room one level above shouted 39 million. It's good for Suze that someone is helping to raise the price, but the problem is, why does that voice sound a bit familiar? In the room next to him was the Zhu family, the largest family in Beishan City. They have no real connection to the Zhu family, one of the three great families of the capital, but they always claim to be a branch of the Zhu family. Only recently did they hastily cut ties when the great Xia spirit guards began suppressing the three families. However, the Zhu family from the capital mainly engages in business and has no power to interfere with the great Xia spirit guards and the authorities, so they have not faced much pressure. This is evident since none of the Zhu family made it into the top 10 at the Beastmaster University in the capital, while 3 from the 4 great families were in the top 3. As for the Zhu family in Beishan City, Suze had dealings with them before. He had taken the place of the young genius Zhu Ji from the Zhu family to participate in the Beastmaster competition. That's why he found the voice somewhat familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. Zhu Ji only called out once and did not raise the bid further. He simply didn't want the individual Beastmasters below to snatch up the monster egg at too cheap a price. In the end, this monster egg was sold for 39 million to a Beastmaster. As for the others, they were still observing. After all, a golden level monster egg has appeared so early, there should be more to come. Following this monster egg, the items for auction seemed to rise in quality. Suze also understood that Yu Xinghua had split his 10 golden level monster eggs into quantities of 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, and 3 to ensure there were highlights at every stage of the auction. This not only maintained the excitement of the auction but also maximized Suze's benefits. Soon, the second monster egg was brought out as well. The bidding for this egg became even more fierce. Yu Xinghua first auctioned off some other items, giving them a chance to regret. Thus, those who hadn't bought the first monster egg gritted their teeth and raised the price, determined to secure this egg to avoid missing out later. In the end, this egg sold for 41 million, surpassing the previous one. However, the bidding for the third egg was not as ideal. As the saying goes, once you gain momentum, you weaken with successive attempts. With 3 monster eggs appearing consecutively, they felt there would be more opportunities to come, so they weren't in a rush. Ultimately, it sold for 38 million. Yu Xinghua anticipated this situation, so he presented 2 golden level monster eggs bundled together for auction. Chapter 195, Space. Our next auction item is 2 golden level monster eggs sold as a bundle. The starting bid is 60 million. Yu Xinghua said as he struck the auction hammer in his hand. Immediately, a commotion erupted below. What's going on? Why are 2 being auctioned together? Who can afford this? That's right, what's the situation? President Yu, you can't cheat us like this. Because the auction was not yet halfway through, 3 golden tier beast eggs appeared in a row. They thought there would be more chances to participate later, so they didn't rush to bid. As a result, the third beast egg did not get a higher price. Yu Xinghua noticed this, so after the third beast egg, he announced that the next 2 would be auctioned together, instantly disrupting everyone's plans. With a smile, Yu Xinghua said, "This is the request of the item's owner. I can't help it. Everyone, please be quiet, we are going to start the auction." Suze, with fruit in his hand, froze for a moment. This idea clearly came from Yu Xinghua, yet it was all put on him now. The people below also quieted down. In their hearts, they felt regret and confusion, regretting not participating in the bids for the first 3 beast eggs, and unsure if they should participate in the auction for these 2 beast eggs. Or would there be more chances later? At this moment, someone below said, "Don't think too much, this auction has always placed better items later, especially identical ones. Now it's 2 golden eggs, if we wait longer, it might be 3, and then everyone will be even less able to afford them." This statement instantly awakened everyone, and they began to raise their hands to participate in the auction. Many small to medium-sized families also started to bid. They had previously been observing but could no longer resist. Soon, the price shot up to 80 million. This was nearly the combined price of the first and second beast eggs, with a continued upward trend. Seeing this, Suze also sighed. President Yu's trick really works. If we auctioned them separately, we surely wouldn't have reached such a price. In the end, one of the medium-sized families from another city won the beast egg for 89 million. Then came other auction items, and everyone could clearly feel that the quality had risen another level compared to before. It seemed that what that person said about better items being placed later was indeed not without reason. But what they didn't know was that the person was actually Yu Xinghua's arrangement in the crowd, with the purpose of driving the price up. After several other items had been auctioned, and with no second batch of golden tier beast eggs in sight, people's hearts inevitably grew anxious. Yet what made them feel despair was that the next auction item was still not the beast eggs they had been longing for, but a strangely shaped beast crystal core. This was a transparent crystal core. Generally speaking, beast crystal cores could be easily identified by color: red for fire attribute, black for dark attribute, blue for water attribute, and so on. But this crystal core was transparent, making it impossible to tell its attribute. Yu Xinghui introduced, this beast crystal core was obtained when our Beastmasters Association killed a level 70 turtle-like beast during a recent incident at the Qinglong Beastmasters University. But strangely, we had already obtained a level 70 water attribute beast crystal core from that beast. This is the second core inside it. Although Yu Xinghui's intonation aroused the interest of many. The level 70 beast's dropped crystal core was indeed valuable, but not enough to draw overwhelming interest from everyone. Moreover, if it were only this much, it seemed insufficient to be placed in this position in the auction. The reactions of the crowd seemed to be exactly what Yu Xinghua had anticipated, so he continued, then we conducted a study on this crystal core, but as everyone can see, we can't even discern its properties. However, during an unexpected moment, we discovered it revealed characteristics of spatial attributes. Yu Xinghua said no more, but it had already caused an uproar among the crowd. What he meant was that this was a crystal core of a spatial attribute beast? Su Zhe instantly perked up. He had always wanted a spatial attribute crystal core to create a storage device, and now the opportunity was right in front of him. Seeing that the atmosphere had been energized, Yu Xinghua raised the auction hammer in his hand and announced, the starting price for the spatial attribute crystal core is 60 million. Generally speaking, a level 60 beast crystal core would cost around 10 to 20 million, rare dark attribute and light attribute beast crystal cores might reach 30 million. But the starting price for this spatial attribute crystal core in Yu Xinghua's hand was 60 million, and the crowd found it in no way exaggerated, quickly starting to bid. Su Zhe said, Sun Hao, it's your time to shine, come help me bid. Sun Hao immediately walked up to the microphone but then turned back to ask, Captain, how much should I shout? Don't worry about it, just push down the prices of the others. Sun Hao quickly nodded, understood. He then pressed the button next to the microphone and called out a price of 65 million. What Su Zhe didn't notice was that when Yu Xinghua took out this crystal core, Hanjia beside him looked unusually surprised. Her bright, sparkling eyes were fixed on the crystal core below, as if she were confirming something. At the same time, the Shu family in the next room was also attentively listening to the voice, then shook their heads. I can't tell, it's not someone we know, and I have no idea who could make President Yu open the door to the SVIP room. Perhaps it's a big shot from elsewhere. Young master, should we still compete with him? Zhu Ji, sitting upright, nodded and said, that is indeed a spatial attribute crystal core, there aren't more than a handful of people nationwide who could bring one out. We certainly can't let it go to someone else. He then signaled to his younger brother Zhu He to bid 66 million. As the bids kept rising, it quickly climbed to 78 million, and at that point, most people had already dropped out of the competition. After all, this was merely a level 60 beast crystal core, even if it could create a portable storage tool, it wasn't an essential feature for most. In the end, only Su Zhe and the Zhu family remained in the bidding war. Who is that upstairs? They are actually bidding against the Zhu family. Who knows? But President Yu opened the SVIP room for him, he must be someone of high status. This crystal core is already beyond our reach, let's see who it ultimately falls to. As soon as Sun Hao asked for Su Zhe's opinion and shouted an 80 million bid, Zhu He immediately followed with 81 million. When Sun Hao asked again, Su Zhe hesitated slightly. After all, for a level 70 crystal core, the price had already skyrocketed too much, even for the very rare spatial attribute. At that moment, Hanjia leaned over to whisper a couple of words in Su Zhe's ear. Suddenly, Su Zhe's eyes lit up, and he immediately made a hand signal to Sun Hao. Chapter 196, The Turtle. Hearing that no new bids had come from the adjacent room for a long time, Zhu Ji smiled at his brother Zhu He and said, no matter who the person in the next room is, in this Bay City, our Zhu family is indeed the most powerful. Zhu gave a thumbs up and said, brother is right. Just as Yu Xinghua was about to strike the auction hammer for the third time after hitting it twice. From Su Zhe's room, Sun Hao's voice came again, 90 million. 90 million, that was about half of what he had just auctioned off, sent right back. But Su Zhe knew it was worth it. Because time was tight earlier, the drought demon had only said 2 sentences to Su Zhe. The first sentence was, this is not a beast core. The second sentence was, but it is more precious than the core of a space-type divine beast. There's no need to say more, no matter the price, Su Zhe had to get it. If he couldn't get it, he would have to disregard some laws at any cost. Zhu Ji was just bragging and immediately got slapped in the face, feeling very embarrassed, and wanted to continue bidding but was held back by other Zhu family members who advised him. Young master, calm down, he raised it to 90 million in one go, clearly determined to get it. We are here for a more important mission, we can't spend money on a level 70 beast core. Hearing this, Zhu Ji took a deep breath and calmed down. Though space cores are precious, they cannot be converted into combat power. In the face of the impending disaster, it was better to enhance their own combat power as much as possible. So he pretended to be generous and comforted himself, saying, alright, I will let this go. After Su Zhe made his bid, Yu Xinghua's countdown speed was clearly much faster this time, and then decisively struck the auction hammer 3 times, selling the core to Su Zhe for 90 million. Fortunately, Suze raised the price to 90 million with one last breath, showing his determination to obtain it, which made the Shu family stop raising the price. After everything settled, Suze also asked the Drought Demon beside him, Sister Drought, you just said this is not a beast core, so what is it? Others, including Fengqingy, who had been eating fruit, also looked over. A level 70 space core sold for this price was already quite painful, and it turned out it was not even a core? Then they heard the Drought Demon say, I didn't expect to see it here, it is indeed not a beast core but a world seed, from the world on a turtle shell. World on a turtle shell? Everyone repeated with confusion. Then the Drought Demon explained, I also took a little time just now to find some information in the memories passed down my bloodline. Do you know of a divine beast called the Yuan? Suze asked in confusion, Yuan? Isn't that a turtle? The Drought Demon rolled her eyes at him and said, Yuan is the ancestor of turtle-type beasts, a powerful god beast at the corona level, and among divine beasts of the same level, it is one of the very best because it masters one of the strongest attributes, space. It is said that on the back of the Yuan rests a small world, allowing it to mobilize the power of the whole small world, making it extremely strong. But many years ago, the Yuan fell, and its small world has no idea where it ended up, not even within turtle-type beasts has there been a space-type divine beast born again. Unexpectedly, the small world became a world seed after the Yuan died, falling into the hands of lower-tier turtle-type beasts, eventually being killed by humans and ending up here. The Drought Demon shook her head repeatedly, saying, this is fate. Coincidentally, your turtle has also awakened the space attribute. Using this seed on it can turn it into a space-type divine beast. With training to enhance its bloodline, who knows, a new Yuan might be born. Hearing this, Suze also became excited. The Void Spirit Turtle was his first beast, while gold-level beasts were top-tier combat power in the hands of his peers, it was already seriously falling behind in Suze's hands. But unexpectedly, it now also had the chance to evolve into a space-type divine beast, truly a step to the sky. During this interlude, Suze welcomed his second pair of golden-level beast eggs. This time, those idle beast tamers did not want to miss the opportunity again. Their personal financial power was indeed not comparable to those family forces, but they could join hands. After all, each person only needed one golden-level beast egg. In the end, after fierce competition, a pair of idle beast tamers teamed up to auction it off for 93 million. Instantly, it made up for the money Suze had just spent at the auction. Not long after that, when 3 beast eggs were pushed together, those idle beast tamers knew there would be no more opportunities ahead and hurriedly tried to team up to auction them. But those family forces finally kicked in, and ultimately, the 3 beast eggs, starting at 90 million, were won by a family for 130 million. Suze upstairs clicked his tongue, seemingly realizing that he was now a billionaire. The feeling of having money is really nice. After this, there was an auction for a level 90 beast crystal core. This level of crystal core is very rare, because usually, intelligent beasts choose to self-destruct their cores rather than let humans have them. Therefore, Suze's 10 golden-level beast eggs couldn't secure the final auction spot, and he could only take out a platinum-level beast egg. And this crystal core was exactly what Suze wanted to bid on. It was a dark attribute crystal core, perfect for use in the beast hatching machine. Moreover, at level 90, hatching out dozens of platinum eggs, along with hundreds of golden eggs, was completely not a problem. Dark attribute level 90 beast crystal core, starting bid, 12 million. As soon as Yu Xinghua's voice fell, someone in the VIP room on the second floor raised the price by 500,000. The Shu family followed closely behind, and Suze was not to be outdone. Throughout this auction, only a few people in the VIP room on the second floor participated in bidding. Before long, Suze pushed the price to 160 million. Other rooms had not made bidding sounds one after another, not necessarily because they didn't have enough money. But rather, they all understood that whoever won this crystal core would have no hope for the subsequent heavyweight auction items, and that was the crux of the matter. In the end, Juji still maliciously raised the price a couple of times, allowing Suze to win it for 175 million and conveniently remember this grudge. You little rascal, raising my price, huh? Just wait during the next heavyweight auction. Chapter 197, Maximizing Profits. Next up is the final auction item of this event. Yu Xinghua said loudly from the auction stage. As he raised his hand, he uncovered the red cloth covering a tray beside him, revealing the beast egg inside. When everyone was curious as to why there was only one beast egg again, Yu Xinghua continued loudly, the final auction item, a dark attribute platinum level Lord Beast Egg. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Only those major families who had received the news remained calm, though their hearts were also somewhat excited. My god, I didn't expect an auction held in Beishir City could produce so many good things. Yeah, that's a platinum level beast egg, and it's a lord level. Some people were unclear about the difference, so they asked, what does lord level mean? How is it different from a regular platinum level beast egg? Immediately someone explained to them, you don't understand this, do you? Lord level beasts can rival diamond level beasts of the same tier. So that means a Lord-level Platinum Beast. That is a Diamond-level Monster Beast, max level 90. Hearing this, everyone got excited again, but soon calmed down. Because they knew that no matter how good the auction item was, it had nothing to do with them. Only a monster egg, and they couldn't team up like before to bid for it. They could only watch the big family forces compete against each other. Who do you think will win this monster egg at the auction? I think it will be the Zhu family. They are the biggest family in Beishan City. But the big families next door, the Chen and Song families, have come too, right? That's right, don't forget about that guy Wang Gui. Although he's not a beast master, he has made quite a bit of money. I have my eyes on the person in the SVIP room. They must have a special status to be recognized by the vice president. As everyone was discussing, Yu Xinghua had already struck the auction hammer and said, starting bid, 300 million. In fact, this price was not considered high. The Lord-level monster eggs were as rare as diamond eggs and were hard to come by. If it were a diamond-level monster egg, it might even be hundreds of billions, and the big families in the imperial capital would be willing to buy it. But the Lord-level monster egg was not a diamond egg, so a starting price of 300 million was quite reasonable. As soon as the starting price was announced, Zhu immediately followed up and raised the price by 30 million. In just a moment, someone from another VIP room raised it to 350 million. At this time, a familiar voice that surprised Su Zhe came from the adjacent room. Stingy, you beast master families are too cheap, even I can't watch anymore, 400 million. This voice, which raised the bid by 50 million and claimed not to be a beast master, was indeed Wang Gui, Wang Zi's father. Uncle Wang is also here to bid. He isn't a beast master. Is he preparing this for Wang Zi? Su Zhe thought more and more it seemed possible. Wang Zi would soon upgrade to have a third contract beast slot, so Su Zhe left a platinum-level monster egg for him when they parted. As a father, Wang Gui should know this, but he didn't realize that Su Zhe had already solved the contract beast problem for Wang Zi. Just as he was thinking this, the auction price had already risen to 470 million. Wang Gui raised it again to 500 million, looking determined to win. Su Zhe couldn't sit still either. If Wang Gui won this monster egg in the end, it would be a big deal. So Su Zhe signaled to Sun Hao to take over and call out the bid. When Sun Hao received the microphone and handed it to Su Zhe, he smiled and said, Captain, calling out bids is really thrilling. Do you want to experience it too? Su Zhe rolled his eyes and didn't respond. He just wanted Wang Gui to recognize his voice. At the moment Wang Gui heard Su Zhe's voice, he was taken aback and indeed stopped raising the bid. Zhu Ji and Zhu He were also stunned for a moment, feeling that this voice was somewhat familiar, but they couldn't remember. After all, Su Zhe and they had only met once, and they had also given the two a good beating, so it was normal for their good boy, it really is you here. Why are you making me give up the bidding? When Wang Gui heard Su Zhe competing with him in the auction, he guessed Su Zhe's intention was to make him give up the auction, so he came over. Su Zhe smiled and said, Uncle Wang, you are not a beastmaster. What do you need this egg for? Of course, it's for my little fat boy at home. He's about to contract his third beast. Although I don't understand what a lord-level monster is, I know that good things are expensive. This monster egg dares to auction at such a high price, it must be of good quality. After letting Wang Gui take a seat, Su Zhe continued, Uncle Wang, there's no need to worry about Wang Zi. I have already prepared a beast for him. This egg currently being auctioned actually belongs to me. If Uncle wants it, you can just look for me directly. No need to come to the auction. Wang Gui immediately shook his head and said, I heard from Xiao Zi that his two beasts are both given to him by you. Now you are giving him a third one. This is already a great favor. I can't take any more. At that moment, the monster egg had already been bid up to 700 million, and other families were starting to struggle, only Zhu Ji was still betting fiercely. Wang Gui seemed to have come up with a way to report Su Zhe's kindness and smiled, Su Zhe, you go ahead and continue bidding with him. Me? Su Zhe pointed at himself. Not to mention whether auctioning his own item counts as deliberately driving up the price, he had previously earned less than 700 million in total anyway. Seeing this, Wang Gui laughed and added, I had my eyes set on this egg, so I investigated the main competitor's assets. Among them, the Zhu family is the most daring. They have sold off several properties, raising about 1,200 million in funds, minus some expenses and family guarantees. As long as it doesn't exceed 1 billion, they should be able to accept it, so don't worry about bidding. It won't fall into your hands. As a business giant in Beishan City, he not only knew the Zhu family's exact liquid assets but also roughly understood the prices they had been selling off in recent days. So he could know the highest price the Zhu family could afford and plan accordingly. And now, since this egg was brought to auction by Su Zhe, it was only natural to strive for maximum profit. Chapter 198, The Advantage is Mine. Just when Zhu Ji went through several rounds of bidding, with the voices becoming fewer, feeling that he could win it at 850 million. From the VIP room came Sun Hao's bid of 860 million. Damn it, didn't this guy give up on bidding long ago? How did he come back? 900 million. Zhu wanted to raise the price to scare Suze off, but he didn't know Suze had already figured him out and was not the slightest bit anxious. So he continued to casually add 10 million, 910 million. 920 million. Zhu gritted his teeth and shouted. He could no longer afford to raise the price significantly. Although they had prepared about 1,200 million this time, it was just in case of unexpected situations. Otherwise, they naturally wanted to save as much as possible. After all, auctioning back a platinum egg would be a considerable expense whether for incubation or training. Wang Gui guessed correctly. 10 billion was their final bottom line. However, Suze continued to raise it by 10 million on his basis, 930 million. Zhu couldn't help but press the microphone, but this time it was not for bidding, but to ask, this guest in the VIP room, are you really able to take out so much money? Chairman, you wouldn't have someone here to drive up the price, right? Yu Xinghua, upon hearing this, was not angry but smiled and said, there's no need to worry about this distinguished guest's identity. I can assure you that he can absolutely afford this price. Hearing Yu Xinghua say this, Zhu was at a loss. Gritting his teeth, he continued to raise the price, 940 million. At this moment, Wang Gui reminded from the side, if we keep adding a million like this, it's very likely to change the opponent's psychological price. If they give up early, it wouldn't be good. I suggest, let's raise the bid directly to 970 million for the next round. Hearing this, Sun Hao did not immediately shout out a price, instead, he looked at Suze, and Suze nodded at him. Only then did he loudly quote under Wang Gui's guidance, 970 million. This bid made everyone gasp, but it relieved the Zhu family members. They analyzed, the people in the SVIP room, besides the usual million increases, love to raise the price to numbers related to 5. But now, they suddenly changed their habit and raised it to this strange price of 970 million. This indicates this is already their final offer. Even if they have money, they probably can't reach 1 billion. Hearing this, Zhu was invigorated. 1 billion was exactly their highest acceptable price. So, he decisively stood up, pressed the button, and shouted, 1 billion. Upon hearing his bid, Suze and Wang Gui exchanged smiles and let out a sigh of relief. Wang Gui looked quite calm in comparison. 1 billion, first time. 1 billion, second time. 1 billion, third time, thud. With the sound of the auction hammer falling, this auction finally came to a successful end. As Zhu slumped back down, he smugly said, I told you, in Beishan City, it's still our Zhu family that counts. The previous space-type crystal core was only something we didn't bother to bid for. As the host on stage finished more polite remarks, everyone began to leave the venue. However, Zhu, walking out of the VIP room, did not leave immediately. He wanted to see who was in the SVIP room, perhaps he could show off a little. Then he saw two stern-looking men in military uniforms step out first, standing at the door on either side. Next, two stunningly beautiful women walked out, and Zhu's eyes widened, his expression shifting as he prepared to approach them. But then, two more people stepped out. Wang Gui? How did this old guy end up in the SVIP room? Wait, the person next to him looks so familiar. As Zhu was trying to remember, his younger brother Zhu trembled, grabbing his arm and stammering, Bro, it's him, Suze. Zhu suddenly recalled, wasn't this the person who defeated him, snatched his place in the competition, shone brilliantly in the beast-taming grand competition, and was then captured by the Fusang? When he learned that Suze was captured by the dark guards of Fusang, he was secretly pleased. It was because of Suze that he was left behind, unable to participate in the beast-taming grand competition, only watching others shine and win rewards. He still remembered that the fourth seed from Qinglong Beast-Taming University, Zhang Jianbin, who was only slightly stronger than him, had returned with his refining beads and monster crystal cores as if they were candy, rapidly increasing his cultivation speed. He even contracted a new platinum-level monster. Originally, he could hold out against Zhang Jianbin for dozens or even hundreds of moves, but now he couldn't even get back on his feet after a single blow. If he had participated in the beast-taming grand competition, he might have ended up like that too. The more he thought about this, the more excited he was that Suze had been captured. But unexpectedly, now Suze appeared right in front of him. After all, the news of Suze's return had only spread among his acquaintances and the Great Xia Spirit Guards. Zhu had not chosen to join the Great Xia Spirit Guards after graduation but instead inherited the family business, so he naturally was unaware of this. It's actually him. Not only is he alive and back from Fusan, but he also entered the auction venue's SVIP room, accompanied by such two stunning beauties. In an instant, Zhu felt like he was defeated once more. He was no match for Suze in any aspect. No, I'm not fully defeated yet, the advantage is on my side. The one in the SVIP room is him, which means the person who didn't bid on me just now is him. Zhu regained a bit of confidence. At that moment, Suze saw him too, and facing his biggest financial backer, Suze waved his hand very friendly. Zhu saw this and awkwardly responded. Thank you so much. Suze joyfully said as he approached the Zhu family. Thank for what? Zhu asked in confusion. Suze immediately excitedly said, "Of course, it's to thank you for your support. The last platinum-grade monster egg was auctioned by me, and I didn't expect it to sell for such a high price. Alright, I won't chat with you anymore, I have to go settle the payment with President Yu. I've made a fortune." Suze left quite excitedly. Zhu, however, was frozen in place, feeling a sweet, bloody taste surging up in his throat, as if an old blood clot was stuck there. That egg was auctioned by him? Did our Zhu family's 10 billion fortune go to Suze? PFF. Zhu fainted directly, but luckily Zhu beside him caught him in time. And Suze, who hadn't gone far, naturally knew everything that happened behind him. Just you wait for raising my price just now, remember the lesson this time. Chapter 199, He was born. Not long after Suze left, the steward who guided him earlier immediately came looking for him. Very politely he said, "Captain Suze, you are looking for President Yu, right? Please have a seat, he will be here soon." Suze nodded, not saying much more. Before long, he saw Yu Xinghua walking over with a box in hand, a big smile on his face. As soon as they met, he smiled and said, "Young brother Suze, today you made a killing, huh? You even forced out Zhu family's bottom line in the end." He then looked at Wang Gui beside Suze and said, "I think this should be your guidance from General Manager Wang?" Suze didn't deny it, while Wang Gui stepped forward and smiled, "President Yu, what are you talking about? I'm just helping you make money. As long as the auction items successfully traded at the auction, you can both charge a 10% commission. Suze helped you make quite a bit this time." Hearing Wang Gui mention this, Yoshimawa's smile grew even wider. He walked up to Suze, opened the wooden box in his hand, which contained the level 90 monster core and what others considered to be the space-type core seed. In addition, Yu Xinhua also took out a black card from his pocket and handed it to Suze. He said, 10 golden-level monster eggs plus 1 platinum-level lord egg, auctioned for a total of 1.43 billion. After deducting the commission and rounding it up, it's 1.36 billion. Suze, upon hearing this, asked in confusion, "President Yu, isn't the auction commission 10%? Why does it seem like you took much less?" Yu Xinhua smiled and said, "What? You're unhappy that I made a little less money? No need to count, I decided to give you a discount and only charged a 5% fee." Wang Gui chimed in, "Even just 5% still earns several million, just for yelling a few times on stage, I'm envious." Yu Xinghua laughed and said, "Boss Wang is joking, this is just small money in your eyes, what's there to be envious about?" He continued, "After deducting the 90 million spent on the space-type monster core and the 175 million for the level 90 core, there is 1.09 billion left, all on this card." Yu Xinhua then handed both the black card and the wooden box to Suze. This lightweight card in Suze's hand felt heavy. This is the first time he has so many assets. If all of this were exchanged for cash, how high would it stack up? Suze began to imagine in his heart. Beside him, Wang Gui seemed to see through Suze's thoughts and said with a smile, "Kid, don't think about it too much. Although this money is considerable, it can be used up quickly. But if you let me invest it, by the end of the year, I can help you double it." Suze felt a little tempted in his heart, but he did not immediately nod in agreement because he still could not use this money freely, it all had its purposes. So Suze replied, "Sorry, Uncle Wang, it's not that I don't trust you, it's just that I have urgent needs right now, so I might need to spend a lot of this money and can't give it all to you." Wang Gui nodded and said, "I guessed you had something going on, otherwise, you wouldn't bring so many demon beast eggs to auction. Actually, you can come to me for help with anything. It would also be a way to repay my little fatty." Suze smiled and said, "No need, uncle. I can handle my own affairs, so I won't trouble you." Although Wang Gui had a fortune of billions, his wealth was not the same as liquid funds available for free use. So since Suze could solve his issues on his own, he didn't want to trouble the other party. After saying goodbye to Yu Xinghua, Suze left the Beastmaster Association with Wang Gui. At the door, they happened to see Zhu being carried out. It was unclear what he had gone through, but he looked mentally unstable. When they finally parted, Suze remembered to say, "By the way, Uncle Wang Zi should be back in a couple of days. Should I let him come see you?" From the news Suze received from Xiao Chang, his special operations team was set to gather the first batch of members in the coming days, in addition to the original 13 teams. Among them was Wang Zi, who had joined the Daxia Spirit Guard after following Luo Xingyu. Wang Gui's eyes lit up, "Really? That's wonderful. Wait, how do you know, and can he come to see me? Could it be? Little Zay, you've become my little fatty's superior?" Suze did not deny it, and Wang Gui said with great relief, "This kid recently wrote to me saying he joined the Daxia Spirit Guard, which worried me to death. How did this little spoiled brat, who has never faced hardship, end up in the army? And now it's not safe, the Daxia Spirit Guard is quite dangerous, so I wanted to auction a platinum egg for him. Since little Zay, you are my little fatty's superior, I feel relieved." Suze also responded with a smile, "Don't worry, Uncle Wang. With me around, Wang Zi will be fine." After that, Wang Gui returned to the company, and Suze went back to the base. As soon as he walked into the transformed training room in the hatching chamber, Suze saw Chen Xian standing in front of the Shadow Moon Wolf King, writing and drawing with paper and pen. Having rested at home, she happened to come to the base to see how the hatching of the Shadow Moon Wolf King was progressing. She was also very interested in the hatching ability of male demon beasts, especially those that did not have hatching instincts, and had even set up a new research project for it. Seeing this, Suze walked over and said, "Teacher, I have prepared enough funds on my end. When can the hatching machine be sent over?" "Oh." Chen Xian looked up, then walked over. From her movements, Suze seriously suspected she had washed all her clothes again. "You gathered it so quickly?" Suze nodded and said, "That's right. There was an auction at the Beastmaster Association, so I brought everything to auction. I also bought some things for myself, and now I have about 1.1 billion left. I'm not sure if that's enough." Chen Xian looked at the card that Suze took out and was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Enough, it's really too much. Because this batch of monster eggs is mainly of the dark attribute, I only ordered 2 machines, one specifically for hatching dark attribute monster eggs, and the other for switching different attribute monster cores to hatch other attribute monster eggs. I contacted some acquaintances, and after the discount, it only costs 150 million. A golden level monster egg normally costs around 20 million, so Chen Xian said he was preparing to sell 10 golden level monster eggs. However, what Suze took out was mostly dark attribute monster eggs, which are already more expensive, and the other non-dark attribute monster eggs were also bundled for sale with the dark attribute monster eggs. The starting price for each was 30 million, and with some methods from Yixinghua, they were auctioned for over 400 million, far exceeding Chen Xian's budget. What's more, Suze also added a platinum-level monster egg. However, the extra money could also be exchanged for monster cores to quickly hatch monster eggs using the public hatching machine. Just as Suze was thinking this, the Shadow Moon Wolf suddenly stirred. Feng Qingyi, who was watching with excitement, shouted, "It's hatched, it really hatched." Chapter 200, Breaking the Shell. While Suze and Chen Xian were communicating, Feng Qingyi and Hanba also curiously gathered around the Shadow Moon Wolf King to watch the fun. "Pfft, when the master told me about this, I thought he was joking. I didn't expect you actually hatching eggs here, ha ha." Feng Qingyi covered her belly with one hand and pointed at the hatching Shadow Moon Wolf King with the other hand, laughing loudly. Hanba also exclaimed, "Even in the countless years of bloodline memories I browsed through, as a male monster hatching eggs, you are one of a kind, impressive." Hearing this, the Shadow Moon Wolf King buried its head in its belly, staying with the monster eggs it was hatching, avoiding the ridicule from the 2 divine beasts. What could it do? It couldn't fight back. Clearly, the 2 female beasts were right here, but the master insisted on sending this male beast to hatch the eggs, boo-hoo. Just as the Shadow Moon Wolf King was crying inwardly, it suddenly felt a monster egg it touched with its nose wobble slightly. What's going on? It raised its head, looking puzzled. Then it discovered that among the more than 10 monster eggs it was hatching, 2 were gently shaking, and there were already some cracks appearing on the shells. Oh no, did I just break the monster eggs entrusted to me by the master? But it seems not. Could it be? As the Shadow Moon Wolf King noticed this moment, Feng Qingyi, who had been pointing beside it, also saw this scene. She instantly widened her eyes and pointed at those 2 eggs, saying in disbelief, "It's hatched, it really hatched?" This sentence immediately attracted the attention of others, including Suze and Chen Xian. Suze approached, looking at the increasing cracks on the egg and said, "It's true, it actually happened so fast?" Chen Xian also took out a notebook and a pen, recording while saying, "The monster eggs I picked for the Shadow Moon Wolf King to hatch are all of the type that hatch quickly, but the speed really exceeded my expectations. Could it be that male monsters hatch monster eggs faster than female monsters?" After Chen Xian proposed this hypothesis, she immediately recorded it down, pondering that later she would trouble Suze to have the Shadow Moon Wolf King try it out more. Suze then went to the Wolf King's side, patted its head and smiled, "Congratulations, you're about to become a dad. How does it feel at this moment?" The Shadow Moon Wolf King shot a glance at Suze, showing no expression. Right now, his feelings were very complicated. On one hand, he was a mighty male wolf, and it was already humiliating enough to be hatching eggs here, yet he really managed to hatch them? But on the other hand, deep down, he actually felt a kind of indescribable satisfaction. Perhaps I really have been completely played with, the Shadow Moon Wolf King thought tearfully in his heart. At that moment, the members of Team 13, who had acquired beast-taming slots but had not yet found suitable magical beasts, rushed to the front of the Shadow Moon Wolf King after seeking Suze's permission, all hoping that the 2 little magical beasts would see them first when they hatched. This way, they could take advantage of the imprinting effect, greatly increasing their chances of successfully contracting with the beasts. At the same time, they did not forget to please the great contributor, the Shadow Moon Wolf King, and fed it all the food they had. These guys feel like fathers anxiously waiting outside the delivery room for the birth of a mother, only this father seems to have a bit more. Suze couldn't help but comment as he watched the scene. After struggling in their shells for several hours, just when Suze was getting impatient, one egg finally cracked open first, revealing a black crow magical beast. Everyone immediately surrounded it, wanting to be the first one it saw when it opened its eyes. However, Suze felt that in such a situation, the imprinting effect might not occur and that the little beast would surely be frightened. As expected, no one successfully contracted with the magical beast. Only the Shadow Moon Wolf King reflexively helped it lick its feathers that were still sticky from the shell. The little crow immediately became dependent on the Shadow Moon Wolf King, snuggling against its big nose. This scene caught the attention of the other team members. After they exchanged glances, they seemed to reach a decision. They all shared the same thought: when the next magical beast hatches, I will be the first to rush up and help it lick its feathers. I won't give up. Fortunately, they did not have to wait long. The second magical beast egg soon cracked fully open. However, this time what emerged was not a soft-feathered bird-like magical beast, but a black hedgehog with sharp spikes. Fine, I'll go first. One person gritted his teeth and prepared to go directly for it. Just as the little hedgehog opened its eyes and was about to feel a sense of dependence on the person in front of it, it suddenly saw him open his big mouth to bite at its head. Instantly startled, all its spikes stood up, ready to pierce through the person before it. Fortunately, at that moment, Suze walked over and pulled the person back, saying, "There's no need for that. If you want a contract with the magical beasts, I can help." High-level magical beasts exert strong pressure on low-level magical beasts, let alone divine beasts. For these newly hatched magical beasts, a divine beast could completely control them, deciding who they would contract with without needing to rely on the imprinting effect. So, Suze called over Sun Hao and Tao Lin to each choose a person. Then, with the help of the Drought Demon's command, the contracts were successfully signed. As for the others, Suze also comforted them, saying, "You all don't need to be disheartened, this is just the beginning. When the magical beast hatching machine is in place, we'll have more magical beasts, and everyone will have a chance." The members who had just felt a bit down instantly perked up, waiting for the hatching machine to arrive. Under the belly of the Shadow Moon Wolf King, several monster eggs have started to stir. Chapter 201, Bright Future. In the base of the former 13th Squad, now the Special Operations Team, two machines were continuously operating inside a transformed hatching room. Suze wandered among them, observing the hatching situation of the monster eggs. These two incubators were delivered 2 days ago, and after Chen Xin inspected them, they were put into use on the same day. Suze was fairly satisfied with the current hatching progress. Each incubator could hold 20 Platinum-class monster eggs and nearly 100 Gold-class monster eggs, and the hatching speed was quite pleasing. As for the 10 or so monster eggs that the Shadow Moon Wolf King was responsible for hatching, they were all carefully selected by Chen Xin for their quick hatching qualities. Currently, aside from a few that had not yet hatched and were still in the incubator, the rest had all hatched, and most were contracted by the 13th Squad members to become beast companions. Now, although the overall strength of the 13th Squad had not achieved a qualitative leap, there was much greater potential for development. After all, these were Platinum-class monsters. Even their former captain, Guo Linshan, had only contracted Gold-class monsters. Even though the number of Platinum-class monster eggs was limited, most people were still satisfied with contracting Gold-class monsters. There were still a few monster beasts left, and Suze had just gathered a pair of the same breed, one male and one female, to hand over to Chen Xin. For Suze, this was like an investment. If Chen Xin could successfully breed high-level monsters, he would definitely be the first to apply this technology. However, watching Chen Xin take away those two monsters, Suze was already silently mourning for them in his heart. Especially for that male, I doubt he knows what he is about to face. He's just born and already has to confront the situation of being drained dry. Mourning. Just as Suze was lost in thought, Sun Hao suddenly walked in beside him and said, "Captain, a group of people came outside just now, saying they want to join us." Finally, people are here? Take me to see who they are." Upon hearing this, Suze walked out of the hatching room. Then, he thought for a moment and called Sun Hao back, whispering something in his ear. Once Sun Hao indicated he understood and went off to arrange things, Suze then walked towards the outside. As soon as he reached the door, Suze quickened his pace, happily welcoming everyone. "You all are here." Although most were unfamiliar faces, many were people Suze recognized. For example, standing in front of him were Qilin, Shuiyue, Luo Xingyu, and others, who had appeared in the Beast Master competition, along with Kuang Yi and Lu Yi from the Azure Dragon Beast Master University. Wang Zi was closely following Luo Xingyu, and judging by the distance between them, their relationship seemed to have progressed significantly. Qilin stepped forward as a representative and said, "A few days ago, we received orders to come to Beishan City to become members of your Special Operations Team, but we wasted some time waiting for everyone to arrive." Besides Qilin and the others, Xiao Cheng had also summoned many skilled individuals from various places for Suze to command. However, these people still needed to go through selection and gather before arriving in Beishan City, which delayed them for a few days. It's okay, you all arrived just in time. I happen to have done some preparations these days, Suze said with a smile. Qilin continued, from now on, you will be our boss, please don't be too harsh on us. Suze smiled and replied, don't worry, I won't say much else, just know that the food here will definitely satisfy you. In Suze's view, those bronze and silver level monster eggs would hardly serve any purpose in future battles, but they could be used to help team members quickly improve their strength, so he decided that there would be at least one feast a week centered around monster eggs as the main ingredient. However, it was clear that, aside from a few familiar faces, very few of the dispatched Great Xia spirit guards believed Suze's words. In their eyes, Beishar City was just a remote, poor place that couldn't compare to their former headquarters. What good things could there be here? Moreover, their immediate superior was just a young kid. It seemed that the future in this so-called special action team was indeed quite uncertain. They had previously thought that this special action team was led by the renowned Xiao Chang or Sun Shang, which is why they eagerly signed up to join. Now it seemed that they were merely borrowing the names of the two great war gods. However, they were spirit guards after all, obeying orders and upholding discipline came first, so they did not say much and just quietly followed behind. But Suze had been observing the expressions of these people and, seeing this, said, alright, let me take you in to check in first, we can talk about anything later. Then he led the crowd into the base. He had already anticipated that such a situation might arise, and he was well prepared. Along the way, they saw those team members who had just recently contracted monster beasts, getting to know their beasts and engaging in various kinds of training. Clearly, these people hadn't discussed training their beast companions together by the roadside. This was precisely what Suze had asked Sun how to arrange. The well-informed crowd naturally recognized that these relatively weak monster beasts were actually the young of platinum-level monsters. Qilin and his companions did not show much reaction, while others were wide-eyed in disbelief. Platinum-level monsters were difficult for even captain-level individuals in the 5 major headquarters of the Great Xia Spirit Guards to possess, yet here, ordinary team members of lesser strength were qualified to contract them? Suze noticed their gazes and smiled as he said, I apologize, but right now, I only have platinum-level monsters available. If anyone has an extra beast contract slot and doesn't mind, you can line up to get one. Line up, someone finally couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Suze explained, that's right, our 2 incubators are currently working at full capacity, but hatching takes time, so everyone who meets the requirements will have to line up and wait. But don't worry, I will do my best to ensure that everyone gets a beast, it's just that some people may have to settle for contracting golden-level monsters. Everyone's expressions had turned numb from the continuous shocks, but they couldn't help but complain inwardly, a golden-level monster is considered a suffering? Please give me a dozen of that kind of suffering. Even Qilin and Shuiyue, who came from prominent families, found it hard to accept what Suze had just said. It wasn't until Suze casually took them to tour the 2 incubators in operation and the monster eggs being hatched that they began to feel convinced. Only then did the crowd dare to believe that what Suze had said was not just hot air. My goodness, it seems like the future here is quite bright. Chapter 202, Begin Hatching. Soon, everyone completed their registration and officially became members of Suze's special action team. Compared to when they first arrived, they were now clearly filled with enthusiasm and energy. Some people even started to eagerly look for Suze to line up. But experience told them that such opportunities could only be obtained after achieving great deeds. So they approached Suze and asked, Captain, what should we do next? Should we guard the spatial rift at the ruins of Qinglong Beast-Taming University against the monsters? After driving away all the Fuso Dark Guards, they had become accustomed to moving around the country, exterminating the violent monsters that had emerged due to spatial anomalies. However, Suze shook his head and said, no need. The purpose of our special operations team is to deal with the large-scale beast tide that may appear later. These small-scale monster invasions can be handled by the people at the Beishar City branch. After all, we can't let them have nothing to do. Before Suze, Beishar City already had a significant Xia Spirit Guard branch to deal with these monsters. But after confirming Suze as the core to form a special operations team, all strategic resources were shifted to Suze's side, and even the entire branch's structure might be abolished. After all, Beishar City is a small place and there's no need to have 2 major Xia Spirit Guard teams at the same time. This also caused dissatisfaction among many beast tamers there, but it was suppressed by their branch leader. By the way, I still haven't met this branch leader, I don't even know his name. On the surface, he seems to be my superior? Suze thought silently. His current identity was rather special. Xiao Chang and Sun Shang both knew that he was now the strongest entity in Xia, but it was inconvenient to announce it to the outside world. Thus, they specially organized a special operations team for him, allowing him the ability to operate independently without having to take orders from others. Everyone has come from far away, so let's head to the accommodations we arranged for you to rest. We'll discuss other matters tomorrow. Suze said loudly to everyone. But still, not many people left, as the attraction of high-level monster eggs to beast tamers was just too great. Finally, they couldn't help but come up to ask, Captain, what do we need to do to queue up for the monsters? As they asked, they had also prepared for the difficult task ahead, which might even involve life-threatening risks. Then they heard Suze say, "It is quite troublesome." Everyone's heart sank for a moment. Suze continued, "First, you need to break through and ensure you have a vacant slot for a monster. Then you'll need to fill out a form with your personal information and wait at home for a notification. Once you receive the message, you must rush over immediately to sign a contract with the monster, or you might be beaten to it by someone else." How about that? Isn't it quite troublesome? Everyone was stunned for a moment, then looked at each other. Is that it? You call this troublesome? Although still a bit hard to believe, they left here, following Sun Hao and Tao Lin to the accommodations that were prepared for them to rest. Only 2 people stayed until the end, one of whom was Wang Zi, whom Suze had asked to stay. The other person Suze hadn't expected was Shui Yuhi. Under Suze's somewhat puzzled gaze, Shui Yuhi stepped forward and said, "Suze, Captain, may I request to leave for a bit?" Suze nodded and said, "You can, but you need to clarify where you're going and what you're doing?" Shui Yuhi did not hide and said, "I haven't seen my grandfather in a long time, I want to go visit him." Your grandfather? Is Principal Shui Yu at the beast-taming university in the imperial capital? Shui Yuhi shook her head, then lowered it, feeling a bit guilty as she said, "Since that incident last time, grandfather has resigned from the beast-taming university. In order to restore the reputation of the Shui family, he joined the Great Xia Spirit Guards to serve the country." Could it be? Suze suddenly remembered that Sun Hao had previously told him that the head of the Great Xia Spirit Guards branch in Beishan City was someone from the Shui family, and their current residence had been arranged by the Shui family to regain their reputation. It seems that Shui Yu is the branch chief. After all, he was originally the president of Beast Tamer University, and many in the Great Xia Spirit Guards are still his students, making it inconvenient for them to be his direct superiors, so he couldn't start as an ordinary member. The position of branch chief is just right, it has neither too much power nor a clear boss above him. Suze nodded in agreement with Shui Yu's request. After Shui Yuha left, Wang Zi also approached Suze with a smile on his face. It had only been half a month since they last parted, and he had lost a bit of weight. Now he was likely unable to carry the nickname of a fat guy. "What secret signal did you give me to stay? I was just about to press on, I feel like I'm almost there. Don't let it be that you get to have my wedding feast first," Wang Zi said proudly. Suze raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh really? Don't forget that I am now your boss, whether we act together or separately afterwards, it all depends on me." Wang Zi immediately jumped behind Suze to massage his shoulders and said, "I'm just joking, who are we between friends?" Suze nodded in satisfaction. The reason he kept Wang Zi around was not for anything else, but because they had previously dealt with the beast egg in Wang Zi's hands, and at the time neither of them could hatch it. Now they finally had an incubator to help hatch it, and Suze had specially saved a spot for Wang Zi. As soon as Suze placed Wang Zi's beast egg into the machine, he suddenly felt a notification sound from the system. When he closed his eyes to check the message, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. "Not too stupid, after fumbling for so many days, I've finally figured out the correct hatching method. I was about to secretly guide you." It turned out that the purple gold thunder pattern egg, which had been submitted to join the United Nations, was finally activated and began hatching after all these days. Far away in the United States, John watched as the beast egg bathed in lightning glowed brightly for a moment. A lot of research over the days had confirmed that the attribute of this egg was lightning, after various hatching methods failed to work. At the suggestion of the men in black, John raised the thunder god hammer in his hand and tried to summon lightning, which finally caused a reaction from the beast egg. "It seems it isn't enough. Then I'll continue to summon lightning, let's see how much you can handle." John saw the glow of the purple gold thunder pattern egg dim for a moment and suddenly raised the thunder god hammer high. Dense dark clouds gathered, and lightning fell like snakes. After the purple gold thunder pattern egg absorbed these lightning bolts, it surprisingly began to float, actively diving into the thundercloud to absorb power. Feeling the rapidly dissipating thundercloud, John couldn't help but increase the strength of the lightning again. In their new West City, the residents looked at the suddenly appearing thunderclouds that varied in size in the sky and initially didn't pay much attention. Little did they know, this thundercloud would exist above their heads for a full 49 days. Chapter 203, Thunderstorm. In the United States, New West City. The residents looked up at the dark clouds that had not dissipated for 3 days and nights and at the lightning flashing within. Their initial indifference turned into fear. Because during these 3 days, the dark clouds covering the entire city had brought unprecedented thunderstorms, although most of the lightning seemed to disappear directly into the clouds for some reason. But still, a few lightning bolts fell down. Some of these lightning bolts struck the lightning rod, while others were diverted by tall trees and billboards, yet there were still people who were directly struck, instantly turning into charred remains. Because of this, there were almost no pedestrians visible on the street now, everyone was hiding at home from the storm. And above them, within the layered dark clouds, the purple gold lightning patterned egg was bathing in the storm, absorbing the power of the lightning. It has already been 3 days. How much longer will it take for this egg to hatch? Under the dark clouds, John raised the hammer of the thunder god and turned to ask the black-clothed man behind him. Although the hammer of the thunder god could summon the power of lightning, the purple-gold lightning-patterned egg was absorbing it just as quickly. John could even feel that it was not merely absorbing the power of lightning, it was also taking the source power of the hammer of the thunder god. The black-clothed man walked into the storm as if nothing was wrong, took a glance at the condition of the purple-gold lightning-patterned egg, and then stepped back out without any damage to his black robe. It's still very early, it may take at least a dozen more days. A dozen days? Old John shouted, even feeling like he might put down the hammer of the thunder god. If this goes on, by the time this monstrous egg hatches, my hammer of the thunder god will be close to being scrapped. The black-clothed man saw through John's thoughts and continued, this so-called artifact, the hammer of the thunder god, is merely made from the crystal core of a moonlight-level lightning attribute beast, and the egg that hatches will definitely be a powerful lightning attribute beast of moonlight-level bloodline. Perfectly in line with your attributes, so you can make a pact with it when the time comes. John's eyes instantly brightened, and he raised the hammer of the thunder god high in his hands without hesitation. The clouds in the sky grew heavier, and an endless stream of lightning power surged toward the purple-gold lightning-patterned egg. Clearly, he also understood that having a moonlight-level monstrous beast was far more important than the hammer of the thunder god itself. However, they completely overlooked the common folk in the city below, where, under the violent strikes of lightning, one house after another burned to charcoal, including the people who were hiding within. On the other side of this blue planet, Xiao Chang also sought out Suze. Little junior brother, I've received news that New West City in the United States has had consecutive days of thunderstorms. The dark clouds almost crushed the entire city. Xiao Chang said with a smile. Suze had informed him about the hatching conditions of the purple-gold lightning-patterned egg, so he could guess what was happening. He came to find Suze just to confirm the news and see how his special operations team was being formed. Suze did not hold back and told Xiao Chang everything he had learned. So, it turns out those guys in the United States are really helping us hatch the egg? Ha, interesting. Then he thought for a moment and asked, once it hatches, will it immediately recognize me as its master and come to make a pact with me? If that happens, wouldn't we be exposed after 49 days? Suze paused upon hearing this, he had not considered this point before. However, from what he knew, when Wang Zi made a pact with the golden scale pig, the pig absorbed half a vault of gold overnight to complete its hatching. But the pact was made at the moment Wang Zi entered the vault and met the golden scale pig. This meant that after the monstrous beast egg hatched, it would not immediately make a pact, it needed mutual confirmation between the two parties to complete it. Suze then double-checked with the system. He learned that before the confirmation of the pact was established, both could sense each other's presence. User is working on translating Chinese stories into impactful English, focusing on direct translations while ensuring emotional engagement with simple language. Other people can't complete the contract during this time, so the space for action becomes even larger. Suze told Xiao Chang all of this. He thought for a moment and said with a smile, hey, in that case, not only do I need them to help me hatch the eggs, but I also need them to keep raising them, and then summon them back at the crucial moment. Then he asked Suze about the special operations team's current situation. Now the team members are almost all in place. Suze used the 13th squad as the base and mixed in the Great Xia spirit guards who came from other places. If we talk about strength, many of them are definitely stronger than the members of the 13th squad. But there was little dissatisfaction with Suze's arrangement because they clearly saw that many members of the 13th squad now had a golden level or even platinum level beast on hand. These people only looked at them with envy and filled out the forms overnight to join the line, waiting for the moment when they could also have a new beast. As for the excellent students from the Beastmaster University, Suze did not separate them, but instead formed a separate elite team. With their strength, even with cooperation, they could easily hunt beasts of level 70 to 80. As for higher level beasts, Suze could handle them himself. He also learned from Xiao Chang that the United Nations progress was going very smoothly. Almost every country and region in the world had joined in, through both soft and hard tactics. Although the power of each country wasn't particularly strong, after compiling data from each country, they were surprised to find that this was indeed a significant force with great potential for development. With this force, I now have more confidence in dealing with those beasts. But right now, the biggest problem isn't the invasion of the beast world, it's the entire beast world. Yes, even if they finally managed to repel the radicals from the beast world, they would still face the crisis of two worlds colliding. In order to find a solution, Xiao Chang had shared this information with the other 4 allied countries at the recent First United Nations meeting. As for the other small countries that joined the United Nations, they were not notified, to avoid causing panic. From Xiao Chang's observation, the American representative, William, did not seem particularly shocked by the news. Based on Xiao Chang's understanding of his scheming, this wasn't just a show of calmness, he had clearly known the information long before. The others were all surprised to varying degrees, but no one came up with a good solution. Now we can only take it step by step. Let's first deal with the beast's attack and talk about the rest later. Chapter 204, Free Food and Drink. For 49 days, thunderstorms completely engulfed New West City for a full 49 days. As far as the eye could see, New West City had turned into a wasteland, with blackened traces left everywhere where lightning had struck. During these 49 days, almost every inch of land here had been bathed in the storm's fury. The streets were also filled with charred bodies. For the ordinary people here, the continuous thunder and lightning over the past 49 days were like the death knell. They dared not step outside, but as time passed, the food and water shortages after more than 10 days forced them to take risks and leave the cursed city surrounded by lightning. But in these 10 or so days, the storm clouds in the sky had piled up further, and the thunderstorms grew more violent. Many people had just stepped out of their homes, and before they could take a single step, they were turned into charred corpses under the thunder and lightning. Even those who managed to rush out without being struck by lightning found that the thunderclouds had already covered the entire city, making it impossible for humans to escape. As a result, many more people collapsed on the way to their cars, or were burned together with their vehicles. Even staying at home was not safe, as houses were constantly being struck by lightning, catching fire in a blaze. Only hiding in the basement could offer protection from the lightning, but it meant enduring the torment of hunger and thirst. After 49 days of this, the entire city of Shinshur had turned into a dead city, with no sign of life to be seen anywhere. However, the one responsible for all of this did not care. He felt no sorrow and was even quite excited because in front of him, the purple gold thunder pattern egg, which had absorbed the power of lightning for 49 days, finally showed signs of hatching. "It's happening. It's about to come out," he exclaimed excitedly, eager to step forward and help the little life inside the egg break free and fully enter the world. But he knew that at such a moment, he must remain patient. As long as he continued providing lightning to help the beast egg hatch, everything would be fine. However, now the power of the thunder god's hammer in his hand was much weaker than before. Most of its power had been absorbed by the purple gold thunder pattern egg, but John didn't regret it, though he did feel a bit of regret. "Old buddy, help me just one more time." John shouted loudly and swung the thunder god's hammer down with all his might. Accompanied by a deafening thunderclap, a bright lightning bolt as thick as an arm struck the purple gold thunder pattern egg in front of him, continuously falling. With each lightning strike, another crack appeared on the eggshell, and pieces of the shell peeled off but did not scatter due to the attraction of the lightning. Finally, at the moment the eggshell completely cracked, a loud cow's moo sounded, making the thunderclaps and the storm clouds sound insignificant. Then, the figure bathed in lightning opened its mouth wide and sucked the entire storm cloud into its stomach, including the flickering lightning and its own eggshell. Once the thundercloud disappeared, the true appearance of the beast appeared before John and the man in the black robe. John took a look at it, paused for a moment, and said in confusion, "A one-legged ox? What kind of beast is this?" Indeed, what appeared before him was a grayish-blue ox with only one leg, and no horns on its head, making it look very strange. But its roar was as loud as thunder, accompanied by intense light, clearly not an ordinary divine beast. It was the man in black, who had seen many things, who spoke. "This is Kuei, also called Kuei ox. It is a top-tier lightning attribute beast. The drums made from the skin and fur of a dead Kuei ox are more powerful than your thunder god's hammer." John's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Of course, he didn't want to kill the Kuei ox and make drums out of its skin and fur, but the black-robed man's words indirectly confirmed the Kuei ox's strength. At this moment, far away thousands of miles away, Suze also sensed something, closed his eyes, and brought up the monster panel in front of him. Species, Kuei ox. Bloodline, Moonlight grade. Level, Star Dawn early stage. Skills, Thunder Cage, Brute Force, Wild Thunder, Thunder Roar. Talent skill, Thunder Drum. So, the lightning attribute divine beast hatched from the purple gold thunder pattern egg is Kuei ox? Another Eastern divine beast. The Kuei ox is a divine beast recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. According to legend, there is a mountain in the Eastern Sea called Liubo Mountain. This mountain is about 35,000 meters from the coast, and on the mountain, there is a kind of beast. Its whole body is a deep blue color, without horns, only one hoof, and every time it appears, there will be a storm. It shines with a glow, like the light of the sun and moon. Its roar is as deafening as thunder. It is called Kuei-nyo. Later, the Yellow Emperor obtained the Kuei-nyo, made a drum from its skin, and crafted drumsticks from its bones. Striking the drum, the sound echoed for 1,000 miles, intimidating enemies, and gaining respect across the land. Speaking of which, in the legend of the drought spirit, she is the daughter of the Yellow Emperor, and the Kuei-nyo was obtained by the Yellow Emperor to create the thunder drum. It's unclear if the two would fight if they encountered each other. However, the Kuei-nyo is a legendary beast of moonlight level, while the drought spirit is of solar corona level. The Kuei-nyo should not be a match for the drought spirit. On the other side, John excitedly approached the Kuei-nyo, wanting to try to form a contract with it. In his eyes, the Kuei-nyo, as a legendary beast, possessed wisdom. It was surely affectionate towards him, who had hatched it with the power of the thunder god's hammer. He was also the first person it saw after hatching, and the black-robed man beside him was assisting, so he believed there would be no problem. But the Kuei-Nyo, looking at the human that approached, let out a loud snort, and lightning and white smoke burst from its nostrils, then a bolt of lightning shot straight towards John. The Kuei-Nyo, having absorbed most of the power of the Thunder God's hammer, had achieved the early star radiance level among legendary beasts, and even if it was the lowest tier, it was still a legendary beast, instantly making John feel the threat of death. Fortunately, the black-robed man stepped forward and grabbed the lightning released by the Kuei-Nyo, crushing it with his hand. Master, why is this Kuei-Nyo so disobedient? The black-robed man's voice carried a hint of confusion as he said, I am not sure. Normally, a newly hatched helpless legendary beast shouldn't have such aggression, especially toward the one who hatched it. The Kuei-Nyo also sensed that the black-robed man was not to be trifled with, and it slowly took a few steps back, intending to leave and follow the guidance of the contract to find its true master. Seeing this, the black-robed man prepared to catch up, only to see the Kuei-Nyo pause for a moment, then return, looking very well behaved as it stood in place. However, John's attempt to form a contract still failed. But the fact that it can return on its own is good news. You take care of it and nurture it, who knows, it may agree to the contract with you later. The black-robed man comforted. John could only helplessly nod. To hatch the Kuei-Nyo, his Thunder God's hammer had already lost much of its power, and now, he could only place his hopes on the Kuei-Nyo. Unbeknownst to him, the reason the Kuei-Nyo came back was because Xiao Chang had sent a vague command through the incomplete contract: stay, eat and drink for free. Chapter 205, The Meeting of Five Nations. You can't have that. You want to eat this? No, let's change it to something else. Looking at the Kuei-Nyo in front of him, John hurriedly hid the Thunder God's hammer behind his back. Even though the Kuei-Nyo choosing to return on its own made him very relieved, he still failed to successfully form a contract. He could only follow what the black-robed man said and nurture a bond with it, providing it with good food and drink. As a result, the Kuei-Nyo immediately fixated on the Thunder God's hammer, wanting to swallow it whole. Although the power of the Thunder God's hammer had greatly weakened, it was still his greatest reliance before the Kuei-Nyo formed a contract, so John did not agree. Anything but that, you can have anything else you want. Due to the black-robed man being nearby to intimidate it, the Kuei-Nyo chose not to snatch it forcefully. It could sense that the black-robed man was not human but a beast spirit, and both bloodline and strength are above me. The Kuei-Nyo, who could not eat the Thunder God's hammer, could only settle for the demon beast crystal cores. The crystal cores of level 80 to 90 demon beasts possess tremendous power, each one worth over 100 million. Yet now, these demon beast crystal cores, the size of human heads, were being devoured by Kuei-Nyo as if they were sunflower seeds. This expense really is a bit too much. John said with heartache, as this cost was all recorded under his name. The cloaked man beside him said, there is a saying in the Eastern Kingdoms, you can't catch a wolf without giving up the kid. Only by being willing to pay can you possibly form a contract with this demon beast. John could only helplessly nod, but his heart yearned to form a contract with Kuei-Nyo. At that moment, someone hurriedly walked over and said, Commander John, Xiao Chang from Dixia requests to hold a five-nation conference. It seems they have discovered we took the divine beast egg. Aside from Gallia, who shamelessly handed over their own, Dixia's divine beast eggs and the artifacts of other countries were all stored together, as common assets of the United Nations. According to the Alliance's rules, only when one of the countries faced a crisis could they be called upon, and it required the consent of more than half of the five nations. However, it was evident that when John took the purple gold thunder pattern egg, he did not follow this procedure but simply took it away. That is why Xiao Chang is convening the five-nation conference, demanding accountability from militia. But he was not worried at all. The egg had already hatched. What difference did it make? The only concern was that John had not successfully formed a contract yet, otherwise, he would truly be helpless. I understand, you go set up the venue, and I will be there shortly. John said to the visitor. After glancing once more at Kuei-Nyo, he finally headed to the venue. Meanwhile, Kuei-Nyo was still engrossed in munching on the demon beast crystal cores, not even glancing at him. However, deep down, Kuei-Nyo did not seem as calm as he appeared on the surface. I can feel the aura of my master. He wants me to stay here? Why isn't he allowing me to complete the contract? Could it be that I am being rejected? Kuei-Nyo wanted to cry but had no tears. Originally a powerful moonlight-level divine beast, he willingly joined the Dragon Clan's plan. He became one of the 49 pillars supporting the demon beast world, using his single leg to bridge the gap between the two worlds. But not long ago, he finally could not withstand the pressure between the two worlds. His body collapsed and his remaining bloodline and memories were reincarnated into a brand new demon beast egg, the purple gold thunder pattern egg. After that, he did not know how he arrived in the human world. Becoming a human's contracted beast was one thing, but now this human actually did not want to form a contract with him. When have I, old bull, ever suffered such humiliation? He could only turn his sorrow into appetite and devour even more of the demon beast crystal cores, one after another. Even the cloaked man beside him seemed astonished, watching Kuei-Nyo vent his frustration through eating. On the other side, John finally arrived at the venue for the five-nation conference. Representatives from the other four nations had already taken their seats. Galia and Britain go without saying, there was only one person qualified to sit here. From Kievan Rus, it was not the Ice Snow Princess Yekaterina, but rather the Bear Ripper Andre, which made John frown. This muscle-brained guy was the hardest to talk to. Plus, the relationship between Militia and Kievan Rus was not good, and they would most likely side with Disya. On his side, there was the Sun King of Galia, meaning as long as he could win the Night King of Britain, there would be no problem. Only after contemplating this did he finally take a seat. As soon as he sat down, Xiao Cheng exploded with rage, slamming the table and shouting, "John, I need a reasonable explanation from you. Why did you take our great Xiao's divine beast egg without anyone's consent?" John had long been prepared, lightly placing the Thor's hammer on the conference table. The immense weight left a deep mark on the table made of millennium ironwood. "What do you mean by this? Are you trying to intimidate me?" Xiao Cheng yelled. John shook his head and then twisted the truth, saying, "That's not what I meant. It wasn't me who took the divine beast egg, it was the divine beast egg that sought me out. You should know that I want to bring out this egg, it's a thunder attribute divine beast egg. In order to hatch, it absorbed the power of Thor's hammer, which depleted the hammer's strength significantly, leaving me with no choice but to leave it." "You have already hatched it?" Xiao Cheng asked knowingly. "That's right. Then have you made a contract?" John hesitated for a moment before replying, "Not yet, but it's coming soon." He could indeed deceive a few people by claiming he had successfully contracted the divine beast, but if it came to summoning, his lies would be exposed, so he had to tell the truth. Andre also stood by Xiao Cheng's side and said, "Since you haven't made a contract, you should bring the divine beast out and see who it will choose in the end." Xiao Cheng nodded repeatedly, but in his heart, he did not think so. He still wanted the Kueino to enjoy free food and drink in the United States for a while longer. John opposed, saying, "If it chooses someone else in the end, then what will happen to my Thor's hammer?" Moreover, this divine beast, after hatching, could clearly choose to leave, but it ultimately chose to stay, which shows it still recognizes me, it just hasn't made a contract yet. "You shouldn't think too much." Just as John was passionately rebutting, a sudden gust of wind rushed in, revealing Andre charging with fists as large as sandbags, covered with claw-like weapons from fierce beasts, putting all his strength into it. John reacted quickly, grabbing Thor's hammer nearby just in time to awkwardly block the incoming blow. The forceful clash exploded in a fan-shaped ripple, directly tearing apart the ironwood conference table and even lifting the ceiling. Immediately pulling away while angrily shouting, "Andre, what do you want to do? Are you trying to rob me?" The Sun King also stood beside John, warily watching Andre, while the Night King's hand rested on the sword at his waist, ready to draw Excalibur at any moment. Even Xiao Cheng nearby was stunned, staring blankly at him, forgetting to continue acting. He hadn't even made a move, and how did this guy act first? Then they heard Andre nodding and saying, "Your hammer has indeed weakened a lot, it seems you weren't lying." He then casually sat back down. Chapter 206, Compensation. Watching Andre return to his seat, the others were also stunned. "You attacked me just to confirm this?" John said, still shaken. If it weren't for his constant vigilance around him, he probably would have been knocked out cold by a punch just now. And Andre just nodded without further explanation. "Crazy, simply insane, your head is just filled with muscles, isn't it?" John immediately stood far away from Andre. Then he continued, "Since you have all confirmed, if you want to hatch this divine beast egg, it must be in the state of my Thor's hammer being nearly scrapped. Shouldn't this divine beast belong to us in the United States?" Xiao Cheng also recovered from the shock just now, continuing to showcase his acting skills as he said, "Should our great Xia suffer losses then?" John also showed no signs of retreat, coming right in front of Xiao Cheng. "The fact is, we in the United States have sacrificed too much for this egg. Even if this egg stays in your hands, you can't hatch it without the hammer of Thor." And indeed, the final outcome was just as John had predicted, with Andre and Xiao Cheng on one side, the Sun King on his side, leaving only the crucial vote of the Night King. This made the blonde girl feel quite troubled. After much contemplation, she finally said, "The hammer of Thor in the United States has indeed been weakened because of this egg. They now need the power of the divine beast to strengthen it." Before John could be happy, he heard the Night King continue, "But for Great Xia, they should also offer sufficient compensation." This was an opinion that offended neither side, a true master of balance, but it gained recognition from both parties. Xiao Cheng came this time originally to negotiate a good deal, while John was willing to accept compensation for Great Xia as long as they could keep the Kinu. So what kind of compensation does Great Xia want? Xiao Cheng pondered how to hit a hard bargain, hoping to make the United States feel a pinch, yet still be able to accept it. Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone, he drafted a list on the spot. He wrote for more than 10 full minutes, and the long list could even unfold to the ground from his hands. Not only did it include the beast-tamer resources needed, but there were also various livelihood resources and technological resources. In short, anything Xiao Cheng thought was lacking at home was written down. Even so, he still felt that he had missed many things. After being translated into words that John could understand, this list became much longer. As he read through it, he couldn't help but keep calling out Wang Defa's name. Although it was so, it wasn't unacceptable, it only made him and the others from the United States feel very uncomfortable. And this was precisely what Xiao Chang wanted: if you were uncomfortable, then we would be comfortable. Ultimately, after much weighing, John raised his hand and crossed out 7 items, negotiating with Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang did not compromise and added back the crossed out items, but this time, John only crossed out 5 items. After several rounds of bargaining, 2 items on the list were crossed out, and the remaining compensation was acceptable. This made Xiao Chang feel like he had struck gold. After all, he was prepared to be crossed out on more than 10 items, so he deliberately wrote down several excessive conditions. To his surprise, not only were those 10 items preserved, but even the harsh conditions he added were partially met, with only 2 refused. Ah, this time I really struck gold. Not only do I have someone to help me cultivate the demon beasts, but I can also hit a hard bargain. It's simply exhilarating. Xiao Chang thought joyfully in his heart. But on the surface, he showed no expression, even appearing as angry as ever. In the end, this matter came to a close, and Xiao Chang returned home laden with spoils. Many of the things he obtained from the United States were sent to Su Zhe here. Among them, there were a large number of platinum-level beast eggs and 1 diamond-level beast egg. TSK, I didn't expect that they would actually agree to my request for a diamond-level beast egg. I originally just added it to cover other conditions. What a delightful surprise, haha. Xiao Chang, who had been holding back all the way home, finally burst into loud laughter when he arrived before Su Zhe. He was indeed suffocating too much, having to constantly pretend to be filled with anger and deep grievances in front of those people, not knowing that inside he was already bursting with joy. Su Zhe was examining these beast eggs and said, "This shows that they have a lot of beast egg reserves. They even have plenty of diamond eggs to take out so easily." Xiao Sheng finally restrained his smile and said, "That's right, their environment is complex, with many extreme weathers like thunderstorms and hurricanes, which aren't favorable conditions for human habitation, but many beasts live there. Because of this, the Beast Army of the United States, the Thunder Guard, mainly consists of lightning and wind attribute beasts. Moreover, the United States does not only have one Thunder Guard, the Thunder Guard is led by John, while William has a much smaller Angel Guard, all of whom control rare attribute light attribute beasts. The Angel Guard can be said to be the nemesis of the Fuso Dark Guards, but they rarely show up, their status is more like a ceremonial team. Based on the information you brought back, we have learned why Fuso produces so many dark attribute beasts for the Dark Guards, but the origin of the United States light attribute beasts remains a mystery, possibly related to that mysterious man in the black robe. The beast eggs placed in front of Su Zhe mainly consisted of these three attributes. That diamond egg is of the lightning attribute. It might have been prepared for him by John, but at this moment, he was wholly focused on the Kuenyo, not caring about the diamond-level beast egg at all. And Xiao Sheng handed these eggs to Su Zhe, naturally with only one purpose: see if these are enough to produce another divine beast-level egg? I always feel our firepower is still a bit insufficient. Chapter 207, 9 Glorious Golden Pattern Egg. In the room, Su Zhe sat cross-legged on the bed, while his mind entered the system space. In front of him, the huge gacha machine appeared, with a golden progress bar that had already reached its end. After Su Zhe completed the last main event, that diamond-level beast egg, the progress bar finally reached completion, which also meant he could draw the third divine-level beast egg. I wonder what kind of divine beast egg it will be this time. The first crimson blood egg he drew hatched into a solar corona-level Chi Koan, while the second purple golden thunder pattern egg hatched into a lunar light-level Kuenyo. However, both draws were accompanied by the system's phenomena and did not make clear distinctions. It seems that in the system's eyes, the rarity of divine beast eggs is all the same. I wonder what level of beast egg this time will be. His spiritual body slowly approached the gacha machine and clicked on the use button next to the golden progress bar. Suddenly, it shattered violently, then transformed into dazzling light that enveloped the gacha machine. After the gacha machine absorbed these glowing points, it continuously flickered, like a slot machine that had just hit the jackpot, accompanied by a very festive and cheerful ringing sound. At the moment this ringing reached its peak, a golden beast egg, far more dazzling than a golden-level beast egg, rolled down. Along with the rolling of this beast egg, an incredibly brilliant light illuminated the beast-taming space. Fortunately, this was Su Zhe's consciousness space. His existence was only a spiritual body, otherwise, his eyes might have been blinded by this dazzling light. What dazzling light, accompanied by it seems there's also a blazing high temperature. Su Zhe had already prepared for the appearance of the phenomenon. After all, the crimson blood egg was drawn at the same time. The entire space was stained blood red, and when the purple gold thunder pattern egg was taken out, a deafening thunderclap echoed. The strange phenomenon partially revealed the attributes of the divine beast. So this is a light attribute divine beast? But alongside the light, it also brings high temperatures, fire attribute? Seems a bit ordinary. Su Zhe mumbled while taking out the golden divine beast egg, wanting to see how it would hatch. However, upon taking a look, he was dumbfounded. What a scam! Outside the house, Xiao Sheng paced back and forth, waiting for Su Zhe to come out. He had handed over all the monster eggs he had acquired to Suze, hoping to bring forth another divine beast for Great Xia, which would also repay Suze for giving him the Kueino. However, even though he had witnessed it once, there was no need to doubt its authenticity, yet Xiao Shang still felt a bit nervous. He couldn't help but joke to himself, this feeling, it's like an old father waiting outside the delivery room for a pregnant woman. Just as he shook his head to cast aside this strange thought, Suze finally pushed open the door and walked out. Xiao Shang immediately approached him and said, "Did it finally hatch? Is it a male egg or a female egg?" Suze looked puzzled, "Huh?" Only then did Xiao Shang realize that his brain hadn't caught up, and he felt embarrassed, but luckily Suze didn't mind. He took out the divine beast egg that was still shining with golden light and said, "The divine beast egg is indeed here, the 9 radiant golden pattern egg, but..." Xiao Shang curiously examined the 9 radiant golden pattern egg. If judged purely by appearance, this egg looked much prettier than the previous purple gold thunder pattern egg. Then he looked up and asked, "You seem to have not finished your sentence, but what is it?" Suze sighed and explained the hatching method of the 9 radiant golden pattern egg. Hatching this egg is not as demanding as the previous purple gold thunder pattern egg, it just needs to be placed in sunlight. Xiao Shang smiled and said, "Isn't this a good thing? Today happens to be a bright sunny day, with endless blue skies, let's take it out to hatch." But then he realized something was wrong. If it were that easy, Suze wouldn't have that expression on his face. He then recalled that Suze had not mentioned how long the egg needed to be in the sun, so he cautiously asked, "Then how long must the 9 radiant golden pattern egg be exposed to the sun to hatch?" Suze sighed and replied, 10,000 years. What? What a scam! Xiao Shang jumped up, exclaiming the same words Suze had said earlier. He was shocked when he saw the system displaying the hatching conditions. 10,000 years. Not to mention that in the face of the imminent monster invasion crisis, that time feels a bit too late. Mainly, he also wouldn't live that long. By the time this egg hatches, it might be several hundred or even 1,000 generations later for Suze's descendants. Then Suze said, "There is still a glimmer of hope, this 10,000 years is defined by my current location." To be precise, the system stated that the hatching conditions for the 9 radiant golden pattern egg are, absorb enough solar power to hatch. Based on the current location, it requires 10,000 years. So if we can get closer to the sun, we can hatch it faster. Speaking of which, is there a rocket launching soon? Why not shoot this egg into space? It's closer to the sun there and won't have its power weakened by the atmosphere. While Suze was pondering how to get the egg to fly up into the sky and be alongside the sun, Xiao Shang was stroking his chin, contemplating, if that's the case, maybe it won't be that troublesome. Suze was stunned for a moment, looking at him and asking, "Do you have a better way?" Xiao Chang did not answer directly, but looked up and smiled. "Do you know why the war god of Gaul is called the Sun King? Could it be that they have a related artifact?" But then Suze shook his head and said, "No. Gaul clearly chose to ally with the United States because they had no artifacts." Xiao Chang replied, "They indeed lack artifacts, but to be able to be a mortal enemy with Great Britain, which possesses the artifact of the Stone of Swords, for 1,000 years and interchange victories indicates they have their own unique strengths, and this is also related to the Sun King's title passed down through generations. They stole the fire of the sun." Suze was surprised and said, "Stole the fire of the sun? How did they do that? Could it be that their technology level allows them to travel to the sun?" Xiao Chang shook his head and said, 1,000 years ago, they obtained a meteorite that is said to be a fragment of a dead star. Later, I don't know what means they used to activate it, they acquired a small sun, and at that time, the king was thus called the Sun King. Then this sun and the title of Sun King were passed down through generations, and the beast of the Sun King must be able to withstand the great power of the sun, giving it strength comparable to divine beasts." Suze's eyes lit up as he said, "So this small sun is now with the Sun King's beast?" Xiao Chang nodded. "So, shall we go and take him out?" Xiao Chang shook his head, "I'm afraid not. If we can't kill him in one strike, things will get very troublesome later. After all, this was taking action against a nominal ally, and the Great Xia would become a global enemy. Then is it like before fooling the United States?" Xiao Chang still shook his head, "Using the same trick twice has too many flaws. We can't treat them as complete fools, I need to think of a good plan." Chapter 208 Strange Bird. "Xiao Chang, why did you call us again? This United Nations isn't for your Great Xia," John said angrily. He had just hit a wall with Kuei Niao and not only failed to form a contract but also lost most of his belongings, making him feel very unhappy. Xiao Chang looked serious and said, "The reason for calling everyone here is that there's an urgent situation. Big trouble is upon us, everyone. The divine beasts from the monster beast world have appeared in our world." "What?" The crowd's expressions turned grave. They initially thought this was just a farce between Great Xia and the United States, but now it seemed Xiao Chang was serious, and there really was a problem. Have the channels between the two worlds opened to allow divine beasts to pass through? They originally thought they still had time to prepare, but it seemed unlikely now. "Where is it now?" the crowd asked nervously. It's in the sea not far from Fusan, and when we discovered it, it was trying to invade from the monster beast world. Thus, I had Sun Shang do his utmost to stop it while I came to notify everyone. Can one person really stop it? This divine beast doesn't look that strong. The crowd was doubtful. Xiao Cheng immediately added, that's because it has only sent one claw over. If we wait any longer, it might be too late. Andre from Kievan Rus and the Night King of Great Britain immediately planned to have Xiao Cheng lead the way to prepare to set off, while the Sun King was waiting for John to make a decision. This is indeed an opportunity to accumulate battle experience against divine beasts. Let's go together. John had been holding a bellyful of anger lately and wanted to vent, so he did not refuse. But he didn't act recklessly, he left William behind while also inviting the person in the black robe to set off together. With him around, John was no longer worried. Andre also informed Yekaterina, who was still in Kievan Rus, that she was on her way. It can be said that all the top combat forces on this planet, except for William, were coming together to confront this sudden crisis. The few of them streaked across the sky above Fusan Island like shooting stars. After the brigade commander and the emperor went missing and died, they faced an internal turmoil until the hidden power within the shadow anchor point made its move to stabilize the situation. Now, the surviving people watched as the shooting stars fell onto the sea not far away, and a sense of ominousness rose in their hearts. Everyone, stay away from the seaside and return to your homes. The notification spread throughout the entire Fusan Island. Not far away on the sea, on an unknown small island, as soon as everyone arrived, they saw the severely injured Sun Shang thrown in front of them. He had a gaping wound on his chest, with stark white bones exposed, and they could even see his beating heart, barely alive. At this point, they no longer had any doubts. There was no need for Sun Shang to suffer such serious injuries just to trick them here. And the divine beast finally appeared before them. Sun Shang couldn't stop it, allowing it to fully descend into this world. It was a strange giant bird, burning with blood-red flames and radiating a terrifying aura of blood and slaughter. Wherever it stepped, the ground dried up and cracked, even the seawater was bubbling and boiling incessantly. What kind of divine beast is this? John exclaimed, shocked by the ferocious creature before him. He seemed to be asking the others, but in reality, he was waiting for the answer from the man in the black robe. But the man in the black robe shook his head and said, I don't know, it looks a lot like the Eastern divine beast, the phoenix, but its aura is clearly wrong, and its bloodline is very stronger than mine. John's eyes widened in an instant. He knew some of the details about the man in the black robe. A divine beast whose bloodline was above his? How terrifying would that be? Surely the man in the black robe couldn't protect himself now? He immediately wanted to backtrack and escape. But the man in the black robe continued, however, there's no need to worry, this is still a young bird that hasn't reached adulthood, just at the divine beast level. The man in the black robe finally sighed in relief. At this moment, the most decisive Andre had already charged forward, the Night King fighting alongside him with the legendary sword Excalibur. Xiao Chang took the opportunity to pull Sun Shang to a safe place while whispering, your wound is a bit too exaggerated, isn't it? Your heart is about to leak out, what if those bastards try to take the chance to stab you? Sun Shang opened one eye, clearly severely injured yet still full of breath, and said, it doesn't hurt anyway, it's better to make it look exaggerated, it's more convincing. On the other side, after John made his move, the Sun King decisively followed up. His beast was a male lion, but its abdomen shone with sunlight-like brilliance. After engaging, they discovered that the divine beast's power did not seem as terrifying as they had imagined. At this time, the bizarre bird let out a loud cry, shouting, damn humans, if it weren't for the fact that I spent too much power after laying eggs, I could crush you with one claw. Hearing this, everyone worked even harder. The already hatched divine beast was nearly impossible to contract, but there was still a chance with the divine beast egg. And the strange bird was no longer interested in fighting, flapping its wings and attempting to flee. The man in the black robe, who had been inactive, wanted to stop it, but the blood and slaughter aura around the strange bird suddenly became denser, and then a powerful burst of energy forced him back. By the time he tried to pursue again, it had already vanished without a trace, moving so fast it seemed to have disappeared into thin air, leaving no scent behind. Strange, why does this power feel like it came out of nowhere? The man in the black robe asked in confusion. Others also rushed over, looking around but finding no trace at all. At this moment, Xiao Shang had settled Sun Shang on his back and said, it just unleashed its power, so it must be very weak now. Let's split up to chase. I will go this way, Andre will go that way, and the Sun King will go to Fusan Island. Everyone agreed, after all, if they allowed this divine beast to roam in the human world, none of them could feel safe. At this time, on Fusan Island, the street that should have been empty after the notification still had one last person standing, and that was Suze. The strange bird suddenly disappeared because he had put it into the beast control space. And it was not just a strange bird, but rather a drought demon hiding on the golden-feathered phoenix, lending its power to her. She had been sucking the blood of the golden-feathered phoenix, and now their powers had merged into one. Moreover, Sun Shang's wound was also created by the drought demon using its ability to control flesh and blood, not a real wound, so he did not even feel pain. And all of this was just part of a plan. Seeing the Sun King searching from the sky, Su Zhe suddenly released Fengqingyi and the drought demon again. Watching the strange bird soaring into the sky, the Sun King was shocked and was about to notify others when he realized that the strange bird had no intention of attacking him but was fleeing quickly instead. As it left, it looked back reluctantly, which alerted the Sun King. He followed the strange bird's last gaze and found a house, inside which was a shining golden beast egg. Is this the divine beast egg left by the strange bird? Chapter 209, Fusang Barbecue. He looked around and confirmed that the other few people were not here, only he had discovered this egg left by the escaped divine beast. So he decisively commanded his beast, the flame lion that burned with a miniature sun inside, to swallow it in one go. If this goes on, this egg will be mine. But then he felt a bit insecure. What if others find out? Perhaps due to his national traditions, the Sun King's personality was very cautious. So in that moment, he even had the thought of handing this egg over to the United States. But then he looked at his beast. Although the title of Sun King sounded grand, in reality, it was just a tool. As long as the beast could withstand the power of the miniature sun, anyone could be the Sun King. But as a price, every Sun King had to endure the backlash of the miniature sun, and their lifespan would become very short. But if I have this divine beast egg, it will be different. At that time, I will break free from destiny and become a true king. No longer the Sun King, but King Louis, named after me. After leaving the room, he flew up, looking at the residential area below, pondering for a moment, and then commanded the flame lion to spit out fierce flames, turning the area below, several dozen kilometers wide, into a sea of fire. Those Fusang people who had originally followed the instructions to hide in their homes, although they had escaped the tsunami caused by the previous sea battle, at this moment were buried in the sea of fire. The painful cries lasted only a moment, before they completely turned into ash. This was a sea of fire created by the flame lion using the power of the miniature sun, with a temperature far exceeding that of ordinary flames. Now, no one will know about all this. After eliminating all traces, the Sun King Louis quickly left this place and met up with others on the way. After they met, everyone asked each other, "How about you? Did you find anything?" The Sun King half-truthfully said, "I encountered the strange bird on Fusang Island. But you all know my strength, and I can't leave it behind, so I hurried to find you." No one doubted him. After all, the strength of the Sun King was clear to everyone. After all, without that little sun, he was nothing. Where did it go? John asked. The Sun King pointed to the direction where the strange bird had left, and everyone hurriedly chased after it. On the way, they naturally passed through the sea of flames, but they assumed it was the aftermath of the Sun King's battle with the strange bird and had no doubts. Except for the Night King, who showed a pained expression, even the usually protective Millikan said nothing. They directly flew over the sea of flames. After they had left, in the ruins left behind by the gradually extinguishing flames below, Su Zhe slowly crawled out. This guy was truly ruthless. No one noticed he was planning to silence me, and nearly burned me badly. Thanks to the protection of the drought demon and the golden feathered phoenix, he was unharmed by the flames, and could even stroll through the fire. If this guy were in my original world, he would definitely have something in common with Li Mei, who did barbecues in Tokyo. Su Zhe quickly left the sea of flames, but he did not choose to go back. Instead, he headed straight for the spot of the shadow anchor, or what could be called the shadow pillar. After all, he had been here before, so he knew that besides the openly displayed strength of the Fusang Shadow Guards, there was a considerable base hidden in this shadow, whose leader was as strong as the captain of the Shadow Guards. Previously, Su Zhe had hurried home and left, so he only looted a few visible Shadow Guard storages, neglecting this place. This time around, he must not let it slip by. With the help of the Shadow Moon Wolf King, Su Zhe successfully entered this shadow realm. During this time, someone tried to obstruct him, but they could not withstand the fully matured power of the Shadow Moon Wolf King. As soon as he entered the Shadow Realm, he looked around and found that the sky of the Shadow Realm seemed closer to the Demon Beast world than before. Then, looking ahead, he saw hundreds and thousands of Shadow Guards in tight black suits waiting for him. This should be the last of the living forces of the Shadow Guards. As Su Zhe prepared to engage them, he watched as these people suddenly bowed in unison and said, "Welcome, my lord." Su Zhe was stunned for a moment, then realized that admitting defeat was a sort of tradition for this group, and they seemed to recognize that he was not their opponent. "Since you don't want to fight me, stop wasting time here, open all your storages for me, and let everything inside belong to me." The leader of the Fusang Shadow Guard showed difficulty but did not refuse, leading Su Zhe to their storages. With a command, the storages all opened, and Su Zhe entered, intending to pack everything. However, after taking a look around, he frowned and said, "Something's off here, it seems too little. And many of the shelves are empty, yet they are not dusty. Don't tell me they have always been empty." The leader immediately approached and bowed his head to explain, "My lord, please don't be angry, we truly have nothing hidden, all the Shadow Guard's assets are here, even the Emperor's secret treasury has been found and moved here." "Then why is there so little?" Su Zhe questioned harshly. The leader directly knelt on the ground, his head touching the floor and said, "Before you arrived, Lord Xiaosu also came here. Those things were all taken away by him. Xiao Su? He came here too? Suze exclaimed in surprise. After that night, Suze really had not seen Xiao Su again. Lin Shi only knew that he had chased the severely injured Yamada no Orochi away, but did not know where he had gone afterward. Unexpectedly, he ended up here. You just said he left? Where did he go? Suze asked. Seeing Suze's interest, the leader hurriedly replied, Master Xiao Su is the new master of Lord Yamada. After coming here, he became our leader and was supposed to be the new emperor. But he seems to have always wanted to go to the beast world through the Dark Sun. However, since the last time, the passage to the Dark Sun has been closed. Until very recently, the distance between the two worlds drew close again, and a new crack in the Dark Sun passage opened up, allowing Master Xiao Su to leave here with some supplies and Lord Yamada, heading to the beast world. Chapter 210. Where are my things? Beast world? What is he going there for? Suze's heart was full of doubts, but seeing the other person's expression, it seemed he wasn't lying. So he stopped pursuing the question and took out a palm-sized turtle from the beast-taming space. It was the Zuling turtle. Ever since Suze fused the world seed into its shell as instructed by Hanba, the Zuling turtle had shrunk to its current size. At this moment, it had already awakened, but the evolution was still ongoing, and its body continued to shrink. However, it could now open a space within its shell, which was different from Xiao Chang's 10 square meter space. This space was still a prototype of a small world. Although the heavens and earth were separated, it was still just a blank world. There was nothing, only a piece of chaos. But even so, it was still much larger than Xiao Chang's storage device space. Suze tossed all the remaining beast crystals, beast eggs, and refining beads into this space. Once these things fell into the blank chaos, they seemed to quickly produce some changes, dripping colorful liquid, but Suze did not notice it immediately. He quickly left the place, and the Fusang shadow guards breathed a sigh of relief. After all, before him, during the time when this base was ruled by Xiao Su, it was not just a matter of losing some things. People went missing every day. They only realized where the missing people had gone after witnessing the three-headed Yamada no Orochi swallow a person. Meanwhile, the few people who had followed the direction just pointed out by the Sun King had not noticed anything. After all, Hanba and the Genie Phoenix did not escape from here. They were taken into the beast-taming space by Suze, which is why they vanished without a trace in an instant. Chasing for so long, we haven't even seen a shadow. It seems we've let it get away again. The hot-tempered Andre, having seen nothing after such a long chase, unhappily said to the Sun King, We've been chasing for so long, don't mention a feather from the bird, we haven't even sensed the slightest breath of the monster bird. You didn't get the direction wrong, did you? After all, it's someone who got scared away after just a glimpse of the monster bird. Hearing this, the Sun King glared at Andre and said, Humph! How could I be wrong about something like this? You overestimate yourself. At this moment, John also stood beside the Sun King. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with the Sun King's performance, he still regarded him as his little brother. Everyone stop arguing. Since the monster bird has been lost, let's head back and prepare, who knows when it will launch an attack. Meanwhile, Xiao Chang, who already knew everything, went to persuade Andre not to be too anxious. Everyone returned to their own countries to prepare for the impending attack. Although Xiao Shang knew there were no strange birds, he still had to act the part convincingly. As the Sun King made his way back alone, he thought about the humiliation he had just suffered from Andre. His fists tightened, and this made him even more determined to hatch the divine beast egg. When the time comes, I'll be the first to burn you, you bastard. At that moment, he sensed something was wrong with his beast. He quickly summoned the flame lion. Sure enough, as someone who knew the flame lion best, he noticed that its power seemed to be weakened. Lionheart, what's wrong? The Sun King asked as he stroked the lion's mane. The lion nuzzled his palm and replied, Master, the divine beast egg you had me keep in my belly seems to be absorbing the power of the miniature sun, which is making me weak. In truth, the flame lion couldn't really be considered a true level 100 beast, it entirely relied on the power of the miniature sun. So it was natural for it to feel weak while the 9-yao golden pattern egg absorbed the sun's power to hatch. The Sun King instructed the flame lion to spit the divine beast egg out. He then saw that the egg seemed to glow even more brightly, radiating golden light. So dazzling. It seems to be absorbing the power of the sun to hatch. How perfect, could this be the will of the gods? Excited, he quickly instructed the flame lion to swallow the divine beast egg again. It mustn't be discovered by anyone. Before the divine beast hatches, the flame lion will remain in a weakened state. I must be careful, stay as calm as possible, and avoid making any moves. If I can back down, I will. Meanwhile, as Suze was leaving Fusang Island, he met with Xiao Shang and Sun Shang who were returning. On Sun Shang's chest, the horrific wound still remained. The heart was constantly beating just below the wound, and it looked extremely frightening. But he acted like nothing was wrong. After making sure there was no one around, he chatted happily with Xiao Shang, laughing, and didn't look like a man with such a serious injury. When he saw Suze, he excitedly said, "You should have seen the expressions on their faces when I showed up like this in front of those guys. Each one was more spectacular than the last, especially that bastard John. I think he wanted to stab me again." However, Suze didn't want Sun Shan wandering around like this, especially since he was now running an orphanage with Jiang Yi. If the children saw him like this, they might be so scared that they'd start questioning life itself. Thanks to the ability of the drought demon, Sun Shang's wound began to close up and heal on its own. The muscles, nerves, and skin all reconnected, looking exactly as they had before, without even a scar remaining. Done. He then shared everything he had seen in Fusang with the two of them, including the fire the Sun King set and everything that had happened in the Shadow Realm. Xiaosheng thought for a moment and said, "When I saw that sea of flames, I pretty much guessed what kind of person he is. He's ruthless like that. But I don't know much about Xiao Su. Most of the cooperation between us and him was done by the teacher. I just know that he's someone obsessed with becoming stronger, to the point where he would sell out his own country, and then turn around and betray the other side. He probably went to the demon beast world in search of even stronger power." Both of them didn't know much about Xiao Su, so they could only make a rough conclusion. Soon, they arrived back in the Great Xia. Xiaosheng had to go set up defensive works, putting on the appearance of preparing for a strange bird attack. After all, acting must be performed in full. Meanwhile, Sun Shang returned to accompany Jiang Yi in secluded training under the pretense of healing. Suze went back to his room, rested for a while, and then took out the mystic spirit turtle to use it as a storage device. However, when he opened the space on the turtle's shell, he was immediately dumbfounded. Where are the beast eggs and crystal cores? All he saw was a mixed pool of colorful liquids. Where are my things? I don't know, the mystic spirit turtle said innocently. Chapter 211, Primordial Soup. Everything Suze had stuffed into that space, the beast eggs, crystal cores, and thought-refining beads, had all disappeared, replaced by a colorful mishmash of liquid. What is this stuff? As Suze reached in, a giant hand suddenly emerged from the sky in that small space, reaching down. The hand plunged into the strange liquid and sensed a very strong life response. It even tried to assimilate his hand, but luckily Suze pulled his hand back in time. Why does this feel a bit like primordial soup? In the 1920s, scientists proposed a theory that 4.5 billion years ago, primordial soup containing organic molecules was formed in the Earth's oceans. These organic molecules were created through chemical reactions among methane, ammonia, and hydrogen in the primitive atmosphere, powered by lightning and other energy sources. In the early 1950s, there was a thrilling discharge experiment. He passed electric sparks, lightning, through a mixture that resembled the primitive atmosphere. As a result, a miracle occurred, with 15% of the carbon and methane transferred, forming soluble organic small molecules, including 4 types of amino acids and compounds like hydrogen cyanide and formaldehyde. Now, Suze found that the strange liquid in this space bore a remarkable similarity to that. Could it be that this small world is about to give birth to its own life? The drought demon had told Suze that the mythical beast Quan had a small world on its back. Life nurtured in this world was actually food for Quan, and when fully mature, it would devour the lives in this small world as the ruler, significantly enhancing its strength. It was precisely because of this inhumane way of power enhancement that Quan was resisted and hunted by the whole beast world, unable even to leave behind beast eggs as a legacy. However, at this point, the drought demon sneered. Their true intention in dealing with Quan is not some nonsense about inhumanity, but because they believe that elevating power like this knows no limits. Every so often, their strength would take a qualitative leap, eventually threatening everyone's position. After obtaining this seed of the world, Suze successfully opened up a small space on the back of the mystic spirit turtle. But he still hadn't found a way to let life be born there, and the drought demon wasn't too clear on it either. Unexpectedly, he had accidentally stumbled upon a way to give rise to the beginnings of life. Interesting, and the evolution speed of this primordial soup seems to be remarkably fast. In such a short time, it seemed that organic small molecules had already appeared in the primordial soup, completing millions of years of progress in the outside world. Suze suddenly thought of something. Maybe I can have teacher Chen Xian witness the process of life being born in this world. It should help her with her goal of artificially cultivating high-level beasts. As he thought of this, Suze immediately stood up to find Chen Xian. His first stop was not Chen Xian's home, but the base of their special operations team. As a beast hatching advisor invited by Suze, even now that she had received the 2 beasts promised by him. But still, she had to come every day to observe the hatching progress of the monster eggs in the incubator. With her here, Suze felt much more at ease. When Suze found her, Chen Xian was flipping a few stubborn monster eggs in the incubator, helping them accept the energy more evenly. Suze, are you here to check the hatching progress too? Just now, a few monster eggs hatched, and those guys rushed to contract them. Chen Xian said with a smile. But Suze shook his head and said, "No, I came to find you." Looking for me? Chen Xian said with a face full of confusion. Then Suze leaned in close to Chen Xian's ear and said mysteriously, "Do you want to witness the process of life being born?" Chen Xian's face instantly turned red, stammering and not knowing what to say. What does this mean? He wants to create life with me, does that mean he wants to? While Chen Xian was lost in her thoughts, Suze grabbed her hand and ran straight to his room. This further confirmed her thoughts. Then she saw Suze mysteriously pull out a small turtle. Chen Xian peeked at it and blurted out, "This isn't right, even though the name is related to turtles, shouldn't you show me something else?" This left Suze stunned. "This is exactly what I want to show you, is there anything else related to turtles?" Chen Xian awkwardly shook her head and didn't say anything else, instead signaling Suze to continue. Suze took out the void spirit turtle and skillfully opened the small world on its shell. Then, under Chen Xian's surprised gaze, he brought her to look into this small world. In just the short time Suze had left, the primordial soup appeared to have changed again, with single-celled organisms beginning to emerge. Chen Xian instantly realized what this was, her face filled with excitement, completely throwing aside her earlier embarrassment. You actually have a small world where life is being born? This is truly significant for my research. As Chen Xian spoke, she wanted to delve deeper into this world, but Suze pulled her back and shook his head. Seeing Chen Xian's eager yet confused eyes, Suze explained, "You can't get too close, the void spirit turtle's evolution isn't finished yet, and we haven't fully grasped this world. Look at how fast time flows in there, you might turn into a pile of bones in no time." Only then did Chen Xian realize, patting her chest as she shook. But Chen Xian still felt a bit unwilling, with such an opportunity before her, she could only watch, which was truly agonizing. Then she thought of something and released the two little monsters that Suze had given her from the beast space. Clearly, she still had some talent, as she successfully contracted two platinum-level monsters without Suze's help. She carefully let the two monsters enter this world, trying not to touch the primordial soup to avoid disturbing the birth of life. To conduct breeding experiments, these two monsters are a bit too small. I don't know how long it will take. Suze then discovered that although these two monster beasts had grown significantly in size, their strength had not improved noticeably. At this moment, Chen Xian said, "As a newly born world, its power is too thin, insufficient to support powerful monster beasts to level up." Suze nodded understandingly. He also realized that power must be conserved, and it couldn't just appear out of nowhere to allow the drought to grow. Chen Xian continued, "However, if you keep collecting powerful things like monster beast crystal cores and throw them into the small world, it might work." Suze noted down Chen Xian's instructions. Chen Xian then immersed herself in her research, and Suze returned to his daily routine. He originally thought that he just had to quietly wait for the monster beast invasion, and the special operations team would strike at the right time. But unexpectedly, a small episode occurred. Chapter 212, Fantasy Time. What did you say? Gaul publicly claims that their Sun King has betrayed Gaul? Is it really possible for a king to betray his own country? That's quite interesting. Suze said with some surprise. Early this morning, Xiao Cheng cheerfully came to him, bringing such news. So what exactly happened? Although he knew it had to be because of that 9-yao golden pattern egg, Suze still couldn't help but ask, wanting to know the details of this amusement. As expected, Xiao Cheng smiled and said, "It's still because of your egg. The Sun King is nominally the king of Gaul, but the real power lies in the council. Not long ago, the council ministers seemed to have discovered something and wanted to check the micro-sun within the Sun King's beast." He couldn't help but laugh. As a result, they found that the power of the sun had already decreased by more than half, and the culprit for this phenomenon is naturally that egg. The Gaul Council was furious and decided to strip the Sun King of the sun within his beast, searching for a new king, and naturally, they wanted to confiscate the egg. In the end, they discovered that this Sun King had completely mastered that sun, preemptively extracting it, and then used the remaining power to resist the council. Ultimately, the Sun King went berserk, single-handedly slaughtering most of the council that had controlled him for half a lifetime, and left with the 9-yao golden pattern egg and the micro-sun. The lucky survivors in the Gaul Council then declared that the Sun King had betrayed Gaul and began seeking help from the United States. Coincidentally, after learning this news, the United States was also very angry at the Sun King's deceit. This person, who they originally thought would be easiest to control, turned out to be playing tricks right under their noses, wanting to seize the divine beast egg for himself. At the meeting, they dispatched elite Thunder Guard units to help locate the Sun King, and John personally took action. Their purpose, of course, would not be so pure as merely wanting to help Gaul. They must also be thinking of defeating the Sun King and then seizing the 9-yao golden pattern egg, and perhaps not even letting go of the micro-sun. In summary, Gaul has now become completely useless, undoubtedly the weakest country among the 5 nations. After hearing all the information, Suze nodded. The process was indeed quite splendid, but he did not care about it. Because for him, no matter who eventually got the 9-yao golden pattern egg, as long as he successfully hatched it, the final divine beast would still belong to Suze. Meanwhile, on a remote deserted island in the vast ocean, the Sun King, or rather Louis who had abandoned this title, was hiding underground. In front of him, it was that 9-planet golden pattern egg and the miniature sun radiating brilliant light. This is why he had to hide deep underground. If exposed on the surface, such brightness would surely attract attention in no time. Besides, his original flame lion was now collapsed at his right side, gasping and licking his palm weakly. This was bound to happen after extracting the miniature sun from its body, death. But Lewis felt he had no choice. I'm sorry, Lionheart, don't blame me. Ever since those old bastards in the council implanted the miniature sun in you, they hid ways to control you. So if you want to escape from their grasp, we have to forcefully remove the sun. I believe you would be willing to do this for my survival. The flame lion continued to lick his palm, saying nothing. Unlike other 100-level beast monsters, which possessed wisdom comparable to or even surpassing humans, the flame lion's level was forced upon it by that sun. Thus, its wisdom was only that of a human child, deeply dependent on its master, completely unaware it had already been abandoned. Lewis ignored the dying gestures of the flame lion and instead gazed passionately at the 9-planet golden pattern egg in front of him. After extracting the miniature sun from the flame lion and coming into direct contact with the beast egg, the hatching speed clearly increased a lot, which was a pleasant surprise for him. As for the flame lion, in Lewis's heart, it was already discarded. Once he had the divine beast, how could he fail to return to Gaul? Lewis was already looking forward to returning to Gaul, completely crowned as the true King Louis. By then, the once arrogant council would bow at his feet. And the Night King of Great Britain, that blonde, blue-eyed girl becoming a brute for Great Britain is such a shame. Why not become my concubine? Ha ha ha. And Princess Yekaterina of Kievan Rus, conquering this woman would surely be an interesting experience, right? Ha ha. Just as he was lost in his fantasies, the flame lion had stopped licking his palm and slowly lowered its head, then entirely lost its breath. Lewis looked down, then kicked it to the side with his foot. After all, he didn't know how long the divine beast egg would take to hatch. If it rotted beside him, the smell wouldn't be pleasant. He hesitated for a second, wondering whether to dig a hole to bury the flame lion, but then realized he was currently underground. When he left, he could just collapse this tunnel. As for now, he had to hold on for a bit longer. Chapter 213, The Teacher Can Only Help You This Much. In the past few days, Suze's home was quite lively. Because Chen Xin had fully moved into Suze's house to conduct research and had even brought all her belongings with her. After learning this, Su Yao was quite uneasy and moved in to keep an eye on Chen Xin. Fortunately, Chen Xin was busy with research and barely left her room, only emerging for meals and bathroom breaks. However, Chen Xin occupied one room, and the drought demon and Feng Qingyi shared another, leaving only one room for Suze and Su Yao. As Suze daydreamed, he forgot that a sofa was also a place to sleep. So late at night, Suze could only pull the husky out of its doghouse and cuddle it for company. Suze comforted himself, saying, "Husky, let me tell you. Although I am sleeping with you now, we are still different. Shuyo will eventually be taken down by me, it's just a matter of time, while you are still a single dog." But what he didn't expect was that the husky disdainfully said, "I'm not like you. Those little she-wolves I hatched all admire me. Can you find more little she-wolves than I can?" Suze was taken aback for a moment, then grabbed its neck and said, "But you hatched them, can you really do that?" The husky, being choked, said with its tongue out, "Clearly, it was you who told me that all the little she-wolves I hatched belong to me, and I'm waiting for them to reach adulthood." Suze suddenly remembered that he indeed said such things back then. After a while of playful banter between the man and dog, they finally fell into a deep sleep on the sofa. The next morning, Suze was awakened by a blushing Shuyo shaking him from the sofa. While Suze was still dazed, he saw Shuyo pointing towards the room of Hanja and Feng Qingyi. He could hear some blood-pounding sounds coming from inside, which was exactly why Shuyo had groggily woken up from her dream. But as soon as Suze heard it, he knew that Hanja was sucking Feng Qingyi's blood, creating that commotion. At first, he would always have wild thoughts, but now Suze had long gotten used to it. However, it was normal for Shuyao, who just got in touch with it, to not be accustomed to it. Then Suze took Shuyao to the door of Hanja's room and quietly opened the door a crack. Through the crack, Shuyao saw the beautiful Hanja bent over and pressing on the lovely Feng Qingyi, burying her head in the other's neck. Feng Qingyi, on the other hand, wrapped her hands around Hanja's waist, closed her eyes, and blushed as she made the sound that had awakened Shuyao from her sleep. "You see, they are just playing around." Playing around? Shuyo looked at the increasingly indescribable scene before her, quietly closed the door, and shook her head. After all, these are two monstrous beasts. Even if they transformed into human forms, it was not appropriate to measure them by human standards, and Shuyo still found it hard to accept. This also strengthened her determination to stay at Suze's house. Even if Chen Xian would leave after completing her research, these two beasts would truly stay by Suze's side. And seeing this scene today made her feel uneasy immediately. But letting Suze continue sleeping on the sofa wasn't a solution. So Shuyo turned to Suze and said, "You should buy a bed." "Buy a bed? For what?" Suze asked in surprise. Xu Yao replied, I decided to stay here for a while longer. It's not right to always let you sleep on the sofa, so you need to buy a bed. Upon hearing this, Su Zhe scratched his head and smiled, but where would I put it after buying the bed? It can't just be placed in the living room, right? You know there will be guests at home. Xu Yao nodded, seeming to agree with Su Zhe's point. After thinking for a moment, with her head down and blushing, she said, how about not placing it in the living room? I see your room is quite big, it seems to fit 2 beds, how about just putting it in one room? Su Zhe's eyes instantly lit up, although Xu Yao's suggestion was still to sleep separately, whether they would end up on 2 beds or one would completely depend on circumstances. Su Zhe immediately became energized and after washing up promptly took Xu Yao to the furniture market to pick a bed. What kind of bed are you two looking to buy? We have the finest rosewood furniture. This is very suitable for a wedding bed, the furniture market salesperson approached and said. Su Yao immediately turned red and shook her head, saying, no, we just want to buy a regular bed, not a wedding bed. Su Zhe echoed, that's right, just give me that ordinary bed. Then he leaned close to the salesperson's ear and said, make sure to find me a sturdy one that won't creak, money is not a problem. The salesperson made an OK sign and said, got it. Soon, with the salesperson's recommendation, Su Zhe set his sights on a large bed. However, after some gestures, Su Yao said, this might be a bit too big. Although your room is quite large, putting 2 beds together is already a bit cramped, and this bed is so big. Su Zhe jokingly replied, not big at all, it's fine. Before long, he went to the front desk to pay and asked someone to help carry the big bed back. Clearly, these workers had never seen anyone put 2 beds in one bedroom before, but after confirming several times, they helped Su Zhe force the bed in. The 2 beds did fit, but the problem was they were tightly pressed together, looking like a supersized bed. Well, it's already bought, would it be too much trouble to return it now? Su Yao thought for a moment, then took a quilt and stuffed it in the middle of the bed, saying, then, you shouldn't come over tonight, okay? Su Zhe immediately patted his chest and said, you can trust me. My character is reliable. But in reality, when night came, he didn't believe that a quilt could stop him. Just then, the door to Chen Xian's room was suddenly pushed open. Disheveled, she walked out and said, I have made some progress in my research and need to go back to conduct some practical experiments. Also, the time flow in that small world has slowed down a lot, it should be due to insufficient power, I need to replenish some monster core. Then she walked towards the door, after all, the experimental equipment couldn't be moved to Su Zhe's house, so she had to go back to her own lab to complete the experiments. Seeing this, Su Yao breathed a sigh of relief, now there was an empty room, so she didn't have to squeeze in with Su Zhe. But just as Chen Xian was about to step out the door, she suddenly turned back and said, oh, right, I recorded a lot of data in the room, so if you're free, don't go in and mess it up. Ah, okay. Su Yao nodded helplessly. Standing outside the door, Chen Xian winked at Su Zhe, seemingly saying, teacher can only help you this much. Su Zhe quietly gave her a thumbs up. Chapter 214, Cafeteria. However, by night, Su Zhe ultimately overestimated himself and couldn't cross the chasm formed by the quilt. In the end, he could only fall into a restless sleep. The next morning, Su Zhe went to the base to clear his mind and release the inner restlessness. He also wanted to fulfill his promise, as these people had been with him for a week. When he initially promised a feast made from monster eggs every week, he was serious. After all, he now had many bronze and silver level monster eggs that were useless for anything else. And for cooking, the quantity didn't have to be much, nor did it need to be of high quality, the main thing was to help them improve their meals. Su Zhe headed to the back kitchen, preparing to do it himself. And to allow a few hundred people to taste the flavor of monster eggs, making egg drop soup was naturally the best choice. In the back kitchen, not everyone was originally Su Zhe's subordinates, as many more people had joined, and the original staff was already overwhelmed. So, he brought in a few more cooks to join the kitchen. These new people stared wide-eyed as Su Zhe cracked about 10 beast eggs, each the size of a human head, into several large pots, then added a few bundles of dried seaweed. Seaweed egg drop soup, this was a soup they were very familiar with. You could say that almost anyone who had eaten in the cafeteria couldn't escape this dish. But they had never seen anyone use beast eggs to make seaweed egg drop soup. In comparison, the old members of the original 13 teams were already used to it. After all, let alone seaweed egg drop soup, they had personally eaten the tea eggs made with beast eggs with Captain Su Zhe 2 or 3 times. The visual and taste shock from that was even greater than this seaweed egg drop soup in front of them. Once everything was done, Su Zhe first took a taste himself and then nodded with satisfaction. He even specially called Shi Lin over to join him. As a true connoisseur of beast eggs, Shi Lin didn't need Su Zhe to remind him and immediately found the few pots of the most ordinary yet extraordinary seaweed egg drop soup. Su Zhe, Captain, I didn't expect you actually took out beast eggs to add a meal for everyone. Seaweed egg drop soup. Shi Lin couldn't help but smile and said, you're really talented, but it feels a bit wasteful. Su Zhe was taken aback, feeling a bit unconvinced. After all, he was someone who had made tea eggs with beast eggs, and he was not less skilled than Qilin. But then Qilin continued, beast eggs, even the lowest grade black iron beast eggs, are very precious ingredients, far surpassing ordinary ingredients. However, other ingredients purchased by the cafeteria can't compare with it. Take the seaweed for example, even if it's beast eggs, using eggs to make seaweed egg drop soup is certainly fine. But the seaweed in the cafeteria is mostly 3rd and even 4th grade, cheap in large quantities. Only 1st grade seaweed can match this egg soup, right? Suze asked, then what do you mean by 1st grade seaweed? Qilin explained, the seaweed harvested for the first time is called 1st grade seaweed, which has a golden picking period of only 7 days. After harvesting, fishermen repeatedly wash it to remove the salty sea taste in sand, then dry it on bamboo trays in the sun, and finally use machines to dry it, and the delicious seaweed comes out. The difference between 1st grade seaweed and 2nd grade seaweed is that the 1st grade is tender, and the soup it makes is fresh and delicious. It can even be steamed plain and still be very sweet, with a rich seaweed aroma, and the seaweed is pointed and thin. 2nd grade seaweed has coarser leaves, much fainter aroma, and does not show pointed tips. 3rd and 4th grades are even worse. He stirred the soup in the pot and said, I think this seaweed could even be called 4th grade. Also, since 1st grade seaweed is particularly tender, if you cook it together with eggs like this, it might turn to mush. The best way to eat 1st grade seaweed is to blanch it in the soup. Listening to Qilin's description, Suze swallowed his saliva and nodded, half understanding. He recalled how he always boiled eggs before because he thought other cooking methods didn't taste as good as plain boiled ones. Now it seemed that it was because his other ingredients couldn't match up with the beast eggs. So, Suze patted Qilin's shoulder and said, let's just make do this time. Starting next week, you come to the kitchen once a week, and I will let you cook the beast eggs. Just tell me what ingredients you need, and I will prepare the best for you. Having made a small profit at the auction, Suze now could barely be considered financially. Ah no. It's rough. Qilin happily agreed, no problem, cooking monster beast eggs is my hobby, something I've longed for. Soon, it was lunchtime. Although Qilin thought the several pots of seaweed egg drop soup were ruined, others didn't share his perspective, as they hadn't eaten monster beast eggs since childhood. In the cafeteria, everyone was discussing, by the way, there should be extra food this weekend, right? When we came, the captain said there would be a mysterious feast every week, but we don't know what it is. Who knows? But even if the food is bad, I'll accept it. After all, as long as we line up, the captain really does distribute monster beasts, another person said with a smile. He had just contracted a beast yesterday, but due to insufficient talent, he ended up with a golden level beast. But that was enough for him, as previously, only team leaders could have such a creature. Soon, today's meals were brought out from the kitchen, one by one. Everyone was familiar with the other dishes, as they were almost the same every day. However, a few soup pots piqued their curiosity because a rich aroma filled the air before the lids were even opened. What a fragrance! What kind of soup is this? I don't know, but it smells so good it should be seafood soup. Before long, everyone eagerly gathered at the soup pots, waiting to serve themselves. But as soon as the lid was lifted, everyone was dumbfounded. Saying it was seafood soup wasn't completely wrong, since seaweed does come from the sea. Seaweed egg drop soup, it's so ordinary, I thought there would be some special food. Then, a new kitchen worker who was serving the soup couldn't help but say, the seaweed in this soup is indeed ordinary, but do you know what this egg is? It's a monster beast egg. Everyone froze for a moment, realizing it was the first time they learned that monster beast eggs could be used for cooking. And it was in the cafeteria's large pot? In sharp contrast were the veterans of the original 13 squad, who, under the leadership of Sun Hao and Tao Lin, eagerly ladled bowls of soup. They had eaten with Suze a few times, so they clearly knew how delicious monster beast eggs were and naturally rushed to eat. Others soon caught on. Hey, are you in line or not? Leave some for us. Chapter 215, Collecting People. Everyone, hold on, there's enough for everyone. Suze was very satisfied watching everyone. These bronze and silver level monster beast eggs were already a good ingredient for Suze, but they no longer significantly boosted his strength like before. However, for these ordinary Dacha spirit warriors, this single meal could match several days of their meditation and training. According to Suze's plan, if they had one meal a week, it would be equivalent to them rapidly enhancing their strength at double speed. But just the enhancement of Beast Master's strength isn't enough, the level of the beasts also needs to keep up. It seems it's time for me to request some monster beast crystal cores from above. The small world on the virtual turtle can help monster beasts grow quickly if sufficient monster beast crystal cores are provided, which is undoubtedly a miraculous thing for Suze. This means he could quickly raise monster beasts from their newly hatched juvenile stage to adulthood, lacking only combat experience compared to other beasts. However, right now it could only be effective for golden and platinum level beasts. To quickly cultivate diamond level beasts would require 100 level monster beast crystal cores, which are extremely rare. As for cultivating divine beasts, that's something to not even think about for now, that would require divine beast crystal cores. Well, let's take it one step at a time. Su Zhe directly contacted Xiao Chang, presenting his request. The other party happily agreed, as spatial rifts and monster beast riots were appearing all over the world. The troops from the 5 nations travel around the world to help them eliminate these demon beasts, and this is one of the benefits for those small countries willing to join the United Nations. After exterminating the demon beasts, the demon beast crystals obtained are shared equally among the 5 nations, which can be considered their labor compensation. So in this batch of frontline troops, there is no shortage of demon beast crystals, and Xiao Chang generously allocated a large number of them to Su Zhe. So many crystals, it seems enough to last for a while. Just as Su Zhe was preparing to leave after planning out the next steps, someone pushed through the crowd and came over. Captain, wait a moment. Su Zhe looked at the person calling him captain, who was still a bit unaccustomed to it, and it was Shui Yuhi. There was still a bit of egg on her lips, even for someone born into a prestigious family like her. She had never cooked and eaten a demon beast egg. This was seen as a wasteful act. Only Qi Lin, who had been doted on since childhood, could have such a hobby. But after trying it today, she understood why Qi Lin was so obsessed with the taste of demon beast eggs. Su Zhe pointed to the corner of his mouth to remind her. Shui Yuhi was taken aback for a moment, then immediately reacted and quickly wiped away the egg from the corner of her mouth. Su Zhe's hand was in his pocket, ready to pull out a tissue, but seeing this, he had to put it back. What's up? Do you need something from me? Su Zhe asked. Although Shui Yuhi had a stain on her record before, now she was working extra hard to restore her family's reputation, which greatly changed Su Zhe's opinion of her. Shui Yuhi, relieved from the earlier embarrassment by Su Zhe's reminder, said, it's like this, my grandfather wants to meet you. Your grandfather? Shui Yu, no, I mean Minister Shui Yu wants to see me? Shui Yuhi nodded. Su Zhe's special operations team was based in Beishan City, so officially, it should still be under the jurisdiction of the Beishan City branch. But in fact, Su Zhe didn't have to comply with their orders at all, he only needed to consult with Xiao Chang and Sun Shang for any actions. Even Sun Shang wasn't necessary, aside from Jiang Yi, the only thing left in his mind was fighting. So if Minister Shui wanted to see Su Zhe in an official capacity, he could completely refuse. Now having Shui Yuhi invite him as a granddaughter clearly indicated a desire to meet Su Zhe in a personal capacity. No problem, should I go now? Su Zhe asked, after all, it was lunchtime. But Shui Yuhi nodded and said, it's lunchtime now, after this period, Grandpa will have to go to work. Su Zhe nodded, to regain the lost honor of his granddaughter, Minister Shui had been working hard these days. As soon as Su Zhe arrived at the branch office's door, someone immediately came over to greet him, leading him to Minister Shui's office, evidently well prepared and not wasting a second. When Su Zhe arrived at Minister Shui's office, he was eating compressed biscuits and drinking hot water while looking at the thick pile of documents on the table. Su Zhe noticed that compared to the last time he met him, it had been less than a year, and the hair that was once slightly gray was now almost completely white, yet his expression showed no signs of aging. Minister Shui pointed to a chair in front of him, inviting Su Zhe to sit down. Su Zhe was not polite. As he sat down, he said, I didn't expect Principal Shui, in a civilian position, to perform so outstandingly as a military officer. Minister Shui put down the document he was holding and said, because before entering the Imperial Capital Beast Control University for retirement, that was originally my main job. Now it's just returning to the old business. Su Zhe nodded and said nothing. He was waiting for Shui Yu to speak first. After all, it was the other party who invited him, so any question should naturally come from him. Sure enough, after thinking for a while, Shui Yu said, Captain Su Zhe, I invited you here today to prepare you. According to our recent frequency of clearing evil beasts around the spatial crack, we may see a wave of evil beasts by the end of the year, and at that time, several high-tier evil beasts may appear. The spatial crack in Beishan City was left behind when the Dragon Corpse pillar left, and it was always managed by Shui Yu's people, so they naturally understood it better. Su Zhe calculated, it was mid-October now, and there were just over 2 months left until the end of the year. This might not seem like much to others, but for him, it was enough time to arm a strong team. Thank you, Minister Shui, for the reminder. We will definitely be prepared. Then Su Zhe shifted the topic and said, however, this is an official matter, you could have informed me through normal channels. There was no need for your granddaughter to call me over, right? Shui Yu smiled bitterly and said, as expected. Old Man Lin's teachings have turned his students into schemers. Actually, I called you here for another reason. At this point, Shui Yu seemed a bit embarrassed, but in the end, he said, Rainey's parents passed away early. I promised them I would take good care of her, but in your special operations team, she will face the most dangerous evil beasts. Can you possibly? Su Zhe understood, Shui Yu was trying to ask for someone. But after thinking for a moment, he shook his head. Not long ago, Shui Yu had contracted a platinum-tier evil beast from his hatchery. Having already invested in its training, how could he just let it go? Seeing this, Shuiyu didn't press the issue, but his expression showed clear disappointment. Suze continued, Minister Shui, rest assured, I will ensure everyone's safety. Though they will face the most dangerous evil beasts under my command, we will fight the safest battles. Shuiyu looked at Suze's determined eyes and could only nod in agreement. Chapter 216, The Chosen One. After leaving Shuiyu's place, Suze went straight home, and to his surprise, Suyao was not at home. Only then did he realize that since Qinglong Beast Master University could not hold classes for now, and Suyao had not joined the Dasha Spirit Guard like others, what was she doing every day when he was not around? Forget it, I'll just ask her directly when she comes back, Suze said as he sat down. But the first one to arrive was not the returning Suyao, but a hurried Xiao Chang. When he learned that Suze had actually developed a small world with a different flow of time, he rushed back without stopping. Of course, he didn't forget to bring along Suze and Suyao's evil beast crystal cores. All were stuffed into his belt made from spatial evil beast crystal cores, with around 10 cubic meters of space completely filled. To achieve better results, he specifically chose high-tier evil beast crystal cores to bring back first. As for numerous lower-tier evil beast crystal cores, they were left for others to move to Suze later. Quick, let me see. Xiao Chang said excitedly. Because if Suze's ability could be applied well, it could quickly help Dasha cultivate batches of living forces, preparing for a war that could explode at any time and might not know when it would end. Suze opened the door to the room Chen Xin was staying in, although she specifically instructed him not to enter when she left. It is clearly creating opportunities for Suze, but unfortunately, he didn't seize them. However, when Suze saw the scattered calculation papers all over the room and the messy appearance, he really didn't want to go in. Who knows which of these papers are useful and which are discarded drafts? In the end, he let the spirit turtle crawl out by itself. When Xiao Cheng saw the space on its shell, he was truly shocked. Because he himself had storage items made from space-type crystals, he knew how difficult it was to expand space. Being able to create 10 cubic meters of space from this crystal was already incredibly challenging. But now he realized that compared to the spirit turtle, it was nothing at all, because it had a complete little world on its back. This is truly incredible. It has even nurtured life? Suze also noticed that in just 2 days, the creatures in the little world had crossed the one-cell and multi-cell stages to become true life forms, swimming in the ocean formed by the primordial soup. Moreover, they were not ordinary forms of life, they all had some power and characteristics of demon beasts, indicating that what would evolve in the end would also be demon beasts. This was the most valuable part for Chen Xin. What she most wanted to know was how demon beasts were born, so she could conveniently cultivate high-level demon beasts. So after witnessing this scene with her own eyes, she noted down some key information and went back to conduct experiments. After this, as the energy of the little world had been mostly consumed, the flow of time slowed down significantly. So since Chen Xin left, there had been no major changes. With Suze's consent, Xiao Cheng threw a few demon beast crystals into this little world. Instantly, he could feel the flow of time speeding up, and the primitive demon beasts were changing at a visible speed. Xiao Cheng sensed that more than half of the thrown demon beast crystals were being used for the development of the little world, and only a small portion would be released to allow the demon beasts to upgrade. This means that if he threw in an 80-level demon beast crystal, it wouldn't be easy to raise a demon beast from level 1 to 80 here, it might even struggle to reach levels 40 or 50. But both of them were quite satisfied with this. Because they could use the crystals dropped by the killed demon beasts to cultivate their beasts, and then deal with the demon beasts, raising war through battle. Ha, little junior brother, you really are surprising. First, you could pull out divine beast eggs one after another, and now you have this little world that can quickly cultivate demon beast eggs into combat power. You must be the chosen one, right? Alright, I'll go help you kill demon beasts and get the crystals back. Xiao Cheng patted Suze's shoulder and said enthusiastically. He was already eager to see Dasha build a force made entirely of high-level beast tamers. At that time, what would be the Thunder Guard or the Round Table Knights, Dasha Spirit Guards would be the strongest military force in the world. After Xiao Cheng left, Suze did not immediately throw all the demon beast crystals into the little world. After all, there was no hurry for a moment, he also did not have enough juvenile beast tamers that needed to develop at hand, and the crystals Xiao Cheng brought back were still a bit few. I'd rather wait until there are enough crystals, and then have the team temporarily gather their beast tamers for unified rapid cultivation. Just as evening approached, Suyao finally returned from outside the house. Brother Suze, you're back so early? Suze nodded and said, I've been back for a while. Where have you been? Suyao did not hide it, smiling as she said, I went to learn from the teacher. Teacher? Suze asked in confusion, wondering who could still teach at the Qinglong Beast-Taming University when classes were indefinitely suspended. Suyao seemed to see his thoughts and said, hee, just watch, Suze Gij. At the moment the last book came out, Suze suddenly felt a strong wave of fatigue wash over him. However, at the last moment, a force from the contracts with the two divine beasts awakened him. What incredible mental attack! Did you go to learn from Linshi? Suze shook his head and said. Suyao's mental level lagged behind him by so many levels, yet she could still launch a hypnosis attack. Suze had only seen such an extraordinary mental attack technique with Linchi. Moreover, Linchi had to rely on the tendrils of nightmares to make contact, but Suyao, who had contracted with the Mermaid Lord, could directly hypnotize simply through her voice after borrowing the beast controlling power, making it even harder to defend against. If not for having two divine beasts as his backing, he would have fallen victim just now. But this was also because he hadn't guarded against Suyao's sneak attack on him at all. Suyao stuck out her tongue and said, "What? Linchi teacher even said that if I act suddenly, I could hypnotize you too. What a liar. I was actually going to hypnotize Suze Gij to ask something." "Ask what?" Suze suddenly raised his head and said. "Nothing, nothing." Suyao said, her face turning red. Chapter 217, The Contract Short Circuit. Seeing that Suyao was really unwilling to say more, Suze did not press her and instead asked, "Where is Linchi now?" "I haven't seen him for a while, and how did you find him?" Suyao replied, "Teacher Linchi is now at the ruins of the beast-taming university, in the shadow corresponding to where the original breeding area was. He is quite nostalgic, staying there for most of his life, and now he actually went back." Suze said with a smile. "Do you want to go see Teacher Linchi, Suze Gij?" Suze thought for a moment, shook his head, and didn't speak. Deep down, he still had some reservations about how the other party used him. However, he fully supported Suyao learning mental attack methods by staying with Linchi. After all, in terms of expertise concerning mental-type monsters, Linchi could definitely be considered the best. In the increasingly dangerous situations that lay ahead, it would naturally be best to enhance his strength as much as possible. In the following days, the monster crystal cores arranged by Shaochang finally arrived. Trucks of monster crystal cores were delivered to the base's warehouse, and in just a few days, the entire warehouse was filled to the brim. And this was not the end. Shaochang was still leading a team to hunt monsters, which meant even more monster crystal cores would be sent over. Suze knew that some of the monster crystal cores had to be consumed, otherwise, he would run out of room in his warehouse. So Suze approached Sun Hao and asked him to bring over the list of everyone who had received monsters from the incubator. Because only after filling out the information and queuing could they receive the monsters. And those who had picked up monsters would be marked immediately, so compiling this list was not too difficult. Sun Hao quickly completed it. Suze took a look and said, "Wow, there are already so many?" Although it had only been a week, dozens of people had successfully received monsters. However, the incubation time for platinum-level monster eggs was still relatively long, so most people had contracted golden-level monster eggs. Only a few exceptionally gifted individuals had obtained the rare platinum-level monsters that had hatched, including Shueyua. "Good, you go call them all over according to this list." "Yes, Captain." Sun Hao saluted in response. Even though he was very curious inside, he didn't ask any more questions. This time, Suze waited a little longer. After all, there were about 100 people on the list, scattered in various places at the base. Some were meditating and training, some were practicing combat, some were resting, and some were even building relationships. Therefore, just relying on Sun Hao to gather everyone would probably take quite a bit of effort. Fortunately, Suze didn't say this matter needed to be confidential, so he could ask others to help. For example, after finding one person, he could let them help find others, layer by layer. Although it took some time, Sun Hao quickly gathered everyone together and brought them in front of Suze. At that moment, Suze had just taken a look at the incubation room to see if there would be any problems with the incubator running by itself in Chen Xian's absence. It turned out there weren't major issues, but the hatching speed was indeed affected a little. By the time Suze returned, he already saw that Sun Hao had brought everyone waiting for him. "Pretty quick, got everyone together?" Suze sat down and asked. Sun Hao nodded, saying, "Everyone on the list has been found." Suze nodded. Hearing this, the others exchanged glances, curious about what kind of list they were on, searching for commonalities among themselves. As a result, they found that the only commonality among them seemed to be the contracted beasts produced by the incubator. "Is it because of our beasts?" The hearts of the crowd were racing. Suze directly told them, "The reason I called you here is to temporarily have you hand over the young beasts you recently contracted." Everyone's hearts lurched. Their first reaction was that this might be a breach of trust. But thinking about it didn't make sense. After all, this was a team that dared to take beast eggs and increase their meals weekly. There was no reason for breach of trust. So does this mean something went wrong with the incubator? Are our beasts having issues? After all, most of them were seeing the incubator hatch beast eggs for the first time, and naturally, they felt unease with such technology and skills. However, Shueyua, coming from a prominent family, naturally knew that there were no issues with the incubator itself. In fact, due to the more stable hatching environment, the young beasts that hatched would be even healthier. However, even though everyone had their thoughts racing, they still obediently summoned their beasts. One by one, young beasts of various small sizes appeared. Among them, some had already leveled up multiple times in just a few days, evidently showing that everyone had put in a lot of effort for them. Seeing this, Suze also said, "Everyone, don't worry. Go back and wait, and in a few days, I will give you a big surprise." Suze's words calmed everyone's hearts a little. After assuring everyone to go back and wait peacefully, Suze alone took the void spirit turtle and many other young beasts to the warehouse where the beast crystal cores were stored. He closed the warehouse door tightly and then fully expanded the void spirit turtle's small world, where a small black hole appeared, instantly causing most of the crystal cores in the warehouse to disappear. Naturally, those missing crystal cores went into the small world, becoming the foundation of power for this world. Now, the flow of time was difficult to restore to the initial unimaginable difference of billions of times. Because at that time, the small world had just been opened, and time and space were uncertain, it was easily affected. As the small world became more stable, the flow of time also began to stabilize, but it still had a gap of hundreds of times compared to the outside world. Suze hurriedly allowed these juvenile beast-type creatures to enter the small world, growing rapidly at a visible speed. Suze calculated, to cultivate the beast-type creatures uniformly to level 50, a level strong enough to stand alone, it will take about 3 days. Level 60 is also a major dividing line in strength, providing flight ability for non-flying beast-type creatures, but it requires more than a week. To cultivate a golden-level beast-type creature to full maturity at level 70, it will take more than half a month. However, due to the current limitations of the Beast Master's level, we will first uniformly cultivate to level 50, the rest can wait. At the same time, Suze originally wanted to give his team members a surprise. But he forgot that these beasts had contracts with their masters, and the masters could perceive the beasts' level-ups through the contract. Thus, those who were anxious and confused about why Suze took their beasts away suddenly discovered. Messages about the beasts leveling up continuously came from the other end of the beast contract at a jaw-dropping frequency. What's happening? Is my beast contract short-circuited? Chapter 218, Progress. 3 days passed like this, during which only those who came to deliver beast cores were allowed into the warehouse. They unloaded and left immediately. And those whose beasts were taken by Suze had now become numb from the initial shock. Because during these 3 days, the upgrade notifications from the beast contract did not stop, although the speed had slowed down a bit. At first, they thought there was a problem only with themselves, but after communicating with each other, everyone found that they were experiencing the same thing. So it seemed it was not their problem, it was probably for real. Although I don't know how Captain Suze did it, this is truly amazing. I checked, and in these 3 days, I received over 40 upgrade notifications from the contract, which means that my little beast that just hatched not long ago has already reached level 50. It's almost higher than mine. Everyone nodded in agreement. Who isn't? I just broke through to level 50 the day before yesterday, and my beast completed it in 3 days? This is too unreal. Hearing their discussions, the elders led by Sun Hao and Tao Lin said, "Hey, new guys, you underestimate our captain. To tell you the truth, there's nothing impossible for our captain. Just wait and watch. Yes, we have witnessed our captain's miracles too many times to be surprised, unlike you all who are making a fuss." Just as their discussions reached the most heated moment, the warehouse door opened, and Suze, who hadn't shown up for 3 days, walked out from inside. He shielded his eyes from the sun with his hand, blinked a few times, and saw everyone looking at him not far ahead. He said, "So you're all here, just in time to prepare to bring back your beasts." After saying that, he jumped aside, dodging the big door of the warehouse. Suddenly, various sounds of calls and hoofbeats came from behind the door, followed by a swarm rushing toward the entrance. It was actually the nearly 100 juvenile beast-type creatures they had previously handed to Suze, but now, they had turned into fierce and menacing beast-type creatures. Having grown several times in size, it seemed that their temperament hadn't changed much. They directly charged towards their masters just like before. Instantly, dozens of people let out a muffled groan, and a mouthful of old blood spilled from the corners of their mouths. Suze witnessed this whole scene. These monster beasts, after coming out from the small world, had genuinely reached level 50, but they seriously lacked combat experience and guidance. So next, it should be time for these monster beasts to accumulate some combat experience. It would also help them familiarize themselves with the current strength of their tamed beasts. At the ruins of the Qinglong Beast-Taming University, a black crack quietly floated in the air. Every so often, like a wound oozing pus and blood, a batch of monster beasts from another world would appear. These monster beasts had been exterminated by Shueyu and his team before, but now Suze took on this task himself, aiming to quickly let his tamed beasts accumulate combat experience. However, these already level 50 golden monsters, upon seeing those level 30 or 40 bronze and silver monsters, actually wanted to run away. Fortunately, under the pressure and enticing incentives from their masters, they finally engaged in battle. Only then did they realize how strong they actually were, gradually regaining their confidence. But sometimes, there would be situations where they became overly confident. For example, when level 50 or 60 monsters emerged from the crack, these tamed beasts still chose to face them one by one and were brutally taught a lesson, only to learn to group up for a fight. As Suze watched these tamed beasts gradually gain the strength of level 50 monsters, he also noticed that while Shueyu's team may not be as strong individually as he was, their cooperation was extremely harmonious and orderly. With 3 or 4 people collaborating, they could easily defeat any monster that was far stronger than any single one of them. Suze didn't hesitate and immediately approached Shueyu, asking him to help train his team. Shueyu understood that only with a stronger overall team could his granddaughter be safer. So, he held nothing back and personally started to train this team composed of diverse individuals from all over. Suze then became a hands-off manager, enjoying his leisure time. He even used the 10 lucky draw chances he had saved up to do a 10-spin draw. When the 4th lucky draw rolled out, it already burst forth with brilliant golden light, revealing a golden monster egg. Then, on the 8th lucky draw, another flash of white light shone, and unexpectedly, a platinum egg appeared. Just when he thought he had enough, the last lucky draw rolled out. A dazzlingly bright light radiated from the lucky draw machine's outlet, and a magnificent, eye-catching beast egg slowly rolled out. It was actually a diamond-level monster egg. To his surprise, in one 10-spin draw, golden, platinum, and diamond-level monster eggs appeared at the same time. Suze planned to put the golden and platinum eggs into the hatching machine. As for the diamond-level monster egg, he still hadn't made up his mind. Regarding a contract, he still had a Joyao golden pattern egg being hatched by someone else, which was also a divine beast egg. Thus, the diamond-level monster egg was not very useful for Suze at this moment. Even the Lord-level monster, the Shadow Moon Wolf King, which was not much different from a diamond-level monster, was now just guarding the house and hatching eggs, wasn't it? But now, with a hatching machine for incubating eggs and a goofy dog for guarding the house, there was no need to hatch another guard. Should I let the system recycle the progress bar? It seemed that wouldn't work either. There was still too much distance to fill it up, and a diamond egg was far from enough. Forget it, I'll keep it for now and wait to give it to Su Yao. With Lin Shi as her teacher, she should be able to obtain a new tamed beast slot quickly. As Suze waited for Su Yao to return, What returned was Chen Xian, who had to go back and do research for 10 days. She looked at Suze with excitement and said, "There's progress, my research finally has progress." Chapter 219 Embryo. Kid, my research finally has progress. Chen Xian, dressed in a white lab coat, burst in and forcefully bumped into Suze. Suze managed to break free and said, "Having progress is a good thing, are you going to take me to see it?" Chen Xian released Suze and nodded repeatedly, saying, "Of course, I came back just to call you to see it, you are my only investor now." Chen Xian's lab is located in the research base of Qinglong Beast University. Since this base is not on campus, it was not damaged in the previous chaos. The experimental equipment was all well preserved, and a series of experiments could still be conducted. However, the equipment was limited, and since Chen Xian's experiments had not progressed, all but some basic instruments had been allocated to other departments. It was only after gaining Suze's support that Chen Xian purchased her own set of equipment for experiments. Without Suze, her experiments would have had very little progress from any aspect, which is why she said Suze was her only investor. Just as Suze followed Chen Xian into the research base, he happened to encounter Su Yiming, who was preparing to leave after conducting research last night. Seeing Suze and Chen Xian together, while his daughter was not by his side, he instantly became alert. "My precious daughter hasn't been home these days, she's been staying at this brat's house every day. I wonder if she's been wronged. Although a girl shouldn't stay at home, this kid actually takes advantage of my daughter's absence to hang out with Chen Xian? No, for Xiao, I have to keep a close watch on this kid." Suze also immediately sensed a piercing gaze fixed on him. Looking over, he saw Su Yiming standing not far away. "Uncle Su, are you getting off work?" Suze greeted him with a smile. Su Yiming immediately replied with a forced smile, "Originally yes, but just happened to see you here, so I thought I'd see what you're doing and if you need my help." As Su Yiming spoke, he moved closer, skillfully placing himself between them, effectively separating Suze and Chen Xian. Chen Xian seemed to still be immersed in her discovery, unaware of what was happening, and smiled as she said, "Just in time, I also hope to get help from Teacher Su." "Help with what?" Su Yiming turned his head to ask. Since Chen Xian had failed multiple experiments in the past, she had not been to the lab for a long time. But recently, she had been spending every day here, and Su Yiming had no idea what she had discovered. Then he heard Chen Xian excitedly and happily say, "Help Suze and me nurture the new life we have created to grow quickly and healthily." "What?" Su Yiming jumped up at once. Suze quickly calmed him down, saying, "Uncle Su, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Teacher Chen Xian was just too excited and misspoke. I don't know how she thinks." Suze didn't know how Chen Xian could say something so easily misunderstood. This was because Chen Xian felt that this time she was able to succeed. Besides Suze's funding, watching how the demon beast was born from nothing had greatly inspired her. So the current success is undoubtedly credited to Suze. This research success belongs to both of them, and she even intended to put Suze's name in front in her paper. This is why it is said that Suze and she together nurtured a new life. Although Suze could not clearly explain, it was fortunate that Chen Xian's laboratory was already within reach. Uncle Su, once you see the real situation, you will understand what it means. After Chen Xian swiped her work ID, the laboratory door opened. The first thing that caught Suze's eyes was the 2 platinum-level beasts he had given to Chen Xian. They were also the first pair of monster beasts nurtured by the small world. However, at that time, the small world lacked spiritual energy, so it only accelerated the age without enhancing their corresponding strength. Fortunately, Chen Xian only needed the 2 monster beasts to reach sufficient age maturity. Lacking strength actually made it easier, preventing them from fighting back. Now these 2 monster beasts gave Suze the first impression of being weak. Especially the male one, Suze felt that the entire beast was almost drained, even its limbs were slightly trembling. Its moist eyes looked at Suze, seemingly filled with a plea for help. Seeing this, Suze couldn't help but ask, TSK, this is too brutal. What exactly have you done to it? Chen Xian replied, experiments, it's not that success comes in one try. I've been experimenting many times over these days, and every time at least 5 samples are prepared, all taken from it, so it has become like this. It's fine, anyway, the experiment has made some progress, just let it rest for a few more days. When the large-scale experiments are conducted later, it will still rely on it. Large-scale experiments? Suze asked in confusion. Chen Xian nodded, only 1 out of the last batch of 5 samples was successful. Although I have summarized the reasons, I still need to understand the actual success rate, so a large-scale experiment is needed to see how many can be replicated. So how many pieces for this large-scale experiment? Chen Xian thought for a moment and said, at least, 100 pieces. Whether or not he understood what Chen Xian said, a dull thud was heard. It turned out that the male monster beast had collapsed. But Chen Xian merely led Suze and Su Yiming over it, arriving at the experiment table where one of the cultivation tanks held a slowly developing embryo. Su Yiming realized that this was the life Chen Xian spoke of, and the 2 of them most likely could not create such a thing. He said in surprise, you actually succeeded? Cultivated a high-level monster embryo outside the body? What level is this? Can it be contracted as a beast? Is large-scale operation possible? Platinum level. And this is already a developed embryo, so there's no need to spend more time and energy hatching the monster egg, just provide it with sufficient nutrients to grow. As for its contractability, that can only be concluded after it takes shape. The large-scale experiments haven't been conducted yet, but the current success rate is still relatively low. Su Yiming at this moment also forgot about previous matters and began to discuss with Chen Xian. If we can improve the success rate, then the Great Xia could mass-produce platinum-level monster beasts. This is simply monumental news. You will leave a significant mark in the academic world. However, this matter can't be known by too many people for now, to avoid leaking the technology. Chen Xian nodded in agreement. After all, if this technology were to be stolen by other countries, the consequences would be unimaginable. Su Yiming continued, but now that I know, I'll do my best to help you improve the technology. The 2 instantly engaged in a heated exchange, speaking about various professional terms that Suze could not understand. In that moment, he felt, it seems that I shouldn't be here at all. Chapter 220, Resisting Temptation. The 2 of them were chatting so passionately that even when Suze left, they didn't notice. So I really am unnecessary. When he returned, Su Yao just happened to come back as well, and during dinner, he casually mentioned this matter to her. To Suze's surprise, Su Yao was actually stunned, almost dropping her chopsticks. Why is it that when I focus on you, my dad over there loses his guard again? Su Yao said angrily. She even started secretly wondering if Chen Xian was doing it on purpose. Don't overthink it, Uncle Su is an expert in this area too, it's normal for them to have common interests. Su Yao then stopped but still pouted, looking very unhappy. Seeing this, Suze couldn't help but tease, what's wrong? Uncle Su has been alone for so long, it's fine if he finds someone else, right? No way. Su Yao immediately retorted. But after thinking for a moment, she said, even if he finds someone, it can't be teacher Chen Xian. The age gap between them is just too big. Of course, Su Yao had another reason that she didn't say, which is that she had always thought her mother was just missing. Su Yao's mother also went missing in that accident with Suze's parents. But according to Lin Shi and the others, that accident happened because Suze's parents wanted to destroy what they mistakenly believed was an anchor point of the Dragon Corps. Why was Su Yao's mother involved as well? Suze couldn't understand. The events from back then, along with the destruction of the underground space and the departure of the Dragon Corps, could no longer be verified. A few days later, a tired-looking Chen Xian and Su Yiming found Suze together. They had worked day and night for several days and had finally perfected Chen Xian's technical route, researching out a new plan. And they decided to conduct a large-scale experiment to see how high the success rate of the improved plan would be. However, Su Yiming vetoed Chen Xian's idea of using her pair of demon beasts to collect 100 samples. This wasn't because he felt sorry for that demon beast and wanted to act out of humanitarianism, but because Su Yiming thought that if only one type of demon beast was used for the experiment, there might be specific traits that wouldn't apply to other demon beasts. So he decided to find 10 types of demon beasts, collecting 10 samples from each type for the experiment, ensuring the data would be accurate. As of now, the only place they could think of to gather so many high-level demon beasts in the shortest time was Su Zhe's special operations team. That's why they sought out Su Zhe as soon as the plan was set, wanting to get his help. Su Zhe didn't hesitate and immediately nodded in agreement. No problem, I just happen to have a batch of demon beasts that are already sexually mature. Why don't you take more? The more samples there are, the... This time, they did not hesitate at all to lend out the beast. Whether beast or human, it seemed that no one noticed the danger contained this time. Soon, these beasts were brought to the experimental base, their massive bodies cramming Chen Xian's lab completely, and a long line forming outside the base. The later beasts had no idea what the ones in front were experiencing. But when these originally energetic beasts saw the tragic state of their fallen predecessors, they suddenly understood. However, it was too late for them to escape. These beasts did not hold the contracts in their own hands, so Su Zhe intentionally brought 2 divine beasts to help control them. Just standing there, these beasts trembled, too scared to flee, waiting obediently for Chen Xian to extract their samples. But there was a problem, they were already too scared, making it quite difficult to extract the samples. Only after extracting a full 10 samples would the beasts be sent out, trembling on all fours. However, this time, the trembling was not due to the pressure of the divine beasts. And so a whole day passed, Chen Xian and Su Yiming collected experimental samples far exceeding their expectations. Su Zhe also solved the problem of his subordinates' overly energetic beasts, a true win-win situation. By the way, he also handed over the Shadow Moon Wolf King, who had boasted of having over 10 little female wolf idols, to Chen Xian to help curb its desires. Seeing this, Chen Xian, wanting to research the Lord-level beasts like the Shadow Moon Wolf King even more, collected 10 samples, but each was particularly substantial, enough to be counted as 2. By the time the Shadow Moon Wolf King stepped down, it was completely collapsed on the ground, its eyes devoid of spirit. Hey, big guy, don't you still want little female wolves? Su Zhe immediately leaned in with a mischievous smile. The Shadow Moon Wolf King looked at him with lingering resentment, on the verge of tears. These 10 samples were also the most precious, Chen Xian decided to treat them with special attention. Just as they were immersed in the experiments, Su Zhe sent these beasts back. After all, with so many samples, they did not know how long it would take to complete the tests, and they certainly could not continue waiting here. The team members did not expect it to be so quick this time, nor did they feel the upgrade news coming from the contracts. While wondering what their beasts had experienced this time, they looked down and seemed to see through their beast's eyes what was called seeing through the red dust. The captain wouldn't have taken out our beasts, would he? Someone couldn't help but guess. After all, this was the fastest way to eliminate the desires of the beasts. But as everyone looked down and checked, they found the beasts' equipment still intact. Just at that moment, their beasts began to tremble as if in reaction. Struggling to find answers, everyone could only sigh, the captain is truly amazing, he can even help the beasts curb their desires, impressive. Chapter 221, Shedding Fur. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Because the samples collected earlier were just too many, Su Yiming and Chen Xian were still busy with experiments, temporarily not yielding results. During this period, Su Zhe would occasionally check in on them, bringing them meals. He also helped another batch of new beasts successfully level up to level 50 quickly. This was because most of his subordinates were around level 50, if the beasts' levels were too high, it could easily lead to uncontrollable situations. After all, this was a normal contract, lacking the strong constraints of Su Zhe's system contract. But some of the team members had levels reaching 60 or 70, before coming to Su Zhe, they were all captain-level figures from various headquarters. They could endure higher-level beasts, so Su Zhe left their beasts in the small world, using more monster crystal cores to cultivate them. However, it became increasingly difficult for the monsters to upgrade, so although it took only 3 days to rise from level 10 to 50. But to level this group of monsters up to 60 or 70, it would take more than half a month. There's still time, there are about 2 months until the end of the year, and even an extra month to train the beasts. Just as Su Zhe was planning to check the results in the lab, he suddenly felt a small portion of his spiritual power branching out to build a new connection channel. Information from the other side rapidly appeared in his mind, seemingly a new beast contract that wasn't fully formed yet. Is this, the 9-Yao golden pattern egg hatched successfully? Su Zhe said with excitement, very curious about what kind of divine beast would take tens of thousands of years in sunlight to hatch. Even though the beast contract wasn't fully confirmed yet, the information of the divine beast had already been recorded in the system for Suze to check. Race, three-legged golden crow. Three-legged golden crow, I knew it was you. Suze exclaimed excitedly. The golden crow was the only divine beast related to the sun that Suze knew of. In ancient myths, there was a three-legged crow in the center of the red sun, perched there surrounded by shimmering golden red light, hence called golden crow. So when the hatching method of the Nanya golden pattern egg was linked to the sun, Suze speculated that it might be the sun's divine beast, the golden crow, and it turned out to confirm his guess. The golden crow is also a corona-level divine beast, and with the drought demon, I now have two corona-level divine beasts on my side. Even in the monster world, this could count as a significant force, right? At least, this seemed to be the case based on the information Suze received from the drought demon. While Suze was checking the information about the golden crow, it wanted to fly back to Suze, but he stopped it. Now was a time of resource tension, so Suze naturally wanted to learn from Xiao Chang, letting the golden crow feast and grow somewhere else. Meanwhile, on the other side, after so many days of nurturing and the cost of a miniature sun completely extinguished and turned into an ordinary meteorite, the Nanyao golden pattern egg finally shattered, and the golden crow successfully hatched. The golden crow soared straight up, burning through the layer of mud above its head to create a passage to the surface, then spread its wings and basked in the sunlight. Lewis couldn't care about his exposure anymore, directly chasing out from underground to try to contract the golden crow. But obviously, the golden crow paid him no mind, breathing out the fire of the sun, ready to turn the human before it into ashes before searching for its master. However, it soon received a command: feast for free and come back when you are fully grown. The golden crow paused for a moment, but quickly understood what this meant. Because as Lewis noticed the golden crow ignoring his contract and became anxious, he remembered the time he was John's lackey, listening to him complain about how he turned most of his savings into monster crystal cores to feed the Quirin for its contract. Lewis made a quick decision, pulling out a large crystal core, flattering and saying, "Great bird, this crystal core is a gift for you." Lewis was in such a rush when he escaped that he had no time to take away his savings, so this crystal core was actually the core of his beast, the blazing lion. It can be said that it has squeezed out the last bit of value from the blazing lion. In the past, the golden crow would definitely look down on a beast core that hadn't even reached the god level, but now it is reborn and needs to quickly regain its strength. Even the smallest mosquito is still a piece of meat. So the golden crow swallowed the beast core in one bite, and seeing that the golden crow did not leave but instead ate its own thing, Lewis breathed a sigh of relief. He had lost everything now, at least he wanted to keep this divine bird for now, and they could discuss the contract later. However, the brilliant light that just soared into the sky was too dazzling. John, who happened to be searching for his traces nearby, immediately came over. He arrived right at this moment. He looked at the dazzling golden crow and then at Lewis, confirming that the two had not signed a contract, and he finally felt relieved. John glanced at the deep pit burned into the ground, leading 1,000 meters underground, and said, "Lewis, it was so hard for me to find you, it turns out you were hiding down here." Lewis also faced him with a grim expression. He had abandoned everything in order to bet that he could contract the divine beast that would hatch from this divine beast egg, but now he had failed. Was everything going to be handed over just like this? At this moment, John also struck at him, saying, "I didn't expect that you really hatched that divine beast egg, but couldn't contract it, huh? Now I want to see what you can use to fight me. This is the end of playing me." Lewis was very unwilling, but having lost the blazing lion and the miniature sun, he even lost the chance to fight John to the death. Just as John transformed into thunder and charged towards him, a light, golden feather floated down and imprinted itself on John's body. With the fierce explosion of the solar essence within it, John nearly turned into a pile of flying ash. Fortunately, the Thor's hammer had managed to recover some power after previous events, but it was once again damaged. "I didn't expect, even though you couldn't contract the divine beast, you have already gained its protection. Today I admit defeat." John thought that the golden crow was protecting Lewis. Without the Thor's hammer, his power was not enough to face the divine beast, so he hurriedly fled. But for the golden crow, this was just a single feather that had fallen while grooming itself. Chapter 222, King Lewis. Lewis was very excited now because he had invited the divine bird back to his country. After that one feather scared off John, he thought he had won the favor of the divine bird, but after exhausting all his means, he still couldn't make the divine bird look at him. Just when he was in despair, the divine bird suddenly agreed to return to his country with him. What he didn't know was that this was because Suze, 1,000 miles away, had given instructions to the golden crow to return with Lewis. After all, Lewis was now a poor loser and couldn't let the golden crow eat and drink for free unless he could return to reclaim his throne. Excited, Lewis quickly flew to the front to lead the way, tightly clutching a feather in his hand. The golden crow had not just dropped that one feather while grooming, many more feathers had fallen to the ground, turning into a sea of fire, even melting the small island below into flowing lava on the sea surface. Only this feather, which he caught with the particles extinguished by the miniature sun, did not burn. In fact, it gradually became stable, until now it was tightly grasped in his hand. Lewis did not forget that this feather had nearly taken John's life before. Now, without his beast, and the divine bird temporarily unable to be contracted. Returning home would surely invite attacks, so he needed some means of self-protection, and this feather was naturally enough. Soon, a person and a bird arrived on the territory of Gaul. From a distance, they were already spotted by the expeditionary forces of the Gaulish sun. A team of elite beast tamers soared into the sky, ready to launch an attack, but the golden crow would not hold back, directly spitting out solar flames that turned them to ashes. Then, they smoothly arrived at the power center of Gaul, the place where Louis, as the Sun King, resided and where the parliamentary ministers held their meetings, the Louvre. The remaining few ministers, along with the country's most elite beast tamers, stood guard outside the palace gates, but the golden crow had no interest in them. It sensed the rich aura of beast crystals from the treasury, which was the very reason its master had brought it here. It then flew straight over. The ministers tried to stop it, but before they could get close, they began to burn from the inside out. Duke Luina, that is a divine beast, you cannot stop it, give up, Louis said proudly. Duke Luina was the chief minister of the parliament, and he had initially chosen Louis to become the Sun King. He was also the one who declared his betrayal and summoned all his power to hunt him down. You hatched that divine beast egg? Where is the sun? Duke Luina asked with a trembling voice. Louis tossed out an extinguished piece of the sun and said, it's right here. Feeling the lifeless sun fragment, Duke Luina said angrily, you extinguished the sun, which has been passed down for hundreds of years, just to hatch an uncontrollable divine beast? Louis shrugged and replied, what does it matter if it's uncontrollable? As long as the divine bird is willing to stay in our Gaul, then Gaul is invincible. Humph. But you are not. Duke Luina glared at the beast tamer beside him, signaling him to attack Louis. Louis keenly sensed this, and without panic, he took out a feather, lightly flicked it, causing golden sparks to fly and land on the beast tamer. Without even a scream, he turned to ashes. Duke Luina was startled, and Louis said with satisfaction, see? As long as we provide enough beast crystals to the divine bird, we can borrow some of its power. He walked slowly to Duke Luina and said, now, do you still want to kill me? The Duke trembled and shook his head. Louis was very pleased and said, then I will be crowned king again. I will announce the return of the Sun King immediately. Louis frowned and interrupted, no. The sun has already extinguished, from now on, there will be no Sun King, only me, King Louis. Duke Luina nodded repeatedly. Louis laughed with enjoyment, he loved this feeling of swaggering behind the golden crow. Once, John, who treated him like a servant, was scared away by a feather. Now, abandoning his country, he would once again bow down and submit, while the ministers who treated him as a puppet were terrified to the point of nearly wetting their pants. Soon, Louis returned to his palace, sitting on the throne waiting for his coronation. Watching a few trembling ministers carry a heavy tray over, on which lay the crown he had only worn once when he was formally chosen as the puppet Sun King, resting on a soft red velvet cushion. Louis impatiently stepped forward, took the crown, and placed it on his head, while at the same time, a broadcast echoed throughout Gaul. He was no longer a continuation of the Sun King but had become the new King Louis. And the first thing he would do was to sweep away everything that was detrimental to his rule. This is the final cultivated batch of embryos? Suze looked at the hundreds of petri dishes in front of him. Do not underestimate these hundreds of petri dishes, it won't be long before they grow into golden or even platinum-level monsters. Previously, when Xiao Chang helped Suze retrieve platinum-level monster eggs from various spiritual guard headquarters, each headquarters only had about 100 or 200 monster eggs. They spent about half a month to create nearly the same amount of platinum-level monster embryos. They even saved the hatching time. The final success rate of this batch of samples is about 80%, but this is also related to our lack of hands, which caused some mistakes in our hurry. If we had enough people, and they were all skilled, I believe the success rate could reach 90%. Su Yiming excitedly said in front of Suze. Chen Xian stood beside him, nodding constantly but not speaking. The two of them looked extremely fatigued, with bloodshot eyes, yet their spirits remained very high. I think you need to find some people to take over for you, relying only on the two of you may be overwhelming. Suze said to the two, whose dark circles occupied their entire eye sockets. However, after thinking for a moment, Chen Xian and Su Yiming replied, we have considered this, but it's not just anyone we can find, they need ample theoretical knowledge and operational experience to avoid mistakes, and most importantly, they must be trustworthy. Suze thought for a moment and said, no problem, Xiao Chang will help you find candidates nationwide, he is currently very focused on your research progress. Su Yiming shook his head upon hearing this and said, don't get me wrong, I can't take credit for this, teacher Chen Xian has completed nearly all of the research by herself. I just helped her a little, this research result should rightfully belong to her alone. No, Teacher Su, you helped me a lot too, without your improvements, we wouldn't have such a high success rate. After several rounds of humility, they finally remembered that their purpose in finding Suze was not just to inform him of the success rate. Suze, we need to borrow your little world for a while. Right, who knows how long it will take for this embryo to slowly develop into a juvenile beast. Our next step is to research the contractibility of artificially cultivated beasts, so we need to speed up their development. And in Suze's little world, this originally long time could be shortened as much as possible. Suze of course was happy to help. He was also helping his team members cultivate their beasts recently, just doing it as a side task. So the three of them got busy again, placing all the culture dishes into the little world. Seizing this opportunity, Suze counted and found that there were a total of 531 successfully cultivated embryos. Among them, 163 were platinum-level embryos, and 368 were gold-level embryos. As a reward, the beasts cultivated from these embryos would first supply Suze's team, and only when his special operations team's beasts were saturated would they be given to other teams. 3 days passed, and the 531 embryos finally developed into 517 juvenile beasts, a normal attrition rate. The good news was that all 163 platinum-level embryos survived. Suze immediately called his team members to help verify these beasts' contractibility. Excitingly, perhaps because they were all completely cultivated by humans, these beasts were very close to humans and showed little resistance, making it very easy to form contracts. The downside was that these beasts also lacked wildness, so their combat power was not as strong as typical beasts of the same level. However, beast tamers usually use beast weapons or armor in battles. It's rare for beasts to fight alone. So this was not considered a serious impact. With this batch of beasts added in, those team members who were originally waiting in line for the hatching machines also received new beasts. Suze initially planned to keep going and produce another batch. But looking at those beasts that he had already drained for a round, nearly a month had passed, and they still had not recovered. It seemed that he could not rely on them again in a short time, which was just right for Su Yiming and Chen Xian to take a break. After the beasts were released to sign contracts, they were summoned back into Suze's little world. He needed to cultivate these 500 beasts from scratch to at least level 50. This was a huge project. If it weren't for Xiao Cheng's orders and the continuous supply of beast crystal cores, it would be really hard to complete. As the number of beast crystal cores sent by Xiao Cheng increased and their levels rose higher, Suze did not feel too happy. Because he knew this was a sign that a beast tide was about to come. On the other side of the spatial rift, the beast world had already started gathering its forces. In the human world, armies from various countries were also ready. Suze had already released his team's beasts from the little world early to let them familiarize themselves with their beasts in preparation for the upcoming battles. Sun Shang and Xiao Cheng each led their teams to a spatial rift. Xiao Cheng's battlefield is at sea, while Sun Shang's battlefield is in the imperial capital, the original location of the phoenix tree that is parasitized by the ancient Jiang family ancestor, Jiang Huairan. The great Xia spirit guards are all mobilized, ready to deal with the low-level monsters that appeared together. Not only Xia country, but other nations are also prepared and on high alert. The Thunder Guard of the United States watches over a storm eye that has swept for thousands of years. It is a pillar on the brink of destruction, along with a purple lightning that has solidified in the air for 1,000 years. The Knights of the Round Table from Great Britain guard a waterfall that seemingly fell from nowhere, suddenly disappearing at ground level. This is a waterfall spanning 2 worlds. The Night King stands alone before a gigantic tree, which has a strange, pitch-black crack on it. In Kievan Rus, Yekaterina, wearing thick furs and holding strong liquor to warm herself, leads the Northern Iron Guards guarding an unfathomable abyss, where only bone-chilling winds blow upwards, mixed with cries seemingly from hell. Andre is alone in a dark forest known for its missing people, called the Cannibal Forest, roasting a bear paw he just hunted. Even Gallia, which has just gone through bloody suppression and suffered a significant decline in national strength, is led by the newly appointed King Louis himself, who commands the renamed Louis Expeditionary Army, guarding a strange cave. Finally, sensing the movement in space, Suze raised his head and said, "They are coming." Chapter 224, 4 Evils and 4 Beasts. They are coming. Suze looked at the space crack in front of him that seemed to be trembling continuously. As soon as he spoke, a surge of dark water rushed out from the crack, catching everyone off guard. "What's going on?" someone exclaimed, bewildered at the sight. Then, they saw the ground where the black water flowed rapidly desiccating. It quickly turned into a layer of black membrane covering the surface. Suddenly, a monster tore apart the black membrane, slithering out covered in disgusting, slimy liquid. "Prepare for battle!" Suze shouted, then found the strongest monsters, held their heads down, and shoved them back into the black membrane, before he followed suit and dove in as well. "What the hell is this place? How did these guys come here through this thing?" Suze was curious about how the beast tide would come through the narrow space crack, but he didn't expect it to be this pool of black water. That's why he had to come in personally to feel it out and see what this truly was. Suze now found himself in a strange space of darkness and chaos. Everything here was confusing, even up, down, left, and right felt chaotic. Of course, he had not overlooked the possibility of danger, so he had brought both his 2 divine beasts, Hanba and Fengqingi, by his side. Hanba quickly recognized the black water before them and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be the means of chaos. I can't believe it would strike just to create such a harmless attack." "Chaos? Who is that?" Suze asked while observing his surroundings, as the monster he had pressed in seemed to have disappeared. Hanba continued, among the radical monsters, the strongest are the 8 powerful Corona-level divine beasts, known as the 4 evils and 4 beasts. 4 evils and 4 beasts, that's a total of 8? Just hearing the name, Suze thought it referred to 4 monsters called the 4 evils. Hanba added, that's right, the 4 evils are Chaos, Shonchi, Tawu, and Taodai, the 4 beasts are the beasts of war. The beast of famine, the beast of plague, and the beast of death. They are powerful and ancient, filled with hostility toward humanity, and are quite difficult enemies to deal with. This chaotic black water, which fills the disordered space, should be the work of one of the 4 evils, Chaos. Suze nodded, continuing to observe his surroundings and said, but I have 2 more questions. First, why didn't you say this earlier? I could have prepared sooner. The drought spirit explained, I have already died once, many memories are forgotten or hidden deep inside. Only with the right stimulus can I recall them. I just remembered this memory when I felt the chaotic power from this black water. Suze was somewhat satisfied with this explanation and asked his second question, I remember you said you were one of the leaders of the radicals, which is why you were targeted by the conservatives. But now, hearing you say the strongest 4 evils and 4 beasts of the radicals, it seems you are not among them. The drought spirit continued explaining, though the 4 evils and 4 beasts have proclaimed their radical stance, they have never taken action before. The entire radical faction has mostly been led by a few guys like me, which is why we became targets of the conservatives. Who would have thought that now, after my death, they have come out of hiding? I really have some bad luck. I stood with the radicals when they were weak. Now, when the conservatives are weak, the 4 evils and 4 beasts are starting to act again, I can only choose to stand with humanity because of you binding me. The drought spirit said helplessly. Suze countered, can you please have a bit of faith, both in me and in yourself? The 4 evils and 4 beasts together are just 8 Corona-level divine beasts. On humanity's side, you and Jinwoo already make 2 Corona levels. The conservatives also have the Dragon and Phoenix tribes. Which side is stronger is still uncertain. The drought spirit remains somewhat pessimistic, saying, the 4 evils and 4 beasts are not ordinary Corona-level divine beasts. And you just mentioned Jinwoo? He has been bound by you? That means the original Jinwoo is dead. This must have been done by the 4 evils. Suze was taken aback and said, you mean Jinwoo was originally part of the conservatives? The drought spirit nodded, noting that among the divine beasts that ambushed her back then was indeed Jinwoo. And now that Jinwoo is dead, it indicates that the situation for the conservatives is indeed not optimistic. At that moment, the beast that had been hiding around launched an attack. It knew the strength of Suze and the others, so it had been very cautious. It waited until now when the 2 were busy talking, and only one person, Feng Qingyi, was left looking around, clearly unaware of its presence before attacking. But just as it suddenly appeared next to Suze, intending to take down its master first, it was still slapped away by the drought spirit. This was a cat demon with 4 tails, but it was almost slapped into a dead cat by one blow. Although it feared the 4 evils and 4 beasts, ordinary demon beasts could still be dealt with easily. Suze also came to his senses, looking at the suddenly appearing demon beast and said, you, space system? The 4-tailed cat demon had just appeared, clearly using the power of space. This also explained why it had vanished after Suze pressed it in earlier. Along with the disordered nature of this chaotic space, Suze could never determine its location. Stay here, I happen to need a belt. The previous space seat had become a small world on the turtle shell of the void spirit, clearly not suitable for use as a personal storage device. Just in time, now there was a demon cat offered up, looking like a powerful demon beast at level 90. The space created by its core must be significant. Just as Suze was preparing to take action,